This scruffy young man before me has actually lived for a whole 10,000 years. During the primordial era, he once guided Pangu in creating the heavens and the earth. He also enlightened Hongjun in the Purple Cloud Palace. He made Xianming and Hutu willingly serve as his charioteers. Even Nuwa had become his maid. He takes pride in being an immortal being. After the primordial world shattered into countless small realms, he witnessed one talented being after another. He saw supreme sages whose techniques shook the heavens and the earth. He encountered legendary generals renowned throughout the world. He met timeless beauties who left their names in history, and he witnessed supreme emperors who commanded the world. But for a certain matter, he sealed himself in a cave and slept for 10,000 years. Upon awakening, Dao Changsheng looked at everything around him, familiar yet strange. With a casual gesture, a brush suddenly flew out from the coffin. He gazed at the brush and murmured, "Old friend, this time, now that I've awakened, I won't fall back into slumber. Just guard this place well. Once I finish that task, I'll bring you out." Upon hearing his words, the brush trembled violently, then transformed into a beam of light, merging into the mysterious coffin. Seeing this, Dao Changsheng sighed softly, reflecting on how everything changes with time, wondering what the world has become now. After billions of years of rise and fall, few truly know his origins. He then walked to the cave entrance without looking back. Before him stood a massive blue barrier. He gently tapped it, causing it to shatter. At the moment the blue barrier shattered. Outside the cave, one by one, white-haired old men in golden robes appeared, each looking excitedly at the cave. Then, a seemingly ordinary Dao Changsheng emerged from within. Upon seeing Dao Changsheng, the leading old man hurriedly unfurled a scroll he held. As the scroll unfurled, the face of an ordinary-looking youth appeared, identical to Dao Changsheng's. Seeing Dao Changsheng depicted on the scroll, all the old men hurriedly knelt, excitedly bowing to him. "We, the unfilial descendants of the Xianyuan clan, pay our respects to you, sir, and congratulate you on your return to the world." As they spoke, the old men trembled with excitement. They knew the identity of the ordinary-looking youth before them. They never expected to see this sir in their lifetime. The ancestral teachings of the Xianyuan clan had introduced this youth for centuries. Every elder of the Xianyuan clan must remember this crucial ancestral teaching. Without Dao Changsheng, there is no Xianyuan clan. Yusun looked at these old men before her, shaking her head slightly as she spoke to Dao Changsheng, whom she was not familiar with. With a hint of sadness in her eyes, she already knew the answer in her heart. "Reporting to you, sir, the ancestor Xing painted this over 100 years ago, and before his death, he did not forget you. He instructed us to offer you the utmost courtesy upon your awakening." Upon hearing this, Dao Changsheng sighed slightly. "If that's the case, I shall temporarily reside here. What era is it now, and who is the emperor?" "Reporting to you, sir, the imperial title has been abolished, and a new nation has been established. It is considered a time of peace." "A time of peace, huh?" Upon hearing this, Dao Changsheng shook his head slightly. "A time of peace is not so simple, I just don't know when those troubles will arise." Hearing Dao Changsheng's words, all the old men exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of what he meant. "Dad, I haven't been in touch with the outside world for a long time. Please arrange an identity for me, and also find someone to accompany me. I want to thoroughly understand what the world has become now. Please allow me to stay in your humble abode. As for your identity, the Xianyuan clan has always reserved a position for you, one to find people. Since our ancestor established the sect, this position has remained vacant, reserved specifically for you. Currently, the greatest authority in the Xianyuan clan lies in the hands of us younger members. As for the public leader, it is Yuqing, the son of the ancestor Yusun. He is currently away on business at MA and is not here. Please forgive us, sir." As he finished speaking, the old men knelt down in fear, worried about Dao Changsheng's wrath. "Get up, I don't mind these formalities. Since the position has been vacant for so long, I will take the seat for a while and see how much foundation the Xianyuan clan has left." The old men exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. Because, as Dao Changsheng said, the foundation of the Xianyuan clan is indeed lacking. After all, over the years, many resources have been consumed for extending their lifespans. "Please, sir, take residence in the main hall." The leading elder was the first to react, gesturing respectfully for Dao Changsheng to enter. Dao Changsheng nodded slightly and slowly walked toward the main hall step by step. The old men exchanged glances but said nothing, silently following Dao Changsheng like children scolded by a teacher. Along the way, many disciples of the Xianyuan clan stood frozen in place, astonished at the sight. They saw their revered ancestors, who hadn't appeared in decades and held high status, emerging silently, frowning as they followed an ordinary-looking youth. It seemed they were quite fearful of this ordinary-looking youth. Everyone was stunned into silence. After a while, the disciples jolted back to reality, their eyes wide with disbelief as they exclaimed, What did I just see? Oh my god, the ancestors have emerged. What major event has occurred? Could it be that the European Union is attacking China again? That's impossible. If the EU were attacking China, we would definitely know. Besides, the last time they attacked our Xianyuan clan, one ancestor was lost. Who is that ordinary youth? I can see the ancestors are afraid of him. Quick! I need to hurry back and report to my parents. This is a huge deal. As all the disciples ran off in shock, Dao Changsheng calmly strode into a grand hall. Sir, your emergence this time is a major event, and we did not welcome you with a grand ceremony. So we discussed whether we could gather everyone to meet you. Sir, given your status, we need to inform them. The leading elder spoke nervously. On one hand, he was worried about Dao Changsheng because they needed to prepare a celebratory ceremony. On the other hand, he wanted the disciples of their clan to meet Dao Changsheng. If Dao Changsheng takes a liking to one or two talented disciples, then the Xianyuan family can definitely extend its legacy for thousands, tens of thousands of years, or even achieve eternal existence. This is a significant matter that cannot be treated lightly. Go, listen to the old man's words, and Dao Changsheng sits firmly on the imperial throne. Since I'm in this position, I'll see how your current disciples are doing and if any interest me, bring them to meet me. Although Dao Changsheng has an unremarkable appearance and lacks a shocking presence, once he sits on the throne, he suddenly becomes mesmerizing and exudes an imposing aura without anger, even if he currently appears quite ordinary. Yet, he still makes people feel uneasy, their hearts racing and their legs going weak. After all, he is a being who controls the universe and has traversed the river of time. He has nurtured one legendary general after another, whose names echo through the ages. He is a ruthless figure known for slaughtering the ancient demon clans. Thus, he does not need to exude any aura. Once he becomes serious, his gaze alone can terrify anyone. Those boys, go out and take charge. Please wait a moment, my lord. Then, the sound of the yin-yang bell of the Xianyuan family rang out. In an instant, members of the Xianyuan family rushed to the square one after another, each face filled with deep shock. It should be noted that this is the first time in hundreds of years that the yin-yang tomb has sounded. This bell tolls only for earth-shattering events, and this event is indeed monumental. At least all present have never heard the bell. They know about it only from the ancestral teachings warning about it. Even the reclusive old immortals have broken their seals. If anyone fails to arrive within 5 minutes of the bell's toll, those who are late will find themselves severely punished, with some even killed. As recorded in the ancient texts, no one dares to cross this line. After everyone entered the hall, the old men glanced around roughly, swallowing hard, their eyes filled with unspeakable anger, for one person was missing. What's wrong? The change in the old man's expression did not escape Dao Changsheng's notice, and he spoke calmly. Upon hearing Dao Changsheng's words, the old men felt uneasy, beads of sweat dripping from their foreheads. Then, biting their teeth, they stuttered that one disciple, Yu Chen's second son, had not arrived in time. Upon hearing the old man's words, Dao Changsheng remained calm, showing no emotion, instead tapping his fingers on the ground, producing a ticking sound. At this moment, the entire Xianyuan hall was terrifyingly silent, engulfed in nearly 10 minutes of silence. Dao Changsheng closed his eyes tightly. Then, a proud-looking young man dressed in brocade walked in from outside the Xianyuan hall. Upon seeing Dao Changsheng seated on the throne, he was immediately stunned, as the lord mentioned by his ancestor was completely unexpected. In his mind, someone whom even his ancestor must respect would surely be an old person with flowing white hair, exuding an ethereal aura, or someone commanding and powerful. However, the Dao Changsheng before him was quite young, even younger than him, and he appeared very ordinary. This guy is the master mentioned by the ancestor. At this moment, Xianyuan Yuping looked towards the front row of ancestors, doubting whether they were joking by presenting an ordinary person. And it was then he realized that in the hall, everyone was silent and dared not speak. Among them, a few young ones looked at him with glee at his predicament. Meanwhile, his father, mother, grandfather, and elder brother were all frantically signaling him. However, he didn't realize anything upon entering. If conditions allowed, the ancestors in front would have liked to directly punish this ignorant brat for causing them trouble. But with Dao Changsheng present, they didn't dare to move even slightly. Now, they were sweating in their palms, faces filled with fear, afraid of provoking Dao Changsheng's anger. You are late. At this moment, Dao Changsheng slowly opened his eyes, his gaze landing on Xianyuan Yuping. Not knowing how to address him, upon seeing Dao Changsheng so young, so ordinary, and so unremarkable, Xianyuan Yuping paid no attention to the expressions of his family. He also disregarded the respectful demeanor of everyone in the hall. In his heart, he was dismissive, showing no signs of respect whatsoever. In his view, Dao Changsheng was not that young to occupy the position of the leader of the Xianyuan family. He was very unconvinced. Usually, he was the center of attention in the family. Even the powerful ancestors would favor him. After all, he was the son of the current sect leader and eligible to become the leader of the Xianyuan family in the future. Seeing Xianyuan Yuping in such a posture made Dao Changxing's eyes narrow, instantly bursting with light. In that instant, Dao Changxing's gaze resembled countless stars in the sky. The entire Xianyuan hall seemed to tremble under the impact of his gaze. His gaze locked directly onto Xianyuan Yuping, enough to make even true immortals feel terrified. Then, with a sound, before Xianyuan Yuping could react, his legs went weak, and he knelt down in the hall uncontrollably. At the moment Dao Changxing's gaze turned cold, the ancestors of the Xianyuan family were nearly terrified to death, collapsing to the ground and trembling. "My lord, please calm your anger. My lord, please calm your anger. My lord, please calm your anger." Even the ancestors were like this, and the other members of the Xianyuan family knelt as well, speaking in equally terrified tones. It took a while for Xianyuan Yuping to regain his senses. He felt as though he was in a dream. At this moment, Dao Changxing still did not have any overwhelming aura or use any methods. But when his eyes turned cold, even true immortals from the 9 heavens would feel fear. Xianyuan Yuping was still in shock, feeling an indescribable fear, a primal instinctive fear. He now believed that even if he became a legendary immortal, he would still kneel at Dao Changxing's feet. At this moment, Dao Changxing said nothing but withdrew his gaze, slightly closing his eyes as he leaned on the imperial throne. He also did not allow the old man and Xianyuan Yuping to rise. At this moment, Xianyuan Yuping's face revealed bitterness. He knew today was the end for him, and even if the ancestors pleaded for him, he would not be forgiven. At this moment, the hall was eerily silent. The ancestors of the Xianyuan family had beads of sweat dripping from their foreheads, not daring to move. Time passed slowly, and after an unknown duration, Dao Changxing finally slowly opened his eyes and stood up. Upon hearing Dao Changxing's words, Xianyuan Yuping let out a breath of relief and hurriedly stood up, trembling. He repeatedly bowed to Dao Changxing, saying, "Thank you, my lord. Thank you, my lord." The ancestors of the Xianyuan family also stood up, wiping the cold sweat from their foreheads, casting a lingering fearful glance at Xianyuan Yuping below. They found it all extremely terrifying. In their entire lives, they had never experienced such an overwhelming aura. This was all due to that little brat Xianyuan Yuping. He definitely needed a good lesson. As the ancestors stood up, the other disciples of the Xianyuan family also got up, their gazes towards Dao Changxing no longer filled with disdain. The Xianyuan family truly declines with each generation. Despite having spiritual lands, their highest cultivation level is still below the transformation realm. It's too disappointing. If Xianyuan knew, he would definitely use the Xianyuan sword to show you what cruelty truly means. Upon hearing Dao Changxing's words, everyone swallowed hard, their eyes filled with shock. Because Dao Changxing said that Xuanyuan's status is at least on par with their ancestor, if not higher. Upon realizing this, everyone shivered in shock, thinking, how can such a being still exist? Their ancestor lived in ancient times, yet now someone has survived from that era to the present. They couldn't even dare to think further about this. 3 days from now at 10 a.m., select 3 young disciples to gather here. I will impart some Xianyuan teachings. Just look at what you are currently practicing. In the end, Dao Changxing shook his head. He stood up directly from the throne and walked out of the Xianyuan hall, quickly disappearing from everyone's sight. Seeing Dao Changxing leave, the old men hurriedly followed. As they passed by Xianyuan Yuping, they all snorted heavily and then left in a huff. This made Xianyuan Yuping's face pale. He knew that while his life was spared, his status would likely be demoted. Thinking about losing his status as the second young master of the Xianyuan family made him tremble uncontrollably. "You useless thing!" In the next second, an angry roar sounded, followed by a massive hand swinging towards him. As Xianyuan Yuping looked up, he was hit and sent flying, spitting out blood and even losing several teeth. Useless in success, detrimental in failure, a white-haired old man turned and left in anger. An older boy and a middle-aged couple came over to help him up, but their eyes were filled with endless disappointment. This made Xianyuan Yuping's face darken again. He knew he had likely lost his chance in this life. Absolutely not. In the next second, Xianyuan Yuping dashed out of the hall, running after Dao Changxing's departing direction. He had to win Dao Changxing's forgiveness, otherwise, his life would be ruined, and he absolutely did not want that. The Xianyuan family resides in a small realm created by their founding ancestor, which has evolved over billions of years, although it has faced decline. Yet, so far, it is still considered a top existence in the entire world. At this moment, on the peak of the back mountain of the Xianyuan family, Dao Changxing gazed at the sky, lost in thought, recalling when he once issued commands from this very spot. He summoned the wind god to assist Xianyuan in slaying Qi Yu. Deep within the earth's veins of this small realm lies the sealed body of Qi Yu. Apart from him and Xian Yuan, no one else knows about any of this. This is also why, after billions of years of evolution, even as the world has shattered, this realm remains intact and filled with spiritual energy. A bold one dared to ask, "May I inquire what you plan to do next, my lord?" said an ancestor of the Xian Yuan family, lowering his head and furrowing his brows. "How long will you stay in this humble abode, and could you offer guidance to the descendants of the ancestor?" he asked, trembling slightly. He was betting on the future glory of the Xian Yuan family. If he lost, it would mean his death. However, if he won the bet, he could bring prosperity to the Xian Yuan family. He had taken a significant risk. 3 days from now, Dao Changsheng said without looking back, "I have my own matters to attend to. I can't stay here for long. I will leave after teaching 3 of the Xian Yuan juniors in 3 days. Thank you, my lord." Upon hearing Dao Changsheng's words, although the old men of the Xian Yuan family looked dejected, they were still excited. After all, having guidance from someone who has transcended time is a monumental event, especially to teach 3 at once. Moreover, the Xian Yuan family's teachings have been lost significantly. With Dao Changsheng's help, they would surely recover some of it. After hundreds of years of slumber, he wondered what the fairy spirit grass had reincarnated into in this life. He needed to find it before awakening, gazing far into the distance, lost in thought. The ancestors of the Xian Yuan family behind him dared not interrupt. 3 days later, in the Xian Yuan hall, 2 ethereal, beautiful young women and a sharp-eyed young man gathered here, all wearing excited expressions. After all, they were about to receive teachings from that supreme being. How could they not be excited? One of them was Xian Yuan Yutsong, the eldest son of the current sect leader of the Xian Yuan family. The other 2 were talented young women, Xian Yuan Xingdia and Yu Wolan, both of whom surpassed their peers. At that moment, 3 piercing sounds rang out, followed by 3 blue beams of light cutting through the sky, instantly entering the foreheads of the 2 young women and the young man. In an instant, a burst of light erupted, and the 3 floated into the air. In the distance, Dao Changsheng walked slowly towards them, looking at the 3 floating in the sky, nodding slightly. Then, with a wave of his hand, a loud bang resonated. Under the astonished gazes of everyone, the plaque at the entrance of the Xian Yuan hall exploded. Then, a flash of golden light appeared, instantly in Dao Changsheng's hand. In the next moment, the golden light dissipated, revealing an ancient, golden sword in Dao Changsheng's hand. In the eyes of the crowd, one side of the sword was engraved with stars and moons, while the other side depicted mountains and flora. Especially at the hilt, one side depicted the art of cultivation, while the other inscribed strategies for unifying the 4 seas. My heavens, this is truly the sacred sword, the one our Xian Yuan family has lost for so long. Seeing the appearance of the sword, the disciples of the Xian Yuan family around exclaimed in surprise. Even the ancestors looked dazed. Their ancestors had traveled far and wide in search of the Xian Yuan family's sacred sword, the Xian Yuan sword, yet they found not a trace. Now, it unexpectedly emerged from the plaque of the Xian Yuan hall. To suppress the earth's veins, what a pity for such a fine sword. Looking at the Xian Yuan sword in his hand, Dao Changsheng nostalgically traced its blade. Once upon a time, it was this sword that gave Xian Yuan his renowned status in ancient times. To forge this sword, he issued a decree throughout the land, gathering all capable artisans to collaborate in creating this sacred sword. The Xian Yuan sword in Dao Changsheng's hand reacted like a child seeing its father, continuously emitting sword cries in response, clearly very excited. "It's been a long time, old friend." Looking at the Xian Yuan sword that kept crying out, Dao Changsheng gently patted its blade. He softly said, "You've worked hard to guard the earth's veins. Now it's your turn to take action. The Xian Yuan family's name will shine brightly in this era. This is what I promised Xian Yuan." Upon hearing Dao Changsheng's words, the Xian Yuan sword emitted a continuous humming sound, then suddenly transformed into a bolt of golden lightning, leaping into the air, with a thunderous crash. The golden lightning split into 3 smaller bolts that entered the foreheads of the boy and girls floating in the sky, radiating blue light. When these 3 golden bolts entered the foreheads of the 3, they were instantly enveloped in radiant golden light, followed by 3 golden halos appearing above their heads, completely encasing them. After completing all this, the golden lightning transformed back into the Xian Yuan sword, instantly landing in Dao Changsheng's hand. Dao Changsheng then turned his gaze towards the distant old men. The legacy left by Xian Yuan has been absorbed. Whether your Xian Yuan family can achieve glory in the future depends on these 3 little ones. "Thank you, my lord." The old men in the distance hurriedly knelt down without saying another word. "Now that the matter is settled, I should take my leave." As soon as Dao Changsheng's words fell, the Xian Yuan sword emitted a series of sword cries, seemingly reluctant for him to leave. Seeing the Shenyuan sword's reaction, Dao Changxing gently patted its blade, saying softly, "No need to rush back just yet. The earth's veins cannot be without you, your duty to guard it is significant. I promise you that after I complete some tasks, you will shine brightly, provided you have subdued that entity beneath the earth's veins." As soon as he finished speaking, the Shenyuan sword leaped into the air, transforming into a bolt of golden lightning that shot towards the doors of the Shenyuan hall. With a loud bang, a golden plaque appeared instantly, engraved with 3 powerful characters, Shenyuan Hall. Then, accompanied by the respectful farewells of the Shenyuan family's ancestors, Dao Changxing walked out of the small realm, leaving under the reverent gazes of the crowd. Moments later, Dao Changxing found himself standing on a wooden bridge. After 3 days of research and various readings, along with some unspoken insights, Dao Changxing understood the general direction of the current world. He also learned about the various places of evolution in the world. He was now located in the Shenangjia region of the Eastern Kingdom. At this moment, the place he stood was Shenangjia, the most ideal spot of the tidal river lying across a small wooden bridge upstream. The bridge, built who knows when, appeared to have undergone repairs over the years but still retained its original form. The bridge piers were made of stone, and the bridge itself was constructed from tree trunks, standing over 10 feet high. Beside it, there was a stone-paved path, making the bridge seem quite unnecessary. Ling Xing looked down and saw the gentle flow of water passing beneath the bridge. Pedestrians could easily cross to the other side using that stone path. Whoosh! Suddenly, the water flow in the tidal river surged dramatically. Streams of water gushed out from a cave on Guanyin Rock in the distance, cascading down like a waterfall, which eventually formed a small creek at the valley's bottom. Observing the waterfall closely, it varied in thickness, causing the creek to rise and fall. At that moment, he realized the necessity of the small bridge, as the water level suddenly rose, waves rolling and quickly submerging the stone path, flooding the bridge's entrance. It was high tide, a tidal phenomenon generally caused by the moon's gravitational pull on the earth, a unique natural occurrence of the sea, now astonishingly appearing between these mountain streams. Watching the tide, Dao Changxing's thoughts drifted far away, a nostalgic look in his eyes. He naturally knew why there were tides here. It was all the doing of the legendary Shenong. Ha, what a coincidence, to encounter the tides in the tidal river of Shenangjia. At that moment, a clear voice, as melodious as a lark's song, suddenly rang out, pulling Dao Changxing back to reality. He looked up to see a tall woman joyfully running towards him, followed closely by a young man with a cold smile. This woman could only be described as stunning, with an oval face, expressive large eyes, plump small lips, and delicate eyebrows that hinted at charm, a typical Eastern beauty with exquisite features, her face so beautiful it seemed to bubble over. Her long, shiny black hair was tied back in a ponytail, and her skin was radiant white. She wore a flowing sky blue long dress adorned with several white peonies at the hem. On her head, she wore a hairpin shaped like a golden moon, and beneath it, her dark, beautiful hair cascaded down to her waist, perfectly aligned with the gold and purple belt at her waist, accentuating her stunning figure. However, at this moment, her beautiful face was filled with excitement, her pink lips slightly parted, and her bright eyes reflected pure surprise. I know about the tides of Shenangjia. The water color changes with the seasons. During dry seasons, the water appears murky, like a sudden mountain flood. During rainy seasons, it ripples like a rushing clear stream. Moreover, there are 2 streams on either side of the tide, with water colors varying by season, but they are opposite to the color of the tidal river, which has always been a mysterious reason. Indeed. Hearing the woman's words, Dao Changxing nodded slightly, looking at her calmly. It seems you understand quite well, but do you know when these tides were born? How could I possibly know that? The woman smiled at Dao Changxing's question. This riddle has yet to be solved by experts. Could it be that you know? Hearing her words, Dao Changxing chuckled and shook his head. He didn't want to explain, but to the woman, it seemed he didn't know. Meanwhile, the young man in designer clothes, seeing the woman smile at Dao Changxing, clenched his fists and approached with a furious expression. Let me introduce myself. I'm Su Manya, the woman said with a smile, extending her fair right hand. Dao Changxing smiled faintly and shook her hand. I'm Dao Changxing. The reason Dao Changxing spoke to this woman was that he discovered she was an ancient cold moon body. Her talent could be considered barely acceptable, and he also had a connection with the ancient cold moon body, Chang'e, and Xianming, which made him develop a fondness for Su Manya. He wanted to guide this woman and help her unlock her potential. In this era, to have a cold moon body that is rarely seen in 10,000 years, I wonder if it's a blessing or a curse. Dao Changxing retracted his hand and carefully examined the woman, unable to suppress a slight sigh. Hey, Su Manya! At that moment, a man stormed over, his face filled with anger as he shouted at Su Manya, what are you thinking? When are you coming back with me to complete the wedding? Do you really want to waste time with this ordinary country bumpkin? By the end of his words, jealousy and resentment filled his tone, and he glared at Dao Changsheng with fury. After all, he had admired Su Manya for a long time without even a hint of intimacy, and now this Su Manya was shaking hands with an ordinary man he had known for less than a minute. To him, this was a disgrace. He had pursued Su Manya for years without even a touch, yet now a nameless kid was shaking hands with her. How could he not be furious? Dao Changsheng paid no attention to the man's words and chose to ignore him entirely, for such a person was not even worthy of a second glance. He was merely a clown. Having experienced various eras, he remained unfazed by the provocation of a mere ant. For billions of years, he could say without hesitation that there was almost nothing in this world that made his heart race. He had seen off generations of formidable subordinates, stunning beauties, and unparalleled emperors, and so on. It could be said that whether the heavens collapsed or the ages crumbled, it would not stir even a ripple in his heart. How many times do I have to say it? Hearing the man's words, Su Manya's eyes revealed disgust, and she impatiently said, "He Guoqiang, give up on this. I will never marry someone like you. Even if your family proposes to mine, I won't agree. I mean it, I will never agree, so stop wasting your time." You, Su Manya. Upon hearing her words, He Guoqiang was instantly enraged, pointing at Su Manya with fury. "If that's the case, then I won't be polite anymore. Today, I'll let you know my strength and see if your Su family agrees or not after the deed is done." With that, He Guoqiang lunged forward with a fierce expression. Hearing his words, Su Manya's face turned pale with panic. Seeing He Guoqiang charging at her, she immediately retreated behind Dao Changsheng, tightly clutching his arm and looking at him with pleading eyes. She could only rely on him now. Seeing Su Manya cling to Dao Changsheng, He Guoqiang became even angrier, roaring, "You two shameless lovers, I will kill you today." With that, he threw a powerful punch directly at Dao Changsheng. Facing He Guoqiang's fierce punch, Dao Changsheng shook his head slightly and swiftly extended one hand, lifting He Guoqiang's entire body as if an eagle had caught a chick. "Damn it, let go of me." Realizing he couldn't even withstand one move from Dao Changsheng, He Guoqiang immediately understood he had encountered a formidable opponent. After all, he was a perfected postnatal being capable of defeating thousands of ordinary people, yet now he was being lifted by a young man. This meant that the young man's strength was definitely greater, perhaps even surpassing the perfected postnatal stage. He must be at least innate. Thinking of this, He Guoqiang felt no fear at all, but instead shouted angrily, "I don't care who you are, let me down immediately, or I'll make sure you can't leave alive, even if you're a congenital expert." "Is that so?" Hearing He Guoqiang's words, Dao Changsheng smiled faintly and said softly, "What if I kill you right now?" "You." Upon hearing Dao Changsheng's words, He Guoqiang's expression changed to one of panic. He knew the power of congenital experts. As far as he knew, every congenital expert had blood on their hands. But thinking of his own identity, he immediately turned fierce and said, "If you dare to kill me, try it. I am the young master of the He family in Kyoto. My grandfather is one of the founding marshals. I advise you not to seek your own death. Let me down quickly, and I might spare your life." "The He family in Kyoto, huh?" Hearing He Guoqiang's words, Dao Changsheng said lightly, "Tell me, how is He Tian doing now? Has he passed away? How do you know my grandfather's name?" Upon hearing Dao Changsheng's words, He Guoqiang's expression changed drastically, panic written all over his face. It had been a long time since anyone knew his grandfather's name. Now, he could count on one hand the number of people outside who knew it. Yet, a boy younger than him could actually call out his grandfather's name, which terrified him. "Considering your grandfather, I'll spare your life today. However, while you can avoid the death penalty, you can't escape the living punishment. When you go back, tell your grandfather that the person he has been waiting for has returned." Smack! After saying this, Dao Changsheng directly threw He Guoqiang into the creek like he was trash. With a splash, He Guoqiang didn't even have time to scream before being swept away by the tide, disappearing in the blink of an eye. You killed him." Seeing He Guoqiang, who had been swept away by the tide, vanish, Su Manya's face turned pale, and she looked at Dao Changsheng in panic. After all, this was a living person, thrown into the tide like that. She didn't believe He Guoqiang could survive. No, seeing Su Manya's pale face, Dao Changsheng smiled lightly and said, "He is a martial artist who has entered the path of cultivation. This little tide will only make him suffer a bit, he won't die." "Ah!" Hearing Dao Changsheng's words, Su Manya breathed a sigh of relief, her face slowly regaining color. After a while, she looked grateful and bowed to Dao Changsheng, saying, "Thank you, senior, for your help today." While speaking, she secretly observed Dao Changsheng, noting his ordinary appearance and bright, expressive eyes. Even so, she felt curious about his identity. After all, He Guoqiang was a well-known arrogant young master in Kyoto, with perfected postnatal cultivation that could sweep away many of his peers. Yet, he was directly thrown into the river by Dao Changsheng. She had just heard their conversation. This Dao Changshan was at least a legendary congenital expert and even knew Yi Guoqian's grandfather, treating it lightly. From this, it was clear that Dao Changxing's identity was not simple. As the president of the Su group, she knew some information about ancient martial arts. She couldn't practice martial arts due to her physique, but she was aware of some famous martial artists in Kyoto. Congenital experts were rare, each holding a high status, residing in various families in Kyoto, and rarely showing themselves. Now, unexpectedly encountering such a young expert, at least above the congenital level, in Shenangjia excited her. If she could invite this existence back to the Su group, it would definitely shake the entire capital. It's just a trivial matter, said Su Manya, who was occasionally glancing at herself. Dao Changxing smiled faintly and said, if you really want to thank me, then help me arrange a place to stay. I need to find someone this time I come into the world, and I currently have nowhere to settle. It is my honor to help you, senior. Hearing Dao Changxing's words, Su Menya's expression brightened with joy and excitement. It was truly a stroke of luck to find what she sought without any effort. She had been preparing to ask Dao Changxing to come to her home, and now that he said he needed a place to stay, she could directly take him back to the Su group. With 2 innate masters stationed there, the group's name would spread far and wide. Don't call me senior, just call me young master, Dao Changxing said with a faint smile upon hearing Su Menya's words. Calling me senior makes me feel old. Su Manya was taken aback by Dao Changxing's words, but she quickly regained her composure and respectfully bowed, saying, young master, please allow me to take you out now. I have a car outside Shinong Mountain and will arrange a place for you. Wait a moment before we go. I need to get something, Dao Changxing said, ignoring Su Menya's words as he gazed at the receding tide below. Su Manya was puzzled but could only suppress her curiosity and watch alongside Dao Changxing. However, no matter how she looked, she couldn't discern anything unusual. Time passed quietly, and in the blink of an eye, 30 to 40 minutes had gone by. The tide gradually stopped and began to retreat at a visible speed. Now's the time. At that moment, Dao Changxing's eyes suddenly emitted 2 brilliant beams of light. In that instant, Su Manya felt as if she were witnessing a turbulent river of time rolling in Dao Changxing's eyes. Boom! The 2 beams of light struck the retreating tide, instantly creating several astonishing water currents. Water tornadoes appeared, and amidst the tornadoes, a dazzling blue light flickered and slowly rose. Seeing this scene, Su Manya was completely dumbfounded. It was her first time witnessing such a strange phenomenon. In her view, the blue light rose slowly under the protection of the water tornadoes, and when it reached a certain height, it instantly transformed into a stream of light that fell into Dao Changxing's hand. Rumble! As the blue light entered his hand, several water tornadoes exploded, turning into a cascade of water that fell down. At that moment, the tide completely receded, and the river returned to calm, with a small stream flowing continuously. Wow! The next second, the blue light dissipated entirely, revealing a crystal-clear blue jade pendant in Dao Changxing's hand. To Su Menya's eyes, it appeared to be an ordinary blue jade pendant, but within it, there was a flowing liquid-like essence that added a layer of mystery to the jade. If Su Manya hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she would never have believed it was an ordinary piece of jade. Let's go! Seeing the pendant, Dao Changxing smiled faintly, casually hanging it at his waist, signaling Su Manya that they could leave. Su Manya nodded and led the way, not asking what the jade was, because she knew that if Dao Changxing wanted her to know, he would tell her. She was a very intelligent woman, aware of what to ask and what not to ask. A few minutes later, Dao Changxing and Su Manya descended from Shenangjia and arrived in front of a luxury car. In the astonished gaze of the old man inside the car, Su Manya respectfully opened the door for Dao Changxing. After everything was ready, she took the passenger seat and signaled the old man to drive. The old man was also a wise person, knowing what to ask and what not to ask, so he drove without saying a word. However, during the drive, he occasionally glanced at Dao Changxing through the rearview mirror, while Dao Changxing kept his eyes closed, resting quietly. After passing through the bustling streets filled with crowds, the towering skyscrapers, and luxury cars driving along, they finally stopped in front of a massive villa in the top-tier villa area of S-City, Tiandi Huachang. Young master, this way please. After parking, Su Manya respectfully opened the back door, assisting Dao Changxing into a study room in the villa to rest. Once everything was settled, she stepped out of the villa and took out her phone to dial a number. Hello? Sis, why are you calling me? I'm at the club having fun. If there's nothing important, I'm hanging up. After the call connected, a cheerful young voice came through the phone. Hearing this voice, Su Manya frowned and coldly said, "Stop playing around, come back quickly. There's something important to discuss. If you don't arrive in 2 hours, you can weigh the consequences yourself." After saying this, she hung up the phone without waiting for the boy's response. At that moment, the old driver had also parked the car and approached Su Manya with a curious expression, asking, "Miss, who is that young master you picked up today? Why are you so respectful to him? Isn't that wasteful young master from the He family with you on the mountain? Why didn't I see him come down?" Humph. Hearing the old man's words, Su Manya replied angrily, "Don't mention that bastard. He was planning something against me on Shenanjia. Luckily, a senior saved me. If he bothers me again, Uncle Fu, you throw him out for me." "Understood." Uncle Fu nodded slightly, indicating he understood. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something and asked in surprise, "You mean a senior? That young man is also a cultivator?" "That's right, at least in existence beyond the innate level," Su Manya said with a serious expression. "Moreover, he's even stronger than you, Uncle Fu. He directly threw He Guoqiang into the Tide River." Hiss. Hearing Su Manya's words, Uncle Fu took a deep breath, incredulous as he exclaimed, "You say that young man is at least beyond the innate level? He looks only about 16 or 17 years old. How is that possible? Even the disciples of those ancient martial arts families I know can't be that monstrous." "I can't believe it either." Seeing Uncle Fu's shock, Su Manya said bitterly, "But I saw him throw the perfected He Guoqiang into the Tide Creek, and he even extracted a blue jade pendant from the tide of Shenanjia out of thin air. This kind of ability is not something an innate person possesses. Everything is unbelievable. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it at all." Then, Su Manya recounted everything about her encounter with Dao Changsheng to Uncle Fu, leaving him stunned. "Miss, you've struck it rich." Uncle Fu's face showed surprise, and then he spoke excitedly. He knew what it meant for Dao Changsheng to live here. He had originally planned to personally invite a few innate old-timers to oversee the Su group, but now with this mysterious Dao Changsheng's arrival, it was completely unnecessary. Over an hour later, a young man in a suit rushed in, heading straight for Su Manya. He was Su Manya's younger brother, Su Mengwen, 17 years old, who usually enjoyed playing with various young masters in S-City. "What's up, sis? Why did you call me back in such a hurry?" Su Mengwen plopped down on the sofa, casually pouring himself a glass of water, while Su Manya sat formally on the opposite sofa. Creak! Just as Su Manya was about to speak about Dao Changsheng, the study door suddenly opened, and Dao Changsheng walked out calmly. "Wow!" Seeing Dao Changsheng suddenly walk out of the study, Su Mengwen immediately let out a curse, looking at his sister Su Manya in disbelief. He knew just how cold his sister was, the ice goddess of S-City, and now she was letting a boy he didn't even know into their home. "Young master, you're out, please sit here." Seeing Dao Changsheng suddenly appear, Su Manya hurried over to support him, which left Su Mengwen in a daze. What was he seeing? His ice-cold sister was actually showing respect to a boy around his age, even intimately supporting his shoulder and calling him young master. What kind of international joke was this? "Alright, I don't care for these formalities, you can go about your business," Dao Changsheng said as he gently withdrew his hand and walked straight to the sofa to sit down. He glanced back at Su Mengwen and nodded slightly, noticing that Su Manya's brother was also a rare cultivation physique, fiery sun body, with a martial arts level at the mid-stage of the acquired realm. "I say, big brother." Before Su Manya could speak, Su Mengwen, filled with admiration, sat beside Dao Changsheng, threw an arm around his shoulder, and exclaimed, "How did you manage to win over my ice goddess sister? When's the wedding?" Poof! Hearing Su Mengwen's words, Su Manya, who was about to pour water for Dao Changsheng, nearly spat out blood. This guy was really digging a hole for her. If Su Mengwen knew Dao Changsheng's true identity, she didn't know if he would still have the guts. "How could I marry your sister?" Dao Changsheng replied with a faint smile, completely unconcerned. "I'm just staying here for a while. Let me introduce myself, I'm Su Mengwen, may I know how to address you?" Upon hearing Dao Changsheng's words, Su Mengwen looked skeptical. He knew his sister very well, she would never be so intimate with a boy. If he said there was nothing going on, he wouldn't believe it even if he were beaten to death. "Dao Changsheng." Seeing Su Mengwen so lively, Dao Changsheng showed no airs and smiled as he shook his hand. "What a strange name," Su Mengwen said, surprised. In this day and age, there was actually someone with the surname Dao. It was the first time he had heard such a peculiar name. Su Mengwen. At that moment, Su Manya suddenly grabbed Su Mengwen by the ear and pulled him aside, scolding him, "Can you be a bit more composed? Do you know who the young master is? He's even more powerful than Uncle Fu. I went through a lot of trouble to invite him here, how can you be so disrespectful?" "What?" Upon hearing Su Manya's words, Su Mengwen's mouth dropped open in disbelief as he looked at Dao Changsheng, his expression capable of holding an egg. This boy, who looked even younger than him, was actually more powerful than Uncle Fu. That meant he was at least a legendary innate master, right? "Sis, you're not joking with me, are you?" The next second, Su Mengwen looked at Dao Changsheng in disbelief and said, "This boy who looks younger than me is a legendary innate master? How is that possible?" In the end, Su Mengwen hurriedly ran in front of Dao Changsheng, astonished, and asked, brother, are you really a legendary innate warrior? Of course not, Dao Changsheng replied with a faint smile. When did I say I was an innate master? Didn't you notice I'm just an ordinary person without any cultivation? Hearing Dao Changsheng's words, Su Mengwen carefully examined him. Dao Changsheng was right, he realized there were no signs of cultivation at all, not even a trace of it, he was completely an ordinary person. At that moment, he looked at his sister, Su Manya, with a puzzled expression. He couldn't understand why she would describe Dao Changsheng, an ordinary person, as a congenital master. He had just been nearly scared to death by him. How could he not be? Hearing Dao Changsheng's words and seeing her brother Su Mengwen's confused gaze, Su Manya hurriedly said that he family's young master, who has achieved postnatal perfection, couldn't even last a single move against this young man and was directly thrown into the Chaosui River in Shenangjia. This young man is at least an existence that surpasses congenital masters. He threw the postnatal perfected He family's young master into the Chaosui River? Upon hearing Su Manya's words, Su Mengwen's pupils contracted. He knew the name and strength of the He family's young master, He Guoqian, and he was far from being his match. But if even He Guoqian was thrown into the Chaosui River by Dao Changsheng, didn't that mean Dao Changsheng's cultivation was higher than He Guoqian's? It had to be at least the legendary level of a congenital master. Seeing the look in Su Mengwen's eyes, Dao Changsheng smiled faintly and said, sometimes, cultivation isn't the most powerful. At that moment, Dao Changsheng had no cultivation at all. In the endless river of time, he also had not a trace of cultivation. He had pursued various answers and discovered that this was the price he had to pay to exist through the ages. Although he could not cultivate, he was still an immortal existence. As long as a powerful person attacked him, he could condense his physical body in an instant. It was merely a matter of consuming a bit of mental energy. Mental energy was thought power, and although his thought power was currently sealed layer upon layer, without thought, he could only delay his resurrection. Back then, he relied on his powerful physical body to traverse the ages as an ordinary mortal. After discovering that he could not cultivate, he set his sights on strengthening his physical body. Sure enough, the physical body was viable, so he captured one star after another from the universe and integrated them into his meridians, enduring the pain through countless lifetimes. Throughout the ages, to enhance his physical body, he used various earth-shattering materials for reinforcement, such as the purple energy from the primordial chaos. He absorbed nearly all of it in the primordial space, which could be described as vast, ultimately leaving behind 3,800 strands, 7 of which he gifted to Hongjun. Moreover, he laid out one era after another, and the means he possessed were countless. Just the remnants left on Earth were innumerable, not to mention his current terrifying physical body. Although his physical body was sealed layer upon layer by those guys in the chaos domain using various restrictions, to break the seals, he needed to find various required items. However, relying on his current physical body, he could sweep through most of the world, even against higher-level beings without issue. If he encountered someone even stronger, he had plenty of means. If all else failed, he could just stand there and let others kill him. At worst, it would just take a lot of time to resurrect. But such situations were almost never likely to happen. If he were to unleash the full power of his physical body now, not only would the Earth be destroyed, but the entire galaxy would collapse. His emergence this time was for one purpose. He had laid out plans for ages, and he was almost ready for that one thing. He was in no rush regarding his physical body, as those things were not easy to find. Otherwise, those bastards back then wouldn't have fought to seal his physical body. So, he could be said to be invincible now, or not invincible, as the world was ever-changing, with all sorts of strange things emerging endlessly. He had been asleep for so long, who knew what good things the heavens had created to deal with him. Since he has awakened in this life, he intends to fully enjoy life, experience the various splendors of this world, and seek that path which is being explored and continuously perfected. Moreover, he never considered himself invincible. He has seen beings even more formidable than himself and those who have lived longer than he has, and they are still lurking in some space. Upon hearing Dao Changsheng's words, Su Manya and Su Mengwen were taken aback. Clearly, his cultivation was the most powerful, capable of deciding everything. How could he not be the strongest? They did not understand why Dao Changsheng would say such a thing. Alright, I still need to read some books, so I'll head back to the study first. Remember to cook. In the next moment, Dao Changsheng stood up and went straight back to the study, leaving behind a sentence before closing the door, leaving Su Manya and Su Mengwen looking at each other in confusion, still not comprehending Dao Changsheng's words. Back in the study, Dao Changsheng did not read but instead took out the jade pendant from the Shinong tidal river and kept exploring it, a nostalgic look appearing in his eyes. Aside from Dao Changsheng, no one would know that this jade pendant once belonged to the cold moon fairy Chang'e. Even fewer would know that the cold moon fairy was once one of Dao Changxing's maids. I need to find a time to visit, Dao Changxing murmured while exploring the pendant. It's just right to see how that kid's immortal body is faring and what stage he's at now. Meanwhile, in a certain ancient courtyard in the capital, He Guoqian was kneeling on the ground with a mournful expression, his entire body soaked, clearly just pulled out of the water. In front of him sat an elderly man dressed in a simple long gown, looking spirited yet serious, sitting on a stone bench and gazing intently at his kneeling grandson, his brows tightly furrowed. He was the behind-the-scenes leader of the He family, one of the 8 founding fathers, He Tian. At this moment, his heart was already churning with immense waves. Dao Changsheng had actually returned. As someone who had once encountered Dao Changsheng, he naturally understood what kind of existence Dao Changsheng was. Is the person you were told to convey a message to very handsome, looking like a 16 or 17-year-old boy? He Tian asked while taking out a scroll from his bosom. This scroll was very ancient, and its slightly damaged appearance indicated its long history. He had always kept it close, and no one had ever seen it. This was the first time he was unfolding it in front of his grandson. That's him. When He Tian opened the scroll, revealing a sketch of a young boy, He Guoqiang hurriedly pointed at the boy's face and exclaimed, "It's exactly the same. Even if he turned to ash, I would recognize him. Grandpa, you must stand up for me." Alas! Hearing his grandson's words, He Tian let out a heavy sigh, which shocked the kneeling and weeping He Guoqiang, for he had never seen this godlike grandfather sigh in such a manner since his birth. Even his father had never heard of it, let alone seen it. "This matter is not urgent, let me think about it." After a long while, He Tian retracted the scroll, tapping his fingers on the stone table, and closed his eyes in contemplation. "You go back first, and don't provoke this person again. Let Grandpa consider it." After saying this, he stood up and left, heading directly back into the ancient house, while the kneeling He Guoqiang had already lost his tears, his expression turning very grim. He then clenched his fists tightly, stood up, and walked out of the courtyard. Just as He Guoqiang stepped out of the ancient courtyard's gate, a short old man suddenly appeared in front of him, bowing respectfully and saying, "Young master, where to now? Should I have the servants prepare water for you to wash up?" "No need, Uncle Shen." Upon hearing the words of the short old man, He Guoqiang said coldly, "Now go notify the enterprises in S City. I want to suppress the Su group and have them removed from S City. Come with me to S City tomorrow morning." "Understood." Uncle Shen nodded repeatedly at He Guoqiang's words, and in an instant, he vanished as if he had never appeared. Watching Uncle Shen disappear, He Guoqiang's gaze fixed tightly on the direction of S City, gritting his teeth and saying, "I can't deal with you, but I can deal with that woman. Let's see if you have the guts to come to our He family." In S City, at Su Mengya's home, Su Mengguan looked excitedly at Dao Changsheng in front of him. Dao Changsheng had just said he could help him advance to the innate level, which was incredibly thrilling for him, as the innate level was his goal. "Young master, can you really make my brother an innate powerhouse?" Su Mengya, standing beside him, also looked excited, knowing that if her brother entered the innate level, she could directly move to the imperial capital and establish a Su group there. At that time, her Su group would surely gain fame, and then she could collaborate with other enterprises to strive for the international market. This had always been her dream. "What's so difficult about the innate level?" Dao Changsheng said lightly from his seat, "Don't say it's innate. If you perform well, becoming an immortal is not a problem. Moreover, being an immortal is just the starting point. Now you have 2 choices. One is to choose the quick success method, which will allow you to achieve the innate level in 3 days. However, this will basically set your future path, and you might even be stuck forever. What about the second method?" Hearing Dao Changsheng's words, Su Mengguan hurriedly asked about the second method, completely ignoring the first one. It was ridiculous. With 2 choices, how could he choose the first one that was like killing the chicken to get the egg? "The second method is to find the Ziyang grass. Combined with your Luyang body, the energy of both will easily break through to the innate level. However, in this era, such ordinary spiritual herbs from ancient times should not be very common. Finding them might be a bit difficult. At least you would need to go to the mountaintop near the sun." "Ziyang grass?" Upon hearing Dao Changsheng's words, Su Mengguan's expression became strange, as if he had heard of the term before. "What's wrong? Do you know?" Seeing Su Mengguan's expression, Dao Changsheng became interested. He had just casually mentioned a suitable spiritual herb for the Luyang body, but it seemed that Su Mengguan knew about it. "I just found out today." Su Mengguan hurriedly took out a wrinkled red paper from his pocket and handed it to Dao Changsheng, saying anxiously, "This is a list of some auction items for the Longqing branch auction in S City in 2 days. My friends helped me get it. There's also an invitation letter in my car for my sister, but my sister is not at the Su group today, so I was going to give it to her." I originally planned to come back and tell her because only the wealthy can enter the launching auction. I can only go in to take a look and broaden my horizons. The launching branch auction? Hearing Su Mangwan's words, Su Manya was startled and asked, "Are you talking about the launching in the imperial capital?" Yes, Su Mengwan nodded seriously. It's the largest and most famous auction in the world, but this time it's being held in S City as a branch auction. Such branch auctions are held in first and second tier cities, and the scale is smaller. However, even so, many wealthy people will attend, and the martial artists in S City will also go in. I saw Zhang Grass on this list. Interesting. Hearing Su Mengwan's words, Dao Changsheng smiled faintly and took the auction item list from Su Mengwan's hand. He saw that it included some antique jade artifacts and even a type of pill called body refining pill. Since there's purple yang grass, let's go take a look. Noticing that there was nothing on the list that piqued his interest, Dao Changsheng shook his head slightly and said, "It's just right to see what an auction in this era is like." Sister. Upon hearing Dao Changsheng's words, Su Mengwan immediately turned his gaze to Su Manya, knowing that the only one who could afford to spend money at the auction was his sister. After all, she was the president of the Su Group, the one in charge of the entire corporation. Of course we're going. Seeing Su Mengwan's gaze, Su Manya looked at him excitedly and said, "One stalk of purple yang grass for a congenital master is definitely worth it. If the price gets too high later, I'll use Su Group's stocks as collateral." Sister. Hearing Su Manya's words, Su Mengwan looked at her with gratitude, amazed that his sister was willing to mortgage one of the top corporations in S City for him. "But you are my brother," Su Manya said, stroking Su Mengwan's head with a smile. "As long as you become a congenital master, you will definitely help your sister achieve her dreams better in the future. Trading a corporation for a congenital master is worth it." 3 days slowly passed. During these 3 days, Dao Changsheng also visited Su Manya's Su Group, which was indeed very large. To accommodate Dao Changsheng, Su Manya had her secretary temporarily take over her presidential duties while she accompanied Dao Changsheng, introducing him to various things. On the third day, a luxury car stopped in front of the auction house of the launching branch. At this time, a long line had already formed in front of the auction house. With Su Manya and Su Mengwan's respectful demeanor, Dao Changsheng leisurely stepped out of the car. After Fu Bo parked the car, he followed suit, and the people in line immediately began to murmur. "Look, the president of Su Group, Su Manya actually came. She truly is the ice goddess of S City. We finally see her in person today. Wait, why is Su Manya here at an auction? She's not a martial artist. You fool, don't forget her brother. Her brother Su Mengwan is a mid-level postnatal being. This kind of auction is quite influential for him. Wait, do you know that young man in front? Why do I feel like Su Manya is very respectful towards him?" Hearing the sudden voices, everyone immediately looked at the plain-looking Dao Changsheng. In the next second, their expressions dropped as they saw Su Manya smiling and linking her arm with Dao Changsheng, looking like a little woman. What the hell, who is this guy? Damn, the ice goddess is actually so close to a young punk? Could they be dating? Oh my god, the ice goddess actually has a boyfriend. This damn kid. Seeing Su Manya linking her arm with Dao Changsheng, many people in line were instantly shocked, and then one by one, they looked at Dao Changsheng with anger, their eyes filled with intense jealousy. If looks could kill, Dao Changsheng would have been dead 1,000 times over. Of course, those reacting this way were ordinary people of some status. Some low-level ancient martial artists and cultivators, like Su Mengwan, and even those more powerful remained calm and indifferent. Even some wealthy individuals slightly turned their heads, their eyes showing surprise, but only a little. At the entrance of the launching auction branch, Su Manya took out the invitation letter embossed with golden letters, and then, under the envious gazes of the crowd behind her, she entered the VIP passage. The Dragon City auction naturally has both a regular hall area and a noble VIP area. The VIP area is set up with one private room after another. Those who can enter the VIP rooms are either wealthy tycoons or representatives from major enterprises. With someone like Su Manya, who is from a well-known large group in S City, it is only natural that she entered the VIP area, and she was in room 9. The VIP room is very spacious, with a golden dragon chair sitting right in the center. In front of the chair is an exquisite table, on which sits a pot of authentic Biluakun tea and some fine fruits. The surroundings are resplendent in gold, with even the floor being golden. At the front, there is a huge glass window, and looking out from below the window, one can see the regular hall area and a large auction stage. Dao Changsheng sits majestically in the dragon chair, while Su Mengwan, Su Manya, and Uncle Fu stand respectfully behind him, and the door is quietly closed by Uncle Fu. "This is my first time here. I didn't expect this room to be so luxurious." A few minutes later, Su Mengwan, unable to contain her excitement, speaks first, glancing around with a look of wonder on her face. Dao Changsheng, however, gazes with interest at the window in front of him, noticing that while one can see clearly from here, the view from outside is quite blurry. The window is made of a special material. After a few minutes, under countless gazes, a charming woman dressed in a red qipao steps onto the auction stage. The tight-fitting red qipao accentuates her curvaceous figure, causing some attendees to gaze at her with fervor. It is no wonder that at the Dragon City auction, even a female auctioneer can be this beautiful. Ladies and gentlemen, the enchanting woman on the auction stage smiles gently, clapping her jade-like hands, and cheerfully says, "I am Xinjie, the chief auctioneer for today's Dragon City branch auction. Welcome to all of you. Without further ado, we have a total of 7 items for auction today, each a rare treasure. I believe none of you will leave disappointed." As she speaks, Xinjie raises her hand lightly, and the bright lights on the stage dim considerably. Then, looking at the crowd, she smiles and says, "The first item for auction today is a medicinal pilled body refining pill." As soon as she finishes speaking, a young woman with decent looks walks out from behind the auction stage, holding a jade plate with a small white jade bottle on it. Looking at the small white jade bottle, the crowd's gaze immediately becomes much more fervent, especially among the ancient martial artists, who are all eager to get their hands on it. This is the first auction item, the body refining pill. I don't need to elaborate on its effects, as an ordinary person who consumes the body refining pill can directly step into the first level of cultivation, the body refining realm. For those who are cultivators, the effects of the body refining pill are even greater, as it can further enhance one's strength and has a high chance of breaking through the initial and intermediate stages of the acquired realm. As for the possibility of breaking through to the advanced stage, it is quite low, as advanced breakthroughs belong to the innate realm, and innate experts are currently quite rare. Therefore, the auction price for the body refining pill is 100,000 RMB. Although Xinjie's quoted price caused a brief silence in the hall, it wasn't long before a young man, whose mind was captivated by Xinjie's smile, hurriedly shouted, 200,000. After shouting the price, the young man pretended to be elegant and slightly bowed to Xinjie on the stage, while internally sneering at himself for being so occupied by a woman. Xinjie, however, maintained a perfect smile on her face and lightly asked the audience, "Is there any higher bid? 250,000, 300,000, 310,000, 450,000. After a brief silence, the audience erupted into a sudden clamor, a cacophony of voices rising as bids were shouted one after another, leaving the young man who had initially offered 100,000 looking quite embarrassed. In the end, the body refining pill was bought for 800,000 by someone in the 4th VIP box. Alright, the second item is a fine piece of mutton fat jade, a treasure well worth collecting for those who love jade. Starting bid 50,000, 60,000, 65,000. The auction moved quickly, and before long, various items were sold, mostly antiques in jade, in limited quantities. Su Manya and the others were taken aback, not expecting the auction to be so lucrative. She wondered if she should also get involved in the auction business. Next up, the sixth item, Xiang grass. The next moment, Xinjie's voice rang out from the auction stage. In a pot, a small grass with a completely purple body swayed gently, occasionally flashing with a purple glow, showcasing its extraordinary qualities. Xiang grass, a spiritual herb containing spiritual energy, greatly beneficial for body refining stage and even for practitioners at the acquired realm. It has a high chance of helping one break through from the initial to the intermediate acquired stage, or even from intermediate to advanced. It is a rare spiritual herb, starting bid 800,000, 1 million, 1,500,000, 2,560,000, 2,710,000. The bids kept coming, and the price of Xiang grass soared from 800,000 to 2,100,000 in an instant. Even so, the price continued to climb, with the bidders being those in the VIP boxes. 3,500,000, 4,600,000, 4,800,000. The price kept escalating, and in the end, only the people from boxes 3, 5, and 6 were competing. In box 9, Su Mengwen looked anxiously at Su Manya. 6 million. Just as the person in box 6 bid 2,800,000, Su Manya, with Dao Chongqing's nod, firmly placed her bid. Her voice, amplified by the special microphone in the box, echoed throughout the auction hall, instantly turning the venue into a noisy marketplace. My God, 6 million, that's enough for a lifetime. My entire life savings can't even compare to a single grass. The Su Group truly is a big corporation. Su Manya, why are you bidding for this body refining pill? Why not let me have it? The next moment, an angry voice suddenly came from box 6. Mr. Wang, I will not back down on this Xiang grass. Su Manya retorted without hesitation, which infuriated the people in box 6, who shouted angrily, 8 million, 9 million, Alright, Sumanya, you win. Upon hearing Sumanya's bid, the man stopped speaking, leaving behind a furious remark. This made Sumanya breathe a sigh of relief. Thankfully, it was only 9 million, which she could still afford. Her face lit up with joy. With this Xianggrass, her brother could become a congenital master. She had to thank these people for not recognizing its value, otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to win it so easily. It's just a piece of grass. Seeing the excited expressions on Su Manya and Su Mengwen's faces, Dao Changxing shook his head slightly. In ancient times, herbs rarer than this Xianggrass were as common as weeds, flourishing everywhere. Now, the earth had fallen to such a state, it was simply unbelievable. Box 9 bids 9 million for the first time. Box 9 bids 9 million for the second time. Box 9 bids 9 million for the third time. Congratulations to Box 9 for successfully auctioning the Xianggrass. On the auction stage, Shenjie smiled brightly as she spoke. Originally, she thought the Xianggrass would only fetch a maximum of 5 million, but she never expected the final price to nearly double. The more it was auctioned, the more commission she would earn, and the more achievements she would accumulate. Once her achievements reached a certain level, she could be sent to the imperial capital or abroad as an auctioneer. How could this not make her happy? Soon, a maid brought the Xianggrass to Box No. 9. Su Manya immediately swiped her card, and the maid left with a smile. After the maid departed, Su Mengwen looked at the Xianggrass in Su Manya's hand with fiery eyes. Sir, how do I use this Xianggrass to advance to the innate level? Su Mengwen asked excitedly, holding the Xianggrass and smiling brightly at Dao Changsheng, his eyes filled with longing. What else can you do? Just eat it, Dao Changsheng replied, rolling his eyes at Su Mengwen's question. You have a blazing sun body, your constitution is very different from others. This Xianggrass, which complements your blazing sun body, can be eaten directly. Hearing Dao Changsheng's words, Su Mengwen looked incredulous and stammered, you mean, if I just eat this grass, I can advance to the innate level? Become an innate master? You're so full of nonsense. Seeing Su Mengwen stammering, Dao Changsheng directly pinched Su Mengwen's mouth open, crushing the Xianggrass into purple powder and tossing it all into Su Mengwen's mouth. Bang! As soon as the Xianggrass fragments entered his mouth, Su Mengwen's body suddenly trembled slightly. Dao Changsheng then released his hand, and Su Mengwen sat down on the ground. Behind him, Uncle Fu stared in shock at Su Mengwen sitting on the ground, as he had already felt that Su Mengwen had directly stepped from the intermediate level of acquired martial artists to the intermediate level of innate masters, making a significant leap. I must be dreaming. Looking at Su Mengwen, who had already become an innate master, even more powerful than himself, Uncle Fu pinched his own face in disbelief, and a sharp pain shot through him. This was not a dream. I have become an innate master? Su Mengwen, sitting on the ground, also stood up in disbelief, looking inward at his body. In just a few seconds, he had transformed from an intermediate acquired martial artist to an intermediate innate master. He was dumbfounded. This was simply unbelievable. Beside him, Su Manya gasped in shock, looking at her brother Su Mengwen in disbelief. In her view, advancing to the innate level would surely cause a huge commotion, but now there was almost no noise, just a slight tremor, and her brother had become the innate master she admired. Alright, next is the final item of the auction. Now, please take a look. Ignoring the astonishment of Su Manya and the others, Dao Changsheng calmly looked out the window. He saw Shenjie finish speaking and clap her hands, as a maid brought a sword box, neither too big nor too small, about 15 meters long, onto the stage. Clap! When the sword box was placed on the auction stage, Shenjie opened it directly, revealing a black, rusted, broken iron sword before everyone's eyes. This left the crowd stunned. How could this be a broken sword? They immediately began to discuss among themselves. Why is it a broken sword? I have dozens of these kinds of swords at home. What's the point of auctioning such a broken sword? Not necessarily. According to the auction records of Longcheng Auction House, they never auction useless items. A nameless rusted iron sword, we unearthed it from a tomb. Although this sword is broken, it can cut through iron like mud. Any metal sword that strikes it will be split in half. As Shenjie spoke, she pulled out a sharp metal sword from beneath the auction stage and, under the gaze of the crowd, slashed at the black, rusted, broken iron sword. Clang! A crisp sound rang out, and the sharp long sword made of metal instantly broke into two pieces, falling to the ground with a clear clattering sound. Did everyone see that? Shenjie slowly picked up the two broken pieces of the long sword and said to the crowd, this sword is made of aluminum alloy, which is very difficult to cut. Yet, even so, it broke in half when striking this black remnant sword. This shows just how sharp the black long sword is. Now, we will auction this black remnant sword, starting bid 500,000. The crowd below did not immediately place bids. Instead, they looked at the black remnant sword on the stage with astonished expressions and began to discuss among themselves. This sword is really sharp. Yeah, an aluminum alloy long sword can break just from a touch. This is definitely a legendary sword. Legendary sword, my foot. It's broken like this. Aside from being extremely sharp, it's of no use at all. Exactly, it looks so ugly. And how could society allow you to carry such a sharp long sword on the street? Right, even if you bought it, you could only display it at home. It's not even as aesthetically pleasing as an artistic long sword. And even if you went out, you'd have to hide this sword well. If it's discovered, you could end up in jail. Nowadays, the police are no joke. Sigh, this sword is practically useless. There are plenty of sharp and compact things that can cut aluminum alloy. This 500,000 is just not worth it. As the discussions grew louder, no one was willing to place a bid, which made Shinjia on the auction stage feel a bit disheartened. Just as the people below had said, this sword had no use other than its sharpness. It had been auctioned in several other cities before, but each time it had failed to sell. Now that it had arrived in S City, it seemed it would still go unsold. I'll bid. At that moment, in box No. 9, Dao Changsheng spoke calmly. Hearing his words, Su Manya and Su Mengwen, along with Uncle Fu, were taken aback. What was so good about this black remnant sword? To put it bluntly, they wouldn't even want it if it were given to them. Alright. Although surprised, Su Manya quickly reacted without hesitation and decisively shouted a bid of 510,000. Although she didn't know why Dao Changsheng wanted to bid on this sword, she was sure there was some use for it that she didn't know about. She was a smart woman and understood that Dao Changsheng was extraordinary, especially since he had casually made his brother a legendary innate master. She was utterly convinced. Box No. 9 bids 510,000. Upon hearing Su Manya's bid, Shinjia on the auction stage was momentarily stunned, then smiled brightly and said, "Is there anyone else who wants to bid? After all, this is a rare sharp iron sword. 1 million. Just as Shinjia finished speaking, a male voice came from box No. 6, Su Manya, I'm going to go against you today. If your bid is higher than mine, I'll let you have this sword. 1,500,000. Hearing Mr. Wang's words, Su Manya gritted her teeth and placed her bid, her gaze fixed on box No. 6. She was really getting a bit furious. If it weren't for this bastard intervening, she would have already won the sword. Ha 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 ha. Upon hearing Su Manya bid 1,500,000, laughter erupted from box No. 6. Su Manya, since you have so much money, I'll let you have this sword. Spending 1,500,000 on a broken sword is truly wasteful. How much liquid capital does your Su group have left? Hearing this voice, Su Manya's expression turned cold. This bastard was right. Her Su group's liquid capital was only a little over 12 million. After spending 9 million on a Xiang grass and this one, 5 million on a remnant sword, there was hardly anything left, and the upcoming business would definitely face delays. However, the next second, Su Manya couldn't help but chuckle, because her brother had just advanced to the level of an innate master, which meant that the Wang group in S City no longer had the qualifications to compete with her. Once her brother showcased his strength, wouldn't the money and business come pouring in? After all, she had to thank the president of the Wang Group, Wang Ming, for giving her the Xiang grass, otherwise, she would have had to pay a much higher price or even mortgage shares of the Su Group. Box 9 bids 1.5 million for the first time. Box 9 bids 1.5 million for the second time. Box 9 bids 1.5 million for the third time. Congratulations to Box 9 for successfully bidding on the nameless iron sword. Shinjia's voice rang out continuously, and when she announced the successful bid, she couldn't help but feel delighted, as this item, which had been unsold in several districts, had actually been sold through her hands. This made her achievement this time absolutely significant. Clap, clap, clap. Just after Shinjia announced the ownership of the black iron sword, Dao Changsheng from Box 9 lightly clapped his hands, producing 3 soft, pleasant sounds, and then an astonishing scene unfolded before everyone's eyes. With a whoosh, the black, broken, rusty iron sword on the auction stage suddenly transformed into a streak of light, piercing through Box 9 and landing directly in Dao Changsheng's hands, occasionally emitting a buzzing sound, as if it had met its long-lost master. Seeing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded. This sword could actually fly. It was the first time they had seen such an impressive sword, and even Shinjie gasped in shock, her face filled with astonishment. How could she not be shocked that the sword she had handled had suddenly transformed? One of the top 10 ancient famous swords, and you dare to call it a broken sword, sigh. In Box 9, Dao Changsheng extended his right hand and gently flicked the black, rusty, broken iron sword 3 times, producing a series of bang, bang, bang sounds. Immediately, the shattered sword shell fell away, turning to powder and scattering in the wind, revealing a beautifully crafted, pitch-black long sword in Dao Changxing's hand. Seeing the exquisite, pitch-black long sword in Dao Changxing's hand, everyone was stunned. What they had thought was a broken, rusty sword had suddenly transformed into an extraordinary, beautifully crafted long sword, leaving them all speechless. What kind of sword is this? He said it's one of the top 10 ancient famous swords. Hiss, the top 10 ancient famous swords. Hearing Dao Changxing say that this sword was one of the legendary top 10 ancient famous swords, everyone was in shock. How could this be possible? How could a broken sword become one of the top 10 ancient famous swords? Master, behind Dao Changxing, Fubo stammered and asked, What kind of sword is this in your hand? Which one of the top 10 ancient swords is it? It was no wonder Fubo was stammering. After all, this sword had just flown up on its own, piercing through the VIP Box 9, which was made of special materials. The fact that it had been pierced by a sword and had flown into Dao Changxing's hands, emitting a buzzing sound, clearly indicated it was something extraordinary. The sword's name, Changying. Gently feeling the Changying sword in his hand, Dao Changxing said lightly, some people, not even recognizing the top 10 famous swords, dare to jump out and think highly of themselves. They really don't know the heights of heaven and depths of the earth. What the hell, this is the Changying sword. Is this for real? The Changying sword, how could this be? Damn it, why didn't I bid for it just now? In an instant, discussions erupted, filled with shock, envy, astonishment, and jealousy. Everyone looked at the Changying sword in Dao Changxing's hand with red eyes, and if conditions allowed, they would have really wanted to snatch it away. In Box 6, a middle-aged man's face turned crimson. He felt a burning pain in his cheeks. He had misjudged the situation, and to make matters worse, he had mocked it. Now, he appeared utterly ignorant. Although he felt embarrassed, there was still a look of horror in his eyes as he pushed open the box door and gazed at the Changying sword in Dao Changxing's hand. He had naturally heard Dao Changxing's earlier words. At this moment, his gaze was filled with intense jealousy, and most of his expression was one of regret. Had he known, he would have auctioned off this sword and taken it home to study its secrets. Now, he had let it slip through his fingers, and he felt an overwhelming anger inside. Buzz! The next moment, the Changying sword suddenly trembled, and the entire blade vanished in an instant, leaving only a black hilt visible in Dao Changxing's hand. The crowd was once again stunned to see that the legendary Changying sword truly had no visible blade, at least, their naked eyes could not see it. Swish! Just then, a sound of something slicing through the air echoed, and a shadowy figure appeared in Dao Changxing's box. It was an elderly man in a white robe with a beard, who looked at the Changying sword in Dao Changxing's hand with astonishment, never expecting that after countless appraisals, he would also misjudge something. He was the chief appraiser of the Dragon City branch auction in S-City, Guguang. Excuse me, young sir, may I ask your name? Guguang was the first to bow respectfully to Dao Changxing, then, with a hint of reverence and excitement, he said, Could you sell this sword to me? I offer 50 billion. Oh my god. Upon hearing Guguang's words, the onlookers gasped, their mouths agape in disbelief as they looked at the Changying sword in Dao Changxing's hand. A sword bought for 1.5 million could actually be sold for 50 billion. This was an outrageous stroke of luck. 50 billion? Dao Changxing looked at Guguang with a bemused smile and said slowly, a renowned ancient sword like the Changying is only worth 50 billion? Do you look down on this famous sword? I would think as an appraiser, you would know its true value. Apologies, I was too abrupt. Guguang suddenly came to his senses upon hearing Dao Changxing's words. Realizing what he had just said, his face flushed slightly with embarrassment. He bowed apologetically and said, 50 billion indeed cannot buy this sword, it is priceless. To celebrate the appearance of this sword and to ask for your forgiveness for my abruptness, our Dragon City auction will grant you a complimentary service, along with a purple gold supreme card, which gives you a 30% discount at any location of the Dragon City auction in the future. As Guguang spoke, he took a purple gold card from his pocket and handed it to Dao Changxing. He had been so excited to see such a spiritual Changying sword that he had mistakenly treated Dao Changxing as someone who did not recognize its value. After hearing Dao Changxing's words, he realized his mistake. Anyone who could identify the broken iron sword as the ancient famous sword, Changying sword, was certainly not simple. In Guguang's mind, Dao Changxing had already acquired a mysterious label. Such extraordinary individuals should be avoided if possible, for the vastness of the world meant that the success of the Dragon City auction was largely due to their discerning vision. He had been pondering over this Changying sword for a long time, even using flames and sulfuric acid, yet he couldn't damage it in the slightest. He had tried various methods, but a rusted iron sword remained a rusted iron sword, showing no change at all, so he had stopped caring. However, now the heavens had played a huge joke on him. This was actually one of the ancient famous swords, the Changying sword, and it was a sentient one at that, as evidenced by its ability to automatically pierce through the walls of the private room, emitting a buzzing sound of sword resonance. My god, Master Gu actually conceded. The purple gold supreme card, this is something only the great families and large enterprises of the imperial capital can possess, and now it's actually given to a young brat. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I really wouldn't have believed it. Truly worthy of the Longqing auction house, giving away a purple gold membership card at a 30% discount, what extravagance! Upon hearing Gu Guang's words, some people familiar with the Longqing auction house gasped in amazement. The surrounding crowd immediately turned their gazes toward Dao Changsheng, each one displaying a look of jealousy. This kid was truly lucky. You guys at the Longqing auction house have a pretty good attitude. Seeing Gu Guang's apologetic demeanor, Dao Changsheng nodded slightly. After receiving the purple gold membership card, he casually tossed it to Su Mengwen as if throwing away trash, saying lightly, I don't need this card, it's yours now. Damn, a purple gold card worth tens of millions is just given away like that. Does this kid not know the value of the purple gold card? Such a waste. Even if you have tens of millions, you might not be able to buy a purple gold card. This is something that has a price but no market. Seeing Dao Changsheng's actions, the onlookers immediately expressed their jealousy, their gazes toward him filled with murderous intent. To casually give away something so valuable without a second thought, wasn't that just wasteful? It should be known that this purple gold card was worth tens of millions, and even if one had money, it might not be obtainable, with its value potentially reaching hundreds of millions. Now, in front of them, it was being treated like garbage. Although this purple gold card didn't belong to them, they still felt a pang in their hearts. This was real money. They looked at Su Mengwen with envy, wishing they could take her place. Su Mengwen, who foolishly accepted the purple gold card, was stunned, staring at it in disbelief. This card, representing a noble status, had been so easily obtained by him. In response, Gu Guang could only smile wryly. After all, once he had given away the purple gold card, he couldn't control whether Dao Changsheng sold it or gave it away. He had intended to use this card to build a friendship between the Longqing auction house and Dao Changsheng, but now it seemed that Dao Changsheng didn't care at all about their Longqing purple gold card. What a lucky kid! Gu Guang looked at Su Mengwen in astonishment, but the next second he was dumbfounded. He discovered that this 17 or 18-year-old kid holding the purple gold card actually had mid-stage innate cultivation, almost catching up to him. It should be noted that he had cultivated for over 20 years to reach the innate stage, and even now, after nearly 60 years, he was still at the innate stage. Yet here was a 17 or 18-year-old kid who had somehow reached mid-stage innate cultivation. How was that possible? He knew a bit about this kid's background. He was the younger brother of the president of the Su Group, a young master of S-City with almost no cultivation. But now, he had actually reached mid-stage innate cultivation, almost on par with the young disciples of some prominent families. I really misjudged this old man. After a long while, Gu Guang sighed, looking at Su Mengwen, unsure of what to say. There were still astonishing things happening in S-City, and two of them occurred on the same day. He truly felt his vision was lacking. Young master, may I invite you to the second floor to discuss knowledge about antiques and cultural relics? Suddenly, Gu Guang thought of something and hurriedly asked, which made the people around him look on with envy. Even those in the VIP box felt the same. To be invited by the appraiser of the Longqing auction was indeed a stroke of luck. No, thank you. Upon hearing Gu Guang's words, Dao Changsheng slightly shook his head, glancing at the night that was gradually darkening outside. It's getting late, let's forget it. With that, he stepped towards the exit of the auction house, having no interest in staying any longer. He had already sensed a brewing storm, as many had been secretly making calls when he mentioned the name of the Changying sword. However, he felt no fear. He could take down a few if necessary, but such insignificant ants were not worth his effort. Seeing Dao Changsheng leisurely walking towards the auction house's entrance, Su Manya, Su Mengwen, and Uncle Fu hurriedly followed. Dao Changsheng was becoming increasingly mysterious in their eyes, while Gu Guang suddenly thought of something and quickly called out, by the way, can you leave your name for me? Dao Changsheng. As soon as Gu Guang finished speaking, Dao Changsheng's light voice came back, which Gu Guang quietly noted in his heart. Many others around also remembered this name, and as Dao Changsheng and the others' figures disappeared into the hall, many secretly followed, some even without any attempt to hide their intentions. You will regret it. Seeing their actions, Gu Guang shook his head slightly. He had sensed that the old man and the young man beside Dao Changsheng were both innate beings. The people in the auction house were simply no match for even one of them, let alone two. After that, the auction ended, and many people began to leave one after another. Before long, only Gu Guang and the auctioneer, Shinjie, remained in the auction hall. Just as Shinjie approached Gu Guang, he suddenly vanished from his spot, leaving Shinjie stunned, not understanding the elder's intentions for disappearing so suddenly. Then, Shinjie began to sort through the items on the auction stage. She knew Master Guguan was brought over from the imperial capital, and it was normal for someone from there to possess great strength. Whoosh! A minute later, just as Shinjia was about to leave, a shadow suddenly appeared at the entrance of the hall. Shinjia looked over and was taken aback to see Elder Guguan standing at the door in black clothing. He pulled out a black cloth from his pocket to cover himself and then vanished once more. Shinjia was startled by this. Was Elder Guguan also going to intervene? Rumble. At night, a luxury car was driving down a small road. Sitting in the passenger seat, Sumanya occasionally glanced at Dao Changxing in the back seat, who was deep in thought with his eyes closed. She felt as if today's experiences were all a dream. Even as the president of the Su group, having gone through various storms, she found everything that happened today to be incredible. Her brother had effortlessly broken through to the innate level, achieving the legendary Changying sword, all thanks to the seemingly ordinary Dao Changxing in the back seat. In the back seat, Su Mengwen joyfully played with the purple gold membership card in his hand. In the night, the card emitted a faint, shimmering glow, making it seem extraordinary. He looked gratefully at Dao Changxing beside him, knowing that if it weren't for Dao Changxing, he would never have broken through to the innate level, let alone possess this priceless purple gold membership card. Buzz! At that moment, Uncle Fu suddenly stopped the car, leaving Su Mengwen looking on in confusion, momentarily stunned. In front of their car, several armed men were blocking their way, forcing them to halt. Miss, I'll get out for a moment to deal with a little trouble. Seeing the group that had suddenly obstructed their path, Uncle Fu said before getting out of the car. He naturally understood what these people were after: Su Mengwen's purple gold card and the Changying sword. As the saying goes, wealth attracts trouble, and there would always be some reckless individuals looking for trouble. Stepping out of the car, Uncle Fu looked at the men in front of him and coldly said, "You all should not overestimate yourselves. Hurry up and retreat." "Humph, old man, don't get too cocky." In response to Uncle Fu's cold tone, the leader of the group sneered, "We are the 7 guardians of the Tiger Gang. Don't think that just because you are innate, we are afraid of you. Our second and third leaders will be here soon. Hand over the purple gold card and the Changying sword, and we will spare your lives and let you go." Tiger Gang? Hearing this, Uncle Fu's expression faltered slightly. He was well aware of the notorious reputation of the Tiger Gang, a notorious organization in S-City, which even the police had trouble dealing with. The second leader of the gang was an innate master, and he had 18 perfected postnatal guardians under him, making them quite formidable. Most importantly, he had some past grievances with the second leader of the Tiger Gang. Kill them. Just as Uncle Fu hesitated, Dao Changxing's calm voice suddenly drifted out from the car. Upon hearing Dao Changxing's words, the hesitation in Uncle Fu's eyes vanished instantly, replaced by a fierce killing intent. Swish! In the next second, Uncle Fu's figure disappeared from the spot, transforming into an afterimage as he weaved through the group of men in front of him. The sounds of bones cracking echoed continuously, and 3 seconds later, Uncle Fu reappeared at his original position, while the men in front of him lay on the ground, their faces filled with terror, not a single scream escaping their lips. This old man is ruthless. Hidden in the shadows around, the concealed ancient martial artists were secretly astonished at Uncle Fu's calm demeanor. The steward of the Su family group was indeed not to be trifled with. Killing these perfected postnatal individuals without even blinking an eye had left them all too intimidated to show themselves. "Fu Shang, it's been years, and your strength has increased a bit." Just as Uncle Fu was about to get back in the car and leave, a cold voice rang out, followed by 2 figures emerging under the light. One was a middle-aged man with a scar on his face, and the other was a tall, bald man. The murderous aura emanating from both of them indicated they were not to be trifled with. "Duan Gao, I advise you." Looking at the scarred man in front of him, Uncle Fu shook his head and said, "You'd better get out of the way today, or you will die." Ha! Upon hearing Uncle Fu's words, Duan Gao laughed as if he had heard a funny joke, then mockingly said, "You think this old man, half a foot in the grave, can kill me? 3 years ago, we were evenly matched. Do you think you can kill me now? Do you know what realm I am in now?" Hearing Duan Gao's words, Uncle Fu's expression tightened. He suddenly realized that Duan Gao was actually a high-level innate master, and the bald man beside him was also an innate being, albeit just having stepped into that realm. "We're in trouble." Looking at the 2 innate masters, Uncle Fu's face grew serious, his fists clenched slightly as he warily observed the 2 men in front of him. "Stop talking nonsense, kill." In the next second, Duan Gao let out a low roar and was the first to strike, his figure flashing as he instantly appeared in front of Uncle Fu, delivering a powerful punch imbued with the force of wind and thunder. Bang! Facing Duan Gao's punch, Uncle Fu tilted his head to dodge, simultaneously transforming his fist into a palm and striking fiercely at Duan Gao's arm. With a bang, Duan Gao staggered back several steps. Swish! The retreating Duan Gao quickly steadied himself and, without a word, kicked out like lightning. Uncle Fu hurriedly dodged, and with a bang, the kick landed heavily on the ground, causing the cement surface to crack with a ka-ka sound. This was the immense power of a congenital master, capable of shattering stone and using energy to attack. Uncle Fu, having evaded, waved his large sleeve and stepped behind Duan Gao, delivering a powerful palm strike. Duan Gao quickly countered, and a sharp, howling wind erupted as Uncle Fu and Duan Gao engaged in battle. The sounds of bang bang echoed continuously as their hands and feet turned into afterimages, colliding fiercely, sending clouds of dust swirling from the aftermath of their fight. Kill! At that moment, a bald man watching from the side decisively intervened, throwing a punch that landed with a bang. Uncle Fu, who was evenly matched with Duan Gao, immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Duan Gao's expression brightened, and he quickly moved in to deliver a palm strike. Bang! Another loud sound erupted, and Uncle Fu was struck as if hit by lightning, instantly sent flying, crashing hard against a car, blood gushing from his mouth, his body shaking violently. Hee, you have today. Seeing Uncle Fu on the ground, bleeding, Duan Gao sneered repeatedly and coldly said to the bald man beside him, "Go, kill this old guy, and then we can take what we need." Yes. Hearing Duan Gao's words, the bald man nodded and instantly swung his fist towards Uncle Fu with ferocious force, the massive punch carrying a violent momentum that made the air whistle sharply, clearly aiming for a lethal blow. As the fist approached Uncle Fu's forehead, he gritted his teeth and glared, showing no fear despite his inability to resist. He knew that with Dao Changsheng present, he would not die today. It would be Duan Gao and the bald man who would meet their end. Just as the bald man's iron fist was about to strike Uncle Fu's forehead, a flickering afterimage appeared, and a hand emerged, meeting the bald man's punch. Bang! Crack! Ah! A slight sound was followed by the sound of bones breaking, and the bald man let out a terrible scream as he was sent flying, crashing hard to the ground, writhing in pain and occasionally letting out cries of agony. Who is it? Seeing the bald man's plight, Duan Gao was immediately alarmed. To be able to send a congenital-level bald man flying meant that this person was at least stronger than a beginner in the congenital realm. He quickly looked over and saw a resolute-looking 17-year-old boy standing beside Uncle Fu. "It's you, Su Mengwen." Upon seeing the boy's face, Duan Gao was shocked. He knew Su Mengwen, the younger brother of Su Manya, the president of the Su Group in S City, a rich kid with little cultivation. Yet now, he had managed to send a beginner congenital bald man flying, indicating that Su Mengwen was at least at the intermediate congenital level. "Good for you, Su Mengwen." Duan Gao glared at Su Manya with anger, coldly saying, "I didn't expect you to hide so deeply, being an intermediate congenital master. This is truly beyond my expectations. Uncle Fu, are you okay?" Su Mengwen ignored Duan Gao's words and quickly helped Uncle Fu up, assisting him into the driver's seat of the car, signaling him to rest first. Then, he turned his cold gaze towards Duan Gao and said, "You injured Uncle Fu, today, you are dead." Hee, you little brat." Hearing Su Mengwen's words, Duan Gao sneered repeatedly, "Although I don't know how you, a 17-year-old innate, cultivated, back when I was at your level, you were still playing with mud. If you want to kill me, you'd better see if you have the ability to do so." Boom! As he spoke, Duan Gao threw a punch through the air, carrying a fierce wind towards Su Mengwen. Upon seeing this, Su Mengwen didn't dare to be careless and quickly raised his hand to block. With a loud bang, he was forced back a step by Duan Gao's strike. "Ha! I thought you were something special, but it turns out you're just a kid with no combat experience." Seeing Su Mengwen retreat, Duan Gao burst into laughter, his fists becoming even more ferocious. Under the storm-like assault from Duan Gao, Su Mengwen was pushed back step by step, almost completely overwhelmed. "Is my brother going to be okay?" Inside the car, watching Su Mengwen being relentlessly beaten outside, Su Manya's expression turned worried. After all, Duan Gao was the second in command of the Tiger Gang, far more experienced than her brother. She could clearly see that Su Mengwen was being suppressed, and if this continued, he was bound to lose, and losing meant only one outcome: death. "Don't worry." Hearing Su Manya's anxious words, Dao Changshan leaned back in his seat and said slowly, "The body of the fierce sun can be said to grow stronger with each battle, and its resilience is quite remarkable. Challenging opponents beyond one's level is nothing unusual. The reason he's being suppressed is that he has no combat experience. While the opponent is pressing him, he is also gradually getting familiar with the fight." Bang bang bang! Outside the car, the sounds of collisions rang out as Duan Gao unleashed a torrential assault on Su Mengwen, leaving several swollen spots on his face. Yet, despite this, he showed no signs of discouragement. Although he felt pain from time to time, it was nothing serious. Boom! The next moment, Duan Gao kicked out like lightning, and Su Mengwen instantly felt as if a massive iron hammer had struck his leg, causing him to fall to the ground. As he hit the ground, Duan Gao raised his leg and kicked hard again, but Su Mengwen quickly rolled to evade. Hee, little brat, let's see how long you can keep dodging. Watching Su Mengwen roll around in a desperate attempt to avoid him, Duan Gao sneered, kicking out again, this time with a swirling force accompanying his foot. Move your fist 3 meters to the left. Just as Su Mengwen prepared to roll again to dodge Duan Gao's kick, Dao Changxing's light voice rang out. Su Mengwen hurriedly complied. Bang! Suddenly, a collision sound erupted, and Duan Gao let out a scream as he was sent flying. He felt a powerful force strike his calf, and he couldn't resist at all. Stand up, take 3 steps forward, and punch towards the lower right. Su Mengwen quickly followed the instructions. Bang! Another collision sound echoed, and Duan Gao hadn't even had time to react before he was sent flying again. Step forward, jump up, lift your right foot, and rotate 180 degrees to the left. Bang! Crack! Another slight sound was heard, and Duan Gao screamed as he crashed to the ground. At this moment, he felt his waist shatter, rendering him completely immobile. Waves of intense pain surged through him, causing him to scream in agony, large beads of cold sweat dripping from his forehead. Is this what I did? Seeing Duan Gao lying on the ground, screaming in pain, Su Mengwen looked at his hands in disbelief. He never expected he could be so powerful, severely injuring an innate master who was a level above him. The next moment, Su Mengwen looked into the car with a grateful expression, knowing that without Dao Changxing's guidance, he would never have been able to so easily incapacitate the advanced innate master Duan Gao. His achievements were all thanks to Dao Changxing's instruction. Go, kill him. Ha! Hearing Dao Changxing's words, Su Mengwen was instantly dumbfounded, disbelief filling his eyes. He actually wanted to kill someone. He had never even killed a chicken, let alone a person. What are you afraid of? Since you stepped onto the path of cultivation, killing is inevitable. It was as if Dao Changxing could see Su Mengwen trembling all over, and he said lightly from inside the car, if you don't go through this path, you will never know the cruelty of cultivation, let alone step into a higher realm. I still can't do it. Upon hearing Dao Changxing's words, Su Mengwen quickly shook his head. He was willing to fight, but to kill someone was simply beyond him. After all, that was a living life. Cough, let this old servant handle such dirty work. The next moment, Uncle Fu's cough sounded. He stepped out of the car, walked towards the fallen Duan Gao, and said softly, there's no need for young Master Su to get his hands dirty. As soon as he finished speaking, he was already in front of Duan Gao. Seeing Uncle Fu approach, Duan Gao's face turned pale with fear, unable to move. Watching Uncle Fu's slowly descending right hand, Duan Gao stammered, why you can't kill me, otherwise, my brother won't let you go. Your tiger gang's big brother has been missing for years, Uncle Fu sneered as he tightened his grip on Duan Gao's neck, lifting him up while saying, even if your tiger gang's leader were here, I wouldn't be afraid in the slightest. Crack! Before Duan Gao could utter another word, Uncle Fu exerted a slight force, and a crisp sound of bones breaking echoed. Duan Gao didn't even have time to scream before his head tilted to the side. Gulp! Watching Uncle Fu kill someone, Su Mengwen's eyes widened as he swallowed hard, a sense of terror rising within him. It was then he realized that Uncle Fu was not a simple character. Killing was as easy for him as drinking water, and he felt a wave of nausea wash over him. After killing Duan Gao, Uncle Fu flicked his hand, and Duan Gao fell limply to the ground. Then, Uncle Fu walked towards the bald man nearby, who had already fainted from the pain. Even though he was an innate master, he was no exception. He had been struck by Su Mengwen with such force that his arm was shattered, causing him to lose consciousness completely. Following the same fate as Duan Gao, the bald man met his end at Uncle Fu's hands. Thus, all 7 of the Tiger Gang's perfected postnatal members, along with 1 beginner innate and 1 advanced innate master, were wiped out completely. Without the leadership of the big boss and the second boss, the Tiger Gang would soon descend into chaos. I didn't expect the young master of the Su family to be hiding so deeply. If it weren't for these 2 fools from the Tiger Gang testing the waters, I wouldn't have known. Just as Uncle Fu and Su Mengwen were about to get into the car, a mocking voice rang out, followed by 3 figures emerging from the darkness. The leader was a gaunt old man dressed in black cloth, flanked by 2 tall, thin men. Mao Kai from the Qinglong Gang. Upon seeing the old man, Uncle Fu's pupils constricted, and he immediately shielded Su Mengwen behind him, his expression serious as he said, I didn't expect even the 3rd elder of the Qinglong Gang to come. I just wonder what you intend to do. You actually recognize this old man. Hearing Fubo's words, Mao Kai chuckled and no longer paid attention to him, instead turning his gaze to Su Mengwen, a look of admiration on his face as he spoke, Kid, what do you think? Are you interested in joining my Qinglong Gang? This elder can take you as a disciple and make you a hall master. I don't want to. Su Mengwen quickly shook his head upon hearing Mao Cai's words. He had heard of the Qinglong Gang, said to be the largest organization in S City, even more renowned than the Tiger Gang. The only reason the Tiger Gang could be mentioned in the same breath as the Qinglong Gang was because of a mysterious and formidable leader. It was said that this leader was incredibly powerful. When the Qinglong Gang had yet to rise, the Tiger Gang had already existed. It wasn't until the Tiger Gang's leader disappeared for several years that the gang's power waned amidst internal strife, allowing the Qinglong Gang to swallow their territory one by one. The Qinglong Gang had risen to power but had not further suppressed the Tiger Gang, as they were unsure when that mysterious leader might return, and they did not dare to take the risk. Not joining, huh? Seeing Su Mengwen shake his head in refusal, In Maokai sighed slightly. What a pity. At such a young age, you've already reached the intermediate level of the innate stage, which shows you must have very high potential. Yet you don't seize the opportunity, sigh. At this point, In Maokai sighed again, then turned his attention away from Su Mengwen and looked towards the luxury car, calling out, friends inside the car, I am In Maokai, the sixth elder of the Qinglong Gang. Please come out for a meeting. In Maokai had come this time for the ancient famous sword, Chengying sword, appearing at the auction. When he first arrived, he noticed that members of the Tiger Gang had already made their move to seize it, so he planned to wait until the Tiger Gang took it before they would then go after the Tiger Gang's prize. After all, they did not want to openly offend the Su group. However, to his surprise, In Maokai had come this time for the ancient famous sword, Chengying sword, appearing at the auction. When he first arrived, he noticed that members of the Tiger Gang had already made their move to seize it, so he planned to wait until the Tiger Gang took it before they would then go after the Tiger Gang's prize, as they did not want to openly offend the Su group. But to his astonishment, Su Mengwen from the Su group turned out to be an intermediate innate master, and together with the steward of the Su group, he was able to slay all the members of the Tiger Gang, which was truly unexpected. Moreover, he had just witnessed how Su Mengwen was able to defeat Duan Gao. It was all due to the mysterious voice that had emerged from the car, guiding Su Mengwen to defeat someone of a higher innate level despite his lack of combat experience. This was indeed terrifying, and he guessed that the Chengying sword he desired was definitely in this person's hands. Therefore, he had to meet this mysterious individual. If this mysterious person was stronger than him, he would retreat for the time being and then lead everyone in the Qinglong Gang to seize it. If this person's cultivation was not stronger than his, he would know to take the Chengying sword and bring this person back to the Qinglong Gang, forcing them to serve the gang. An insignificant ant wants to see me? The next moment, Dao Changxing's calm voice floated out from the car, go back where you came from. Leave now, and I might spare your life. Upon hearing Dao Changxing's words, the originally smiling In Maokai instantly turned cold, his eyes blazing with fury. This person inside the car was simply too arrogant. But even with his anger, In Maokai could only force himself to endure, though his expression was no longer pleasant. Instead, he wore a serious face and coldly said, you shouldn't be too arrogant, sir. I only wish to see your true face, nothing more. He. Upon hearing In Maokai's words, Dao Changxing in the car slightly shook his head. Having traversed the river of time, he had seen all kinds of people and had cultivated various individuals. How could he not understand In Maokai's little schemes? He shook his head and calmly said, wherever you came from, go back there. You, an insignificant ant, truly have no right to see me. Since I'm in a good mood right now, you might want to leave while you still can, otherwise, you'll regret it later. He, you are so arrogant, let me see what you rely on. Seeing Dao Changxing so arrogant, In Maokai coldly said to the two people beside him, go, help this elder invite this esteemed guest out, let me see who is bold enough to be so arrogant. Yes. Upon hearing In Maokai's words, the two immediately took their orders and stepped towards the luxury car. However, after just 2 steps, they were forced to stop. Su Mengwen and Uncle Fu were blocking their way, not allowing them to advance further. Get out of the way. Looking at Su Mengwen and Uncle Fu blocking him, one man coldly spoke, while simultaneously striking out with a palm. Bang! Faced with the sudden attack, Uncle Fu quickly raised his hand to block, but was immediately knocked back several steps, while Su Mengwen was also knocked to the ground by another man's punch. Oomph! Seeing Su Mengwen and Uncle Fu trying to get up from the ground, In Maokai waved his sleeve, and a gust of wind howled out, instantly pinning the two down so they couldn't rise. At this moment, their faces turned red, and no matter how much strength they exerted, they were firmly suppressed by that powerful energy. Stay put and behave. Looking at Su Mengwen, who was still trying to resist, In Maokai sneered. He was far beyond the innate level, even 100 at that level would not be his match. Fine, I'll come out to see you. Just as the two men reached the car door, preparing to smash it open and drag someone out, a light sigh sounded. As the voice echoed, blood-red threads appeared on the two men's bodies, as if they were bound by red silk. Bang! Bang! The next second, 2 explosive sounds erupted, and the two men suddenly exploded, blood and flesh flying everywhere, blood and brain matter mixing and flowing, turning the entire road into a hellish scene. This scene shocked everyone hidden in the dark, each one looking at the blood and flesh-strewn road in disbelief. This was too bloody and terrifying. Many who witnessed this couldn't help but lower their heads and vomit. It was simply too cruel and disgusting. Ugh! Seeing the two die so tragically, Su Mengwen immediately turned pale and vomited. He had never seen a murder scene in his life, let alone such a horrific situation. Even Uncle Fu, who had experienced many storms, turned slightly pale, clearly having never seen such a thing before. As for Yin Maokai in the distance, his expression was extremely ugly because he had not noticed how these two had died. They had exploded so suddenly and without warning. Ka! The next second, the car door opened, and an unremarkable young man stepped out of the car. Yin Maotsai's face immediately darkened as he said, "Is this how cowardly you are? You actually sent out a kid with no cultivation at all. Do you want this kid to lose his life? What did you say?" Hearing Yin Maotsai's words, Dao Changsheng casually dug in his ear and said indifferently, "The person you are looking for is me. I accidentally killed 2 ants just now. I'm really sorry." Damn! Even the battle-hardened Yin Maokai couldn't help but curse upon hearing those words, staring blankly at Dao Changsheng. What kind of joke is this? The plain-looking kid in front of him, with not a shred of cultivation, was actually the expert from just now? Is this for real? With that thought, Yin Maokai immediately leaned into the car to take a look, and his expression changed in an instant. He was shocked to find a woman with no cultivation inside the car, and no one else at all. He stared incredulously at Dao Changsheng not far away, his eyes filled with horror. This ordinary kid was indeed the expert he had been wary of. He had initially checked the car as soon as it appeared, but he couldn't see anything. He knew the situation inside was being concealed, but just as this ordinary boy got out of the car, he checked again and found the concealment had vanished. Coupled with what the boy had just said, Yin Maotsai's face looked as if he had eaten something foul. Dao Changsheng was completely right, but no matter how Yin Maokai looked at him, he could only see a completely ordinary person with no cultivation, unlike the senior expert he had imagined. "Alright, choose how you want to die," Dao Changsheng said calmly. "Seeing a lowly insect like you is like your ancestors' graves smoking. I don't know how many generations of virtue you've accumulated. Now, how do you want to die? You little brat, hand over the Changying sword." Hearing Dao Changsheng's words, Yin Maotsai's fear vanished, replaced by a sinister sneer. "I know that everything just now was definitely caused by that ancient famous sword, the Changying sword. Otherwise, how could a lowly insect like you kill 2 of my late-stage innate subordinates? Hand over the Changying sword, kneel and bow 3 times, and I will spare your life." Yin Maokai didn't believe that Dao Changsheng, with no cultivation, was the so-called senior expert. The only thing worth pondering was the ancient famous sword Changying. Everything was the sword's doing. After all, divine swords are sentient and can guide people. As long as he got the Changying, his cultivation would soar, making him invincible in the world. With that thought, the greed in Yin Maotsai's eyes intensified, looking at Dao Changsheng with nothing but greed and fervor. Alas! Hearing Yin Maotsai's words, Dao Changsheng shook his head slightly and said, "There are always some self-righteous fools in this world. Since you want the Changying sword, why not give it to you?" Swish, swish, swish. As soon as Dao Changsheng finished speaking, blood-red threads appeared around Yin Maokai, and blood sprayed out like a fountain. In an instant, Yin Maokai became a bloody mess, his face still showing disbelief and terror. He hadn't even noticed how those blood-red threads had appeared. Boom! The next second, Yin Maokai met the same fate as the 2 leaders of the Tiger Gang, exploding into countless pieces of flesh and blood, creating a small rain of gore around him. What was astonishing was that all the splattered blood and flesh suddenly fell to the ground as they approached the car or Dao Changsheng and the others, as if an invisible shield was protecting them. "Alright, let's go." Seeing Yin Maotsai's dismembered body, Dao Changsheng shook his head slightly and turned to enter the car. Such matters could be left to the Changying sword. It was unnecessary for him to get his hands dirty. Using a sledgehammer to crack a nut was overkill. Beside him, Su Mengwen had long fainted from fright, while Fu Bo remained calm, getting up to carry Su Mengwen into the car and tossing her onto the back seat. He then closed the door, stepped on the gas, and with a loud roar, the luxury car emitted a tremendous sound, instantly transforming into a streak of light, rushing into the darkness, disappearing in an instant. Only a ground covered in blood and flesh remained, showing that a horrific massacre had once occurred here. After the luxury cars left, everyone in the shadows quietly departed. If one could see their expressions, they would surely be a mix of terror and shock. This scene was something they truly did not want to recall. What happened tonight was simply too terrifying. That night, at the Dragon City auction branch, Gu Guang returned with a serious expression. Upon his return, he encountered Xinjia, who had been waiting at the auction. It had been less than an hour since Gu Guang left. Elder Good, did you retrieve the Changying sword? Seeing Gu Guang return, Shen Jie greeted him with a smile, but Gu Guang shook his head, his face grave. As a valued customer of the Dragon City auction, we have the right to ensure the safety of our clients. I just went to see who made a move. Remember, in the future, you must befriend this Dao Changsheng. When he comes to the auction, be sure to notify me immediately. After saying this, he instantly left the spot. He needed to report this matter to headquarters. He simply could not suppress it, and this boy named Dao Changsheng was too strange, too mysterious. Meanwhile, in the Qinglong gang, at a long rectangular table, people of various builds sat, some men, some women, some tall, some short, some old, some young, each with a serious expression on their faces. Alright, I assume you all know the latest news. What are your thoughts on this boy? The head seat, a man, spoke in a deep voice. In front of him lay several photographs and a video recorder, showing the scene of Yin Maokai and his two subordinates dead. I think we should wait and see how things develop. Exactly, Elder Yin was a Qi training expert. Yet he died in such a bizarre manner. It's truly chilling. This boy is too mysterious. I never saw him make a move from beginning to end. Indeed, it's as if his body was rigged like a timed bomb. As soon as the middle-aged man's words fell, a chorus of rising and falling voices echoed, all expressing the sentiment of not taking action against this boy. They had all seen the bizarre scene in the video. In the Tiger Gang, one after another, people wielded knives, guns, and clubs, attacking their surroundings. With the deaths of the second and third leaders, chaos ensued, and everyone fought fiercely for their positions. What happened tonight had spread throughout S-City in a very short time. The big shots sitting in S-City were all aware of this information. Each one remained silent, without any movement, including the city leader, as a boy named Dao Changsheng entered their minds. However, they managed to suppress this matter together. Only their own people knew about the tens of thousands of events that had occurred, while others were disappearing from the world, most of whom were low-level martial artists watching in the shadows. No other information leaked out. Everything that happened was related to Dao Changsheng, who was unaware of the impact of this incident. Even if he knew, he would just laugh it off, not caring at all. They were merely a few ants. The next day, at the Su group, Dao Changsheng sat leisurely in the president's office, while Su Manya stood respectfully behind him, massaging his back and shoulders, resembling a maid. If people outside the group saw this, they would surely be shocked. The dignified ice goddess treating a boy with such respect was hard to believe. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed, and the door opened to reveal a woman in professional attire. She showed no surprise upon seeing Su Manya giving Dao Changsheng a back rub and shoulder massage, as she had witnessed this earlier in the morning. Coupled with Su Manya's previous explanation, and being an employee herself, even if she were truly shocked, she could only suppress it. After all, she was just a secretary, and this was not her concern. President Su, the Gu Group has sent an invitation. The secretary, holding a document, approached the desk with a respectful demeanor. As she placed the document down, she reported, the Gu Group is hosting a cocktail party at the Imperial Hotel this noon, and they have jointly invited Mr. Edgar, the head of Ainhua Capital, through several bank executives. The mayor will also be attending. When shall we depart? In S-City, there are 4 major groups, with the Gu Group being the largest. It is said that the mayor of S-City has a close relationship with the Gu Group. The second largest is Su Manya's Su Group, followed by the Yu Group and the Wine Group. Go! Before Su Manya could respond, Dao Changsheng, seated in the president's chair, spoke lightly, we'll leave soon, prepare. Hearing Dao Changsheng's words, the secretary hesitated, glancing at Su Manya behind him. Upon receiving a nod from Su Manya, she also nodded and turned to leave. In that fleeting moment, she looked at the seemingly ordinary Dao Changsheng, surprised that this plain-looking youth could make such significant decisions. After the secretary left and closed the door, Su Manya looked at Dao Changsheng with a puzzled expression, as it was the first time she had seen him react this way. Generally, Dao Changsheng was indifferent. When had he started to care about the affairs of the group? Dao Changsheng remained silent, his gaze fixed outside the window, his thoughts drifting far away. The reason he had asked the secretary to prepare was that he knew Ainhua, the founder of Ainhua Capital, was almost entirely his doing. Once, before the concept of nations existed on Earth, he encountered a race deep in the ocean, the Blood Clan. At that time, the Blood Clan was already in decline, especially their king, Cain. When Cain was about to pass, he handed a drop of blood to Dao Changsheng. That drop of blood transformed into a human form, and for a long time abroad, he carried that transformed blood, continuously guiding it. That drop of blood is now Edgar. Edgar knew that one day Dao Changsheng would leave him. When Dao Changsheng departed, he entrusted Edgar with something to keep safe. To ensure he could see Dao Changsheng again, he swore a blood oath to create the largest capital group in the world for him. By then, Ihua capital had already begun to take shape, and when Dao Changsheng returned, he would hear of Ihua capital's reputation and know Edgar. Being a drop of blood personally nurtured by the king of the blood clan, Cain, and continuously guided by Dao Changsheng, along with the various precious resources poured into him, allowed Edgar to live longer. Even when close to death, as long as he absorbed the blood of countless living beings, he could rejuvenate, making him an immortal existence. Dao Changsheng had already guessed why Edgar would come to S City in the east rather than the largest imperial capital. It must be because of his emergence. In a room of the largest luxury hotel in S City, a young man in a tailcoat with blonde hair gazed out the window, though the slight tremor of his body indicated his inner turmoil. Indeed, he had come to S City because of Dao Changsheng. The moment Dao Changsheng awakened, the mark bestowed upon him ignited, directly pulling him from his seclusion. Following the information that appeared in his mind, and with his unique aura, he knew that the person he was looking for must be in City S. Therefore, he arrived in City S this morning. Due to his arrival, the city officials and high-ranking individuals were excited to invite him, as his noble status would cause a stir wherever he went. Although he could transform into a bat to meet Dao Changsheng, he knew that Dao Changsheng preferred a straightforward approach. So, he took a plane to City S this morning, feeling exhilarated by Dao Changsheng's emergence, and directly accepted the invitation from the city mayor, giving him face. He planned to search for Dao Changsheng after attending the banquet, and the thought of finally meeting Dao Changsheng filled him with excitement. Moreover, he had brought all his liquid assets with him this time, intending to show Dao Changsheng the results of his years of hard work. Mr. Edgar, the mayor requests your presence. Suddenly, a knock on the door was followed by a respectful voice from outside. Edgar calmed his heart and walked towards the door. At that moment, outside the Imperial Hotel, luxury cars were pulling into parking spaces, and Dao Changsheng was walking towards the hotel with Su Manya on his arm. This scene made some business elites attending the banquet envious. Who was this kid? They had seen him at the auction in Longcheng yesterday, and now he was at the entrance of the Imperial Hotel. How lucky could one be? As for what happened last night, they had no idea. It was completely suppressed. If they knew about the massacre Dao Changsheng had carried out, they would probably faint from shock. Why is it this kid again? Looking at Su Manya, could this kid be her lover? Lover? You're overthinking it. Can't you see Su Manya is focused on this kid? Hiss, so you're saying the Su group will be in this kid's hands? What the hell? Are you kidding me? These business tycoons debated among themselves, and by the end, disbelief was written all over their faces. Each of them was worth hundreds of millions, even billions, yet none could rival the Su group. They were all in their 30s or 40s, having achieved what many ordinary people could only dream of, and now they were being overshadowed by a 16 or 17-year-old kid. This was outrageous. Under the respectful and envious gaze of the doorman, Su Manya handed over the invitation, clinging to Dao Changsheng's arm in a clearly feminine manner, which made those who had once pursued Su Manya envious beyond measure. Step aside, make way for this young master. At that moment, a loud voice rang out, and the onlookers quickly moved aside. A young man in luxurious attire, around 18, arrogantly stepped forward. Seeing this young man's appearance, the surrounding business tycoons frowned and approached him, saying, "Young Master He, you look even more handsome today. Young Master He, I have an investment I want your help with. Young Master He, I want you to invest in our company, you won't need to spend a dime." Similar voices echoed one after another, making the arrogant young Master He feel a sense of satisfaction. He paid no attention to them and walked ahead with his head held high. However, after taking a few steps, he stopped in anger, staring at two familiar figures ahead. Especially Dao Changsheng, he fixed his gaze on him, for it was this Dao Changsheng who had caused him to fall into the creek, only to be fished out later. He had never suffered such humiliation before. Usually, everyone treated him with utmost respect. As Dao Changsheng walked ahead, he showed no sign of stopping upon feeling the gaze directed at him. Instead, he maintained a calm expression and continued forward. The He family's young master was nothing more than an ant in his eyes. He wasn't worth his concern. If he had any sense, he would keep his distance, but if he dared to persist in his foolishness, then he shouldn't blame him for what would follow. Dao Changsheng entered the Dihao Grand Hotel smoothly with Su Manya. The hotel was already arranged in an orderly fashion, featuring a vast dance floor illuminated by soft, glowing chandeliers. At the very top, there were 7 elevated positions, each marked with a sign: Gu Group, Su Group, Wine Group, Yu Group, He Family, and the other 2 were the heads of Ihua Capital and the city's mayor. The 7 positions surrounded the central 7th position like stars around the moon, with 3 on each side, the middle one designated for the head of Ihua Capital. This arrangement was crucial because if Edgar was well taken care of, he would likely inject significant funds into the major groups in S City, which could boost the entire city's economy. If that happened, the mayor's status in S-City would also rise considerably, which explained the need for the 7 positions. Below these 7 positions were 30 to 50 smaller ones reserved for various business tycoons, encircling the central dance floor. This setup clearly demonstrated the effort S-City had put into welcoming Edgar. Many people were already seated in those smaller positions, chatting and laughing before Dao Changxing's arrival. Moreover, many others continued to enter from outside, immediately sitting down to engage in lively conversations upon seeing acquaintances. The arrival of Dao Changsheng and Su Manya attracted everyone's attention. After all, Su Manya was the renowned ice goddess of S-City, and her unique cold aura was unmatched. Now, they were witnessing something unbelievable. The ice goddess was affectionately linking arms with a young man. What kind of joke was this? After all, not everyone could attend the Longqing auction yesterday. Many tycoons lacked the qualifications and were unaware of Dao Changxing's existence. However, they were eligible to attend this Dihao banquet, as anyone with a net worth of over $1 million could participate. It could be said that this was a gathering of the wealthy elite of S-City. At that moment, everyone's gaze shifted to Dao Changsheng. Their curiosity piqued about this seemingly ordinary-looking young man, dressed in plain clothes, who had earned such respect from the ice goddess of the Su group. Facing the scrutinizing eyes of the crowd, Dao Changsheng remained calm. Finally, under the astonished gazes of everyone, he confidently walked toward the central position, soon taking a seat in the most prestigious spot, representing the head of Aihua capital. What the hell? Where did this kid come from? Is he here to cause trouble? Get down! That position isn't for a kid like you. Get down! Seeing Dao Changsheng sit unabashedly in the most honored position, the people below erupted in outrage, standing up to scold him. Each of them looked at Dao Changsheng with anger. They dared not sit in that position, yet he had the audacity to do so. If this continued, he would ruin everything today. If Edgar saw this, all their efforts would be in vain, not to mention any future investments. Hearing the crowd's outcry, Dao Changsheng did not budge from his seat. He simply sat there, even closing his eyes, completely ignoring the group below him, who suddenly felt like a bunch of clowns. Good for you, really bold. A cold voice suddenly rang out as He Guoqiang walked in from outside. Upon seeing Dao Changsheng sitting confidently in his position, he immediately said angrily, "You actually dare to sit in the position of the person responsible for Aihua capital? If you provoke the person in charge of Aihua capital and they get angry and leave, are you going to take responsibility for this change? Get down here right now." Exactly, you can't drag us down with you if you want to die. What a reckless kid. How could Su Manya show him any respect? This is going to lead the Su group to ruin. After He Guoqiang finished his reprimand, everyone echoed in agreement, wishing they could rush over and pull Dao Changsheng down right then and there. However, if they were to do it themselves, their own status would surely be diminished in the eyes of others, so they could only harshly scold Dao Changsheng. Seeing the wave of insults below, Dao Changsheng opened his eyes, looking nonchalant, and slowly said, "He Shao, if you don't want to experience being thrown into the river again, you better disappear from my sight immediately. Otherwise, don't blame me for not reminding you when you regret it later." You! Hearing Dao Changsheng's words, He Guoqiang's face darkened, his fists clenched. He truly had no way to deal with Dao Changsheng because he was not his opponent, and deep down, he felt a bit of fear towards Dao Changsheng. The humiliation he felt from a few days ago was something he could not deny. Who is this kid? Seeing He Guoqiang's dark expression and his silence, the people around were suddenly taken aback, looking at Dao Changsheng with confusion. Who exactly was Dao Changsheng that made He Guoqiang afraid to speak? They knew He Guoqiang's identity. He was the eldest son of the Yi family in the capital. Could it be that Dao Changsheng was even more formidable than him? Thinking of this, everyone broke into a cold sweat, lowering their heads one by one. After all, someone who could make the eldest son of the Yi family fearful was definitely not someone they could provoke. At that moment, they were filled with regret for having jumped out to scold him earlier. Now, they only hoped that Dao Changsheng would not remember them and would not come after them later. In an instant, the entire venue fell silent, quiet as a mouse, with not a single person daring to speak. The sound of a pin dropping could be clearly heard. Meanwhile, on the staircase covered with a red carpet, four middle-aged men were smiling as they surrounded a handsome, golden-haired Westerner in a tailcoat. When they saw the silent venue, they were momentarily stunned. Following their gaze, they noticed that a reckless kid was sitting in the position prepared for Edgar, which filled them with both surprise and anger. They were shocked that this Dao Changsheng, whom they had learned about last night for slaughtering the elders of the Tiger Gang and the Qinglong Gang, had actually come. They were furious that he was sitting in Edgar's spot, which immediately soured their expressions. None of them dared to approach Dao Changsheng. They didn't want to experience the scene of exploding bodies. However, the Westerner in the tailcoat, surrounded by them, looked ecstatic upon seeing this and hurriedly walked over without a second thought. This left the three major groups and the Shi Chang horrified. It seemed that Edgar was emotionally charged and angrily going to confront Dao Zhangsheng. They all rushed forward to stop him. If Edgar were to die here today, they would never see the moon tonight. But the next second left them stunned. As Edgar approached Dao Zhangsheng, he excitedly said, "Edgar has personally met the gentleman." This scene left everyone in a daze. What were they witnessing? The internationally renowned founder of Aihua Capital was actually showing such respect to a reckless kid? Hearing Dao Zhangsheng's words, Edgar stood respectfully in front of him and quietly said, "Sir, I have already found some clues regarding the matters you instructed me to investigate." Upon hearing Edgar's words, Dao Changsheng's gaze suddenly flickered, which startled Su Manya beside him. Since she had known Dao Changsheng, he had always been calm and unperturbed. Now, hearing Edgar's words, his eyes actually moved, indicating that what Edgar was about to say was undoubtedly earth-shattering. "Let's go, we can talk about it later, there's no need to stay here." Saying this, Dao Changsheng stood up and leisurely walked towards the entrance of the Dihao banquet. Edgar and Su Manya quickly followed, ultimately disappearing from the sight of the crowd. After they left, everyone finally came to their senses, their expressions filled with shock. The scene that had unfolded today was truly astonishing. If they hadn't witnessed it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have dared to believe it. At this moment, He Guiqiang's face was cold, and after a disdainful snort, he turned and left. Dao Changsheng had embarrassed him today, and he was determined to take revenge, and that revenge would come soon. In the villa area of Tiandi Huacheng, Dao Changsheng sat comfortably on the sofa, while Su Manya gently massaged his back and shoulders. Edgar stood respectfully in front of Dao Changsheng, reporting, "Sir, the Aihua Fund has now resonated internationally and can even influence the economic turmoil in the European Union. This is the fund card, all the liquid assets are in it, totaling $632.5 billion. Hiss. Upon hearing Edgar's words, Su Manya's eyes widened in disbelief as she took a deep breath, staring at the card being handed over by Edgar. This card actually held at least 600 billion. That was terrifying. As far as she knew, the richest person on the Dongguo rich list had only a little over 500 billion renminbi in total assets, and this Aihua fund had over 600 billion in liquid assets, and in dollars. If you added in the assets from Aihua Bank, it might even exceed 1 trillion. Oh! Hearing Edgar's report, Dao Changsheng's heart stirred not at all. To him, money was just a series of numbers, and he didn't take it to heart at all. "You said you have already found some clues," Dao Changsheng said slowly the next moment. "What clues?" "Definitely, that immortal herb has absolutely appeared at the Qin Emperor's tomb in Dongguo, because I personally felt the information there. However, the security is too tight, with countless troops stationed outside. I even sensed 2 auras that were not weaker than mine, so I dared not act rashly, but I will occasionally go to the surrounding area to sense the aura." "The Qin Emperor's tomb, ha!" Upon hearing Edgar's words, Dao Changsheng sighed slightly, his gaze becoming distant. The Qin Emperor's tomb, how familiar those words were. He had once personally guided the Qin Emperor, who burned books and buried scholars for him, erasing all traces of him in the Qin state. Among all the emperors in history, only the Qin Emperor dared to drink and talk freely with him. "It seems I need to make a trip to the Qin Emperor's tomb. This matter is on me." Edgar immediately bowed and said upon hearing Dao Changsheng's words, "Because I am a foreigner, I cannot enter the heavily guarded Qin Emperor's tomb. Moreover, I feel a repelling aura there, so I can only observe from a distance. However, you can, sir. I can arrange for you to join the famous archaeological team preparing to act in Dongguo, and you can take the opportunity to enter with them. Then you go arrange it." "Yes." Upon hearing Dao Changsheng's words, Edgar immediately nodded. "Please rest assured, Master, you will receive news tomorrow." Whoosh! With that, he instantly vanished from the spot, as if he had never been there. Su Manya was already used to this, as everything that had happened since she became Dao Changsheng's maid had exceeded her understanding. At first, she could still be astonished, but now it had become quite normal. Although that was the case, she still curiously asked, "Young master, who exactly is the founder of Aihua Capital? Could he be a Western cultivator? Why does he call you sir one moment and master the next?" "He is a vampire," Dao Changsheng replied, gently touching Su Manya's hair and pinching her cheek with a smile. "I once brought him over from the European Union, and I also know their blood clan king. He is now a prince of the blood clan, considered one of the most powerful vampires." With just a few words, Dao Changsheng explained Edgar's background, which startled Su Manya. The founder of Aihua Capital, renowned abroad, turned out to be a vampire. If this were to get out, it would surely shock everyone. Then why does the young master want to enter the Qin Emperor's tomb? To meet someone, Dao Changsheng said softly in response to Su Mengyao's question. And to help you obtain the Xianin Pearl. Your cold moon body can only perfectly resolve your current inability to cultivate with the Xianin Pearl. With the Xianin Pearl to build your body, you will be able to reach the same height as another person. When he mentioned that person, Dao Changsheng's gaze dimmed slightly, but it was just a fleeting moment. Su Mengya, curious, asked, "Who is that person?" Hearing her question, Dao Changsheng smiled and did not explain, causing Su Mengya to immediately hide her curiosity, burying it deep in her heart. At this moment, in the Qinglong gang, all the hall masters and elders gathered once again, and before them, He Guoqiang sat with a cold expression. I wonder what young master he has come to our Qinglong gang for. Looking at He Guoqiang, the leader of the Qinglong gang, Kai Liao, asked with a smile. As the leader, he was very familiar with the various young masters in the capital, and he naturally knew He Guoqiang well. He Guoqiang had a significant background, and the Qinglong gang was eager to curry favor with him. If they could win him over, they would be able to sweep through the surrounding cities and grow even larger. I came today to discuss a business deal with you. Hearing Kai Liao's inquiry, He Guoqiang said coldly, as long as you help me accomplish this task, I will pay you a reward of 100 million. Hiss! 100 million? Upon hearing He Guoqiang's words, the people around them gasped in excitement. 100 million was a huge sum for them, enough to last for several years. Only Kai Liao looked serious because he knew that whatever could make He Guoqiang offer such a high price was definitely not an ordinary matter. If it went wrong, he might even lose his life. So, what do you think, Leader Kai? Are you interested in this business deal? Seeing Kai Liao's serious expression, He Guoqiang knew what he was thinking and smiled as he said, "Don't worry, this task will be a piece of cake for you martial artists. I wonder what young master he has instructed." Hearing He Guoqiang's words, Kai Liao took a deep breath and said solemnly, "Could you tell me first so I can think it over?" "It's very simple. Help me kidnap Su Mengya from the Su group. As long as you bring her to the Qinglong gang, I will pay you 100 million. This should be an easy task for you, right?" Hiss. Upon hearing He Guoqiang's proposal, the people around exchanged glances. This task was simply too easy. Just kidnapping an ordinary female CEO was something any one of them could accomplish. "Not right." Suddenly, the second-in-command of the Qinglong gang, Kai said in a deep voice, "Don't forget that Su Mengya has that strange kid by her side. If we go to kidnap him, we will definitely run into that strange kid." Upon hearing the second-in-command's words, everyone immediately looked serious. What the second-in-command said was indeed correct. Dao Changsheng seemed too bizarre in their eyes, especially after seeing the footage from last night where their third elder died mysteriously. The methods used were chilling. In the Qinglong gang, there were a total of 4 elders, 8 leaders, and 12 hall masters. Last night, 1 elder and 2 hall masters died, leaving 3 elders, 8 leaders, and 10 hall masters. I can tell you, if you help me accomplish this task, not only will I give you 100 million, but I can also help your Qinglong gang establish a presence in the imperial capital, with the He family backing you. Seeing the hesitant crowd, He Guoqiang threw out another big lure. Hearing this, the faces of the Qinglong gang members became even more excited. 100 million was worth a gamble. After all, this was money. But what excited them even more was that their Qinglong gang could enter the imperial capital with the He family, one of the 8 major powers, as their backing. This could be said to be a leap to success. Good. Upon hearing He Guoqiang's words, the leader of the Qinglong gang, Kai Liao, immediately nodded in agreement and said solemnly, "But you need to give us some time to prepare. We can't set off immediately. We need to discuss our strategy." "Okay." Seeing Kai Liao agree, He Guoqiang stood up with a satisfied expression and said with a smile, "In that case, I will wait for your good news," and with that, he turned and left the hall. "Leader, what should we do next?" When He Guoqiang left, the elders, leaders, and hall masters all turned their attention to Kai Liao, inquiring about his thoughts. "Discuss strategy." Looking at the excited crowd, Kai Liao said solemnly, "The reward for this mission is quite generous, and we must complete it as soon as possible, so we need to mobilize everyone. Moreover, Su Mengya has an innate old butler by her side, and her brother Su Mengwen also seems to be innate. We need to deal with these 2 first. Leave the old man to me. I'll take care of Su Mengwen." As soon as Kai Liao finished speaking, 2 hall masters immediately spoke up, which made Kai Liao nod slightly and continue, "With the 2 innate ones held up, we also need someone to deal with that strange kid. After all, our target this time is Su Mengya, not him. The 7 leaders and 8 hall masters will handle this, no problem, right?" "No problem." Upon hearing Kai Liao's words, the remaining 7 leaders and 8 hall masters of the Qinglong gang immediately nodded. "As for the 3 elders, you will come with me to capture Su Mengya." "Okay, no problem. In that case, we will set off this afternoon, aiming to capture her by tonight." As long as we bring her into the Qinglong gang, our mission will be considered complete. During this time, we must be on guard against that kid. In the villa area of Tiandi Huacheng, in the study of the Su family, Dao Changsheng was engrossed in reading a historical record, smiling and shaking his head at certain parts, as if the recorded events were quite amusing. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, a series of knocks sounded, and then the door was pushed open. Su Mengwen walked in with an excited expression, holding a white document in his hand. Boss, this is the share transfer contract of the Su Group. The excited Su Mengwen placed the contract in front of Dao Changsheng and said eagerly, once you sign this contract, you will become the largest shareholder of the Su Group, and the entire Su Group will be yours. Oh. Hearing Su Mengwen's words, Dao Changsheng gently responded with an oh, his expression showing no signs of abnormality. Instead, he slowly closed the records of the Grand Historian in his hands, completely ignoring the contract in Su Mengwen's grasp. Seeing Dao Changsheng's calm demeanor, Su Mengwen felt a bit embarrassed and scratched his head. He thought to himself that Dao Changsheng's calmness was quite normal. After all, he was a terrifying expert who surely didn't care much about worldly matters. It was he who had gotten overly excited. Next, I will go to the Qin Emperor's tomb with your sister, Dao Changsheng suddenly said calmly. You can take care of the Su Group. Ha! Su Mengwen was taken aback by Dao Changsheng's words and quickly said, can I go too? After all, I've become a congenital expert, and being a president is not interesting at all. Is being congenital that impressive? Dao Changsheng glanced at Su Mengwen and said softly, this world is larger than you can imagine. If you have the chance to go out in the future, you will see a broader world. Your current task is to expand your sister's group. The reason I am taking your sister to the Qin Emperor's tomb is to let her cultivate. That's great. Su Mengwen's face lit up with excitement upon hearing Dao Changsheng's words. He hadn't expected that his sister could also cultivate. This way, she wouldn't have to rely entirely on him in the future. He immediately agreed to Dao Changsheng's request and secretly decided to expand the Su Group. Bang! Miss, hurry! At that moment, a loud crash suddenly echoed, followed by Uncle Fu's scream. Su Mengwen was startled and quickly pushed the door open to rush out, while Dao Changsheng remained seated, slightly frowning. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Just as Dao Changsheng sat there, a series of vibrations suddenly came from outside, followed by terrified voices. At that moment, in the living room, Su Mengya sat pale on the ground, and not far in front of her, 4 people stood frozen in fear, seemingly immobilized. They were bound by crimson threads that seemed to be the source of their confinement. Uncle Fu lay on the ground, spitting blood, while Su Mengwen shielded Su Mengya and Uncle Fu, and 2 other men looked panicked and helpless in front of the 4. Bang, 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 bang. Seconds later, a series of explosions erupted from the study, and the glass outside shattered piece by piece. 15 men dressed in black stood before Dao Changsheng, each wielding a long knife that glinted with a sharp cold light. Looking at the 15 masked men with long knives, Dao Changsheng leaned back in his chair, showing no signs of panic, and said leisurely, I wonder what the Qinglong gang is trying to do by breaking into a private residence at night? You actually know we are from the Qinglong gang, kid. We can't let you live. Upon hearing Dao Changsheng's words, the leading masked man wasted no time and swung a sharp long knife at him. Facing the incoming blade, Dao Changsheng didn't even dodge, allowing the strike to come down. Clang! Crack, 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 crack. The next second, a crisp sound rang out as the masked man's long knife struck Dao Changsheng as if hitting steel, producing a clear ringing sound, and the blade shattered into pieces in an instant. Hiss! Seeing this scene, the masked man retreated in terror, quickly distancing himself from Dao Changsheng. Looking at the broken knife in his hand, his expression was extremely grim. This long knife was made from special materials and could easily cut through aluminum alloy without a sound. Yet, it had shattered into pieces upon striking Dao Changsheng. How is this possible? This knife is made from special materials. This kid has no cultivation at all. How could he possibly break this knife? Looking at the shattered pieces of the knife on the ground, the group of masked men were all stunned. Damn it, even a congenital being would definitely be injured if struck by this knife, yet it broke when hitting a kid with no cultivation. What a boring trick! Seeing the terrified expressions of the masked men in front of him, Dao Changsheng swayed his body and said with great interest, let me guess who sent you here. If I'm not mistaken, it should be that little brat He Guoqiang, right? Hiss! Upon hearing Dao Changsheng's words, the masked men took a deep breath, their eyes filled with even more terror. They hadn't said anything upon entering, yet Dao Changsheng had immediately revealed their employer and background. Was this really just an ordinary boy? Kneel! In the next second, Dao Changsheng spoke. As soon as his words fell, the sounds of bang, bang, bang echoed continuously. With just a light press of his finger, the group found themselves kneeling on the ground involuntarily, their knees crashing heavily onto the floor, shattering it and causing blood to flow. At that moment, everyone was terrified to the extreme. They were forced to kneel by an irresistible force, with no ability to resist at all. It was at this moment that they realized the terror of Dao Changsheng. "Tonight, I don't want to kill anyone here. Get out of my sight immediately," Dao Changsheng said, no longer paying attention to them, his expression turning calm. "And by the way, tell that young master he behind you to keep his head safe. I'll come to collect it when I go to the capital." Swish, swish, swish. As soon as Dao Changsheng finished speaking, without saying a word, these men scrambled to their feet and turned to flee, each jumping out of the window and disappearing into the night. There was no other choice. This boy was simply too terrifying, and they were scared out of their wits. In the living room, the 4 people who had been immobilized felt they could move again. Once they regained their ability to act, they turned and ran without a second thought. Seeing their leader and elders fleeing, the other brothers also turned and ran, disappearing in the blink of an eye before Su Manya and the others. They were truly frightened tonight. This was just too bizarre. They had entered and suddenly been immobilized, and then that terrifying blood-red thread appeared on their bodies. They had seen the video where the third elder exploded because of the blood-red thread, and when that scene appeared on them, it nearly scared the urine out of them. In the living room, Su Manya, Su Mengwen, and Uncle Fu were all bewildered. What were these people here for? They charged in aggressively, stood there dumbfounded, and then ran away like mad dogs. As for the red threads that had appeared on the 4 people just now, as thin as sewing thread, they hadn't seen them at all, which was why they were so confused by the escape of these men. The next day, after a night of tidying up by Uncle Fu and Su Mengwen, the damaged door and broken windows from last night had all been restored to their original state. After all, they were congenital-level cultivators, and they could repair things using their true energy. "Master!" At noon, a red bat flew in through the window. The glass window was like air to this bat. It passed right through. As it came in, it transformed into a blonde young man in a suit, who was none other than Edgar, who had met Dao Changsheng yesterday. He held a document in his hand, handing it to Dao Changsheng while saying, "Master, this is your identity. You are a renowned Taoist doctor abroad, a PhD graduate from the archaeology department of Harvard University in the West. I've taken care of everything for you, you just need to head to Lishan. A private plane will land nearby shortly, and after you disembark, a special person will be there to greet us. The archaeological team you need to join will also be waiting for us over there. It's quite a coincidence," he continued. "Tomorrow, a team is set to begin excavating the Qin Emperor's tomb. If you go there today, you can join them in the excavation tomorrow." Upon hearing Edgar's arrangements, Dao Changsheng nodded gently. "You've worked hard." "Master is joking," Edgar quickly replied. "If it weren't for you, there wouldn't be a subordinate like me. My life belongs to you." A few hours later, a helicopter descended from the sky. Dao Changsheng, Edgar, and Su Manya boarded the aircraft amidst the astonished gazes of those around them, and the helicopter took them to Lishan. At the outskirts of Lishan, a large military force was stationed there, with intricately built small houses continuously being erected. Soldiers in military uniforms patrolled with guns in hand. They were guarding the most important areas, while some less significant spots were tourist attractions for visitors to enjoy. However, even in these areas, soldiers moved about the paths, ensuring that no one would damage the place. Speaking of which, why are we waiting here for the foreigners? We should be heading to the tomb today. Exactly. We're just sitting here wasting time, those foreigners are too infuriating. Outside Lishan, in a tent guarded by the military, 2 men in their 20s expressed their dissatisfaction. In front of them was a large table, beside which sat an elderly man in a white lab coat, a young girl wearing glasses, and a large, burly man. They were the small team for this archaeological expedition to the Qin Emperor's tomb, led by Dr. Qin Fong, a prominent figure in the archaeology field. The burly man was Pan Shen, and the girl was Dr. Qin Fong's granddaughter, Qin Shoyan. The other 2 men, one wearing glasses named Fan Chao and the other Louis, were all disciples of Dr. Qin Fong, which allowed them to participate in this excavation. Not far away, in a building, several elderly men in white lab coats were constantly moving about with documents, discussing loudly. They were researching information about the Qin Emperor's tomb at all times, and whenever there was new progress, they would be the first to know, allowing them to analyze and study it. It could be said that this place gathered numerous archaeology professionals, all dedicated to studying the 8th wonder of the world, the Qin Emperor's tomb. Each one was tirelessly applying their expertise to provide more information for the world to understand, engrossed in their research. Can you all not be so impatient? Hearing Lu Yi and Fan Chao's complaints, Dr. Qin Fong chuckled and said, "This time, we have someone joining us who graduated from International Harvard, specializing in archaeology. In terms of archaeological knowledge, he is not beneath me, we can exchange ideas. He is not a foreigner, he also came from our country. Pfft, what's so great about that? Upon hearing Dr. Chin's words, Fan Chao scoffed and said, I hate these returnees the most. I know 10 of them, and all 10 are just full of themselves. I don't understand what they're so proud of, they just studied abroad for a bit. What's there to be so arrogant about? In terms of archaeological knowledge, if he is not beneath you, then he must be an old man. Beside them, Xin Xiaoyan heard her grandfather's words and immediately looked a bit displeased. Why can't there be a handsome boy? Xiaoyan, look at me, Louis said with a smile upon hearing her words. If you want to see a handsome guy, look at me. Are you asking for a beating? Cough, cough, I was wrong. Alright, stop messing around, Dr. Xin said with a smile, shaking his head as he saw the two of them slipping. That person will be here soon, so you both need to be careful. We absolutely cannot let anyone see us make fools of ourselves. The plane flew high in the sky, and the mountains and rivers came into Dao Changxing's view. Looking at the bustling scenery below, Dao Changxing couldn't help but sigh. It had been a long time since he had enjoyed such a feeling. The Qin Emperor's tomb is nestled against the layers of lush lichen to the south and borders the winding, silver snake-like Weishui River to the north. The tall burial mound is embraced by majestic peaks, blending seamlessly with lichen, creating a beautiful landscape and an outstanding environment. The scale of the tomb is grand, and its imposing presence makes one exclaim in awe, what a magnificent royal tomb. I didn't expect the Qin Emperor to make his tomb so large. After briefly surveying the overall appearance of the Qin Emperor's tomb from the air, Dao Changxing couldn't help but smile. He naturally knew what this tomb represented. The continuous vitality of the earth's veins converged from all directions into the grand formation of the Qin Emperor's tomb. Just by looking at this grand undertaking, Dao Changxing understood how much effort the Qin Emperor had put into this tomb. After browsing the scenery of the Qin Emperor's tomb for a while, time passed, and the plane slowly descended. Dao Changxing walked down the plane and landed on the ground. Looking at the heavily guarded soldiers around him, a smile appeared on his face. It seemed that the current eastern country was doing quite well, managing to secure such a place so thoroughly. Please follow me. In less than a minute, a soldier holding a machine gun suddenly appeared in front of the three. He nodded at Edgar, clearly recognizing him, and then the three followed the soldier through one path after another, finally stopping in front of a station tent. Respected Mr. Edgar, Dr. Qin Fang is right here. I won't go in, the soldier said after bringing Dao Changxing and the others here before turning to leave. His duty was to escort them, and as for the discussions of these scholars, that was none of his business. Teacher, the Qin Emperor's tomb is built with inner and outer rammed earth walls, symbolizing the royal city and the palace city of the capital. The burial mound is located in the southern part of the inner city, shaped like an inverted bowl, currently standing at 51 meters high, with a base perimeter of over 1,700 meters. Are we excavating the outer wall or the inner wall this time? Definitely the inner wall. The secrets of the Qin Emperor's tomb will be uncovered in our hands. The total area of the Qin Emperor's tomb is 26.25 square kilometers, equivalent to the size of 7 or 8 forbidden cities. The original height of the burial mound was about 115 meters, and it still stands at 76 meters. The tomb has both inner and outer walls, with the inner city having a perimeter of 3,840 meters and the outer city 6,210 meters. The walls of both cities are about 8 to 10 meters high, and within the inner city, there are magnificent underground palaces, with the sun, moon, and stars made of pearls on top, and rivers, lakes, and seas arranged with mercury below. I have memorized all this information. As Dao Changxing walked in, three voices sounded. A young girl, a bespectacled man, and another man were excitedly discussing something, but they stopped as soon as Dao Changxing and the others entered. Who are you? Seeing the suddenly arrived Dao Changxing and the others, Louis was the first to step forward and ask, Hello, friend from the east, I am here to find Qin Fang Dr. Qin. Upon hearing Louis's inquiry, Edgar smiled, took out a document from his pocket, and walked over to Dr. Qin Fang, who was dressed in a white lab coat. As he handed it over, he said, Dr. Qin Fang, long time no see. This young man is the one I requested to bring in, you can call him Dao Zhangsheng. As Edgar spoke, he glanced at Dao Zhangsheng, which immediately puzzled Dr. Qin Fang. He was well aware of Edgar's identity, a renowned founder of international investment, and now he was arranging for an ordinary young boy to accompany him on an archaeological expedition, and even referred to him as a young master. From this alone, it was clear that Dao Zhangsheng's background was extraordinary. What the hell, is this a joke? This kid, who looks younger than me, is a PhD in archaeology from Harvard? As soon as Edgar finished speaking, Louis and Fan Chao looked at Dao Zhangsheng in disbelief. This was just an ordinary boy, yet he was a PhD graduate from Harvard? What kind of joke was this? Shouldn't he be in high school at this age? Even the usually silent big guy, Pan Shen, took a second look at Dao Zhangsheng, and Qin Xiaoyan stared at him in shock. Dao Zhangsheng looked about the same age as her. She was still in high school, while Dao Zhangsheng had already graduated from Harvard with a doctorate. Dr. Qin Fong, can we talk privately for a moment? Ignoring the astonished exclamations from Lu Yi and Fan Chao, Edgar pulled Dr. Qin Fong aside and whispered, Dr. Qin Fong, this young man's background is astonishing, even I can't afford to offend him. Moreover, he is incredibly knowledgeable, well-versed in astronomy and geography, familiar with ancient and modern knowledge, and also skilled in what you call metaphysics and feng shui. He comes from a place of that kind. Just consider him as someone here for training. You should understand, right? I see. Hearing Edgar's words, Dr. Qin Fong nodded in realization. If Dao Zhangsheng were an ordinary kid, he wouldn't believe it even if he were killed. But since Edgar had said that Dao Zhangsheng came from such a background, as one of the leading figures in East Country archaeology, he naturally knew that metaphysics truly existed. His subordinate, Pan Shen, was someone who practiced metaphysics and formations. This time, they were entering the Qin Emperor's tomb to explore deeper places, hoping to open that mysterious door. With Dao Zhangsheng's arrival, it would surely be much easier. Thinking of this, Dr. Qin Fong walked up to Dao Zhangsheng with a beaming smile, extended his hand, and said, Dr. Dao, welcome. I believe that with your presence, our archaeological expedition will be much smoother. The reason Dr. Qin Fong was so cheerful was that Dao Zhangsheng was a person from East Country, and he was very willing to befriend the young talents of East Country, especially a PhD in archaeology who graduated from Harvard at the age of 16 or 17. After all, the world never lacked geniuses. Moreover, Edgar had mentioned that Dao Zhangsheng came from a similar background as Pan Shen. Then I will have to rely on Dr. Qin Fong for guidance. Dao Zhangsheng smiled and shook his hand upon seeing Dr. Qin Fong's friendly demeanor. Unbelievable. It really is a PhD from Harvard. At this moment, Qin Xiaoyan looked at the document on the table, where Dao Zhangsheng's information was displayed, graduated from Harvard, position, PhD. Her big eyes were filled with surprise. After all, this was the first time she had met a 16 or 17-year-old Harvard PhD. Is this for real? Fan Chao still looked incredulous, staring at Dao Zhangsheng with suspicion. He doesn't even look older than me, and he seems like an ordinary kid. How could he be a PhD in archaeology from Harvard? The certificate can't be fake, right? Impossible for it to be fake. Hearing Fan Chao's words, Qin Xiaoyan shook her head and pointed to a red seal at the bottom of the document, saying, This is a unique seal from Harvard University. I saw the exact same one on a certificate from a sister who went abroad last time. Upon hearing Qin Xiaoyan's words, Fan Chao felt embarrassed. He didn't expect it to be true. Meanwhile, Louis was staring at Su Manya, who was standing next to Dao Changsheng, with shining eyes. She was so beautiful. It was the first time he had encountered such a stunning woman. If it weren't for so many people around, he would have shamelessly asked for her WeChat number. By the way, who is this beautiful lady? Suddenly, Dr. Qin Fong turned his gaze towards Su Manya, curiously inquiring with Edgar. Hearing Dr. Qin Fong's question, Edgar smiled and said, This lady is the young master's maid, and she can also be considered an assistant. She will accompany you down. What? A maid? Upon hearing Edgar's words, Louis and Fan Chao's eyes widened as they looked at the seemingly ordinary Dao Changsheng, then at the breathtaking Su Manya. What era is this? A maid? If they could encounter such a beautiful girl, they would definitely treat her like a revered ancestor, providing her with the best of everything. They were left speechless. Alright, Dr. Qin Fong could only nod in resignation, accepting that one more person was just one more person, considering it as company for his granddaughter. Young master, I won't accompany you, Edgar said respectfully as he approached Dao Changsheng, speaking softly, I can wait for you here. No need. Hearing Edgar's words, Dao Changsheng shook his head and said, You can return to the west and help me inform that old immortal on Mount Olympus that I'm back. He can start preparing. Once I finish everything, I will find an opportunity to visit. Yes. Upon hearing Dao Changsheng's words, Edgar immediately responded respectfully. As someone who had once followed Dao Changsheng, he naturally knew a bit about what Dao Changsheng was preparing and understood the importance of that matter. He then bid farewell to Dao Changsheng and turned to leave. Alright. Seeing Edgar leave, Dr. Qin Fong clapped his hands, signaling everyone to take their positions, and then said solemnly, Since Dr. Dao and his assistant are here, we can go down to the Qin Emperor's tomb tomorrow. This time, our operation can be said to be deep into the Qin Emperor's tomb, so we must prepare some things to deal with various difficulties we might encounter. With that, Dr. Qin Fong took out a huge map from under the table, pointed at the structure, and continued, "What I'm about to say is the key point. As everyone knows, the entire tomb complex of the Qin Emperor can be divided into 4 levels: the core area, the underground palace, the inner city, the outer city, and beyond, each with clear distinctions. First is the inner city, which is the key construction area of the Qin tomb. The underground facilities within the inner city walls are the most numerous, especially in the southern half of the inner city, which is quite dense. The underground palace, sleeping quarters, ceremonial chariots, storage, and many burial pits are all located in the southern half of the inner city. The western area of the northern half of the inner city is the auxiliary building area for the palace, while the eastern area is the burial site for the personnel of the harem. This layout clearly indicates that the southern part of the inner city is the key area, while the northern part is the auxiliary area. The connotations of the facilities in both the southern and northern parts belong to the palace range. Next is the outer city, which is the outer wall area between the inner and outer cities. The ground and underground facilities in the western area are the most concentrated. From south to north, there are a large L-shaped stable pit, 31 pits for rare birds and beasts, 48 burial tombs for harem personnel, and the foundation sites for 3 groups of courtyard-style garden temple official residences. In the southern part of the eastern area, there is a large burial pit, where a large number of stone armor and a few chariot and horse artifacts were unearthed during trial excavations, while the 100 Performers figurine pit is not far to the south. Currently, no remains or artifacts have been discovered in the southern and northern areas. Then there are the areas outside the outer city walls. To the east, in addition to the well-known terracotta army pits, there are 98 small stable pits and numerous burial tombs. To the west, there are 3 burial sites for the tomb construction workers, brick and tile kiln sites, and stone quarries. To the north, storage pits containing animal limbs and turtles have been discovered, along with the official offices of the tomb overseers and the ruins of the Li buildings. To the south, near the Lishan Mountains, there is a flood control embankment about 40 meters wide. Finally, at the core of the tomb complex lies the underground palace. The Qinling Underground Palace is located beneath the earthen mound in the southern half of the inner city, and our goal is here. According to the records of the Grand Historian, the underground palace is filled with mercury, representing rivers and seas, with mechanisms for irrigation, featuring astronomy above and geography below. Over the years, we have indeed detected an unusually strong presence of mercury, and with the help of the state, we discovered a mysterious cave at the very edge, and this cave is our destination. Mysterious? A mysterious cave? Upon hearing Dr. Qin Fang's words, Fan Chao and the others were immediately startled. What does it mean to discover a mysterious cave within such a vast Qin emperor's tomb? If this were to be revealed, it would undoubtedly cause a strong earthquake, shocking the world. Only Dao Changsheng smiled faintly upon hearing about the mysterious cave, for that cave was his masterpiece. That's right. Seeing the astonished expressions of Fan Chao, Lui, Qin Shaoyan, and Su Manya, Dr. Qin Fang said solemnly, "This mission was actually ordered by the state, and I am personally leading the team to conduct a thorough investigation. This is of great importance, which is why I didn't allow you to bring electronic devices. This is also the reason why there are so many troops stationed outside. I trust your character, especially you, Dr. Dao and Ms. Su. You are both from the Eastern Kingdom and naturally understand what this means. Additionally, with Mr. Edgar, who has deep connections with the state, this is why you were able to join us at the last minute." "I understand." Hearing Dr. Qin Fang's words, Dao Changsheng nodded and smiled lightly, saying, "You can rest assured, my attendant and I will not speak of this." "Master," as soon as Dao Changsheng finished speaking, Fan Chao excitedly interjected, "Are you saying that we are the second group of people to descend after the state personnel?" "That's right." Upon hearing Fan Chao's words, Dr. Qin Fang nodded. "This operation may encounter some special circumstances, and there will be state personnel waiting for us at the cave entrance, ready to assist us at any time. Inside that mysterious cave, there is a sea of mercury like the Yangtze River, and at the forefront of this mercury sea, there is a special stone staircase and an ancient door. Our ultimate destination is over there. Pan Chen, prepare yourself." Dr. Qin Fang said, looking at Pan Chen, "Especially those special outfits. We must bring a few extra just in case." "Don't worry, Dr. Qin Fang, I understand." Pan Chen nodded in acknowledgement. Meanwhile, in the most authoritative imperial capital of the Eastern Kingdom, in a heavily guarded villa area, 3 elderly men were excitedly gathered in a conference room. In front of the 3 elders was a blue display screen, showing an enlarged photo of Dao Changsheng just after he got off the plane. If others were to know, they would surely be astonished. How long had it been since Dao Changsheng arrived at Lishan, and a photo was already displayed in the imperial capital, far from the Lintong district of Xi'an, Shanxi province? This speed was simply terrifying. Great! He has really returned. The three elders gazed at the photo on the screen, filled with excitement, murmuring to themselves. Great! Originally, Edgar contacted me to arrange for someone, and I couldn't believe it at first. But from the captured photos taken by the satellite, it seems he really has returned. Big brother, second brother, should we go find him now? I haven't seen him in a long time, and I really want to pay my respects in person. It's best not to do that. You know very well what he dislikes. Since he has come back, he will definitely come to find us. Let's just wait. Also, warn the recent families to keep their disciples in check. Otherwise, if something happens, don't blame me for being merciless. Time quietly passed, and soon a day had gone by. The next day, under the escort of a group of soldiers, Dao Changsheng and the others crossed beneath the sealed earth of the southern half of the inner city and successfully arrived at the mysterious cave discovered in secret. This was a concealed cave. If you didn't look closely, you really wouldn't notice it. We've arrived. Looking at the hidden mysterious cave before them, Dr. Qin Fong smiled faintly. As soon as he finished speaking, two elderly men with white hair suddenly appeared before everyone without warning, startling Fan Chao and the others. How did these two appear? They hadn't caught any trace of them at all. Hello, old Bai, hello, old Song. Seeing the two old men suddenly appear, Dr. Qin Fong quickly bowed and greeted them, saying, "We had made prior arrangements. We are here to explore this cave." "I know," replied the old man named Old Bai, nodding slowly. "I know. Go in, we will be outside waiting for you. Feel free to do what you need." "Yes." Hearing Old Bai's words, Dr. Qin Fong nodded repeatedly and led Dao Changsheng and the others inside. However, Old Bai and Old Song focused their attention on Dao Changsheng, feeling that among this group, only Dao Changsheng seemed a bit strange, though they couldn't quite put their finger on what was odd about him. As Old Bai and Old Sang scrutinized Dao Changsheng, he casually glanced back, and in an instant, a profound gaze completely captivated the two. By the time they regained their senses, the shadows of Dao Changsheng and the others had long since vanished. "Who is that kid? I just felt as if I was drawn into another world." At that moment, a storm surged in the hearts of Old Bai and Old Song. They exchanged glances. The previous scene had been too bizarre. Yet, they had clearly scrutinized him, just an ordinary-looking boy with no cultivation. "We should contact the leader first and see what information we can find about this kid." "Alright." With that, the two old men vanished in the blink of an eye. The previous scene had truly shaken them. The gaze of an ordinary boy had managed to draw in the attention of two god transformation-level elders, as if they had fallen into a trance. It should be noted that Dao Changsheng was once a being who held dominion over heaven and earth. When he casually glanced over, it was not something the two elders could take lightly. That gaze transcended the river of time, witnessing the supreme ages. Once everyone entered the cave, they found that the interior was not completely dark. Although the light was weak, it was enough to barely make out the structure inside. "Ha!" After seeing the true appearance of the cave, Xin Shaoyan exclaimed in surprise, "This cave is clearly at the very back, yet it isn't pitch black. Where is this light coming from?" As she spoke, she looked up but there was nothing glowing to be seen. However, the light indeed seemed to be projected down from the high ceiling of the cave, which felt quite strange. "Look up carefully again." Dao Changsheng smiled and said, "Did you not notice the 7 holes?" "No." Hearing Dao Changsheng's words, Xin Shaoyan immediately looked closely, but no matter how wide she opened her eyes, she could not find the holes at the top of the cave that Dao Changsheng mentioned, let alone 7 of them. "It's the Big Dipper." Pan Shan, who was looking up, suddenly spoke. Unlike ordinary people, he could naturally capture the holes that Dao Changsheng mentioned with his naked eye. He then handed his telescope to Qin Shaoyan. After receiving it, she immediately looked through it, and sure enough, she saw 7 tiny holes resembling skylights right in front of her, so small that they were almost invisible to the naked eye. These holes seemed to be arranged randomly, but upon hearing Pan Shen's words, Qin Shaoyan looked closely again, and indeed, these holes were not arranged haphazardly. Their positions were similar to the 7 stars of the Big Dipper she had seen in the night sky, as if these 7 holes were those 7 stars. This is a natural feng shui formation. Looking at the neatly arranged 7 tiny holes corresponding to the Big Dipper, Pan Shen exclaimed, "I've never seen such a naturally formed Big Dipper feng shui formation before. This is completely a naturally formed starry feng shui layout. This cave has the Big Dipper above, so there must be a hidden waterway below. If I'm not mistaken, beneath this cave, there is the Wangyang waterway. So, this cave has a direct route to the core of the underground palace?" Louis, standing nearby, found it hard to believe, as it was truly incredible. Scholars from the Eastern Kingdom had studied the Qin Emperor's tomb for many years, and although there had been various advancements, there had been no progress on the core. Now they were actually about to discover this. To be precise, yes. Hearing Lu Yi's words, Dr. Xin Fang nodded and continued, before us, people from other nations had explored it, but they were blocked by a door at the end of the Wangyang waterway. It is said to be an ancient, incomplete door, and only by opening that door can we enter deeper. Has that nation opened it? Upon hearing Dr. Xin Fang's words, Qin Xiaoyan hurriedly asked, as this was a shocking matter both domestically and internationally. How could she not be excited at the thought of being in the know? No! Hearing Qin Xiaoyan's words, Dr. Xin Fang shook his head and said, if that nation had opened it, how could I have led the team down? I'm afraid they would have sent people in immediately. It is said that the door is missing a peculiar key because there is a protrusion on the door that no one knows about. The nation has searched for years without finding it. Our purpose this time is to find clues and also to conduct archaeological research on the surrounding geographical structure. If we find it, wouldn't that be a monumental event? Louis listened eagerly, wishing he could rush in right now to see that door. Let's go! Looking at the eager Louis, Dr. Xin Fang smiled and led everyone inside. They walked along a winding path that had been artificially cleared, and after a while, they stopped because there was no more path ahead, only a mysterious white jade staircase emitting a faint white light. At the top of the staircase stood an ancient door, quietly upright. This was a very ancient door, with a protruding hole in the center, and that hole had tiny cracks that crisscrossed and extended all the way down to the bottom of the door, on that white jade staircase. Seeing that they were blocked by a strange large door, Louis and the others were dumbfounded. This door was simply too big. The winding path they had taken ended in front of a massive gate. Alright, let's look for clues here. Ignoring Louis and the others' astonishment, Dr. Xin Fang took out his camera and walked towards the wall, also pulling out a flashlight and turning it on. Next to the door, on the stone wall, there was a series of mysterious characters resembling tadpoles, densely packed, along with bizarre images and various strange symbols. This is truly a miracle. Looking at the wall filled with mysterious writing, Dr. Xin Fang excitedly approached and began to touch the characters. He had seen these writings in the kingdom's documents before and had studied them, but he couldn't figure out what kind of script it was. The documents were far less impactful than experiencing it firsthand, so even though he had seen these mysterious runes before, he was still amazed upon closer inspection. Click, click, click. The camera kept making sounds as Dr. Xin Fang took photos, while Louis, Fan Chao, Pan Chen, and Qin Xiaoyan climbed the white jade steps to examine the ancient door. Bang, bang, bang. Pan Chen kept knocking on the stone door, a series of knocking sounds echoed, but the door remained unresponsive. Moreover, as Pan Chen knocked, the white jade steps beneath him began to tremble slightly, emitting a soft glow. Yet, despite this fantastical scene, the stone door showed no signs of movement, causing Pan Chen to smile wryly. Even with his metaphysical skills, he found himself at a loss. What's wrong, Pan Chen? Even you can't do anything? Seeing Pan Chen's bitter smile as he descended the white jade steps, Dr. Xin Fang couldn't help but stop and ask, his eyes showing a hint of helplessness. He had brought Pan Chen along to see if he had the ability to open this mysterious stone door. After all, Pan Chen possessed metaphysical skills, and even though the kingdom had sent people before, none had such abilities. Dr. Xin Fang still held a glimmer of hope for that 1 in a million chance. If it were a formation, I could break it, but this door has no formation at all. Hearing Dr. Xin Fang's words, Pan Chen replied with a bitter smile, this door can only be opened with that concave convex thing in the middle. Other than that, there's really no way. Even if I set up a formation to attack the door, it wouldn't break. Since you can't do anything either, then let's forget it. Understanding Pan Chen's words, Dr. Xin Fang nodded in agreement. He knew that this door had long been a challenge for various talented individuals sent by the kingdom, but after such a long time, it still remained unopened. Pan Chen's failure was, after all, expected. What is behind this door? Looking at the ancient door in front of them, Qin Xiaoyan kept exploring, sighing as she did. She really wanted to open this door and see what lay behind it. These gaps seem like patterns, Louis remarked, observing the densely packed gaps on the stone door. But I wonder what should be embedded in that concave convex part. Forget it, if we can't open it, there's no need to force it, Dr. Xin Fang said, shaking his head. I'll focus on collecting information from the stone wall, and as for you all, just look around. Since the door won't open, we can only stop here. Sigh. With a final sigh, Dr. Xin Fang continued taking pictures with his camera, carefully examining the stone wall, occasionally expressing his admiration, while Louis and the others fiddled with the white jade steps. Seeing this, Dao Changsheng shook his head slightly and walked straight towards the door. After pushing aside Louis, Fan Chao, and Qin Xiaoyan, Dao Changsheng leisurely took out a blue jade pendant from his waist. Upon seeing the pendant, Su Mengya's pupils instantly constricted. She recognized that this jade pendant was the one Dao Changsheng had retrieved from the mysterious tide in Shenangjia. Could it be that this pendant was the key to opening the stone door? Realizing this, Su Mengya's pupils shrank sharply, for after so many days of contact, she knew that Dao Changsheng never engaged in futile efforts. Wow! As Dao Changsheng took out the jade pendant, Louis immediately exclaimed in surprise, leaning closer and marveling, "Where did you buy this jade pendant? It's so beautiful. I want to get one too." Because of Louis's words, everyone turned their gaze to Dao Changsheng. Upon seeing the jade pendant in his hand, they were all taken aback. The pendant was stunning and emitted a shimmering blue light. Dr. Qin Fong hurriedly stepped forward, excitedly looking at Dao Changsheng and saying, "Dao Doctor, can you let me take a look at your jade pendant?" As he spoke, there was a strong look of anticipation in his eyes. Having appraised various antiques, his discerning eye quickly realized that this pendant was not a modern product, and he was very interested in it. "No." In response to Dr. Qin Fong's request, Dao Changsheng shook his head and said, "This is used to open the original door." Saying this, under the astonished gazes of everyone, he embedded the jade pendant into the recess of the grand door. Buzz! As soon as the jade pendant was set into the recess, a burst of blue light erupted, sweeping in all directions. Immediately, streams of fine blue liquid, resembling flowing water, overflowed from the pendant, flowing into the interwoven gaps. In an instant, beams of blue crystalline light rapidly flowed from the gaps, all converging towards the white jade steps below. Buzz buzz buzz. At the same time, the white jade steps continuously intertwined with dazzling beams of light, which gathered together and resonated with the blue gaps on the stone door. Seeing this scene, everyone was astonished. The ancient door that had once left the nation helpless was actually opening under such circumstances, thanks to the blue jade pendant in Dao Changsheng's hand. Rumble! The next moment, a booming sound erupted, and the ancient door suddenly burst forth with countless dazzling white lights. The white light howled, followed by a brilliant golden light rushing towards them. Seconds later, the light completely dissipated, revealing a magnificent palace with carved railings and jade steps before everyone. This grand door was actually the entrance to the palace. A glance revealed numerous bronze vessels, porcelain, and gold and silver artifacts piled within the palace, clearly prearranged burial goods. Oh my god! Seeing this scene, Louis screamed in excitement and immediately dashed inside. With arms outstretched, he embraced the nearest pile of gold and silver items, rubbing his face against them while exclaiming, "This feels amazing. I finally feel like I'm sitting on a mountain of gold. I'd be willing to die here." The others, who had just regained their composure from the shock, were immediately filled with black lines upon hearing this. "Damn it, this guy just ruined the good atmosphere. Don't touch it. Don't rub your face and hands on it." Seeing Louis crazily rubbing his face against the gold and silver artifacts, Dr. Qin Fong became anxious and rushed over, pulling Louis away while saying, "These are antiques. How can you just touch them? At the very least, you should wear gloves." Smack! A faint sound echoed, and the jade pendant suddenly fell from the door, landing in Dao Changsheng's hand. He casually hung the pendant at his waist, while the large door slowly began to close. "Get in about 10 seconds, this door will close," Dao Changsheng said as he pulled Su Mengya inside. Upon hearing that the door was about to close, Fan Chao and the others didn't ask any questions and rushed in. Just a few seconds after they entered, the door slammed shut with a loud bang. As the door closed, Louis in the palace finally came to his senses and immediately ran towards Dao Changsheng, smiling with a frown. "Dr. Dao, can that jade pendant of yours also open the door to get out?" "No," Dao Changsheng shook his head in response to Louis's question, leaving Louis, who was frowning, dumbfounded. Qin Shaoyan and the others were also stunned. This was ridiculous. They could come in but couldn't get out. They were going to starve to death here. However, seeing the dazed crowd, Dao Changsheng smiled and said slowly, "I know the way out. We can leave when the time comes." Upon hearing Dao Changsheng's words, the stunned crowd immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Dr. Qin Fong looked at Dao Changsheng and said solemnly, "Dr. Dao, may I ask who you really are? Where did you get that jade pendant? How do you know the location to open this stone door?" Hearing Dr. Qin Fong's words, Dao Changsheng smiled faintly and said, "We've already come in. Does it still matter to discuss this? Dr. Dao, when we get out, I hope you will hand over that blue jade pendant to the state." Seeing that Dao Changsheng had no intention of explaining, Dr. Qin Fong said solemnly, "You must know how precious the key to this mysterious stone door is. With just a few of us, we can't possibly move all the antiques in this palace. It would be better to hand them over to the state so they can be transported out. Only then can we interpret more historical data. Why should I hand it over to the state?" Hearing Dr. Qin Feng's words, Dao Changxing smiled lightly and said, "This is my possession, why should I give it to the state? Wouldn't it be better for these antiques to remain here? Why must they be transported out? Because this belongs to the state." Seeing that Dao Changsheng had no intention of handing it over, Dr. Qin Feng became anxious and said hurriedly, "Only if these items are transported out by the state can we interpret more historical data. Only then can more historical information be made public." He belongs to the state? Hearing Dr. Qin Feng's words, Dao Changsheng chuckled and said, "Let's not even talk about this jade pendant. Just look at the Qin Emperor's tomb, others are peacefully resting. Why do you want to disturb their slumber, claiming it's archaeology, while you clear out the entire tomb? How is that different from grave robbing? To put it bluntly, if you were buried one day, would you be happy if someone dug you up and stripped you bare for research? You." Hearing Dao Changsheng's words, Dr. Qin Feng was so angry he couldn't speak, unable to refute. What Dao Changsheng said was simply too harsh. "And it's not that I'm not considering this so-called state," Dao Changsheng continued slowly, "but can you really take care of it? Throughout history, how many burial items from the tombs you've excavated have ended up in someone's pockets? Can you guarantee that hasn't happened?" Hearing Dao Changsheng's words, Dr. Qin Feng's expression immediately darkened. Dao Changsheng was right, many precious burial items, although excavated with various important historical data, had been taken away after the excavation. He could not stop it at all. Even if he reported it, it would be useless because some people's power was greater than his. Offending one official after another for an antique was something no one would do, and even if someone wanted to, it would have already been done. Thus, one item after another was taken away, unless it was a national treasure-level artifact that the state would take seriously, otherwise, others would treat it as a favor to be given away. After all, some families held a significant portion of power, and it was unwise to provoke them. "I will personally discuss the matter of this cave with your leader," Dao Changsheng said softly the next moment, "but before that, you all must keep your mouths shut. The fewer people who know about this, the better." "Thank you." Hearing Dao Changsheng's words, Dr. Qin Feng was immediately excited and bowed to him. He did not expect Dao Changsheng to be willing to hand these items over to the state. If there was a direct discussion with the leader, no one would dare to interfere. As for how Dao Changsheng would talk to the leader, he did not understand and did not want to know. Dao Changsheng's identity was very mysterious in his eyes. "Don't worry, Dr. Dao, we won't say anything." Qin Shayan and the others quickly spoke up, assuring that they would not leak anything. "Although it is precious to you, to me, it is just a pile of scrap metal," Dao Changsheng said, ignoring the crowd. He raised his head and gazed, and everyone followed his gaze, their pupils suddenly contracting. They gasped in shock, unable to believe what they saw. Before them was a coffin made entirely of black gold, embroidered with a huge white tiger pattern, quietly floating in the air. The bottom of the coffin had nothing beneath it, as if it were simply suspended in midair. What kind of coffin is this? It's actually floating. Oh my god, what material is this? It looks like it's made of black gold." Suddenly, exclamations erupted. Lu Yifan, Chao, and others were all shocked, even Dr. Qin Feng wore a face of disbelief. Despite having experienced many storms, seeing a coffin made of mysterious material floating above him stirred up a storm in his heart. What kind of coffin is this? Su Manya looked at Dao Changsheng in astonishment, knowing that he must know the origin of this coffin and who or what was buried inside it. Seeing Su Manya's questioning gaze, Dao Changsheng smiled, gently rubbed her nose, and said softly, "There are some taboos in this world that are best not to inquire about. Just knowing is enough. Even if you have doubts, they should be buried in your heart, otherwise, you will encounter disasters beyond your imagination." "Oh." Hearing Dao Changsheng's warning, Su Manya immediately nodded, indicating that she understood. She was a clever woman, and since meeting Dao Changsheng, she had experienced too many astonishing facts and had gradually become numb to them. Because of Dao Changsheng's soft voice, Dr. Qin Feng and the others did not hear, but Pan Chen looked meaningfully at Dao Changsheng's back. Dao Changsheng paid no attention to Pan Chen's gaze. Here, even the fiercest tiger had to lie at his feet, and even the most ferocious dragon had to coil at his feet. "Mysterious things are best not to inquire about," Dao Changsheng said lightly, looking at the still shocked expressions of the crowd, "otherwise, you might lose your life." Hiss. Hearing Dao Changsheng's words, everyone immediately averted their gaze, for they knew that Dao Changsheng would not say such things without reason. Moreover, in their hearts, Dao Changsheng was already shrouded in mystery, so at this moment, they were very obedient to his words. Here, only Dao Changsheng knew the way out. If he were to become displeased, they could very well end up as companions to countless gold and silver treasures. Ha ha ha. After shifting his gaze, Fan Chao focused on the surrounding piles of gold and silver artifacts. As he examined them closely, he danced and shouted, completely surrounded by the mountains of gold. The golden coffin in the void was already forgotten in the back of his mind. Their center of attention was these mountains of gold and silver, and every burial item excited him for quite a while. This made Qin Xiaoyan and Louis shake their heads when they saw him, looking as if they didn't know him, quickly distancing themselves from Fan Chao to examine other nearby burial items. Although Louis's reaction was not as excited as Fan Chao's, he was still constantly exclaiming in amazement, "Wow, this porcelain is really exquisitely made. If sold, it would definitely fetch a good price. And this bronze lamp, the big bird pattern on it is so lifelike, it must be worth a lot." This made Dr. Xin Fang, who had just come to his senses, immediately turn his gaze to Louis, his eyes filled with vigilance, watching Louis like a thief, afraid that Louis might casually pocket one or two burial items and hide them in his clothes to take away. It should be known that these items were precious and rare cultural relics, highly valuable for research, and were to be handed over to the National Research Department in the future. If one or two were to go missing, the loss would be considerable. Fortunately, Louis was only speaking out loud and did not actually take anything, which allowed Dr. Qin Fang to relax. He was just being too sensitive, and his student would never do such a thing. Wait a minute. Suddenly, while examining the antiques, Dr. Qin Fang exclaimed in surprise, "These antiques don't look like they belong to the Qin dynasty at all. Why do they seem like items from the 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms period? How is that possible?" Upon hearing Dr. Qin Fang's words, Qin Xiaoyan immediately expressed disbelief, saying, "The Qin dynasty and the 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms are separated by several dynasties. How could the Qin state have items from the 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms? This is the tomb of the first emperor of the Qin dynasty. It's impossible for there to be items from the 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms. Who cares? They're all antiques anyway, and they'll all be used for research in the future. What does it matter what dynasty they belong to? Once we research them, we'll find out." Fan Chao excitedly replied, showing no concern for the dynastic mystery, as he couldn't tell their origins either. "Young master, what should we do next?" Ignoring Qin Xiaoyan and the others who were admiring the artifacts, Su Manya turned her gaze to Dao Changsheng. She knew that Dao Changsheng had come here to find someone and was also helping her look for the so-called Xianin Pearl, but this place was a palace filled with artifacts. "You all stay here for now," Dao Changsheng said, glancing at Dr. Qin Fang in response to Su Manya's inquiry. "I believe the items here are enough for your archaeological work. I will be gone for a while but will return soon. I trust you all brought compressed food." Saying this, he ignored the reactions of Dr. Qin Fang and the others and led Su Manya toward the front of the palace. When they reached a golden wall, Dao Changsheng extended a hand, and mysterious gray light suddenly emerged from his palm. He gently pressed against the wall, and with a pop, spatial ripples appeared, causing him and Su Manya to instantly vanish. Seeing this scene, Fan Chao and the others were immediately shocked. How could a living person just disappear like that? They hurried over and pressed their hands against the spot where Dao Changsheng had just touched, but the spatial ripples did not appear, as if pressing against an ordinary golden wall. Who on earth is he? Seeing the unresponsive wall, Louis and the others exchanged glances, their eyes filled with indescribable astonishment. This Dao Changsheng was like a mystery, able to open ancient doors and make walls disappear. Everything was simply too bizarre. On the other side, when Dao Changsheng and Su Manya reappeared, they found themselves standing in a dimly lit, enormous cave, similar to the cave they had just entered from outside, but this one was even larger, with waves of golden light continuously emanating from within. "He," Dao Changsheng said, his gaze sharpening as he looked around. "What great courage you have to ambush me. Do you really think I wouldn't dare to kill you?" Boom! Just as Dao Changsheng finished speaking, a thunderous roar suddenly erupted in the cave. Immediately after, several large stones fell from above the cave. If Dao Changsheng hadn't pulled Su Manya back, she would have been crushed by the falling rocks. Whoosh! Faced with this sudden turn of events, Su Manya let out a long breath of relief. She then looked up at the cave ceiling, wanting to see what was happening above, with thunder rumbling and large stones falling. However, as she looked up, she was instantly stunned, her eyes wide and mouth agape, disbelief and shock written all over her face. It took her a long time to stammer in fear, "Heavens, heavens, what is coiled up above in this cave?" Her voice was filled with panic and terror. She swore this was the first time in her life she had felt such extreme fear. Hearing Su Manya's words, Dao Changsheng smiled faintly and also looked up at the cave ceiling, where a massive figure was coiled. It had a triangular head and golden scales all over its body, radiating a terrifying pressure in the golden light, with its enormous eyes glinting with a chilling light. It was a golden python. An enormous one, at least 20 to 30 meters long, comparable to the legendary flood dragon. The golden light appearing in the cave was emitted from the golden scales of this giant python. Ancient Golden Python. Looking at the massive golden python coiled above, Dao Changsheng smiled faintly and said, "Last time I let you escape, but not this time. How foolish to dare ambush me." Su Manya's face was filled with panic as she pulled closer to Dao Changsheng's arm, clinging tightly to him. She had seen reports about the longest python in the world, discovered in the Tai Kingdom, measuring about 14 meters. Now, the golden python coiled above her head was astonishingly more than twice that length. The appearance of such a gigantic golden python in the Qin Emperor's tomb, right before her eyes, was truly shocking. If the outside world found out, it would likely cause a massive uproar, and some might even regard this 30 to 40 meter long golden python as a divine beast. Dao Changsheng. In the next moment, under Su Manya's terrified gaze, the golden giant python actually spoke, glaring fiercely at Dao Changsheng. The massive golden snake's tongue flicked down, frightening Su Manya to the point of paling dramatically. Unlike ordinary pythons, this one emitted a series of fragrant scents instead of the foul stench typical of its kind. "Speak! Where has eunuch Su gone?" Looking at the ancient golden python that spoke, Dao Changsheng replied calmly, "If it weren't for eunuch Su's instructions, with your cowardly nature, you wouldn't dare to ambush me here." Bang! 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 As he spoke, countless mysterious runes intertwined beneath Dao Changsheng's feet. He stomped several times on the cave floor, and suddenly, a profound light burst forth from the ground, instantly projecting towards Dao Changsheng and the ancient golden python above. "Wait for me here." Su Manya suddenly heard Dao Changsheng's voice in her ear. At that moment, both he and the coiled ancient golden python abruptly vanished, as if they had never existed. When Dao Changsheng reappeared, he found himself beneath a starry sky, standing in the void. The stars twinkled above, their faint light adorning the sky, creating a beautiful scene, especially with the 30 to 40 meter long golden giant snake coiled beneath the stars, its golden glow contrasting with the dim starlight. "You fled but chose to become my enemy. This is the biggest mistake of your life," Dao Changsheng said with a faint smile, looking at the ancient golden python above. "Tell me, should I boil you today or roast you? I know your terror, but your current strength is nearly sealed, isn't it?" Hearing Dao Changsheng's words, the ancient golden python sneered, saying, "Today is the best opportunity for me to create a miracle that will last through the ages." Boom! With that, the ancient golden python moved, dragging its massive body towards Dao Changsheng with a fierce strike, its tail trailing a streak of golden light that caused the void to collapse in multiple places. "It's been a long time since anything has piqued my interest. Today, I'll use you to practice." Boom! As he spoke, Dao Changsheng erupted with a powerful aura, stepping into the air, swinging his fists, and striking fiercely at the ancient golden python. Bang! With a loud crash, Dao Changsheng's punch sent the ancient golden python's massive tail flying. Dao Changsheng stepped repeatedly in the void, delivering powerful punches towards the ancient golden python. Bang! 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 The ancient golden python was not to be underestimated, its entire body shimmered with brilliant golden light, forming a golden armor that blocked Dao Changsheng's relentless punches. The sound of booming echoed through the starry sky as the golden python whipped its tail, and Dao Changsheng swung his fists, delivering powerful kicks, each one carrying the force of countless mountains, creating large holes in the void with each strike. Countless golden lights erupted from the ancient golden python, forming terrifyingly sharp swords of slaughter that fiercely slashed towards Dao Changsheng. Dao Changsheng commanded the heavens, and with each clap of his hands, he shattered these swords into pieces. Boom! The giant python swung its tail, sending Dao Changsheng flying, a mouthful of fresh blood spewing out. However, Dao Changsheng showed no signs of panic, instead, his eyes sparkled with intense fighting spirit. He stomped his foot hard, instantly shattering a large area of the void, and charged towards the golden giant python. Rumble! Rumble! Dao Changsheng's fist struck fiercely against the golden python, sending it flying with the force of his blow. Its massive body crushed layer upon layer of the starry sky, and no one knew what was happening here. Every time the void shattered, it would restore itself in an instant. Boom! Dao Changsheng delivered another powerful kick, sending the ancient golden python flying once more, scales scattering everywhere. The more he fought, the braver he became, as he relentlessly struck the ancient golden python, droplets of golden blood raining down from the sky. Ancient golden python, if you want to ambush me, you can't do it. Boom! As he spoke, he unleashed another fierce punch. The giant python's enormous eyes filled with blood, and just as it steadied itself, it was forced back a considerable distance by Dao Changsheng's blow. Damn it, Su Gongong, how dare you betray me? Seeing himself covered in his own blood, Dao Changsheng, the ancient golden python roared in anger, its massive sound waves obliterating the surrounding void. It had miscalculated, even at his lowest point, Dao Changsheng was not something it could shake. Roar! In the next moment, the ancient golden python roared, and behind it, a faint shadow of a python gradually emerged, giving off a chilling sensation, as if it were a ferocious python from the primordial chaos, exuding an eerie aura. Especially when the eyes of the divine python in the shadow fixed on him, it sent a shiver down his spine. TSK, impressive. Dao Changsheng smiled slightly upon seeing the python shadow behind the ancient golden python. You have already glimpsed the opportunity for ancestral return. If you continue like this, I'm afraid this brilliant world will see another soaring serpent. Roar! In the next second, a roar erupted as the ancient golden python opened its mouth wide, and the shadow of the divine python behind it instantly became more solid. It then coiled and danced, a golden claw suddenly tearing through the void, aggressively attacking Dao Changsheng. Even if the soaring serpent were in the world, I could still defeat it, let alone a mere shadow. Seeing the ancient golden python's attack accompanied by the soaring serpent's shadow, Dao Changsheng showed no fear, raising his hand to deliver a punch, confronting it with overwhelming power. Boom! With a loud crash, the void shattered, sending massive waves of spatial energy sweeping through. Dao Changsheng did not retreat at all, while the ancient golden python was sent flying several kilometers back. Even if it called upon its ancestors, it could not inflict the slightest harm on Dao Changsheng. Roar! The flying ancient golden python roared again, and this time, two golden claws burst forth from the shadow of the divine python, carrying brilliant golden light as they continued to strike at Dao Changsheng. Shatter for me! Dao Changsheng's fighting spirit soared as he swung his fist once more, causing the heavens to tremble and the void to collapse. The golden divine claws were once again shattered by Dao Changsheng. Rumble! The two forces collided, the residual power shattering the void and cracking the heavens. This time, Dao Changsheng took a step back, a wound appearing on his hand, with drops of crimson blood falling down. This is the ancient golden python, a being that has lived in the void for a long time. Although it has not fully matured, even though Dao Changsheng was once invincible, being able to suppress this ancient golden python under the circumstances of his physical body being sealed layer upon layer is already a miracle of the ages. If this were in the outside world, terrifyingly large cities would collapse. Although a wound appeared on Dao Changsheng's hand, the ancient golden python fared worse. Its golden claws were shattered, and not a drop of blood fell, but the divine python phantom behind it trembled violently, and the entire phantom faded significantly, likely on the verge of dissipating. No wonder it is the overlord of the ancient jungle. It is indeed extraordinary. Seeing that the phantom behind the ancient golden python had not yet dissipated, Dao Changsheng sighed lightly, but his fighting spirit remained undiminished, his will high. Bang! In the next moment, he swept his leg through the void, heavy as a divine mountain, sharp as a sword. Roar! The ancient golden python showed no fear, roaring as it swung its tail, shattering the void in an instant, and clashed hard against Dao Changsheng. Bang! With a loud sound, golden blood flew like a sword, and a flurry of golden scales fell off. The ancient golden python howled to the sky, and Dao Changsheng retracted his leg. Once again, he had beaten the ancient golden python down. Crash! In the next second, the phantom behind the ancient golden python disappeared. Dao Changsheng smiled faintly, then struck out with overwhelming power, charging forward once more with ferocity. Boom boom boom! The void collapsed, the heavens trembled, and even the galaxy above cracked open. A life and death struggle unfolded between man and serpent, yet Dao Changsheng had no other injuries on his body except for the wound on his hand. In contrast, the ancient golden python was covered in scars, its body drenched in golden blood, clearly no match for Dao Changsheng. Kill! Dao Changsheng's eyes flashed with cold electricity, fighting like an emperor, forcing the ancient golden python to retreat repeatedly, howling in agony, golden blood pouring down, countless golden scales raining from the sky. If you submit to me now, I might spare your life. In the midst of his powerful strikes, Dao Changsheng unleashed punch after punch, leaving the ancient golden python with wounds all over. I submit, I submit. Hearing Dao Changsheng's words, the ancient golden python hurriedly cried out. At this point, it had no strength left to continue fighting, and it was simply no match for Dao Changsheng. Even if Dao Changsheng's physical body was at its lowest point, it still could not shake him at all. Moreover, it knew a bit about Dao Changsheng, so when he spoke, it didn't even think twice and directly shouted its agreement. Upon hearing the ancient golden python's words, Dao Changsheng smiled slightly, stopped his movements, and remained still, while the ancient golden python collapsed in the void, gasping for breath, its eyes filled with deep fear. Dao Changsheng was truly terrifying. If his physical body had not been sealed, how horrifying would he be? It didn't even dare to imagine. Buzz! In the next moment, a golden light flew out from the center of Dao Changsheng's brow, instantly entering the mind of the ancient golden python. The ancient golden python trembled all over, and ancient golden runes began to appear in the void. Tsk. Seeing these suddenly appearing mysterious golden runes, Dao Changxing stroked his chin and said, "No wonder you could withstand my attacks for so long. It turns out you have already embarked on this path. If you continue down this road, you will be countless times more powerful than your ancestors. Your Excellency praises me." When the golden contract appeared in its mind, the ancient golden python had already chosen to accept its fate. Immediately, a burst of golden light surged forth, and the golden blood scattered in the surrounding void quickly gathered into a stream of golden water, all of which flowed into the ancient golden python's body. Under the flow of this golden blood, the wounds inflicted on the ancient golden python rapidly healed. At the same time, its body, which was 3 to 4 dozen meters long, shrank at a visible speed, almost in the blink of an eye, transforming into a small golden snake just a few centimeters long. After becoming this small golden snake, it suddenly turned into a flash of golden light, cutting through the void and landing on Dao Changxing's shoulder, affectionately rubbing against him with its head. Now that this matter is settled, it's time to leave. Looking at the ancient golden python, which had shrunk countless times on his shoulder, Dao Changxing smiled faintly. Instantly, mysterious and brilliant rays of light intertwined beneath his feet, piercing into the ground. The surrounding scenery began to spin rapidly, and in less than a second, the vast starry sky had vanished, replaced by a relatively large cave. "Young master." Upon seeing Dao Changxing appear, Su Manya rushed into his arms with a look of surprise. She had just been terrified. Even though Dao Changxing and the enormous golden python had disappeared, her face remained pale, and her body trembled continuously. The image of that golden python had been too horrifying for her. He. Seeing Su Manya's pale face, Dao Changxing smiled lightly, patting her shoulder and saying, "Don't worry, that python is gone. Your heart is still too weak." Hearing Dao Changxing's words, Su Manya nodded, suddenly realizing she was in his embrace, her face turning red as she hurriedly stood up straight. However, upon seeing the small golden snake on Dao Changxing's shoulder, she froze. When did this adorable little golden snake appear on his shoulder? How had she not noticed it before? "Hello?" The golden snake smiled at Su Manya and spoke, startling her. She quickly looked at Dao Changxing and asked, "How can this golden snake talk?" "It is the ancient golden python from before," Dao Changxing replied calmly. Upon hearing this, Su Manya's face instantly turned pale, and she stepped back repeatedly, looking at the golden snake with a face full of avoidance. That 3 to 4 dozen meter long golden python had scared her so much that she still had psychological trauma. Now it had transformed into a small snake just a few centimeters long. How could she not be afraid? "Don't worry, it won't harm you," Dao Changxing said softly, seeing Su Manya retreating. "Right now, it will be a great help to you in the future. I'll be partnering with this snake." Hearing Dao Changxing's words, Su Manya looked at the small golden snake on his shoulder and swallowed hard, while the golden snake smiled at her, appearing very harmless and quite adorable. "Let's go." The next moment, Dao Changxing said and stepped into the cave. Su Manya hurriedly followed. The tunnel inside the cave twisted and turned, and Dao Changxing and Su Manya turned left and right, eventually arriving in front of a white jade staircase. Su Manya was taken aback upon seeing it because there was also a huge stone door at the top of the staircase, with a concave opening and numerous tiny gaps scattered all around, dropping downwards in all directions. It looked exactly like the stone door she had seen at the beginning. Dao Changxing repeated his previous actions, taking out a blue jade pendant and presenting it to the door. Instantly, white light flickered, and the door swung open. At the moment the door opened, a dazzling silver light surged out, instantly dyeing the entire cave silver white. "Go in." Seeing the silver light rushing out from the stone door, Dao Changxing's expression remained calm as he stepped towards the white jade staircase. Su Manya hurriedly followed. As the two entered the stone door, it closed with a loud boom. In the stone gate, when Su Manya saw the scene before her, she was completely shocked. She actually saw a vast sea of mercury here. The water of this mercury sea was entirely silvery white, with silvery waves rolling continuously. If the water were not silvery white, it would look just like the oceans of Earth, but Su Manya felt that the silvery sea was incredibly mysterious. What is this place? After a long time, Su Manya finally came to her senses and turned to Dao Changxing to ask, knowing he would surely know where they were. "This is the Qin Emperor's tomb," Dao Changxing replied calmly upon hearing Su Manya's question. Hiss. This made Su Manya's pupils shrink sharply, looking at the silvery sea before her with a face full of horror. If this was indeed the Qin Emperor's tomb, then her current location was the Mercury Sea recorded in historical texts, a sea entirely composed of mercury. Thinking that she had actually encountered such a vast mercury sea, Su Manya exclaimed in shock, "How could there be such a large expanse of mercury? This is simply impossible." As far as Su Manya knew, mercury was toxic, and such a vast, endless expanse must weigh an unimaginable amount. Surely no one could withstand the weight of this mercury sea. Nothing is impossible in this world, Dao Changsheng said slowly upon hearing Su Manya's exclamation, his expression remaining completely calm, showing no signs of disturbance. So, how do we proceed? Looking at the endless mercury sea before her, Su Manya scrutinized it carefully while asking, as there were no other paths besides this mercury sea, and behind her was only a closed stone door. Of course, we will cross this mercury sea. Hiss. Upon hearing Dao Changsheng's words, Su Manya gasped in disbelief. How could Dao Changsheng want to cross this mercury sea? After all, this sea was made entirely of mercury. Ignoring Su Manya's shock, Dao Changsheng gently patted the golden snake on his shoulder and said, since you're here, we won't need that boat. You lead the way, I'm sure you know the route. Yes, my lord. Upon hearing Dao Changsheng's words, the ancient golden python nodded and instantly transformed into a golden light, diving into the mercury sea below. Rumble. Suddenly, a thunderous rolling sound erupted, followed by an endless burst of golden light, and soon a golden python, hundreds of meters long, appeared in Dao Changsheng and Su Manya's sight. Rumble. The waves rolled, silvery waves sweeping in all directions, the ancient golden python shimmering with dazzling golden light. Even the brilliant silvery white of the mercury sea was suppressed, and the water was tinted golden. Splash! The water surged skyward as the ancient golden python moved its massive head, bringing it before Dao Changsheng and Su Manya. Dao Changsheng smiled faintly upon seeing this and led the somewhat panicked Su Manya onto the giant snake's head. Once on the head of the ancient golden python, Su Manya realized that the space where she stood was enormous, allowing her to run freely without worrying about falling off, as the area on the python's head was simply vast. Rumble. On the silvery mercury sea, a golden python rode the waves, speeding swiftly, but this mercury sea was truly immense. In this sea, one could only see endless stretches of mercury, as if in this mercury sea, the golden python was the only living being. Where are we going next? Is it to meet the person you mentioned? As Su Manya came back to her senses, she couldn't help but gently ask Dao Changsheng. Hearing Su Manya's inquiry, Dao Changsheng smiled and nodded slightly, saying, that's right, just be patient. Upon hearing Dao Changsheng's words, Su Manya felt relieved. After a long period of travel, all she could see was the vast, boundless silver ocean, and she soon dozed off, while Dao Changsheng closed his eyes in contemplation. It was unclear how much time had passed when Dao Changsheng suddenly opened his eyes and said slowly, we're almost at our destination. Just a few seconds after his words fell, Su Manya gradually woke up. She discovered that the ancient golden python had actually come to a stop. She immediately looked ahead, and in that first moment, she was so startled that she almost jumped up. Before her was an enormous silver vortex, which was the destination Dao Changsheng had mentioned. Su Manya looked around and felt a chill run down her spine. She saw that surrounding the mercury of the Wangyang Sea, there was not just one silver vortex, but many silver vortices, each one tightly encircling another, creating an endless chain that seemed to stretch on forever. What was even more terrifying was that each of these silver vortices was spinning, each one rotating in a different direction, as if each vortex led to a different world. These tightly interlocked silver vortices resembled the most terrifying abyss in the world, capable of swallowing everything, whether it be time or moments. Everything that appeared here would be devoured. Especially when these silver vortices spun in different directions, it felt as if the gaping maw of a primordial beast was chewing, and anything that entered a silver vortex would be torn to shreds, even time itself would be shattered. However, despite the terrifying nature of these silver vortices, the mercury sea of Wangyang flowed through all of them. It surged through one silver vortex after another, the rolling mercury madly rushing toward these vortices, and as it surged, it emerged from another silver vortex, continuously cycling in this manner, seemingly never to stop. The moment Su Manya saw the silver vortices, her body trembled involuntarily. In the next second, in the blink of an eye, she froze, unable to move. At that moment, before she could react, Su Manya felt her soul being pulled out of her body, as if the silver vortex had drawn it out. Feeling herself float weightlessly, she was powerless to resist, for under such force, she could not fight back, not even a shred of strength to resist. Under the influence of the silver vortex, her body was completely immobilized. She couldn't even move a finger. With her soul out of her body, watching herself remain motionless beside Dao Changsheng terrified Su Manya, almost scaring her soul out of her body. She was experiencing firsthand the folk legend of soul separation, and at that moment, she felt as if it was all over for her. Buzz! But just in that fleeting moment, a warm current flowed into her soul, an immense and boundless power instantly pulling her soul back, returning her to her body. The moment her soul returned, Su Manya shivered, her whole body going weak, nearly falling over. Fortunately, Dao Changsheng was beside her, he gently pulled her into his embrace. "Don't look at it, with your current state, you cannot resist its power," Dao Changsheng said slowly. At that moment, Su Manya could no longer hear what Dao Changsheng was saying. Falling into his arms, his solid chest gave her a sense of security, like an incredibly vast harbor, so tranquil and reassuring, where any storm could allow one to rest comfortably. Falling into such a chest, a unique masculine scent lingered at her nose. This one-of-a-kind boyish aroma was like the most delightful fragrance in the world, instantly calming her panicked heart, making her unable to resist leaning in tightly, her heart fragrant and sweet, her whole being felt as if she were on cloud nine. At this moment, Sumanya was deeply nestled in Dao Changsheng's embrace, tightly snuggling there, and at this moment, no matter what dangers or terrors existed, they all became utterly insignificant. The far left, the third one from the end. Looking at the countless spinning silver whirlpools, Dao Changsheng raised an eyebrow. Upon hearing his words, the ancient golden python let out a roar, its entire body sweeping around, quickly darting towards the silver whirlpool that Dao Changsheng had indicated. Crack, crack, crack. At that moment, a series of crisp sounds rang out, and a golden shield suddenly appeared around the ancient golden python, firmly protecting Dao Changsheng and Su Manya within it. Boom, boom, boom. Just as the ancient golden python rushed towards the silver whirlpool, endless brilliant silver light suddenly shot down from the vast silver sky. At the same time, the spinning silver whirlpool began to undergo a transformation, as walls of mercury coalesced, blocking all directions, completely sealing off the ancient golden python's path. Splash! Immediately, a sound like a tidal wave arose, and countless silver-white, grotesque monsters suddenly floated up from the mercury sea, some humanoid, wielding spears and bows, others beast-like, with sharp claws and teeth. In an instant, the atmosphere changed dramatically, an endless aura of slaughter emerged, and a chilling cold seemed to pierce through. What on earth are these things? Seeing the suddenly appearing monsters, Sumanya shivered all over, feeling a bit panicked, but compared to before, she had grown a lot, for there were far too many terrifying things around Dao Changsheng. Water element spirits. Looking at these various creatures formed from water, Dao Changsheng showed no signs of panic, his expression calm as he slowly said, "Step back, I am here to find my named disciple." Splash! Upon hearing Dao Changsheng's words, the group of mercury spirits seemed to be telepathic, each deeply bowing to Dao Changsheng, and in the blink of an eye, they transformed into a stream of water and vanished into the sea. The mercury walls that had blocked all sides also instantly turned into a pile of water and fell, disappearing without a trace, and the vast sea once again returned to calm. Boom, boom, boom. Seeing the water element spirits disappear, the ancient golden python roared, its massive body immediately rushing towards the mercury whirlpool pointed out by Dao Changsheng, and in the blink of an eye, it transformed into a huge golden light and darted in. After its figure disappeared, the mercury whirlpools continued to spin, as if they would not stop as long as time did not cease. The ancient golden python swam through the mercury whirlpool, which was a dark water passage, surrounded entirely by darkness. Even the golden light splashing from the ancient golden python had no effect, completely suppressed by this darkness. The ancient golden python kept swimming, and time seemed to pass without notice. After breaking through an opening that radiated dazzling white light, the ancient golden python finally came to a stop. Feeling that her eyes could see again, Sumanya opened her eyes, and upon doing so, her beautiful eyes widened in astonishment, her mouth agape. She saw the ancient golden python resting at the edge of an island, which was surrounded by green mountains and clear waters, with shady trees, the scenery extraordinarily beautiful and picturesque. And atop those mountains, besides the endless swirling clouds, there were also clusters of magnificent palaces. The entire island resembled a fairyland, breathtakingly beautiful and hard to believe. Beneath their feet, a staircase wound its way up the mountain, leading directly to the magnificent palace at the summit. In truth, there was nothing particularly remarkable about the staircase itself, but the materials used to pave it were astonishingly exquisite, crystal clear, as pure and beautiful as mutton fat jade. Such jade, even in the size of a button, could fetch an astronomical price outside. Yet here, on this island, the jade staircase stretched for over 1,000 meters, resembling a white dragon soaring into the sky, breathtakingly beautiful and intoxicating. Sumanya turned back to look, and behind her lay a silvery sea of mercury, enveloping this massive island, winding endlessly, with no idea where it came from. What a delight! Looking at this island that resembled a fairy mountain, Dao Changsheng smiled faintly and said, "It's been so long, and it hasn't been renovated." With that, Dao Changsheng stepped down from the head of the ancient golden python, leading Sumanya up the white jade staircase, while the ancient golden python quickly shrank in size, lying at the edge of the island, showing no intention of following. Dao Changsheng and Su Manya pressed on, stopping only halfway up the mountain, where 3 separate white jade staircases diverged, one leading upward, one into the left forest, and the last toward a gray vortex. Looking at the 3 paths before him, Dao Changsheng chuckled and shook his head, guiding Su Manya toward the right gray vortex, and in the blink of an eye, they vanished into it. Suddenly, the world spun around them. After entering the gray vortex, Dao Changsheng and Su Manya found themselves standing before a magnificent golden door. With a thunderous sound, the door swung open, bursting forth with golden light, and Dao Changsheng and Su Manya stepped inside. Inside the door, the ground was covered with sand that resembled gold, and not far away, lifelike sculptures stood on either side. In the center of this group of sculptures lay a golden coffin, several meters long and wide, quietly placed. At first, Su Manya thought it was made of gold, but after several glances, she was certain it was not gold, though she couldn't tell what it was. When Su Manya looked up, she was momentarily stunned, for she discovered that the ceiling was not a building but a brilliant and resplendent starry sky, a vast silver expanse, with countless stars dotting it, showering down waves of starlight. It is the teacher's arrival. It is the fault of the Qin Emperor for not welcoming him personally. The next moment, as Su Manya continued to survey the area, a voice, both authoritative and slightly apologetic, suddenly rang out, startling her. What had she just heard? The Qin Emperor? Wasn't he supposed to be dead? Could it be that Dao Changsheng was here to meet this Qin Emperor? Boom, boom, rumble. Just as countless shocking doubts flashed through Su Manya's mind, a thunderous sound erupted. The lid of the mysterious golden coffin suddenly moved, and a wave of peaceful purple mist emerged. Following that, a middle-aged man dressed in a golden robe, exuding an air of authority, stepped out of the coffin and landed before Dao Changsheng. He wore a crown resembling that of the Qin Emperor, with white pearl curtains swaying in the wind, a purple-gold dragon-patterned sword hanging at his waist, and a golden robe with wide sleeves embroidered with 9 vividly lifelike golden dragons, looking fierce and ready to pounce. This man stood tall and imposing. Simply standing there gave one a sense of awe, as if gazing up at an insurmountable mountain. Qin Emperor. Looking at the imposing figure before her, filled with imperial majesty, Su Manya stammered, her face reflecting shock. Even she, who had weathered many storms, was utterly astonished. The legendary Qin Emperor, he was actually alive. Hearing Su Manya's words, Emperor Qin glanced at her, and an imperial aura suddenly emerged. If it weren't for supporting Dao Changsheng, Su Manya would have almost knelt at Emperor Qin's feet. Those were eyes that were unfathomable. Seeing Emperor Qin's gaze felt even more terrifying than encountering that silver vortex. Emperor Qin greets the teacher. In the next moment, Emperor Qin respectfully bowed to Dao Changsheng, which made Su Manya swallow hard. She actually saw Emperor Qin bowing to Dao Changsheng and even calling him teacher. This meant that Dao Changsheng had lived for an incredibly long time, at least longer than the Qin dynasty. The thought of Dao Changsheng's age being so formidable left Su Manya in shock as she looked at him. Her own young master had lived for at least 1,000 years, far beyond what she had imagined. You kid are not bad. Seeing Emperor Qin, who was filled with imperial might and surrounded by a faint purple aura, Dao Changsheng couldn't help but exclaim, "You have truly come a long way on this path. The effect of the time grass on you has been immense." "All of this is thanks to the teacher," Emperor Qin said humbly, showing no airs. "If it weren't for the teacher retrieving the time grass for Emperor Qin back then, I would have likely been lost in the river of time long ago. Let the past be the past." Upon hearing Emperor Qin's words, Dao Changsheng sighed slightly. When it came to the river of time, he recalled how many supreme kings, unparalleled generals, and eternal strategists he had sent off. If it weren't for the time grass, Emperor Qin would have likely gone to war as well. Whoosh! In the next moment, Emperor Qin waved his hand, and a rich purple aura surged forth, instantly condensing into an ancient table, 3 thrones, and 3 purple teacups filled with purple tea leaves. A stream of ethereal energy flowed back and forth around the 3 of them. Seeing the table, Dao Changsheng smiled faintly and sat down. Su Manya did the same, but she was extremely reserved. At this moment, she was as tense as could be. After all, this was the legendary Emperor Qin, and a profoundly mysterious young master. If she hadn't already faced many storms before, she would have likely fainted from fear. In front of the 3 of them was only a small purple teacup. A purple teapot suddenly appeared out of thin air, and Emperor Qin personally poured tea for Dao Changsheng, while a stream of green tea appeared in Su Manya's cup. "The taste of purple spirit tea," Dao Changsheng said with a smile after taking a sip, looking at Emperor Qin. "Back then, you were indeed too kind-hearted, letting Su Gonggang go. Now he has vanished into darkness." This remark startled Su Manya. Dao Changsheng actually said that Emperor Qin was kind-hearted? What a joke! Emperor Qin was clearly the only decisive king in history, known for his ruthless actions. Now Dao Changsheng was saying that Emperor Qin was kind-hearted and had let Su Gongdan go, which implied that Su Gongdan was definitely still alive. Su Manya knew that Dao Changsheng's words must be true because he was far beyond her comprehension. Yet even if it was true, it left her astonished. She now wanted to know what events in history had been obscured. He ran away because at that time I couldn't stop him, Qin Huang said with a bitter smile upon hearing Dao Changsheng's words. Back then, master, you had already fallen into an unstable slumber. I had used the time grass to seize creation, which angered the heavens, leading to the calamity of fallen gods. At that time, Eunuch Su took action, and that old rascal directly led 5,000 Dao soldiers away from the great Qin. My fragment couldn't stop him at all, it didn't even know the situation. To stabilize the time grass, it had no time to care about anything else and could only let him leave. He took on disciples, Dao Changsheng said lightly upon hearing Qin Huang's account. During the Han Dynasty, there was a kid named Zhang Jiao who flaunted his Taoist methods everywhere. That old rascal. Qin Huang laughed freely upon hearing Dao Changsheng's words. Since he managed to escape, it was destined to be a calamity in his fate. With you here, he won't be able to stir up much trouble. I wonder if you came this time to inform Qin Huang to take action. No, Dao Changsheng shook his head in response to Qin Huang's words. We don't need to take action, they will definitely descend in this great era. For the future, you must prepare here. I believe you have prepared quite a bit already, right? Yes, master, Qin Huang nodded in agreement. Ever since you instructed me, I have kept it in my heart. I have been preparing for these years, but why did you bring an ordinary woman with you? At this point, Qin Huang turned his gaze to Su Manya, knowing that with someone like Dao Changsheng, there was no need to have an ordinary woman by his side. I brought her here to obtain the Xianin Pearl, Dao Changsheng said lightly, which made Qin Huang nod in understanding. As for the Xianin Pearl, it will take a while with the young lady. I hope master can be patient, Qin Huang said, realizing that the Xianin Pearl was entrusted to him by Dao Changsheng for safekeeping when Dao Changsheng fell into slumber. A few minutes later, a girl of extraordinary beauty walked in through the main door. Upon seeing her, Su Manya felt as if a fairy had descended from the heavens. She was simply too beautiful. The girl appeared to be around 16 years old, standing about 1.65 meters tall, dressed in a light blue ancient outfit. Her long hair cascaded like a waterfall, gently covering part of her delicate face. A water blue ribbon held her hair up, with a jade hairpin lightly securing it, the tip of the pin adorned with a delicate chain that swayed like raindrops, moving gracefully like the first bloom of pale plum blossoms, exuding tranquility without extravagance. Her gem-like eyes were calm and gentle, with a shimmering luster that seemed to flow like the stars and moon in the sky. Her petite, exquisite nose was slightly upturned, making her look quite adorable. She was ethereal, possessing a natural freshness that was unadorned, especially the aura between her brows and lips, elegant and gentle, making her seem approachable, with a warm expression that carried a hint of indifference. Yaoer, you're here. Qin Huang smiled upon seeing the girl walk in and beckoned, come sit down quickly. The gentleman you've dreamed of meeting has come this time, hurry and greet him. Sir. Upon hearing Qin Huang's words, Qin Yao quickly looked at Dao Changsheng. Upon seeing his familiar face, her expression turned joyful, and she rushed into Dao Changsheng's embrace. Yao, long time no see. Dao Changsheng smiled as he stroked her beautiful long hair. You've grown so much, can't you act a bit more like a lady? Hurry up and get up. No, Qin Yao pouted playfully upon hearing Dao Changsheng's words. Your embrace is so comfortable, you always held me when I was little. Why can't you hold me now that I've grown up? Alright, upon hearing Qin Yao's words, Dao Changsheng smiled and said, if you want a hug, go ahead. I haven't seen you for quite a long time. Enough, Yao, aren't you going to get up? Qin Huang, standing nearby, said with a faint smile, this time, the master came to take away the Xianin Pearl that your father gave you to play with. You brought it, right? Don't worry, father, I've kept it by my side all along. Hearing Qin Huang's words, Qin Yao rose from Dao Changsheng's embrace, and with a flick of her delicate hand, appeared in the air. This was a pearl radiating with tiny blue crystalline dots inside, as if it contained a universe of stars. Streams of blue light continuously poured from the pearl, falling into the void, clearly not an ordinary item. Seeing the Xianin Pearl, Dao Changsheng nodded, then waved his hand, causing the pearl to land on Su Manya's head, where it transformed into a blue light and entered her mind. Whoosh! Instantly, a burst of blue light erupted, enveloping Su Manya completely. Qin Yao and Qin Huang were momentarily stunned by the scene. They had seen the Xianin Pearl for so long, and aside from emitting a bit of coldness, it had never changed. Now, it was exhibiting such a transformation, indicating that those around Dao Changsheng were extraordinary individuals. May I ask what else you need, master? Retracting his gaze, Qin Huang inquired of Dao Changsheng, knowing that he couldn't have come here solely for the Xianyin Pearl. I came to ask about the news of the immortal spirit grass, Dao Changsheng replied with a faint smile. Not long ago, I awakened from my slumber, and the Blood Clan prince told me that there is a scent of immortal spirit grass in your royal tomb, so I came to take a look and see how far you've come. Immortal spirit grass? Upon hearing Dao Changsheng's words, Qin Huang showed a puzzled expression. He truly didn't know about the immortal spirit grass, as he had been in deep sleep, completely unaware of external matters. If it weren't for Dao Changsheng's visit, he wouldn't have awakened at all. I know. Suddenly recalling something, Qin Yao spoke up. Not long ago, while father was still asleep, a woman radiating green light floated in from the Mercury Sea. I was right by the island's edge and was quite surprised to see her, as none of the many formations outside were triggered, and even the large gate showed no signs of opening. She didn't touch any of those mechanisms, it was as if she appeared out of nowhere. What surprised me even more was that she was immortal, and there was a small, vibrant green grass shadow protecting her. I felt a tremendous celestial aura from that grass shadow, which was at least as strong as father's. But just as she approached the island, a white passage suddenly appeared silently, and she was instantly sucked in, after which the white passage disappeared. Is that so? Upon hearing Qin Yao's words, Qin Huang frowned and looked at his daughter, Qin Yao, saying, "Why didn't you tell me about this? You should know this is not an ordinary place. What if something serious happens?" "Father, you were in deep sleep at the time," Qin Yao replied, feeling a bit embarrassed and sticking out her tongue. "The immortal spirit grass has awakened. This is a bit troublesome," Dao Changsheng said, frowning as he rubbed his temples. He hadn't expected the immortal spirit grass to awaken in this lifetime. This was a significant change. "Don't worry, master." Seeing Dao Changsheng frown, Qin Huang smiled and said, "Just wait a moment, I'll use the imperial armor to help you deduce this." As he spoke, the Qin Emperor waved his hand, and three ancient rectangular objects suddenly floated in the void. Immediately, an extremely rich purple aura surged from the Qin Emperor, pouring into these three imperial armors. As large swaths of purple energy merged, the Qin Emperor's face began to pale. This was the imperial purple energy, and the more it was used, the longer the subsequent rest would be required. Moreover, it was even more taxing to deduce the unique celestial spirit grass. Fortunately, the celestial spirit grass had just awakened, and since the Qin Emperor was the one who had traveled the farthest on the path of emperors, although it was strenuous, it was still manageable. For some ordinary people's deductions, Dao Changsheng could manage, but when it came to those involving cultivation, he could not, as he lacked the cultivation base, possessing only a body that traversed the world. If he could deduce, he would not have had to endure the endless suffering at the beginning. Back in the chaos domain, he was captured and subjected to all kinds of torment, which left a deep and indelible mark on his resolute heart. He dared to say that, apart from himself, no one else in the world could have a heart as steadfast as his. Those who lived longer than him had either fallen into darkness or lost themselves within it. At best, they were barely surviving in some space, sealed away with extraordinary things. In that state of existence, they could only remain forever inside, unable to escape. Boom! In the next moment, three dazzling beams of purple light shot out from the imperial armors, projecting a massive image in the starry sky. In this projection, bustling streets, modern buildings, throngs of people, and a tide of vehicles appeared, resembling a grand city. The projection only lasted an instant before vanishing, leaving the three floating imperial armors to drop down forlornly. Cough, cough, cough. At this moment, the Qin Emperor's face was pale, looking very fatigued, indicating that his recent expenditure had been considerable. What was that scene in the projection just now? Qin Yao, standing nearby, asked with great interest. I saw so many magnificent buildings and countless flying metal shells, it looked so fun. The imperial capital. Seeing the scene in the projection, Dao Changsheng nodded. He naturally knew what place was depicted, and he happened to need to go to the imperial capital to resolve some matters. Once those were settled, he could set off for the small world. Whoosh! At that moment, a sound like a tide arose as the blue light enveloping Su Manya receded like a wave. Su Manya stepped out with a joyful expression, for she had just received a vast inheritance memory from the Xianyin Pearl. Not bad. Seeing Su Manya emerge, Dao Changsheng nodded in satisfaction. He could tell that she had received the inheritance memory and successfully forged her Dao body, allowing her to cultivate better. Now that this matter is settled, I should take my leave. Looking at the pale-faced Qin Emperor, Dao Changsheng gently nodded and said softly, "You should rest well here. In the future, you will need to fight personally. That day will not be far off. May I ask if the teacher could help the Qin Emperor with a favor?" Upon hearing Dao Changsheng was about to leave, the Qin Emperor suddenly inquired, glancing at Qin Yao as he spoke. "You may speak," Dao Changsheng replied with a gentle nod. "The Qin Emperor wishes for the teacher to take my daughter out, the Qin Emperor said softly, looking at Qin Yao. After all, my daughter is not like this old bone of mine, she has been isolated from the world for too long. The Qin Emperor hopes the teacher can take her out to experience the current era, to better guide her, and she can also assist the teacher. Father! Hearing the words of the Qin Emperor, Qin Yao was deeply moved and hugged him tightly. She never expected that her father would actually ask Dao Changsheng on her behalf. The thought of leaving her father's side made her a bit reluctant. Although she had lived for a long time, she had never experienced the outside world. From birth until now, she had always stayed on this immortal mountain island. Whenever the Qin Emperor awakened, he would explain the knowledge he possessed to her, and there was a vast sea of books in the palace. Much of what she knew came from these books, but she truly knew nothing about the outside world. The only companions she had were the endless sea of books and various spiritual beasts on the island. She had met Dao Changsheng when she was young, but he had not taken her out due to his need to sleep. However, he would come to accompany her every 1 or 2 eras, explaining the prosperous world outside, which made her yearn for it. Now that she finally had the chance to go out, how could she not be excited? But the thought of leaving her father made her a little unwilling. Of course, Dao Changsheng said with a faint smile upon hearing the Qin Emperor's words, readily agreeing. Qin Yao's constitution was also quite extraordinary, it would be a pity for her to stay on the immortal mountain island. Moreover, he would not fall into a deep sleep again, and he had plenty of time to teach Qin Yao once they left. Weren't you always wanting to follow the master out? Hearing Dao Changsheng's words, the Qin Emperor looked at Su Manya, who was hugging him, and laughed, isn't going out now what you've always wanted? Once we go out, listen to the master well and serve him properly. Qin Yao nodded heavily upon hearing the Qin Emperor's words. Then, the Qin Emperor instructed Qin Yao on some matters and personally took her and Dao Changsheng to the edge of the immortal mountain island. Watching Dao Changsheng take Qin Yao and Su Manya away, the Qin Emperor nodded with satisfaction and then fell into a deep sleep once again in that coffin. Young master, where should we go now? On the vast sea, the ancient golden python carried Dao Changsheng and the others, cutting through the waves. Su Manya curiously asked Dao Changsheng. She had already received the inheritance, and as long as she continued to cultivate like this, becoming a powerful existence was a certainty. To the imperial capital. Dao Changsheng replied calmly, saying slowly, we will also deal with some troubles along the way. After finding the immortal spirit grass, I will take you to the small world, where you will witness what a vast world truly is. Small world? Su Manya and Qin Yao looked puzzled at Dao Changsheng's words. They did not know what he meant by the small world, but even though they were confused, they kept their questions to themselves, believing that Dao Changsheng would tell them when the time was right. Dao Changsheng took Qin Yao and Su Manya back the way they came, crossing the vast Mercury Sea and passing through a closed gate, ultimately returning to the magnificent hall where they had started. We're back! We're back! Great! We finally made it back! As a burst of golden light erupted from the walls and 3 figures appeared, excited exclamations suddenly rang out. Louis and Fan Xiao shouted with excitement, looking at the figures as if they had seen their backbone. In this place, aside from examining various antiques, they had nothing else to do. A room filled with various treasures, yet there were no doors to exit, trapping them inside. Even if they gathered together, they could not endure such an atmosphere because it was simply too lonely. It felt as if they were isolated from the world, and as active young people, they could hardly stand it. Besides Dr. Qin Fong, no one else could tolerate this feeling. This woman is so beautiful. Who is she? Suddenly, when Louis and the others saw Qin Yao beside Dao Changsheng, they were instantly dumbfounded. How could there be such a beautiful woman? And where did she come from? They had clearly only seen Dao Changsheng leave with Su Manya before. How could he have brought back such a stunning girl in ancient attire? Dr. Qin Fong also showed surprise upon seeing Qin Yao, as it was the first time he had encountered such a beautiful woman, one who looked like she had stepped out of a traditional painting. Like Louis and the others, he was puzzled as to why Dao Changsheng had returned with such a gorgeous woman. Qin Shaoyan was at a loss for words because Qin Yao was simply too beautiful. Having spent so many years at Tsinghua University, she had seen countless beauties, and even though she was not particularly shocked by Su Manya, it was the first time she had seen someone as stunning as Qin Yao. Alright, we should head out now. Ignoring the confusion and shock of the crowd, Dao Changsheng glanced at Dr. Qin Fong and said calmly, just don't speak of what happened here, and I will naturally discuss it with your leader. As he spoke, he walked toward the other side, gently tapping his palm against the golden wall. Suddenly, a series of cracking sounds echoed, as if some mechanism had been activated, and a tunnel appeared, radiating dazzling white light, clearly made of materials not found on Earth. Let's go in, Dao Changsheng said as he led the 2 women inside. Lu Yi and the others hurriedly followed, and Dr. Qin Feng, before leaving, grabbed several antique treasures, eager to study these rare and valuable items. Rumble. As everyone entered the tunnel, a booming sound erupted, and the tunnel gradually closed. Meanwhile, in the cave they had just arrived at, Dao Changsheng and the others stood beside an ancient door. This was a spatial transmission tunnel. Stepping inside would allow them to return outside, but from the outside, one could not even find it, let alone step inside, as it was designed to guard against those dark entities. Ha! We finally made it out. The air outside is so much better. The harvest this time is truly immense. The group, feeling the familiar air, erupted in excited shouts. The air outside was refreshing, and the ground beneath their feet felt familiar. If they had to stay in that palace filled with antiques and treasures any longer, they would surely go mad. Especially Dr. Qin Feng, who occasionally fumbled with the package he carried, his excitement palpable, for it contained treasures of the Qin state, holding significant research value. How could he not be thrilled to have brought them out? This place. Qin Yao looked around with excitement, as it was her first time seeing this world. She was deeply interested in every aspect of the modern world. Soon, the group walked toward the cave's exit, but just as they stepped outside, the two old men guarding the cave suddenly appeared, blocking Dao Changsheng and the others' path. Old Bai, Old Song. Seeing the two elderly men appear unexpectedly, Dr. Qin Feng greeted them respectfully, but the two elders did not respond to him at all. Instead, they focused their gaze on Dao Changsheng, and then on Qin Yao. Despite their age, they couldn't help but be moved upon seeing Qin Yao. They had encountered many beautiful women in their time, but it was the first time they had seen someone like Qin Yao, who radiated an ethereal aura. Although they were astonished, there was still a gravity in their eyes. Just moments ago, they had been guarding the cave entrance, and when they entered, there was no sign of Qin Yao. Now, however, a woman had unexpectedly joined their ranks. The most critical point was that they could not see through this woman. They felt an invisible sense of oppression emanating from her. This left the two elderly men in shock. They were relics of a secret organization within the nation, and encountering someone they could not perceive was a first for them. I wonder what you two elders mean by blocking our way. Before Dr. Qin Feng and the others could speak, Su Mengya stepped forward to inquire. As Dao Changsheng's maid, it was indeed her responsibility to handle such matters. We would like to ask this young master. Upon hearing Su Mengya's words, Elder Bai chuckled and said, "We have already spoken with the Grand Master over the phone. The Grand Master instructed us to treat this young master with utmost respect, so we came personally to welcome him. We are also very curious about where this young lady comes from," he said, turning his gaze toward Qin Yao. "Which Grand Master?" Dao Changsheng asked calmly and indifferently. Upon hearing Dao Changsheng's question, Elder Tsang immediately smiled and replied, "It is Grand Master Ji. Grand Master Ji said your identity is noble and instructed us to invite you for a discussion with the utmost respect. He will personally arrange for you to go to the imperial capital." Ji Hongjia. Hearing Elder Tsang's words, Dao Changsheng nodded slightly and said, "In that case, let us meet them. Lead the way." Alright, Elder Tsang nodded at Dao Changsheng's words. He wanted to continue inquiring about Qin Yao but was pulled by Elder Bai, who shook his head. Elder Tsang then personally led Dao Changsheng and the others. As for Dr. Qin Feng and his group, they were taken away by another team of soldiers, as they were not qualified to accompany Elder Bai and the others, who had a special plane prepared. Subsequently, Dao Changsheng, along with Su Mengya and Qin Yao, boarded the special plane, with Elder Bai and Elder Tsang accompanying them. This surprised the pilot, who quickly concealed his shock and focused on flying the plane. At the same time, the moment Dao Changsheng boarded the plane, the entire imperial capital was thrown into turmoil. Three elderly men, with white hair, hurriedly ran out from a heavily guarded villa, heading straight for a certain location. Their running was swift, as if the wind was beneath their feet, covering several meters with each stride, showing no signs of being elderly. Behind them, fully armed soldiers were in pursuit, especially the leading few, whose faces were gradually filled with helplessness and panic. They knew this was the Grand Master. They could not stop him, and if something went wrong, their heads would surely roll. Moreover, they were merely well-trained soldiers, incomparable to a Grand Master who had cultivated some Tao. Not only were these three Grand Masters in motion, but 5 other families in the imperial capital were also taking action. Their old patriarchs were among the 8 Grand Masters of the Eastern nation, but unlike the 3 Grand Masters who did not reside in the villa area, they were all familiar with each other. One by one, they burst out of their doors, disappearing toward a certain destination in an instant, leaving no time for their younger generations to react. At the same time, a plane from Lishan was speeding toward a discreet courtyard in the imperial capital. In this courtyard, 8 elderly men with white hair were waiting respectfully. If others were to see these 8 men, they would surely exclaim in surprise, for these were the 8 Grand Masters of the Eastern nation, standing at the pinnacle of the world, gathered in this courtyard, seemingly waiting for someone. Among the 8 old men, 1 or 2 of them had a flicker of displeasure in their eyes, but this expression was fleeting and went unnoticed by anyone. Boom! The plane landed, the cabin door swung open, and accompanied by the elderly Bayan Song, Dao Changsheng stepped off the plane with Su Manya and Qini Yao. Ji family, Ji Hongjia greets the benefactor. Hu family, Hu Kefan greets the benefactor. Du family, Du Jia greets the benefactor. He family, He Tian greets the Sir. Lu family, Lu Yongfeng greets the Sir. Chao family, Chao Ding greets the Sir. In family, In Li greets the Sir. Chen family, Chen Rui greets the Sir. As Dao Changsheng stepped down, the 8 old men spoke in unison with respect, each bowing slightly as they spoke. This scene left Su Manya feeling dizzy. After all, these were individuals at the pinnacle of the world, now showing such deference to his young master. If word got out, wouldn't it stir up a tremendous storm? Oh my, let's go inside, I have something to instruct you. Looking at the 8 respectful old men, Dao Changsheng's expression remained calm, showing no surprise. After giving a brief instruction, he led the way into the courtyard, and the 8 old men immediately followed. Bai and Sung exchanged glances, ultimately deciding to guard the entrance of the courtyard. Since you're all here, I'll give you a task, Dao Changsheng said lightly, seeing that the ancestors had all entered. Sir, please speak. No matter what it is, we will go through fire and water for you, the 8 old men hurriedly replied upon hearing Dao Changsheng's words. It's simple, Dao Changsheng said with a faint smile at the 8 respectful figures. I have come to the capital to find a woman. You will mobilize your subordinates to search for her, and once you find her, notify me immediately. I will be waiting here for you. At this point, Dao Changsheng glanced at Qini Yao, who immediately understood. She waved her hand, and a burst of light emanated, followed by the appearance of several scrolls, each depicting a beautiful and enchanting woman. Then, Qini Yao waved her hand again, and the 8 scrolls fell into the arms of the 8 old men, who cherished the scrolls as if they were treasures. The woman depicted in the images left them feeling a sense of awe. In the next moment, Dao Changsheng waved his hand lightly and said, Go, Hu Kefan, Du Jia, and Ji Hongjia stay. Upon hearing Dao Changsheng's words, the 8 old men exchanged glances, and then 3 stayed while the other 5 hurriedly left. Young ones greet the Sir, thinking of the life-saving teachings from years ago. As the remaining 5 old men just stepped out, Ji Hongjia, Hu Kefan, and Du Jia quickly knelt down, their eyes filled with fervor as they looked at Dao Changsheng. They were the 3 who had known Dao Changsheng the longest among the 8 old men and understood him better than the other 5. Now that Dao Changsheng had kept them, they naturally knew what it meant. In the blink of an eye, a year has passed, and you have all grown so much, Dao Changsheng sighed slightly as he looked at the 3 old men. While speaking, he took off the blue jade pendant hanging from his waist and handed it to Ji Hongjia, saying softly, This is the key to open the first door of the Qin Emperor's tomb. Inside, you will find what you need. Remember, do not approach the coffin within 3 meters, take as much of the other things as you can. Thank you, sir. Hearing Dao Changsheng's words, Ji Hongjia took the blue jade pendant with excitement, his whole body trembling with exhilaration. He certainly understood what it meant to unlock the entrance to the Qin Emperor's tomb. It was the key they had been searching for years, and now it was finally in his hands. How could he not be thrilled? Beside him, Hu Kefan and Du Jia looked at the blue jade pendant in Ji Hongjia's hand with envy. While they were envious, there was no trace of jealousy, for the 3 of them shared a deep bond. Back then, they had sworn brotherhood in front of Dao Changsheng, and they were genuinely happy for Ji Hongjia's good fortune. Alright, you may leave, Dao Changsheng said, gesturing for the 3 to help him find the reincarnated woman of the immortal spirit grass. The 3 elders immediately bowed respectfully and took their leave. Brother Changsheng, what do you want that woman who transformed from the immortal spirit grass for? Why not just tell me directly? Qini Yao asked with a puzzled expression as the 3 elders departed. She couldn't understand why Dao Changsheng insisted on searching for the woman and why he didn't just send her instead of involving those elders from the Eastern Kingdom. The immortal spirit grass cannot come into contact with the aura of the immortal path, Dao Changsheng replied with a faint smile upon hearing Qini Yao's question. He gently stroked her hair and said softly, This is also why you saw the immortal spirit grass vanish in the blink of an eye by opening a time-space passage. Moreover, I need you to do something else. What is it? Upon hearing Dao Changsheng's words, Qini Yao's eyes lit up with anticipation. She was eager to know what task he wanted her to undertake. You need to go to the Bermuda Triangle. There is an enormous pyramid at the bottom of the sea. Once you enter the pyramid, say my name, and someone will guide you. Also, please bring something back for me. As Dao Changsheng spoke, he took out a golden jade talisman from his robe and handed it to Qini Yao. After she received it, he added softly, With this, you can dive into the sea without obstruction. With your cultivation beyond the initial stage of qi, someone will take you inside. Okay, I understand. Qi Yao nodded immediately upon hearing Dao Changsheng's words. She took the jade talisman and left without another word. At this point, only Dao Changsheng and Su Manya remained in the courtyard. Meanwhile, on the other side, the 5 elders of the He family, after taking out the scroll and portrait, began to take significant action. Everyone in the family started mobilizing. People from the business, political, and military sectors were all activated, with the goal of finding the person Dao Changsheng needed. In the He family courtyard, He Tian sat expressionlessly in a chair, with 9 black-clad guards standing before him. Master, what do you wish to command us? One of the black-clad guards, seemingly the leader, inquired. Upon hearing the leader's question, He Tian flicked the scroll in his hand and said, "Go, find this woman. Inform me as soon as you locate her. You must find her within 24 hours. Yes." Upon hearing their master's command, the black-clad guards nodded and then vanished in an instant. If the other members of the He family had seen this, they would surely have been astonished, for these 9 black-clad individuals were the He family's foundation, the 9 Qi training guards, only summonable by the ancestors. "I don't believe you can remain invincible forever," He Tian said coldly, clenching his fist as he watched the black-clad guards leave. He was now determined to break free from Dao Changsheng's control. The He family was one of the top 8 families in the Eastern Kingdom. He refused to submit to a single person. His action stemmed from his suspicion that Dao Changsheng had something on him. Otherwise, why wouldn't Dao Changsheng search himself and instead assign this task to them? Moreover, he was also envious of Dao Changsheng's youthful appearance. Over 100 years ago, Dao Changsheng looked just like that, and now, he still looked the same, showing no signs of change at all. He desperately wanted to acquire Dao Changsheng's ability. The higher one stands, the greater the desires within. In the past, he only wished to survive, but now he had reached the pinnacle of existence in the Eastern Kingdom. He was not satisfied with this. He held significant power and was extremely eager for immortality. Since Dao Changsheng could achieve it, why couldn't he? When Dao Changsheng guided him back then, he had never revealed his abilities, seeming just like an ordinary person. Furthermore, he believed that Dao Changsheng had lived longer than he had, and the rest was hardly worth mentioning. He firmly believed that if he lived as long as Dao Changsheng, he could certainly reach the same position. Human greed cannot be eliminated. Master, we have found the woman. In the early hours of the next day, the black-clad guard appeared before He Tian once again. With their intervention, along with the efforts of various tycoons from his family, finding a woman was still possible. Where is she? Upon hearing the guard's words, He Tian, who had not slept all night, immediately stood up and asked urgently. His eagerness to find this woman was not to inform Dao Changsheng of her whereabouts, but to confine her for himself. According to his speculation, Dao Changsheng had not changed in appearance over the years, which surely indicated that he was a person of profound cultivation as described in legends. Their meeting yesterday made him suspect that the other party was likely injured or that his cultivation had significantly decreased due to unknown factors. Cultivators are often particularly keen on enhancing their cultivation, so the purpose of Dao Changsheng's large-scale actions was self-evident. Why was Dao Changsheng not searching for her himself but instead instructing them to help him find her? After a night of speculation, he had already come to 2 conclusions. Either the woman Dao Changsheng was looking for was related to healing, or she could assist Dao Changsheng in enhancing his cultivation. Either way, it would be of immense benefit to a cultivator. Since it was beneficial to Dao Changsheng, why couldn't it be beneficial to him? If this woman had the effect of enhancing cultivation, and if he could utilize her, once his cultivation improved, what was there to fear from Dao Changsheng? Moreover, even if his speculation was wrong, he believed he had the capital to protect his life. After all, he was one of the 8 marshals of the founding nation, standing at the top of the Eastern Kingdom. In addition to some conventional troops, he also had guards whose cultivation had reached the innate realm, and he himself had reached the understanding realm. He certainly had the capital to compete with the injured Dao Changsheng. At Qingxin Mountain. Upon hearing He Tian's inquiry, the black-clad guard dared not conceal anything and hurriedly reported. However, we encountered a bit of trouble because the Chun family has also found that woman at Qingxin Mountain. Currently, we are at a stalemate with the Chun family, who have a force similar to ours, and after notifying the Chun family's ancestor, I rushed back to report to you. Humph, what do I have to fear from that old man Chen Rui? Let's go, lead the way. I want to see what capital Chen Rui has to challenge me. Hearing the guard's report, He Tian spoke coldly, and by the end, a hint of ruthlessness flickered in his eyes. He had already developed a killing intent. Upon hearing He Tian's words, the black-clad guard did not dare to delay in the slightest and quickly led He Tian to Qingxin Mountain. On the other side, the ancestor of the Chen family, Chen Rui, upon hearing the information from his guards, wasted no time and headed straight for Qingxin Mountain. At the same moment, shouting from the Chao family also set off, but he brought along 5 guards dressed in blue. Outside the imperial capital, a great mountain occupied an area of several hundred miles, with towering peaks and steep cliffs, and flocks of birds filled the air, creating a scene of vibrant life. This mountain is called Qingxin Mountain, and at its peak stands a Taoist temple named Qingxin Temple. Every year on the 7th day of the 7th month, when you arrive at this mountain, drenched in sweat, and enter this temple, you will immediately feel a cool breeze, and all your discomfort and pain will vanish. This is also the reason why this mountain is famous. Naturally, many people come to visit, but now it is not summer, it is winter, and no one is willing to freeze while climbing the mountain. In front of Qingxin Temple, a small river about 7 or 8 meters wide winds its way through. The river is shallow and crystal clear, occasionally revealing small fish and shrimp playing joyfully at the bottom. However, the scene around is anything but calm, for by the river lies a woman in a green ancient dress, panic-stricken, looking at the group of people surrounding her. Among them are 7 men in black and another 8 masked individuals in uniform, facing off against each other. Although the two groups are in a standoff, everyone occasionally casts greedy glances at the panicked woman, as if they were seeing countless treasures of gold and silver. Yet neither side makes a move immediately. Instead, they notify their respective masters to come, as this is an order from their lord. "Second brother, when will the master arrive?" one of the black-clad guards asked a man in front. Hearing this, the man replied in a deep voice, "It should be soon. As long as we hold on a little longer, our task is to delay. When will the He family dare to confront my Chen family?" A few seconds later, a deep voice rang out, and an old man rushed in from a distance. In the blink of an eye, he crossed into the space between the two groups. Looking at the 7 men in black without saying a word, he raised his hand and a gust of wind howled out. Bang! 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 In an instant, the group of black-clad men from the He family seemed to be struck by lightning, each spitting out blood. Seeing this, the 8 masked individuals cheered, realizing that their ancestor was indeed formidable, having taken down 7 with just a wave of his hand. "This woman's lead is mine, Chen Rui." After sending the 7 black-clad men from the He family flying, Chen Rui turned his gaze to the woman. He knew that completing the task assigned by Dao Changsheng would bring great benefits, and whether he could break through depended on Dao Changsheng. Whoosh! Just then, a whistling sound suddenly came from afar, followed by a black shadow darting into the Chen family's ranks. Immediately, the 8 masked individuals met the same fate as the He family's masked men, each spitting blood and flying out. Witnessing this, Chen Rui was instantly furious, seeing He Tian standing not far away with an indifferent expression. Looking at Chen Rui's gaze, He Tian coldly said, "You dare to injure my subordinates, you have quite the nerve. Get the hell out of here." Hearing He Tian's words, Chen Rui cursed angrily. He had only intended to punish the He family, but now this bastard He Tian had crippled 8 of his guards. He had suffered a great loss. "Today, not only will your guards die here, but you will also die here." He Tian coldly spoke, looking at the cursing Chen Rui. "Ha!" Upon hearing He Tian's words, Chen Rui sneered repeatedly, looking at He Tian with disdain, and coldly replied, "With your mere mastery of the Miaoyan realm? Who will die here today is still uncertain." "That's right, with your perfect mastery of Miaoyun, you can indeed easily defeat He, but what if I join in?" As soon as Chen Rui's voice fell, a sound suddenly came from afar, and then an old man dressed in blue, leading 5 guards in blue attire, rushed over from the distance, landing beside He Tian in the blink of an eye. Chao Ding, seeing the newcomer, Chen Rui's pupils constricted, and his expression gradually darkened. Chao Ding from the Chao family was at the same level as him, both having reached the realm of Miaoyun's perfection, making them evenly matched. However, with the addition of He Tian, who had achieved Miaoyun's great success, his situation became perilous. "With Brother Chao's help, I just wonder if you can withstand the combined attack of the two of us." Looking at Chen Rui's grim face, He Tian laughed heartily, a surge of overwhelming momentum bursting forth from his body. Chao Ding was the same, a massive aura erupting from him, while the 5 blue-clad men behind them drew their swords, glaring menacingly at Chen Rui. "Kill!" Seeing He Tian and the others surrounding him, Chen Rui roared, and in an instant, he transformed into a shadow, charging towards He Tian, accompanied by the sound of air bursting, a display of incredible speed. "Are you afraid?" Seeing Chen Rui rushing at him, He Tian showed no fear, raising his hand to throw a punch, instantly unleashing a powerful gust of air. Bang! With a loud crash, He Tian and Chen Rui clashed, both old men becoming shadows as they engaged in fierce combat, the sounds of their strikes echoing, accompanied by clouds of dust. Clang! The next moment, a piercing sound of a sword rang out, and a snow-white divine sword descended from the sky. Chen Rui grasped it and slashed down fiercely, immediately eliciting a wail as blood sprayed into the air, and his severed arm fell. He Tian retreated in a panic, creating distance from Chen Rui as he gasped for breath. At that moment, his right arm was partially severed, and having been engaged in battle with Chen Rui, he never expected Chen Rui to suddenly use a weapon. Humph! Looking at the panicked He Tian, Chen Rui scoffed disdainfully, then transformed into a streak of light again, raising his long sword to strike fiercely at He Tian. This made He Tian's expression harden. He quickly raised his left hand to unleash a palm strike, instantly manifesting a massive shadow of a palm that slammed towards Chen Rui. Bang! No matter how large the palm was, it was split in two by Chen Rui's sword. In He Tian's terrified gaze, Chen Rui delivered a powerful punch, resulting in a loud bang as He Tian's arms went numb, unable to lift them. His chest was wide open, and then he was struck again, causing his chest to cave in, blood spraying forth as it was nearly pierced through. "Brother Chow, save me!" He Tian cried out in terror. So it's a spiritual treasure. Without He Tian needing to shout, Chao Ding had already fixed his gaze on the treasure sword in Chen Rui's hand. He immediately lunged at Chen Rui with a fierce grab, accompanied by 3 sharp claw lights. Bang! With a loud crash, Chen Rui staggered back, and Chao Ding also took a step back, but he stood in front of He Tian. "Since you want to stop me, don't blame me for being rude," Chen Rui said coldly, his long sword once again slashing fiercely at Chao Ding. Chao Ding sneered, his figure flashing quickly as he lunged at Chen Rui. Bang bang bang! Instantly, earth-shattering explosions erupted, the two shadows clashing fiercely in the sky, sword lights shooting out continuously, accompanied by waves of roaring sounds. So what if you have a spiritual treasure? My realm is a level above yours. Even with your divine weapon in hand, you are still no match for me. Boom! The next moment, a figure was suddenly sent flying, revealing Chen Rui with disheveled hair and blood-stained clothes, while Chao Ding also had blood at the corner of his mouth, his clothes torn by the sharp sword. Cough 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 cough. Chen Rui, who was sent flying, coughed repeatedly, each cough accompanied by a flow of blood. Chao Ding was simply too strong, so powerful that even with a sword in hand, he couldn't defeat him. If this continued, his defeat was only a matter of time. "Once you're dead, your Chen family will be mine." The next moment, Chao Ding's cold laughter rang out, and he stepped forward, delivering a fierce palm strike towards Chen Rui. Chen Rui hurriedly raised his sword to block, but it was of no use, the sword was sent flying. In the instant the sword was knocked away, Chao Ding unleashed a thunderous palm strike aimed directly at Chen Rui's forehead. Bang! A faint sound echoed, and Chen Rui's head exploded like a shattered watermelon, countless bits of flesh and blood scattering around. This scene caused the woman in green below to faint completely. Old bastard! After killing Chen Rui, Chao Ding casually waved his hand, causing the sword Chen Rui had used to drop to the ground, but the entire blade trembled and wailed, as if mourning for its master's death. "As long as I hand this woman over to the master, I can break through to the Miaoyan realm." After forcibly sealing the sword with his true energy, Chao Ding turned his gaze to the unconscious woman. Brother Chow, Brother Chow." Hearing Chao Ding's words, He Tian rushed over, expressing his thoughts to Chao Ding, which made Chao Ding's brows twitch. He Tian was right, as long as this woman was in his hands, he had a great chance of breaking through. Why should he care about Dao Changqing's expression? Like He Tian, he was someone who refused to submit easily, otherwise, he wouldn't have killed the ancestor of the Chen family for a woman sought by Dao Changqing. He had already made up his mind about He Tian's suggestion and walked towards the woman, preparing to seize her. Just then, an unexpected change occurred. As Chao Ding reached out to grab the woman, a green light suddenly burst forth from her, instantly forcing him to stagger back several steps. Protective divine light. Seeing this scene, He Tian exclaimed in disbelief. He was very familiar with the sudden appearance of the green light on the woman, for once one reached the Miaoyan realm, they could manifest a protective divine light. He himself possessed it, but now it appeared on a woman. Did that mean she had reached the Miaoyan realm? How could this woman possibly be a cultivator of the Miaoyan realm? Just moments ago, he was very clear that she was an utterly ordinary person, someone who could faint at the sight of blood. How could she possess something like protective divine light? Not only was He Tian shocked, but Chao Ding was also extremely astonished. He, disbelieving, reached out again, but once more, he was forced back by a wave of green light. Buzz! The next moment, a strange sound suddenly erupted, and a vast expanse of green light flickered around the woman. Following that, a vivid green grass phantom appeared above her head, causing Chao Ding and the others to be taken aback. The moment the grass phantom appeared, they nearly fell to their knees, as if sensing the arrival of a celestial king from the 9 heavens. The aura was overwhelmingly terrifying, containing a power that seemed capable of destroying the heavens and the earth. This woman is not simple. Seeing the anomaly surrounding the woman, He Tian and Chao Ding wore serious expressions. Now they finally understood how extraordinary the person Dao Changsheng had asked them to find was. Just the sight of this grass phantom nearly made them submit. What do we do now? Feeling helpless, He Tian pulled out a white jade bottle from his pocket, poured out a pill, and swallowed it. After swallowing the pill, a white mist appeared around his severed arm, and then the flesh began to writhe. In just a few seconds, a new arm grew back. This anomaly should be automatically protecting the master. Upon hearing He Tian's inquiry and glancing at the woman who had fainted on the ground, Xiaoding said in a deep voice, "But this woman should be as weak as a chicken, otherwise, she wouldn't have panicked and fainted upon seeing us. Since we can't take her away, we'll send someone to guard this place." "You mean house arrest?" "Exactly, she can only be placed under house arrest here. We need to prepare a set of excuses. We must send someone over to guard immediately, we cannot be negligent." 2 days have passed. On the other side, in the large courtyard, Dao Changsheng lightly tapped the table with his fingers and said to the 7 elders in front of him, 48 hours have passed. With your abilities, that woman should have found a clue. If she hasn't, then you 8 families are nothing but a waste. The 7 elders were Ji Hongjia, Huke, Du Jia, Xiaoding, He Tian, Lu Yong, and Yinli. Except for the Chen family's ancestor, Chen Rui, who was absent, the rest were present. However, seeing the calm expressions of Xiaoding and He Tian, it seemed even they did not know where Chen Rui had gone. "Your subordinates are useless, please forgive us, my lord." Upon hearing Dao Changsheng's words, everyone immediately lowered their heads in fear, for they truly had not found the woman Dao Changsheng mentioned. After searching for 2 days, the capital was in chaos, yet they had not discovered the woman Dao Changsheng was looking for. Where has Chen Rui of the Chen family gone? Looking at the 7 people in front of him, Dao Changsheng frowned slightly. After glancing at Xiaoding and He Tian, he said lightly, "He Tian, Xiaoding, have you found any trace of that woman?" Upon hearing Dao Changsheng's inquiry, He Tian and Xiaoding felt a storm brewing in their hearts, for Dao Changsheng had chosen to ask them 2 among the 7, not the others. Could it be that he had discovered something? Although they were both over 100 years old, they still did not dare to meet his gaze, as they felt that Dao Changsheng's eyes seemed to peer directly into their souls. "Reporting to you, my lord, I have indeed found the whereabouts of that woman." In the next moment, almost instantaneously, He Tian replied in a low voice, "I was just about to report this to you." Upon hearing He Tian's words, Ji Hongjia and the others looked at him in astonishment, not expecting that He Tian had actually found the woman. It seemed He Tian was about to make a significant achievement. "It's like this, that day, after I took the portrait you provided, I mobilized the entire family's resources and eventually found the woman in the slums outside the capital. However, someone got there before us, and that was Chen Rui." Looking at Dao Changsheng, He Tian continued with a hint of anger, "I originally wanted to let it go, since Chen Rui found her, the credit should naturally go to him. But unexpectedly, after seeing her, he actually attacked and injured me. Since my cultivation level is lower than his, I was no match for him. Just when my life was hanging by a thread, it was Brother Chao who received my distress signal and saved me at the most critical moment. When Chen Rui saw Brother Chao arrive, he turned and left, taking the woman with him. We couldn't stop him. The next day, we went to the Chen family together, only to find that Chen Rui was not there. After hearing about your summons, we hurried over to report. How is that possible? Although Chen Rui has a bad temper, he wouldn't do something like this. Yeah, Chen Rui is very strong-willed, how could he do such a thing? As soon as He Tian finished speaking, the other elders immediately began to discuss among themselves, all wearing expressions of disbelief. They knew Chen Rui from the Chen family, their usual relationship was quite good, and it was impossible for it to be as He Tian said. However, even if He Tian had 100 times the courage, he wouldn't dare to deceive Dao Changsheng. No matter how unreliable He Tian's words were, they had no choice but to believe him, especially since Chen Rui really hadn't come today, which almost matched what He Tian said. My lord, everything I said is true. Hearing the discussions of the ancestors around him, He Tian quickly extended his right hand, rolled up his sleeve, and revealed a red mark on his arm, as if it were a natural part of him. He hurriedly added, look, this was cut by Chen Rui's sharp sword. Fortunately, I had the pregnancy bone pill on me, although I swallowed it and it grew back, there are still traces. Chen Rui indeed has a spiritual cold iron sword. It seems what He Tian said is true. Chen Rui really has some nerve. Seeing the even red mark on He Tian's arm, Ji Hongjia, Hukathan, and others frowned and began to discuss, their faces filled with anger. Damn it, they knew Chen Rui, they had really been blind. Xiaoding, what do you have to say for yourself? After casually glancing at the wound on He Tian's arm, he turned his gaze to Xiaoding and said lightly, Reporting to you, sir, everything He Tian said is true. Chao Ding, not daring to show any negligence upon hearing Dao Changxing's words, quickly replied, although I rushed to rescue Brother Yi, Chen Rui had a sharp treasure sword in hand, and I couldn't stop him at all. I could only let him escape with that woman. You two go and seal off the Chen family for me, Dao Changxing said without raising his eyelids, seemingly uninterested in what Chao Ding had said. Hearing Dao Changxing's words, Chao Ding and He Tian wasted no time and hurriedly ran out, quickly closing the door behind them, disappearing from everyone's sight. Full of holes. After He Tian and Chao Ding left, Dao Changxing spoke softly, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the table, producing a thudding sound. Upon hearing Dao Changxing's words, the ancestors were immediately alarmed and hurriedly knelt down. From Dao Changxing's words, they realized that He Tian and Chao Ding were deceiving him. Thinking of Dao Changxing's mysterious methods, the 5 elders trembled. They feared that Dao Changxing would unleash his anger upon them. They never expected that He Tian and Chao Ding would have such audacity to deceive Dao Changxing. Go, investigate Chao Ding and He Tian, find out what they've been up to these past few days and where they've stayed. Yes. Hearing Dao Changxing's words, the elders did not dare to delay and quickly walked out. At this moment, their hearts were tumultuous. How could He Tian and Chao Ding dare to deceive Dao Changxing? Now, the He family and the Chao family had already been marked for death in their minds. Deceiving Dao Changxing meant there would be no good ending. Ha ha ha. At this moment, in the He family courtyard, He Tian and Chao Ding laughed heartily. They never expected their scheme to be so seamless that even Dao Changxing had been deceived. This way, they would have more time to uncover the secrets of that woman. Because the ancestor of the Chen family, Chen Rui, was dead, the dead were the best scapegoats. They had destroyed Chen Rui's body, and as long as Dao Changxing did not see the ancestor of the Chen family, there would be peace for a day. They were excited at the thought because they believed that as long as they had enough time, they could surpass Dao Changxing and become an existence even more terrifying than him. I never expected to discover a woman with such a physique in the Eastern Kingdom. Truly, heaven is helping me. Meanwhile, on Qingxing Mountain, above the head of the unconscious woman, an old man dressed in a black dragon robe stood in midair, looking down at her with a smile. The guards from the Chao and He families around him were surprisingly frozen in place, their eyes wide open and unblinking, as if they had been immobilized. With so many people guarding here, it seems someone is looking for this woman. Let me perform a little trick. The old man waved his large sleeves, and a gust of black wind suddenly appeared. The woman below was enveloped in darkness and then transformed into a stream of black light that entered the old man's sleeve. At the same moment, an intense black aura descended from the sleeve, instantly transforming into the woman, still unconscious on the ground. After completing this, the old man laughed heartily and vanished in an instant, as if he had never been there at all. At the same time the old man disappeared, the group of guards who had been frozen suddenly regained their senses, blinking in confusion. Upon seeing the woman lying on the ground, they immediately adopted a serious and defensive posture, seemingly unaware of their previous immobility. Just minutes after the mysterious old man left, 2 streams of light shot in from the distance, landing at the scene. It was Chao Ding and He Tian. Upon seeing their ancestor appear, the guards immediately knelt on one knee in respect. Brother Chao, how should we study this woman? He Tian asked, looking troubled as he scratched his head, genuinely unsure how to handle the unconscious woman. They couldn't touch her, only watch. Damn it. I'll try again. Ignoring He Tian's words, Chao Ding cautiously approached the woman, extending his right hand. A stream of air appeared, protecting his hand as he reached for her. Just as Chao Ding was tense and serious, a burst of green light suddenly erupted from the woman. However, this green light passed through Chao Ding's hand, and he felt none of the previous power. Smack! Surrounded by the green light, Chao Ding accurately grasped the woman's small hand. What? Seeing this scene, He Tian was dumbfounded, and so was Chao Ding. The woman was actually able to be touched. What was going on? Quick, Brother Chao, take her back to your family. The next moment, He Tian hurriedly said, while we can still touch her, let's take her away quickly. If something unexpected happens, it will be too late to study her then. Alright. Hearing He Tian's words, Chao Ding didn't dare to delay, quickly wrapping the woman in his true energy and flying away. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared. Similarly, the guards from the Chao and He families swiftly headed back to the Chao family. Since the woman was gone, there was no need for them to stay. Just over 10 minutes after Chao Ding, He Tian, and the guards left, 5 old men flew in from the distance, accompanied by 6 or 7 guards. Where is everyone? Seeing the empty stream, the head of the Ji family, Shi Hongjia, immediately frowned and looked at his guards. He knew that this stream was where his guards had informed him that the people from the Chao and He families were gathering. But now, upon arrival, there was not a single person. I clearly saw the people from the He and Chao families here not long ago, the guard said anxiously, noticing his ancestors' displeasure. He had previously seen a large number of people from the He and Chao families here. He had only left for a moment, so how could they all be gone? It was important to note that this time he was leading not just his ancestor but also the other 4 family heads. If he had led them into a trap, he could already imagine the miserable days that awaited him. The elder of the Du family, Du Jie, surveyed the surroundings, personally bent down to pinch the soil, and his expression suddenly turned serious. Here, a fierce battle has taken place. That's right, look over there are sword marks, Du Jie said. As soon as he finished speaking, Hu Kefan nodded and pointed to a wall on the right, saying. The others looked over and saw several intersecting sword marks on the wall. Any martial artist could tell at a glance that these were left by a sword. Chen Rui is dead. Seeing the sword marks and glancing at the somewhat chaotic scene around them, although it had been deliberately concealed, they still noticed something was off, even spotting a few drops of blood on the grass. Damn He Tian and Chao Ding. Hearing Ji Hongzhou's words, Lu Yong, Yin Li, Du Jie, and Hu Kefan all looked furious. They never expected Chen Rui to be dead, and recalling everything that had happened here, it was definitely the work of He Tian and Chao Ding. No, I must avenge Chen Rui. The more he thought about it, the worse his expression became. Lu Yong even prepared to head towards the He family, ready to take He Tian's head. He was the closest to Chen Rui, and now that Chen Rui had met with misfortune, how could he just sit back and do nothing? Calm down. Seeing Lu Yong about to charge towards the He family, Shi Hongjie stopped him and said solemnly, this matter is not something we can decide. We should report to the master first and let him make the decision. Alright, time is of the essence, let's hurry to report to the master. That's right, the longer we delay, the more danger that woman may be in. As soon as Ji Hongjie finished speaking, the other elders echoed an agreement and immediately rushed towards the courtyard of the imperial capital. They needed to inform Dao Changxing of this news and let him decide. Meanwhile, in the imperial capital, on the street, Dao Changxing and Su Manya were stopped by a young man as they were about to go out for a stroll. They hadn't expected to be harassed by a fly as soon as they stepped out. Kid, hand over that girl beside you and get lost. Looking at Dao Changxing and Su Manya, the young man spoke disdainfully. Upon seeing Dao Changxing's plain attire, his expression of contempt became even more apparent. How could such a poor wretch have a stunning beauty by his side? He was extremely displeased. It's the second young master of the Chao family, Chowie. He's a well-known playboy in the imperial capital. A super playboy who idles around all day and causes trouble. This kid is finished. Anything Chowie sets his eyes on, he will get. As Chowie led his guards to block Dao Changxing's path, the people around began to murmur quietly, their gazes towards Dao Changxing filled with sympathy, while their looks at Su Manya carried a sense of regret. Shut up! Hearing the discussions around him, Chowie immediately shouted angrily, and the surrounding people fell silent, each turning to leave, as they could no longer bear to watch. Standing up for someone in this situation was futile, they could only turn and walk away. There had been instances in the past where a righteous person had their entire family wiped out by Chowie. Such matters were directly suppressed by the Chao family, and the woman taken by Chowie had vanished without a trace. Get lost! Facing Chowie's provocation, Dao Changxing casually glanced at him, and Chowie immediately felt as if struck by lightning, spitting blood as he flew backward and crashed to the ground. Xian Bo! The fallen Chowie was instantly panicked. He never expected that just a glance from this plain-looking young man would send him flying. How powerful could he be? He realized he had kicked a steel plate today. Swish! As soon as Chow-Yi's voice fell, an old man suddenly appeared in front of him, his gaze towards Dao Changxing heavy with concern. He had clearly witnessed the earlier scene, he hadn't seen Dao Changxing make a move at all. Dao Changxing merely glanced at his young master, and his young master had spat blood and collapsed to the ground. Such an unfathomable method made him shiver with fear. Kneel down and give me 3 loud kowtows. Ignoring the panicked Chowie, Dao Changxing said calmly and indifferently. Don't go too far, sir, Shen Bo said with a serious expression upon hearing Dao Changxing's words. One should spare others when possible. You have already injured my family's young master. Why not give the Chao family some face and let this matter pass? Let it pass? Who do you think you are, coming here to point fingers at me? Upon hearing Shen Bo's words, Dao Changxing instantly vanished from his spot. Shen Bo's pupils constricted, and before he could react, Dao Changxing had almost instantaneously appeared in front of him, lifting him up with one hand. Ugh! Feeling a powerful grip around his throat, Shen Bo's face turned red, and he writhed in pain, trying to break free from Dao Changxing's hold. But no matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't escape. It was as if Dao Changxing's hand was born to choke his throat. He was utterly powerless under Dao Changxing's grip. You let go of Shen Bo. Seeing Shen Bo's neck being choked by Dao Changxing, Chao Yi's face turned pale with panic, stammering, otherwise, you can't blame the Chao family for being rude. What is the Chao family to me? Looking at the struggling Shen Bo, Dao Changsheng smiled faintly. With a slight exertion of his right hand, a series of cracking sounds echoed, and Xianbo's head tilted, completely lifeless. Bang! Seeing the old man in his hand lifeless, Dao Changsheng casually tossed him aside like garbage, landing him in front of Chao Yi. Watching Xianbo's wide-open eyes, dead before him, Chao Yi's face turned to terror, his whole body frozen in fear. The guardian who had protected him since childhood had just died right in front of him. In the next moment, Dao Changsheng extended his right hand and gently inhaled. Chao Yi's body immediately flew towards Dao Changsheng as if drawn by a magnet, uncontrollably soaring into his grasp, and like Xianbo, his neck was tightly held by Dao Changsheng's right hand. Cough, ugh. Chao Yi lacked Xianbo's strength. With his neck in Dao Changsheng's grip, his face turned crimson, and he felt dizzy, struggling to breathe. The Chao family, daring to openly deceive me, is destined for destruction. Looking at the struggling Chao Yi in his hand, Dao Changsheng gently squeezed, and the sound of bones cracking filled the air. Chao Yi followed in Xianbo's footsteps, and then Dao Changsheng tossed him aside like garbage, leaving him next to Xianbo, turning away without a word. Gulp! Everyone around was stunned by Dao Changsheng's actions. What had they just witnessed? Someone had actually killed the second young master of the Chao family in broad daylight, in front of so many people. As they saw Dao Changsheng turn to leave, everyone turned pale and recoiled in fear. This was a murderer. Although they had witnessed a killing, not a single person dared to scream, for Chao Yi's death was good news for them. However, with Dao Changsheng present, they didn't dare to make a sound, fearing he might kill them too. It was only after Dao Changsheng and Su Manya had left, disappearing from their sight, that they finally breathed a sigh of relief and began to excitedly discuss among themselves. Great! This scourge is finally dead. Truly, heaven has eyes, such a person has finally died. Who is that young man? Why do I feel like he's not simple at all? Yeah, he's the second son of the Chao family, and he just died like that. The capital is going to be shaken. Hurry up, the inspection team will be here soon. After Dao Changsheng killed Chao Yi and Xianbo, he took Su Manya back towards the original courtyard. As they arrived at the courtyard, they found Ji Hongjia and the others anxiously pacing back and forth, as if something urgent was happening. Sir! Seeing Dao Changsheng return, Ji Hongjia and the others hurried over to report their findings from Qingxin Mountain. A few minutes later, Dao Changsheng raised an eyebrow and said lightly, "Let's go to the Chao family." Hearing Dao Changsheng's words, Ji Hongjia and the others quickly led the way, while Dao Changsheng moved forward, his brow slightly furrowed, as he sensed that things were getting worse. How could the reincarnation of the Xianling grass be taken away by someone like Chao Ding? That was simply impossible. Could it be that an unforeseen change has occurred that I don't know about? Dao Changsheng thought as he walked towards the helicopter. Under the escort of Ji Hongjia and the others, he boarded the helicopter. With the pilot, there were 8 people in total, heading straight for the Chao family's stronghold. The Chao family's stronghold was located outside the capital, on a mountain to the south, where various ancient palace buildings stood. Each palace was magnificent and imposing, with well-trained black-clad individuals at different levels of cultivation patrolling the area. They were even armed with real guns, swords, and long knives, and as they moved deeper inside, the number of people increased, resembling a vast ancient town. Calling, a helicopter has suddenly taken off from the capital, heading straight for here. As the helicopter approached the mountain, an outer black-clad bodyguard hurriedly shouted into his earpiece. At the same time, in a large palace at the mountain's peak, in a room filled with various precision machines, personnel began to move quickly. A huge screen displayed a small red dot, which was rapidly approaching the mountain. Isn't this helicopter model the one used by Ji Hongjia's family? Could it be that Ji Hongjia discovered the heretics? In the small room, He Tian and Chao Ding were also present. Upon seeing the helicopter information displayed on the screen, their expressions changed in shock. How could Ji Hongjia's helicopter be heading towards the Chao family? If he wanted to come, with Ji Hongjia's cultivation, he could have simply walked over. Taking a helicopter was unnecessary. Zoom in and analyze this helicopter. Yes. Hearing his ancestor's command, the staff immediately nodded and began typing rapidly. As the technicians worked, the small red dot on the screen transformed into a large airplane, with groups of data flashing quickly, displayed on the screen. It's a royal helicopter, coming to pick up the Sir. Upon seeing this detailed information, He Tian's face turned pale as he said, "Could it be that our plans have been exposed? Is the Sir on this helicopter? What should we do?" He Tian then looked at Chao Ding, hoping he would make a decision. When I decided to do this, I had already set up a net here. No matter how strong they are, can they withstand a laser cannon? Looking at the helicopter data on the screen, Chao Ding said coldly, "I had been preparing to deal with the other families for a long time. I didn't expect it to be used here. As long as we annihilate them all here, then the capital, and even the entire eastern country, will be mine. Hiss. Hearing Chao Ding's words, He Tian took a deep breath, his face filled with shock. He hadn't expected that Chao Ding had already made plans before him, and it was against the other families. He felt fortunate that he had aligned himself with Chao Ding. We don't need to go out and see who is getting off the plane. Just wait for my signal and act accordingly. Prepare yourselves. As Chao Ding spoke, everyone in the ancient hall sprang into action, fully armed with various weapons, handguns, machine guns, and even bombs. They surrounded the main entrance, all gun barrels aimed outside. Above the ancient hall, several figures in black held sniper rifles, adjusting their rangefinders, fingers resting on the triggers, ready to fire at the slightest command. Inside one of the grand halls, 18 individuals clad in black robes formed a large formation to guard the area, each wielding a cold, sharp spear. Silver light flickered continuously from these spears, clearly not ordinary weapons. In another adjacent ancient hall, 2 or 3 people huddled together, each group wielding a 5-meter-long, bull-sized machine gun. However, unlike ordinary machine guns, these had no magazines. Instead, the lower part was fitted with a blue crystal, which served as the power source. At this moment, as everyone was fully armed and everything was set, the plane slowly landed not far away. Under the respectful gaze of 5 elderly men, Dao Changsheng leisurely stepped out, while Su Manya followed closely beside Ji Hongjia, as he needed to protect her once the battle began. The Chao family occupied a vast area, with rolling mountains and magnificent rivers. Here, ancient halls stood in succession, and towering trees rose from the ground. Looking at the imposing Chao family, Dao Changsheng felt a sense of awe. He knew that this mountain was laid out with an expansive formation, especially the ancient hall before him, which loomed like a fierce beast, making ordinary people hesitate to step forward. What a pity for such a fine mountain, Dao Changsheng murmured, shaking his head slightly as he gazed at the grand ancient hall. Today, it would be reduced to ruins. Who dares to visit the Chao family, and what advice do you have? As Dao Changsheng descended from the plane, dozens of black-clad cultivators at the entrance of the outermost ancient hall rushed out, led by 2 postnatal cultivators, directly blocking Dao Changsheng's path. However, upon seeing the 5 elderly men behind Dao Changsheng, their pupils suddenly constricted, and their expressions changed drastically. They hurriedly pressed a nano device on their backs, immediately adopting a serious defensive stance against Dao Changsheng. They hadn't expected that 5 ancestral figures from prominent families would join forces to come to the Chao family. This was not good news. Moreover, seeing the respectful demeanor of the other 5 ancestral figures, they were even more shocked. Who exactly was this seemingly ordinary Dao Changsheng, that he commanded such respect from the 5 top figures of the Eastern Kingdom, akin to a student meeting a teacher? Have Chao Ding come out? Upon hearing this inquiry, Lu Yong could no longer contain his anger and jumped out first, pointing at the person and shouting, "Hurry up and let Chao Ding come out to meet the gentleman. How dare you deceive him, what audacity!" This. Hearing Lu Yong's words, the postnatal cultivator's expression darkened, unsure of how to respond. In terms of power, Lu Yong was on the same level as their ancestor, and in terms of age, Lu Yong was leading his family while he was still in his mother's womb. The next moment, a faint blue light suddenly flickered from the nano-earpiece in his ear. The man frowned, then nodded, his expression changing as he coldly looked at Lu Yong and sneered, "This esteemed ancestor, our ancestor is currently in seclusion and cannot meet guests. Please come back another day, or don't blame our weapons for being unmerciful." As he spoke, the guy waved his hand, and immediately the sound of swish swish echoed. One by one, people behind him pulled out red revolvers. The reason he was so confident was that his superior had guaranteed him that their side had laid out a net of heaven and earth. He felt no fear at all. If anyone dared to charge in, even if they didn't die, they would definitely be severely injured. Explosive flame gun. Looking at the firearms in the hands of this group, Lu Yong couldn't help but sneer. Although this gun poses a great threat to those with innate abilities, it won't harm me at all. Do you believe that before you even pull the trigger, I can crush all of you trash with my own hands? Of course I know how powerful Lu Zhu is, the leader said with a smile, showing no fear at all upon hearing Lu Yong's words. But we have already set up a net behind us. If you dare to attack our Chao family, then your Lu family will face the most severe retaliation from us. I'm afraid that's not what you want to see, right? Step back. Step back. Just as Lu Yong was furious and ready to teach this leader a lesson, Dao Changsheng spoke lightly. Upon hearing Dao Changsheng's words, Lu Yong immediately concealed his anger and respectfully stepped back behind Dao Changsheng. This surprised the guy at the postnatal realm, who quickly shifted his gaze to Dao Changsheng. What kind of virtue and ability did Dao Changsheng possess to make the ancestors of the Lu family and other prominent families show such respect? He had just come out and took a glance at Dao Changsheng, but Dao Changsheng appeared to be an ordinary person with no cultivation at all. He was puzzled. How could such an unremarkable kid command such respect from the 5 great leaders of the Eastern Kingdom? I will give your Chow family one more chance. Let Chow Ding come out and give me an explanation, kneel before me and commit suicide to apologize, and I will spare your Chow family, Dao Changsheng said to the leader in front of him. He. Upon hearing Dao Changsheng's words, the guy immediately sneered disdainfully. What are you? How dare you challenge our Chow family? You really are a brazen little brat. Hurry up and get lost, and I will spare your life. He was completely unreserved towards Dao Changsheng. If he hadn't seen the ancestors of the Lu family and other prominent families standing behind Dao Changsheng, he would have killed this ignorant kid right then and there. He. Hearing the guy's words, Dao Changsheng smiled without saying a word, but suddenly, the smile on his face vanished, replaced by a chilling killing intent and a cold aura that made the guy feel an overwhelming, bone-chilling coldness. At the same moment, a rich, almost tangible killing intent slowly emanated from his body, causing the temperature around them to plummet to freezing point. Then, Dao Changsheng raised his hand and made a grabbing motion in the air, and a powerful suction force burst forth. Bang! Bang! In the next moment, the 2 postnatal realm leaders of the Chow family were forcibly pulled into Dao Changsheng's palm, their necks tightly gripped by him. Arrogance comes with a price. Dao Changsheng's lips curled up, revealing a sinister smile. With a shake of his hand, a surge of power erupted, vibrating into the bodies of the 2 men. Boom! Boom! Instantly, the bodies of the 2 men exploded like bombs, a mist of blood filling the air, countless pieces of flesh and bone scattering everywhere, turning the entire ground into a blinding crimson color. Ugh! Seeing such a bloody scene, Su Mengya's face turned pale with fright, and she collapsed to the ground, vomiting uncontrollably. It was just too cruel. This was the first time she had witnessed such a brutal scene. He killed 2 captains. Kill him. Come out quickly. Seeing this scene, the group of black-clad men at the body refinement stage instantly turned frantic, each one angrily pulling the triggers of their firearms, unleashing a dense barrage of red bullets towards Dao Changsheng. At the same moment, 5 individuals with innate cultivation burst out from the main gate, their hands glinting with cold light as they aimed for the vital points around Dao Changsheng, seemingly intent on delivering a fatal blow from all directions. Boom! Facing the overwhelming rain of incendiary projectiles, Dao Changsheng showed no intention of dodging, allowing the burning bullets to strike him. However, upon impact, those bullets immediately reversed direction, shooting back towards their original source. Thud thud thud. Ah! In an instant, sprays of blood erupted, accompanied by cries of agony. The cultivators who had fired the bullets fell to the ground, each one spitting blood, and in that moment, the entrance of the Chow family transformed into a hellish battlefield. Ignoring the self-destructive body refiners, Dao Changsheng turned his gaze to the 5 rushing towards him. He gently twisted his neck, producing a series of bone-cracking sounds, as a long-suppressed desire for slaughter slowly surged from the depths of his heart. Since awakening, he had not harbored any murderous intent. The last battle with the ancient golden python had ignited a strong fighting spirit, and that encounter had been quite satisfying. This time, as the desire for bloodshed began to surface, he felt a deep hatred for those who deceived and betrayed him, especially in relation to the astonishing clues surrounding the immortal spirit grass. He needed to establish his authority, and the Chow family was the perfect target. Kill! Dao Changsheng smiled coldly, exhaling as he unleashed a powerful punch. Bang bang bang! Wherever his fist landed, the air exploded like bursting tires, and a visible shockwave formed in front of him, accompanying his punch. Boom! As the 2 individuals approached, just a meter away from Dao Changsheng's fist, their bodies began to explode inch by inch, and without even a sound, they were reduced to a mist of blood. Unlike the first 2, who had left behind chunks of flesh and bone the size of fingernails after being struck, these 2 had every part of their bodies disintegrate into particles smaller than dust, finer than a strand of hair. Bang! Immediately after, Dao Changsheng stepped forward heavily, as if he had stomped on the hearts of the 3 behind him, causing them to stagger as if struck by lightning. They immediately halted, unable to resist kneeling on the ground, clutching their chests, their faces pale with pain. Dao Changsheng smiled faintly, spinning his body as he kicked out, directly exploding one person's body, then without losing momentum, he kicked the second person. Boom! The second person also exploded instantly. Boom! Dao Changsheng kicked the third person, who likewise exploded on impact. But as Shizhong Jia and the others witnessed such a tragic scene, their faces turned ashen. Even those in high positions felt a wave of unease. After all, they clearly saw that Dao Changsheng had no cultivation whatsoever. In the innermost part of the courtyard, in the last hall, He Tian and Shouting also looked extremely grim upon witnessing this. They had not anticipated that Dao Changsheng could be this terrifying, and it seemed quite troublesome. Watching Dao Changsheng kill the innate cultivators as easily as slaughtering chickens, a sense of foreboding arose in Xiao Ding's heart. Oomph, what good is it no matter how strong he is? It's just a few innate ones that have been killed, there's still a grand feast to come. But the next moment, the shock on Xiao Ding's face vanished as he thought of the net he had laid behind, and his expression turned into a cold smile. He truly did not believe that Dao Changsheng could destroy the Chao family. Immediately order all the body refinement realm to come at me. Bury this guy alive. Sniper Team 2, attack immediately. 18 gun guards, ready at all times. Adjust the laser cannon's range, once within attack range, fire at will. Hidden troops, prepare. A series of murderous commands continuously issued from this room. As Xiao Ding kept giving orders, figures dressed in black rushed out of the hall like ghosts, charging straight at Dao Changsheng. In response, Dao Changsheng showed no fear, instead, he wore a smile, and in a flash, he moved forward. Bang bang bang. Boom boom boom. A series of collision sounds and explosive noises erupted. At that moment, Dao Changsheng transformed into a Shura of death, and with every casual punch and palm he swung, those charging at him fell one after another. Rumble. The explosive sounds continued to ring out, blood-colored mist filled the air, chunks of flesh splattered everywhere, and streams of bright red blood fell to the ground, completely staining the earth, turning it into a bizarre dark red. 4. All of this happened in an instant. In less than a minute, Dao Changsheng showed no mercy and effortlessly wiped out the black-clad attackers. After killing everyone, he stepped forward into the hall. At this moment, a stream entirely made of blood flowed across the ground, continuously streaming down below. Witnessing this hellish scene, the faces of those behind, like Ji Hongjia, turned pale, their legs weak. It was truly the first time they had seen such a brutal scene, even during the anti-Japanese war. They had not witnessed such a sight among countless corpses, yet now they saw it in this peaceful era. Bang! 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 After the slaughter, the moment Dao Changsheng stepped into the hall, a series of continuous gunshots rang out. Dozens of blue bullets shot from the ancient hall above, whistling towards Dao Changsheng, aimed directly at his forehead, seemingly intent on turning his head into a sieve. He. Seeing these bullets, Dao Changsheng smiled faintly. The next second, all the bullets that shot towards him suddenly froze in mid-air, unable to advance even a fraction, just suspended there. How is this possible? From the ancient hall in the distance, dozens of innate-level snipers, looking through their scopes, saw this bizarre scene and immediately screamed in horror. They knew these bullets were made from special energy, not to mention innate beings. Even chi refinement cultivators would be obliterated by such a dense attack, but now, they were actually frozen in the air. Get back! Looking at the blue bullets frozen in front of him, Dao Changsheng spoke lightly. His voice was soft, but to those innate snipers, it sounded like thunder, causing their eardrums to ache. Whoosh! 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 As soon as Dao Changsheng's words fell, all the bullets turned around simultaneously, transforming into dozens of streaks of light, retracing their path, rapidly shooting back. Ah! 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 In an instant, cries of horror erupted one after another. The speed of the bullets returning was more than double that of their initial flight. The hidden innate-level cultivators in the ancient hall couldn't even dodge, and one by one, they were blasted apart by the bullets, turning into a rain of blood. It must be known that out there, the innate are powerful beings, yet now they are dying so cheaply. If the cultivators from the outside world were to witness this scene, they would surely be terrified. Fire! 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 Just as the innate snipers fell, a chorus of hoarse, terrified voices erupted, and more bullets rained down like a storm from the second ancient hall. Ha! Seeing this, Dao Changsheng smiled faintly, a hint of killing intent flickering in his eyes. He lifted his right foot and stomped down heavily, his figure suddenly vanishing from the spot, appearing in front of those firing the bullets in an instant. Die! Dao Changsheng spoke lightly, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks, his energy bursting forth, the air exploding with a series of crackling sounds. Boom! 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 Wherever Dao Changsheng's fists and feet landed, everyone's bodies instantly exploded like ignited barrels of gunpowder, blood and flesh splattering everywhere. The sniper team 2 is completely wiped out, the postnatal guard team is annihilated. Team Shenlong, 18 gun guards, act quickly. After all the gunmen were dead, 10 middle-aged men transformed into streaks of light and charged out, each one a chi-refining cultivator, followed by 18 men wielding cold gleaming long spears. Trash! Seeing the 10 middle-aged men rushing out, Dao Changsheng's eyes flashed like cold lightning. He raised his hand, and those 6 men were instantly drawn towards him, then exploded in his grasp. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. After crushing those 6 men, Dao Changsheng repeated his actions, his hand reaching out again, a powerful suction force appearing once more, and the remaining 4 chi-refining cultivators were immediately pulled in, exploding in an instant, repeating the previous scene. Kill! In less than 10 seconds, the Qianlong team composed of 10 Qi refining cultivators was completely slaughtered by Dao Changsheng. The 18 gun guards showed no fear, roaring in anger as their long spears transformed into streaks of cold light, piercing through the void, fiercely stabbing at Dao Changsheng. Two teams flanked from the left and right, each consisting of 9 men, all wielding flickering long spears, charging forward like 2 torrents of steel, capable of smashing through any obstacles in their path with an unstoppable momentum. At that moment, a loud bang suddenly rang out, and the sound of weapons clashing erupted. At that moment, Dao Changsheng vanished without a trace. The guards who had surrounded Dao Changsheng, each wielding long spears, were instantly sent flying high into the air by a shadowy figure. Their cold iron spears and the silver-glinting armor on their bodies shattered inch by inch. As the armor crumbled, the sound of bones breaking followed, as if something had pierced through their bodies in that instant. It was not a sharp object penetrating them, but rather a massive force colliding, instantly shattering their entire bodies, their bones and meridians crushed to pieces, sending them soaring into the sky. The 10 foundation-building cultivators, simultaneously sent flying into the air, had blood splattering like blooming flowers, time seeming to freeze in that moment, the splattered blood resembling flowers in full bloom, a truly spectacular sight. Report, Team Qianlong, 18 gun guards, all annihilated. As everyone in the second ancient hall was completely slaughtered by Dao Changsheng, in the innermost ancient hall, the staff looked at the screen in fear, reporting stutteringly, time. Less than 30 seconds. Hearing this, He Tian and Chao Ding's pupils instantly constricted, especially Chao Ding, whose face turned ashen. It should be known that the 18 gun guards were one of the Chao family's foundations. Once the 18 gun guards formed the gun god formation, they could reach the Tongda realm and confront early-stage Niaoyun realm cultivators. Each of them was cultivated by Chao Ding using a vast amount of resources. Now, it was good, they couldn't even withstand a single encounter with Dao Changsheng, and in a brief moment, they were completely annihilated. His heart was bleeding. After all, these deaths represented living cultivation resources. The long spears held by the 18 gun guards were crafted from refining materials that Chao Ding had found beneath the 100-meter ice layer in the polar region, weapons forged with his own powerful true energy. Each weapon could slice through iron and gold, even possessing a hint of spirituality, and now they were shattered into pieces by Dao Changsheng's bare hands. Order the mortars and rocket artillery to attack. Deploy 50 foundation establishment cultivators to guard the entrance of the third ancient hall, and have the laser cannon team ready to fire at any moment. We must block this person. Also, mobilize 300 foundation establishment and 20 Tongda realm cultivators to protect the laser cannon team. Boom! As soon as Chao Ding's voice fell, from the second ancient hall, 15 deep, ear-splitting explosions suddenly erupted, and 15 large-caliber shells appeared from the ground, roaring towards Dao Changsheng not far away. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At the same time, 18 fiery rockets shot up into the sky, whistling from afar, coordinating with the 15 mortar shells, all charging fiercely towards Dao Changsheng, attempting to blow this killing god to pieces. Has technology reached this level now? Interesting. Seeing the incoming shells, Dao Changsheng smiled faintly, tearing at the void in front of him with both hands. Suddenly, with a ripping sound, a dark rift appeared, and the space was actually torn apart by Dao Changsheng. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Boom! When this rift in space appeared, the mortar shells and rockets, like fish diving into a basket, all vanished into it, disappearing completely in the blink of an eye. At the moment these shells disappeared, the dark rift in space instantly returned to its original state. Boom! Seeing the void suddenly open a rift and swallow those mortar shells and rockets, the ones launching them were horrified. Although they felt fear in their hearts, they gritted their teeth and fired again, and immediately the sounds of bang, bang rang out as mortar shells and rockets whistled towards them once more. Shang Ying. In the next second, Dao Changsheng shouted softly, grasping forward with both hands, and a pitch-black long sword appeared in his hand. However, in an instant, the Chang Ying sword vanished from sight, becoming formless and invisible. Slash! Dao Changsheng whispered lightly, raising and then lowering his hands, and the now invisible Chang Ying sword slashed forward fiercely. Instantly, all the mortar shells and rockets aimed at him dissipated into thin air, as if they had never existed. In the next second after all the shells abruptly vanished, screams suddenly came from not far away, but they were quickly cut off, followed by the sounds of bang, bang, bang. One by one, the cultivators holding mortars and rockets suddenly had countless visible blood-red threads appear on their bodies. The moment they appeared, streams of blood shot out like fountains, splattering 7 or 8 meters high, and then they exploded, sending countless fragments of heads, bones, and flesh flying in all directions, bringing a brief rain of blood upon the second ancient hall. The second Divine Sniper team, the Heavenly Guardian team, the Hidden Dragon team, the 18 Gun Guards, the Mortar team, and the Rocket team were all annihilated, while Dao Changsheng's clothes fluttered, and his black hair danced wildly in the wind. He was not stained by a single drop of blood, standing amidst countless severed limbs, shattered flesh and bones, and flowing streams of blood, like a supreme celestial king descending from the immortal realm, so sacred and inviolable. He appeared as if he were a white-robed celestial king from the heavens, exuding an aura of majesty that forbade anyone from approaching. In the second ancient hall, he walked slowly towards the third ancient hall, and wherever he went, all beings trembled and knelt in reverence. Whoosh! The blood of several people combined to form a small stream, flowing towards the back of the first ancient hall, a sight that sent chills down the spine and was utterly horrifying. At the entrance of the third ancient hall, several men dressed in simple clothing looked ahead with grave expressions. They saw Dao Changxing's face calm as he slowly approached, gazing at the stream of blood flowing towards the third ancient hall at his feet. The 50 individuals felt a chill throughout their bodies, wondering what kind of terrifying slaughter could have caused such a scene, turning blood into a stream. In the next moment, at the entrance of the third ancient hall, everyone suddenly froze, standing motionless as if their bodies had been immobilized. They realized that their bodies had inexplicably become covered in dense red threads, which appeared as inconspicuous as ordinary red strings. The instant they noticed the red threads on their bodies, a wave of deathly cold surged into their hearts, leaving everyone pale and filled with boundless fear. Crack! 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 Suddenly, dense cracks appeared all over their bodies, and each person began to split apart like a stone statue being shattered, ultimately exploding with a loud bang. 50 foundation building cultivators, all annihilated. Boom! Just as the 50 foundation building cultivators exploded into fragments, a series of thunderous roars erupted. For earth-shattering laser cannons suddenly shot out from the third ancient hall, piercing through the void and striking Dao Changsheng. Boom! The booming sound echoed as Dao Changsheng was forced to retreat under the bombardment of the laser cannons, yet he suffered no injuries, not even a tear in his clothing. Finally, he swayed and stood at the entrance of the third ancient hall. I didn't expect the energy of technological weapons to be quite impressive, Dao Changsheng said with a faint smile, feeling the impact of the laser cannons. He had not put up any defense, merely wanting to see how formidable modern technological weapons could be, and it seemed rather insignificant. Bang! 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 Just as Dao Changsheng finished speaking, 3 more booming sounds erupted. The 3 laser cannons once again pierced through the void, striking fiercely. Facing the incoming laser cannons, Dao Changsheng slightly raised his hand, and immediately, a series of cracking sounds rang out as the 3 laser cannons were instantly fixed in mid-air, then shattered like broken mirrors. Bang! In the next moment, the 3 lasers shattered into countless blue fragments that scattered around. This scene left the people in the third ancient hall dumbfounded, their faces filled with terror. It was truly horrifying. Super technological weapons like laser cannons could not inflict any harm on Dao Changsheng. Bang bang bang! As the 3 laser cannons turned into countless fragments, Dao Changsheng's figure flashed and entered the third courtyard, instantly followed by screams and wails, the sound of cracking echoing endlessly, sending chills down the spine. In just 20 to 30 seconds, the third ancient hall regained its calm, but a thick, overwhelming smell of blood howled out from within. A small river composed entirely of blood flowed out of the third ancient hall, making its way toward the second ancient hall, then toward the first ancient hall. Oh my god! Outside the first ancient hall, seeing the continuous flow of blood like a river, Shi Hongjia and the others turned pale with fear, unable to stand steady. They could hear the screams and wails from inside, making it easy to imagine just how brutal it was in there. Ugh! Activate the 12 corpses. In the innermost hall, watching Dao Changsheng step by step toward the fourth ancient hall, Chao Ding's eyes turned red, and he shouted through gritted teeth. It should be known that the people Dao Changsheng killed could be the foundation of their Chao family, accumulated over 100 years. Even during the time when the European Union attacked the Eastern Kingdom, they had not suffered such losses. Even if the Chao family were to slay Dao Changsheng here today, they would still be removed from the Eastern Kingdom because they would have no foundation left. Unless they slaughtered the remaining families, but after suffering such a heavy price, they no longer had the energy to massacre the other families. Just because the Chao family had this foundation did not mean the other families did not. Yes. Hearing the ancestors' words, the staff member showed no hesitation and directly pressed an inconspicuous red switch. Thud thud thud. At the same time, at the entrance of the fourth ancient hall, 12 dark holes suddenly appeared beneath Dao Changxing's feet. The next second, from each hole, 12 men, all over 2 meters tall, with muscular builds and cold, icy faces, slowly rose up. Oh! Seeing the men with their eyes tightly closed like puppets, Dao Changsheng immediately stopped, intrigued, and began to examine them. He noticed that all 20 of these men possessed the cultivation of the Transcendence realm, as if they had been sealed. Activate them, Chao Ding roared from within the hall, simultaneously signaling to the back. Instantly, Dozens of people appeared behind him, all geared up, their faces showing expressions of determination to die. Yes. Hearing Chao Ding's words, the people behind immediately took their orders. Swish swish swish. At the moment of activation, the 12 men simultaneously opened their eyes, revealing indifferent and ruthless gazes. Then, 12 beast-like low growls erupted at once, and the 12 figures suddenly shot up from the ground, charging straight at Dao Changsheng. What a bunch of trash! Looking at the men with Transcendence Realm cultivation rushing at him, Dao Changsheng shook his head slightly. With a flicker of his figure, a loud bang sounded, and one man instantly turned into a pile of identical meat chunks, which then fell to the ground like rain. Swish! 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 Dao Changsheng's figure moved at lightning speed, so fast that one couldn't even catch a glimpse of his shadow. The 12 men didn't even have time to react before they all turned into countless meat chunks, falling to the ground. In the blink of an eye, these 12 men met the same fate as the previous squad, total annihilation. The entire process took less than 20 seconds. In the inner hall, seeing this scene, Chao Ding's face turned extremely ugly, while Li Tian looked terrified. Dao Changsheng was truly terrifying. Roar! Dao Changsheng let out a wild howl, his voice surged like a shockwave, sweeping everything in its path into the sky, raising a large cloud of dust. In an instant, the fourth ancient hall collapsed like shattered glass, turning into ruins. Too weak. Watching the fourth ancient palace collapse into ruins, Dao Changsheng shook his head slightly. Looking at the ancient palaces still standing before him, he felt disappointed. The Chao family was too weak for him. In that moment, his figure flashed, and he charged straight in. However, the ancient palaces behind were different from the first four. These palaces had their doors wide open, seemingly welcoming Dao Changsheng's arrival. The palaces were empty, and Dao Changsheng passed through one after another until he reached the innermost chamber, a grand hall constructed from various precious woods. This hall was at least twice the size of the surrounding ancient palaces, which surrounded it like stars encircling the moon. Like the other palaces, this one had its doors open, as if to welcome Dao Changsheng. He smiled faintly and stepped inside, where he saw a throne placed at the center above, seemingly prepared specifically for him, waiting for his arrival. Upon seeing the throne, Dao Changsheng couldn't help but smile. He walked up without hesitation and sat down confidently, looking at the vast hall, and said slowly, "What? I've come in person, and you still won't come out to see me?" Swish! As soon as Dao Changsheng's words fell, portals suddenly appeared around the hall, and one by one, figures clad in silver armor, wielding long spears and swords, surged out like a tide, filling the entire hall in the blink of an eye. It seemed there were at least several thousand of them. Not only these soldiers, but also elders in black robes, men in white robes, and young men in purple robes descended from above, surrounding Dao Changsheng and jointly sealing off the space around him. Above, a dense mass of people blocked the way, while below, a dark sea of soldiers shimmered with cold light, and a chilling atmosphere of death and determination instantly filled the entire hall. If it were Hong Jia and the others trapped in this net, their faces would surely change drastically. Do you know? For an elephant, several thousand tiny ants trying to take it down is utterly impossible, Dao Changsheng said calmly, looking at the thousands before him. You all gathered here for me to slaughter, saving me the trouble of searching for each of you. Humph, my lord, nothing is absolute. From the crowd, Chao Ding stepped forward with a cold expression, looking at Dao Changsheng and speaking icily. And the woman? Dao Changsheng squinted at Chao Ding as he stepped out. If Qin Huang and the others saw Dao Changsheng's expression, they would surely be terrified, for it indicated that he was about to take action, and not personally. No comment. Indeed, Dao Changsheng replied calmly, nodding slowly. You have quite the temper, but do you know? Arrogance comes with a price. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Just as his words fell, blood-red threads suddenly appeared on the bodies of the thousands below. Under the horrified gazes of the crowd, a series of explosive sounds erupted, immense in volume, causing the entire hall to shake. Instantly, a rain of blood fell, with countless pieces of flesh flying around like splattering raindrops. Not only that, those floating above met the same fate as those below, exploding in mid-air and blooming into crimson flowers. In the next moment, Chao Ding could no longer bear the hellish scene, his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed to the ground, scared to death. Thus, the entire Chao family was wiped out, completely annihilated. What a pity! Seeing the Chao family all dead, Dao Changsheng shook his head slightly. They brought this upon themselves. Since his awakening, this was the first time he had engaged in such a massacre. After that, Dao Changsheng searched the surroundings with his eyes and, upon discovering a concealed large door, immediately opened it and walked in. Inside, he saw a woman whose body emitted a shimmering green light, fast asleep. Damn it! Upon seeing the woman's appearance, Dao Changsheng's expression instantly darkened. He realized that this woman, who was supposed to be the Xianling grass, was a fake. After much effort, he had finally found the Xianling grass, only to be deceived. Oomph! At that moment, Dao Changsheng let out a cold snort and turned to leave without hesitation. As he snorted and turned, the woman radiating green light instantly turned to ashes, scattering like powder in the air, as if she had never existed. My lord! A few minutes later, Dao Changsheng slowly stepped out of the Chao family's main hall. As he stepped out, Ji Hongjia and the others, pale-faced, hurriedly spoke with respect. Even though they hadn't entered, they could already smell the overwhelming aura of blood and slaughter. Blood-red mist still lingered in the air above the Chao family's main hall. Moreover, the fact that Dao Changsheng had emerged from the Chao family unscathed meant that everyone in the Chao family was dead, right? The thought of the entire Chao family being wiped out sent shivers through Ji Hongjia and the others, stirring up a storm in their hearts. This was truly terrifying. The Chao family was even more powerful than the families of the three of them combined, with thousands of cultivators and countless weapons, along with hidden depths and means. Now, they had all been completely annihilated by Dao Changsheng alone. They didn't dare to enter the ancient hall of the Chao family because they knew it would be filled with corpses and bones. They had lived for over 100 years and still didn't dare to take a look. Such overwhelming resentment is not good. Looking at the blood-red mist floating above the Chao family, Dao Changsheng shook his head slightly. He then flicked his hand as if something was being thrown out, and without looking back, he turned to leave. Seeing Dao Changsheng depart, Ji Hongjia and the others hurriedly turned to catch up. They not only wanted to leave but also needed to return to mobilize people to clean up the entire Chao family. However, the next second, they were shocked into stopping in their tracks, realizing that their thoughts were utterly unnecessary. They saw that the endless blood-red mist was automatically gathering frantically towards a single point at the center. In the center, a mass of blood-red mist floated, and a long sword, barely visible, flickered from time to time. In just a few seconds, the endless blood-red mist disappeared completely. At the same time, countless dense red threads, like falling meteors, rained down from the sky, all slashing towards the ancient hall of the Chao family below. Under these countless blood-red threads, the ancient halls were easily sliced apart like tofu, turning into countless powdery remnants. This scene made Ji Hongjia and the others' eyes nearly burst. It was simply too terrifying. In just a few seconds, all the ancient halls of the Chao family turned to dust. If it weren't for the river of blood flowing down the mountain, no one would believe that this place once housed one of the 8 top families of the Eastern Kingdom, the Chao family. Dao Changsheng showed no signs of stopping. He walked step by step onto the private plane. After Ji Hongjia and the others boarded, the plane buzzed and transformed into a streak of light, flying away into the distance. Boom! At the moment Dao Changsheng and the others took off in the plane, the mountain began to shake violently, as if mourning. At the mountain's peak, the river of blood instantly reversed direction, shooting up into the sky, madly pouring into the mass of blood-red mist. As the entire mountain shook violently, everyone in a nearby city suddenly realized that the buildings and roads were swaying, the world spinning around them. Many people were jolted awake, and they all screamed in terror, rushing outside, some even running out in their bare skin. At that moment, everyone was in shock, running and shouting that an earthquake had occurred. It was summer, and it was Sunday, a day when many people were resting. Even though it was nearing 8 or 9 in the morning, there were still groups of people lazily lying in bed, half asleep, or playing on their phones. However, as the roads and buildings in the city shook, everyone screamed and rushed out, "Earthquake! The earthquake is here!" Even those who were deeply asleep were awakened by the powerful tremors, and upon realizing it was an earthquake, they were instantly frightened awake, rushing out of their homes like the wind. Almost everyone in the neighborhoods came out. No one dared to stay inside the buildings, and the streets were filled with a dense crowd of people. Even after running outside, the ground continued to shake, and everyone chattered nervously in groups, their faces showing signs of panic, with some even so scared that their legs went weak. Earthquake! 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 What the hell? Why did this earthquake come so suddenly? I jumped out of bed and ran out. Damn, is this the benefit of an earthquake? Shit, I think I'm going to throw up. Wow, did you see that aunt and uncle? I'm getting crushed in this crowd. 666, bro, you're so lucky. As everyone discussed, the road stopped shaking violently, only a slight tremor remained. It came quickly and left just as fast. Seeing the earthquake was about to disappear, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, it wasn't a big earthquake. Those who relaxed immediately looked up carefully, and someone with sharp eyes spotted a flickering red light shooting up into the sky from a nearby mountain. Upon seeing it, they shouted out loud, attracting more people to look over. There it was, the southern mountain of the Chao family's demise. What the hell? What happened over there at Southern Mountain? Why is there red light everywhere? It looks so eerie. Red light? It looks more like blood light, so ominous. I think I even saw a cloud of red mist floating. I know. That mountain must have some treasure unearthed. I noticed long ago that mountain was quite ordinary. Nonsense, that's clearly bloodlight soaring to the sky. It must be a 1,000-year-old zombie coming to life. Come on, you guys have read too many novels. That's clearly a sealed area, otherwise, no one would dare approach that mountain. Exactly, the last time I went to take a look, I found it heavily guarded. Seems like it's some rich person's place. Sir, where are we going next? In the sky, in a private jet, Ji Hongjia cautiously asked. Even now, his legs were still weak. The scene of the Chow family's demise left him terrified. Just fly over the He family's territory, we can go directly, Dao Changsheng replied calmly. Hiss. Hearing Dao Changsheng's words, Ji Hongjia took a deep breath. This was clearly the rhythm of slaughtering the He family, but he couldn't understand why they needed to fly over the He family's territory. Could it be that Dao Changsheng could destroy the He family in the time it took to fly around? It was hard to believe. However, no matter how much disbelief he felt inside, Ji Hongjia buried his astonishment deep in his heart because he knew that anything in Dao Changsheng's hands would definitely come to fruition. Dao Changsheng was a being that created miracles. There was nothing he couldn't achieve, only things he hadn't thought of. Whoosh! At that moment, a faint sound of air being sliced suddenly echoed in the cabin. This sound was so subtle that only Dao Changsheng could hear it. Upon hearing this sound, Dao Changsheng smiled faintly and reached out to grasp the void in front of him, returning to calm. This sudden action left Ji Hongjia and the others bewildered. Everything was fine, so why suddenly grab at the air? Buzz, buzz, buzz. Time slowly passed, and the plane accelerated rapidly, carving a massive trail through the sky. Soon, the plane was flying towards a large mountain, where there were buildings of a scale similar to the Chow family, though not as large. Sir, below is the He family. The pilot, carefully observing the buildings below, spoke up, while Ji Hongjia and the others stared intently at Dao Changsheng, eager to see what he intended to do. As they flew over the He family, it was only a second or two, and they couldn't fathom what means Dao Changsheng would use to slaughter the He family below in that brief moment. Seeing the He family below, Dao Changsheng smiled faintly, flicked his sleeve lightly, and suddenly a streak of golden light shot out, attacking the He family below. Upon witnessing this scene, Ji Hongjia and the others' pupils constricted, for they realized that what Dao Changsheng had just thrown was actually a small golden snake. At the moment Dao Changsheng released this ancient golden python, the few centimeter-long snake suddenly transformed into a massive golden python measuring 20 to 30 meters in length. This golden python was incredibly huge. Its shadow descending from the sky could cover the entire He family. At this moment, the plane had already whizzed past, flying away from above the He family. Ji Hongjia and the others immediately turned back to look, their eyes nearly splitting in shock where they saw a golden python several dozen meters long. They were so stunned that they couldn't speak. What Dao Changsheng had just thrown was clearly visible to them. It was obviously a few centimeters long golden snake, yet how had it transformed into a 20 to 30 meter long golden python? This was simply astonishing. As Ji Hongjia and the others tried to take another look, the golden python's figure had already vanished, as the plane was traveling at high speed. When they turned back, all they saw was the endless expanse of white jade and the azure sky. The golden python's figure had disappeared. Oh my god! At this moment, within the He family, a golden python measuring 20 to 30 meters long descended from the sky. Before it even landed, the aura it emitted had already destroyed several large buildings. Faced with the sudden appearance of this golden python, everyone in the He family was left dumbfounded, shocked at how a 20 to 30 meter long golden python could fall from the sky. How did it even appear? Boom! Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, the heavens and earth seemed to collapse as such a massive golden python crashed down. The peaks of the He family shattered, and buildings crumbled with a thunderous roar, accompanied by waves of screams and wails. Many disciples of the He family were sent flying, while a large number were crushed into a pulp. The scene was chilling, a terrifying calamity descending from the sky. However, this disaster was just beginning. The sound of bang, bang, bang continued to ring out as the ancient golden python began to twist its body, its enormous form directly crushing countless buildings. Wherever it passed, blood and flesh flew, the earth trembled, and it began its slaughter. Quick, unite and kill! The helmsman of the He family saw this and shouted angrily. Immediately, one by one, the cultivators rushed out from the buildings, their eyes bloodshot, grabbing knives, guns, and clubs to strike at the ancient golden python. Accompanying them were the dense sounds of gunfire and cannon fire. This damned python had just caused many of their loved ones to perish. How could they not be furious? Machine guns were brought out, countless bullets rained down like a storm, attempting to kill this beast that had intruded into the He family. Bang! 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 In an instant, countless bullets, shells, and hidden weapons struck the ancient golden python, but it suffered no injuries. A flash of golden light enveloped its body, and all the incoming attacks, bullets, shells, knives, and clubs, were rebounded. Poof, 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 ah, ah, ah. Suddenly, the air was filled with tragic cries as one person after another was blown to pieces by the shells. The ancient golden python, spurred by the bloodshed, opened its massive jaws and began to devour. In an instant, one Ye family member after another was swallowed whole, not even having time to scream. In the eyes of the python, a glint of murderous greed erupted. These small morsels had awakened its appetite, and it began to gorge itself without restraint. It swallowed buildings, and the ground cracked open with fissures, a stench of blood rising to the sky. Blood flowed through the Ye family, the bright red blood not only staining the earth but slowly gathering into a stream, flowing downward like a brook. Here, corpses were everywhere, shattered building debris scattered all around, while the sounds of wails and cries filled the air, turning the entire He family into a hellish nightmare. 3 minutes later, the ancient golden python, still unsatisfied, ceased its movements. At this moment, all the buildings and bodies of the Ye family had been devoured by its massive jaws. This was hardly enough to satisfy it, but there was nothing left to eat. With a displeased expression, it transformed into a beam of golden light and shot into the sky, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Thus, the Ye family was annihilated, just like the Chow family, with rivers of blood and a landscape of ruins, shattered peaks, and cracked earth, marking the site of a massacre. In the sky, inside the airplane, Dao Changsheng closed his eyes in contemplation when a golden streak of light suddenly darted in and instantly vanished into his sleeve. This scene left Ji Hongjia and the others trembling with fear. Now that this golden little snake had returned, did that not mean the Ye family had been destroyed? They certainly did not believe that this golden creature had descended upon the Ye family without doing anything. While they were also shocked by the speed of this golden little snake, it was simply too fast. My lord, where shall we go next? After a considerable time, Ji Hongjia cautiously inquired again. Hearing Ji Hongjia's question, Dao Changsheng did not open his eyes but said lightly, "Take me to the place where the Chow family first discovered that woman." Yes. Upon hearing Dao Changsheng's words, Ji Hongjia nodded vigorously. Although puzzled, he buried his doubts deep inside and quickly informed the pilot to head to Qingxin Mountain. The mountain was not far from their location, and in just over 10 minutes, the airplane safely landed at the summit of Qingxin Mountain. Under the guidance of Ji Hongjia and the others, Dao Changsheng arrived at the front of Qingxin Temple, by the small stream. Without needing Ji Hongjia to point it out, Dao Changsheng directly squatted down at the spot where the woman had lain, seemingly aware that the immortal spirit grass had been right there. Grabbing a handful of soil from the ground, Dao Changsheng squeezed it and sniffed it, his brow furrowing slightly as he said, "This is a bit troublesome." As Dao Changsheng was kneading the soil, a flash of light appeared, and a woman suddenly flew down from the sky, transforming into a colorful stream of light that landed before Dao Changsheng. It was Qin Yao. "Sir, I've brought what you asked me to." Looking at Dao Changsheng, Qin Yao excitedly pulled out a delicate black box from her bosom. Before obtaining this item, she had gone through a series of fortuitous events, all thanks to Dao Changsheng, which made her extremely thrilled. Upon seeing the small box, Dao Changsheng's furrowed brow relaxed slightly, and he said softly, "Just keep it with you for now. Take it out when I need it." "Okay." Hearing Dao Changsheng's words, Qin Yao nodded eagerly, then glanced around before asking in confusion, "Sir, what are you doing here? Aren't we supposed to be looking for the reincarnated woman of that grass? Someone swapped it." Putting away the soil in his hands, Dao Changsheng stood up and said, "Let's go to Jialigong Mountain." With that, he turned and stepped away. There was no need to linger here any longer. Jialigong Mountain? Hearing Dao Changsheng's words, Ji Hongjia and the others were dumbfounded. What was the point of going to Jialigong Mountain? Although puzzled, they kept their questions to themselves and respectfully followed Dao Changsheng onto the plane. At that moment, Sumanya also slowly woke up, her eyes filled with indescribable panic. After all, she had witnessed the scene of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, which was hard for someone who had never even killed a chicken to accept in such a short time. Seeing Sumanya so frightened, Qin Yao quickly comforted her. With Qin Yao's reassurance, Sumanya gradually calmed down. At this time, the plane slowly took off, heading towards Jialigong Mountain. Ji Hongjia and the others were quite familiar with Jialigong Mountain, as they often ventured into its outskirts to search for medicinal herbs. Their family's rise was partly attributed to Jialigong Mountain. Jialigong Mountain is one of the most magical and beautiful places in the world, as well as one of the regions with the richest biodiversity. It is located in the Nujiang Grand Canyon in the southern part of the Tibetan Plateau, sitting on the western bank of the New River, with steep slopes and a vertical drop of over 47 meters, creating spectacular vertical natural landscapes and a three-dimensional climate. Nature has sculpted countless magnificent, strange, perilous, and beautiful sights, such as the splashing Milky Way, bizarre peaks and rocks, stone gates, and canyon wall shadows. The Jeoligon mountain range spans 5 latitude zones and is the only area on Earth that has preserved large tracts of transition from humid tropical forests to temperate forests, making it an extremely precious and rare region of biodiversity. Due to the significant elevation difference, drastic climate changes, and complex ecological environment, the area is rich in resources, with rare plants found everywhere. Deep within the Jeoligon mountain range, due to the steep peaks and lack of paths, no one has entered or exited for thousands of years. Additionally, being in a plateau area, the environment remains undisturbed, housing various mysterious and precious medicinal materials. However, these precious materials are certainly accompanied by dangers, a fact that Ji Hongjia and the others are well aware of. After nearly 2 hours, the plane finally arrived at its destination, Jeoligon Mountain. At the foot of the outermost mountain of Jeoligon Mountain, the plane slowly came to a stop. Dao Changsheng, supported by Qi Niyou and Su Manya, stepped out, followed by Ji Hongjia and the others. Is it not a joy to have friends come from afar? Just as Dao Changsheng and the others had just disembarked, a hearty voice rang out. A green-clad figure suddenly appeared before them, a youthful-looking old man with white hair, a high nose, a broad forehead, and wide sleeves of a blue robe, resembling a practicing Taoist. "Ha, Master Qingfeng, long time no see." Seeing the old Taoist in green appear before him, Ji Hongjia smiled and stepped forward to greet him. The others, including Yili, also greeted him as if they were old friends, clearly very familiar with each other, having known one another for a long time. Upon seeing Ji Hongjia and the others greet him with smiles, Master Qingfeng also perked up and said with a laugh, "Usually, you 5 busy people are hard to find. Why did you all come together to Jeoligon Mountain today? You should have notified me earlier, otherwise, I would have prepared a feast to celebrate with you." "Not at all, we came uninvited, and we hope Master Qingfeng will forgive us," Ji Hongjia and the others responded politely to Master Qingfeng's courteousness. After finishing his greeting, Master Qingfeng turned his gaze to Dao Changsheng, puzzled, and asked, "Who is this young friend? I have never seen him before." "He is our esteemed guest," Ji Hongjia quickly transmitted to Master Qingfeng. In just a few seconds, the expression on Master Qingfeng's face changed from surprise to shock, from shock to disbelief, and from disbelief to fear. It was quite a spectacle. At this moment, a tremendous wave surged within Master Qingfeng's heart. He had no doubt about Ji Hongjia's transmission because during their previous drinking session, Ji Hongjia had mentioned that it was thanks to the casual rescue of a supreme being that he had attained his current status. Now, this supreme being had actually appeared right before him. Thinking of this, Master Qingfeng hurriedly approached, panic-stricken, and whispered, "I was unaware of your esteemed presence. I hope you will forgive me." "No need to be so formal," Dao Changsheng said with a faint smile upon seeing Master Qingfeng's demeanor. Hearing Dao Changsheng's words and noticing that he showed no signs of anger but rather smiled, Master Qingfeng immediately understood that this was a casual and easygoing person, and he no longer appeared so restrained. "Alright, Master Qingfeng, why don't you take us to your cave dwelling? Are you going to make us wait here?" Ji Hongjia said, feigning impatience. Yes. Hearing Ji Hongjia's words, Master Qingfeng quickly slapped his forehead, looking apologetic. "How could I almost forget about that? Please. After saying this, Master Qingfeng immediately invited Ji Hongjia and the others to follow him to his cave dwelling, leading the way. The entrance to Master Qingfeng's cave was at the foot of Jeoligon Mountain, in an inconspicuous cave. For cultivators, it only took a few minutes to walk there. "You all go ahead," Dao Changsheng said slowly as he watched Master Qingfeng lead Ji Hongjia and the others toward the cave. "I have some matters to attend to, you can stay here." As he spoke, Dao Changsheng stepped inside, and without a word, Qi Niyou and Su Manya followed him in, as he had not said they could not enter, so they could go in with him. Hearing Dao Changsheng's words and seeing his actions, Ji Hongjia and the others felt it inappropriate to stop him, knowing that Dao Changsheng had come here for reasons unknown to them. Since he did not speak, they would not ask, and they followed Master Qingfeng into the cave. Jeoligon Mountain was shrouded in endless white mist year-round, but Dao Changsheng seemed very familiar with the path here, leading Su Manya and Qi Niyou straight in without encountering any danger. After walking for a good 10 minutes, they finally stopped. At this moment, before them lay an expansive valley not far away. Seeing the expansive valley, Dao Changsheng smiled faintly, without a hint of hesitation, and stepped inside. Su Manya and Qi Niyou hurriedly followed, glancing around as they trailed behind him. The entire valley was filled with lush, dripping green bamboo. When the wind blew, the bamboo swayed, resembling rolling emerald waves, a truly beautiful sight, accompanied by the fresh scent of bamboo carried by the breeze, which penetrated their nostrils, refreshing and invigorating. Upon entering the valley, they could see a winding pebble path leading into the bamboo sea, a secluded and tranquil retreat. The three moved quickly, and after traversing the bamboo sea and walking along the path for a while, the sound of rushing water suddenly echoed from ahead. Chinio and Su Manya looked over, momentarily stunned. They saw a waterfall cascading down from a steep cliff directly opposite, merging into a clear stream. This stream flowed gently, winding out of the secluded valley, then forming another waterfall rushing downward. What a stunning sight! Indeed, this valley is perfect for seclusion. As Chinio and Su Manya spoke, Dao Changsheng led the two women into the waterfall, revealing a hidden cave behind it. Once inside, Chinio and Su Manya discovered that the cave was quite luxurious. The cave was immensely tall, with a luminous pearl the size of 2 fists embedded at the top. The walls were as smooth as crystal, reflecting the light from the pearl, illuminating the entire cave as bright as day. Young master, why are we entering this cave? There's no way forward. Looking at the cave's size, which seemed to offer no exit, Chinio curiously inquired, wondering if Dao Changsheng intended to cultivate here. Aside from its opulence, there seemed to be nothing else. No, we are looking for a dead mouse. Hearing Chinio's words, Dao Changsheng chuckled lightly, and then a brilliant light shot out from his forehead, instantly illuminating the cave's interior. A crackling sound followed, and a large door radiating white light appeared. Upon seeing the door, Dao Changsheng showed no hesitation, pulling the two women along as they stepped inside. The moment they entered, the light door vanished, and Dao Changsheng and the others found themselves in a beautiful valley. The entire valley was a world of flowers, a true sea of vibrant blossoms. Remarkably, these flowers did not grow haphazardly but were divided into distinct areas. All the red flowers were grouped together, all the yellow flowers were in another section, with not a single flower of a different color mixed in. Deeper inside, several towering ancient trees stood out, each over 1,000 years old, too large for several people to embrace. Many of their crowns reached halfway up the mountainside, and beneath these ancient trees were rare and exotic flowers and grasses, exuding spiritual energy and a myriad of wonders. Behind these giant trees, on a sunlit hillside, colorful flowers bloomed as well, but unlike the first sea of flowers the two women had seen, these were not merely flowers, they were spiritual herbs and medicinal plants. On the shaded hillside, a patch of green and red plants, though not particularly eye-catching, had undeniable value, as they were ginseng that had grown for thousands, even tens of thousands of years. Chinio was taken aback, her face filled with shock as she sensed the surroundings. She realized that these spiritual herbs and medicines were cultivated by humans, growing naturally without any growth accelerators. However, what truly made Chinio's heart race was the sight in the distance, vast patches of spiritual herbs and medicines, all over 10,000 years old. Hidden spirit grass, golden sun burning muscle grass, soul returning jade flower, especially the central cluster of time grass, which her father longed for but could never obtain, had once dreamed of possessing a single stalk of time grass. Now, here it was, growing in abundance like weeds. Time grass is said to be a type of herb that can reverse time, capable of reversing a breath's worth of time, which can determine victory or defeat in a duel among masters. Gradually, Chinio felt somewhat numb to the sight. It was simply a large medicinal herb garden. Chinio believed that even in the legendary immortal realm, the chaos realm could not possibly have such a vast variety of rare spiritual herbs and medicines, at least 10,000 years old, growing in such abundance. Could it be that these were all planted by the master? Seeing Dao Changsheng so calm and unhurried, Chinio was astonished, not expecting her master to have this patch of medicinal field. In this field, even a pig could cultivate into an immortal. Dao Changsheng paid no attention to these immortal herbs and directly walked towards a tiny, dilapidated thatched cottage not far away. It was a very rundown hut, as if a gentle breeze could blow it away, yet it stood there firmly like a giant rock. Dao Changsheng pushed the door open and walked in. As soon as the door opened, the scene inside was clear: a stone bed, a stone chair, a stone table, and on the table lay a jade slip and a tome enveloped in white light. On the stone bed, there was a large mouse about 1.5 meters long, lying with its eyes tightly shut, snoring continuously, seemingly asleep. This was a completely silver-white mouse, emitting a shimmering light that constantly radiated from its body, with spatial fluctuations occasionally spreading outwards, creating ripples around it. This guy really knows how to enjoy himself. Seeing the snoring mouse, Dao Changsheng smiled faintly, stepped forward, and came to the mouse's front, gently slapping it down while smiling. "Don't sleep anymore." When Dao Changsheng's hand struck the mouse's head, a pop sound echoed, and the silver mouse immediately opened its eyes, its face filled with anger as it cursed. "Which bastard dares to disturb Grandpa Mouse's sleep?" While cursing, it turned its head to look, and upon seeing the person in front of it, it was instantly stunned, disbelief written all over its face. Then its expression quickly changed to one of furrowed brows, as it eagerly hugged Dao Changsheng's thigh, wailing, "Master, you finally came back to see me. I've missed you so much. You know, during the time you were gone, I couldn't eat or sleep, just wanted to see you." "Stop with the sweet talk. Hearing the silver mouse's words, Dao Changsheng smiled and patted its head, saying, "During the time I was away, you must have been living quite well. Why don't you want to enjoy this stable life?" No. I want to follow the master and cause chaos in the heavens. That life is exciting. This life is just too boring, not fun at all. The silver mouse shook its head vigorously, crying without shedding a single tear. Sometimes, a comfortable life is the best. Dao Changsheng sighed slightly upon hearing the silver mouse's words, memories surfacing in his mind. Once upon a time, in the heavens, slaughtering the dark forces, that battle shook the heavens and earth, the seas dried up and stones crumbled, ultimately shattering the primordial world into countless small worlds, and how many brilliant heroes and beauties fell in that chaos, not to mention the master. Seeing Dao Changsheng's expression, the silver mouse immediately fell silent, knowing that he was reminiscing about the past. By the way, master, that ghostly thing has broken the seal. Suddenly remembering something, the silver mouse hurriedly said, Hearing the words of the silver rat, a sharp cold light suddenly flickered in Dao Changsheng's eyes, like countless thunderclaps echoing and then dissipating. My goodness! Seeing the cold light flashing in Dao Changsheng's eyes, the silver rat immediately panicked. It had once stayed by Dao Changsheng's side and naturally knew what this represented: anger. However, in the next second, Dao Changsheng withdrew his gaze and strolled towards the table, reaching for the book wrapped in white light, casually saying, "Where did it run off to? How could you let it escape?" "I didn't want to either," the silver rat hurriedly replied upon hearing Dao Changsheng's words. "That day, I went to reinforce the seal as usual, but in that instant, a black door suddenly broke through all the defenses set by you, and then a large black hand reached out from it, directly grabbing that ghostly thing. I was also trapped in place by a wave of black energy and couldn't move at all. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. After that black hand took the ghostly thing, it vanished instantly, as if it had crossed time itself." "Did that black hand leave anything behind?" Dao Changsheng asked, showing no surprise at the silver rat's words, but inquiring calmly. At the same moment, the book wrapped in light shot into Dao Changsheng's brow, and immediately, mysterious white holy light radiated from his body, with shimmering runes of sacred light appearing in the surrounding void. In that moment, Dao Changsheng seemed to transform into a being of light, spreading illumination across the world, his aura so pure, vast, and sacred that it was inviolable. "Yes." Hearing Dao Changsheng's question, the silver rat quickly nodded and took out a transparent glass bottle from its silver fur. At the bottom of the bottle were 6 drops of pitch-black blood, emanating a foul stench. To save that ghostly thing, someone was willing to sacrifice 6 drops of life blood, Dao Changsheng said, stroking his chin and frowning slightly as he looked at the black blood in the bottle. "It seems they have already escaped this planet. Are you going to pursue them, my lord?" The silver rat's eyes lit up with excitement upon hearing Dao Changsheng's words. "So, does that mean you're leaving this planet? Take me with you." "I won't be leaving for now," Dao Changsheng replied with a faint smile. "In this sealed place, there are 2 things I need to unseal. Only by unsealing the first and second life gates can I move on to another place. There's no rush. First, I need to deal with some fallen minions in this sealed land. I want to go out with you." The silver rat clung tightly to Dao Changsheng's leg, its face filled with a pleading desire. "Keep this for now," Dao Changsheng said with a gentle smile upon hearing the silver rat's words. "I came this time to take you out. There's just one thing I need your help with. To serve you, my lord, I would go through fire and water without hesitation." The silver rat was instantly excited, trembling all over. "It's a very simple task for you," Dao Changsheng said as he took a small piece of black soil from his pocket and handed it to the silver rat, softly saying, "Use your sense of smell to find out where the owner of this scent is." Upon hearing Dao Changsheng's words, the silver rat immediately nodded, leaned forward to sniff, and then its eyes widened in shock as it stammered, This isn't the scent of that herb, is it?" "That's right. In this life, she has been reincarnated as a woman. The first life gate among my 12 life gates needs this herb to be unlocked. I just didn't expect that in this life, she would be reborn as a human." Buzz. As Dao Changsheng spoke, the silver giant mouse's 2 beady eyes suddenly burst forth with brilliant silver light. The next moment, the silver giant mouse withdrew its gaze and confidently said, "My lord, I have traced the aura of this herb. As soon as we go outside, I can follow the scent to find it." "Very good." Hearing the silver giant mouse's words, Dao Changsheng smiled faintly, nodding in satisfaction as he said, "With the excellent bloodline of the silver star mouse, having you guard this place is somewhat of a waste. This is all thanks to you, my lord. Without your help, how could I have come out?" Upon hearing Dao Changsheng's words, the silver star mouse shyly scratched its head. "Alright, let's go. There's nothing left to reminisce about here." Once Dao Changsheng fully integrated the Holy Light Grand Book, the white light surrounding him completely vanished. Dao Changsheng smiled faintly, turned, and left. The silver star mouse immediately transformed into a mouse only 7 or 8 centimeters long, leaping onto Dao Changsheng's shoulder. "Young master, what is this mouse?" As Dao Changsheng emerged, Qini Yao and Su Manya rushed over. Upon seeing the sudden appearance of a silver mouse on Dao Changsheng's shoulder, they were momentarily stunned. How did Dao Changsheng come out of that small room with a silver mouse? Noticing the confusion on the two women's faces, Dao Changsheng smiled faintly and said, "It's a mouse that can help me find the whereabouts of the immortal spirit herb." "Just this one mouse?" Hearing Dao Changsheng's words, Qini Yao looked at the silver star mouse on Dao Changsheng's shoulder with disbelief. Aside from its beautiful silver fur, she saw nothing special about it. It looked like an ordinary mouse. "Little girl, don't look at this lord with your doubtful eyes," the silver star mouse lazily replied upon hearing Qini Yao's words. "How could a girl like you, who has just reached the earth blood realm, see through this lord?" Hiss. Upon hearing the silver star mouse's words, Qini Yao's expression showed surprise. This mouse could actually discern her cultivation level? What a joke! Could this mouse be some powerful being? Alright, enough of that. Hearing the conversation between the mouse and Qini Yao, Dao Changsheng said slowly, "Now that my task is complete, it's time to leave." "Wait, my lord, aren't you going to transplant this medicinal field?" Seeing Dao Changsheng walk directly outside, the silver star mouse became anxious, pointing at the surrounding spiritual herbs and immortal grasses. "Leaving them here is a waste, especially since you personally planted them. Now that they have matured into a large patch, shouldn't we take these things with us?" "No need," Dao Changsheng replied, shaking his head gently. "In this life, darkness will inevitably descend. At that time, there will surely be a bloody storm. If I leave some inheritance here, there will definitely be a person of great fortune who will break into this place, leaving behind some means to deal with the future darkness. Aren't you going to take action, my lord?" The silver star mouse asked in confusion upon hearing Dao Changsheng's words. "Isn't your purpose for coming into the world this time to combat the darkness? When the darkness descends in the future, won't you also have to take action?" "My battlefield is above the 9 heavens," Dao Changsheng said, gazing at the sky as he spoke softly. "There, I will strike at the strongest darkness. By then, I fear I won't have the time to care for this place. Leaving a glimmer of hope is always good." "Alright then." Hearing Dao Changsheng's words, the silver star mouse lowered its head in disappointment. It turned out that Dao Changsheng's battlefield was not here. Without Dao Changsheng, this place would likely fall into ruin in the future. It should be known that this place of sealing is coveted by many. Back then, Dao Changsheng stirred up a bloody storm in the heavens to protect the sealing site, but unfortunately, he was ultimately betrayed by his own people, leading to the world's fragmentation and his own entrapment within 12 seals of life. Subsequently, Dao Changsheng left this place with 2 women and the silver star mouse, moving unobstructed out of the mist-laden interior of Jialigong Mountain. The silver star mouse looked at the outside world with excitement, occasionally glancing around, for when it first arrived here, it was a desolate land, and it was unexpected to see such a transformation now. Bang bang bang! Just as the 3 and the mouse approached the entrance of Jialigong Mountain, a series of collision sounds erupted from the entrance, accompanied by a surge of momentum, indicating that a fierce battle was taking place. As Dao Changsheng and the others stepped out of Jialigong Mountain, they saw the scene before them. Ji Hongjia, along with 6 others at the transcendence level, was engaged in a fierce battle with 4 pale-faced, golden-haired men dressed in high-collared coats. "My lord!" Upon seeing Dao Changsheng emerge, Ji Hongjia immediately exclaimed in excitement, but in that moment of distraction, the high-collared man he was fighting seized the opportunity to strike him hard, causing Ji Hongjia to spit out a mouthful of blood and crash to the ground like a shooting star right in front of Dao Changsheng. "Vampires!" Seeing the 4 pale-faced men, Dao Changsheng frowned slightly. How could vampires appear here? With Dao Changsheng's arrival and Ji Hongjia's shout, Ainli, and the others suddenly lost focus, each being struck by the 4 vampires and falling heavily before Dao Changsheng. After knocking Ji Hongjia and the other 6 away, the 4 vampires gathered together, glaring menacingly at Ji Hongjia and the others, while Dao Changsheng was completely ignored. However, when they saw Qini Yao, their expressions immediately turned serious, for they could not see through her, which meant that her cultivation level was likely higher than theirs, or she possessed some hidden treasures. "Are you from the demon party or the secret party? Don't you know the rules set by your ancestors?" Dao Changsheng spoke lightly to the 4 vampires. Upon hearing his words, the 4 vampires showed expressions of shock, clearly taken aback by what he said. "What are the demon party and the secret party?" Su Manya asked curiously, as she had not encountered much of the world and was intrigued by the 4 vampires, realizing that this was what vampires look like. Hearing Su Manya's question, Dao Changsheng slowly explained, "Vampires are divided into 2 internal families, the demon party and the secret party. Within the vampire community, regardless of whether it is the secret party or the demon party, there is an unbreakable rule that exists in every family. Except for the leader of the bloodline, no other vampire members are allowed to step into the Eastern Kingdom even a single step. Every vampire is informed of this prohibition from birth, and for thousands of years, there have been no exceptions. So I am quite curious about how these vampires came to the Eastern Kingdom. Who are you? Upon hearing Dao Changxing's words, the 4 vampires immediately looked serious. This ancestral rule was known only to members of their vampire family, no one else was aware of it. Moreover, how could a seemingly 17 or 18-year-old boy know it so clearly? Hearing Dao Changxing's words, Sumanya asked curiously, then why is there this ancestral rule? Now they have appeared, he said, pointing to the 4 vampires. Because thousands of years ago, the Western Blood Clan invaded the Eastern Kingdom and fought a great battle against the Xianyuan family of the East. Naturally, the vampires were defeated, and the old men of the Xianyuan family pursued them relentlessly, chasing the Blood Clan all the way to Europe, almost wiping them out completely. In the end, it was only after the Blood Clan pleaded repeatedly, swearing that they would never set foot in the Eastern Kingdom again, that they were spared. Dao Changxing said slowly, leaving out one detail. He was the one who had commanded the old men of the Xianyuan family to embark on the pursuit, and it was only out of respect for Edgar that he spared the Blood Clan, otherwise, they would no longer exist. How is that possible? Upon hearing Dao Changxing's words, the 4 vampires were instantly shocked, for what he said was something even they did not know. They only knew of an ancestral decree, but the reason they had come to the Eastern Kingdom this time was due to the orders of Duke Kola to eliminate the leaders of the 8 great families of the East. The Blood Clan thrived on the richness of the world, the more blood they absorbed, the stronger they became, and they were almost immortal. As long as they reached the brink of death, they could continue to survive by absorbing fresh blood, and the more they absorbed, the younger they could become. This was why they had the confidence to attack the Eastern Kingdom. As for why there was an ancestral decree, they did not know, they only knew it existed. They never expected the reason behind it to be revealed by a child, and it sounded so plausible that they were all stunned. If you had merely violated the promise made by your ancestors, I could have let you go. But since you chose to extend your evil claws towards the people of the Eastern Kingdom, then don't blame me, Dao Changxing said, looking at the 4 vampires. The reason he wanted to eradicate the Blood Clan and establish this rule was that the Western Blood Clan was very powerful, with 1 level of cultivation equivalent to 2 levels in the Eastern Kingdom. The people of the East were far from being a match for the vampires. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing Dao Changxing's words, the 4 vampires burst into laughter. A completely ordinary kid was audacious enough to speak to them like this. Was he insane? Shut up, Dao Changxing said, and upon hearing his words, Qin Yiyao moved instantly. With just a raise of her hand, the 4 vampires found themselves unable to move. Their expressions turned to terror as they realized the space around them seemed to have solidified, rendering them immobile. This is bad, it's a spatial confinement. The 4 vampires were horrified, desperately trying to move but finding themselves completely unable to budge. At that moment, a delicate hand suddenly transformed into a series of afterimages that descended. Slap, 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 slap. The sound of rapid slaps echoed as Qin Yiyao crazily slapped the faces of the 4 vampires. Their originally handsome faces instantly turned into swollen messes, looking like pig heads. At that moment, the 4 members of the Blood Clan were filled with deep regret. They had often heard their elders speak of the immense power possessed by the cultivators of the Eastern Kingdom. Whenever possible, they were advised not to provoke those cultivators abroad, especially not to enter the territory of the Eastern Kingdom. This time, they had come to the Eastern Kingdom because of a mission issued by Duke Kola, who promised 5 drops of essence blood for killing the leaders of the 8 great families of the East. Unfortunately, no one dared to take on this task, but the 4 of them were different. They had too much faith in their own strength and, seeing that the likes of Zhi Hongjiao were even weaker than them, they eagerly accepted the mission and rushed to the Eastern Kingdom. Now they finally understood why so many Blood Clan members had left with expressions of schadenfreude. It turned out they were the ones who had fallen into the trap. After they took on the mission, Duke Kola had sworn that there was no danger at all. If they encountered Duke Kola now, they would definitely slap him twice. Wasn't this just a disaster for them? Kill them. The next moment, Dao Changxing spoke ly. Upon hearing Dao Changxing's command, Qin Yiyao did not hesitate at all. Under the terrified gazes of the 4 vampires, she waved her hand, and suddenly a fierce fire surged from the void, enveloping the 4 vampires in the blink of an eye. As this fire surrounded them, the 4 vampires were utterly despaired. They had already caught the scent of death, seeing the Grim Reaper step by step approaching them. It was true that vampires possessed immortality, but this was of no use against someone whose cultivation was far superior to theirs. Although they could be reborn from their blood, against an overwhelmingly powerful figure, exterminating them was effortless. A strong person could simply wave their hand and eliminate them in an instant. They wouldn't remain unscathed. Although their blood clan had incredible energy and were considered immortal, in this situation, it was utterly useless. Qin Yao's cultivation was much higher than theirs, and they had no energy to resist. If they could have resisted, they would have long since used their blood shields to escape. Moreover, their blood clan was inherently Ying. While they had no issues in sunlight, they were still fearful of anything that was just. Being surrounded by this mysterious and powerful flame was a torment 100 times worse than that of ordinary people, who had their blood completely drained and turned into mummies. The space was frozen under Qin Yao's overwhelming aura, rendering their bodies immobile. Even if they wanted to split the blood core within them, they had no strength. The thought of dying and being unable to rely on the blood core to resurrect, knowing that the blood core had to be left for the Eastern cultivators to provide cultivation energy, filled their hearts with endless regret and resentment towards Duke Kola. The next moment, 4 screams rang out. The flames disappeared, and the sound of 4 thuds hitting the ground echoed. Suddenly, 4 walnut-sized objects appeared on the ground. What is this? How could it withstand my flames? Seeing the 4 walnut-like objects that had fallen to the ground, Qin Yao looked puzzled as she picked them up, curiously examining them. As she held one of the walnuts, she immediately felt the powerful energy contained within. I like this. Upon seeing the 4 blood cores in Qin Yao's hand, the silver star mouse's expression brightened. It opened its mouth, and a powerful suction force emerged, drawing the 4 blood cores directly into its mouth. Crunch, crunch. As the silver star mouse chewed, the 4 blood cores made a crackling sound as they shattered. In just 2 or 3 seconds, the silver star mouse devoured them completely, still smacking its lips as if savoring the taste of the blood cores. Are you all okay? Ignoring the silver star mouse that had swallowed the 4 blood cores, Dao Changxing turned his gaze to Zhi Hongjia and the other 5 elders. Zhi Hongjia and the others quickly waved their hands, saying they were fine. It was thanks to Dao Changxing arriving a bit earlier that they had only sustained some superficial injuries. If he had come later, the situation would have been much worse. Afterward, Zhi Hongjia and the others stood up, and their injuries gradually healed with their powerful cultivation. They then bid farewell to Master Qingfeng and boarded the plane with Dao Changxing, flying towards the imperial capital. I wonder where the next stop will be, my lord. On the plane, Zhi Hongjia and the others cautiously inquired, their eyes shifting to the silver star mouse on Dao Changxing's body. They knew that this mouse must have been brought out from the depths of Jialigong Mountain by Dao Changxing. Once we return to the capital, it will be time for me to leave. I may have to go to another country, so you don't need to follow me. Just take care of some matters in the capital first. Rest assured, my lord. Zhi Hongjia and the others nodded in response to Dao Changxing's words. We have already instructed people to seal off the news of the Chao and He family's demise. Some figures in the political and military circles are now in prison. We won't miss a single one. Hearing their words, Dao Changxing's expression remained calm, only giving a slight nod. The plane was flying quickly, and as time passed, it finally landed in the courtyard of the capital. Afterward, Zhi Hongjia and the others followed Dao Changxing's instructions and bid him farewell, each hurrying back to prepare for the remaining aftermath. Before leaving, they gave Dao Changxing a phone number, assuring him that if he needed anything, he could just call, and someone would come to assist him with any request. Alright, bring out your sense of smell. After Zhi Hongjia and the others left, Dao Changxing turned his gaze to the silver star mouse, which immediately pointed towards the east without hesitation, saying, I can smell the location of that herb, but it's very far from here. It seems we have to cross the sea. I can smell the scent of the ocean. East, the sea? Hearing the silver star mouse's words, Su Mingyao was taken aback and said, isn't that foreign land? Moreover, it's where countries like Neon are located. Neon. Upon hearing Su Mingyao's words, Dao Changxing's expression turned cold. He seemed to have guessed who had taken the celestial spirit herb. The person capable of taking the herb must have a cultivation level of at least the earth blood realm or higher. We can search while flying, suggested Qin Yao, after hearing the silver star mouse's words. We can look for it based on the silver star mouse's sense of smell during the flight, or I can take the silver star mouse to search while you wait here, my lord. No, you can't take it with you. Dao Changxing shook his head slightly. If it was that bastard who took it, Qin Yao would be no match for him at all. Then, Dao Changxing made a phone call to arrange for a plane to come. He boarded the plane with the 2 women and the silver star mouse, flying swiftly in the direction indicated by the mouse. Over the vast ocean, the silver star mouse stood in front of the cabin's glass door, jumping up and down to direct the course. Under the mouse's guidance, the plane flew over the Pacific Ocean in East Asia. Right there! When the plane reached a certain point, the Silver Star Mouse exclaimed excitedly. The location was between 30 degrees to 45 degrees north latitude and 123 degrees to 150 degrees east longitude, where a massive arc-shaped island could be seen, seemingly divided into segments. Isn't that neon? Seeing the location pointed out by the Silver Star Mouse, Manga exclaimed, in neon, you can't just fly a plane over, otherwise, you'll be shot down by their anti-aircraft missiles. That's fine, just get close to the coast. Dao Changsheng replied slowly to Manga's concern. Then, under the pilot's control, the plane stopped by the coast. Dao Changsheng took the Silver Star Mouse down, while he left Chiniyo and Manga behind, telling them to wait for his return. After all, he was going to find the celestial spirit herb, and there was a high possibility he would encounter that old fellow, who was no simple character. Under the guidance of the Silver Star Mouse, Dao Changsheng hailed a taxi and followed the direction indicated by the mouse to his destination. However, the Silver Star Mouse made sure the taxi driver didn't notice, quietly shrinking its body and lying against Dao Changsheng's inner side. What on earth does this Eastern person want? Why take such a long detour? The taxi had been driving for several hours without stopping. The driver, looking weary, glanced at the ancient-clothed Dao Changsheng sitting beside him. He had grown accustomed to such outfits, as people in various costumes roamed the streets daily. To him, Dao Changsheng's attire was nothing unusual. However, it was his first time doing this kind of business without a clear destination, completely following whatever Dao Changsheng instructed. Thus, they had been driving for hours, crossing 2 cities along the way. As time passed and after traversing several cities, the taxi finally stopped at the foot of a massive snow-capped mountain. Beneath the mountain lay a small city, with buildings standing tall and bustling pedestrians walking about, shops lively with activity. Dao Changsheng got out of the car and casually tossed a huge gold ingot to the driver. As the driver stared in astonishment, Dao Changsheng turned and left, leaving the driver in disbelief, holding the gold ingot in his hands, unable to believe he had so easily received something worth a year's earnings. Following the guidance of the Silver Star Mouse, Dao Changsheng soon arrived near a bustling square. The square was lively, filled with people in various cosplay outfits walking around, setting up stalls and shouting, as if they were throwing a party. If any Easterners were present, they would surely find it familiar and unremarkable, as an outdoor comic exhibition was taking place. Within this outdoor exhibition, there was a small supermarket. Dao Changsheng walked straight into the supermarket, where a petite woman with black hair greeted him with a smile, saying, "Welcome, how can I help you?" Dao Changsheng didn't even glance at her, remaining silent as he headed towards the back of the supermarket, which led to the stockroom. Upon seeing his actions, the petite woman's smile froze, and she stared at Dao Changsheng's back, suddenly feeling a sense of unease. Sir, that's the stockroom, you can't go in there." Seeing that Dao Changsheng had no intention of stopping, the petite woman hurriedly called out, rushing out from behind the counter towards him. This scene left others in the supermarket astonished. Why was the store manager personally chasing after a man? Dao Changsheng remained indifferent, continuing to walk towards the back, guided by the Silver Star Mouse, arriving at the stockroom. Creak! Without hesitation, Dao Changsheng pushed open the large door of the stockroom. The interior was no different from other supermarket stockrooms, filled with various items and shelves. The only difference was that at the very back of this stockroom, there was an elevator. Seeing the elevator, Dao Changsheng calmly stepped forward. Click! Before Dao Changsheng could take a few steps, the stockroom door behind him was suddenly shut. The petite woman's expression changed instantly, her beautiful face now cold and stern as she glared at Dao Changsheng, saying with a hostile tone, "May I ask who you are?" Dao Changsheng ignored her, continuing to walk forward. Humph! Seeing that Dao Changsheng had no intention of acknowledging her, the petite woman with black hair let out a cold snort. In an instant, her figure flickered and transformed into a shadow, rushing towards Dao Changsheng's back, a glint of cold light appearing in her hand, aimed directly at his back. Get away! Faced with the sudden attack from the petite woman, Dao Changsheng maintained a calm expression and continued walking, raising his hand to swat backward without any intention of turning around or stopping, for according to the Silver Star Mouse, the Changsheng grass he needed was right here. Bang! Although Dao Changsheng slapped backward, the petite woman was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing heavily against the wall behind her. Thud! The wall behind the petite woman remained unmoved, emitting a dull metallic sound. From the sound, it was clear that it was made of some extremely sturdy metal. Even if hit directly by a bullet, it would remain unscathed. How could an ordinary supermarket warehouse be constructed with such alloy metal? Just this alone indicated that this supermarket was far from ordinary. Crack, crack, crack. The petite woman fell to the ground, her bones inside cracking as she didn't know how many had broken. Blood poured from the corners of her mouth, dripping onto the floor. Enemy attack. The petite woman looked at Dao Changsheng in fear, struggling to speak. She was a Chunin-level ninja, yet she had been casually slapped away by Dao Changsheng, which showed just how terrifying he was. She struggled and heavily pressed a button in her pocket, and then, her head tilted, and she fainted. This was still Dao Changsheng showing mercy, otherwise, the blow she had just taken would have surely turned her into mush. Without any hesitation, Dao Changsheng pressed a button next to the elevator. After the elevator doors opened, he stepped inside, pressed a button, and the doors closed, taking him downward. At the same time, dozens to hundreds of meters below this supermarket, a massive hall was situated, already filled with many people. However, despite the crowd, it was eerily silent, everyone staring blankly at the large screen in front of them, their eyes filled with shock. "Sir!" The three individuals in black kimonos at the front first bowed respectfully to the cold, iceberg-like middle-aged man sitting high above in the hall. Just moments ago, they had been urgently summoned by the highest command of the middle-aged man. The cold, iceberg-like middle-aged man simply nodded and fell silent, turning his serious gaze back to the large screen. The three elderly men in black kimonos also looked up at the screen, and when they saw the images displayed, they were all instantly stunned. The large screen was divided into two views, one showing the petite woman in black who had been casually slapped away by Dao Changsheng and had fallen unconscious, and the other showing Dao Changsheng riding the elevator. How is this possible? Suna is a highly talented disciple of our ninja sect, having reached the Chunin level at such a young age. How could she be casually slapped away by this Eastern man? Looking at the appearance and actions of the Eastern man, it seems he came specifically for our ninja sect. Everyone, prepare for battle immediately, and send 3 Jonin to test this Eastern man's abilities. Yes. Upon hearing the middle-aged man's words, a voice suddenly echoed in the darkness, and then it vanished in an instant. On the other side, Dao Changsheng descended in the elevator, which took several minutes to slowly come to a stop. When it finally did, the elevator doors opened, revealing a very spacious room before him. Swish, swish, swish. At that moment, a sound sliced through the void, and 3 silver long knives, gleaming with a chilling light, suddenly appeared from thin air, fiercely slashing towards Dao Changsheng as if they had been lying in ambush. Clang, clang, clang. Faced with the sudden attack of the long knives, Dao Changsheng paid no heed and stepped forward directly. A crisp sound of impact rang out as the 3 long knives struck what seemed to be an incredibly hard metal, sending a shower of sparks flying. What? This Eastern man. Witnessing this scene, 2 exclamations rang out in surprise. Dao Changsheng swiftly raised both hands forward, fingers curled like claws, and with a slight exertion, there was a whoosh. Whoosh, 2 sounds echoed as 2 ninjas dressed in black tight-fitting outfits were firmly grasped by the neck and dragged out from the void before him. Baka! Damn Eastern man, let us go! We are noble and supreme ninjas, how dare you disrespect us? The 2 ninjas, held tightly by Dao Changsheng, showed no fear. Although disbelief flickered in their eyes, they still shouted with fierce expressions, as if they were truly remarkable individuals. Ninjas? Hearing the words of the 2 ninjas, Dao Changsheng smiled faintly and said, "What a small country, claiming to be ninjas just because you learned a bit of Eastern stealth technique. Noble? No wonder it's a small nation formed by Su Gonggong clenching his tail." As he spoke, Dao Changsheng exerted a bit of force with both hands, and a series of cracking bone sounds echoed as the 2 ninjas were crushed to death by him. After killing these 2 ninjas, Dao Changsheng casually tossed their lifeless bodies aside, slowly saying, "Is this what a ninja is? Nothing more." Swish! Before his words had even settled, Dao Changsheng shot his right hand back like lightning, and with a pull, another ninja dressed in black was dragged out. After pulling out this ninja, Dao Changsheng's brow brightened, and a mysterious light suddenly entered the ninja's mind. Instantly, the ninja's face contorted in pain, his eyes rolled back, and he died completely, the light vanishing along with him. So that's how it is. Having absorbed the memories from this ninja's mind, Dao Changsheng nodded slightly. He now understood the origins of the ninjas from Neon, and the place he had arrived at was also the highest point of military power in Neon, the ninja sect, representing the greatest force of Neon. Damn it! Deep underground, seeing 3 upper ninjas brutally killed by Dao Changsheng, the middle-aged man's face darkened further, coldly ordering, "Mobilize the suicide squad, overwhelm this Eastern man with numbers." Yes. Meanwhile, in the spacious room, after effortlessly dealing with the 3 ninjas, Dao Changsheng leisurely walked towards the other side, where a large closed door stood quietly. Crack! The next second, the large door burst open with a loud bang, followed by a howling sound and a chorus of shouts as countless figures surged out, shouting, "Kill! Kill! Kill!" in a dense clamor. Die! Watching the swarm of attackers, Dao Changsheng's gaze turned icy, and a thin red line flickered out from before him. At the same moment, the attackers were all marked with that red line, densely packed. Put, put, put. Countless members of the Suicide Squad were instantly drenched in bright red blood, which gushed forth like a fountain. Following that, the sound of explosions echoed continuously, as individuals detonated like ignited explosives. In an instant, the ground was littered with severed limbs and flowing blood, creating a terrifying scene reminiscent of hell on earth. Baka! Another wave of death surged forth, as countless members of the ninja sect showed no signs of fear in the face of Dao Changxing's terrifying methods. Instead, they became even more frenzied and bloodthirsty. Each person's eyes glimmered with an abnormal red light, resembling the man-eating demons of hell, grotesque and terrifying. Dao Changsheng remained cold and silent, continuing forward, pushing through as countless attacking ninjas exploded around him, turning into numerous severed limbs. Regarding the whereabouts of the immortal spirit grasswoman, Dao Changsheng would not easily relent. Anyone who stood in his way would be slaughtered without exception. In the grand hall below, many people surrounded the large screen, their faces pale with horror. On the screen, Dao Changsheng advanced step by step, and countless ninjas charging at him exploded one after another. In the blink of an eye, all the ninjas that had rushed out of that room were dead, and the room was already a river of blood. Even the many high-ranking members of the ninja sect, who were accustomed to slaughter, felt their scalps tingle and their hearts race with fear upon witnessing this scene. Who exactly is this Eastern man? Why is there no information about him in our ninja sect's database? The East has hidden this person so deeply, he has never appeared in the world. What a terrifying individual. 3 elderly men in black kimonos watched Dao Changsheng walking through the carnage on the large screen, swallowing hard and speaking unconsciously. This person is filled with absolute ruthlessness, absolute coldness, and absolute contempt, as if the countless ninjas dying before him are nothing more than a group of insignificant ants, utterly trivial. Killing people is like killing chickens, and killing is as easy as stepping on ants for him. There is no emotion visible in him. It's too terrifying. How many people has he killed? How could the East cultivate such a person? Aside from the 3 elderly men in black kimonos who expressed their shock, the others also shivered involuntarily, their voices tinged with fear. Takeda-kun, what is the current casualty situation among our ninjas? How many have died? A middle-aged man, cold and indifferent like an iceberg, suddenly spoke up. Currently, the casualties have exceeded 6,500. Upon hearing the middle-aged man's words, a thin neon man in a black uniform immediately looked up, respectfully bowing to the cold, iceberg-like middle-aged man, then reported with a somewhat grim expression, "The first numbered squad has been annihilated, and we are mobilizing the second numbered squad to replace them. I believe this is redundant. Given this Eastern man's abilities, even if more people come, they will just become corpses. Our ninja sect has already lost many." It should be noted that each of these ninjas was an elite from Neon, selected through rigorous screening. Now, to see so many perish so easily, how could he not look grim? After the second numbered squad is deployed, the remaining 7 squads need not be sent in, as they would only be walking to their deaths. It's unnecessary, the cold, iceberg-like middle-aged man stated. Yes, leader. The thin neon man in the black uniform nodded immediately. Takeuchi-kun, can the mechanical squad be deployed? The next moment, the cold, iceberg-like middle-aged man turned to another neon man in a black uniform and asked casually. Yes, we are fully prepared and can strike at any time. Upon hearing the middle-aged man's words, the black uniformed neon man stood straight with a snap and replied. Then let them bring me on stage, and let's see what this Eastern person is capable of, daring to charge into our ninja sect alone, commanded the middle-aged man, cold and indifferent like an iceberg. Yes. The man in the black uniform bowed again and then said, Eastern person. After that, the cold, iceberg-like middle-aged man stopped giving orders and instead stared at the large screen, narrowing his eyes slightly, his expression a mix of iron gray and a grim look. Seeing the middle-aged man's unpleasant expression, the many high-ranking members of the ninja sect nearby instinctively held their breath, quietly waiting for the next command from this cold, iceberg-like middle-aged man. After several seconds, the cold, iceberg-like middle-aged man tapped his fingers on the armrest of his chair and said in a deep voice, I suspect the mechanical team will also be wiped out. Now, bring me those 3 divine artifacts. If possible, also summon Lord Susanoo. Our ninja sect has reached a critical moment of life and death. Those 3 items. Upon hearing the cold, iceberg-like middle-aged man, all the high-ranking members of the ninja sect were momentarily stunned, their faces showing disbelief. Everyone knew what those 3 items were. They were the ninja sect's greatest trump card for survival and the very faith of the entire neon cultivation world. However, due to the immense power of those 3 items, they were generally only allowed to be used in times of national crisis or when the entire ninja sect was on the verge of destruction. Normally, their use was restricted because invoking those 3 divine artifacts came at the cost of life. Moreover, the leader actually said to summon Lord Susanoo, that seemed too exaggerated. Lord Susanoo was the most esteemed figure in their neon, and his power was far beyond what they could compare to. Lord Susanoo had not taken action for a long time. The last time he did was during the massacre of the Holy Light Bureau in the Western Kingdom, which was prompted by the Western Kingdom launching 2 atomic bombs at Neon. That had awakened Lord Susanoo from his slumber, leading him to the Western Kingdom to wreak havoc, and it was only when the Western gods personally appeared to speak that Lord Susanoo ceased his slaughter. Otherwise, he would have continued to massacre the Western Kingdom. It could be said that without Lord Susanoo, there would be no status for their Neon, and without Lord Susanoo, they would have likely been overrun by the European Union of the Western Kingdom long ago. The entire hall of the ninja sect suddenly fell into a deathly silence, with no one speaking. What? Is there someone who disagrees? Seeing the sudden silence in the hall, the cold, iceberg-like middle-aged man frowned. Yes, I will take care of it right away. As soon as the middle-aged man finished speaking, a man in a black uniform hurriedly spoke up and quickly walked outside. In Neon, even the leader, who had supreme authority, had to be willing, even if they were reluctant. Wait! Suddenly, the cold, iceberg-like middle-aged man reached out, walked down from the high platform, and slowly said to that person, I will go with you to see Lord Susanoo. This matter is of great importance, and it just so happens that I haven't taken action in a long time. Leader, are you going to take action personally? Seeing the middle-aged man's movement, an elderly man in a black kimono was immediately astonished and quickly advised, isn't it enough for those 3 chosen ones to take action? Why do you need to? Yes, they are enough. And there's no need to summon Lord Susanoo, right? Minister, please think twice. For such a small matter, to summon Lord Susanoo seems like overkill. Exactly. An Eastern person invading here, how could we easily summon Lord Susanoo? He definitely wouldn't take action for such a trivial matter. As soon as the voice of the black-clad elder fell, the other high-ranking members of the ninja sect began to persuade him. In their view, although this Dao Changsheng was powerful, he was still just one person and far from being a match for their entire sect. What do you understand? Hearing the words of these high-ranking members, the cold, ice-like man immediately spoke in a deep voice. We have reached a moment of life and death. If we continue to be so careless, our ninja sect will be destroyed, and all the hard work over the years will be in vain. Everything must be taken seriously. Upon hearing the words of this cold, ice-like middle-aged man, all the high-ranking members of the ninja sect immediately fell silent, for they knew that since the leader had said so, it meant that the leader's decision was not to be defied by anyone. Those who had defied it in the past had not ended well. Subsequently, these black-clad elder members could only nod helplessly and bow, saying, Yes, leader. There is one more thing. You must immediately activate the highest authority and thoroughly investigate which faction this Eastern person belongs to and why he suddenly intruded into our ninja sect. Our sect's headquarters has never communicated with the outside world, so check if there are any traitors. Yes, leader. Upon hearing this, a short, stout neon man immediately nodded and began to manipulate a series of control panels, tapping away as a stream of data flashed rapidly. Time is of the essence. I will take my leave. The next moment, this cold, ice-like middle-aged man strode out. Seeing the leader move, the initially black-clad ninja quickly followed, along with several others exuding powerful auras. Meanwhile, Dao Changsheng successfully stepped into the room, immediately entering a second spacious room. Based on the memories he had absorbed from the ninja, Dao Changsheng knew that this massive underground base of the Neon Ninja sect had a total of 6 levels, extending hundreds of meters underground, with formidable defensive capabilities. From the memories of that ninja, it was learned that on the 6th level, there seemed to be 3 of the most important items in all of Neon. Each of these 3 items was said to possess the terrifying power to destroy a significant portion of Neon, and if combined, they could easily annihilate the entire Neon, even more powerful than super bombs. As for what these items were, Dao Changsheng did not know, as the ninja's strength was not very strong, and he had only heard of such things. He usually stationed on the 1st and 2nd levels, and to know about those 3 items, one would at least need to hold a high-ranking position in the ninja sect. Click, click, click. The moment Dao Changsheng arrived at the 2nd level room, a sudden click sound rang out. In front of him, from the second door, 10 robots appeared, each about 3 meters tall, entirely black, equipped with rocket launchers and firearms. They lined up in a row, abruptly emerging from underground, standing before Dao Changsheng. Looking at these 10 robots, which seemed to be filled with powerful lethality and destructive capability, Dao Changsheng merely glanced at them, his expression calm, showing no intention of stopping as he continued forward. Attack! In the inner hall of the ninja sect, an operator commanded, and immediately a rumbling sound erupted. The 10 robots fired their rocket launchers and machine guns in an instant, unleashing a torrent of bullets like a storm. Thousands of metal bullets rained down like an unstoppable steel flood, forming a dense river of bullets that surged toward Dao Changsheng. Boom! 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 Suddenly, the sound of explosions roared continuously, and in the blink of an eye, the room was filled with smoke and dust caused by the artillery fire. Large clouds of dust spread out, completely enveloping Dao Changsheng and the entire second floor, making it impossible to see the scene inside. The scene was thoroughly shrouded in smoke. Seeing this, all the high-ranking members of the ninja sect were excited because they were certain that under such powerful artillery attacks, especially with the special bullets, Dao Changsheng would definitely be turned into a sieve. These bullets have been specially processed with nuclear radiation. It would be a miracle if he survived. This Eastern man is really too arrogant, daring to invade our ninja sect alone. That Eastern man is definitely dead now. How dare a mere individual intrude into our esteemed ninja sect? He must be seeking death. It's just a pity for the martyrs who sacrificed themselves before. As Dao Changsheng was submerged by countless missiles and a torrential downpour of bullets, the inner hall of the ninja sect erupted in laughter, their faces filled with vengeful excitement as they looked at the dust-filled second-floor room. However, their excited expressions soon faded. Looking at the screen where the room was still shrouded in smoke, confusion appeared on their faces, and a sense of foreboding began to rise from the depths of their hearts. Because if Dao Changsheng had died, then the missiles and countless bullets should have struck the walls of the room, leaving traces of bullet trajectories. However, from the surveillance screen, the walls behind Dao Changsheng were shining brightly, completely unaffected by any bullets. Boom! 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 Even though Dao Changsheng was submerged by bullets and artillery fire, the robots showed no signs of stopping. Instead, they continued to shoot frantically. It wasn't until several minutes later that the rockets and machine guns carrying special bullets on the 10 robots finally ceased fire. They stopped only because the bullets they were equipped with had all been used up, and there was nothing left to fire. Then, on the ceiling of the second floor room made of special materials, something with countless pinhole-sized openings suddenly emerged, followed by a powerful suction force emanating from it. The boundless dust instantly transformed into swirling smoke dragons, all being sucked inside. With the smoke cleared, the scene of the second floor room was revealed to the high-ranking members of the ninja sect. However, upon seeing the scene, all the high-ranking members widened their eyes in disbelief, looking as if they had seen a ghost. My God, this Eastern man actually suffered no harm at all? How is that possible? Our robots couldn't inflict any damage on this Eastern man. Oh my God, even a heavenly ninja shouldn't survive in such circumstances. Seeing Dao Changsheng on the screen completely unscathed, all the high-ranking members of the ninja sect gasped in shock. This Eastern man was simply too strong. In Neon, the levels of ninja training are divided into lower, middle, upper, earth, heaven, and shadow ninjas, with each level further divided into 3 grades. They had personally tested that even a heavenly ninja would not survive such fierce artillery attacks. The last time they experimented, they used a corpse. But now, Dao Changsheng was completely unharmed under this intense artillery fire, not even a tear in his clothes. This was terrifying. In the next moment, something that shocked them again happened. Dao Changsheng reached out his hand, and instantly, he pulled a robot towards him from a distance, firmly grasping it in his hand, and then he squeezed. Bang! Suddenly, a violent explosion echoed, and the robot was crushed to pieces by Dao Changsheng's bare hands, countless mechanical parts scattering like raindrops, producing a cacophony of sounds. After crushing this robot, Dao Changsheng repeated his actions. With a wave of his hand, another robot was seized and then flung back with a slight tremor of his hand. Boom! In an instant, this robot collided with the remaining 8 robots, which emitted a series of clattering sounds before exploding one by one. In no time, 10 robots were reduced to countless mechanical parts, lying haphazardly in this second floor room. Baka Yoru! Seeing this scene, the high-ranking members of the ninja sect in the inner hall immediately shouted in anger, their voices trembling slightly, clearly shocked by Dao Changsheng's methods. Is this Eastern man made of meteorite? How can he crush our mechanical warriors so easily? Damn it, we spent tens of millions of dollars to create these. Baka, what on earth is happening? Why did the other mechanical warriors explode when this Eastern man threw one? Is this some kind of illusion? How is that possible? The bodies of the mechanical warriors are made of superalloys modified by nuclear radiation. How could this Eastern man crush them so effortlessly? Even the shadow ninjas couldn't do that. A bunch of useless trash. Looking at the scattered mechanical parts on the ground, Dao Changsheng spoke calmly, then stepped forward towards the third floor room. Based on his guess, the immortal spirit grass was likely on the last floor. It was crucial for unsealing his life gate, and he would not take it lightly. Hurry, hurry, hurry. This Eastern man is heading to the 3rd floor. Quickly send the 2nd squad. The leader hasn't returned yet. We must stop this Eastern man on the 4th floor. The leader actually spoke the truth. This Eastern man can really destroy our ninja sect alone. Seeing Dao Changsheng calmly stepping towards the third floor, all the high-ranking members of the ninja sect hurriedly spoke up, knowing the leader's orders, and quickly issued commands. Clatter! In the ninja sect's main hall, the high-ranking members were hastily giving orders. At the same time, a swarm of ninjas armed with sharp long knives burst out from the third door, rushing towards Dao Changsheng. A bunch of shrimp soldiers and crab generals. Seeing the ninjas rushing to their doom, Dao Changsheng shook his head slightly, raised his hand, and spread his fingers. Instantly, a roar erupted, and the surrounding air rolled and crashed like ocean waves, sweeping towards the attacking ninjas like a mighty river. Boom! 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 As the air ripples surged, a series of explosive sounds erupted from the void, carrying endless spatial fluctuations that engulfed the returning ninjas, covering the densely packed crowd in an instant. Thud, thud, thud. After everyone was shaken by this airwave, they felt as if an invisible giant hammer was smashing down on them. One by one, they stopped in pain, groaning, with streams of crimson blood oozing from the corners of their mouths. A strange scene unfolded. All the ninjas were sent flying. In that moment, the airwaves surged again, and under the astonished gazes of the high-ranking members of the ninja sect, all the ninjas' bodies abruptly turned to dust, not even a scream escaping their lips, leaving no trace behind. This scene left all the high-ranking members of the ninja sect horrified. The method of death was too bizarre. Kill, kill, kill. As all the ninjas were turned to dust by the spatial fluctuations, a series of shouts and roars erupted. One by one, the black-clad ninjas charged out from the third layer's gate, undeterred by death, all rushing towards Dao Changsheng. There were about 100 of them, split into two teams, attacking from the left and right with a frenzied aura of slaughter. Facing these attacking ninjas, Dao Changsheng didn't even glance at them, simply stepping forward as if no one was attacking him. At that same moment, countless tiny red threads appeared on the bodies of the charging ninjas once again. Boom! 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 In an instant, a series of explosions rang out. In the terrified gaze of the higher-ups of the ninja sect, these ninjas met the same fate as those in the first layer, exploding like ignited firecrackers, showering the ground with countless chunks of flesh, shattered bones, and blood, falling like rain. This is a demon, retreat. Seeing this horrifying scene, some of the ninjas who had just come out from the third layer gate screamed in panic, their faces filled with terror. It was too terrifying. Even these fearless ninjas were chilled to the bone by Dao Changsheng's mysterious methods. He was nothing short of a god of death. As the voice fell, the remaining ninjas who had rushed out dared not take another step forward. Every time Dao Changsheng took a step towards them, they retreated a step, completely frightened. Looking at the ninjas retreating before him, Dao Changsheng showed no signs of abnormality. Instead, he continued to walk forward calmly, unhurriedly approaching the entrance of the third layer room, as if these ninjas were mere ants. Time passed quickly, and in just a few seconds, Dao Changsheng walked like a reaper of lives, and those retreating ninjas exploded one after another, turning into countless pieces of flesh that splattered everywhere. Ah! 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 The sound of piercing screams echoed continuously. When Dao Changsheng entered the entrance of the third layer room, the ground of the second layer was covered in bright red chunks of flesh and meat, and the walls made of special alloys were completely stained blood red. Thus, the ninja sect's second team was annihilated, and Dao Changsheng walked unimpeded into the third layer room. As he pushed through, wherever he went, countless pieces of flesh fell to the ground. Everyone in the ninja sect was terrified by Dao Changsheng's ruthless methods, leading to no ninja daring to ambush him when he stepped into the fourth layer. The room seemed abandoned. Oh! When Dao Changsheng entered the entrance of the fourth layer room and arrived at the fifth layer, he suddenly stopped. Before him stood rows of people dressed in brown warrior armor from ancient battlefields, lined up neatly, as if they had been waiting here for a long time. Swish! Seeing Dao Changsheng emerge, all the warriors moved in unison, drawing sharp silver-white long spears from their waists. The sound of metal clashing rang out, and the cold iron spears shimmered with countless icy glints, their tips all aimed at Dao Changsheng, a wave of murderous intent emanating from these warriors. So it's the trap battle spear formation. Noticing the overwhelming murderous aura emanating from the warriors and the orderly positions of their ranks, Dao Changsheng smiled faintly. It seemed that the old turtle Su Gonggang had never rested since establishing the island nation. He had even brought out this trap battle spear formation. For this trap formation, Dao Changsheng was more than familiar. Back then, it was with this very formation that Bai Qi of the Qin dynasty had slaughtered 400,000 elite troops of the Zhao kingdom. Because of this single act of annihilating such a formidable force, Bai Qi's name as the god of death became renowned throughout the ages. Moreover, it was Bai Qi alone who had set up this formation, which shows just how terrifying this trap formation truly was. Not far from these rows of warriors, at the entrance of the sixth floor, a small platform completely blocked the entrance. In front of this entrance, a white jade platform was being constructed. On the white jade platform stood three individuals, dressed in kimonos, standing with their hands clasped behind their backs, their cold gazes fixed on Dao Changsheng. If looks could kill, Dao Changsheng would have been slain countless times. Kill! In the next moment, a thunderous roar erupted, and all the ancient warriors began to move. Each one raised their sharp silver spears, surging towards Dao Changsheng like a tidal wave, a violent aura of slaughter sweeping forth. With this momentum, the eyes of these warriors turned from black and white to blood red, a manifestation of their brutal and bloodthirsty nature. The trap formation was able to fully amplify the power of the one who set it up, yet it was too weak. Seeing the steel torrent rushing towards him, Dao Changsheng shook his head slightly. In the next second, he stepped forward lightly and pointed at the trap formation of the ancient warriors. Pop! Instantly, a faint ripple in space sounded, and the nodes of the trap formation were directly struck by Dao Changsheng's finger. Immediately, a series of explosive sounds erupted, and one by one, the ancient warriors exploded, turning into a sky full of blood mist. Thud, thud, thud. This scene immediately shocked the ancient warriors behind, who hurriedly stopped, their faces filled with terror as they looked at Dao Changsheng. Even though they were seasoned warriors, encountering Dao Changsheng felt like facing a bloodthirsty demon. With just a light point, he had shattered their trap formation, stirring up monstrous waves in each of their hearts. It should be known that this was a formation specially passed down by Lord Susanoo. Ever since they obtained this formation, they had been invincible on European soil. Now, returning home, they were brought to their knees by an unknown young man. This. Whoosh! In the next moment, Dao Changsheng turned his gaze towards the three individuals on the white jade platform. A silver-white light shot out from his eyes, shattering layer after layer of void, like a divine sword slicing through the heavens, fiercely aimed at the three of them. Retreat! Upon seeing this silver-white light, an unprecedented sense of crisis surged in the hearts of the three, and they each used all their skills to evade. Boom! Just as the three had barely moved from their original positions, the white jade platform exploded upon being struck by the silver-white light, producing a deafening sound and instantly turning to dust. Interesting. Seeing the three evade this temporal attack, Dao Changsheng couldn't help but smile faintly. That old bastard Su Gongdong really spared no expense, actually using phoenix blood to impart the speed of a phoenix. It should be known that he was an existence that dominated the ages. Even now, having fallen from the high platform, he still dominated the ages. As time flowed, he transcended time and space, even having comprehended the cycle of reincarnation. Even without any cultivation now, relying on various personal means, he remained invincible in the world, having long since condensed the schemes of time. All of you, retreat! After the three evaded, seeing the white jade platform explode into dust, they all breathed a sigh of relief and then commanded the remaining ancient warriors. Hearing the words of the cold, ice-like man in the middle, the group of ancient warriors immediately retreated like a tide, surrounding the three adults, each one looking at Dao Changsheng with fear, wary of him. I wonder why this friend has intruded into our ninja sect. After everyone had stepped back, the cold man spoke to Dao Changsheng, his face initially bearing an unprecedented seriousness. Indeed, he was intimidated. Upon witnessing Dao Changsheng's various mysterious abilities, he felt overwhelmed. This Dao Changsheng was simply too bizarre, and they could not compete with the experts of their ninja sect. Moreover, he suspected that even if he went all out, he might still be unable to stop Dao Changsheng, and even with a divine artifact in hand, it would be useless. Thus, he inquired, hoping to resolve the matter without further loss of life, which he would gladly welcome. You have taken someone you shouldn't have taken, Dao Changsheng said lightly upon hearing the middle-aged man's words, refraining from launching an attack. Taken someone we shouldn't have taken? The middle-aged man was immediately taken aback, unable to understand why Dao Changsheng would say such a thing. During this time, the higher-ups of their ninja sect had clearly been fulfilling their respective duties, and no one had gone out, let alone abducted anyone. The two people beside him exchanged glances. They were the ones who usually monitored the various high-ranking members of the ninja sect and had not noticed anyone leaving. If the high-ranking members had not gone out, then it was even less likely that the ninjas had, as these ninjas needed to go through layers of requests to leave. However, during this time, no ninja had requested to go out. They had all been cultivating in their respective rooms, meaning their ninja sect had remained silent, with no one going out. My friend, I fear there is a misunderstanding between us. Seeing the two beside him also looking confused, the middle-aged man quickly said, Our ninja sect has had no one go out during this time. How could we have abducted anyone? Are you mistaken? The person I am looking for is inside there. Ignoring the middle-aged man's words, Dao Changsheng glanced at the entrance to the 6th floor and spoke lightly, beginning to step forward. Upon seeing Dao Changsheng take a step, everyone felt a jolt and retreated in unison. The middle-aged man's expression darkened upon hearing Dao Changsheng's words. Even he did not have the qualifications to enter the 6th floor, as deep within the 6th floor resided Lord Susanoo. As a mere leader of the ninja sect, he was entirely subordinate to Lord Susanoo, and he could hardly even catch a glimpse of him. When he had just entered to retrieve the divine artifact, Lord Susanoo had still not appeared. Obtaining the divine artifact had required the approval of Lord Susanoo's pet, the 8-headed serpent. Yet now, Dao Changsheng claimed that the person he was looking for was on the 6th floor. How could that be possible? It should be known that within the entire 6th floor, aside from the 3 divine artifacts of the Neon Ninja world and the cultivation realm, and Lord Susanoo himself, there was no one else. Moreover, the 6th floor of the ninja sect was the holy land of the Neon Ninja world and the cultivation realm. Aside from the leader of the ninja sect, no one else had the qualifications to enter. Dao Changsheng's claim that someone they had abducted was on the 6th floor was simply impossible. Furthermore, Dao Changsheng's intention to enter their ninja sect's holy land was utterly out of the question. There could be no negotiation. This was a matter concerning the survival of the Neon world, and how could they allow outsiders to enter? If outsiders were allowed in, he, as the leader of the ninja sect, would be finished. The 8-headed serpent would likely be the first to rush out and swallow him whole. At the mere thought of the terror of the 8-headed serpent, the leader of the ninja sect couldn't help but shiver. This was simply too horrifying. Just thinking about it was enough to instill fear. He would never allow Dao Changsheng to enter. This friend, the 6th level is the sacred ground of our ninja sect. I hope you will not enter. I can mobilize the entire ninja sect to help you find the person you need. Seeing Dao Changsheng walking leisurely towards him, the leader of the ninja sect said in a deep voice, "If you force your way forward, don't blame us for being rude. You still have time to leave now." Rude? Hearing the leader's words, Dao Changsheng smiled faintly and said, "What do you mean by rude? Just because of you bunch of shrimp soldiers and crab generals? You?" Upon hearing Dao Changsheng's arrogant words, the group was instantly furious, their faces turning red, unable to speak. Yet, even in their anger, they still dared not act recklessly, as Dao Changsheng was indeed very formidable. By the way, leader, suddenly, a man thought of something and immediately leaned in close to the leader of the ninja sect, whispering, "Just the day before yesterday, I saw one of Lord Yamada no Orochi's heads appear outside the 6th level. I also saw a flash of green light, which seemed to wrap around a figure, but I only caught a glimpse of that moment." Upon hearing this man's words, the leader of the ninja sect's expression became serious. It seemed that this kid from the east was telling the truth. Someone had indeed been taken by them, as Lord Yamada no Orochi was far from someone they could command. They revered Lord Yamada no Orochi as a deity. Everything he did was right, a belief instilled in them since birth. Then there's nothing more to say. Bring it on! Now that he knew the reason, the leader of the ninja sect coldly shouted, as there was no point in further discussion. Only by killing this kid from the east could this matter be resolved. Swish, swish, swish. As soon as he finished speaking, 3 sharp sounds of cold light rang out. A blood-red long sword appeared in the leader's hand, while 2 men beside him each held a deep green jade and a simple bronze mirror covered in mysterious runes. Time, space, the power of sealing. Upon seeing these 3 weapons exuding a terrifying aura, Dao Changsheng couldn't help but look at them with great interest. Among these 3 weapons, there was actually the power of sealing, time, and space. Such weapons were rare in this era. Bang, bang, bang. Upon seeing the appearance of these 3 weapons, all the ancient warriors immediately knelt on one knee, their eyes fervently fixed on the weapons in the hands of the leader and the 2 vice leaders. It should be known that these were the highest symbols of the Neon Ninja realm, representing the ultimate power of divine artifacts, akin to the imperial seal of the Qin Emperor, containing terrifying power. This was the first time they had seen a divine artifact in person. They usually only heard legends about them. In the inner hall of the ninja sect, the high-ranking members also knelt on one knee with fervent gazes upon seeing the weapons in the hands of the 3 leaders. This represented their high authority in the ninja realm. How could they not show respect? Kill! The next second, the leader of the ninja sect shouted loudly, and the sword in his hand instantly transformed into a blood-red light, fiercely slashing down towards Dao Changsheng's head. This brilliant blood-red sword light appeared silently, cutting through layer after layer of space, carrying an overwhelming aura of slaughter as it descended violently. Clang! At that moment, a crisp sound of collision rang out, and the leader of the ninja sect was sent flying like a cannonball, directly soaring backward. This scene left everyone dumbfounded. What had just happened? How is this possible? As the leader of the ninja sect steadied himself, he was horrified to see a crack suddenly appear on the blade of the legendary artifact, the Kusanagi sword, in his hand. How could this supreme artifact have a chip missing? Not only was the leader of the ninja sect dumbfounded, but everyone else was too, their eyes wide with shock. After all, this was their sacred artifact from Neon, one that possessed the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. How could it possibly have a chip missing now? Indeed. Looking at the Kusanagi sword with its missing piece, Dao Changsheng showed no signs of shock. Instead, he nodded slightly in praise, saying, "To withstand a blow from Cheng Ying is quite remarkable. Kill this Eastern man." Upon hearing Dao Changsheng's words, the leader of the ninja sect roared. One of the legendary 3 artifacts, and it hadn't even touched Dao Changsheng's body before it had a chip missing. This Eastern man was too sinister. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At the moment the leader of the ninja sect roared, a series of ominous sounds echoed. Countless blood-red threads suddenly appeared on the bodies of these ancient warriors. The moment they saw these red threads, everyone in the ninja sect was struck with terror. They were all too familiar with these red threads. In the previous rooms, the appearance of these threads had caused them to lose a large number of ninjas, and now they were appearing again. Bang, bang, bang. Without exception, in the next moment, a series of explosions erupted, and the long spears. Bang, bang, bang. Without exception, in the next moment, the explosions continued, and the long spears shattered with a crack, crack, crack due to the blasts from these ancient warriors. In an instant, the entire 5th floor room was devoid of any living beings except for the 3 men. The ground was littered with shattered flesh and bones, blood, and glinting fragments of long spears. How terrifying! Seeing this scene, the 3 leaders of the ninja sect turned pale with fear. They never expected Dao Changsheng to be this ridiculously powerful. One of their sect's foundations had just been wiped out before their eyes without any resistance. Kill! In the next second, one of the men roared, and a blood-red light shot out from the jade stone in his hand. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At the same time, the entire 5th floor room trembled, and ripples of space appeared. At that moment, Dao Changsheng felt himself sinking into a swamp-like space. The void around him had completely frozen, immobilizing him in place. The power of time. Sensing a force of time permeating the space, Dao Changsheng sighed softly, and then his body trembled slightly. Suddenly, the sound of cracking echoed as the void shattered piece by piece. How is this possible? Seeing this scene, the man holding the 8-foot-long jade hook was taken aback. The artifact's time restriction couldn't do anything to this Eastern brat. How could this be? Clang! In that instant, another crisp sound of weapon collision rang out, and a blood-red thread suddenly reflected back from in front of the 3 men, landing directly in Dao Changsheng's hand. At that moment, Dao Changsheng's hand was empty, with nothing in it, yet he held his right hand as if gripping a sword, as if an invisible sword was in his grasp. Baka! My divine mirror! Opposite Dao Changsheng, another man shouted in anger, seeing that the mirror in his hand had also shattered a large piece, inexplicably. Be careful! Seeing that the 8-foot mirror had also developed a crack, the leader of the ninja sect's face was shocked but still looked grim as he said, "The opponent wields a terrifying invisible weapon, you all be careful." As the leader of the ninja sect, his strength had long surpassed that of a shadow ninja. He had captured a lot from the recent scene, especially when a red thread was about to strangle the deputy leader in an instant. The 8-span mirror suddenly activated a full-range defense, directly deflecting the red thread away. However, even so, the 8-span mirror was damaged by the collision with the red thread, which was clearly an invisible and terrifying artifact, even more powerful than the artifacts of their neon ninja world. A mirror that rebounds attacks, a jade that freezes space, and a sword with sealing power, Dao Changsheng said with a faint smile, looking at the 3 neon people with grim expressions. These must be the 3 great artifacts of your ninja world, capable of withstanding a blow from the shadow of the past. Indeed, they are extraordinary, but I wonder if you can withstand the next strike. Whoosh! Before he finished speaking, Dao Changsheng suddenly vanished, almost instantaneously appearing behind the man holding the 8-span mirror and the 8-span jade hook, his hand slicing through the air like lightning. In an instant, 2 loud explosions rang out as the 8-span mirror and the 8-span jade hook exploded, turning into countless fragments that scattered around, accompanied by 2 bloody heads, their eyes filled with disbelief. Deep within, there was a look of terror, clearly not expecting to lose their lives in an instant. Even the 2 artifacts protecting them could not withstand the opponent's attack, and even the artifacts shattered. Damn it! Seeing the 2 artifacts representing the high authority of Neon shatter and the deaths of the 2 Shadow Ninja level deputy leaders, the leader of the ninja sect's eyes turned red, his face filled with rage. At that moment, his black and white pupils instantly transformed into blood red. Oh! Noticing the leader of the ninja sect's eyes suddenly turned blood red, with 3 black windmill patterns within, Dao Changsheng smiled faintly and said, as expected, the physique born in this sealed land is abundant, even the killing demon eye has appeared. Boom! The next second, a surging black flame suddenly erupted from the eyes of the leader of the ninja sect, roaring towards Dao Changsheng, enveloping him in an instant. Ha ha ha! Seeing Dao Changsheng engulfed by this black flame, the leader of the ninja sect laughed heartily. What if this Eastern man was powerful? Under the cover of this death flame, wouldn't he still die? As long as this death flame was unleashed, it would not disappear on its own. Even if it burned everything it touched, it would not vanish unless the user opened their eyes to absorb it back. Thinking about this Eastern brat dying in his flames, he couldn't help but laugh. This sinister kid was finally going to die. However, after a few seconds, the leader of the ninja sect felt something was off and quickly looked over, only to be dumbfounded. He saw Dao Changsheng, enveloped in the black flame, completely unharmed. The black flame that fell on Dao Changsheng's body seemed powerless, not even burning his clothes. Interesting. Watching the black flames continuously burning on his body, Dao Changsheng smiled faintly. He raised his right hand, and a powerful attraction suddenly roared out, pulling the leader of the ninja sect uncontrollably towards him. Under the horrified gaze of the leader of the ninja sect, in just an instant, Dao Changsheng had firmly grasped his neck, rendering him unable to move at all. He felt an endless terror in that moment. The next second, Dao Changsheng raised his left hand and directly crushed the grass pheasant sword that the leader of the ninja sect was holding, instantly producing a crack sound as the neon artifact, the grass pheasant sword, turned into a pile of scrap metal. Thus, the artifact symbolizing the supreme status of neon, possessing the power to destroy the heavens and the earth, became worthless scrap. Oh my god! In the inner hall of the ninja sect, the remaining high-ranking members were all wearing expressions of extreme shock as they witnessed the scene. Their neon symbol, the legendary 3 divine artifacts, had just turned into scrap metal. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have dared to believe it. Moreover, it wasn't just the artifacts, even the 2 deputy leaders of the ninja sect were left in pieces, and one leader was firmly held by Dao Changsheng, clearly on the brink of death. With the artifacts destroyed, their foundation obliterated, 2 deputy leaders dead, and another leader not far from death, the ninja sect was truly finished. In the 5th floor room, Dao Changsheng had a firm grip on the neck of the ninja sect leader. Under the leader's horrified gaze, he crushed the neon artifact. In the next moment, Dao Changsheng moved again, his left hand, which had just crushed the artifact, reached directly for the leader's eyes. With 2 pops, the leader's windmill-like eyes were gouged out by Dao Changsheng. Ah! With his eyes being gouged out, the ninja sect leader let out a piercing scream of agony. His eyes had been forcibly taken from him, and as they were removed, he felt the vitality within him rapidly draining away. It should be known that his body was unlike that of ordinary people, it was entirely supported by those very eyes. It was because of these eyes that he had caught Lord Susanu's attention. These eyes granted him the means to kill, ultimately leading him to the position of leader of the ninja sect. One could say that these eyes were even more important than his hands and feet. The key point was that these eyes were equivalent to the heart of his body, continuously providing him with life force. Now that Dao Changsheng had gouged them out, his life was swiftly fading. In just a few seconds, the ninja sect leader's head tilted, and he completely died. Dao Changsheng casually tossed the leader's body aside as if it were garbage, leaving him with a complete corpse. After discarding the ninja sect leader's body, Dao Changsheng looked at the 2 blood-red eyeballs in his hand. Shockingly, these eyeballs were still blinking, and the windmill patterns on them continued to spin. In the next moment, a red thread flashed by, and the 2 eyeballs in Dao Changsheng's hand instantly vanished. Then, Dao Changsheng smiled faintly and stepped toward the entrance of the 6th floor. In the inner hall of the ninja sect, the high-ranking members were terrified by what they had just witnessed. Without a word, they hurriedly fled, their hearts racing. In their eyes, Dao Changsheng was simply too terrifying. Each of them chose to run away, the devilish methods of Dao Changsheng deeply etched in their minds. In the 5th floor room, Dao Changsheng's expression remained calm as he leisurely stepped into the entrance of the 6th floor room. The 6th floor room was unprecedentedly vast, estimated to be over 100 meters high, not to mention its width. It was clear that this was a small-scale formation space. The entire 6th floor room was very large and quite empty. After Dao Changsheng entered, he curiously directed his gaze toward the center not far away. There, coiled a monster several dozen meters long. This creature resembled a snake, but it had 8 heads on top and 8 tails at the back. Its enormous eyes were like red lanterns, and its body was covered in moss, cypress, and fir trees, with the largest head adorned with a massive crown. Seeing this monster, Dao Changsheng knew that this was the neon sacred beast from the ninja's mind, the Yamada no Orochi, the breath of the living. Just a few seconds after Dao Changsheng entered, a deep voice suddenly echoed. The Yamada no Orochi abruptly twisted its body, and upon seeing Dao Changsheng, it revealed a fierce expression. Without a word, it opened its massive jaws and lunged at Dao Changsheng with a ferocious bite. Buzz! Bang! Just as the 8-headed serpent opened its bloody maw to bite down on Dao Changsheng, a blood-red thread appeared from the void. In an instant, the head that was lunging at Dao Changsheng exploded, turning into a mist of blood that filled the air. Roar! With one head blown apart, the eight-headed serpent let out a wretched scream, its massive body thrashing violently, crashing against the walls of the room, producing a series of deafening booms. Buzz! At that moment, the blood-red thread appeared once more, and with a swish, 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 the remaining 7 heads of the eight-headed serpent fell off like cut wheat, followed by a series of explosive sounds. Finally, the enormous body collapsed with a thunderous crash, lifelessly falling to the ground. The eight-headed serpent would never understand what kind of existence it had encountered, nor could it have imagined that it would meet its end. Swish! Just as the eight-headed serpent fell, a silvery light suddenly burst forth from Dao Changsheng's body. The silver star mouse darted onto the serpent's corpse, opening its mouth wide to reveal sharp fangs and biting down. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Streams of silver light flickered continuously, and in less than a minute, the serpent's massive body vanished, leaving only a ground strewn with bones. Huff! The silver star mouse lay on the ground, excitedly patting its belly and exclaiming, "I haven't eaten this well in ages, what a feast! Damn it, who dares to kill my pet?" In the next moment, an enraged roar echoed, followed by a black vortex appearing. A man and a woman stepped out of the vortex, and upon seeing the scattered bones on the ground, their faces turned furious. They then looked up at Dao Changsheng. However, the moment they laid eyes on Dao Changsheng, their anger turned to terror, their legs instinctively giving way as they knelt down with a thud. Not just the man, but the woman beside him also looked horrified upon seeing Dao Changsheng, her legs buckling as she knelt down just like the man. If this scene were witnessed by the higher-ups of the ninja sect and the previous leaders, they would surely be shocked to death. In the Neon Ninja realm, the 2 supreme beings of the cultivation world, Susanoo and Amaterasu, were kneeling before a 16 or 17-year-old boy from the Eastern Kingdom. At that moment, kneeling on the ground, Susanoo and Amaterasu looked terrified, their bodies trembling violently. They never expected to encounter the legendary figure in this realm. Just thinking about Dao Changsheng's identity and his ordinary appearance, unchanged over countless years, sent chills down their spines. They knew that their lives depended entirely on Dao Changsheng's whim. Oh, seeing the reactions of Amaterasu and Susanoo, Dao Changsheng raised an eyebrow and said with interest, "How do you know me?" "Reporting to you, my lord," Amaterasu and Susanoo quickly replied. "We were the leaders of the 5,000 Dao soldiers and had the fortune of seeing you once, which is why we recognized your appearance." "What about Su Gonggang?" Dao Changsheng asked, retracting his gaze and speaking lightly. "Su Gonggang is currently in deep seclusion," Amaterasu and Susanoo quickly responded. "We will notify Su Gonggang right away." Saying this, they hurriedly formed a complex hand gesture. In front of Dao Changsheng, they did not dare to refer to Su Gonggang as my lord, instead calling him by his full name, because they knew that with Dao Changsheng present, Su Gonggang would surely be in trouble, as he had entered the darkness. Dao Changsheng would show no mercy to those who entered the darkness. As soon as he saw someone doing so, he would unleash his killing methods and slaughter everything. At the moment when Amaterasu and Susanoo formed their hand gestures, deep underground, thousands of meters below the shinobi sect, a cave that had been silent among countless layers of earth suddenly trembled slightly. This cave was immensely tall, with walls as smooth as crystal jade, and every short distance on the ceiling were embedded with a dozen large luminous pearls, illuminating the cave as bright as day. The cave was very deep, with a floor covered in pure white sheet fat jade, appearing extraordinarily luxurious. At the end was a very spacious area, with walls made entirely of white crystal stone. The entire stone walls and floor were a shimmering silver white, polished and lustrous, without a single blemish, far more beautiful than jade. Within the cave, there was also a stone chamber, completely devoid of clutter, with only a large cauldron in the vast space, adorned with mottled patterns. Behind the cauldron was a mat, a jade stool, a stone couch, and several chairs made of brilliant coral. Next to this large cauldron was a green barrier, within which lay a woman in green sleeves on the ground, the very spirit grass that Dao Changsheng sought. Not far from this green barrier, an old man in a black dragon robe sat cross-legged in mid-air, eyes closed in deep thought. His black robe was embroidered with 9 golden black dragons, clearly an imperial attire. This old man was none other than the one who had once plundered the spirit grass on Qingliang Mountain in the Eastern Empire, the ancestor of the Neon Shinobi world Elder Su. Suddenly, Elder Su opened his eyes wide, then pressed against the stone wall of the cave several times. A series of creaking sounds echoed, and the seemingly solid stone wall slowly cracked open, revealing a dark entrance wide enough for 2 people to pass side by side. Before the stone door could fully open, Elder Su's figure flickered, and he had already vanished from his spot. On the 6th level of the shinobi sect, Dao Changsheng stood calmly with his hands behind his back, while Amaterasu and Susanoo knelt before him, not daring to breathe. They understood the terror of Dao Changsheng and knew better than to act recklessly. At that moment, they had completely abandoned their previous master, Elder Su. If Dao Changxing commanded them to act against Elder Su, they would not hesitate for a moment. Swish! The next second, the space trembled, and a black vortex appeared. Elder Su, dressed in a black dragon robe, stepped out from it. Upon seeing the kneeling Amaterasu and Susanoo, his brows furrowed slightly, and his expression turned somewhat displeased. However, upon seeing Dao Changxing in front of Amaterasu and Susanoo, he looked as if he had seen a ghost, his pupils dilating in disbelief, large beads of sweat dripping down continuously. Seeing Elder Su appear, Dao Changxing smiled faintly, turned his gaze towards him, and said slowly, "Elder Su, long time no see." "Your Excellency." Hearing Dao Changxing's words, Elder Su instinctively stammered. Even after surviving for over 1,000 years, he still felt like a child in front of Dao Changxing. At that moment, a storm surged in his heart. He never expected Dao Changxing to awaken in this era and come to find him personally. Just thinking about Dao Changxing's terror made him feel extremely anxious, and he couldn't muster a single thought of resistance. As a person from the Qin dynasty, he naturally understood what Dao Changxing's identity meant. Even though he had retreated into darkness and gained immense power, he still dared not act recklessly in front of Dao Changxing. It was simply because Dao Changxing was too terrifying. Back in the Qin dynasty, Dao Changxing had specifically moved the heavens to help the Qin emperor, forcibly causing a treasure to descend from the heavens, which became known as the meteorite event of the Qin dynasty. "You took away someone you shouldn't have." Looking at the pale Elder Su, Dao Changxing spoke slowly, showing no intention of making a move. "It was that woman." Hearing Dao Changxing's words, Eunuch Su's mind suddenly flashed with a thought. At this moment, he was filled with regret, not realizing that it was because he had taken that woman away that Dao Changxing had come to find him personally. If time could flow back, he would never have set foot in the Eastern Kingdom, let alone take that woman away. If he hadn't taken that woman, then Dao Changxing wouldn't have come to find him, at least not in the short term. As a man of the Great Qin, he naturally understood Dao Changxing's hatred for darkness. Thinking of how he had descended into darkness for power and immortality, a hint of bitterness arose in his heart. "Eunuch Su, you have changed." Looking at the terrified and regretful Eunuch Su, Dao Changxing spoke. Upon hearing Dao Changxing's words, Eunuch Su's expression turned bitter as he said, "My lord, I have always remembered your teachings from back then, to have a steadfast heart." "That's right. Back then, you took 5,000 Dao soldiers and left the Great Qin. I have long known about this matter. The reason I didn't take action against you is that your heart had not changed at that time. What a pity." At this point, Dao Changxing's tone shifted slightly, shaking his head with a hint of regret. "Unfortunately, you could not withstand temptation. For the sake of immortality, you did not hesitate to descend into darkness, which has left me a bit disappointed." Hearing Dao Changxing's words, Eunuch Su trembled. He had not expected that besides the Emperor of Qin, Dao Changxing had also been watching him since he took 5,000 Dao soldiers away from the Great Qin. Whoosh! In the next second, Eunuch Su's figure instantly disappeared. Susanoo and Amaterasu looked on in horror, not expecting that Eunuch Su would dare to run away in front of Dao Changxing. What audacity! However, the next second, they realized they had guessed wrong. After 2 or 3 seconds of Eunuch Su's departure, he reappeared, this time accompanied by a woman wrapped in green light. Immortal spirit grass. Upon seeing this woman, Dao Changxing's gaze sharpened, while Eunuch Su's expression was no longer bitter but calm as he said, "My lord, this is the reason you came personally, isn't it? You should know your fate from here on out," Dao Changxing said, retracting his gaze and speaking. "What? Aren't you going to try to resist?" "I know." Hearing Dao Changxing's words, Eunuch Su nodded and said, "I want to resist too, but I know that in front of my lord, no matter how many tricks I have, they are all futile. Compared to my lord, I am not even as good as an ant. Rather than struggle in vain, it would be better to die quickly." "You see things clearly," Dao Changxing said, slightly nodding at Eunuch Su's reaction. "Back then, I thought you were a person of great potential and taught you the method to slay the phoenix. You did not disappoint my expectations, successfully slaying the phoenix with your extraordinary talent and immortal body. But later, I let my lord down." Hearing Dao Changxing's words, Eunuch Su smiled freely and said, "Although I regret taking the woman my lord needed, if I had to choose again in front of Dao Changxing, I would still choose to descend into darkness. End your own life." Seeing Eunuch Su's carefree smile, Dao Changxing said softly, "Eunuch Su has one last wish, which is to request my lord to spare Amaterasu and Susanoo." Upon hearing Dao Changxing's words, Eunuch Su was not afraid but spoke earnestly. Before Dao Changxing could respond, a vast wave of black flames suddenly surged from his entire body. In an instant, under the black flames, Eunuch Su was reduced to ashes. Finally, the flames disappeared, leaving a drop of red blood suspended in the void, an oppressive aura continuously spreading from this drop of essence. As for eunuch Su, he was completely gone from life and death. The phoenix's life essence blood. Looking at the drop of red blood suspended in the air, Dao Changsheng immediately recognized its origin. It was the phoenix's life essence blood that allowed Su Gongdong to successfully slip into the darkness. Entering the darkness is not something just anyone can do. Then, a brilliant law suddenly shot out from the center of Dao Changsheng's brow, directly covering the phoenix's life essence blood. In an instant, this law, along with the phoenix's life essence blood, surged into Dao Changsheng's brow. The next moment, Dao Changsheng waved his hand, and the green barrier surrounding the woman transformed from the spirit grass instantly vanished. The woman opened her eyes, filled with confusion and panic. Who are you? Looking at Dao Changsheng before her, the woman transformed from the spirit grass timidly spoke, feeling an inexplicable familiarity in his presence that made her want to embrace him. You'll find out soon enough. Hearing the spirit grass woman's words, Dao Changsheng smiled slightly and gently tapped her brow with a finger. Instantly, a flash of light flickered, and the spirit grass woman closed her eyes, digesting the memories Dao Changsheng had imparted. Master. At that moment, Amaterasu and Susanoo, who were kneeling on the ground, spoke with fear on their faces. They did not know how Dao Changsheng would treat them. Their lives and deaths were entirely in his hands. Having just seen Su Gongdong commit suicide in apology, the two were filled with extreme dread. To be honest, they did not want to die. Enough, Dao Changsheng said lightly, seeing the terrified Amaterasu and Susanoo. I can spare you, but you must promise me that when darkness descends, you will stand up at the first moment. Surely Su Gonggang has told you about the coming darkness? We understand. Hearing Dao Changsheng's words, Amaterasu and Susanoo realized they would not die, and their expressions turned excited. Su Gonggang once instructed us that the 5,000 soldiers have been lying dormant in the sacred land, preparing for the arrival of darkness. We guarantee that our people will not step into the Eastern Kingdom even a single step. Hearing Susanoo and Amaterasu's response, Dao Changsheng nodded and then turned his gaze to the woman transformed from the spirit grass, saying lightly, So, can you remember now? I remember, Master. Before Dao Changsheng's words had finished, the spirit grass woman immediately opened her eyes, knelt on the ground, and respectfully spoke. Now she had recalled everything. Now that the spirit grass has been found, it is time to seek the divine and demonic harmonization flower. Dao Changsheng thought to himself as he looked at the spirit grass who had regained her memory. Thank you for your nurturing grace, Master, I will never forget. The next second, the spirit grass respectfully spoke, then stood up and personally helped Dao Changsheng. At this moment, she had remembered everything from the past and recalled Dao Changsheng's greatness. Once, Dao Changsheng had traveled through countless realms to nurture her, using the most precious celestial spring to water her and the rarest materials to feed her. For her sake, Dao Changsheng even fought against the heavens to seize a thread of heavenly law, all to cultivate her into a unique being in the world. This matter is settled, it is time to leave. Seeing that the spirit grass had regained her memory, Dao Changsheng nodded slightly, then turned away without even glancing at Amaterasu and Susanoo, leaving without looking back. Sometimes, the living are better than the dead. Watching Dao Changsheng's figure depart, Amaterasu and Susanoo, who were kneeling on the ground, exchanged glances, their faces revealing a sense of relief after surviving the calamity. Thanking the heavens, they had finally survived. Subsequently, Dao Changsheng took the spirit grass back to the seaside, boarded the private plane waiting there, and flew back to the imperial capital, for he needed to use the hidden formation in the grand courtyard of the imperial capital to unlock the first life gate. When Dao Changsheng returned to the imperial capital, stepping into the courtyard with the immortal spirit grass in hand, he was preparing to lift the seal. Meanwhile, Qini Yo was protecting Dao Changsheng while guiding Su Manya in her cultivation. Outside, the world was not at peace. As a massive operation was underway in the Eastern Kingdom, Dao Changsheng was in seclusion in the courtyard, working to break the first seal of the life gate. A week later, the heads of the 6 great families, including Ji Hongjia, respectfully arrived at Dao Changsheng's courtyard, waiting quietly. They had important matters to report to Dao Changsheng, matters so significant that they had to patiently wait here to convey them in person. Creak! 2 more days passed, and the courtyard gate swung open wide. Dao Changsheng walked out with a calm expression. At the moment he stepped out, Ji Hongjia and Qini Yao, along with the others, were momentarily dazed, as if they had witnessed the arrival of an ancient true immortal long sealed away from the world. At that moment, Dao Changsheng's aura became increasingly unpretentious. As a cultivator, one could naturally sense the profound essence emanating from him, an essence that did not align with his extremely youthful body. Every move Dao Changsheng made seemed to resonate with the grand rhythm of the universe, as if the heavens and earth were subtly harmonizing with him. This wondrous feeling was something only Dao Changsheng could perceive. Buzz! The next second, another flash of green light appeared, and the woman transformed from the immortal spirit grass stepped out, seemingly having undergone earth-shattering changes as well. Wow! In the next moment, a burst of light flickered, and the woman transformed into a shimmering green glow, instantly vanishing from sight. Witnessing this sudden scene, Ji Hongjia and the others were left dumbfounded. It was quite bizarre. Master, who is this woman? Unlike Ji Hongjia and the others, Qin Yao asked with a puzzled expression, did she just dissipate into the heavens and earth? Not quite. Hearing Qin Yao's words, Dao Changsheng looked up at the sky and said lightly, the awakened immortal spirit grass will be a significant force in the future struggle against darkness. She has already gone to a certain place, where her mission awaits. Oh! Upon hearing Dao Changsheng's words, Qin Yao nodded as if she understood, though she didn't know where Dao Changsheng was referring to. She didn't ask further, as she believed that whatever Dao Changsheng wanted to say would eventually be revealed, and he wouldn't leave things half-said. Sir! Suddenly, Ji Hongjia and the others spoke up, taking out a purple notice from their pockets as they reported, in 2 days, the cultivation grand meeting of the Eastern Kingdom will take place. The venue is at Nirvana Mountain, held by the Dragon City Auction House once every 10 years. It's a kind of benefit. On that day, a large number of cultivators from the Eastern Kingdom will gather, allowing them to exchange information, make friends, and break through their cultivation levels. Hidden families will also attend, along with other sects. It's a unique cultivation event in the Eastern Kingdom. How interesting. Upon hearing Ji Hongjia's words, Dao Changsheng smiled faintly. Nirvana Mountain was originally a place he planned to visit later, but with this cultivation grand meeting, he decided to go and take a look now. Nirvana Mountain was said to hide the legacies left by ancient Qi practitioners and numerous treasures. It represented both opportunities and dangers. However, over the years, the treasures and legacies had nearly vanished, and even if they existed, they were not easily discovered by ordinary people. Due to the lack of opportunities, someone had specifically utilized Nirvana Mountain to arrange this grand meeting of the Eastern Kingdom's cultivation world, held once every 10 years. There is a formation at Nirvana Mountain. Entering through the formation's entrance leads to a small world, which is where the cultivation grand meeting will be held. 2 days later, aboard the special aircraft, Ji Hongjia and others sat above while explaining to Su Manya and Qin Yao. In his view, these were 2 female bodhisattvas who must be well taken care of. Of course, there are ordinary people in Nirvana Mountain too. Ha! Upon hearing Ji Hongjia's words, Su Manya was taken aback and said, isn't that a gathering for cultivators? How can there be ordinary people? If ordinary people go there, won't they just be crushed by the cultivators? Of course, seeing Su Manya's confusion, Ji Hongjia continued to explain, the ordinary people there are the original residents. The food, drink, and shelter for the cultivators are all provided by them. So you mean those ordinary people are just servants of Nirvana Mountain? They can be considered servants, but servants have their own advantages. If you serve the cultivators well, they might take you into the cultivation world, and you could rise to great heights in an instant. I see. As time gradually passed, the plane sped along, and soon they arrived at a massive red mountain. This was a mountain entirely painted red, as if it had been drenched in red paint. Why is Nirvana Mountain red? It's so special, Su Manya said, stepping off the plane and looking at the mountain in confusion. Noticing her puzzlement, Ji Hongjia respectfully explained, because this mountain is entirely red, it is considered a scenic spot. Moreover, since it is Nirvana Mountain, there are rumors in the cultivation world that this mountain was once home to the phoenix. The reason for its red color is that it is stained with the blood of the phoenix. A phoenix? Upon hearing Ji Hongjia's words, Su Manya's eyes widened in surprise. This mountain actually housed the legendary phoenix. Young master, what do you think? Hearing Ji Hongjia's words, Qin Yao showed no surprise but turned her gaze to Dao Changsheng, as she believed he was all-knowing and capable. It can be considered so, Dao Changsheng replied lightly to Qin Yao's inquiry. The reason Nirvana Mountain is red is that it was stained by the blood of the phoenix. However, over the years, these few drops of blood lost their divinity and ultimately stained the entire Nirvana Mountain red. This is also why there is a strong fire attribute spiritual energy in Nirvana Mountain. A few drops of the phoenix's blood. Upon hearing Dao Changsheng's words, everyone exchanged glances, surprised that there was such a story behind it. Then, under the respectful gaze of the guards at Nirvana Mountain, they entered the mountain. After they entered, the guards wiped the cold sweat from their brows. They had actually seen the heads of the 8 families from the Eastern Kingdom come together, accompanied by an unremarkable-looking young man, and their expressions were very respectful. This matter had to be reported to their master. The Nirvana Mountain Cultivation Conference lasts for 3 days, and any cultivator can come here to participate. As Ji Hongjia and the others entered, they explained to Qin Yao and Su Manya, in this city, money is also used. If you are a loose cultivator, you can only solve it with your own money, either by renting accommodation provided by the Dragon City auction or staying with ordinary people. If you have power, you can reside in the rooms that already exist here. Our 8 families each have a designated area where you and the adults can stay. On the first day of the conference, the liveliest place is the central area, where cultivators from all over set up stalls. It's hard to say what's real and what's not, it all depends on your discernment. You can also make friends, as almost all cultivators go to that central street on the first day. Ji Hongjia spoke while leading the group, and before long, they arrived at the central street. Here, various shouts echoed continuously, and the ground was lined with stalls selling herbs, swords, books, and all sorts of miscellaneous items, resembling a bustling market. Upon seeing this central street, Ji Hongjia continued to explain, while Chinio and Su Manya looked bewildered. It turned out that the transactions here did not involve money, but various requests and bartering, among other things. However, as they walked, Dao Changsheng suddenly stopped, his gaze fixed on a corner not far away, where only a few scattered stalls indicated a lack of customers. Despite this, many people were gathered there. Ji Hongjia and the others looked over and saw an old man in a tattered black robe and a hat sitting upright, rubbing his hands together as if it were very cold. This old man was quite ordinary, but many had gathered because of the 3 treasures radiating golden light in front of him, which were clearly extraordinary. One was a sword entirely blue, with a flowing aura, emanating a terrifying pressure that even martial artists at the enlightenment stage could feel. Another was a book exuding dark energy, with a sinister aura suggesting it sealed some terrifying monster within. The last was a bow, a large jade-colored bow continuously emitting a greenish glow. In front of these 3 rare treasures lay a large piece of white cloth, on which was written in crooked black characters, "As long as you can bring something, and your story moves me, you may take 1 treasure." It was because of these 3 rare treasures and the black characters on the white cloth that people had gathered. As Dao Changsheng and the others approached, scattered voices began to rise. "Move this old man, and you can take a treasure? Is this for real? I think they're just messing with us. These 3 treasures look extraordinary, how could they let you take one so easily?" "Yeah, I feel that with my current level, I can't even handle these 3 treasures, they are too advanced." "It's true." Hearing the crowd, the old man weakly spoke a single sentence. His voice was not loud, but it clearly reached the ears of everyone present, causing some high-ranking cultivators to perk up. This old man was a terrifying powerhouse. After speaking, the old man showed no intention of continuing, lowering his head and closing his eyes, as if waiting for someone to arrive. This left the crowd exchanging glances. Of course, they had considered whether to snatch the treasures and run. However, that thought vanished in an instant. It was a joke to think they could do that here, organized by the Dragon City auction house headquarters. No one dared to act so recklessly. Those who had done so before had ended up meeting the King of Hell. This treasure. As Ji Hongjia and the others drew closer and saw the 3 treasures displayed on the ground, their expressions changed in shock. As powerful cultivators at the Miaoyan stage, they naturally understood the rarity of such treasures, which were far beyond the heirlooms of their families. They were among the 8 top families in the Eastern Kingdom, controlling the entire nation, yet even so, the treasures in their families could not compare to the preciousness of what lay on the ground. They were hardly worth mentioning. Could someone possessing such precious treasures be an ordinary person? A thought rose in their minds, this old man is not simple. Dao Changsheng's gaze, however, was fixed on the large black book, which startled Su Manya beside him. She knew that Dao Changsheng was determined to obtain this black book. "I said, old man, it's obvious this isn't just a trivial matter." Suddenly, the crowd surged, and an elder who had reached a complete understanding stepped forward, extending his hand toward the blue sword while smiling. "Let me see what kind of power this treasure truly possesses." In response to the elder's words, the man in the black robe casually glanced at him, and before the elder could react, he was sent flying backward, spewing blood. Everyone present gasped at this scene. The elder who had just approached was well known in the cultivation world, a figure of both righteousness and wickedness, a very powerful senior. Yet now, with just a glance, he was sent flying and bleeding, causing everyone except Dao Changsheng and Qin to instinctively take a step back, their hearts tightening. "Ah, my realm!" Suddenly, a wretched scream echoed as the elder, who was bleeding and had crashed to the ground, wore a face of agony. Many noticed that he had dropped directly from a complete understanding to a minor success in Qi training. This was nearly a fall of 3 major realms. Many people spent their entire lives striving to reach a single major realm, yet he was weakened by just a casual glance. In an instant, everyone realized that the black-robed elder was not to be trifled with, otherwise, he wouldn't have displayed such extremely precious treasures so conspicuously. As the saying goes, treasures should not be exposed. Since this elder dared to bring out 3 coveted treasures, it meant he was not afraid of being robbed, and with Nirvana Mountain organized by Dragon City, no one would dare to steal. With this incident, everyone present dared not utter a sound, all eyes fixed on the three treasures before the black-robed elder. After about 10 seconds, a handsome young man in a white robe, holding a golden silk fan, stepped forward. It's Ouyang Xiaoyu from the hidden family, Ouyang family. The second son of the Ouyang family, he actually came too. He should be able to take away a treasure now. As this young man appeared, the surrounding people began to whisper among themselves, which brought a great sense of satisfaction to his face. However, upon seeing Ji Hongjia and the others, his expression changed in surprise. He then walked over with a smile, politely bowing. I didn't expect Grandpa Ji and the others to be here. Xiaoyu pays his respects. Seeing Ouyang Xiaoyu's reaction, Ji Hongjia and the others nodded slightly. They were aware of the Ouyang family and had some interactions. They had met the three sons of the Ouyang family, who could be considered their juniors. However, in Ouyang Xiaoyu's eyes, Ji Hongjia and the others were nothing special. If it weren't for their status as the top forces in the Eastern Kingdom, he wouldn't have bothered to greet them. But since they met, a polite gesture was still necessary. The next moment, his gaze fixated on Qini Yao. He didn't expect to find such a spiritually enchanting woman here, making him eager to sit down and converse with her immediately. At this moment, the surrounding people also regained their senses from the elder's shock and followed Ouyang Xiaoyu's gaze to see Qini Yao, each one gasping in astonishment, not expecting such a beautiful woman to be present. Feeling Ouyang Xiaoyu's gaze, Qini Yao turned slightly, and in that instant, Ouyang Xiaoyu felt an overwhelming pressure, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. How is this possible? Who is this woman? How can she exude an aura even more powerful than my father's? At this moment, Ouyang Xiaoyu's heart was screaming in shock, and he immediately realized that this woman was not to be trifled with. Looking at the respectful expressions of Ji Hongjia and the others, he knew that this woman's background was definitely not simple. Therefore, the thought he had just entertained was deeply buried in his heart. Once he finished his business, he would have to inquire about this woman's identity from Ji Hongjia and the others. A woman who could command such respect from the founding family of the Eastern Kingdom must have an extraordinary background. That. In the next moment, Ouyang Xiaoyu turned his gaze to the old man in the black robe, his face serious as he took out a golden token from his bosom and placed it on the table, saying earnestly, "This is the golden dragon token of the Ouyang family. As long as you hold this token and come to the Ouyang family, we can assist you in completing a task that does not exceed our family's capabilities." What? This is actually one of the 3 golden dragon tokens unique to the Ouyang family. This is a valuable item, only 2 have been issued, and this should be the last one. No wonder he is the eldest son of the Ouyang family. This is clearly a sign of nurturing the next generation's family head. The golden dragon token, let alone one treasure, having all 3 is more than enough. When Ouyang Xiaoyu presented the golden dragon token, the people around him immediately began to murmur, excitement evident on each of their faces. This was the golden dragon token of the Ouyang family. However, to everyone's surprise, the old man in the black robe showed no interest in the token and did not even lift his head. Clearly, the golden dragon token did not impress him. Seeing that the old man in the black robe had no intention of looking up, Ouyang Xiaoyu felt embarrassed. He quickly adjusted his smile and said solemnly to the old man, "Senior, I assure you that when I become the head of the Ouyang family, I will lead all the family members to respectfully welcome you as an honored guest of the Ouyang family." Hiss! Upon hearing Ouyang Xiaoyu's words, the people around him gasped. As expected of the eldest son of the Ouyang family, his wisdom was profound and far-sighted. By saying this, Ouyang Xiaoyu was directly offering to make the old man in the black robe an ancestor of the Ouyang family, effectively pulling this mysterious figure into the Xia family's camp. Unfortunately, the old man in the black robe still showed no interest in Ouyang Xiaoyu's offer, which made Ouyang Xiaoyu feel even more awkward. He hadn't expected that the conditions he proposed would not appeal to this mysterious elder. He had witnessed the earlier cultivator, who had reached the peak of the Tonga realm, being sent flying and his cultivation severely weakened. At that moment, he dared to say that this old man in the black robe was even more powerful than the ancestor of the Ouyang family. "Father!" Just then, a heart-wrenching cry suddenly rang out. A middle-aged man rushed over, bent his legs, and thud fell to his knees in front of the old man. This scene left everyone dumbfounded. What on earth was happening? The middle-aged man, filled with grief and indignation, cried out, "Father, have you forgotten me? I am your biological son. Since the last time I left you, my life has been so hard. Have you forgotten your son? Damn!" Upon hearing this, everyone present couldn't help but curse. What kind of joke was this? How could this mysterious old man have a son? "I have traversed the world all my life and have never touched a woman." In response to the middle-aged man's words, the old man in the black robe did not look up but weakly uttered a sentence, leaving those around him stunned, and then they burst into wild laughter. Ha, this is killing me. I can't believe there are people like this. Damn, I've learned something new, such a thick skin is impressive. Ha, to obtain treasures, principles mean nothing anymore, how impressive. Hey, stop calling me dad, call me grandpa. Maybe this senior will be happy. Upon hearing the words of those around him, the middle-aged man immediately turned red in the face. Gritting his teeth, he continued to kneel, banging his head on the ground as he sorrowfully said, Grandpa, seeing your grandson suffer like this, please bestow a treasure upon your precious grandson. I beg you, Grandpa. Damn. Hearing the man's words, Sumanya's eyes widened in disbelief. How could someone be so shameless? This was just too painful to watch. But no matter how much the middle-aged man cried and pleaded, the old man in the black robe remained unmoved. In the end, amidst the laughter of the crowd, the man left with a flushed face. Sigh, those 3 treasures are out of reach now. Although the middle-aged man was just a side character, everyone felt a sense of regret seeing the young master of the Ouyang family hit a wall. It seemed no one would take those 3 treasures. In the next moment, under the gaze of the crowd, Dao Changsheng stepped forward, looking down at the old man, and slowly said, Old man, it's a fate that we can meet. Don't you think you should give me 3 or 5 treasures? This kid has gone mad. Upon hearing Dao Changsheng's words, everyone's eyes widened. What he said sounded like the ramblings of a lunatic, as it was simply too arrogant. Even the eldest young master of the Ouyang family, Ouyang Xiaoyu, spoke cautiously. Now, a mere kid was speaking so arrogantly, and judging by his cultivation, he was just an ordinary person with no skills whatsoever. When did an ordinary person become so bold as to speak to a cultivator like this? If they were to hear this, it would be strange if they didn't teach Dao Changsheng a lesson. As soon as Dao Changsheng finished speaking, the old man raised his head, his terrifying gaze scrutinizing Dao Changsheng. This moment made everyone around feel as if they were being seen through completely. Choose, the old man said. He assessed Dao Changsheng in just an instant before nodding and adding, take whatever you want. The old man's gaze was fixed directly on Dao Changsheng. Here, I'm only interested in this one book, the rest are all junk. Dao Changsheng didn't even glance at the others, lightly waving his hand. Instantly, the large black book transformed into a stream of black light and shot into Dao Changsheng's brow. Seeing Dao Changsheng take the black book without any intention of leaving, the old man in the black robe asked again, is there anything else? Bring out some good stuff, Dao Changsheng replied with a faint smile. After all, you're not far from death. Some things would be wasted buried, it's better to leave them for those in need. What do you want? The black-robed old man looked at Dao Changsheng and slowly said, I don't believe someone like you lacks worldly possessions. As soon as the old man finished speaking, everyone present couldn't help but blink in shock, staring at Dao Changsheng in disbelief. They hadn't expected the old man to say such a thing. If that were the case, wasn't Dao Changsheng someone extraordinary? Moreover, when the black-robed old man mentioned worldly possessions, was he referring to the treasures in front of him? If those treasures were considered worldly items, then what they had in their hands was nothing but trash? Look at these 2 maidservants beside me, Dao Changsheng said with a faint smile, pointing at Chinio and Su Manya. Of course, if there's that one item, that would be even better. Hearing Dao Changsheng's words, the old man in the black robe silently glanced at Chinio before slowly reaching into his robe and pulling out a mysterious silver box made of an unknown material, tossing it to Chinio as if it were garbage. Then, after looking at Su Manya, he took out a blue box from his robe and casually tossed it into Su Manya's hands. Upon seeing these 2 items, Dao Changsheng nodded slightly, not bad, indeed good things. Is this for us? At that moment, Chinio and Su Manya looked at each other in disbelief, holding the boxes in their hands, feeling as if they were dreaming. It was simply too surreal. Just looking at the shape of the boxes made it clear they were not ordinary items. How is that possible? That woman is this kid's maid? Upon hearing Dao Changsheng's words, Ouyang Xiaoyu couldn't help but roar in disbelief. In his view, the mysteriously powerful Chinio was at least a regional overlord. How could she possibly be the maid of that kid with no cultivation whatsoever? Take it, Dao Changsheng said softly, noticing the dazed reaction of the 2 women. These 2 items will be your lifeline in the future. When the time comes, you can naturally open them. Since Dao Changsheng had said so, the 2 women naturally would not refuse and accepted them directly, burying their feelings of gratitude deep in their hearts. Meanwhile, the people around them looked on with envy and jealousy, their eyes filled with anticipation as they gazed at Dao Changsheng. This young master, although I'm not a woman, I am a capable helper. What do you think about me running errands for you? This handsome young master, do you need any accessories on your legs? Someone approached, thick-skinned, and said, let me hug your thigh and soak in your aura, okay? Young master, how about me? In an instant, the scene became chaotic, with many people drooling at the prospect of serving a master like Dao Changsheng, which would be the greatest happiness of their lives. Of course, Dao Changsheng paid no attention to these people, and Ji Hongjia and others would not let them disturb him. He simply watched the old man in the black robe quietly, while the black robe only looked at Dao Changsheng. In their eyes, there was only each other, and the others were not qualified to enter their line of sight. Is there anything else you want to say? After a long silence, the old man in the black robe spoke first. Hearing the old man's words, Dao Changsheng smiled faintly and said, "This is not a place you should be. The person you want to wait for is in the Forbidden Spirit Mountain." Hiss. Upon hearing Dao Changsheng's words, those who were still crazily crowding around immediately retreated like a tide, their faces changing drastically. The Forbidden Spirit Mountain was a forbidden area for cultivators. It is well known that the Bermuda Triangle is a famous Devil's Sea, but in the cultivation world, the Forbidden Spirit Mountain is even more terrifying than the Bermuda Triangle. That mountain, with a radius of hundreds of miles, has no living thing at all. The cracked earth, vast yellow sand, and scattered bones are everywhere, and there is an even more terrifying mountain, the most fearsome one, which even hidden families and sect members dare not take lightly. The Forbidden Spirit Mountain has a great reputation because it has the ability to seal the cultivation power within the body. Anyone with cultivation who goes there will have their spiritual energy and strength completely sealed, and their attack methods will also disappear entirely. Similarly, weapons are the same. As soon as a weapon appears in the Forbidden Spirit Mountain, it will shatter into pieces in an instant. There, it is entirely a contest of physical strength. However, in the current cultivation world, very few people cultivate their physical bodies, which has contributed to the fearsome reputation of the Forbidden Spirit Mountain. Moreover, every few years, the Forbidden Spirit Mountain will erupt with endless treasures, and medicinal materials and treasures will burst forth from it, providing benefits for cultivators. However, there wasn't much time left, just 2 or 3 days, so the Forbidden Spirit Mountain was a place where danger and opportunity coexisted. Thank you. Hearing Dao Changsheng's words, the old man in the black robe nodded in gratitude, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished without a trace. The crowd was astonished by the old man's strange departure. It seemed he was indeed a senior expert, capable of instantaneous movement. Such a realm could only be achieved by breaking through the Miaoyun stage. However, the next moment, their attention shifted to the stall, for there were still 2 treasures on it. Dao Changsheng unceremoniously reached out to take them, causing the onlookers to twitch their eyelids, yet they dared not say anything, each cursing Dao Changsheng in their hearts for being shameless. What did it mean to take what he looked down upon? Let's go! Ignoring the strange expressions of those around him, Dao Changsheng spoke lightly, turning to leave. Just as Dao Changsheng and the others were about to depart, Ouyang Xiaoyu suddenly appeared before him and said in a deep voice, "Friend, how about selling me that sword in your hand?" Dao Changsheng didn't even raise an eyelid, not even glancing at Ouyang Xiaoyu, and replied, "Not for sale." Hearing Dao Changsheng's refusal, Ouyang Xiaoyu was undeterred, saying solemnly, "As long as you name a price, there's nothing my Ouyang family cannot buy. I believe you are a reasonable person. If you are willing to sell, I will ensure the price satisfies you. But I don't need the money," Dao Changsheng said slowly. "Now, get out of my way and don't block my path." The reason Dao Changsheng said this was that he had seen through Ouyang Xiaoyu's little scheme. Dao Changsheng was an unparalleled existence. For someone like him, merely speaking to Ouyang Xiaoyu was already a great favor. Why refuse outright, friend? A gentleman helps others achieve their goals. You might consider it, Ouyang Xiaoyu said in a deep voice. Establishing a good relationship with my Ouyang family will greatly benefit your future. Hearing Ouyang Xiaoyu's words, Dao Changsheng slowly raised his head, casually glanced at Ouyang Xiaoyu, and said leisurely, "So what if it's the Ouyang family? I just don't want to sell. Since I'm in a good mood, you better hurry and roll aside, or it won't be good for you." Hiss. Upon hearing Dao Changsheng's words, the people around them gasped, all looking at Dao Changsheng in shock. They never expected that a kid with no cultivation would dare to speak to a descendant of a hidden family like that. This was incredibly bold and outrageous. Behind Dao Changsheng, Ji Hongjia and the others couldn't help but show helpless expressions. If they guessed correctly, the Ouyang family might very well be doomed at Dao Changsheng's hands, especially since Ouyang Xiaoyu's temperament was somewhat troublesome. They knew how terrifying Dao Changsheng was. If he truly became unhappy, it wouldn't just be their hidden family that would be affected, but the entire Eastern Kingdom would tremble. However, with Dao Changsheng present, they couldn't warn Ouyang Xiaoyu. They could only silently pray that Ouyang Xiaoyu wouldn't provoke Dao Changsheng, as losing a hidden family in the Eastern Kingdom was something they didn't want to see. "Friend, please speak with more respect." Ouyang Xiaoyu's face turned cold upon hearing Dao Changsheng's words, and he said angrily, "Our Ouyang family is not to be trifled with. You must apologize to my Ouyang family immediately, or Ji Lao and the others won't be able to protect you." As he said this, Ouyang Xiaoyu glanced at Ji Hongjia and the others. When they remained silent, Ouyang Xiaoyu's heart filled with joy. Indeed, Ji Hongjia and the others were still afraid of his family. Looking again at the stunningly beautiful Qi Niao, who showed no intention of making a move, Ouyang Xiaoyu was instantly excited. In his eyes, it was incomprehensible how this seemingly ordinary Taoist, Shang, could attract such a powerful woman. Moreover, his boldness in speaking was because this was the gathering of cultivators at the Longqing auction, where no one dared to act recklessly. This was the source of his aggressive confidence. No matter how impressive one might be, the rules of the cultivator gathering had been upheld for hundreds, if not thousands, of years. The bloody lessons learned would deter anyone from breaking them, even the Ouyang family, who would not dare to defy the rules. The background of the Longqing auction was far more powerful than their hidden family. "Don't think I don't know your little schemes," Dao Shang said calmly upon hearing Ouyang Xiaoyu's words. With a wave of his hand, he directly pulled Ouyang Xiaoyu towards him, his large hand tightly gripping Ouyang Xiaoyu's neck. Wow! The sudden action from Dao Shang caused an uproar among the onlookers. They had not expected that Dao Shang was hiding such strength. He was not someone without any cultivation at all. They were also shocked by Dao Shang's audacity. He actually dared to act here, which was bound to disrupt the rules of the Longqing auction. Who dares to disturb the order of the gathering and violate the rules of Longqing? At that moment, a loud shout rang out, followed by more than 10 people in black rushing over. They were the enforcers of the event, each possessing a level of cultivation, with the leader being a master of the Miaoyan realm. Facing the approaching enforcers, Dao Shang showed no fear. Instead, he raised his hand, and with a crack, Ouyang Xiaoyu instantly fell lifeless. Dao Shang then casually tossed Ouyang Xiaoyu aside like trash, leaving him sprawled on the ground. The eldest son of the hidden Ouyang family had just died so humiliatingly at Dao Shang's hands. Even he himself had not anticipated this outcome. Seeing that Ouyang Xiaoyu was dead, the surrounding people were immediately shocked, their faces filled with fear as they stepped back. The sky is about to change. After retreating a considerable distance, the onlookers were all pale with fear. The heir of a hidden family had just died at a cultivator gathering. This news was too shocking, too unbelievable for everyone. Impudence! The enforcers, upon witnessing this scene, were furious. The leading man shouted, "How dare someone disrupt the rules of the gathering and kill in front of our enforcement team? What audacity!" Upon seeing that Ouyang Xiaoyu was lifeless on the ground, his face turned pale. He had not expected that the one who died was the eldest son of the Ouyang family. "You all do what you need to do," Dao Shang said casually, not even lifting his eyelids as he looked at the 10 or so black-clad enforcers surrounding him. "Since you are the enforcers maintaining order and have no enmity with me, I won't kill you. This is not a place for you to act recklessly." The leader of the enforcement team was enraged by Dao Shang's arrogant words and roared, "Seize this audacious brat." "Wait!" Just as the leader finished speaking, one of the black-clad enforcers quickly pulled him back, whispering while pointing behind Dao Shang, "Boss, look, aren't those 6 the heads of the families?" "What?" Upon hearing his subordinate's words, the leader immediately looked over. When he saw Ji Hongjia and the others, his expression changed drastically. He knew about the 8 great families of the Eastern Kingdom, and their old patriarchs were well known. They usually maintained a low profile, rarely showing their faces. Now they were gathered here, and it seemed they were very respectful towards that young man. What kind of joke is this? When the leader of the enforcement team looked towards Ji Hongjia and the others, they nodded back at him, instantly stirring up a storm in his heart. Who exactly is this kid? The thought of the 6 prominent figures from the Eastern Kingdom standing behind him, and the fact that the one who died was the eldest son of the Ouyang family, Ouyang Xiaoyu, made him feel a wave of pressure. Neither side was someone he could afford to offend. In the next moment, under the astonished gazes of the crowd, the leader of the enforcement team, with a frown on his face, walked up to Dao Changsheng and spoke with great respect. "May I ask, who might you be, sir?" There was no way around it. Dao Changsheng was young yet had such an exaggerated background. Even the old patriarchs of the 6 great families of the Eastern Kingdom showed him such respect. How could he not return it? Moreover, seeing Dao Changsheng casually kill the eldest son of the Ouyang family indicated that Dao Changsheng's strength was also terrifying. With such formidable power and such a powerful background, it was only right to address him as sir. He knew that the cultivation world of the Eastern Kingdom was filled with hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Just like the old man in the black robe who set up a stall at the beginning, they didn't dare to disturb him in the slightest, even though Dao Changsheng looked very young. But he understood that once one's cultivation reached a very high level, their appearance could revert to their prime and could be adjusted at will. In his eyes, Dao Changsheng was definitely an ancient figure who had emerged from seclusion. Otherwise, the old patriarchs of the 6 top families in the Eastern Kingdom wouldn't show him such deference. Dao Changsheng remained silent, his expression calm, which made the corners of the enforcement leader's mouth reveal a bitter smile. To them, Dao Changsheng was a person of great stature, and the situation before him was beyond his ability to manage. He could only stabilize things for now. Alright, let's go. In the next moment, Dao Changsheng didn't even glance at the enforcement leader and directly left under the respectful guidance of Ji Hongjia and the others, quickly exiting the crowd's range. Seeing Dao Changsheng leave, the enforcement leader didn't have the courage to stop him. There's nothing we can do, this isn't something we can handle. Let's notify the captain. Watching Dao Changsheng leave under the respect of Ji Hongjia and the others, the leader spoke with a bitter expression, then left with his subordinates. As they departed, many men in black rushed over from a distance, carefully cleaning up the blood on the ground and carrying away Ouyang Xiaoyu's body. The surrounding crowd gradually dispersed, each face showing shock, their eyes filled with astonishment. Who exactly was Dao Changsheng that he could make the enforcement leader feel unqualified to intervene? After leaving the central street and arriving at the east street, Dao Changsheng and his group were stopped again. A bald monk, about 19 years old and with a rosy complexion, appeared before Dao Changsheng. His expression was very cunning, especially when he looked at Su Manya and Qini Yao, his face filled with greed. These two female benefactors, after seeing your faces, I am astounded by your beauty and have come to invite you to follow me for cultivation, the monk said with a playful expression after stopping Dao Changsheng and the others. Impudent! Before the two women could express their anger, Ji Hongjia stepped forward, exerting a powerful aura towards the monk. Seeing Ji Hongjia take action, the monk's expression changed. Although he was a bit flustered, he quickly produced a purple gold bowl. As the purple gold bowl appeared, a Buddhist aura immediately spread out. Under this Buddhist aura, Ji Hongjia's overwhelming momentum was instantly swept away, and the Buddhist energy continued to press down on the crowd fiercely. Get lost! Upon seeing the purple gold bowl, Dao Changsheng's eyes twitched slightly, and he coldly uttered a single word. Instantly, a fierce wind descended from the sky, blowing away the Buddhist energy completely. Boom! At the same moment, a loud rumble echoed, and the monk spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his entire being transformed into a stream of light, flying backward, while the purple gold bowl in his hand automatically flew into Dao Changsheng's grasp. Once upon a time, even you, monk, stepped onto that path, Dao Changsheng murmured softly as he looked at the purple gold bowl in his hand. This purple gold bowl was the very life treasure used by Xuanzang back in the day. Hearing Dao Changsheng's words, the purple gold bowl immediately trembled, as if responding to him. My goodness, isn't that the treasure of the Zen heart sect, the purple gold bowl? How could it be in the hands of a kid? This friend, you must be new here. That big disciple of the Zen heart sect was just sent flying. Are you talking about that lecherous monk Buddha? He was actually beaten? Of course. Not only was he sent flying, but even the treasure of the sect was snatched away. Just looking at this group, you can tell they are not to be trifled with. I didn't expect that Buddha would dare to provoke them. With the treasure stolen, the Zen heart sect won't be able to sit still now. Surrounding them, various cultivators spoke up, while Ji Hongjia and the others wore helpless expressions. They never expected that such blind arrogance would occur at this cultivation gathering. The Hidden Family, the Ouyang family, the Zen heart sect of Shaolin Temple. These two sects actually dared to provoke Dao Changsheng. This cultivation gathering had become quite lively. Dao Changsheng glanced at the purple gold bowl in his hand, his gaze flickering a few times, then instructed Su Manya and Qini Yao, you two go back first, I still have to go to another place. Hearing Dao Changsheng's words, Su Manya and Qini Yao nodded. Although they didn't know where Dao Changsheng was going, seeing his somewhat serious expression, they understood that he definitely had something important to do. Having followed Dao Changsheng for some time, it was their first time witnessing such a change in his demeanor. Soon after, Su Manya, Qini Yao, and Ji Hongjia left, while Dao Changsheng changed direction and walked westward, where a matter awaited him. He hadn't expected to obtain the purple gold bowl here, although it was damaged to the brink of collapse. As long as it hadn't completely disintegrated, it could still be used for that task. As Dao Changsheng walked, to the west, an ancient-looking temple stood there. At the entrance, a monk was crying out to three old monks in gray robes, Master Buddha Yong, Uncle Buddha Ao, Uncle Buddha Yu, my purple gold bowl was stolen, and I was sent flying. The monk crying out was none other than Buddha Yi, who had been sent flying by Dao Changsheng's single word. What? Upon hearing Buddha Yi's words, the three old monks in gray robes immediately changed their expressions, their eyes shining with intensity as they coldly said, who has such audacity to steal our Zen heart sect's treasure and dare to injure our sect's heir? Is it someone from a hidden family or another sect? One of the monks spoke with a serious expression. In his view, the only ones capable of injuring Buddha Yi and stealing the purple gold bowl were either hidden families or other sects. Neither. Hearing his uncle's words, Buddha E hurriedly replied. It was a kid even younger than me. I don't know what kind of sorcery he used, but he just told me to roll, and then I was blown away by a gust of wind, and the purple gold bowl slipped from my hand. Upon hearing Buddha E's words, Buddha Young's expression changed, and he exchanged glances with Buddha Ao and Buddha Yu, then said in a deep voice, Are you saying that the purple gold bowl you refined automatically slipped from your hand and flew into the hands of the kid who sent you flying? Yes, Buddha E quickly nodded, which caused Buddha Young's expression to change once again. Beside him, Buddha Ao and Buddha Yu also furrowed their brows. The purple gold bowl was related to a matter in their sect's secret scriptures. Uncle Master, Senior Brother. At that moment, a hurried shout rang out, and a young monk in a yellow robe rushed over from a distance, panicking as he called out, A kid is coming this way, and he's holding our Zen Heartsek's treasure, the purple gold bowl. He's coming this way? Upon hearing the disciple's words, Buddha Ao stood up and said in a deep voice, Let's go meet this kid. No matter what, we must get the purple gold bowl back. Let's go. Hearing Buddha Ao's words, Buddha Yu and Buddha Yang stood up, and Buddha E also followed with a delighted expression. The young monk in the yellow robe quickly turned around, leading the three uncles and senior brother. Meanwhile, on the other side, Dao Changsheng, who was walking, was suddenly surrounded by a group of monks. All around him were young monks in yellow and white robes, and behind the monks was a crowd of dark figures, whispering among themselves. What's going on? When did the Zen Heart sect become so brazen? The disciples of the Zen Heart sect have all come to the grand event. What's the situation? You fool, did you see that young man? Look at what he's holding. Isn't that the Zen Heart sect's treasure, the purple gold bowl? How did it end up in that kid's hands? As far as I know, that purple gold bowl is the weapon of Buddha E. How could it be in this kid's hands? That kid must have knocked Buddha E away and snatched the purple gold bowl back. He hasn't left but is coming towards the Zen Heart sect. Who knows what he wants to do? What audacity, to act during this cultivator's grand event. Wait a minute. While everyone was discussing, they suddenly noticed a problem. With so many people gathered here, why hadn't the law enforcement team been attracted? In such a long event, the law enforcement team should definitely appear. Where's the law enforcement team? How could they not show up for such a big occasion? They probably have something going on. Nirvana Mountain is so large, and there are only 5 teams in total. They must be enforcing in other districts. Impossible, I just saw a fight between 2 people at the West District entrance, and the law enforcement team appeared immediately. Then with such a large scene here, they shouldn't have missed it. I don't know. What audacity, to actually injure our Zen Heart sect's disciples and steal our treasure. At that moment, a furious voice rang out, and 3 old monks in grey robes pushed through the crowd, coming to Dao Changxing's front. Seeing these 3 old monks, the surrounding people immediately stirred. The 3 heads of the Zen Heart sect had finally arrived. Master, Uncle Master, it's him. Buddha E also came along, directly pointing at Dao Changsheng. Clearly just a kid with no cultivation at all. Upon seeing Dao Changsheng, Buddha Ao and the other 2 old men immediately sized him up, but no matter how they looked, they couldn't find any cultivation in Dao Changsheng. This kid had no cultivation whatsoever, not even comparable to an ant in the body refinement realm. How could he have knocked Buddha E away? Kid, you took our Zen Heart sect's treasure, the purple gold bowl. Now I hope you return it to its rightful owner and apologize. Oh really? Upon hearing Buddha Ao's words, Dao Changsheng smiled lightly and said, This purple gold bowl flew into my hands on its own, I didn't snatch it. As he spoke, he casually tossed it to Buddha Ao. Seeing Dao Changsheng casually throw the purple gold bowl over, Foao was taken aback, not expecting the situation to be resolved so easily. Instinctively, he reached out to catch it, but an accident occurred. Buzz! The moment the purple gold bowl made contact with Foao, it sent him flying. Puff! Foao immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, crashing heavily into the crowd. Those around him were dumbfounded. The esteemed host of the Zen Heart sect had been knocked away by a mere bowl. What a joke! Whoosh! After knocking Foao away, the purple gold bowl transformed into a streak of light, turned a corner, and flew straight into Dao Changsheng's hand. Dao Changsheng received the bowl, his expression calm as he said, You see, this purple gold bowl hit you and then automatically came to me. I didn't even snatch it. How can you say I robbed you? You! Hearing Dao Changsheng's words, Foao, who was about to get up, spat out another mouthful of blood, trembling slightly as he rose with the help of his fellow disciples. You wicked brat! Seeing this scene, Foao, without a word, reached out with one hand towards Dao Changsheng, attempting to grab his neck. Dao Changsheng made no move, but the moment Foao's large hand approached him, he immediately felt an overwhelming rebound force, and with a thud, he was sent flying, though he fared slightly better than Foao and did not spit blood. Foao! Master! Seeing Foao fly away, Foyang and Foe shouted anxiously, while those surrounding Dao Changsheng looked increasingly flustered. This was truly bizarre, too strange. "Kid, I can't let you go today." Fo Yong, not believing in evil, trembled all over, and suddenly a dazzling, brilliant light burst forth from his body, followed by a hand reaching out to grab Dao Changsheng. Seeing the approaching hand, Dao Changsheng didn't even blink, merely sidestepping. Thud! Instantly, an irresistible force descended from the sky, landing on Fo Yong, whose face turned red as he fell to the ground without any resistance, cracking the ground beneath him. "Oh my god! Am I dreaming? I see this is not voluntary at all. It's an inexplicable force that is overwhelming." No kidding, we can see the expressions on their faces. Damn it! Everyone around wore expressions of shock, continuously discussing, which made Fo Yong and the others furious, while the disciples of the Zen Heart sect turned red with anger. "Damn brat, our Zen Heart sect will not rest until we settle this with you." Seeing that he couldn't get up, Fo Yong and the others roared in anger. "Today you have humiliated me so, and in the future, I will make you pay tenfold." "Tenfold repayment?" Hearing Fo Yong's words, Dao Changsheng raised an eyebrow and said, "Not worthy." Ah! The disciples of the Zen Heart sect had no words, as they were all overwhelmed by an inexplicable pressure that left them speechless. However, Fou was different. Although he couldn't break free from the pressure, he still began to struggle. Not far away, on a building, two middle-aged men in tang suits stood with their hands clasped behind their backs, gazing towards Dao Changsheng, accompanied by a dozen black-clad guards. They were two of the high-ranking hosts of this cultivation event. Watching everyone from the Zen Heart sect kneel down and bow to Dao Changsheng, one middle-aged man smiled and said, "I didn't expect someone to slap the Zen Heart sect in the face like this. This is interesting. It seems the Zen Heart sect is in for a fall this time. The Zen Heart sect is likely to fall, but the forces behind it could be a bit troublesome to deal with." "Humph, what's the trouble?" Upon hearing the words of the person beside him, the middle-aged man who had spoken first snorted disdainfully, "A mere sect can't do anything to us in Dragon City, let them go find the real culprit themselves. I just wonder who this old guy is that has been hiding away," the middle-aged man said, glancing at the distant figure of Dao Changsheng. He instructed the group of black-clad men, "Now go investigate this young man. Anyone who can command such respect from the ancestors of the 6 great families of the Eastern Kingdom is definitely not an unknown figure." "Understood." The black-clad men immediately nodded in response to the middle-aged man's words. In the West District, countless disciples of the Zen Heart sect lay sprawled on the ground, their skulls cracked open against the hard surface, leaving only stark white bones visible, a sight that would chill anyone who looked upon it. In the next moment, under the astonished gazes of everyone, a silver mouse darted out from Dao Changsheng's sleeve, moving with incredible speed, transforming in the blink of an eye into a streak of silver light. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In almost 2 seconds, a burst of silver light erupted from the bodies of these Zen Heart sect disciples. When the silver light faded, the crowd was horrified to see nothing but stark white bones scattered everywhere, not a drop of blood in sight. For a moment, the entire area fell silent, no one dared to make a sound. The scene they had just witnessed was so shocking that in just a second or two, these people had turned into bones. "This matter will be handled by the higher-ups of Nirvana Mountain. Everyone must not linger here, please leave quickly." Suddenly, a deep voice rang in the ears of the crowd. Upon hearing this voice, the onlookers immediately turned and left without a word, though they continued to murmur among themselves as they departed. That voice must belong to the high-ranking officials hosting the event at Nirvana Mountain. No doubt about it, this kid is too powerful. This friend, the Zen Heart sect, has offended you, and their demise is their own doing. The higher-ups of Nirvana Mountain will not interfere in your grievances, the deep voice continued as the crowd walked away, still discussing. However, in the future, if there are any grievances between you, the higher-ups of the Dragon City auction will also not intervene or pay any heed. It is entirely your own matter. Hearing this voice, Dao Changsheng slowly raised his head and looked at a distant building. "Alright, you higher-ups of Nirvana Mountain should go about your business and not block my way. If you don't provoke me, I won't bother with you. That would be best. Let's keep our waters separate and not interfere with each other." After saying this, the deep voice vanished, while Dao Changsheng glanced at the distant building and walked calmly towards the west. Seeing Dao Changsheng approach, many of those retreating to the west immediately stopped in their tracks, their expressions grave as they cleared a wide path for him. Once Dao Changsheng's figure disappeared, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. This was a god of death. He had killed hundreds from the Zen Heart sect without even blinking. Even the eldest son of the Ouyang family was slaughtered. Meanwhile, in the building Dao Changsheng had been looking at, the middle-aged man frowned as he examined a crystal stone in his hand. The He family and the Chao family among the 8 great families of the Eastern Kingdom have been destroyed, and it seems this young man is involved. Where did this boy come from? How come I've never seen him before? He shouldn't be so obscure. The 2 families from the 8 great families of the Eastern Kingdom have been eliminated, and they were wiped out without a sound. How is that possible? Another middle-aged man beside him said, his face filled with astonishment. We never received any news about the He and Chow families being destroyed. Now their family businesses are all taken over by the other 6 families. Stop the investigation. The middle-aged man put away the crystal in his hand and said with a serious expression, let's put an end to this matter. If we investigate further, I have a feeling that our Dragon City will suffer a devastating blow. This young man will definitely cause a stir in the World Ladder Tournament in the future. The World Ladder Tournament. Upon hearing this, another middle-aged man also wore a grave expression. This tournament is a treacherous competition that determines the world's territory. After Dao Changsheng left, what happened here swept through the entire Nirvana Mountain like a storm, and soon everyone in Nirvana Mountain knew about it. Each person was shocked upon hearing the news, and in every tavern, at every dining table, people were discussing the matter. Some were horrified, some were astonished, some were confused, some were in awe, and some were delighted. Damn, big news. The heir of the Ouyang family, Ouyang Xiaoyu, was killed in the Central Street, and the law enforcement team didn't dare to say a word. No way, is that true? Is there something the law enforcement team can't handle? Of course it's true. I was there, you know? That Ouyang Xiaoyu was directly crushed to death by a young boy even younger than him, like squeezing a chicken. No kidding, everyone was suppressed by that boy's aura, unable to resist at all. That scene was so damn spectacular. Not only that, but in the Zen heart sect, everyone was reduced to nothing but bones in just 2 seconds by a single mouse. What the hell? A mouse reduced everyone in the Zen heart sect to bones? In just 2 seconds? Why would I lie to you? If you don't believe it, go ask around. A whole bunch of people saw it with their own eyes. That mouse seemed to be a pet raised by the boy. If a pet is that impressive, how powerful must the boy himself be? How powerful, I don't know, but I do know that even the higher-ups of Nirvana Mountain treat this boy with great respect. It's said that his background is astonishing. That's really impressive. Those 3 heads of the Zen heart sect are dead too, just like those disciples, leaving only white bones. Damn, those 3 monks are dead too? They were strong at the Miaoyun realm, how terrifying. Was there any reason for it? It's said that the lecherous monk Foe from the Zen heart sect blocked one of the maidens following the boy, which caused such a disaster. That's really satisfying. That lecherous monk Foe really dug his own grave, Moreover, in the end, even the elders of Nirvana Mountain showed up and admitted defeat, stating that they wouldn't interfere, typical of keeping to their own business. This boy is really impressive. Even the higher-ups of Nirvana Mountain can't do anything about him. While everyone was discussing, Dao Changsheng traveled westward and eventually arrived at a desolate mountain ridge. In this mountain ridge, there was only a stone tablet standing alone, surrounded by a place devoid of any people, not even a blade of grass. This was an abandoned place. Any cultivator coming to Nirvana Mountain would not come here because it was too dilapidated and desolate, especially since this place lacked even spiritual energy. Unlike the Central Street, where there was still plenty of spiritual energy, here, there wasn't a trace of it. Even the spiritual energy from Nirvana Mountain would vanish in the blink of an eye upon reaching this place. This was a forsaken land cut off from spiritual power. Once upon a time, even your dojo was reduced to this state. Dao Changsheng sighed lightly as he looked at the desolate land before him, strolling up to the blank stone tablet and reaching out to touch it. Buzz! As soon as Dao Changsheng's hand made contact with the blank stone tablet, an extraordinary phenomenon occurred. Suddenly, a vast expanse of golden light burst forth from the ground, and the entire muddy surface instantly transformed into luxurious gold. At the same time, the entire venue underwent a dramatic transformation. In the blink of an eye, a resplendent garden appeared at Dao Changsheng's feet. At a glance, the scene was dazzlingly golden. This desolate wasteland had instantly transformed into a landscape seemingly forged from gold. Amat Ba. In the next moment, various manifestations of Buddhas emerged, accompanied by waves of burning sounds. Following that, phrases filled with grandeur echoed throughout the atomic garden. All beings should believe this, praise the inconceivable merits, all Buddhas protect the mind. What is called the Buddha Dharma is not the Buddha Dharma. What I speak of as the Buddha Dharma is merely a verbal expression, not the true Buddha Dharma. As it is said, it cannot be spoken. The Dharma is understood through intention. The Buddha is born from the heart. Only through personal realization can one attain the Buddha Dharma. As these boundless words of Buddha Dharma resonated, various phenomena rose around Dao Changsheng, and countless monks appeared, sitting cross-legged on the ground, surrounding Dao Changsheng in a posture akin to stars encircling the moon. Boom! In the next moment, an enormous golden lotus seat, radiating brilliant golden light, descended from the heavens and landed right before Dao Changsheng. At the same time, the purple gold bowl in Dao Changxing's hand erupted with countless dazzling golden rays, which then transformed into a stream of light that fell onto the golden lotus seat. Splash! In the next moment, a sound like a tidal wave arose, and the purple gold bowl instantly burst forth with countless beams of golden light, followed by a monk clad in a robe, holding a Zen staff, who materialized and sat directly on the golden lotus seat. Xuanzang. Looking at the monk before him, Dao Changxing smiled faintly and said, "Long time no see." Dao benefactor. Upon hearing Dao Changxing's words, Xuanzang opened his eyes, looked at Dao Changxing, and nodded softly, saying, "I didn't expect you to truly appear in this life. With two great Dao texts by your side, you are about to shake the heavens. In this life, I will surely eradicate the darkness," Dao Changxing said calmly. "To cleanse this darkness, I have spent eternal time preparing. It is time to bring it to an end." "I have already engaged with the Buddha," Xuanzang replied softly upon hearing Dao Changxing's words. "It is truly devastating up there, so devastating that I can only leave behind a nearly disintegrated purple gold bowl, which carries a fragment of my obsession." "I had guessed you would engage," Dao Changxing said calmly upon hearing Xuanzang's words. "Back then, your fragment of obsession was for me. You abandoned your Buddha form, ventured to the western regions, and quelled the passage there. Consider it a favor I owe you." "To have Dao benefactor acknowledge a favor, I am very proud," Xuanzang said with a smile upon hearing Dao Changxing's words. "Throughout the ages, very few have been able to earn your acknowledgement, not even the Buddha, yet I have managed to do so. Rest assured, with me here, this life will yield results, a great future awaits. Then I shall have no regrets in my heart, Dao benefactor, we shall meet again in the future." Upon hearing Dao Changxing's words, Xuanzang laughed, and a dazzling golden light erupted. In an instant, the surrounding scene vanished, replaced once again by that desolate land. The land remained the desolate land, the unmarked stone still that unmarked stone. Aside from the disappearance of the purple gold bowl in Dao Changxing's hand, nothing else had changed. "Goodbye." Looking at the transformed desolate land, Dao Changxing murmured, turning without a word and leaving. The matter here had been resolved, and he needed to address another issue. When Dao Changxing returned to the location of Zhi Hongjia and the others, they were all in shock, for they had learned about the matters concerning the Zen heart sect, and could not help but worry for the Buddhist sect behind it. If the Buddhist sect intervenes, the Eastern Kingdom is likely to lose a significant power. The loss for the Buddhist sect would also be a monumental event for the entire Eastern Kingdom. Therefore, Zhi Hongjia and the others silently prayed in their hearts, hoping that the Buddhist sect would not provoke Dao Changxing, who was far from someone the Buddhist sect could touch. "By the way, my lord." As Dao Changxing and the others took their seats, Zhi Hong hurriedly stepped forward and respectfully reported, "The divine demon combined flower you asked me to pay attention to, I have gathered some information about it." "Oh, what news do you have?" Upon hearing Zhi Hongjia's words, Dao Changxing raised an eyebrow. He did not expect Zhi Hongjia to have found out about the divine demon combined flower, as its whereabouts were not easy to uncover. He had merely mentioned it casually last time, and in the current cultivation world, almost no one had heard of the divine demon combined flower. Even if someone did know, it would likely be just the characters that appeared on the flower itself. In the ancient battle, the divine demon combined flower was shattered due to the chaos of the primordial era, and under that force, it was broken into 5 flowers, scattered in the sealed lands, which is now the earth. The 5 flowers that emerged from the disintegration were identical. This means that only those who possess the flower would know about it. No matter how you destroy it, it cannot be obliterated, but it is of no use to cultivators. This flower was specifically born for Dao Changxing. At the time of cultivating this flower, Dao Changxing had expended an immense amount of resources to nurture it, but unfortunately, that flower just ran away. In the past, whenever Dao Changxing awakened in the sealed lands, he not only set up various means but also sought the whereabouts of that flower. Each time he cultivated an emperor, he would have the emperor inquire about this information. "It will be at the Dragon City auction tomorrow." Upon hearing Dao Changxing's inquiry, Zhi Hongjia hurriedly reported, "Because we are the old patriarchs of the top families in the Eastern Kingdom, we are qualified to attend the internal auction of this cultivation event the next day. The headquarters in Dragon City will present many top-quality items at this internal auction, and the divine demon combined flower is also on the auction list. We have a copy of the auction list." "Interesting," Dao Changxing said flatly upon hearing Zhi Hongjia's words. "In that case, we should go. The divine demon combined flower is something I must acquire." The next day, Dao Changxing and the others headed to the internal auction venue. Lu Yong and the others had left due to some matters, leaving only Zhi Hongjia. As Zhi Hongjia led the way, he explained to Dao Changxing, "The second day is the auction. The auction is divided into 2 parts. The first part is a free trading session, where everyone can post what they need and what they want to auction on the main screen of the auction. Then both parties can find each other for trading based on the information on the screen, but posting information requires a certain fee. As for the second auction, it is held in Dragon City, and there are many items for auction. The list I saw yesterday included the Divine Demon combined flower, and there are many hidden items as well. Even as the old patriarch of the top families in the Eastern Kingdom, we are not qualified to know about them. How interesting. Upon hearing Ji Hongjia's narration, Su Manya and Qini Yao were both excited, especially Qini Yao, who had never heard of such a place. It was no exaggeration to say she was thrilled to attend this auction. When Dao Changsheng and the others arrived at the internal auction, it was already a sea of people. Those who could attend this auction were all cultivators with strength, background, status, and identity. Ordinary cultivators simply did not qualify to participate in such internal events. When Dao Changsheng and the others walked in, many people immediately turned to look. Upon seeing Dao Changsheng's appearance, someone exclaimed, "Isn't that the boy who killed Ouyang Xiaoyu and destroyed the Zen heart sect?" "What? That boy?" Hearing the exclamations, everyone in the hall turned to Dao Changsheng. Countless gazes suddenly focused on him. Upon seeing how young Dao Changsheng looked, they were instantly shocked. He was truly too young. So young. Is he really the one who crushed Ouyang Xiaoyu and made everyone in the Zen heart sect kneel? He doesn't seem special at all. I've looked him over several times. He's just an ordinary person. Don't think like that. Someone who thought that yesterday is already dead. My goodness, don't you see the respectful old man in front of him? What? Who is that old man? What status does he have? That old man is the number one seat of the Eastern Kingdom, the head of the largest family among the top families, the patriarch of the Ji family. No way, are you kidding? That old man is the number one seat? Are you messing with me? It's true. I've seen a portrait of that old man. He is indeed the number one seat of the Eastern Kingdom. My God, even the number one seat is so respectful. Who exactly is this boy? Such treatment isn't even given to hidden families. This background is indeed impressive. No wonder the higher-ups of Nirvana Mountain dare not act. The discussions of these people reached Dao Changsheng and the others' ears, but they remained indifferent. After casually glancing at the information on the large screen, they shook their heads slightly. In this auction, aside from the divine and demonic flower auctioned in the afternoon, nothing else caught their eye. So, you killed my elder brother? At that moment, a young man in brocade clothing, accompanied by several servants, approached Dao Changsheng. Looking at Dao Changsheng, he smiled and said, "You are the one who killed my elder brother? I am Ouyang Shi, the second son of the Ouyang family. Now there's a good show to watch." As Ouyang Shi arrived in front of Dao Changsheng, whispers erupted in the hall, with everyone pointing at Ouyang Shi. "What? Do you want to take revenge for your elder brother?" Facing Ouyang Shi, Dao Changsheng didn't even lift his eyelids and casually replied. Seeing that Dao Changsheng didn't even look at him, Ouyang Shi's expression turned a bit ugly. He was the second son of the Ouyang family, usually treated with great respect wherever he went. Now, being ignored by someone, how could he look good? Although he felt displeased, Ouyang Shi quickly concealed it, forcing a smile as he said to Dao Changsheng, "I won't take revenge for my elder brother. This was something he brought upon himself. Perhaps others in the Ouyang family will seek revenge, but I won't. I should thank you for dealing with my elder brother. Since you're not here to take revenge, then get out of my way and don't block my path," Dao Changsheng said. He truly had no good feelings towards the Ouyang family, and he saw through Ouyang Shi's little scheme. He just wanted to make him publicly admit to personally killing Ouyang Xiaoyu, so the Ouyang family could grab the most direct evidence and boldly trouble Dao Changsheng, pushing him into the spotlight. I hope you can still be alive a few days later," Ouyang Shi said, feeling the terror of Dao Changsheng, and he dared not say anything more. Instead, he left with a harsh remark, turning away with his servants. After Ouyang Shi left, the onlookers exchanged glances upon hearing his words. It seemed that the Ouyang family was preparing to take action against Dao Changsheng. Time quietly passed, and the morning quickly slipped away. The internal auction at noon was about to begin. Dao Changsheng and others, under the respectful guidance of the auction guards, entered the No. 1 private room of the cabinet. Ji Hongjia, as a figure from the Eastern Kingdom, held a status that could even be challenged in the cultivation world. The higher-ups of the auction had long been aware of this and promptly arranged for Ji Hongjia to be in the No. 1 private room. Besides being Ji Hongjia, he was also one of the top family powers in the Eastern Kingdom, usually elusive and rarely seen. This time, he personally attended, so they certainly had to make proper arrangements. Normally, Ji Hongjia wouldn't go out. Even if he did, countless cultivators and soldiers would protect him, making it impossible for anyone to assassinate him. This time, following Dao Changsheng, he had no worries at all. It was laughable. Even if the sky fell and the earth cracked, staying by Dao Changsheng's side would ensure his safety, not to mention the mysterious Qini Yao was also present. After entering the No. One private room, Dao Changsheng sat on the throne, while Ji Hongjia, Su Manya, and Qin Yao stood respectfully behind him. Through the glass window in front, they could clearly see the auction hall below. As groups of cultivators entered one after another, the auction soon began. Under the gaze of countless eyes, a charming woman in a red qipao stepped onto the auction stage. The tight-fitting red qipao accentuated her curvaceous figure. Why is it her? Upon seeing the woman, Su Manya exclaimed in surprise, for she had seen this woman at an auction in S-City before. She never expected to encounter her again at this auction on Nirvana Mountain. It was truly unbelievable. Welcome everyone to the Nirvana Mountain auction. I am the auctioneer here, Shinjie. I won't waste any more words. Let's start the auction for the first item. With that, Shinjie clapped her hands, and two maidens came forward, carrying a crystal wrapped in red cloth. Once the item was placed on the table, Shinjie unveiled the red cloth. As the cloth fell, a jade pill bottle appeared before everyone. Upon seeing that the first auction item was a pill, the eyes of those present immediately lit up. This was indeed a pill. That's right, the first item up for auction today is the Dragon Saliva Pill refined by our Dragon City alchemists, which can extend a cultivator's life by 5 years, Shinjie explained with a smile, and the entire venue erupted in excitement. Oh my god, it's actually the Dragon Saliva Pill. This pill is extremely rare, even hidden families or sects can't produce it. Extending life by 5 years could allow some cultivators to be reborn. This pill can extend life by 5 years. I don't need to say more about its credibility, Shinjie said with a slight smile, observing the already excited crowd. She continued, there is only one of this life-extending pill at this auction, so please seize the opportunity. Once this village is gone, this shop will be lost. The starting price for the Dragon Saliva Pill is 100 million, with each bid increasing by no less than 10 million. The highest bidder wins. Of course, if you don't have that much money, you can use other assets as collateral. We have specialized appraisers and evaluators here. No matter what you offer, we can give you the most reasonable price. Now, please start bidding. 150 million, 200 million, 210 million, 230 million, 300 million, 350 million. As Shinjie's voice fell, the bidding voices rang out one after another, and the price of the Dragon Saliva Pill soared, jumping from 100 million to 350 million in just a few minutes, and the price continued to rise. Moreover, each price increase was almost in the tens of millions, rising rapidly and soon driving the price of this Dragon Saliva Pill to a terrifying height, 900 million, 910 million, 930 million, 950 million. Soon, the voices in the auction hall gradually quieted down. Very few could afford to bid at this point, especially since the other sects and families had not yet made their moves. Dragon Saliva Pill. In box no. 1, Qin Yao excitedly pulled Dao Changsheng and said, young master, I want to eat that, it must taste great. What's so good about this kind of pill? Dao Changsheng smiled faintly at Qin Yao's words and said, your young master can refine this kind of pill, it's just that he doesn't have the materials. The materials for the Dragon Saliva Pill are hard to find. Ji Hongjia suddenly spoke up, saying, I still remember that a master alchemist traveled the world for over a decade to collect the materials for the Dragon Saliva Pill. Many materials were snatched back from various forces, and to grab these materials, it almost caused a bloody storm in the cultivation world. In the end, he finally gathered everything, but during the final alchemy, the furnace exploded. Since you want to eat it, then bid for it. Seeing Qin Yao's eager face, Dao Changsheng smiled lightly. Upon hearing this, Ji Hongjia's mouth twitched. To bid for a pill just so a maid could taste it was quite extravagant. It should be known that the Dragon Saliva Pill could extend a cultivator's lifespan by 5 years, making it a divine pill for any powerful cultivator on the brink of decay. At the very least, it could extend their life by 5 years to accomplish more tasks. Moreover, there was a significant chance that with the extra 5 years, they could break through to a new height. Once a cultivator broke through, their lifespan would increase again, allowing them to strive for even higher realms. You think you can bid for the Dragon Saliva Pill with just 900 million? What a joke, I bid 5 billion. Ouyang brother, you are the second son of the Ouyang family and about to become the heir, why bother bidding for something like this? I bid 2 billion. 5 billion. A bunch of big men, how about letting a little girl have a chance? 7 billion. 71 billion. At this moment, a series of bidding voices erupted, and everyone in the venue gasped. It's Ouyang Shi from the Ouyang family, Huang Buping from the Huangbu family, Jian Cheng from the Huashan sword sect, and Yuman Yun from the Yamei sect. These big sects are so generous. Of course, if I'm not mistaken, the reason they want to bid for this Dragon Saliva Pill is to gain favor and extend the lives of the old folks in their respective families, garnering more support. Ouyang Shi, Huang Buqi, this is just the first auction item. There are definitely more treasures to come. Are you sure you want to waste time here? After Yu Man-yun announced 2.7 billion, she spoke up, her voice carrying a hint of coldness, clearly not wanting anyone else to bid against her. Since Miss Yu likes it, I won't bid anymore, Huang Buping said with a hearty laugh, withdrawing from the bidding. Yangshi also chose to step back. After all, he didn't want to provoke that group of crazy women from the Amei sect. If those mad women got angry, it wouldn't be easy to deal with. 2.9 billion, if you bid higher than me, I'll give up, Jiancheng said coldly. 2.91 billion, upon hearing Jiancheng's words, Yu Man-yun giggled as she quoted, clearly pleased with the other's retreat. 2.91 billion once. 2.91 billion twice. At this moment, Shenjia on the auction stage hammered the gavel and began to speak, but just as she was about to say the third sentence, a sudden voice interrupted her. 4 billion. A faint voice suddenly rang out. Although the voice was soft, it was still clear in everyone's ears. Upon hearing this, the people in the hall were taken aback. Even the young masters from the various prominent families and sects above were looking around, eager to see who had made this bid. They had all agreed to let the dragon saliva pill go to Yu Man-yun of the Amei sect, and now suddenly a mysterious voice had emerged, which was clearly against the Amei sect's interests. Moreover, they were unfamiliar with this voice. The Gongsun family and the Dongfang family had not placed any bids, clearly not interested in this dragon saliva pill. The first bid of 4 billion from Box No. 1, Shenjia said with a giggle from the auction stage. Is there anyone else who wants to bid? This is a dragon saliva pill that can extend life by 5 years. Once this opportunity is gone, it won't come again. What the hell, Box No. 1? Isn't that the box that has been empty all this time? When did someone manage to sit in there? Box No. 1, after decades, someone has finally sat in it. Who is the person in Box No. 1? How could they occupy the first position? It must be someone of great status. Didn't you see that the families and sects have all been arranged to the second and third positions? Look at the Dongfang family. As soon as Shenjia finished speaking, waves of shocked discussions erupted in the hall. Every face was filled with astonishment because someone was actually in Box No. 1. The disciples of the prominent families and sects looked puzzled, their faces showing a hint of seriousness, clearly sensitive to the identity of the person in Box No. 1. Yu Man-yun of the Amei sect also concealed her smile, replaced by a serious expression, clearly not expecting someone to be in Box No. 1. After hesitating for a while, Yu Man-yun's face showed signs of struggle, but it quickly disappeared, replaced by a look of regret. Clearly, she did not want to clash with the person in Box No. 1. The reason for this was that no one had sat in Box No. 1 for decades, and now that someone had suddenly appeared, their identity must be extraordinary. She did not want to risk offending the person in Box No. 1 over a single pill. At the same time, the other families and sects in the other boxes were all using their connections to inquire about the identity of the person in Box No. 1 at the Dragon City auction house, but they all failed. Faced with inquiries about the person in Box No. 1, no one among the internal higher-ups of the Dragon City auction house was willing to divulge any information, only advising the major families and sects to avoid provoking them if possible. Even the Dragon City auction house had said this, so the families and sects fell silent. Although they were shocked, they maintained a calm exterior. The person in Box No. 1 has bid 4 billion for the first time. Is there anyone else who wants to bid? Looking at the crowd discussing in the hall, Shenjia called out sweetly, but the only response was the noise of chatter, with no one showing any intention to continue bidding. Everyone was discussing while their gazes were fixed on the position of Box No. 1. 4 billion for the second time. 4 billion for the third time. Congratulations to the person in Box No. 1 for successfully bidding on the dragon saliva pill. Finally, Shenjia hammered down the gavel, announcing the ownership of the dragon saliva pill, and arranged for a dedicated escort to deliver it to Box No. 1, while simultaneously starting the auction for the second item. Young master, the item you bid on has arrived. Outside Box No. 1, an elderly man with an ethereal demeanor stood holding a tray. His cultivation had even reached the perfection of the Miaoyan realm. Even a delivery person had such high cultivation, clearly different from the ordinary. Come in. With a faint voice, the old man entered through the formation, and inside the box were 2 women, an elderly man, and Taoist Changqing sitting down. My candy has arrived. Seeing the plate brought by the old man, Qini Yo exclaimed in excitement. With a flick of her hand, the elixir bottle transformed into a streak of light and landed in her palm. She immediately opened the bottle and poured out a snow-white pill that emitted a fragrant aroma. Under the astonished gaze of the old man, Qini Yao tilted her head back and swallowed the dragon saliva pill in one gulp, leaving the old man stunned. Such a precious dragon saliva pill was gone just like that. The taste isn't that great, Chinio said, reflecting on the pill she had just consumed, shaking her head in dissatisfaction. The old man's mouth twitched at her words. The dragon saliva pill, worth 4 billion and capable of extending life by 5 years, was just gone. Swipe the card. Beside her, Ji Hongjia, with a smile, took out a card from his pocket and handed it to the old man while speaking. Dao Changsheng, on the other hand, didn't even blink or show any intention of turning back. Young master, it's done. A few seconds later, Ji Hongjia retrieved the card and respectfully addressed Dao Changsheng. Oh, Dao Changsheng said casually, gazing into the distance. Give him the card. I still need to bid on a couple of items later, so just deduct it from there and return the items and the card. Understood. Upon hearing Dao Changsheng's words, Ji Hongjia respectfully handed the card to the old man, who concealed his shock as he left. As the elder of a top family in the Eastern Kingdom, he naturally recognized Ji Hongjia, the number one seat in the Eastern Kingdom, with an immense background. Yet, even so, he was still so respectful towards that plain-looking young man, which truly astonished him. Alright, the next item for auction is a special item provided by our launching auction house. A few minutes later, at the auction, Shinjia unveiled a red cloth, revealing a black and white flower before everyone's eyes. The flower was entirely composed of black and white, one side pure white and the other pitch black, leaving everyone present in shock. What kind of flower is this? How can it be so special? They were seeing such a flower for the first time. Our launching auction house never provides useless items. Please take a look, Shinjia said as she infused a stream of spiritual energy into the black and white flower. Wow! Instantly, a dazzling light erupted, followed by a surge of dark and white light spreading from the flower, a tremendous pressure descending upon the entire auction hall. Buzz! The next moment, a buzzing sound arose, and 5 large black and white characters floated out from the flower, quietly hanging in the air. Divine Demon Harmonization Flower. Divine Demon Harmonization Flower? What kind of flower is that? What a strange flower. I've never seen one like this before. Me neither. As they witnessed the transformation of the Divine Demon Harmonization Flower, the crowd began to murmur, each face displaying a look of astonishment, for this flower was indeed very special. I believe everyone has seen it. This flower is very special. No matter what is used, it cannot be damaged in the slightest. Even a combined strike from dozens of mystical essence realm experts would not inflict any harm. This flower must contain many secrets, as we brought it out from the Forbidden Spirit Mountain. In the auction hall, Shinjia chuckled. The origin of this flower is the Forbidden Spirit Mountain. I believe the Forbidden Spirit Mountain is not unfamiliar to everyone. We at Longcheng do not know the specific uses or the aura of this flower, but we believe there are certainly people in this world who know its secrets. Now I announce that the starting bid for the Divine Demon Harmonization Flower is 50 million, with each increment not less than 5 million. Hiss! Upon hearing Shinjia's words, the crowd inhaled sharply. A starting bid of 50 million was quite high, especially since the starting bid for the previous item, aside from the dragon saliva pill, was only 100 million. Nothing had a bidding price exceeding 50 million, and now a flower of unknown use had a starting bid of at least 50 million, which was a bit exaggerated. However, everyone knew that this flower was brought out from the Forbidden Spirit Mountain, and just for that reason, its price could be significantly raised. After all, they were well aware of how precious the items from the Forbidden Spirit Mountain were. Although precious, no one was willing to bid because this flower, no matter how valuable, was still useless to them since they did not know its secret. What would they do with it after winning the bid? 100 million. At the moment the entire auction fell into silence, a bid rang out faintly from box No. 1. Upon hearing this voice, Shinjia, present at the auction, immediately showed a look of joy. The auction of this Divine Demon Fusion Flower was a test from the higher-ups of Long City for her. Only by passing the test could she continue to participate in the internal auctions of Long City. Even the higher-ups of Long City could not figure out the uniqueness of this Divine Demon Fusion Flower, and after pondering for decades, they could only classify it as a useless mysterious item. The bid came from box No. 1. Who on earth is in box No. 1? They must know the flower's marvelous use to bid for it. Who cares about the mysterious person? Just know that they are impressive. Exactly, didn't you see that after the bid from box No. 1, the other families fell silent? Clearly, they are wary of the person in box No. 1. As Dao Changsheng announced the bidding price, all eyes in the hall were drawn to him, each person glancing at box No. 1 while discussing among themselves. After the auction ends, make sure to find out the identity of the person in box No. 1. At the same time, similar orders were issued among various families and sects. Because of the name associated with box No. 1. Everyone present was reluctant to bid again. They did not know the flower's use and did not want to conflict with the person in box no. 1. With no competition, Dao Changqing easily obtained the divine demon fusion flower, and after acquiring it, he fused the flower into his own head. Buzz. In box no. 1. As the divine demon fusion flower merged into Dao Changqing's head, waves of spatial fluctuations erupted, followed by large areas of collapse. Although there were collapses, box no. 1 suffered no damage at all because Dao Changqing was no longer in that space. At that moment, after merging with the divine demon fusion flower, he had crossed countless layers of space. The surrounding Chinio and others were unaffected and only saw Dao Changqing surrounded by circles of black light. In reality, he was no longer in that space. Following this, the auction proceeded vigorously, but nothing was worth as much as the dragon saliva pill. The final transaction prices mostly ranged from 200 million to 300 million, 500 million, and so on, with the highest being just over 10 billion. Most of these auction items ended up in the hands of Yumanyun, Ouyangshi, and Huang Buping, and even the Gongsun family and the Dongfang family made their moves. The young masters of these families' bidding made many in the auction hall feel unwilling, but they had no choice. They couldn't compete with such wealth, and they also dared not provoke these families in sex, so they could only concede defeat. At this moment, many who came to participate in the internal auction felt extremely frustrated because in the past, the items at the auction were all within their reach, so they had prepared thoroughly this time to bid vigorously. But who would have thought that this auction event would be almost monopolized by the young masters of the noble families and sects? So, they could only stare at each other, watching these disciples compete in bidding, enduring their unwillingness. Time passed minute by minute, and soon it was time for the final highlight item. Alright, next up is the highlight of this auction, Shinjie said with a smile as she personally brought out a tray, instantly causing everyone to stretch their necks and widen their eyes at the last item on stage. This highlight item was undoubtedly the most expensive among all the auction items, and it also had a significant history. Everyone was eagerly waiting to see what this item was like. Under the gaze of the crowd, Shinjie gently pulled down the red cloth covering the item, and suddenly, a long sword shimmering with brilliant white light appeared before everyone. Upon seeing this snow-white long sword, the entire auction hall fell into a brief silence, with everyone fixated on the hilt of the sword. There, 3 powerful characters were engraved: Etienne sword. What the hell? It's the Etienne sword. This sword actually exists, it's not fake. Where did this Etienne sword come from? Wasn't it lost in the annals of history like those 10 famous swords of the Eastern Kingdom? I can't believe the Etienne sword has appeared. This sword is on par with the legendary 10 famous swords of the Eastern Kingdom. This is insane. It's bound to drive everyone crazy. All the noble families and sects will be infatuated with this divine sword. The Etienne sword, a divine sword born at the end of the Yuan and the beginning of the Ming. How famous it is, I don't need to elaborate further. I'll skip the extra details. Starting bid is 1 billion, and the increments must be no less than 50 million. Shinjie said with a giggle. 13 billion, 15 billion, 17 billion 500 million, 20 billion 500 million, 25 billion. As soon as Shinjie finished speaking, a flurry of frenzied bids erupted. Even the ordinary cultivators in the hall began to shout out their offers, each one pulling out all their savings to bid. Although they knew it would ultimately fall into the hands of those noble families and major sects, and they couldn't compete, the temptation of the Etienne sword was simply too great. Not to bid would be unacceptable, and even if they couldn't win, they wanted to drive the price up, making the noble families and major sects bleed heavily. Even if they couldn't get it, they couldn't let those families have it easy. Although it was futile, it would still feel good to them. Everyone, shut up. Suddenly, an angry woman's voice echoed throughout the auction hall, instantly silencing all the bidders. Everyone was taken aback by this voice. Soon, many faces showed mocking expressions, clearly aware of what the owner of that voice wanted to say. The Etienne sword belongs to our Ame sect. Anyone who dares to touch it is disrespecting us and making an enemy of the Ame sect. Yumanyun's voice was filled with pride and threat. Bah! Upon hearing Yumanyun's words, everyone present immediately showed disdain, clearly dissatisfied with what she said, and they mocked her with their low voices. Heh, the Ame sect is still so shameless. The Etienne sword belongs to them? What a joke! Who doesn't know that the Etienne sword was born from the hands of our ancestors, only later passed down to future generations? That's right, the earliest founder of the Ame sect was Situ Xiankong. Not being able to compare with him doesn't mean he isn't part of the Ame sect. The true formation of the Ame sect happened during the Southern Song dynasty, created by the white-browed Taoist. By a certain stroke of luck, the white-browed Taoist discovered the heavenly sword, this divine sword, and spared no effort to kill and seize it from others. Then he claimed that the heavenly sword was the sacred sword of the Ame sect, even saying that he had traded for it with the person who possessed it. Truly shameless. Ha, isn't it just like the women of the Yumei sect to be so unreasonable? You've seen it for yourself. Exactly, the reason Yu Man-yoon said this is that she wants to take the heavenly sword and then take credit with the higher-ups of the Yumei sect. That way, she would definitely be conferred the title of saintess, clearly trying to treat us like fools. I warn you one last time. Hearing the discussions in the hall, Yu Man-yoon's face turned angry, her sharp voice echoing in every corner of the auction hall. The heavenly sword is our Yumei sect's sacred artifact. Anyone who dares to bid again is provoking our Yumei sect. Moreover, tomorrow, several elders of our Yumei sect will arrive, and they will definitely settle everything from today. Anyone who dares to bid again will be killed without mercy. Yu Man-yoon's voice was filled with murderous intent, not hiding it at all. Upon hearing Yu Man-yoon's very straightforward threat, everyone in the auction hall, including those in various private rooms, fell into silence. The Yumei sect ranks among the top 10 in overall strength in the cultivation world of the Eastern Kingdom. Although there are several powers above it, such as the Sword sect, in terms of trouble, the Yumei sect is definitely ranked first. After all, the women of the Yumei sect are truly unreasonable, because no matter who faces this group of completely shameless women, they will feel an immense headache. You can never predict what illogical and terrifying things they might do if you anger them. Perhaps, just because of a single word from you, they would dare to initiate a full-scale war among cultivators? This is not impossible, as several well-known wars among cultivators in the cultivation world were almost all instigated by these crazy women of the Yumei sect, and the reasons were merely trivial matters. Hearing Yu Man-yoon's threatening words, the entire auction hall fell into silence. Ouyang Shi and Huang Buping were also silent, not speaking for a long time. Although their identities are noble and their status is quite extraordinary, compared to others, their starting point is much higher, but within their respective sects and families, they have little decision-making power. Just like the scene before them, if they anger the Yumei sect and lead to a war in the cultivation world against any of their families, they would definitely be in deep trouble. Moreover, they would be stripped of their identities. Such a punishment would be considered light. If it were to escalate, once the war breaks out, they would surely be stripped of their cultivation and become scapegoats. By then, even the high-ranking families supporting them would not be able to protect them. Now, facing the nearly mad Yu Man-yoon, no matter how displeased they were, they could only hold it in, as they truly did not want to provoke this crazy woman. Very well, since no one has spoken, then the heavenly sword will return to its original owner, the Yumei sect. Seeing that no one in the hall dared to speak, Yu Man-yoon said, her voice carrying a hint of joy. After all, being able to auction off the sacred weapon of the Yumei sect without any effort felt like the position of saintess was already beckoning to her. However, just at that moment, an unexpected event occurred. As soon as she finished speaking, a familiar calm voice suddenly rang out, 5 billion. Wow! Hearing that familiar, bland voice, the entire auction hall erupted in an uproar, everyone turning in unison to look at the number 1 private box. They never expected that someone would dare to bid. Moreover, the one bidding was the most mysterious person from the number 1 box. Your Excellency. Upon hearing the bid from the number 1 box, Yu Man-yoon's expression immediately soured. She didn't expect that at such a critical moment, someone would dare to come out and provoke their Yumei sect. And the one stepping forward to bid was someone she feared the most, the person from the number 1 box. Although she felt apprehensive, she was determined to obtain the heavenly sword, so she could only grit her teeth and say, "This is the treasured artifact of our Yumei sect, I kindly ask you not to bid, let the item return to its rightful owner." What is the Yumei sect worth? What is the Yumei sect worth? As soon as Yu Man-yoon finished speaking, a casual voice came from the number 1 box. Since ancient times, at auctions, the capable take the prize, and those with money can bid. Why should your single word stop others from bidding? Who do you think you are? Wow! Hearing this voice, everyone in the hall was immediately in an uproar. They never expected the person from the number 1 box to be so bold as to confront the Yumei sect and insult them. Ha, this is getting interesting. That's right, we may fear the Yumei sect, but the person from the number 1 box is not to be trifled with. Of course, the background of the person from the number 1 box must be astonishing, otherwise, how could they occupy a position that has been vacant for decades? Only the person from the number 1 box has the guts to confront the Yumei sect. I'm increasingly looking forward to what happens next. The discussions among the onlookers erupted, and even the disciples from various prominent families felt a thrill in their hearts. Finally, someone had come out to sanction the Yumei sect, and it was the enigmatic person from the number 1 box. Now it was a matter of whether the Yumei sect had the courage to provoke this person. Your Excellency, please mind your words. Hearing Dao Changxing's words and the surrounding discussions, Yu Man-yoon's face turned extremely ugly. She coldly said, although you are from the number 1 box, our Ame sect is not to be trifled with. If you do not wish to be hunted by the Ame sect, you should apologize to us. Is Yu Man-yoon out of her mind? Daring to threaten the person from the number 1 box, what audacity! Hee, Yu Man-yoon must be going crazy wanting to be a saintess to say such things. I really want to see what happens next. Will the person from the number 1 box choose to take action? Ha ha! As soon as Yu Man-yoon finished speaking, the voices of the onlookers rose. Everyone looked at Yu Man-yoon with mocking expressions. She truly did not know how to live. She had unwittingly created a mysterious and formidable enemy for the Ame sect, one she knew nothing about. Less talk, if you want to bid, then bid, if you don't have the money, get lost. As expected, Dao Changsheng from the number 1 box spoke again, his tone still bland. If you keep chattering here, don't blame me if I find the time one day to wipe out your Ame sect. Wipe out the Ame sect. Upon hearing Dao Changsheng's words, everyone in the auction hall was dumbfounded, their mouths agape, as if they could fit an egg in there. Someone actually said they would find the time to wipe out the Ame sect. What a joke. The strength of the Ame sect should not be underestimated. In the entire cultivation world, no one had the audacity to say they would wipe out the Ame sect. Moreover, the Ame sect had many powerful allies, and many of their partners were chosen from the Ame sect. If you provoke the Ame sect, you wouldn't even need them to take action, those allies could act on their own. Hee, you really have a big mouth. Upon hearing Dao Changsheng's words, Yu Man-yoon sneered and said, let's wait and see who will destroy whom. Don't worry, you will see, Dao Changsheng's calm voice echoed. May I ask Miss Yu, will you continue to bid? At this moment, the auctioneer Shinjia smiled gently, instantly alleviating the awkwardness among everyone present. 5 billion, Yu Man-yoon said nothing further and coldly raised the price by 250 million. 10 billion. Faced with the price Yu Man-yoon announced, Dao Changsheng's indifferent voice came again from the VIP room, directly crushing Yu Man-yoon's bid. 5 billion, Yu Man-yoon gritted her teeth and reported the price with clenched fists. 20 billion, Dao Changsheng's voice remained light and airy. Upon hearing this, Yu Man-yoon fell silent, no longer speaking. Because the price Dao Changsheng quoted was far beyond the funds she had on hand, although she could still consider borrowing money from her sect or family to compete with Dao Changsheng. However, that would greatly diminish the effect. The money she used to bid for the heavenly sword would need to be paid by her sect later, and at that time, she would not gain any significant credit and could not become the holy maiden of the Ame sect. Hee, I hope you can survive this auction after winning the heavenly sword. Yu Man-yoon gave up bidding and coldly laughed at the person in the VIP room. Damn! Hearing Yu Man-yoon's words, everyone immediately became restless. This was a complete tearing of the facade, openly threatening to kill the person in the VIP room and seize the heavenly sword. Get lost, Dao Changsheng's calm voice echoed once more. Put! At the moment the voice came out, Yu Man-yoon was struck as if by a massive hammer, directly spitting out several mouthfuls of blood, her whole body turning into a streak of light and flying out, disappearing in the blink of an eye. My God! Seeing Yu Man-yoon suddenly blasted away, everyone present was shocked. They hadn't even seen how the person in the VIP room had made a move, just a single sentence, and Yu Man-yoon was sent flying, blood spraying everywhere. This power is simply terrifying. 20 billion, first time. 20 billion, second time. 20 billion, third time. Congratulations to the person in the VIP room for successfully bidding for the heavenly sword. At this moment, in the auction hall, Shinjia announced loudly, now I declare this auction closed. Thank you all for participating. For those who have not fully paid, please come forward for the financial transaction. We have specialized appraisers and evaluators to announce the most reasonable prices for you. Clatter! As Shinjia finished speaking, the audience began to rise, preparing to leave. Some moved forward, while others went backward, with those moving forward heading to settle their payments. Click! Suddenly, the door to the VIP room creaked open, and upon hearing this sound, everyone immediately stopped in their tracks, eagerly looking toward the VIP room. They were very curious to see what the person in the VIP room looked like. They had thought the person would wait until they left before coming out, but unexpectedly, they came out directly now. They were eager to see what kind of person could effortlessly send Yu Man-yoon flying, and as everyone looked on with anticipation, 4 people walked out of the VIP room. 2 smiling women supported a plain-looking young man, followed by a respectful elder. Damn, is this the person from the VIP room? So young, how is that possible? Isn't he too young? When everyone saw Dao Changsheng's appearance, they all gasped in disbelief, unable to believe that Dao Changsheng was so young, just an ordinary boy. Wait, isn't he the one who killed that Ouyang Xiaoyu? Suddenly, a voice of astonishment rang out, and someone was staring wide-eyed, pointing at Dao Changsheng, stammering. This exclamation was like a large stone thrown into a perfectly calm river, splashing up waves that reached several feet high. completely igniting the atmosphere of the auction hall. What? He is the boy who killed that Ouyang Xiaoyu? And made the entire Zen heart sect kneel, ultimately feeding them to pets, causing the higher-ups of Nirvana Mountain to back down? Damn, is this for real? He's too young. Of course it's true, I was there too. It's him. Seeing Dao Changsheng walk out of the VIP room, Shenjia in the auction hall suddenly brightened her eyes, revealing a look of surprise at the familiar figure of Dao Changsheng. She knew Dao Changsheng. He was the one who had bid on that nameless broken sword at the auction, and she never expected it would turn out to be the Changying sword, which ultimately unleashed a bloody massacre, leaving the chief appraiser of S-City looking grave. She wanted to thank Dao Changsheng properly because it was thanks to him buying the Changying sword that she could attend this internal auction in the Dragon City of Nirvana Mountain, having personally auctioned an ancient divine sword, one of the top 10 famous swords of the Eastern Kingdom. Finally, under the respectful gazes of the crowd, Dao Changsheng left, and as he departed, they all followed suit, while the young masters of the aristocratic families looked hesitant, unsure of what to think. Here, take this, it's for you to use temporarily. In the courtyard, Dao Changsheng casually handed the shimmering silvery Tian sword to Su Manya, which left her momentarily stunned, wondering why this sword was for her. I don't need such a good sword, she quickly waved her hands in response. This divine weapon was far beyond her capability to wield. Just take it, it's specifically for your self-defense, Dao Changsheng said with a faint smile upon seeing Su Manya's reaction. As my maid, how can you not dress up properly? Your cultivation is still lacking, so you can only use something ordinary, you can't handle a powerful holy weapon. This Etienne sword is just right for you, young master. Hearing Dao Changsheng's words, Su Manya looked at him with a touched expression, not expecting that he would spend 20 billion to compete with various forces to auction the Etienne sword for her. Alright, just focus on your training, that's the best way to repay me, Dao Changsheng said with a gentle smile upon seeing Su Manya's expression. As my maid, you can't fall behind in your cultivation. After that, Qin Iyo continued to guide Su Manya, while Dao Changsheng returned to his room. Once inside, a large book shrouded in black mist appeared in his mind. This book was the one he had obtained from the old man's stall yesterday. Whoosh! As Dao Changsheng flipped through the pages, black characters burst forth from the book, floating in the void. Strangely, even though Dao Changsheng had flipped many pages, the book had only opened to the first page. Carefully examining the large characters floating in the air, time passed little by little, and night soon fell. That night, while contemplating the black characters, Dao Changsheng suddenly felt a twitch in his brow, retracting the floating black book and stepping towards the door. Just then, he sensed several killing intents approaching, while hidden but still escaping Dao Changsheng's intuition. Clang! The moment Dao Changsheng stepped out the door, a silver knife gleaming with a cold light suddenly sliced through the darkness, aiming fiercely at his neck. At the same time, a bone-chilling aura of ice spread out, and several blood-red sharp flying knives pierced through the darkness, attacking Dao Changsheng's legs. Clang! Crack! Faced with these two attacks, Dao Changsheng didn't even dodge, he simply took them head-on, and a crisp metallic clash rang out as the knife left a series of sparks on his body. Although there were sparks, Dao Changsheng's clothes showed no signs of damage, and the shimmering silver long knife shattered into countless pieces in an instant, along with the several red flying knives. What? Impossible! As the flying knives and silver knife shattered, two exclamations echoed in the darkness. Dao Changsheng stretched out his hands, and in a burst of speed, almost at the same moment, he yanked two heads out of the darkness. With a forceful pull, a loud bang-bang sounded. The bodies of these two men exploded as if filled with explosives, showering blood and flesh everywhere, creating a rain of blood that lasted mere seconds. Whoosh! At that moment, another long spear shot out from the darkness, aiming fiercely at Dao Changsheng's forehead. The power contained in the spear's tip clearly indicated that its owner was making a desperate, lethal strike. Buzz! Just then, the long spear came to a complete stop around Dao Changsheng. No matter how hard its owner tried to exert force, it seemed to be fixed in place, unable to move. How is this possible? A shocked voice also came from the darkness, clearly not expecting this scene. But no matter how astonished he was, facing him was a phantom-like large hand that directly grasped his throat, repeating the fate of the two men before. With a loud bang, he exploded, scattering blood and flesh everywhere. Three insignificant pests, Dao Changsheng said, glancing at the night sky after killing the three men. He calmly remarked, one by one is too bothersome. Come out all at once so I can slaughter you. Swish swish swish. As soon as Dao Changsheng finished speaking, 5 whooshing sounds pierced the air, and 5 elderly men dressed in simple golden robes appeared before him, stepping into the air above him. Swish! Another whooshing sound rang out, and a young man wielding a long sword appeared, exuding an aura of mastery in the realm of profound essence. With his youthful face, he looked like a high school student, hardly resembling a powerful figure with such cultivation. 5 old geezers, Dao Changsheng said with a faint smile as he looked at the 5 elders in the sky. I wonder what brings you to my courtyard at this late hour. Why not visit during the day? The one who could kill Xiaoyu indeed has some skill, the leading elder said coldly, already channeling a surge of power in his hand. So it's the 5 old fools from the Ouyang family, Dao Changsheng remarked, turning his gaze to the young man beside him, and said lightly, which faction do you belong to? I am here to avenge Miss Yu Manyun. For sending her flying, you deserve to die 1,000 deaths, the young man replied coldly. Boring. Hearing the young man's words, Dao Changsheng shook his head slightly, realizing he was yet another boy ensnared by the Hu Fox spirit. Who dares to launch a nighttime ambush? At that moment, a delicate voice rang out, and a figure darted out from the courtyard, landing beside Dao Changsheng in the blink of an eye. Looking at the 5 old men and a young boy in front of her, a look of disdain immediately appeared on her face. It turned out to be 3 from the Miaoyun realm and 3 from the Di Shui realm, Mirance. She had thought a formidable enemy would appear. I didn't expect there would be a little girl who cultivates, the old man said, momentarily taken aback upon seeing Qini Yao beside Dao Changsheng, and then coldly added, since that's the case, don't blame us for being rude. Blame yourself for serving this brat. Where did this old geezer come from? So annoying. Hearing the old man's disrespectful words towards Dao Changsheng, Qini Yao was instantly furious. Without a second thought, she raised her hand and captured the old man, gripping him tightly and dragging him to the ground, smashing his head down hard. In an instant, the sound of impact echoed as the old man's forehead made intimate contact with the earth. What? At the same time, the other 4 old men were taken aback, exclaiming in shock. Bang! 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 They looked at Qini Yao with terror in their eyes. In an instant, she had seized their leader, and they hadn't even reacted. By the time they did, their leader was already being forced to bow down repeatedly on the ground, and everything that had happened was beyond their expectations. Retreat! This kind of person is not someone we can provoke. Without a word, the 4 old men turned and ran. Why leave now that you've come? Seeing the 4 old men fleeing, Dao Changsheng smiled faintly, and immediately, bang! 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 Sounds erupted as the 4 fleeing old men seemed to crash into an invisible wall of air, falling to the ground with a thud. Wow! At the same time, Qini Yao flicked her wrist, and a silver ribbon appeared, hanging across the night sky, instantly binding the 4 old men as if they were dogs, firmly securing them to the ground. Whoosh! Another silver light fell, and the young boy nearby was also bound by a silver ribbon, pressed firmly to the ground. Bind them at the entrance, Dao Changsheng said lightly, looking at the 5 old men and the young boy who were now restrained. When morning comes, let's see if anyone recognizes them. With that, he turned and left, disappearing into the main gate in the blink of an eye, while Qini Yao extended the silver ribbon, binding it to a pillar in a single breath. Woo woo! Seeing Qini Yao tie them up at the door, the 5 old men turned pale with panic, making muffled sounds, as all their strength was sealed, unable to even speak. They were filled with regret. Had they known, they wouldn't have come. If they were killed, they would have felt relieved, but now, their captors had no intention of killing them. Instead, they were tied up like dogs at the entrance, unable to struggle. When morning came and they were seen, their faces would surely be lost in shame. Not only would they be embarrassed, but the forces behind them would also be humiliated. Someone would definitely recognize them, and then it would be over. Aside from the 5 old men in a panic, the young boy also looked terrified, clearly sharing the same thoughts as the 5 old men. At this moment, they couldn't even take the simplest way out. Wow, I've discovered something earth-shattering. Where? Look over there. Wow. Wow. Isn't that the 5-element elder of the Ouyang family? How did they end up tied at the door? Look at the one next to him. Isn't that the infamous gun demon In Tianqing? Wow, it really is. How did he end up tied up with the 5-element elder of the Ouyang family? These 6 people together could almost dominate the cultivation world. How could they be tied at the door? Ha 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 ha, you're killing me with laughter. Didn't you all notice? Their cultivation has completely vanished. Goodness, who did this? So impressive, to have their cultivation sealed at the door. These 6 should not be in such a sorry state when working together. I just remembered, this place is where that boy crushed Ouyang Xiaoyu, right? What the heck? The place where that boy slaughtered everyone from the Zen Heart sect? Exactly, I live next door, and I did see that boy walking yesterday. Then I think I know the reason. It must be that the 5 old geezers from the Ouyang family came to sneak attack at night, and as a result, they got their cultivation sealed and tied at the door. It's indeed ridiculous. As for this gunman, he must have come for Yu Manyun, because I've heard quite a few rumors about him and Yu Manyun. The next day, early in the morning, outside Dao Changsheng's courtyard, people were crowding around, pointing and laughing at the entrance, each one mocking the 5 old men from the Ouyang family. As for these 5 old men, they had long since woken up, and facing the crowd's ridicule, they could only force themselves to close their eyes and faint, because if they opened their eyes, their old faces would be utterly humiliated, even though they were already humiliated. As long as they didn't open their eyes, they could still preserve a tiny bit of face in their hearts. These 5 old geezers were somewhat better off, while the high school-aged boy was glaring angrily at the group not far away, his furious gaze seeming to say, "As soon as I get out, you're all dead." This scene naturally made the onlookers burst into laughter, each one mocking without restraint. "Look, his eyes still show he's unwilling." "Ha, what's the use of being unwilling? He's still tied here." "Exactly, what's the point of glaring at us? I've seen that boy's ruthlessness, this gunman will probably die soon after being captured." "Right, a dead man still dares to glare at us? What a bold move. Instead of wasting time on us, he should think about how to save his own life." Almost all the onlookers had no sympathy at all, because this gunman usually acted excessively, robbing resources from scattered cultivators for the sake of humanity, while avoiding the major families and sects, specifically targeting lone scattered cultivators. This had been going on for several years, and almost no scattered cultivator didn't hate this bastard to the bone. If they could beat him, they would have killed him long ago. Creak! Just as the crowd was discussing, the door suddenly opened, and Dao Changsheng walked out of the courtyard with a calm expression, while Qini Yao also emerged from a nearby room, closely following Dao Changsheng. Upon seeing Dao Changsheng appear, everyone present immediately shut their mouths, not daring to breathe, for he was a figure of slaughter. Crushing Ouyang Xiaoyu, slaughtering everyone from the Zen heart sect, sending the Amei sect flying, and tying the 5 elders of the Ouyang family at the door, all of this indicated that Dao Changsheng was not a simple character. "Since everyone is here, I will generously let these guys go," Dao Changsheng said lightly, glancing at the crowd blocking the way. "It's early in the morning, and I don't want to spill blood. Yao, cripple their cultivation and throw them out." "Yes." Upon hearing Dao Changsheng's words, Qini Yao nodded, her delicate hand flicking, and the silver ropes binding the 6 men disappeared without a trace. Once the 6 were freed from the ropes, a powerful gust of wind sent them flying out, each one spitting blood as they fell to the ground. Clearly, their cultivation had been abolished. Hiss! Seeing the 6 who had lost their cultivation, the onlookers immediately retreated in unison. Having their cultivation abolished was even harsher than being killed. Killing him would be a clean break, but if his cultivation is destroyed and he becomes a useless person, then he won't be able to do anything and will live in complete pain. "I am a kind person, really. Just don't provoke me, and by the way, the Ouyang family is always welcome to come for revenge. I'll be at Nirvana Mountain for the next couple of days, so feel free to drop by," Dao Changsheng said lightly as he observed the crowd's reactions. "Go on, beat this bastard to death. Don't forget he robbed us of our resources before." Suddenly, an angry voice erupted from the crowd. Upon hearing this, everyone reacted immediately. Without a second thought, they began to mercilessly beat the fallen Silver Tianqing. While they struck, they cursed, "This is for stealing my resources before. I'll make sure you don't survive this." After a while, the crowd finally stopped. At this point, the now useless Silver Tianqing had been beaten to death by them. As for the 5 old men from the Ouyang family standing nearby, they remained unharmed, as no one dared to lay a hand on them. After all, they were from the Ouyang family. Even if their cultivation was destroyed, they were not to be trifled with. If anyone dared to act against them, who could guarantee that the Ouyang family wouldn't come looking for trouble? As for Silver Tianqing, the crowd felt justified in their actions because he had no backing and often bullied others. After beating him, they felt much better. "Damn brat, how dare you humiliate our Ouyang family! You must not be spared!" Suddenly, an angry roar rang out, and a middle-aged man appeared, stepping through the air. In the blink of an eye, he charged forward and struck Dao Changsheng with a powerful palm. Bang! Qini Yao raised her hand, and a dull sound echoed. She took a step back, while the middle-aged man flashed and appeared before the 5 old men. "It's the head of the Ouyang family, Ouyang Xiong." The head of the Ouyang family actually came in person. This is going to be a good show. When the middle-aged man appeared, the people below began to murmur, their faces filled with shock. They never expected the head of the Ouyang family would come personally. Damn it, they actually crippled Elder Wushing. This kid must not be left alive. 2 voices of discussion suddenly rang out, and 2 old men in black robes stepped through the void from afar, quickly landing beside Ouyang Xiong, the head of the Ouyang family. My heavens, it's the Xianming elders. These 2 are ruthless killers. They actually came too. This is terrifying. The Xianming elders actually allied with the Ouyang family. The heavens are changing. Seeing the 2 old men arrive, the crowd gasped once more, clearly having heard of their infamous names. Decades ago, these 2 had stirred up a storm abroad, and together they had destroyed 2 branches of the European Union, prompting the EU to send hundreds of powerful individuals to hunt them down. However, the Shenming elders were not to be trifled with. Their combined powers slaughtered dozens of the pursuers, ultimately escaping East Country severely injured and disappearing without a trace. Because of this incident, the West Country clashed with the East Country, but the East Country responded forcefully, leaving the West with no choice but to retreat, too afraid to step into the treacherous East. Moreover, the Shenming elders did not stop there. They went to the West Kunlun to recover from their injuries, intending to seize the life spring water. In the end, they managed to take a bit of the life spring water but were pursued by the entire West Kunlun for over a decade, after which they vanished without a trace, only to now appear with the Ouyang family. Ame sect, Huanmiao is here. Whoever harmed my beloved disciple, come out now. At the same time, a delicate voice rang out, and a woman in a water blue robe flew in on her sword, landing before the crowd in an instant, followed closely by a furious Yu Manyun. The female demon, Huan Miaozhenren. Damn it, how did this ruthless woman come here? Upon seeing the sword-wielding woman, the expressions of those around changed once again, and they hurriedly retreated, fearing to be caught in her presence. Even the two old men from Xianming did not instill such a feeling in them. They knew the ruthlessness of this female demon, Huan Miao. She had once single-handedly infiltrated the Wuwei sect, one of the three sects of Kunlun, severely injuring 6 of its elders to seize what she needed, nearly igniting a war between the Yamei sect and the Kunlun sect. Moreover, she often hunted handsome male cultivators, directly absorbing their yuan yang until death. She was a renowned beauty among cultivators, but compared to her, she was a venomous scorpion woman, and also one of the 6 deputy leaders of the Yamei sect. Master, it's him. It's him who stole our Yamei sect's sacred sword, the Yitian sword. Beside her, Yu Manyun, upon seeing Dao Changshang, immediately shouted in exasperation. Her face was filled with anger because that day she had been thrown out, utterly humiliated, and her resentment towards Dao Changsheng had reached its peak. What nonsense! If you're unhappy, come and fight. In the courtyard, looking at Huan Miao and the 2 old men from Xianming, as well as Ouyang Xiong, Dao Changsheng said indifferently, what use is just talking? If you want to kill me, come on. First, hand over the Yitian sword. Hearing Dao Changsheng's words, Huan Miao spoke coldly. The reason she came was for this Yitian sword. In her eyes, the sword was worth more than Dao Changsheng's life. If she killed Dao Changsheng and couldn't find the Yitian sword, it would have been better not to come at all. The Yitian sword was crucial to the power distribution among the 6 factions of the Yamei sect, and she was merely the first to arrive. Other deputy leaders would follow, and she had to get there before the others. With the Yitian sword, she could then ascend to the position of the main leader of the Yamei sect. So tedious, fixating on a sword like this, just come and die. Hearing Huan Miao's words, Dao Changsheng shook his head slightly, raised his hand, and spread his fingers, instantly unleashing an overwhelming force of attraction. Not good. At the moment Dao Changsheng made his move, Huan Miao was instantly alarmed. By the time she tried to react and retrieve her sword, it was too late. In that brief moment, her body seemed to teleport, appearing right in front of Dao Changsheng, her neck firmly grasped by his large hand. What? This female demon couldn't even withstand a single move from this young man. Heavens, such speed. I didn't even have time to react. Seeing Huan Miao's neck firmly held by Dao Changsheng, lifted high in the air, the onlookers were immediately shocked. The speed was just too fast. Such speed. Beside them, the 2 old men from Xianming and Ouyang Xiong wore extremely grave expressions, clearly sensing a powerful threat. They could guarantee that if they were in Huan Miao's place, they would not escape Dao Changsheng's grasp either. Not that impressive, Dao Changsheng said with a faint smile while looking at Huan Miao in his hand. I thought you had 3 heads and 6 arms. Bang! As he spoke, he exerted force, and Huan Miao's body exploded, instantly showering blood and flesh everywhere, causing the onlookers to shudder and retreat in unison. My god, Huan Miao is actually dead. Just one encounter and she's dead. Who was that just now? What kind of power was that? It's terrifying. Watching Huan Miao turn into a rain of blood, everyone was immediately horrified, stepping back in shock, looking at Dao Changsheng, who calmly crushed Huan Miao, their eyes filled with fear. Bold madman, how dare you kill our Huan Miao sect leader? At that moment, an angry roar echoed, and a woman in red, accompanied by over 100 sword-wielding women, charged in from the distance. It was clear they were disciples taught by the master Huan Miao. Sister Chiwon. Upon seeing the newcomers, Yu Manyun rushed over, crying, Master is dead. What should we do? Kill, avenge our master, Chiwon replied coldly upon hearing Yu Manyun's words. She raised her hand, and a sharp sword appeared instantly. At the same time, the sound of clang-clang rang out as the 100 women drew their swords in unison. Buzz! A faint sound followed, and the swords of these women erupted with a dazzling sword aura. They then formed sword fingers, and one by one, the sharp swords shot into the sky, instantly converging into a river of swords. It's the Qianlan sword rain. The onlookers gasped at the sight of the sword river appearing in the sky, exclaiming, "This is one of the 8 protective sword formations of the Yamei sect, a killing formation. A mere broken formation, and they dare to show off." Seeing the sword river spanning the sky, Qin Yao scoffed, curling her lip. With a flick of her delicate hand, a brilliant galaxy stretched across the sky, directly colliding with the converging sword river. Boom! With a loud crash, the sword river was crushed by the galaxy, and shards of swords rained down like a storm, clattering to the ground. The women below spewed blood, collapsing to the ground. Their true swords, refined with their life essence, were destroyed. They were gravely injured and on the brink of death. Buzz! The next second, Qin Yao raised her hand, and a silver light burst forth, instantly enveloping those women, including Qiwan and Yu Manyun. Whoosh! In almost a breath's time, under the terrified gazes of the crowd, the bodies of these women silently shattered, like broken porcelain dolls, turning into powder and scattering in the wind. The Yamei sect, led by one of the 6 vice leaders, Huan Miao, along with her disciples, was completely annihilated. "Alright, it's your turn now," Dao Changsheng said, his eyes unblinking as he turned his gaze to Ouyang Xiong and the 2 elders of Xianming. Well, my lord, this is all a misunderstanding," Ouyang Xiong said awkwardly, seeing Dao Changsheng's gaze. "This matter, our Ouyang family will not interfere. We will not be your enemies, so please rest assured. Kneel down, each of you give me 3 loud kowtows, and I will spare your lives," Dao Changsheng said. "My lord, do not go too far." Ouyang Xiong's expression changed upon hearing Dao Changsheng's words, and he said in a deep voice, as the saying goes, "We see each other when we look up and down. Considering we are both cultivators from the Eastern Kingdom, we will not pursue the matter of you killing the heir of the Ouyang family. After all, he deserved to die. Let's just leave it at that." Whoosh! The surrounding cultivators were in an uproar upon hearing Ouyang Xiong's words. They did not expect Ouyang Xiong to back down, choosing to concede in front of Dao Changsheng. Ouyang Xiong felt aggrieved. He had not anticipated Dao Changsheng to be so terrifying, especially after effortlessly crushing Huan Miao, who was not weaker than him, and slaughtering the Yamei sect's protective sword formation. The scene of Dao Changsheng casually killing Huan Miao was still fresh in his mind, so he chose to save face. Even if it was a bit humiliating, it was better than losing his life. However, what infuriated him was that Dao Changsheng was being unreasonable, demanding he kneel and kowtow. How could he endure that? Not only was Ouyang Xiong furious, but the 2 elders of Xianming were also enraged. Although they were very wary of Dao Changsheng, he wanted them to kneel and kowtow to spare their lives. If they did that, where would they put their old faces? Moreover, they believed that the 2 of them together could definitely block Dao Changsheng, even though Dao Changsheng was a bit strange. Cultivators from the Eastern Kingdom? Not pursuing? Just letting it go like this? Upon hearing Ouyang Xiong's words, Dao Changsheng smiled faintly and said, "Weren't you 2 here to seek revenge with great momentum? You even sent 5 old geezers to ambush me last night, and now you say it's all over? Is the Ouyang family really this shameless? Less nonsense. If you want to leave, kneel and knock your heads 3 times, or I'll kill you. I'll give you a chance to strike first. Don't say I bullied the Ouyang family. The fact that I haven't gone to slaughter your family is already showing you enough respect." Wow! Hearing Dao Changsheng's words, the surrounding cultivators were instantly in an uproar. They never expected that Dao Changsheng was also planning to massacre the Ouyang family. Yesterday he said he would slaughter the Yamei sect, and today he said he would slaughter the Ouyang family. What kind of joke was this? Although their faces were filled with shock and disbelief, in their hearts, they chose to believe it because Dao Changsheng was indeed too mysterious and unpredictable. Even the famous female demon among cultivators, Huan Miaozhenren, could be easily crushed by him, so they believed that if Dao Changsheng got serious, he would really annihilate the Ouyang family. "Since you are so relentless, then don't blame my Ouyang family for being rude in the future," Ouyang Xiong said, forcibly suppressing his anger and speaking in a deep voice. "I want to see if I, Ouyang Xiong, can leave today." Saying this, he turned around and was about to fly into the air, no longer caring about the 5 old men on the ground. It was simply because Dao Changsheng was too strange. He didn't dare to make a move. There is no future. Looking at the soaring Ouyang Xiong, Dao Changsheng spoke lightly. As he spoke, blood-red threads appeared on Ouyang Xiong's body, appearing so abruptly and eerily. Bang! The next second, under the horrified gazes of everyone, Ouyang Xiong's body exploded in mid-air, instantly scattering flesh and blood, a rain of blood falling in mere seconds. What? What just happened? Seeing this scene, everyone was horrified. How did Ouyang Xiong's body suddenly explode? They hadn't even seen Dao Changsheng take action against him. How could it just explode like that? At this moment, everyone felt a sense of fear in their hearts. This method was truly terrifying, making it impossible to defend against, and it wouldn't give any prior warning. "What about you?" Dao Changxing didn't even glance at the blood rain that was Ouyang Xiong but instead focused his gaze on the two old men of Xianming, instantly scaring them greatly, their faces paling to the extreme. At this moment, they couldn't leave. No one could guarantee that if they left, they wouldn't meet the same fate as Ouyang Xiong. But if they didn't leave, they would have to kneel and knock their heads or be killed by Dao Changxing himself. For a moment, the two were stuck, unable to advance or retreat, not knowing what to do next. Have you considered it? Is it knocking heads or making a move? Amat Ba. Just as Dao Changxing's voice fell, a thunderous chant of Buddha's name erupted. Hearing this sound, the onlookers were instantly shocked and hurriedly turned to look back. In the distance, around them, figures appeared in everyone's sight, slowly walking towards them. These were countless monks in grey robes, each with a solemn expression, a hint of coldness in their brows, their gazes fixed firmly on Dao Changxing. No one around dared to move, and no one dared to speak casually, even the sound of a needle dropping could be heard. Everyone lowered their heads deeply, not daring to breathe, because the people of the Buddhist sect had arrived, and it was a large-scale mobilization, clearly indicating that a large-scale battle was about to occur. The large-scale battle that followed had nothing to do with them. As for the situation of the battle, it was even beyond their imagination, and they did not want to die. They also knew the tyranny of the Buddhist monks. Despite their smiling faces, each one was a cunning old fox, and none who entered the Buddhist sect were simple characters. For the sake of their own lives, they could only stay obediently. Leaving was not an option, as that would provoke the Buddhist sect and lead to their slaughter. Amat Ba. A group of grey-robed monks approached from afar, numbering in the thousands. Their scale was truly immense. From all directions, the large assembly of grey-robed monks gathered. In the four cardinal directions, at the forefront stood an old monk in white robes, calm and composed, while directly in front of Dao Changxing was a monk in golden robes, his face radiating solemnity. In the next moment, he brought his palms together and suddenly spoke in a deep voice, Amat Ba. Amat Ba. With his utterance, over 10,000 grey-robed monks simultaneously echoed, reciting the Buddha's name in unison, as if responding. The sound of Amat Ba converged into a massive, invisible sound wave, akin to the beating of war drums, piercing the hearts of those nearby, causing their hearts to tremble and their breathing to become labored, as if their heads were about to explode. Hearing this overwhelming sound of the Buddha's name, Qin Yao's face contorted in pain, but it vanished the moment Dao Changxing raised an eyebrow. Whoosh! At that moment, Dao Changxing's figure suddenly became ethereal, as if he were merging with the heavens and the earth. Seeing Dao Changxing's body turn illusory, the monk in golden robes grew serious. He had not expected Dao Changxing to be so unpredictable. Despite having no visible cultivation, he could blend into another layer of space, performing a transformation between the real and the illusory. It should be known that the sound attacks emitted by their Buddhist sect were nearly impossible to resist. Those who had previously suffered from such attacks had perished in explosive deaths. Even a single ordinary sound of the Buddha from a few people could cause a body to explode. Now, with over 10,000 of them joining forces, along with the four great white-robed protectors controlling the sound, and the added power of the golden-robed monk enhancing the Buddha's sound, they could almost sweep through the entire cultivation world. However, facing the illusory Dao Changxing, they had no means to counter him at all. You could coordinate over 10,000 people to chant the Buddha's name, but Dao Changxing was not even in this space anymore. What good would it do to continue chanting? Whoosh! In the next second, Dao Changxing's figure flickered, no longer illusory. The golden-robed monk's face lit up with joy, and a burst of golden light erupted from him. Amat Ba. A thunderous sound of the Buddha's name resounded, followed by a massive, radiant appearing above the heads of the monks. At that moment, the onlookers around, under the thick aura of Buddhism, had their expressions changed to one of reverence. As if brainwashed, one by one, they clasped their hands together and knelt down, bowing their heads. This character surprisingly affected the cultivation hearts of many surrounding practitioners. Those who could still stand were all strong individuals, yet their faces were not pleasant, beads of sweat dripping down, clearly struggling to withstand this sound attack. This Buddha's sound is too weak. Seeing the enormous spanning the sky and hearing the soul-stirring sound of the Buddha, Dao Changxing shook his head slightly and said calmly, "Buzz." The moment his words fell, Dao Changxing's eyes suddenly deepened, becoming even more profound, like a bottomless spring, eerily calm. Buzz buzz buzz. In the next moment, a series of sounds erupted, and Dao Changxing's entire body suddenly radiated with golden light. An endless, rich aura of Buddhism emanated from him, and an enormous, pure white lotus flower appeared behind his forehead. This was a sacred Buddhist lotus, and the infinite aura of Buddhism was released from this lotus. Compared to this lotus, the massive golden swastika was merely a small trick. At that moment, Dao Changxing transformed into the Supreme Buddha, wielding the beads that governed all Buddhas in the world, and a colossal phenomenon appeared in the sky. Inside it, There were Buddhas clad in golden robes chanting sutras, and bodhisattvas holding white jade willow vases composing Buddhist scriptures. Golden Buddhist lotuses descended from the heavens, and streams of golden water surged up from below. Heavenly golden lotuses and earthly golden springs clearly indicated a Buddhist realm. How is this possible? The sacred Buddha pure lotus. The leading monk in golden robes gasped in shock upon seeing the pure white lotus behind Dao Changsheng, his face filled with disbelief. The white lotus, he had seen information about it in the sect's scriptures. It represented the highest realm for those who cultivate Buddhism. It was said that only legendary saints could achieve the sacred Buddha pure lotus. To attain the sacred Buddha pure lotus, one would need an immense amount of merit, the nature of which no one truly understood. It could only be accumulated bit by bit through good deeds in the unseen world. In the current cultivation world, not a single person had ever achieved the sacred Buddha pure lotus, and it was said that only the legendary Amitabha and Shakyamuni could do so, all of which he had read in the sect's scriptures. Yet now, a seemingly ordinary boy of 16 or 17 had a sacred Buddha pure lotus behind his forehead, exactly as described in the texts. How could he not be astonished? However, after just a second of shock, he wore a cold smile, for he believed that the sacred Buddha pure lotus behind Dao Changsheng was undoubtedly a forgery. Such a phenomenon could also be mimicked by the Dewey Buddha, and their sect's leader was the Dewey Buddha, who could perfectly replicate the sacred Buddha pure lotus recorded in the texts. However, he had never seen such a colossal world phenomenon above Dao Changsheng's head. Even when their sect leader simulated the sacred Buddha pure lotus, there was no such phenomenon. Moreover, the texts he had read did not mention that the appearance of the sacred Buddha pure lotus would be accompanied by such a phenomenon, so he directly concluded that the sacred Buddha pure lotus behind Dao Changsheng was fake. Buzz! When the sacred Buddha pure lotus appeared behind Dao Changsheng, it suddenly swayed slightly, and instantly, a circle of invisible pure white light rippled outward from Dao Changsheng. Wherever it passed, the space silently shattered, and the collapsing space continuously dissolved into nothingness, only to restore itself in an instant, repeating this cycle over and over. Boom! The sacred light emitted by the sacred Buddha pure lotus surged forth like a tidal wave, sweeping toward the group of grey-robed monks, obliterating the golden Buddhist light in its path completely. Finally, it collided violently with the massive golden swastika above the heads of the thousands of monks, resulting in a thunderous explosion that shook the heavens and earth, and a torrential wind descended from the sky, sweeping in all directions. At the same moment, the space above the grey-robed monks shattered instantly, and countless explosive sounds erupted above the monks, forming overwhelming ripples in the space. Once these ripples appeared, they surged forth with overwhelming force toward the thousands of people below in the Buddhist sect, like a colossal wave attempting to engulf them completely. Not good. Faced with this sudden scene, the four leading white-robed monks of the Buddhist sect changed their expressions drastically, and one of them shouted angrily, "Amitabha!" Boom! This shout of Amitabha was uttered with all their strength, the voice no longer low and deep as before, but like thunder in a clear sky, filled with rage, as if they wanted to shatter the heavens. Amitabha! As the four white-robed monks shouted, the other members of the Buddhist sect also joined in, their voices filled with cold anger. Amit! The golden-robed old monk was also filled with golden Buddhist power, a massive Buddhist sound amplifying the voices of the surrounding grey-robed monks. Rumble! Instantly, a wave of golden Buddhist energy appeared, colliding directly with the ripples in the space above. Boom! A fierce wind swept across the area, the air cracking and booming. The scene was chaotic. Many cultivators were directly swept into the sky by the airflow, screaming as they were torn to pieces by the raging wind, while those in better condition were blown to the ground. Only a small number of powerful cultivators managed to escape, foreseeing the disaster and fleeing far away. At this moment, the earth trembled, cracks appeared, resembling a scene of the sky collapsing and the earth sinking, as if the end of the world had come. Seeing the devastation on the ground, everyone quickly looked over, only to find that Dao Changsheng's courtyard was completely unharmed, and Dao Changsheng himself was unscathed. In contrast, many of the grey-robed monks were different. Many lay on the ground spitting blood, struggling to get up, clearly injured. "You brat, you have humiliated our sect, and now you have killed the head of the Ouyang family. Your methods are cruel. Truly a demon that cannot be forgiven. Today, our sect is here to act on behalf of heaven, to eliminate you, this demon, to honor the souls of those you have killed, and to bring justice to the world, restoring peace." Seeing many disciples of the sect lying on the ground, the leading golden-robed monk immediately spoke out in anger, massive Buddhist power radiating from his body. "Kill, kill, kill, eliminate the demon, restore peace to the world. Kill, kill, kill." As soon as the golden-robed monk finished speaking, the fallen monks struggled to rise, all shouting in anger, their voices shaking the heavens and earth. A bunch of false Buddhists. Seeing the golden-robed monk's words, Dao Changsheng smiled faintly and said, I haven't even sought trouble with you false Buddhists, yet you come looking for me, truly unaware of your own mortality. The 3 white-robed monks were all dead. All of this happened in the blink of an eye, leaving no one time to react. By the time they did, the 4th white-robed monk had also met his end. Dao Changsheng, after eliminating the 2nd and 3rd white-robed monks, suddenly appeared before the 4th white-robed monk, grabbing his arm and violently pulling. Rip! With a sound, the man's arms were torn off, blood gushing forth. Dao Changsheng casually flicked his wrist, and the severed arm shot through the air like a flying arrow, piercing through the chests of more than 10 monks. Finally, he nailed 3 grey-robed monks to the ground like candied hawthorns, all happening in the blink of an eye, with no one able to stop it. The scene instantly turned bloody and terrifying. The deaths of the 4 white-robed monks caused the combat power of these Buddhist disciples to drop significantly. Without the support of these white-robed monks, the power of the Buddhist chants recited by the disciples would greatly weaken. Subsequently, Dao Changsheng's expression remained calm as he strolled directly into the midst of the thousands of monks. At this moment, Dao Changsheng was like a white-clad reaper from the deepest depths of hell, relentlessly claiming lives in the mortal realm. Wherever he went, all things perished, leaving only fear and death. You little thief! Seeing Dao Changsheng's slaughter, the old monk in golden robes instantly erupted in fury, his eyes bloodshot, for these were all elite disciples of the Buddhist sect. Form the formation. The old monk in golden robes roared in anger. Today, he must kill this demon from the deepest hell. Kill! Suddenly, a thunderous Buddhist chant resonated throughout the sky, as one by one, the monks shouted, their bodies moving swiftly. Each person shifted positions, and a continuous stream of Buddhist energy began to emanate. In the blink of an eye, a complex and profound great formation surrounded Dao Changsheng at the very center. Whoosh! In the next moment, a sound like a tidal wave arose, and golden streams of energy slowly rose above the heads of each grey-robed monk, then gradually converged along a peculiar path, ultimately connecting with one another to form a solid, unbreakable whole. As the golden formation coalesced, each grey-robed monk exuded a solemn and sacred pressure, and this overwhelming force gathered together, creating a terrifying might that seemed capable of collapsing the entire space. Dao Changsheng was encircled at the center of the great formation, with an unending stream of golden Buddhist energy crashing in from all directions. 10,000 Buddhas facing the sect formation. Upon seeing this formation, the onlookers in the distance gasped in shock, their faces filled with astonishment. The 10,000 Buddhas facing the sect formation was a foundational formation of the Buddhist sect, passed down for hundreds or even thousands of years, and it was astonishing to see it used here. Demon, today is your day of reckoning. Namo Amitba. As the 10,000 Buddhas facing the sect formation was completed, the old monk in golden robes roared, his hands coming together, and the surrounding thousands of grey-robed monks also clasped their palms together, chanting in unison. Their voices surged like tangible waves, crashing madly toward Dao Changsheng. This time, the golden sound wave was clearly much larger than before, its power even greater, as everything in its path was utterly shattered, turning to dust. Even the incredibly solid ground, enhanced by special means, cracked open, revealing bottomless chasms before everyone's eyes. A mere trick. Seeing the golden wave crashing toward him, Dao Changsheng smiled faintly, showing no fear, his expression calm and unperturbed by the incoming golden wave. Whoosh! The golden sound wave continued to wash over Dao Changsheng, yet he remained unharmed, as immovable as Mount Tai, steadfast and unyielding. Damn it! Seeing that Dao Changsheng suffered no harm, the old monk in golden robes looked extremely grim, not expecting Dao Changsheng to be so formidable, that the Buddhist soundwave attack would not inflict any damage. Buddha is with me, 10,000 Buddha's palm. In the next moment, the old monk's expression hardened as he roared, and the thousands of grey-robed monks immediately narrowed their eyes, then shouted in unison, 10,000 Buddha's palm. Kill! The multitude of Buddhist followers also roared in unison, suddenly extending their palms. Instantly, a golden stream of energy surged from everyone's palms, quickly converging, ultimately forming a gigantic golden hand above Dao Changsheng's head, one that seemed poised to cover the entire sky. This was an enormous golden hand, filled with an aura of majesty and sanctity, accompanied by a rumbling thunderous sound, as if it were a hand emerging from chaos, pushing through the 9 heavens. Boom! This great hand crushed everything as it slowly descended, targeting Dao Changsheng below. Scatter! Seeing the descending hand, Dao Changsheng looked up and said calmly, Bang! With Dao Changsheng's words, something shocking happened to everyone in the Buddhist sect. The golden Buddha hand they had gathered with all their might suddenly dispersed at the sound of Dao Changsheng's single word. Waves of desperate air currents surged down from the golden Buddha hand, which vanished in the blink of an eye, replaced by a sky full of golden air currents. This is impossible! Seeing the golden Buddha hand disappear, the golden-robed monk exclaimed in terror, how could the 10,000 Buddha palm possibly vanish? This is absolutely impossible, impossible. Is this the legendary power of words manifesting the law? So terrifying, a single word has resolved the grand formation of the 10,000 Buddhas. This kind of power can only be achieved by the legendary heavenly Tao, right? This young man must be an ancient being who has lived for over 10,000 years. 10,000 years? Even 100,000 years wouldn't allow one to achieve such a manifestation of words. As Dao Changsheng shattered the grand formation of the 10,000 Buddhas with a single word, extinguishing the 10,000 Buddha palm formed by the gathering of thousands, everyone watching from afar was stunned. This was simply too terrifying. How could anyone reach such a level? Just by saying a single word, he broke the Buddhist sect's mountain-protecting formation, and this was without even making a move. If he were to act, wouldn't that be defying the heavens? The golden air currents that had transformed surged down like a torrential flood, forcefully pressing down on the monks below. Crack, crack, crack. The golden-robed monk looked up at the endless golden air currents shooting down from the sky, his face paling to the extreme, lips trembling, body shaking. He felt that under the pressure of this power, he had no strength to resist at all. He was utterly insignificant, so small that he felt like an ant. Boring. Seeing the reactions of the monks, Dao Changsheng shook his head slightly. This was simply lacking in challenge. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As Dao Changsheng shook his head, red threads appeared on the bodies of these monks, and suddenly blood gushed forth like a fountain, spraying out in streams. Oh my god, how terrifying. Killing god, absolutely a killing god. This is the first time I've seen so many corpses. At this moment, everyone in the distance looked at the unharmed Dao Changsheng with faces full of terror. Many experts were lying on the ground, continuously vomiting, their faces ashen. At this time, not far away, the two elders of Xianming were already scared silly, watching Dao Changsheng approach without hesitation, their faces filled with horror, no longer the arrogance they had at the beginning. Puff, puff. My god, luckily we didn't provoke this killing god. Not far away, Zhen Shang, Huang Buping, and Gongsun Tongshan from the Gongsun family, as well as Dongfang Junxian from the Dongfang family, looked at Dao Changshan, who appeared calm, their faces incredibly pale. They never expected Dao Changsheng to be terrifying to such an extent. So restless so early in the morning. In the courtyard, Dao Changsheng shook his head slightly and then said calmly, "Let's go, we need to head north. After that, we can leave this Nirvana mountain." Saying this, he stepped northward, and Shi Niyo and Su Manya immediately followed, as did Ji Hongjia. At this moment, they finally understood Dao Changsheng's power. Especially Ji Hongjia, although a storm was raging in his heart, his face remained incredibly calm. He had been following Dao Changsheng for so long that these events had become routine. A few minutes later, Dao Changsheng's figure completely disappeared from everyone's sight, and a group of black-clad individuals appeared, each holding various tools to begin cleaning up the entire battlefield. Only with the passage of time would it slowly fade away. At least, for now, it couldn't be washed away. This earth-shattering event must be reported to the immortal sect. When darkness stirs, it is the moment for you to spread your wings and soar through the 9 heavens. To the north of Nirvana Mountain, in front of a massive unnamed mountain, Dao Changsheng whispered to the mountain while touching its surface. As he spoke, a drop of pitch-black blood appeared from his brow and instantly merged into the mountain. This drop of blood was the gift left to Dao Changsheng by Su Gongdong, the blood of a phoenix. Now, this drop of phoenix blood was infused into the mountain by Dao Changsheng. Buzz. As Dao Changsheng infused the phoenix blood into the mountain, a humming sound resonated, and suddenly, a burst of red light erupted from the entire mountain, leaving Ji Hongjia and the others stunned. Finally, the mountain ceased to emit red light, and Dao Changsheng withdrew his hand, saying calmly, "Let's go back to the imperial capital first. I need to track down the whereabouts of the remaining divine and demonic flowers." Yes. Upon hearing Dao Changsheng's words, Ji Hongjia immediately nodded and respectfully led the way for Dao Changsheng, boarding a private plane to leave. As Dao Changsheng departed from Nirvana Mountain, the higher-ups of Nirvana Mountain became restless and immediately issued the highest-level directive, inviting the heads of major families and sects to come. Overseas, amidst a sea shrouded in white mist, a colossal mountain stood tall. The mountain was filled with the sounds of birds and the fragrance of flowers, with lush greenery, and flocks of birds flying by, including cranes that were astonishingly 7 to 8 meters tall. Wuzishan, a legendary celestial mountain floating on the sea, belonged to a truly colossal power in the Eastern Kingdom, with few other sects rivaling it, even more intimidating than the Immortal Sect. Moreover, the history of the Immortal Sect was unmatched by other sects. Even the renowned Dragon City in the imperial capital was founded by a high-ranking member of the Immortal Sect, illustrating just how powerful the Immortal Sect was. At this moment, within an ancient and fragrant palace, a large, rustic round table was surrounded by a dozen elderly men dressed in white robes, exuding an air of immortality, all sitting solemnly at the table. On the table, a massive white projection was playing, showing the scene from Nirvana Mountain where Dao Changsheng crushed Ouyang Xiaoyu, forcing the entire Zen heart sect to kneel and bow, while a pet mouse devoured a person, slaughtering those from the Buddhist sect, all of it looping continuously. Gentlemen, is there anything you wish to say? The elder at the head of the table spoke lightly, saying, how many years has it been since we gathered like this? It's too bizarre, words manifest into reality. Even I can't do such a thing. This is not a mere boy, he is definitely an old fellow who has taken over a new body. After the elder at the head spoke, 3 other elders expressed their astonishment one after another, while the others who remained silent still bore expressions of shock. What was being shown in the projection truly astonished them. Even if any one of them could achieve it, they could never do so effortlessly. I seem to have seen this boy before, suddenly, one elder remarked, recognizing Dao Changsheng's face and pondering aloud. What? Old Four, you've seen him? When did you see him? Where did you see him? As soon as the elder's words fell, the other elders began to speak up, each expressing their surprise, for they knew that Old Four usually resided on this mountain, so it was strange that he had seen him. I remember now. Suddenly, the elder known as Old Four looked shocked, raising his head in astonishment. More than 100 years ago, I met this person with that old fellow from the Shen Yuan family, Yuxing. This is the legendary existence. The legendary existence. Is it the one who transcends the river of time? Isn't that legend just a legend? Upon hearing Old Four's words, the other elders were immediately shocked, their faces filled with horror. They knew a little about that legendary existence and had always thought it was a fabrication of the world, but they never expected it to be real. Should we pay a visit to this senior? No need. If this senior wants to see us, they will naturally come to meet us. Let's leave it at that. Instruct the people below to pay a visit to this senior. Then let's do that, and not disturb this senior for now. At that moment, a series of respectful orders were issued from the Celestial sect, and the high-ranking members of the Dragon City auction house immediately mobilized their resources to start investigating the recent whereabouts of Dao Changsheng. Ultimately, the location was pinpointed to a branch family in the imperial capital, and they promptly sent someone to visit Dao Changsheng at the branch family. Meanwhile, in the grand courtyard of the imperial capital, Dao Changsheng sat cross-legged, and the divine demon fusion flower that had previously entered his brow surprisingly floated out, quietly hovering above his head. Wow! In the next second, a flicker of black and white light appeared, followed by a projection that emerged, depicting a scene of icy mountains and snow, with icebergs, icy springs, and even a few black and white penguins. Isn't this the polar region? Seeing the plump penguins, Su Manya exclaimed. With polar bears, polar penguins, and having seen a rough map of the polar regions, she immediately recognized the real place on the map. That's right, another divine demon fusion flower is here. Hearing Su Manya's words, Dao Changsheng nodded slightly. A flash of light occurred, and the divine demon fusion flower disappeared, along with the projection, restoring everything to calm. Let's go, we are heading to the polar region, Dao Changsheng said as he stood up, his tone indifferent. Above the South China Sea, a private jet carried Dao Changsheng, Su Manya, and Qin Yao soaring through the boundless sky. Through the airplane window, the two women fully enjoyed the magnificent view of the vast mountains and rivers. The vast ocean was boundless. Sometimes it was calm and sunny, with blue seas and skies, and seagulls flying. Other times, it was overcast with thick fog, turbulent waves, and thunder and lightning. Endless changes unfolded on the ocean, and countless secrets lay hidden in the unfathomable depths of the sea. Even with humanity's scientific advancements, when the ocean raged, there was still a deep sense of fear and helplessness. The ocean had always been a mystery, a riddle that humanity had longed to unravel but could never quite solve, a domain that humanity had sought to conquer but had never managed to do so. Looking out at the sea from the window, Dao Changsheng's thoughts drifted far away. Once upon a time, the guardians of the sea were still around, but now, perhaps everything had changed. Those old friends were surely silent in the depths of the sea, tens of thousands of meters below. After flying over 3,000 kilometers, the plane finally spotted a thin white line ahead, which was the southernmost point of the Earth, the polar continent. Upon seeing that white line, Su Manya was so excited that she almost jumped up. After all, it was the polar region. She had a dream of traveling to various places. Since becoming Dao Changsheng's maid, her experiences had broadened, but she still longed to see the polar continent on Earth. The polar continent was the last landmass reached by humanity, also known as the seventh continent, located at the southernmost point of the Earth, with almost all its land within the polar circle, surrounded by the Pacific, Indian, and Atlantic Oceans. It is the continent with the highest geographical latitude in the world and also the one that spans the most longitudes, covering an area of about 14 million square kilometers. accounting for approximately 94% of the world's total land area, ranking 5th among the 7 continents in terms of area. The polar continent consists of the land surrounding the poles, continental shelf ice, and islands, with the land area being about 10 million square kilometers, the continental shelf ice area being 82 million square kilometers, and the island area being 760,000 square kilometers. 98% of the polar continent is covered in ice and snow year-round. The ice cap covers an area of about 2 million square kilometers, with an average thickness of 2,000 to 2,500 meters and a maximum thickness of 4,800 meters. Its freshwater reserves account for about 90% of the world's total freshwater, making up about 2% of the world's total water volume. The cold wind howled, the white snow lay thick, and icebergs stood tall. This is a world of ice and snow, a realm of winter. Upon entering the polar continent, the first sight is blinding white. Apart from white, almost no other colors can be seen here, and at this moment, you have completely entered the kingdom of ice and snow. So cold! Before even stepping onto the polar continent, Su Manya on the plane couldn't help but shiver. Even though she had become a cultivator, she still felt the chill. If you circulate the cultivation energy within you, you won't feel cold. Seeing Su Manya's reaction, Dao Changsheng smiled faintly and said, "We're still on the edge of the polar continent, and the temperature has already dropped to minus 50 or 60 degrees. If we go deeper into the polar region, the temperature will be even lower. You need to prepare well." Hearing Dao Changsheng's words, Su Manya immediately began to circulate the cultivation energy in her body. Soon, a wave of warmth spread throughout her, and she now truly experienced the power of a cultivator. Previously, she thought that only those who reached a formidable realm could fly, move mountains, and fill seas, possessing such incredible abilities. But even at the very beginning of her cultivation journey, she could already be immune to ordinary physical harm. If it were an ordinary mortal, not to mention wearing a coat, even if they donned a thick cotton jacket, in the icy world of the polar continent, they would likely turn into an ice sculpture in no time. Upon entering the polar continent, apart from the silver-white glaciers, no other colors could be seen. If it weren't for Dao Changsheng's familiarity with the route, she would definitely have gotten lost if she had come alone. The polar continent is vast, with an ice cap area of nearly 2 million square kilometers, and what Su Manya and the others saw was just a tiny corner of the iceberg. The mysterious polar continent is the only unpolluted land on Earth, and it is unknown how many years it has been since humans last set foot here. Even after such a long time, the ancient mines remain untouched. The icebergs are indeed a well-preserved place, Dao Changsheng said with a faint smile as he looked at the vast expanse of the polar region wrapped in cold winds. He naturally knew that there were still some old fellows sleeping in this polar land, and this time, he definitely intended to visit one or two of them. The deeper they went, the more splendid and bizarre the glacial scenery became in the eyes of Chiniyo and Su Manya, with countless forms and shapes. Towering icebergs, rare and magnificent ice tower forests, ice walls, ice pits, ice mushrooms, horn peaks, and razor ridges, glacial landscapes that one could never see in everyday life appeared before them, as if they had entered a crystal world, causing Su Manya to exclaim in delight from time to time. "Wow, it's a penguin, so cute!" After crossing a not-so-tall iceberg, Chiniyo, who had been looking around, suddenly jumped up like a little girl, pointing excitedly at a spot not far ahead. Although she was indeed a powerful cultivator, everything on Earth was fresh and curious to her, and upon seeing such a cute creature as a penguin, she couldn't help but express her excitement. "As long as you like it," Dao Changsheng said with a faint smile upon seeing Chiniyo's delighted expression. In the direction Dao Changsheng pointed, there was a massive glacier, flanked by towering icebergs. Next to the glacier, at least 1,000 penguins were frolicking and playing, likely part of a large family. This was a group of emperor penguins, also known as king penguins, the largest individuals in the existing penguin family, generally standing over 90 centimeters tall, with a maximum height of 120 centimeters and weighing up to 500 kilograms. The emperor penguins were dressed in a striking black and white tuxedo, with orange-red beaks and a patch of orange-yellow feathers under their necks that gradually faded downwards, the deepest color at the back of their ears, their entire bodies harmoniously colored. In the polar glaciers, groups of emperor penguins could be seen gathering together, lively and orderly. The golden sun illuminated the magnificent palace of deep blue, and countless emperor penguins seemed like subjects of a mysterious kingdom, each dressed in a black tailcoat and silver-white trousers, with a gold-red bow tie around their necks, full of spirit and composed, exuding a gentlemanly demeanor. Emperor penguins have a relatively long lifespan, generally not less than 20 to 30 years. Although each female penguin can only lay one egg each year, their large numbers and long lifespans mean that a penguin colony can have hundreds to thousands, or even tens of thousands of individuals. As for the sudden appearance of Dao Changsheng, Chiniyo, and Su Manya, these three uninvited guests, the group of penguins seemed to show no signs of fear. Instead, they tilted their little heads curiously, observing the two. Some of the larger ones waddled over, but stopped a few meters away from Dao Changsheng, Qini Yao, and Su Manya, as if maintaining a slight vigilance until they understood what these three unfamiliar beings were. In fact, it was not surprising that the emperor penguins were so bold. In the polar glaciers, the only natural enemy that could threaten their lives was the seals beneath the water, and there had never been any threat from above the ice-covered rocks. Therefore, seeing the suddenly appeared beings, this group of emperor penguins felt no panic at all, for they had always been the rulers of this place. "Little ones, come over and play with your sister." Seeing the plump, adorable emperor penguins just a few meters away, Qini Yao appeared exceptionally happy, bending down with a bright smile to greet the nearby penguins. However, the penguins did not understand what Qini Yao was saying and continued to stand there, tilting their little heads to observe her, seemingly pondering what she intended to do. "Just get some fish," Dao Changsheng said with a faint smile upon seeing the penguins that dared not approach. "Okay," Qini Yao nodded upon hearing Dao Changsheng's words. With a flick of her delicate hand, there was a sudden bang, and a large crack opened up beneath the ice, from which several sea fish leaped out and landed in Qini Yao's hands. With the sea fish in hand, Qini Yao gently walked towards the group of emperor penguins. This species of animal is generally quite friendly. As long as you do not actively attack them, they will not harbor hostility towards you. Given a little more time, Qini Yao could definitely become friends with them, but having some bait would significantly shorten that time. Sure enough, thanks to the sea fish, Qini Yao was soon playing with the nearby emperor penguins, with several of them rubbing their plump bodies against her and extending their flippers to shake hands with her. Clearly, those little fish had a considerable effect. Watching Qini Yao having fun, Su Manya felt a bit envious and immediately walked towards the group of emperor penguins. With Qini Yao's example, Su Manya quickly joined in the playful antics with the penguins. Hoo hoo hoo. Just as Qini Yao and Su Manya were feeding the emperor penguins the small fish, a gentle breeze swept by. Dao Changsheng raised an eyebrow, a faint smile appearing on his face. Qini Yao also sensed it and looked up, carefully sniffing the air. In that breeze, she caught a whiff of a strange, delicate fragrance, one that was definitely different from ordinary flowers and plants. What made Qini Yao look up was that in the icy world of the polar continent, where everything was covered in ice and snow, not even a blade of wild grass could be seen, yet there was a floral scent. The fragrance she had just detected was something she was very familiar with. It was undoubtedly the peculiar aroma emitted by spiritual herbs and medicines just before they ripened. After surveying her surroundings, Qini Yao's gaze fell upon the two towering icebergs ahead, reaching up to the clouds. "I need to step away for a bit. You all can play with these little ones here. With Yi Yao around, there won't be any problems. I'll be back soon." In the next moment, Dao Changsheng spoke lightly. Hearing his words, Qini Yao nodded and said, "All right, young master, be careful. I will protect Manga." Upon hearing Qini Yao's words, Dao Changsheng nodded and then walked towards the two distant ice mountains. The ice mountains were towering, their height certainly no less than several thousand meters. As one ascended, the temperature dropped even further. By the time he reached halfway up, countless bizarrely shaped giant ice pillars could already be seen cascading down the mountain walls, crystal clear. Breathing out gently, a white mist immediately filled the air before him. The temperature here was at least minus 70 or 80 degrees, and that was only halfway up. Who knew how low it would drop at the summit? In such terrifying temperatures, even other cultivators would struggle to endure for long, yet Dao Changsheng strolled leisurely, step by step, quickly reaching the mountain top. The summit was not large, at most 100 meters in diameter, but the entire ground was made up of transparent ice blocks, with not a trace of rock or soil visible. The fierce cold wind howled past, cutting like a knife. Standing at the peak and looking down, one could only see a misty white fog surrounding them. Strangely, despite the howling winds at the summit, the white mist never dispersed. This extreme cold region was entirely a forbidden zone. Even cultivators at the Miaoyun realm would undoubtedly perish in such temperatures. One of the places of the holy war, Dao Changsheng sighed softly as he looked at the surroundings. In this world, apart from him, no one else knew the origins of this ice mountain. After walking forward for several dozen meters, a small depression appeared before Dao Changsheng, from which a strange, alluring fragrance wafted out. In that depression, white mist swirled, resembling some kind of liquid rolling about, yet nothing could be seen clearly within the mist. It turned out that the white mist surrounding the summit, which the fierce wind could not disturb, was actually formed by the swirling white gas. The closer he got to the churning white gas, the heavier the cold air became. This also indicated that the misty cold air at the summit was indeed emitted by this swirling white gas. After waiting for over 1,000 years, it actually blooms in this lifetime. What is it declaring? Dao Changsheng murmured as he gazed at the swirling white gas. Then, under Dao Changxing's calm and indifferent gaze, a pure white flower materialized. It was a white flower, incredibly beautiful and noble, crystal clear, like a perfect work of art in this world. Phantom Ice Lotus. Seeing this flower, Dao Changxing slightly shook his head, his expression dimming. Once upon a time, how much blood from powerful beings had stained this place for the sake of this phantom ice lotus, granting it the qualification to bloom. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At this moment, the phantom ice lotus before Dao Changxing was on the verge of fully blooming, terrifying laws of cold ice continuously coursing over the flower. A breath that could freeze even Miaoyun realm experts was constantly emanating. Following that, the ice crystal petals began to open, 9 petals shimmering with a crystalline glow. Although there was no sunlight here, they still shone brilliantly. Dao Changxing observed every detail of the ice lotus like an artist. The ice lotus before him had become a perfect work of art. When an object embodies qualities such as cold pride, beauty, and unyielding strength, the shock it brings is truly beyond words to describe. Dao Changxing knew that if it were anyone else here instead of him, they would undoubtedly be entranced by this ice lotus. Subsequently, they would surely become a statue in this place, never to awaken again. However, Dao Changxing's heart of the Dao was the only one in existence, and no one had a will stronger than his. At this moment, the phantom ice lotus had not yet fully bloomed, clearly indicating that it was not the time to harvest it, so Dao Changxing could only continue to wait. Before long, the phantom ice lotus before Dao Changxing underwent another change. When he first saw the phantom ice lotus, it had only 9 petals, but now it had added 3 more. These were the 3 petals wrapped around the flower's core, initially tightly clinging together, but then they finally began to unfurl. First, 3 tiny cracks appeared in the center, and then they slowly stretched out. At this moment, the 3 petals had almost completely opened, revealing the lotus core they had previously enveloped. When the lotus core emerged, 3 crystal-clear lotus seeds were revealed. Dao Changxing knew that these 3 lotus seeds contained the essence of the phantom ice lotus, the precious part of the entire plant, and the vast energy contained within them was far greater than the combined energy of the 12 petals. Just right to tempt that old fellow, Dao Changxing said with a faint smile as he looked at the phantom ice lotus. He was preparing to visit an old man, and with this phantom ice lotus, he could make that old man bleed profusely. Dao Changxing was very patient. He knew that the ice lotus had not yet fully bloomed, which meant it was still not the time to harvest it. The ice lotus bloomed very slowly, and judging by the situation, it seemed that it would not fully open anytime soon. Thus, Dao Changxing continued to wait slowly. Unknowingly, 3 days had passed, yet the last 3 petals still had not fully opened. However, Dao Changxing knew that it shouldn't be long before the ice lotus completely bloomed. So, Dao Changxing remained motionless, his gaze fixed tightly on the 3 petals that were unfolding behind the phantom ice lotus. Another day passed, and the 3 petals that had opened up finally bloomed completely. Ayo ayo ayo. At the moment the phantom ice lotus fully bloomed, several high-pitched cries suddenly rang out. Rumble immediately after, the entire mountain beneath Dao Changxing began to shake, producing a series of rumbling sounds. Bang! Following that, a deafening explosion occurred, and a section of the ice surface behind Dao Changxing suddenly arched up and exploded. Then, a pure white creature slowly appeared before Dao Changxing. The white monster gradually revealed its entire body to Dao Changxing. It turned out to be a giant serpent, about the thickness of a wash basin and over 10 feet long, covered in white scales. However, this serpent had 2 large bulges on its head, and its 2 copper bell-sized eyes glowed red, like 2 red lanterns. Its body was arched, gathering strength, and its target was clearly Dao Changxing. It turns out to be a serpent with the bloodline of ice, about to transform into a dragon. Dao Changxing's eyes brightened as he looked at the ice-colored serpent before him. A serpent transforming into a dragon was rare in this era. A dragon-transformed serpent could rival cultivators above the celestial rank. Human, quickly leave this place, this is my territory. The ice serpent spoke human words, its enormous eyes fixed on Dao Changxing. Although it realized that Dao Changxing was just an ordinary person without any cultivation, the fact that he could remain unharmed in this cave was certainly not simple. Moreover, it sensed a faint aura of dominance emanating from Dao Changxing, as if it were innate. Are you sure this is your territory? Hearing the words of the dragon, Dao Changxing slowly replied, this iceberg was clearly forged by several ancient old fellows working together, and those old fellows are still sleeping below. Are you sure this is your territory? What? Upon hearing Dao Changxing's words, the dragon was instantly taken aback, for the legends it had heard were true, not false at all. It had no doubt about what Dao Changxing said, as it had indeed heard the phrase, actually, we can sit down and chat. Looking at the silly and cute dragon, Dao Changxing smiled faintly, casually sitting on the ground as he spoke. Hearing Dao Changxing's words and seeing his nonchalant demeanor, the dragon inexplicably nodded, its body bursting forth with a beam of light. then transforming into a 3-meter-long form, quietly sitting opposite Dao Changsheng. Thus, Dao Changsheng began to tell the dragon about the origins of this iceberg and past events, as this dragon truly inspired his affection for talent. In this era, which could be considered the end of the Dharma, a dragon that had lived for thousands of years reaching this point was no small feat. Just as Dao Changsheng was engaging in high-minded discussions with the dragon, a massive airplane flew across the polar sky. As the plane descended over the polar region, dozens of figures jumped directly from it, and then the plane flew far into the sky, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The more than 10 figures fell from an altitude of 10,000 meters without any parachutes, plummeting to the ground like shooting stars. Boom! 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 The figures quickly landed on the edge of the polar region, causing the ground to tremble, ice and snow splattering everywhere, with water columns bursting forth from the broken ice. Rest for 1 minute, then set off immediately. Among the figures, a tall woman was at the forefront. She glanced coldly at everyone and said icily, "Yes, ma'am." Everyone immediately responded respectfully in unison. A minute passed quickly. Everyone stood up straight, looking solemnly at the tall woman. I don't need to say much about this operation. Everyone is well aware of the rules of the Eastern family. Let's go. As the tall woman spoke, she lifted her foot and walked into the distance, and the others hurriedly followed. Splash! Just as these people had not taken a few steps, 3 large airplanes flew in from the distant sky. From these 3 planes, dozens of figures jumped down from 10,000 meters high, again without any parachutes, ultimately crashing onto the polar ice surface. People from the European Union. Seeing the newcomers, the leading woman of the Eastern family immediately turned cold, muttering to herself, "Damn it, how did they come? Do they know too?" Someone behind the tall woman frowned and spoke softly. "This news has been well hidden by our Eastern family, even the divine sect and the pantheon are unaware. How could the European Union's forces know this?" Someone said solemnly. "Someone must have leaked the information. Damn! If we fail this mission and find out who informed the European Union, I will definitely not let them go." Others began to murmur. "Enough, silence." The tall woman impatiently interrupted everyone, then coldly said, "The European Union's forces should not be underestimated. Their strength is definitely not weaker than the Divine Sect or the Aurora Bureau. Since they know now, there's nothing we can do. We will act according to the situation." "Yes, ma'am." Hearing the woman's words, the more than 10 people immediately stopped their low murmurs, their expressions turning serious as they spoke in unison. "Let's go, we should meet them first," the tall woman said coldly, and after finishing, she stepped towards another group of people. The others hurriedly followed. "Oh, aren't those the people from the Dongfang family? Why is it still Miss Dongfang Hong leading the team this time?" When Dongfang Hong arrived with the members of the Dongfang family, someone immediately laughed mockingly. This person was Austin, one of the 6 noble families of the European Union, of the S family. The Dongfang family is not to be trifled with. They are the first family in the Eastern Kingdom's Shenyuan family, another person said, his eyes flashing with a hint of seriousness upon seeing Dongfang Hong. He was Daimler, also one of the 6 noble families of the European Union, the Dom family. "Hee, we don't need to clash with the Dongfang family, because we've been instructed from above that if we really encounter the Dongfang family, we should join forces with them." Another noble, Dulek, spoke up. This time, only these 3 noble families from the European Union came, each bringing 4 top experts, all to hunt down a dragon in the polar ice mountain. Austin, Dulek, Daimler, Dongfang Hong said coldly as she looked at the 3 groups of European Union nobles before her, "This is our Eastern Kingdom's territory. Do you European 6 noble families dare to invade our Eastern Kingdom without fearing retaliation from our cultivation world? Hee, Miss Dongfang, can your Dongfang family represent the entire Eastern Kingdom's cultivation world?" Austin sneered at Dongfang Hong's words. "Don't forget, the other 3 noble families of our European Union haven't come, and the representatives from the desolate desert haven't come either. If your Dongfang family dares to act against us, it will be a declaration of war. Don't blame us when the 2 countries go to war. The cost will be something you cannot bear. Moreover, this polar glacier does not belong to your Eastern Kingdom. Besides, are you sure you can keep us here? Damn!" Hearing Austin's words, Dongfang Hong gritted her teeth, looking as if she wanted to strike but dared not. Austin was right. The people from the European Union were not comparable to ordinary foreign cultivators, especially with the representatives of the 3 noble families present. If they were to completely keep these 3 noble representatives here, it would definitely provoke a war between the 2 countries, and the ensuing battle would be brutal. The Dongfang family could not afford that responsibility or cost. Moreover, if the Dongfang family truly clashed with the 3 noble families of the European Union, they really did not know if they could win. "Alright, esteemed Miss Dongfang Hong, since we have met, let's get straight to the point. Austin stepped forward, staring intently into Dongfang Han's beautiful eyes, then chuckled. We already know about that dragon, so the purpose of our European Union sending the three of us here is simple. If we encounter members of the Dongfang family here, we will join forces to slay that dragon, and the benefits obtained will be split 50-50. How about that? Impossible. Hearing Austin's words, Dongfang Han coldly refused, saying, First, I have not received any instructions from the higher-ups. Second, the dragon in this polar glacier, I dare say, was discovered by our Dongfang family first, although I don't know where you got your information. Third, our Dongfang family could never cooperate with you people from the EU. Upon hearing Dongfang Han's words, Dulik smiled slightly and said, The benefits of the dragon are destined to be shared with us from the EU, just more or less. Moreover, besides our EU and your Dongfang family, no other forces know about this. If the Pantheon and the Divine Cult find out, the consequences might be something Miss Dongfang cannot bear. If you are sure about your refusal, fine, we can turn around and leave right now, but Miss Dongfang should think carefully about the consequences. Austin said with a smile, a hint of coldness flickering in his eyes. Heh, we have nothing to discuss. Hearing Austin's words, Dongfang Hong sneered. To let our Dongfang family join forces with your EU is something you shouldn't even think about. As for leaking information, if you have the ability, go ahead and leak it. Let's see if you dare. Boom! As soon as Dongfang Hong finished speaking, Austin, Dulik, and Daimler simultaneously attacked, pouncing fiercely towards Dongfang Hong. The other members of the EU charged towards the dozen or so figures under Dongfang Hong. It was a surprise attack. I knew all along that you bastards from the EU had ill intentions, Dongfang Hong said coldly upon seeing Austin and the others suddenly pounce. I was already on guard against you. Boom! Whoosh! After saying that, a sound of breaking air was heard, and a fiery red whip appeared in Dongfang Hong's hand, with blazing flames swirling around it. Bang! This strike happened in the blink of an eye. Even Daimler, who was sneaking up, didn't react in time. By the time he did, a fiery red shadow had already struck his face. Smack! A crisp sound echoed as Dongfang Hong's flaming whip directly hit Daimler's face, leaving a clear whip mark on his cheek. At the same time, the fiery whip bent and extended infinitely, striking Austin and Dulik, forcing them to retreat repeatedly. The combined attack of the three was unexpectedly broken by Dongfang Hong's single whip. Smack! The residual force of Dongfang Hong's whip had not yet dissipated. Even after driving back the three, the whip continued at meteoric speed, striking Dulik's chest hard, tearing his shirt apart and leaving a shocking red mark on his chest. Damn woman, I will kill you. At this moment, Daimler, seeing the horrifying red whip scar on his face through the ice, was instantly filled with rage, his anger soaring. It should be known that in the EU, all nobles pay special attention to their image, and now being so humiliated by Dongfang Hong's whip, how could he not be furious? Kill, radiant judgment. With an angry roar, a dazzling golden light appeared in Daimler's hand, radiating intense heat, resembling a small sun, filled with a terrifying aura. I'm not afraid of you, fire dragon dance. Seeing Daimler launch an attack, Dongfang Hong showed no fear at all. With a delicate shout, the flaming whip in her hand instantly transformed into a red fire dragon, opening its massive mouth, fiercely biting towards Daimler, as if to swallow him whole. Shadow divine light. Holy sword judgment. Austin and Duke Dulik both let out a loud roar, and a black light surged from Austin's body. Immediately, a beam of black light burst forth, striking fiercely at Dongfang Hong. Meanwhile, Dulik was enveloped in golden light, with golden energy swirling in his hands, forming a massive golden sword that was about to pierce through the air, directly attacking Dongfang Hong. Who are you? How dare you fight here? Can't you battle somewhere else? At that moment, a voice like a celestial bell suddenly rang out, clear and resonant in everyone's ears. Who is it? Hearing this sudden voice, Dongfang Hong was taken aback, immediately abandoning her attack, her figure flashing as she turned to look in the direction of the sound. Who? Daimler, Austin, and Duke Dulik were equally startled, also abandoning their attacks and retreating, just like Dongfang Hong, to gaze towards the source of the voice. Not far away, on the ice, stood an extraordinarily beautiful woman. Her grace was unparalleled as she looked at Daimler and the others, coldly saying, "My young master has business here. If you want to fight, do it further away and do not disturb my young master." Who are you? Hearing the woman's words, Dongfang Hong spoke with a serious expression. She sensed from the woman's words that someone had arrived at the polar glacier before them, seemingly engaged in something important. Outside, there was an extraordinarily beautiful woman guarding the place, and from her, Dongfang Hong felt a tremendous threat. This kind of threat was something she had only felt from her own ancestor, yet now it appeared in a woman who was not much different from herself. If a maid was this formidable, how powerful could the young master she spoke of be? Daimler, Austin, and Duke Duluk also looked up at Chiniyao, their faces filled with confusion and shock. They were puzzled as to why an extraordinarily beautiful woman would be standing on a sheet of ice, and she clearly did not seem to be a simple character. Moreover, this fairy-like woman was actually a maid to a young master, and they had never heard of such news. After all, they were from the European Union, yet there were cultivators' details they were unaware of. You don't need to know who I am. Seeing the puzzled gazes directed at her, Chiniyao spoke indifferently. In any case, you should leave here as soon as possible. If you disturb my young master, don't blame me for being rude. Miss, your words are rather overbearing. Dongfang Hong coldly laughed at Chiniyao's words. This is the polar glacier. No one controls this territory. Why should we leave just because you say so? That's right, Chiniyao replied lightly, but my young master and I are here now, so this is temporarily our territory. Once my young master finishes his business, we will naturally leave. Until then, you must leave this place and not disturb my young master. And who is your young master? Hearing Chiniyao's words, Dongfang Hong frowned. I am from the Dongfang family of the Eastern Cultivation World. I see you are also from our Eastern Cultivation World. You must have heard of the Dongfang family name. Perhaps your young master knows our Dongfang family? The Dongfang family? I've never heard of it. Chiniyao shook her head and said, no matter who you are, in any case, my young master is here, and you cannot fight here, nor can you step into the polar glacier. Let us leave? What qualifications do you have to say we can leave just like that? Hearing Chiniyao's domineering words, Dongfang Hong's eyes flashed with a chilling murderous intent as she coldly replied, Miss, although I don't know who your young master is, I warn you here, it's best not to oppose the Dongfang family. Otherwise, you'll bear the consequences. You alone cannot stand against so many of us. Qualifications? Upon hearing Dongfang Hong's words, Chiniyao looked at her indifferently and coldly said, Here, I am the qualification. If you dare to make a move, don't blame me for being rude. Rude? What are you to speak to the Dongfang family like that? Dongfang Hong sneered, if you have the ability, call your young master out and see if he recognizes the Dongfang family. Perhaps he is hiding because he heard we were coming, too cowardly to show himself. Bang! Just as Dongfang Hong finished speaking, a figure suddenly appeared in front of her, and then Dongfang Hong was sent flying, crashing onto the distant ice layer with a loud slap echoing in the air. Seeing Dongfang Hong's predicament, Austin, Daimler, and Duluk beside her all instinctively shrank their pupils and took a step back. This woman was incredibly powerful, able to send Dongfang Hong of the Dongfang family flying in an instant. The strength was somewhat terrifying. To dare disrespect my young master is truly seeking death. After sending Dongfang Hong flying, Chiniyao stood on the ice layer and coldly stated, Milady. The people Dongfang Hong brought finally reacted and hurriedly rushed towards her, wanting to help her up. No need, I can do it myself. Dongfang Hong refused their assistance, her words filled with boundless anger, a clear red handprint visible on her fair face. Damn woman, you forced my hand. Rising up, Dongfang Hong was furious and immediately swung the fiery whip in her hand fiercely at Chiniyao. Seeking death. Seeing the fiery whip slicing through the air, Chiniyao's gaze turned cold, and with a wave of her hand, a burst of silver light erupted, instantly enveloping Dongfang Hong. In the blink of an eye, the silver light vanished, and Dongfang Hong's figure disappeared as if she had never existed. Damn it, where did you take our lady? Seeing Dongfang Hong suddenly vanish, the others immediately shouted in anger, drawing their weapons and charging at Chiniyao. A bunch of ants. Observing the charging figures, Chiniyao looked up, and with another burst of silver light, those rushing at her didn't even have time to scream before they turned to dust, scattered by the wind. And you? After effortlessly eliminating those people, Chiniyao turned her gaze to Austin and the others, instantly scaring them into shaking their heads and retreating, turning to leave and disappearing in the blink of an eye. I wonder when the young master will come out, Chiniyao mused as she looked towards the two ice mountains in the distance. How is it? Now you know your mission, right? Do you really think becoming a flood dragon is your own achievement? On the ice mountain, within a cave, Dao Changsheng smiled as he stood up. Beside him, the ice dragon nodded as if it understood, and after a moment of contemplation, it suddenly burrowed underground, vanishing from sight. The eternal layout, just to wait for the arrival of darkness, is it worth it or not? As the ice dragon left, Dao Changsheng's sigh echoed in the cave. Jun Yang, welcome everyone. Old man, how have you been lately? On the second iceberg, Dao Changsheng stood with his hands behind his back, smiling as he looked at an ice cave in front of him. It was a hole only about 20 to 30 centimeters wide, far too small for a person to enter. I didn't expect you, old thing, to wake up at this time. Could it really be fate? As soon as Dao Changsheng finished speaking, a weathered voice echoed, and then a chicken walked out of the ice cave. This was a chicken entirely covered in ice blue feathers, and surprisingly, it had a long white beard near its beak, making its whole body resemble an exquisite ice sculpture. If the others saw this, they would surely be astonished. It was truly a miracle. "I've come to make a deal with you," Dao Changsheng said with a faint smile, looking at the ice chicken. "You should know my rules," the ice chicken replied in human speech, mysterious blue mist emanating from its body. "It's very simple," Dao Changsheng said with a faint smile upon hearing the ice chicken's words, "that is, in the future, you must come out in your true form to help me." "Impossible." The ice chicken immediately rejected Dao Changsheng's words with a firm tone. "You should know my conditions," it continued calmly, "you can't provide what I need, and even if you could, I wouldn't do it." "Is that so?" Dao Changsheng smiled lightly and said, "Are you sure I can't provide what you need? How about we make a bet?" "Impossible," the ice chicken shook its head, stepping back several paces, looking at Dao Changsheng with a wary expression. "You are the biggest old fraud in the world, no one has ever won a bet against you." "Fine, if you don't want a bet, then we won't," Dao Changsheng said with a faint smile, casually waving his hand, and suddenly a brilliant ice crystal lotus appeared in midair. Upon seeing this lotus, the ice chicken's pupils widened in surprise, and without a second thought, it opened its beak wide and lunged at the lotus. Poof! In that instant, the lotus vanished, and the ice chicken missed, landing on the ground. Once on the ground, it hurriedly said, "Quick, give me that lotus, hurry. You must agree to my conditions." Dao Changsheng's lips curled into a slight smile. I agree, the ice chicken quickly replied. "Good." Upon hearing the ice chicken's agreement, Dao Changsheng smiled faintly, and the illusory ice lotus reappeared. Without hesitation, the ice chicken opened its mouth and swallowed it. After swallowing the illusory ice lotus, the ice chicken looked satisfied and patted its belly, saying, "Don't worry, with me around, when that group of mixed breeds descends, I will definitely take them down, provided you destroy their lair before I block them. A deal is a deal." Dao Changsheng nodded at the ice chicken's words and said, "In that case, hand over that flower, you should know how important it is to me." Whoosh! As soon as Dao Changsheng finished speaking, the ice chicken opened its mouth wide, and a black and white flower appeared, which was the divine demon unification flower that Dao Changsheng needed. Seeing this flower, a ray of law shot from Dao Changsheng's forehead, instantly sucking the flower in. "A deal is a deal, don't hold back when the time comes," Dao Changsheng said as he put away the divine demon unification flower and turned to leave, while the ice chicken also entered the ice cave. "Young master." When Dao Changsheng came out, Qini Yao immediately approached him and recounted everything that had just happened. "What's coming?" Dao Changsheng asked lightly, raising his head to look into the distance as soon as Qini Yao finished speaking. "What is coming?" Hearing Dao Changsheng's words, Qini Yao looked puzzled, and then followed his gaze. A few seconds later, an airplane suddenly appeared in her line of sight. The plane was moving swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, it hovered above Dao Changsheng. Suddenly, 3 dark figures jumped down from the aircraft, landing right in front of him. One was a blonde woman, exuding an air of authority, while beside her stood 2 men in black, as solid as iron mountains, emanating a bloody aura that clearly indicated their experience in battle. "I presume this is the young master that the fairy spoke of," the blonde woman said with a smile as she descended. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Jenny, one of the 6 leaders of the European Union. I have come to inquire which faction this young master belongs to in the Eastern Kingdom." "Loose cultivator," Dao Changsheng replied. "What?" The blonde woman was taken aback, clearly not expecting him to be a loose cultivator, and she didn't even consider the truth of it. Moreover, she was unaware of Dao Changsheng's true identity. All she knew was the commotion caused on Nirvana Mountain in the Eastern Kingdom. After the incident, Dao Changsheng's appearance and that of his maid had made their way into the records of the top powers in various countries. As for Dao Changsheng's true strength, they could only describe it as unfathomable. Although they said it was unfathomable, they were not afraid, for there were many in the Divine Hall, the European Union, and the Aurora Bureau who could match his killing prowess. Thus, the various factions were only intensely curious about Dao Changsheng. What was his identity? What level of power did he possess? And why was there a celestial-like woman with such formidable strength? "State your intentions," Dao Changsheng said, noticing the surprised expression on the blonde woman's face. "My time is limited, I cannot engage in lengthy conversations here." "Well," the blonde woman replied, not angered but smiling, "according to our speculation, the young master has come to the polar region, presumably for that dragon. Could you inform us about the dragon's strength?" "Don't set your sights on it," Dao Changsheng said, glancing casually at her. "That dragon is far from what you imagine. Even if you unite with those old geezers in the Divine Hall who are on the verge of being buried, you are not its match." "What?" The blonde woman's pupils constricted in disbelief. "A mere dragon, yet so formidable? What a joke." The old geezers in the Divine Hall were shrouded in secrecy, even as one of the leaders of the European Union, she had only heard a whisper of information. She never expected Dao Changxing to know about it and to treat it so lightly. That dragon has lived for nearly 10,000 years, Dao Changxing said casually, as if sensing her disbelief. I'm just giving you a warning, don't provoke that dragon. If you do, at the very least, the surrounding million miles will turn to ruins, and that is something you cannot bear. Thank you for the warning, young master, the blonde woman said, her expression turning serious as she expressed her gratitude. She then asked, may I know the young master's name? We will meet again, Dao Changsheng replied. Given that you are a talent with decent insight, I will remind you of one thing, follow your heart. Even when that monster appears, you must withstand the temptation. You! The blonde woman was utterly shocked, her face displaying extreme astonishment as she looked at Dao Changsheng as if she had seen a ghost, her heart stirred by a tremendous wave. Dao Changsheng actually knows about this matter. To think that in this world, only she knew about it, and now it has been discovered by an ordinary-looking boy, how is that possible? Thank you, young master. I promise that our faction will not be enemies with you in the future, the blonde woman said, casting a deep, serious glance at Dao Changsheng. My lord! Upon hearing the blonde woman's words, the two burly men in black beside her immediately wore expressions of disbelief. Their lord actually showed signs of shock, and to have such a respectful attitude towards a boy, even making a promise that they would not be enemies, how could that be? Let's go! The blonde woman took another deep look at Dao Changsheng, turned around without saying another word, leaving the two men in black looking puzzled but hurriedly following her, quickly disappearing from Dao Changsheng and the other's sight. Young master, why did you say so much to a stranger? Qin Yao asked in confusion as she watched the blonde woman and her companions leave. In her impression, Dao Changsheng was not someone who would chatter away. How could he say so much to a woman he had just met? He, an interesting person, Dao Changsheng replied with a faint smile upon hearing Qin Yao's words. This matter is settled, we should leave now. May I ask where the young master is headed next? Qin Yao's expression turned solemn upon hearing Dao Changsheng's words. Shenangjia Yao Angman. A few days later, Dao Changsheng arrived alone once again at Shenangjia. Looking at the familiar mountain before him, Dao Changsheng smiled slightly. After many days, he was back. As for Qin Yao and Su Manya, they followed his instructions and returned to the imperial capital to assist Hong Jia with an important task. Back then, I placed a divine demon harmonizing flower in Yao Angman for cultivation, now I can retrieve it. Dao Changsheng murmured as he walked up Shenangjia. After entering the mountain, he turned left and right, eventually entering an area filled with white mist, where a magnificent mountain stood. On this mountain, lush green trees thrived, creating a beautiful scene that made one feel it was a perfect tourist destination at first glance. At the mountain's peak, a grand and imposing sect was situated there, with a huge plaque at the entrance inscribed with the powerful characters Yaowang sect. However, at this moment, within the Yaowang sect, there was a scene that was completely at odds with the mountain's beauty. In one room, continuous screams echoed, and drops of blood flowed out from under the door. Moments later, a handsome man covered in blood opened the door and stepped out. As he emerged, two disciples hurriedly approached him, frowning as they said, Brother Mu, it seems your cultivation has made great progress recently. Too little, this time there were only 25 infants, which doesn't help much with my cultivation, the handsome man replied, shaking his head while wiping the blood from his mouth with a white towel. It's fine, when Brother Yang returns, he will definitely bring back over 100 infants. Brother Mu just needs to wait to share. Exactly. As long as Brother Mu's cultivation reaches great heights, we will have confidence when we go out. Hearing the handsome man's words, the two disciples nodded in agreement, and the handsome man looked satisfied, saying, In a few days, I will also give you an infant to practice with. Thank you, brother. Thank you, brother. Thank you for the generous gift, brother. Upon hearing the handsome man's words, the two disciples immediately knelt down in ecstatic gratitude, as if the handsome man had offered them an immense benefit. Alright, let's go. We'll find Elder Wu in the laboratory. I wonder how his research is going. If we could extract a few drops of the divine medicine essence, that would be even better. I didn't expect the Medicine King sect to have fallen to such a state. It's truly disgusting. As Daoist Changshan casually shattered an invisible barrier and entered, he immediately frowned, as if something had disturbed him. At the same time, in a room within the Medicine King sect, a piercing alarm rang out, causing the entire room to erupt in chaos. Everyone stood up, whispering among themselves. Among this group were men and women, old and young, each exuding a strong aura. They were the sect leaders, supreme elders, and elite disciples of the Medicine King sect. An alarm? Someone is invading the entrance? A young man in ancient attire immediately became alert and spoke in a deep voice. How dare someone break through our sect's barrier in broad daylight? Another person said, astonished. Impossible. Our Medicine King sect has been hidden away. Aside from those families in the cultivation world, very few cultivators even know about us, and those who do are extremely rare. Could it be from another family? A woman chimed in. The only ones capable of breaching the Medicine King sect's defenses, aside from those families, would be some major sects. However, those families and sects had no reason to attack the Medicine King sect. After all, the sect's strength was not to be underestimated, it could rival the Huashan sword sect. The Medicine King sect was not a troublemaking sect and had no need to initiate an attack. Even if they were to attack, there would surely be some prior warning. How could it come so suddenly? Let's go to the main control room. The sect leader, Yao Chen, spoke in a deep voice. Upon hearing their leader's words, everyone nodded. At that moment, all the members of the Medicine King sect sprang into action, each finding their respective posts to activate the various defensive and offensive mechanisms within the sect. Simultaneously, the stationed disciples of the Medicine King sect formed small teams, standing ready to strike and eliminate the invading enemies at any moment. Soon, nearly all the prominent figures within the Medicine King sect gathered, except for a few who were out on errands. Leading them was the sect leader, flanked by 4 supreme elders, including Tai Jian, and 8 core elders responsible for law enforcement, along with over 20 main responsible elders from various departments of the Medicine King sect, as well as commanders from different teams. In the distant shadows, some terrifying figures stood. These were the infamous medicine slaves of the Medicine King sect, each not only possessing unmatched strength but also being ruthless killers. These medicine slaves had completely lost their humanity, driven only by a desire for slaughter, obeying only the orders of the sect leader, instilling fear even in some ordinary elders. What's going on? Has the surveillance signal not come through yet? In front of a large screen stood an elderly man with rosy cheeks. The opponent has directly breached the protective formation, causing some nearby lines to be damaged. I've already ordered the auxiliary control to be activated. The surveillance signal should be reconnected in no more than 20 seconds. In front of him were dozens of operators, each busy at work, all dressed in blue robes. They were some elite disciples of the Medicine King sect. The person in charge, a disciple in a golden robe, immediately turned around and reported solemnly to the rosy-cheeked elder and the many high-ranking members of the Medicine King sect behind him. All right. A disciple of the Medicine King sect exclaimed excitedly after a few seconds. Upload it to the big screen immediately. The disciple in the golden robe said in a deep voice. Hearing the words of his senior brother, the disciple of the Medicine King sect quickly took action. Soon, the large screen was instantly divided into 4 sections, each representing a surveillance screen, and at the center of each screen was the figure of a young man. In the image, the young man was none other than Dao Changsheng. How is this possible? It's him. How could it be him? Seeing Dao Changsheng's figure in the cemetery, not only was the leader of the Medicine King sect stunned, but the supreme elders and all the high-ranking members behind him were also taken aback. They were very familiar with Dao Changsheng, the mysterious young man who had recently stirred up a storm in the cultivation world. Almost every faction had some information about him. How could he know the location of our Medicine King sect? Does he dare to invade our Medicine King sect alone? He probably doesn't even know how to write the word death. This is so strange. I didn't see how he broke through our sect's great formation. Instantly, many people began to voice their discussions, filled with confusion about the sudden arrival of Dao Changsheng. Why had he come here out of the blue? The mysterious and unfathomable young man. On Nirvana Mountain, he slaughtered the Buddhist sect. Today, we can finally see just how capable he really is. Looking at Dao Changsheng on the projection, the leader of the Medicine King sect murmured. A supreme elder nodded and said, now, connect the broadcast communication for me. I want to talk to this young man. I want to know his purpose for coming to our Medicine King sect. Yes. The disciple in the golden robe nodded and then gave instructions to the disciples controlling the communication below. Soon, the communication was connected. This young man, may I ask why you have suddenly intruded into our Medicine King sect? The deep voice of the supreme elder echoed through the broadcast, resonating along the small path leading to the Medicine King sect. I'm just here to retrieve something I once left behind. Dao Changsheng glanced at the surveillance camera above him, unfazed, and continued to walk forward, speaking nonchalantly. Retrieve your belongings? I wonder what in our Medicine King sect belongs to you, young man? The tone of the supreme elder was filled with confusion upon hearing Dao Changsheng's words. The high-ranking members behind him also showed puzzled expressions, as none of them had ever seen Dao Changsheng before, and this was their first meeting. How could Dao Changsheng have something here? You don't need to know that. Ignoring the supreme elder's words, Dao Changsheng continued walking forward without stopping. Wait, in that direction. Upon hearing Dao Changsheng's silence, the supreme elder's expression darkened. He then saw Dao Changsheng enter the sect but not go straight. Instead, he turned several corners. Dao Changsheng seemed very familiar with the place. After seeing Dao Changsheng turn 5, 6, 7, or 8 corners, the Supreme Elder looked at the direction Dao Changsheng was heading on the big screen and suddenly exclaimed in shock. Wait, that direction, isn't it where that flower is located? How is that possible? How could he be so familiar with the route of our Medicine King sect? Seeing Dao Changsheng's familiar strides, seemingly heading straight for that flower, all the high-ranking members of the Medicine King sect were astonished. Dao Changsheng actually knew their sect inside and out. There's a spy. Seeing Dao Changsheng strolling so casually within the Medicine King sect, the leader of the Medicine King sect, Yao Chen, spoke coldly, his face showing anger. So, you're saying that among the disciples we sent out this time, there's a spy? Damn it, don't let me find out who that bastard is. As soon as Yao Chen's words fell, a chorus of angry voices erupted. Since the other party is so rude, let's send some disciples from the sect to test this young man's strength, Yao Chen said coldly, watching Dao Changsheng's unyielding steps. Yes, kill. A few minutes later, dozens of resolute-faced men, each wielding a long sword, sprang out from the grass along the small path of the sheep farm, charging fiercely at Dao Changsheng. Faced with them, Dao Changsheng paid no attention and continued his pace. With each step, explosive sounds erupted, and one by one, the charging disciples of the Yao Wang sect exploded, blood and flesh flying everywhere, staining the once beautiful path with the scent of blood. Just send some small fry, Dao Changsheng said indifferently, ignoring the dead disciples of the Yao Wang sect. Don't send any nonsense, just send over some strong ones. Otherwise, there won't be enough for me to kill. Today, your Yao Wang sect is doomed for committing such inhumane acts. Hee, young man, are you a bit too confident to barge into our Yao Wang sect all alone? As soon as Dao Changsheng finished speaking, an old man in a long robe appeared, looking at Dao Changsheng with a cold smile. Just a mere Yao Wang sect, the word barge is not even appropriate. I just casually walked in, Dao Changsheng replied lightly upon hearing the elder's words. If the medicine demon were still alive, your Yao Wang sect might still catch my eye, but unfortunately, all I see now are a bunch of small fry. You've truly embarrassed the Shinnong sect. Damn, who is he? He actually knows about the medicine demon. Isn't that our Yao Wang sect's founding ancestor? Who exactly is this young man? Hearing Dao Changsheng's words, not only was the elder in front of him shocked, but even the high-ranking members of the Yao Wang sect watching through the surveillance were equally astonished. Who exactly is Dao Changsheng, and how does he know about their founding ancestor, the medicine demon? Moreover, what is this Shinnong sect he mentioned? They had never heard of it. Elder Huang, I'm here to help you. Moments later, 2 more elders rushed in from a distance, landing beside Elder Huang in the blink of an eye. Judging by their aura, they were clearly powerful beings beyond the Miaoyan realm. Just 3 small fry, what a disgrace. Is there no one else left in the vast Yao Wang sect? Dao Changsheng said calmly, looking at the 2 newly arrived elders. Kid, don't be too arrogant, one elder said coldly, seeing Dao Changsheng's disdain. Don't think that just because you've slaughtered some people from the Buddhist sect, you are invincible. The foundation of our Yao Wang sect is far beyond your imagination. Be sensible and get lost, and we might spare your life. So much nonsense. Hearing the elder's words, Dao Changsheng raised a hand and instantly pulled the elder towards him, then without a word, with a slap, he struck the elder's head. With a twist of his hand, there was a crack, and the elder's neck was broken. The elder's head tilted to the side and fell to the ground with a thud, lifeless. Elder M.O. Seeing the sudden death of Elder M.O., the other 2 elders were instantly horrified, their faces filled with disbelief. As elders, they knew Elder Mo's strength, yet in an instant, he had no chance to resist and was killed by this young man with a mere gesture. This strength was simply terrifying. Not only them, but even the high-ranking members of the Yao Wang sect in the room were equally astonished. They knew that Elder M.O. was a powerful being in the blood realm, yet he was killed in an instant by this young man, sending a chilling fear through everyone's hearts. What's wrong? Are you going to make a move or not? Seeing the 2 elders with shocked expressions, Dao Changsheng said calmly, weren't you going to kill me? Why aren't you making a move? You. What exactly do you want? Upon hearing Dao Changsheng's words, the 2 elders spoke with serious expressions, their bodies taking on an attacking stance. Since Dao Changsheng could kill Elder Mo in an instant, he could certainly do the same to them, as their strength was not much different from Elder Mo's. Is that even a question? Dao Changsheng smiled faintly at the 2 elders and said, of course, I'm here to destroy your Medicine King sect. Since you have committed the act of sacrificing with infant blood and I happen to witness it, there is no need for you to continue existing. Destroy our Medicine King sect? Upon hearing Dao Changxing's words, the two elders no longer felt fear but instead sneered, saying, "Kid, we know your strength is extraordinary, and we are no match for you, but do you really think you can destroy the Medicine King sect? Ha, you are too arrogant. Our Medicine King sect has a legacy of thousands of years, even tracing back over 10,000 years, with an incredibly deep foundation that is far beyond your imagination. How could a nameless brat like you destroy us? Be sensible and leave quickly, or else." Before one elder could finish speaking, Dao Changsheng raised his hand and directly pulled the elder over, then clamped his hand around the elder's neck. With a clean and decisive squeeze, there was a crack, and the elder's soul departed to the underworld. Thud! After casually killing the elder, Dao Changsheng released his hand, and the body fell to the ground, the wide-open eyes still showing that he died with unresolved grievances. "This young master, if our elders have offended you just now, please forgive us. Here, I represent the entire Medicine King sect to apologize to you." The next moment, Yao Chen's voice came through the broadcast, reaching Dao Changsheng's ears. "I'm not unreasonable," Dao Changsheng said slowly upon hearing Yao Chen's words. "I won't waste words. Hand over the Divine Demon Harmonization Flower, and have the higher-ups of your Medicine King sect commit suicide to apologize. I will spare your sect, and this matter will be over." "What? No way." Upon hearing this, Yao Chen's expression changed drastically, and without even considering it, he directly refused. What kind of joke was this? The conditions Dao Changsheng proposed were impossible for any of them to fulfill. Asking them to commit suicide? What an international joke. Sure enough, it's a rejection, Dao Changsheng said without any surprise upon hearing Yao Chen's refusal. "The Divine Demon Harmonization Flower is the ultimate foundation of our Medicine King sect and the most important thing we possess. We absolutely cannot give it to you," Yao Chen said without hesitation. "Moreover, the request for us all to commit suicide is also impossible. Please, young master, change your conditions. These two conditions leave no room for negotiation. Not to mention their suicide to apologize, they would never hand over the Divine Demon Harmonization Flower that Dao Changsheng mentioned at the beginning. Because on a certain day in the past, they had taken the sect's ultimate treasure and encountered the Divine Demon Harmonization Flower left deep within their Medicine King sect. It immediately caused an earth-shattering commotion, and after more than a decade, it would emit a strange fragrance. As long as they smelled this fragrance, they could enhance their memory, thinking ability, and internal strength in the shortest time. Moreover, there was a high chance it could allow one to directly break through a major realm without any side effects. This was the reason their Medicine King sect rose to prominence ahead of other sects. Because of this flower, their Medicine King sect achieved excellent rankings in the world ladder competition, and with this flower, they had been continuously growing their strength. Waiting for a certain day in the future, to suddenly emerge and crush all powers, sitting on the throne of world dominance, for this goal, the Medicine King sect has been enduring. "Discuss?" Hearing Yao Chen's words, Dao Changsheng slowly said, "I'm not discussing with you, it's you who seek me. If you don't want your sect to be completely destroyed, you must agree to my conditions. Otherwise, if I change my mind later, nothing you say will matter." "Seek you?" Upon hearing Dao Changsheng's words, the sect master of the Medicine King sect, Yao Chen's eyes turned icy. Unable to hold back any longer, he coldly said, "Young man, I was just being cautious and giving you some face, but don't think you can easily manipulate us. I know you are mysterious and unpredictable, but our Medicine King sect is not to be trifled with. If you provoke us, we will fight to the death." "Oh, is that so?" Dao Changsheng replied indifferently, "Then there's nothing more to say. Why don't you let me see what your Medicine King sect's trump card is and see if it catches my eye?" "What an extremely arrogant fellow," Yao Chen snorted coldly and shouted, "Law enforcement team, attack this brat and let him see the foundation of our Medicine King sect." "Yes." As soon as Yao Chen's words fell, 5 deep voices suddenly echoed in the room, followed by 4 figures darting out, quickly arriving at the small path where Dao Changsheng was. The law enforcement team, the backbone force carefully cultivated by the Medicine King sect, each enforcer had surpassed the Miaoyan realm, at least reaching the Earth Blood realm, and usually kept a low profile within the sect. Kill! Upon reaching their destination, the 5 enforcers wasted no time, their figures flashing as they swung their fists towards Dao Changsheng, each enforcer targeting a specific direction, collectively sealing off all of Dao Changsheng's escape routes. Facing the 5 attacking enforcers, Dao Changsheng slightly shook his head, too lazy to even move his body. Bang! 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 In an instant, 5 dull sounds rang out. The fists of the 5 stopped just a foot in front of Dao Changsheng, producing a muffled thud. Immediately, the familiar figures trembled simultaneously, their bodies shot backward like bullets, crashing heavily to the ground. Thud, 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 the sounds of them falling echoed as the 5 enforcers collapsed to the ground, struggling to get up while large beads of sweat dripped down. The looks they cast at Dao Changsheng were filled with terror, as they were currently bearing an overwhelming pressure, making it extremely difficult for them to move under this weight. What? The sect master of the Medicine King sect and the high-ranking members were once again shocked upon witnessing this. From the moment Dao Changsheng raised his hand to kill two elders, Yao Chen knew that Dao Changsheng's strength was terrifying. Even so, there was still a hint of disbelief in their hearts, as Dao Changsheng's face was simply too young, and he was alone. How powerful could he really be? It was just that they were wary of Dao Changsheng's massacre of those from the Buddhist sect, unable to gauge his strength accurately. To be prudent, for the future emergence of the Medicine King sect, they simply did not want to provoke trouble, so they slightly lowered their stance, hoping to resolve the matter peacefully before plotting further. As for Dao Changsheng's claim to destroy their Medicine King sect, Yao Chen did not take it to heart at all, as it was simply nonsense. Although Dao Changsheng had slaughtered so many forces at Nirvana Mountain, his strength was somewhat terrifying, but compared to those he had annihilated, the foundation of the Medicine King sect was not much lower. But now it seems that I still underestimated Dao Changsheng's strength. He was able to keep even the enforcers of the Medicine King sect at bay. Such power is truly terrifying. At this moment, on the screen, Dao Changsheng moved. Without saying a word, his expression calm, he raised his hand and directly pulled the two enforcers towards him, gripping their heads. Crack, crack, two sounds echoed as he cleanly and decisively crushed them. The remaining three were no different. In their terror, Dao Changsheng drew them in, and with a squeeze, they widened their eyes and fell at his feet. This was still a display of mercy from Dao Changsheng. Had he been ruthless, these five would have likely exploded on the spot. Thud, 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 the last elder of the Medicine King sect retreated several steps, staring at Dao Changsheng in horror, as a storm surged within his heart. An enforcer even stronger than him had been killed in a single encounter with Dao Changsheng. His power was absolutely terrifying. Thinking of running? Seeing the elder attempt to flee, Dao Changsheng shook his head slightly, and then with a loud bang, the elder's body exploded into countless pieces of flesh. Ignoring the already deceased elder, Dao Changsheng walked slowly towards the location of the Divine Demon Harmonization Flower. This scene made Yao Chen and the others' pupils constrict, and he said in a deep voice, "All elders, go out and confront him. I will now summon the master." Yes. Hearing Yao Chen's words, the high-ranking members of the Medicine King sect nodded with joy, for as long as the master Yao Chen spoke of appeared, they would surely be able to eliminate this arrogant Dao Changsheng. As one by one the high-ranking members of the Medicine King sect rushed out, the elders charged forward with overwhelming momentum towards Dao Changsheng, for the small path he walked ultimately led to their side. To be precise, it led to a room behind them. A bunch of trash. Looking at the high-ranking members of the Medicine King sect rushing towards him, Dao Changsheng shook his head slightly. At that moment, an unexpected change occurred. The elders, just a few dozen meters away from Dao Changsheng, suddenly froze in midair. It seemed they had been solidified, firmly held in place by an invisible force. Then, without any visible action from Dao Changsheng, their necks twisted as if gripped by an invisible hand, rotating 360 degrees counterclockwise. Thud! Thud! Immediately, with several thuds, their bodies fell to the ground like dumplings, devoid of all life. They didn't even know how they had died. No! Seeing the elders who charged ahead perish, the slower high-ranking members of the Medicine King sect stopped in terror and turned to flee. It was absurd. Those who had died in front were even stronger than them, and if the Hall Masters were dead, their weaker strength would only lead to their own demise. This was simply seeking death. However, they could not escape. Just as they turned, thin red threads appeared on their bodies. Thus, the high-ranking members of the Medicine King sect were all annihilated. Uninteresting. Seeing all the high-ranking members of the Medicine King sect dead, Dao Changsheng shook his head slightly and stepped towards the control room. Upon entering the control room, he found it completely empty, not a single person in sight. Seeing this, Dao Changsheng calmly walked towards the innermost door. Bang! Ah! As Dao Changsheng opened the door, a dull collision sound erupted, followed by a scream, and a figure was sent flying out, crashing violently against the wall. At this moment, the bones in this person's body were completely shattered. He wanted to struggle to get up, but after moving just once, he collapsed back onto the ground, blood gushing from his mouth, gradually losing his breath and consciousness. What a fanciful idea! Seeing the man who had been ambushed to death, Dao Changsheng shook his head slightly. Sometimes, thoughts really are quite naive. TSK, I can't believe there are such experts. Why haven't I heard of them before? At this moment, a tisk sound rang out. Not far from Dao Changsheng stood an indifferent old man, his features sculpted and his gaze coldly fixed on Dao Changsheng. In front of this old man stood a young man dressed in brocade, with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. You actually dared to barge into our Medicine King sect alone and wiped out all the high-ranking members. The young man with sword-like eyebrows frowned slightly upon seeing Dao Changsheng, though his expression remained unchanged. He glanced at the already dead sect leader of the Medicine King sect, Yao Chen, and said, "May I ask how to address you? Did you come to the Medicine King sect to exterminate us completely?" "I've said what I needed to say, I don't want to repeat it," Dao Changsheng replied upon hearing the young man's words. Interesting, the young man observed Dao Changsheng's calm demeanor and a look of deep interest appeared on his face as he chuckled. "I see you have quite a bit of courage, your strength is formidable, and your personality is to my liking. How about following me? I happen to be in need of manpower. As long as you are willing to serve me, I can give you everything you desire, power, status, beautiful women, money. You can choose whatever you want. I need a servant to serve tea and water," Dao Changsheng said with a smile upon hearing the young man's words. "If you are willing to serve me, I can graciously accept you." Interesting. Upon hearing Dao Changsheng's response, the young man with sword-like eyebrows smiled and said, "You may not know my identity, but ignorance is no excuse. I, Jiang Xinyuan, am the third holy son of the Shinong sect, which has a legacy of over 10,000 years. I am qualified to compete for the position of sect leader in the future. Perhaps you don't know what the Shinong sect represents, but you should be aware of the prominent families in the eastern country's cultivation world, right? Except for the Xianyuan family, the rest of those families aren't even worthy of supporting us." "Not interested," Dao Changsheng casually waved his hand, interrupting Jiang Xinyuan's introduction. He. Jiang Xinyuan was not angered by Dao Changsheng's words, there was no trace of annoyance on his face. He merely nodded and said, "It seems your temper is quite stubborn, it must be changed. Let me help you with that slowly. Since I, Jiang Xinyuan, started my journey, I have yet to encounter anyone who could pose a challenge to me. You are one such person, soon, you will willingly submit to me. Elder Jiang, capture him for me, I want him alive." Jiang Xinyuan instructed the indifferent old man behind him with a flick of his wrist. "Yes, holy son." The indifferent old man responded in a low voice, then stomped his foot on the ground, propelling himself forward like a drawn sword, charging towards Dao Changsheng with the speed of a shooting star. Seeing the old man rushing at him like a sword, Dao Changsheng's expression remained calm, showing no signs of movement, though his eyes slightly changed. "Lie down." The old man saw that Dao Changsheng made no move and immediately realized that Dao Changsheng was so frightened he was paralyzed. He let out a cold laugh. Then, his fist struck out like a cannonball, carrying an overwhelming force and a sonic boom, aiming fiercely at Dao Changsheng's shoulder, creating a howling wind in its wake. His Holiness has already ordered to capture Dao Changsheng alive, which means they must leave him with his life, so they cannot attack his vital points, only the less important areas. The reason he chose the shoulder is that he wants to severely injure Dao Changsheng and then capture him. As long as the opponent's hands are incapacitated first, their strength will be reduced to almost nothing. As for the incapacitated hands, once His Holiness has trained them well, Dao Changsheng's shoulder can naturally be restored. At this moment, Dao Changsheng stood still, showing no signs of defense, which made Jiang Xinyuan smirk. He was sure Dao Changsheng was frozen in place out of fear. Boom! Just as the indifferent old man's fist was about to hit Dao Changsheng lightning fast extended his right hand, directly grabbing the indifferent old man's fist in the blink of an eye, then firmly immobilizing him in midair, rendering him unable to move. How is this possible? At this moment, a storm surged in the indifferent old man's heart, disbelief written all over his face. He wanted to shout but couldn't make a sound, only stunned in his mind. He was a powerful figure in the third realm of the Earth origin, the cleansing fate realm, personally trying to capture a young man of low cultivation, and yet he had failed. Moreover, he was inexplicably fixed in mid-air, unable to move at all, which truly shocked him. Could it be that Dao Changsheng's realm was even higher than his? He also wanted to retract his fist, but it was impossible. He found that his fist was firmly held by Dao Changsheng, and with his body unable to move at all, how could he possibly pull back his fist? Not far away, Jiang Xinyuan, with his sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, showed a look of surprise upon seeing Dao Changsheng raise his hand to subdue Elder Jiang. He hadn't expected Dao Changsheng's strength to exceed his expectations. To be able to subdue Elder Jiang with just a raise of his hand, this was at least a perfected cleansing fate realm expert. As the Holy Son followed Elder Jiang, he naturally knew Elder Jiang's true strength. Back then, 3 cleansing fate realm cultivators had chased him, but Elder Jiang had intercepted them, and within a few exchanges, he had slain them, thus establishing Elder Jiang's legendary reputation. He could become the third holy son of the Shinong sect, and Elder Jiang could be said to be his right-hand man, playing an indispensable role in his success. But now, this Dao Changsheng could actually use his bare hands to counter Elder Jiang's punch, which meant that Dao Changsheng's strength was even greater than Elder Jiang's. Moreover, it seemed he was doing it with great ease, without any discomfort at all. Crack, crack, crack. After seizing the old man's hand, Dao Changsheng exerted a slight force, and immediately the sound of bones shattering echoed, as the indifferent old man's fist was crushed by him. Ah! With his fist crushed, the indifferent old man's heart screamed in agony, but unable to make a sound, his face contorted in pain, wanting to escape but unable to move at all. Then, with another forceful grip, a crisp crack sounded, and the old man's eyes rolled back, his head tilted, and he was completely dead, crushed to death by Dao Changsheng. What? At this moment, Jiang Xinyuan's expression finally changed dramatically, disbelief etched on his face. His right-hand man had actually been crushed to death by Dao Changsheng's bare hands. He had been too self-assured, too dismissive of Dao Changsheng. I really don't know what you so-called sect disciples are thinking. Looking at the shocked Jiang Xinyuan, Dao Changsheng shook his head slightly and said, "You holy sons and disciples have lived in your respective sects since childhood, receiving the best resources for cultivation and the best environmental conditions. Confidence is a good thing, but excessive confidence is arrogance. People with exceptional talent, I've seen many, but in the end, not many truly grow up," he said. "Having said so much, I should send you on your way." Humph. Hearing Dao Changsheng's words, Jiang Xinyuan let out a cold snort, his eyes narrowing. Immediately, a beam of light burst forth from his palm, revealing a purple flame radiating terrifying heat, which appeared in the palm of Jiang Xinyuan's hand. Then, with a wave of his hand, boom! The blazing purple flame shot towards Dao Changsheng, burning through the void and creating one dark hole after another. Fire refining infinity. After casually tossing out the purple flame, Jiang Xinyuan shouted again, and two more purple flames emerged from the original flame, sweeping through the void to form a large formation in the shape of a character. Boom! With the appearance of the formation, a rumbling sound erupted, and the burning momentum of the flame intensified. Just a mere beast fire. Seeing the approaching purple flame, Dao Changsheng's expression remained unchanged. He merely shook his head and reached out towards the three red flames. Seeing Dao Changsheng recklessly reaching out to grab the incoming purple flame, Jiang Xinyuan burst into laughter, his face showing a look of disbelief. But he only laughed twice before his voice abruptly stopped, for he saw Dao Changsheng's hand effortlessly grasp one of the purple flames without a scratch, and then, as if pinching a small flame, he easily extinguished it. With the extinguishing of this purple flame, the other two flames vanished in an instant. This is impossible. Seeing his flame, refined with his true essence, extinguished so easily, shock appeared on his face, and he couldn't help but take 2 steps back. As the third holy son of the Shinong sect, he naturally possessed powerful trump cards, and this purple flame was one of them, a means to compete for the position of sect leader in the future. This flame was something he had refined after teaming up with Elder Jiang to slay a flame giant python in the veins of the Shinong sect, using lava from beneath a volcano, and it took him 49 days to refine it into his true fire. It was precisely because of this powerful flame that he could stand out among thousands of disciples and become one of the top holy sons of the Shinong sect. But now, the flame he controlled was easily extinguished by someone. You have many little tricks, but it still won't change your fate of death. Ignoring Jiang Xinyuan's shock, Dao Changsheng spoke lightly. With a lift of his hand, he pulled Jiang Xinyuan towards him in an instant, then with a firm grip, he crushed him cleanly. Crack! A crisp sound of bones breaking echoed, and thus, the third holy son of the Shinong sect, Jiang Xinyuan, was dead. Meanwhile, in a distant mysterious space, a gigantic green mountain floated in the sky, with rich spiritual energy howling from all directions, quickly merging into the mountain. This was a small world, similar to the Xianyuan family's small world, clearly indicating a great power. On this mountain, a massive sect was situated, and behind the mountain, in an ancient room, a sudden crack sound rang out. Inside this room, wooden plaques floated everywhere, each engraved with a name, densely packed together. However, at that moment, a shattering sound occurred, and among the thousands of wooden plaques, one plaque positioned in the upper middle suddenly broke, splitting in two and falling to the ground. Looking at the 2 broken wooden plaques on the ground, 3 shattered black characters were engraved, Jiang Xinyuan. How is this possible? At the moment the wooden plaque shattered, a figure suddenly flickered into the room. Upon seeing the broken plaque on the ground, their expression changed to one of shock as they spoke. Without a second thought, they casually summoned the 2 broken plaques from the ground, and one of them instantly vanished. At this moment, within the Medicine King sect, Dao Changsheng looked at the now desolate Medicine King sect with a calm expression. He casually released the Silver Star Mouse, and in a flash of silver light, within seconds, the Silver Star Mouse returned with a black and white flower in its mouth, standing before Dao Changsheng. At the same time, it was also carrying a green gourd, from which a mysterious medicinal fragrance wafted out, clearly indicating it was no ordinary item. I didn't expect the medicine demon to bring this out. Upon seeing the green gourd on the back of the Silver Star Mouse, Dao Changsheng couldn't help but glance sideways. He reached out, and the green gourd immediately flew into his hand, releasing waves of strange fragrance. The gourd is nice, but unfortunately, with the passage of time and the consumption of the divine demon harmonizing flower, there's very little left inside, Dao Changsheng said lightly after examining the green gourd, a hint of regret in his voice. Afterward, Dao Changsheng left, while the enlarged silver star mouse swallowed the Medicine King sect whole, leaving behind an enormous ruin. If anyone were to witness this scene, they would be utterly horrified. Such a grand Medicine King sect had been annihilated just like that. The Medicine King sect has actually been destroyed. Shortly after Dao Changsheng left, two elderly men dressed in golden Taoist robes suddenly appeared. Upon seeing the ruins before them, they were momentarily stunned. How could such a well-established sect be wiped out? For the neighboring Medicine King sect, the Xianyuan family had no prior interactions. They had come this time because they sensed a shocking smell of blood, but upon arrival, they found only ruins. A dignified Medicine King sect had been destroyed without anyone noticing, right under the noses of the Xianyuan family. I remember this sect rarely intervenes in the world, how could it be destroyed? Wait, this aura. Suddenly, one elder's nose twitched, and his expression changed dramatically as he exclaimed, "It's the master has acted, this aura." What? Upon hearing the elder's words, the other elder's pupils constricted sharply, disbelief written all over his face. The two exchanged glances, not daring to inquire further, and turned to leave. What a joke! If the master acted to destroy a sect, there must be a reason behind it, far beyond their comprehension. Some matters were simply not for them to discuss. After annihilating the Medicine King sect, Dao Changsheng returned to the imperial capital and began to merge the divine demon harmonizing flower. Master! When Dao Changsheng stepped out of the courtyard days later, Qin Yao immediately approached him. As for Su Manya, she had been arranged to cultivate in a place rich in spiritual energy. Arrange a flight to the Western Kingdom, Dao Changsheng said casually after stepping out. To the Western Kingdom? Qin Yao was taken aback upon hearing Dao Changsheng's words, but she quickly nodded and made the arrangements. During this time, she had become completely familiar with various aspects of the current Earth and naturally knew about different countries. Moreover, to go to the Western Kingdom, one must take a plane. Driving a plane would attract the wrath of the Western Kingdom's national fortune barrier, and they would be pursued by a group of cultivators from the Western Kingdom. This was also why cultivators from the Eastern Kingdom generally hesitated to step into the Western Kingdom, and vice versa. It all stemmed from the national fortune barrier. In countries like the West and the East, the national fortune barrier is an independent existence, guarding their respective lands. When foreign cultivators step into another territory, their own strength is inevitably weakened. Because of the operations of top families like the Xi family in the East, the news of Dao Changsheng's trip to the West was naturally known to Xi Hongjia at the first moment. He personally arranged the identities of Dao Changsheng and Qin Yao, and in less than 10 minutes, sent the two of them onto a plane, witnessing their departure. The boarding process went very smoothly. Thanks to the personal instructions from the head of the East, Dao Changsheng enjoyed treatment akin to that of an emperor. After more than 10 hours, the plane Dao Changsheng was on arrived over the skies of the West. However, just as they entered the territory of the West, Qin Yao suddenly showed a pained expression, cold sweat the size of beans dripping down her face. She felt an incredibly powerful pressure, and under this pressure, she found it somewhat difficult to resist. What is going on? In the next second, Qin Yao felt that her strength had been suppressed by at least half, and she was immediately shocked, wondering how this could happen. After all, there were clearly no cultivators here. It's okay, just relax, Dao Changsheng said with a faint smile upon seeing Qin Yao's unusual reaction. He continued, this is the national fortune barrier of the West. It has no effect on ordinary people, but it does affect foreign cultivators. The stronger you are, the more severe the suppression. However, if you want to restore your full strength at any time, just give a slight tremor to the power within your body. I see. Hearing Dao Changsheng's words, Qin Yao nodded in realization, and then she no longer cared, allowing her strength to be suppressed, knowing she could always touch this limitation. Moreover, she was beside Dao Changsheng. There was no place safer than being next to him. At that moment, in a mysterious underground location in the West, a piercing alarm suddenly rang out, and with the sound, beams of red light continuously emitted. What's going on? Which country's Yuan Wutai realm cultivator has entered our West? Don't they know they need prior approval to enter our territory? Just a few seconds after the alarm sounded, 3 men in military uniforms stepped out, speaking sternly without courtesy, while looking at the enormous screen not far ahead. The screen was divided into countless small images, each showing 7 or 8 people, with a huge red circle flashing on one of the small screens, directly covering a woman as beautiful as a celestial being, Qin Yao on the plane. Report, sir. The alarm was triggered by this woman, but her strength has not been detected. Upon hearing the officer's words, a woman with long golden hair who was in charge of the controls respectfully reported, "Currently, we have no information on this woman in our database, and her strength is too strong to be detected." How could there be information on a powerful cultivator that our Federation does not have? Upon hearing the report from the golden-haired woman, the officer immediately looked around, and the two officers beside him also wore serious expressions as they gazed at the screen. "Wait, look at that boy." Suddenly, one officer seemed to discover something and pointed at a boy next to Qini Yao, speaking in surprise. "What's wrong? Lao Hao, shouldn't we be focusing on this mysterious woman?" Another officer asked in confusion. "What do you mean by directing our attention to this ordinary boy from the east? Isn't this boy the one we've been paying attention to recently?" The leading man's expression changed to one of surprise upon seeing Dao Changxing's face, and he immediately ordered, "Quick, pull up this boy's information." "Yes." Hearing the officer's words, the blonde woman nodded and quickly began tapping on the keys. Before long, a folder appeared, and the first image inside was of Dao Changxing. Next to it were the words, "A mysterious young man from the eastern country, name unknown, has destroyed the Zen heart sect and slaughtered the Buddhist sect, with unfathomable strength and unknown origins, an extremely dangerous young man." "It's him." Seeing the information in the folder, the second officer furrowed his brows. Looking again at the image on the screen, which was identical to Dao Changsheng, he was immediately taken aback. "What is this guy doing in our country? He can't be here to cause us trouble, can he?" Upon seeing Dao Changsheng's profile, the other two officers immediately spoke with serious expressions. According to the information they had, Dao Changsheng was a ruthless figure, and his arrival in their western country was definitely purposeful. Moreover, having destroyed the Zen heart sect and slaughtered the Yamei faction, a person like him could not possibly come to the western country without a motive. They wouldn't believe it even if they were killed. "We can't make decisions on this matter, we must inform the higher-ups first." Seeing that Dao Changsheng had suddenly flown to the western country, this officer immediately dialed a number and reported some details. A few minutes later, a middle-aged man hurriedly arrived. He was Morton, the deputy director of the Western Country Security Bureau. "We have work to do." The middle-aged man looked at the three officers with a cold gaze and a serious expression. "Right now, this young man is extremely important and very dangerous. I've received orders from above. Everyone must temporarily set aside their current tasks and prioritize monitoring this young man. We don't know the purpose of this young man yet, so everyone needs to be fully alert and start surveillance. Because this young man poses a significant threat to our national security, Bog, you will personally go to the airport to wait for this young man and make contact. If possible, find out the purpose of his visit to our country. If necessary, you can deploy a special police team to eliminate him." "Yes." Upon hearing the deputy director's words, everyone dared not be negligent and immediately sprang into action. One officer directly took a team to the airport where Dao Changsheng was set to arrive. About half an hour later, Dao Changsheng, accompanied by Qini Yao, disembarked from the plane. However, just after stepping off, his expression changed slightly, but he quickly resumed his calm demeanor and continued walking. Yet, after walking a short distance, he was stopped. A beautiful service staff member smiled at Dao Changsheng and said, "Sir, you are the most esteemed guest of this flight, so you must enter this special passage." Hearing the staff member's words, Dao Changsheng's expression remained unchanged as he calmly nodded and walked toward the other passage without any hesitation. Qini Yao's face showed a look of confusion because, to her knowledge, there was no such regulation. "I am one of the heads of the Security Bureau, Bog. Welcome to our country." As Dao Changsheng walked out of the special passage, a cheerful voice rang out. A tall man dressed in white casual attire approached him quickly. He then got straight to the point. "My purpose for coming is simple. To be direct, I represent the cultivation community of the Western country and would like to welcome you to our land. I want to know the purpose of your visit." "Looking for someone." Upon hearing Bog's inquiry, Dao Changsheng replied. Bog was taken aback. Dao Changsheng was actually here to look for someone. He immediately asked with a puzzled expression, "May I ask who you are looking for?" "Our security bureau can take care of this. This is my business, so you don't need to worry about it," Dao Changsheng said slowly upon hearing Borg's words. "I would appreciate your cooperation." Borg's eyes narrowed as he replied, "I believe you know the purpose of my visit. It is because your strength is too dangerous." "I would appreciate your cooperation." Borg's eyes narrowed again, saying, "I believe you know the purpose of my visit. It is indeed because your strength is too dangerous. If you were to suddenly cause destruction, our Western nation would surely suffer. If you are here to find someone, just provide the information, and we will personally help you search. You only need to wait here. In this small place of yours, there is no intention for me to suddenly cause destruction," Dao Changsheng said with a faint smile. casually adding, moreover, the person I need to find is not someone you can locate. Even if you searched the entire territory, you wouldn't find them. So, you insist on opposing us? Borg's gaze turned cold upon hearing Dao Changxing's words, and he said in a deep voice, if you are truly here to cause trouble in our country, then don't blame us for being impolite. I said, your country hasn't piqued my interest in causing trouble, Dao Changxing replied lightly, of course, if you trouble me, don't blame me for tearing down your little piece of land. Very well, since there is nothing to discuss, then we won't discuss it, Borg said coldly upon hearing Dao Changxing's arrogant words. Goodbye, I hope you can keep your word. With that, Borg turned and left without looking back, while Dao Changxing smiled faintly and walked towards the passageway. Young master, where are we going next? Qin Yao asked curiously as she saw Borg leave, not having taken Borg seriously at all, considering him something she could easily crush. To Alaska, Dao Changxing said with a faint smile, to find an old thing that's about to be buried, and by the way, help you get a good item. Oh, Qin Yao nodded, seemingly understanding Dao Changxing's words. Meanwhile, in the security bureau of the Western nation, many high-ranking officials gathered, all of them looking at Dao Changxing on the big screen, discussing his matters. What does this mysterious young man want in our Western nation? I think we should send a team to eliminate this young man. No, this young man is too strange. We should hold off on taking action for now and observe for a while longer. We need to keep his movements under our control. Alright, the bureau chief suddenly spoke up, and as he did, everyone immediately fell silent. The Western nation is a country with strict regulations, especially regarding cultivation, which is even stricter than in Neon. I have already informed the Northern nation about this news. They are very interested in this young man, so let them test his strength for us. That's great, the others said with joy upon hearing the bureau chief's words. They were worried about how to ascertain Dao Changxing's strength, and now they had a scapegoat to solve their urgent problem. Meanwhile, in the Northern nation, in a special operations bureau, a group of Koreans gathered, and the screen displayed images of Dao Changxing after entering the Western nation, along with the latest news sent from the Western nation. According to the news from the Western nation, that divine flower is in this young man's hands. We must obtain it at the earliest opportunity. That's right, that flower is simply amazing. It allowed me to break through 4 major realms in one go. It's like stepping straight into the sky. Moreover, the heaven-defying sword in that boy's hand belongs to us. Our ancestors wielded the heaven-defying sword, cutting down all enemies, and eventually, this sword fell into the hands of the Eastern Kingdom, where it was picked up by the locals and became the sacred sword of the Yamei sect. It's time for it to return to its rightful owner. If this boy were in the Eastern Kingdom, we wouldn't dare approach him, but he has come out of the Eastern Kingdom and headed to the Western Kingdom. This is truly great news for us. The high-ranking officials of the Northern Special Operations Bureau spoke up. In the Northern Kingdom, along with some forces from the European Union, there exists a cultivation system categorized by letters, from low to high, F, E, D, C, B, A, S, SS, and SSS levels. The Nirvana Mountain's divine demon harmonizing flower naturally spread through the mouths of various cultivators. As soon as the Northern Kingdom received the news, they began preparations and scheming. They had experienced the benefits of that flower before, having once obtained a divine demon harmonizing flower by chance. They acquired this flower by stealing many ancient sculptures and artifacts from ancient tombs in the Eastern Kingdom, discovering the miraculous flower within one of the sculptures. Through the ancient sculpture that held the blooming flower, it surprisingly exuded a strange fragrance, under which their strength could soar from D level directly to S level, with some even reaching SS level. Those who had experienced this were overjoyed, which gave them the confidence to boast about the Eastern Kingdom, claiming everything belonged to the Northern Kingdom. After all, that was SS level. Even on an international scale, it belonged to the top tier of experts. How could they not feel inflated with confidence? However, the flower appeared quickly and disappeared just as fast. Many of them broke through to S and SS levels, cultivating numerous A-level subordinates, and then the flower suddenly vanished, disappearing so abruptly that even with all their efforts, they could not find it. They only knew its appearance, name, and characteristics. Over the years, they had sent people to the Eastern Kingdom from time to time, hoping to find clues about this flower. Tap, tap, tap. A few minutes later, a sound of footsteps echoed as a group of men in black combat gear walked in, neatly arranged in formation. These were the special operatives of the Special Operations Team. At the front of this team stood a resolute-looking man. Upon seeing him, the high-ranking officials immediately stood up and greeted him in unison. Hello, Bureau Chief. All right, after discussions with the higher-ups, I have received the order to act. You few come with me, we will set off immediately to capture this boy, the Bureau Chief said, pointing at several high-ranking officials while glancing at the information on the screen about Daoist Changsheng. Yes, Upon hearing the bureau chief's words, the few high-ranking officials stepped down, nodding and speaking loudly. This operation is the most dangerous because the situation is quite dire. Just by casually slaughtering the Buddhist sect members, we can see this boy's immense strength. Everyone must be fully alert, the bureau chief said solemnly. Yes. Everyone below responded loudly again. Alright, you wait outside for now. Ralph, Rudolph, and Ivy, you three stay behind, I have something to instruct you, the bureau chief said. Yes. Hearing the bureau chief's words, everyone left in turn, leaving only 2 men and 1 woman standing in place. They stood with their hands behind their backs, looking at the bureau chief with a hint of respect. As high-ranking officials of the Special Operations Bureau, there was no need for formalities among them. This operation will be commanded by you, leading 3 teams to capture the target, the head of the Special Operations Bureau said, looking at the white-haired woman among the 3. Abby, your task is to lead the attack and primarily capture the target. Yes, Chief. The white-haired woman nodded firmly. Leaf, you are mainly responsible for defense, especially regarding the Western National Security Bureau. You must ensure the outer perimeter is secure, the chief said solemnly, looking at the middle-aged man among the 3. This time, the West will not be so kind. It will definitely let us take the first move to test the waters. We cannot miss this opportunity during the test. I'm afraid that when we go to capture the target, they will reap the benefits. Understood, Chief. The strong man grinned and replied. As for Rudolph, you are mainly responsible for the rear. If anything happens to Avi and Leaf, you must provide immediate assistance. The chief instructed, looking at the tall, slender young man among the 3. Yes, Chief. The young man smiled slightly, indicating his understanding. You should understand the seriousness of this mission. The West has a powerful national fortune barrier that can inherently suppress practitioners and superhumans from other countries. Although the Republic of Korea has established a strategic alliance with the West, that special force field's suppressive effect is not too strong, but it still exists and cannot be ignored. The chief said solemnly. You will use the energy transfer device to head directly to the target location. Once the mission is completed, retreat immediately, there will be personnel to pick you up afterward. Got it. Hearing the chief's words, Leaf, Rudolph, and Abby nodded in agreement, then turned to leave, leading their teams to the location given by the West for Dao Changsheng. Young master, these surveillance flies are so annoying. On the streets of Washington in the West, Qin Yo expressed her dissatisfaction to Dao Changsheng. She had been walking with him, and there were always groups of flies monitoring them, which made her very unhappy. No need to pay them any mind, Dao Changsheng replied with a faint smile upon hearing her complaint. If you really can't stand it, just drive them away, it's an easy task. If I could drive them away, you should have said so earlier. Hearing Dao Changsheng's words, Qin Yao smiled and waved her delicate hand around, nodding in satisfaction. Meanwhile, from the distant buildings, several figures in black fell to the ground, spitting blood, completely fainted. As Qin Yao and Dao Changsheng walked down the streets of Washington, they formed a beautiful scene, causing others to glance over frequently. Every Westerner who saw Qin Yao would marvel at her beauty. Unknowingly, night fell, and they were still far from Dao Changsheng's destination. They strolled leisurely until they finally entered a hotel. We'll take a flight tomorrow, Dao Changsheng said lightly after entering the room. Yes, young master. Qin Yao immediately nodded in response. At night, everyone fell into a deep sleep, but shadows appeared around the hotel where Dao Changsheng was staying, surrounding the entire building. Abby, all personnel are ready and waiting for the attack order. As soon as the captain gives the command, we can go in and capture the target. After everyone was set up, a man in black stepped forward and spoke softly to a woman. The plan remains unchanged, proceed as planned. Remember, swift and decisive action is essential, we must not delay. The woman, referred to as Abby, said in a low voice. The energy conversion device cannot be used for long, otherwise, it will explode due to the West's national fortune barrier. Understood. Hearing Ivy's words, the northern man nodded, then silently transmitted the information through the nano earphones to the ears of his companions surrounding the entire hotel. Alright, Operation 1 begins. Seeing that everyone was ready to act at any moment, Ivy spoke in a low voice, her words also coming through the nano earphones. Swish, swish, swish. As soon as her voice fell, 30 figures suddenly leaped out from the darkness, transforming into 30 faint shadows under the night, effortlessly infiltrating the hotel and rushing towards the direction of Dao Changsheng's room. Teams 1 and 2, enter through the windows, remember to be silent. Teams 3 and 4, follow closely and be ready to support. As for teams 5 and 6, surround that room, if the situation is bad, retreat immediately. The communication devices in everyone's ears echoed Ivy's deep voice. Those who heard these words nodded, each taking on their respective roles with clear objectives, charging towards their targets. Click! With a barely audible sound, the window was deftly opened, and 4 teams, totaling 20 people, leaped into Dao Changxing's room like agile monkeys, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Team 1 has entered the room and is about to make contact with the target. Team 2 has entered the room and is about to make contact with the target. Team 3 has entered the room and is about to make contact with the target. Team 4 has entered the room and is about to make contact with the target. Team 5, stand by. Team 6, stand by. At the moment they entered, Ivy also received the reports from the 6 teams in her ear. Go ahead. Ivy felt that this was perhaps a bit too easy, but she still issued the command, only for an unexpected change to occur. Suddenly, the communication device in her ear became eerily quiet. There was no sound or movement on the other end, only an overwhelming silence, as if there was no connection at all. Ivy immediately sensed something was off, a bad feeling rising in her heart, and she quickly spoke into the communicator in a low voice. What's going on? Why is there no report? Has something happened? But the only response to Ivy was the boundless silence. The other end of the communicator remained deathly quiet. What's going on? Hearing no one respond, Ivy's brows furrowed tightly, and a captain beside her also frowned and said, "It shouldn't be like this. How could we lose communication as soon as we entered? Should we send Team 5 in to check?" Upon hearing the captain's words, Ivy immediately nodded and instructed, "Team 5, go in quickly. Team 6, remain on standby." Yes. The captain nodded immediately. Although he was a high-ranking officer in the Special Operations Bureau, Ivy was the commander for this operation, and he had to obey unconditionally. Hearing the captain's order, 5 of the 10 people on guard outside Dao Changxing's house quietly jumped through the window, their figures disappearing from the view of the red-haired woman in the distance. However, an anomaly occurred once again. Just as these 5 people entered Dao Changxing's house, within 2 seconds, Ivy felt the communicator suddenly plunge back into silence. No sounds could be heard, not even the sound of breathing, as if the communicator had never been turned on, exactly like before. Something's wrong. Seeing the communicator fall silent again, Ivy was instantly alarmed, her heart racing, a sense of crisis rising in an instant. Without a second thought, she shouted into the communicator, "Team 6, retreat quickly, get out of here." As she spoke, she turned to leave, but the next second, a bizarre scene unfolded that made her stop in her tracks. The other 5 people in her line of sight silently shattered, turning to dust in the blink of an eye, completely vanishing into nothingness. What kind of ability is this? The team leader gasped as he witnessed the 5 experts being crushed into powder by a mysterious force. "It's a rather ordinary ability, but they have already disappeared from this world," a faint voice suddenly echoed, and then the door opened, revealing Dao Changxing, who walked out with a calm expression. "It's you! Were you ambushing us?" Upon seeing Dao Changxing suddenly appear, Ivy and the team leader were instantly horrified, their muscles tensing up as they quickly retreated, putting a significant distance between themselves and Dao Changxing. "Ambush you? You overestimate yourselves," Dao Changxing replied with a faint smile. "There really isn't anyone in this world who could make me ambush them. Don't flatter yourselves. Team 7, Team 8, Team 9, Team 10, come quickly for support," the leader called into his communicator while backing away, and Ivy's expression turned grim. If she wasn't mistaken, it had to be the people from the West who leaked their operational information. Otherwise, why would Dao Changxing still be awake at this hour, personally waiting for them? Meanwhile, the calling team leader looked troubled because there was no response to his call. The communicator seemed to have been cut off, and the other end was as silent as before. "If it's support you're calling for, I suggest you don't bother," Dao Changxing said slowly, noticing the leader's grim expression. "They have all completely disappeared from this world. Even if you scream your throat raw, no one will come." "You killed them all? How is that possible? In such a short time?" Hearing Dao Changxing's words, Ivy and the team leader were momentarily stunned, their faces filled with disbelief. It should be noted that the 50 people they brought were among the strongest forces of the Special Operations Team, each at least an A-level expert capable of stirring up quite a storm even within the West. Yet now, so many elites had died without a sound, without even a hint of resistance. It was simply too shocking. "Just some ants that can be easily exterminated," Dao Changxing said, unfazed by Ivy and the team leader's shock. "I believe that tonight, you won't be the only ants coming here, more will arrive soon, and it seems they aren't from the West. Which alley did they crawl out from? You can kill us, but you cannot insult our great northern country," Ivy coldly retorted. "We Koreans are all incredibly great, far surpassing others in elite status." "What great northern country? What great northern country? What kind of country is that? I've never heard of it," Dao Changxing replied indifferently. "If you provoke me, don't blame me for personally dismantling your so-called great northern country." "Shut your mouth." I won't allow you to despise our great northern country." Ivy was enraged by Dao Changsheng's words, jumping up and shouting, "The power possessed by our Northern Special Operations Bureau is absolutely beyond your imagination. I tell you, if you dare to step one foot onto our northern territory, I swear you will regret it immensely." "Is that so? Then I am a bit interested," Dao Changsheng said calmly, his expression remaining serene. If you're not afraid of death, then come on." Seeing Dao Changsheng's indifferent attitude, Ivy's expression shifted from initial panic to a series of cold laughs as she said, "When you step into our great northern kingdom, you will surely feel ashamed of your own insignificance, and you will be astonished by the immense power we possess, you." What a load of nonsense! Before Ivy could finish her words, Dao Changsheng suddenly raised his hand, and a powerful invisible force emerged, instantly pulling Ivy into his grasp. Then, with a slight squeeze, as if crushing an ant, a crisp crack echoed, and Ivy fell dead. After crushing Ivy, Dao Changsheng casually tossed her aside and said lightly, "Chatting with you was somewhat entertaining. But just in time, the others have arrived." At this, Dao Changsheng looked up to see hundreds of figures rushing toward him from a distance. Ivy! Leading this group were a dark-skinned strong man and a tall, thin young man. They had just witnessed Ivy being pulled in and crushed to death by Dao Changsheng, and they were instantly filled with rage, unable to contain their shouts. "Damn it, you killed Ivy. I will make you pay for her life. Kill, I want to kill you." Seeing Ivy discarded like trash on the ground, the dark-skinned strong man and the tall, thin young man roared in anger, filled with murderous intent, charging straight at Dao Changsheng. "Meteor fire rain!" the tall, thin young man shouted as he rushed forward, swinging his fists. Suddenly, a torrent of flames descended from the sky, transforming into countless lotus flowers, enveloping Dao Changsheng entirely. He was actually a fire-type superpower user, flying sand and shattered stones. The dark-skinned strong man also roared, raising his hands as the ground cracked with a crackling sound. Countless stones and dust surged forth, forming a massive storm that howled toward Dao Changsheng. He was also a superpower user and earth-type superpower user. Facing these powerful attacks rushing toward him, Dao Changsheng's expression remained unchanged as he stood still, quietly watching the incoming assault. Boom! Boom! With the storm and flames sweeping across the sky, a tremendous roar echoed continuously. The flames, just a meter in front of Dao Changsheng, suddenly dissipated without reason. The mud and stone storm, filled with countless rocks, also exploded in an instant, turning into a cloud of dust, leaving Dao Changsheng completely unharmed. Too weak! The next moment, a voice rang out as Dao Changsheng, unscathed, slowly walked toward the dark-skinned strong man and the tall, thin young man through the dust. "Kill! Kill! Kill!" A chorus of shouts erupted as the hundreds of figures behind the dark-skinned strong man and the tall, thin young man rushed forward, each letting out a low growl as they charged at Dao Changsheng. Freeze! Facing the oncoming crowd, Dao Changsheng's expression remained unchanged. As he walked forward, he calmly uttered this single word. As soon as the word left his lips, it seemed to possess some kind of magical power. In an instant, everyone's movements froze, remaining in place, caught in the act of their charging attack. What? It really is as if his words hold power. The dark-skinned strong man and the tall, thin young man were suddenly jolted from their anger, looking around in shock at the hundreds of figures frozen in place. Dao Changsheng had actually used a single word to control the movements of over 100 people, rendering them immobile, just like when he had repelled the attacks of the Buddhist sect back then. At first, when they saw the news, they didn't take it seriously, because in their eyes, such a thing was simply impossible. How could it be true? But now that they had seen it with their own eyes, they knew they were completely wrong. Boring. Looking at the shocked dark-skinned strong man and the tall, thin young man, Dao Changsheng shook his head slightly and said, "Every day, a bunch of what are they coming to assassinate? They are even inferior to an ordinary loose cultivator in a small world. How can they fight against the darkness in the future?" Just as Dao Changsheng was speaking, a change occurred. The dark-skinned strong man and the tall, thin young man, upon hearing Dao Changsheng's words, suddenly felt a tremendous force, like a surging tide, madly sweeping towards them. In the face of this immense invisible power, they clearly felt their bodies being firmly suppressed. No matter how their brains issued commands, it was utterly futile. Not to mention moving even a little, even their superpowers were tightly suppressed within their bodies, completely unusable. This is impossible. How could this be? How could it be so strong? At this moment, the dark-skinned strong man and the tall, thin young man looked at Dao Changsheng with faces full of horror, their eyes reflecting in extreme shock, a look that was even more terrifying than seeing a devil. It was too terrifying. Dao Changsheng was simply too terrifying to the point that they could no longer muster any thought of resistance. Because Dao Changsheng hadn't even made a move or said anything, yet he inexplicably controlled the two of them. If they said this wasn't caused by Dao Changsheng's actions, they wouldn't believe it even if you killed them. Now, in front of Dao Changsheng, they didn't even have a chance to resist. It's over. Looking at everyone who was immobilized and unable to move, Dao Changsheng spoke lightly, and as he spoke, an immeasurable, majestic power descended once again. Under this power, all the people from the northern country wore expressions of terror, and in the end, they didn't even let out a scream. Their bodies turned to dust, scattering with the wind. Except for one extra person from the northern country left by Dao Changsheng, all the others who had attacked were dead. You, go back and tell your superiors to have everyone in your northern country special operations bureau clean their necks and wait. Soon, I will personally come to collect all your dog heads. In the next second, Dao Changsheng turned his gaze to this inconspicuous northern country person and said, Yes. At this moment, this inconspicuous northern country person was trembling all over, looking at Dao Changsheng in terror, and upon hearing Dao Changsheng's words, he quickly nodded and stammered a response. You can leave now. After saying this, Dao Changsheng turned and entered the house, while the northern country person left behind stood there in a daze for a while before coming to his senses. Then he immediately turned around and ran away frantically, disappearing in the blink of an eye, and once again, the surroundings returned to calm. The shattered ground around them seemed to have been repaired at some point. If it weren't for the fleeing northern country person, no one would have discovered that a massacre had once occurred here. So refreshing. After a night without a word, the next day, Qin Yao lazily walked out of the door, and Dao Changsheng followed suit. The two turned around and left directly, and under Qin Yao's lead, they boarded a plane in the afternoon, heading straight for Alaska. As time passed, the plane quickly brought Dao Changsheng to his destination. After getting off the plane, Dao Changsheng took Qin Yao through various places, and after several turns, they finally arrived at a desolate mountain. Looking at the mountain before him, Dao Changsheng smiled. This time, he had come personally, and he was determined to make that old thing bleed profusely. Under Qin Yao's puzzled gaze, Dao Changsheng began to walk up the mountain. The two of them followed the path to the mountain top, but as soon as they reached the summit, they stopped. Following Dao Changsheng's gaze, Qin Yao discovered that not far ahead, about 30 to 40 meters away, there was a large tree growing on the mountainside. 30 to 40 meters away, a massive tree with a diameter of no less than 1 meter was blooming amidst the clouds and mist, completely surrounded by swirling white fog. This tree was lush and vibrant, with tender green branches and bright, translucent new leaves, and flower buds the size of bowls were just beginning to form on its branches. Moreover, Qin Yao noticed that on such a large ancient tree, the branches were not the same. The flower buds were divided into 3 colors, yet their stems shared a single branch, drawing the necessary nutrients from this mother tree. Young master, what is the significance of this tree? Seeing Dao Changsheng staring intently at the tree with a smile on his face, Qin Yao asked curiously. The purpose of our visit today is for this tree, Dao Changsheng replied with a faint smile upon hearing Qin Yao's question. This tree has been growing since ancient times. Ancient times. Hearing Dao Changsheng's words, Qin Yao's pupils constricted in shock as she looked at the tree, not expecting it to have such a history. This tree is not simple, it is the famous true name tea tree from ancient times, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, growing from the spiritual energy deep within the earth. To grow, it must endure various tribulations, and swallowing the thunder of heavenly punishment is a trivial matter. This place is the only habitat for the true name tea tree. You will not find this tree in any other space. It can be said that this tree is the last of its kind in the world. So famous. Qin Yao was astonished to hear Dao Changsheng's words, not expecting such a reputation. Alright, it's time to get down to business. After glancing at the true name tea tree not far ahead, Dao Changsheng smiled faintly and said, We arrived just in time. This old thing has fallen into a deep sleep, making it much easier for me to take what I need. As he spoke, a green light shot from his brow, quickly expanding until a blue gourd appeared in Dao Changsheng's hand. This gourd was a treasure he had obtained from the Medicine King sect. Sacrificing a bit of my essence to obtain this leaf is definitely worth it. After taking out the gourd, Dao Changsheng chuckled softly, then tossed it into the air. The blue gourd immediately burst forth with a splash of green light, rapidly enlarging as a stream of emerald green gas poured out from it. Whoosh! As this gas emerged, it instantly enveloped the entire true name tea tree. Qin Yao suddenly felt that this true name tea tree seemed to fall into a deep sleep, just like a person. Thinking of this, Qin Yao found it hard to believe. How could she feel that a tree was falling asleep? It was utterly absurd. Old fellow, this gives me a chance, Dao Changsheng said with a faint smile as he saw the green gas enveloping the true name tea tree, which vanished in the blink of an eye. He stepped forward and directly approached the tree, firmly planting his feet against the mountainside. Old fellow, now that I've caught this opportunity, don't blame me for being rude, Dao Changsheng said with a smile as he climbed up the tree, directly entering the foliage. Whoosh! Boom! 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 As time passed, a series of earth-shattering roars erupted from the tree. As time went on, the tree began to tremble from time to time under Qin Yao's astonished gaze. Inside the true name tea tree, Dao Changsheng already had a dozen brown leaves in his hand. These brown leaves bore mysterious runes that flickered with a dim light from time to time, clearly indicating their extraordinary nature. In the next moment, Dao Changsheng reached into the true name tea tree again and plucked a brown leaf. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the true name tea tree shook violently, as if the act of plucking a leaf had caused it to tremble. Not good. Just as Dao Changsheng was about to reach for another leaf, he suddenly raised an eyebrow, turned around without a word, and flashed away, arriving in front of Qin Yao in the blink of an eye. Young master! Seeing Dao Changsheng suddenly appear, Qin Yao looked puzzled, noticing a change in his expression. Before she could ask, a booming sound erupted. To her astonishment, the true name tea tree erupted with endless green light, followed by an angry roar that echoed throughout the heavens and earth. Damn it, which bastard dares to pluck my Dao leaves? As the roar resounded, an ancient, weathered face of an old man materialized above the true name tea tree. Qin Yao stared in disbelief, her eyes wide open. This tree had become sentient. Old Dao head, long time no see, Dao Changsheng said with a faint smile as he looked at the manifested old man's face. Damn it, it's you, that damned little brat. Upon hearing Dao Changsheng's words and seeing his familiar face, the old man immediately cursed. Damn it, little bastard, quickly return my leaves, those are my stock from hundreds of thousands of years. It's just a few leaves, is it really worth getting this angry? Dao Changsheng said nonchalantly, digging in his ears. Besides, those leaves can grow back on their own, taking a few won't matter. Those are the rarest leaves in the universe. The old man's face, transformed from the true name tea tree, twitched at the corners. This kid really dared to say that, if conditions allowed, he would definitely give this brat a good beating. Old Dao head, you should know my character. Once something is in my hands, it will never be given back, Dao Changsheng said slowly, observing the flustered true name tea tree. Damn it, this time, I admit defeat, the true name tea tree said with a pained expression. Those are my precious stock, you better not fall into my hands in the future, or you'll know the consequences. Old Dao head, how about we make a deal? Dao Changsheng said slowly. Get lost, get out of my sight immediately. The true name tea tree gritted its teeth and said, hurry up and leave, I have no interest in making a deal with you. Don't you want to hear the terms? Dao Changsheng, unfazed by the true name tea tree's anger, smiled and said, speak, the true name tea tree said through gritted teeth. Very simple, I'll give you 3 Dao leaves, and you help me complete that task, and also give me that set of equipment, how about it? Dao Changsheng said calmly. Those leaves originally belonged to me, the true name tea tree replied through gritted teeth. If you give me all the leaves and that item, I'll help you with that task. That's impossible, Dao Changsheng said slowly. At least 3 leaves, at most 5, plus that item. As he spoke, Dao Changsheng flipped his hand, revealing an ice crystal lotus seed. This is. Upon seeing the ice crystal lotus seed in Dao Changsheng's hand, the true name tea tree's eyes widened with greed, though this expression vanished in an instant. The next moment, the true name tea tree gritted its teeth and said, this price is too low. Completing that task is far from worth this amount, unless you give me 3 lotus seeds, and you don't need to return those Dao leaves. Impossible, Dao Changsheng immediately rejected the true name tea tree's words, slowly saying, 5 Dao leaves, 1 lotus seed, plus some clues about what you need from me, just these 3 things. You help me complete that task, and if you don't agree, we have nothing to discuss. Hearing Dao Changsheng's words, the true name tea tree did not respond immediately but fell into deep thought. Dao Changsheng, seeing this, did not disturb it and stood there with a smile. Because he knew that the true name tea tree would definitely agree to his terms, as in this world, he was the only one who knew the clues about that thing, and the true name tea tree had to obtain it. If it wanted that thing, it had to agree to his conditions. Alright. After a long while, the true name tea tree opened its eyes and said in a deep voice, return me 5 Dao leaves, 1 illusion essence, and the clues about that thing, and I will agree to help you with that task. I can't guarantee its completion, you know the difficulty of that task. I can only say I will do my best. Deal. Hearing the true name tea tree's words, Dao Changsheng smiled faintly and uttered 2 words. Then, with a wave of his hand, the lotus seed and 5 brown Dao leaves flew towards the true name tea tree. At the same time, Dao Changsheng opened his brow and shot out a beam of law light, combining it with the Dao leaves and lotus seed, transforming into a ball of light that flew towards the true name tea tree. Alright, kid, it's settled, the true name tea tree said, opening its mouth wide and swallowing the 3 floating items in one gulp. Then, in the next second, under Qin Yao's astonished gaze, the true name tea tree shot up from the ground, sprouting countless roots, and swiftly moved along the mountain wall, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Young master, this. Seeing the true name tea tree suddenly run away, Qin Yao stammered, her eyes filled with disbelief. This is too fantastical. a tree actually grew legs and ran away. Damn it, that old guy outsmarted me. Dao Changsheng laughed and cursed upon seeing the true name tea tree escape, saying, "It didn't give me that thing. What a bastard." Although Dao Changsheng was cursing, the smile on his face did not fade at all, as if he had already guessed that the true name tea tree would do this. "Forget it, that thing is safest in its hands," Dao Changsheng said slowly the next moment. "This matter is settled, we should head to our next destination now." After saying this, Dao Changsheng sat cross-legged, and 3 flowers of the divine demon unity floated out, each flower interweaving with black and white divine light. These divine lights slowly evolved, eventually transforming into a map that quietly floated in the sky. "So it's this place." Seeing the forest area displayed on the map, Dao Changsheng nodded, then retracted the flowers, stood up, and instructed Qini Yao, "Let's go to York. There is the 4th flower." "Okay." Hearing Dao Changsheng's words, Qini Yao immediately nodded and followed Dao Changsheng, walking leisurely down the mountain. Meanwhile, at the foot of the mountain, in a cat-filled jungle, a group of men in black were surrounding the only path. "Lord Boj, are we really going to ambush here?" After all the men in black had arranged themselves into formation, one person came over to report quietly. "That's right, those bastards from the north actually dared to stand us up," Bog said through gritted teeth upon hearing his subordinate's words. "That night, they didn't even capture that mysterious boy, and we missed an opportunity for nothing. According to the information displayed on the plane and the electronic route queries, that kid is right on this desolate mountain. That kid is really something else. He traveled thousands of miles to our country just to come to this mountain. What could possibly be here?" One subordinate voiced his confusion. "This mountain is abandoned," Bog replied casually, curling his lip. "There are plenty of mountains like this all over Alaska. If it weren't for that kid coming here, I wouldn't even know there was a mountain here." "My lord, they're coming." Suddenly, the subordinate spoke up urgently, as Dao Changsheng and Qini Yao were seen walking down the mountain path. "Positions. Once they enter a 50-meter range, attack immediately," Bog ordered in a low voice as he spotted Dao Changsheng and Qini Yao. Click, click, click. A series of mechanical sounds erupted as black-clad figures began adjusting the mechanical cannons placed on the ground. Clearly, they had been preparing for this ambush for a long time. "Young master!" Qini Yao suddenly stopped as she descended the mountain, glancing towards a dense thicket in the distance and whispered, "What should we do with these people?" "Just kill them," Dao Changsheng said without pausing his steps or looking up. "Understood." Hearing Dao Changsheng's words, Qini Yao flicked her wrist, and instantly, a dazzling silver light materialized. Countless twinkling stars adorned it, followed by a silver river crashing down, swiftly pressing towards the dense thicket. Boom! A thunderous explosion echoed, and the dense thicket vanished in an instant, replaced by a deep pit several meters wide. In the pit, there were no bodies, all those people had been crushed to dust under the weight of the galaxy. Bog and the others never understood why they died, it all happened too suddenly. They were slaughtered before they even had a chance to react. As time passed, Dao Changsheng and Qini Yao returned the way they came, flying to York. After landing at the airport, they leisurely walked towards a forest, the very one marked on the map. "Let's go!" Dao Changsheng led Qini Yao into the forest, winding left and right along a path, eventually arriving at a huge, deserted lighthouse. This was an incredibly ancient lighthouse, its structure and surroundings entwined with countless green vines, clearly untouched for a long time. Seeing the lighthouse, Dao Changsheng nodded slightly, then pushed the door open and walked inside, with Qini Yao closely following. As Dao Changsheng entered the lighthouse, a massive underground structure lay 1,000 meters below, with houses and black-clad men constantly moving within this small building. This was one of the major strongholds of the Redemption Bureau in the Western cultivation world, one of the branches of the Aurora Bureau. In the West, the Aurora Bureau is divided into 9 major branches, each with a combat elite force roughly the size of a small town. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At that moment, a loud red alarm suddenly rang out, echoing throughout the entire branch. Upon hearing the sound, everyone's expression changed, and they immediately rushed to their respective teams. This alarm had never sounded before. In the West, as a cultivator, you would know about the Aurora Bureau, but you wouldn't know the locations of all its branches, as they operated secretly underground. This alarm had never been triggered since the establishment of this branch, because apart from them, no one knew where the Aurora branch was located. This time the alarm sounded, it was definitely because someone had broken in. As one of the 9 branches of Aurora, the sudden intrusion shocked everyone, and they quickly sprang into action. "Quick, find out what's going on. Why did the alarm go off? Why didn't any of the countless nanomonitors we installed react?" In a control room, a high-ranking official of the branch roared angrily, while one by one, the big shots rushed in, gathering in the blink of an eye, their speed unimaginable, as they were all powerful cultivators and the most disciplined among them. With the high-ranking official's furious reprimand, the operators in the control room sprang into action. Soon, a scene appeared on the screen, showing Dao Changsheng walking to a staircase leading underground, casually crushing 2 guards. Damn it, who the hell is this person, daring to break into our Aurora branch? Seeing Dao Changsheng casually kill 2 of the branch's guards, another high-ranking official's face was filled with rage. He never expected someone to be so bold as to directly storm into their Aurora branch. How audacious could one be? Even the European Union wouldn't dare to attack their Aurora branch recklessly, and when they did attack, there would definitely be some commotion. Yet this young man on the screen had entered their highly secretive Aurora branch without a sound. Moreover, those 2 guards were S-rank cultivators, and they were taken down by this seemingly ordinary young man without even a confrontation. Why do I feel this kid looks a bit familiar? Seems like I've seen him somewhere, one said. I feel the same way. I think I've seen this kid before. Isn't this the guy that the bureau chief showed me before? That's right, it's him, the mysterious kid who's been shaking up the cultivation world recently. How does he know the location of our Aurora branch? We have nothing to do with him. Upon seeing Dao Changsheng's familiar face, the high-ranking officials of the Aurora branch were all shocked, staring at Dao Changsheng, who was killing his way down, with expressions of disbelief. The S-rank experts they had trained couldn't even last a moment against Dao Changsheng. What kind of joke was this? Chief, what should we do now? Should we send someone out to take him down? He's already killed over a dozen of our experts. Yeah, this kid is too arrogant, killing without batting an eye, and we haven't even provoked him. Seeing the S-rank cultivators rushing towards Dao Changsheng, only to be casually crushed and discarded by him, the high-ranking officials of the branch voiced their anger. When did the powerful Aurora branch, known across the cultivation world, get invaded by a cultivator from another country and enter kill mode? This was simply too frustrating. They had never encountered such a situation before. Kelly, get me on the radio. Facing the angry voices of the high-ranking officials, the chief of the Aurora branch, D. White, said solemnly, I need to have a good talk with this young man, he is too strange. If we can avoid becoming enemies for now, we should. Yes. Hearing D. White's words, the woman named Kelly immediately nodded and quickly began tapping her fingers. The radio was soon answered. He was the captain of the Aurora branch's defense team. Young man, may I ask what brings you to our Aurora branch? Once the radio connected, D. White spoke in a deep voice. If I'm not mistaken, we have no quarrel with each other, so why have you intruded into our Aurora branch and killed our people? This can't be blamed on me. Hearing D. White, Dao Changsheng, who was descending the stairs, slowly said while sweeping the small holes on the steps, I merely entered this lighthouse to retrieve something, and was met with a personal onslaught. I had no choice but to retaliate. Our Aurora Bureau 9 has never provoked anyone and has always kept a low profile. It seems we haven't offended the young master, have we? Hearing Dao Changsheng's words, D. White, the head of Aurora Bureau 9, forcibly suppressed his anger and said in a deep voice, we have always kept a low profile, how could we possibly have what the young master needs? Perhaps you have come to the wrong place. What I need to find is a lost flower, Dao Changsheng replied slowly upon hearing D. White's words, as far as I know, the flower I seek is right here underground, and since it belongs to me, I naturally have to come and take it. A lost flower? What kind of flower? Could it be that flower? Hiss, that flower originally had an owner? Hearing Dao Changsheng's words, the high-ranking members of Aurora Bureau 9 were shocked, each face displaying disbelief, and they exchanged glances, unsure of what to say. As high-ranking members of Aurora Bureau 9, they naturally knew the flower Dao Changsheng was referring to. In their bureau, the only flower that could be called such was that black and white one. The reason they chose to establish themselves here was fundamentally due to the existence of this extremely mysterious flower, a flower that held immense benefits for cultivators. This flower has existed for hundreds of years. If we trace it back, it could be over 1,000 years old. How could it possibly have an owner? So, this boy must at least be a few hundred years old? How is that possible? Our bureau head has only lived a few hundred years. Thinking of that flower, the high-ranking members of Aurora Bureau 9 began to speak, looking at Dao Changsheng on the screen with shock on their faces. How could this ordinary boy possibly have lived for hundreds of years? He looked no older than 16 or 17. Young master, I think you must have come to the wrong place. How could our Aurora Bureau 9 possibly have the flower you lost? D. White said with a serious expression, our Aurora branch is a combat bureau. How could there be any flowers here? You should look elsewhere. The Eastern Kingdom is vast and rich. There must be flowers that you need. If I say there is, then there is, Dao Changsheng replied. It seems you also know about that flower. Since that's the case, just hand it over directly, and I'll turn around and leave. Otherwise, don't blame me for dismantling your broken bureau. What? This kid says he wants to dismantle our Aurora Bureau 9? This is too arrogant. What a joke. You can't joke like this. Our Aurora Bureau has existed for hundreds of years. Could it be destroyed by just one person? This kid is really adorably naive. Hearing Dao Changsheng's words, the high-ranking members of Aurora Bureau 9 burst into laughter. This Dao Changsheng was simply too amusing, daring to say that one person could dismantle their Aurora Bureau. Humph. Let me warn you again, young master, our Aurora Bureau does not seek trouble, but that does not mean we are afraid of it, D. White said in a deep voice upon hearing Dao Changsheng's words. Our Aurora Bureau and the young master have no enmity. We do not wish to be enemies with you. I kindly ask you to retreat. As for the matter of just now, or we lost our people, we will not pursue it. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. I just need to retrieve what I left behind, Dao Changsheng said in response to D. White's words. Now you have two choices, either hand over that flower, and I will turn and leave, or I will personally dismantle your little setup. Then don't blame us for being rude, D. White said angrily upon hearing Dao Changsheng's words. Since that's the case, we have nothing more to discuss. Dragon Team, move out and eliminate all enemies that come. In the control room, D. White coldly ordered. Dragon Team received, heading out now, Bureau Chief. As soon as D. White's words fell, a fierce bald black man immediately stood up, saluted D. White, and replied in a deep voice. After answering, he strode out towards the outside. Order, the Paladin Brigade is on standby, ready to support at any time. After the Dragon Team commander left, D. White continued to issue orders. Yes, Bureau Chief. Just as the words fell, a resolute-looking figure carrying a wooden cross emerged from the darkness. After saluting D. White, he walked out with a fierce killing intent. Bang bang bang! As D. White issued command after command, Dao Changsheng also finished descending the winding, blood-stained staircase. Upon reaching the bottom, he found himself in a vast silver oval space. Boom! Just as he stepped off the staircase, a large door suddenly burst open, and a crowd of dark figures poured out. Each person was fully armed, laden with weapons, their expressions cold, exuding a strong aura of killing intent, clearly not simple characters. After this group emerged, there was no unnecessary chatter. At the forefront stood a fierce bald black man, his eyes icy as he looked at Dao Changsheng. He waved his hand and shouted loudly, "Kill! Kill!" Upon hearing the bald man's command, hundreds of people immediately shouted in unison, a deafening roar echoing. Then, they transformed into countless afterimages, each wielding a razor-sharp weapon, glinting with cold light, charging towards Dao Changsheng as if they wanted to completely overwhelm him. Facing the hundreds rushing towards him, Dao Changsheng stood calmly with his hands behind his back. He tilted his head, observing the oncoming crowd, his eyes deep and calm, his expression unchanged, unfazed. In just a brief moment, the hundreds had reached Dao Changsheng, the intense killing intent and bone-chilling coldness filling the air, causing the temperature in the entire room to drop several degrees. Whoosh! At that moment, Qini Yao behind Dao Changsheng's gaze turned cold. With a wave of her elegant sleeve, a magnificent silver power descended. As Qini Yao waved her sleeve, a simple flick suddenly sent the dozens of figures at the forefront reeling as if struck by lightning. Boom! 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 Instantly, a series of explosive sounds erupted, and those dozens of figures transformed into cannonballs, hurtling away into the distance, crashing violently against the walls, producing a series of bone-cracking sounds. Thud 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 thud. The dozens of figures fell heavily to the ground, each spitting out a mouthful of blood, then lying there weakly, blood continuously oozing from their mouths, their eyes vacant, faces filled with a desperate longing for life, clearly not far from death. Freeze! After sending those 10 or so people flying, Qini Yao shouted delicately and stepped forward. Instantly, the hundreds of attackers halted in unison, suddenly standing still as if fixed in place, unable to advance even an inch despite their full-force attempts. At this moment, everyone's face was filled with terror. Those who wanted to scream found themselves unable to make a sound, even their expressions could not change. They clearly felt that their entire bodies, including their cultivation, had been completely imprisoned. How is this possible? Seeing this scene, the bald black man was instantly shocked, and he hurriedly shouted, "Quick, release the barbarians immediately." Yes. Kelly in the control room quickly responded, her fingers tapping rapidly. The sound of footsteps echoed densely, while everyone in the Aurora Bureau stared at the screen with grim expressions. On the screen, Dao Changsheng stood calmly with his hands behind his back, while Qini Yao lightly waved her sleeve, and suddenly a surge of overwhelming power descended from the sky, enveloping those she had immobilized with her true essence in the blink of an eye. Boom! 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 Instantly, a series of explosive sounds erupted, and the hundreds of people fell to the ground one after another, just like the dozens before them, spitting blood and crashing down, the sound of their bones shattering echoing continuously. As the sound of bones breaking filled the air, their screams rang out, and for a moment, the room was filled with cries of agony. Boom! In the next second, with a wave of her delicate hand, Years.He summoned an unparalleled, towering force once again, and a thunderous roar resounded. Those who had been fixed in place instantly turned into countless fragments in the midst of terrified gazes. Seeing this scene, the fierce bald black man felt a chill in his heart, sensing a force that had him on the brink of death. At this moment, even he was firmly imprisoned in place by a powerful force. How is this possible? Who is this woman? How can she be this strong? Watching on the screen as Years.He casually rolled her hand, they were shocked to see that a third of their carefully cultivated dragon team had been annihilated. All the high-ranking officials of the Aurora 9 Bureau were left speechless, their faces filled with disbelief. Years.He was simply too powerful, strong enough to be compared with their director D. White, who also wore a grim expression at this moment. Crash! Just then, on the screen, in a huge silver oval room, a mechanical door suddenly appeared and then opened with a loud bang, revealing 3 men, each 2 to 3 meters tall. They were muscular, covered from head to toe in thick black hair, looking just like gigantic gorillas. Activate the frenzy mode. Looking at the calm Dao Changsheng and the smiling Years.He, the fierce bald black man shouted in panic. As his voice fell, a faint red light flickered in his ears. He didn't know what was happening. Although he was pinned in place by a towering force, he could still speak. Yes. Kelly on the other end of the communicator immediately replied, her fingers tapping rapidly. Roar! 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 In almost a second, earth-shattering roars erupted as the 3 towering barbarians opened their mouths and roared, their bodies flashing with eerie red light, a terrifying aura emanating from them. A wave of frenzied and brutal energy spread out, and with another roar, the 3 barbarians charged towards Dao Changsheng and Years.He, their rapid strides causing the ground of the entire room to tremble, producing a series of booming sounds. It should be noted that this was made from a special alloy, and even several SS-level powerhouses working together could not cause any damage to this special alloy. Now these 3 barbarians were actually able to create a pit in this special alloy solely with their own strength, which shows just how powerful the force within these 3 barbarians is. Boom! Another earth-shattering roar erupted, and 3 enormous barbarians charged out from the massive portal, their eyes bloodshot, their bodies radiating a violent aura, fiercely rushing towards Dao Changsheng and Years.He. It's the barbarians, we must retreat. Seeing the 6 towering barbarians in a frenzy charging forward, some of the remaining members of the dragon team immediately shouted in panic, and all the dragon team members hurriedly began to run back. It must be known that these are barbarians, a presence even more terrifying than their dragon team. These barbarians are the latest research achievement of the Aurora 9th Bureau. Each barbarian possesses immense strength, and their bodies are impervious to blades and bullets. Even direct hits from rocket launchers are useless, and their inherent strength has reached SS level, even surpassing that of ordinary SS level powerhouses. Although the barbarians are so formidable, their minds are incredibly powerful as well. The mental energy within their heads can even rival that of S-level psychic superhumans. An SS-level psychic superhuman can effortlessly control an entire city's population, which illustrates just how rare psychic superhumans are. Even if they exist, their strength is often very weak. Among superhumans, the psychic, spatial, and temporal categories are the most extraordinarily rare. An SS-level psychic superhuman has appeared before, once shaking the entire Western economy with their power, plunging the West into a financial crisis. At that time, all the powerful forces in the Western world frantically hunted down that SS-level psychic superhuman, but they ultimately suffered heavy losses and allowed the SS-level psychic to escape. However, after that escape, the psychic superhuman never appeared again. According to the powerful beings in the Hall of Gods, that psychic superhuman, having sustained severe injuries, has already died in some unknown location. Currently, there are only about 3 to 5 psychic superhumans left, and each one is very weak, barely reaching A level, not even S level, because the cultivation of psychic superhumans is extremely difficult, and many resources are useless to them. As for temporal superhumans, they are almost non-existent. While there are none, ancient superhuman texts passed down from the West record that they still exist in the world, though it is unknown where. As for spatial superhumans, although they are rare, they do exist. The head of their Aurora 2nd Division is an SS-level spatial superhuman, and it is said that the head of the Aurora 2nd Division has even broken through to SSS level. Such beings can annihilate a city with a mere gesture and generally do not act lightly due to various treaties. Those of this level rarely intervene, serving to intimidate other forces. Yet these barbarians possess mental energy that can rival S-level psychic superhumans, which reveals just how terrifying these barbarians are. Even after exhausting all the available resources of their Aurora 9th Bureau, they have only managed to cultivate 6 barbarians. Moreover, the emotions of these barbarians are also very unstable. Due to their powerful mental energy, the Aurora Ninth Bureau specially created confinement rings for them to help stabilize their emotions. But once the barbarians enter a frenzy, their emotions will be completely ignited, and the confinement circle will lose its effect. At that moment, the barbarians will be utterly ruthless, recognizing no kin. Anyone who dares to approach within 10 meters of them will be attacked and destroyed. All the members of the dragon team are well aware of this, so they hurriedly retreat, fearing that they might touch the attack range and be torn apart by these 6 barbarians. Dying like this would be incredibly unjust. Kill. Looking at the 6 charging barbarians, Dao Changsheng spoke calmly, instructing Qin Yao. Upon hearing his words, Qin Yao nodded, her star-like brilliant eyes calmly gazing at the 6 barbarians rushing towards them. Roar! 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 With 6 furious roars, the 6 barbarians quickly reached Qin Yao, and then they simultaneously threw punches, 6 fists the size of bronze bells coming from 6 directions, striking fiercely towards her. They targeted Qin Yao instead of Dao Changsheng simply because she was in front of him. In their madness, any living being would be ruthlessly crushed. Bang! 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 As the 6 massive fists came crashing down, the sound of air exploding echoed continuously, like firecrackers, producing a series of explosive sounds while stirring up gusts of wind that swept through everything around. Boom! 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 In the next moment, a terrifying scene unfolded once again. The 6 barbarians' fists landed just 1 meter away from Qin Yao's body, and their fate was identical to that of the previous Dragon Team members. They could not advance a single step, unable to touch even a fraction of Qin Yao's body. Not only could they not move forward, but they were also completely immobilized in place. This time, however, the confinement was not due to Dao Changsheng's actions, but rather Qin Yao's. Roar! 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 Unable to attack Qin Yao, the brutality in the eyes of the 6 barbarians intensified, and they could not help but roar in anger, their voices echoing throughout the room, causing pain to the eardrums. However, this time, Qin Yao's confinement did not silence their mouths, allowing these immobilized barbarians to express their fury. In the next second, Qin Yao looked at one of the barbarians, gently raised her delicate hand, and with a casual motion, slapped towards the barbarian's head. Boom! Instantly, a thunderous sound erupted, and the barbarian's head burst open like a ripe watermelon struck by a massive hammer. Blood and shattered bones splattered everywhere, staining many nearby Dragon Team members in a crimson hue. This brutal and bloody scene was hard to believe, coming from a stunningly beautiful woman. It was too gruesome, completely contrasting with the ethereal aura surrounding Qin Yao. Bang! In the next moment, the massive body of the barbarian crashed backward, hitting the ground heavily. But it wasn't over yet. Another second passed, and Qin Yao took a step forward, grabbing one of the barbarian's wrists, instantly sealing his movements with her true essence, then swinging his entire body like a weapon towards the remaining 4 barbarians. Boom! 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 The continuous sounds of collisions followed, and the 4 barbarians were directly sent flying by Qin Yao, crashing violently against the distant special alloy wall. Rumble! With a roar, the 4 barbarians fell to the ground. They lay there, struggling desperately to get up, but it was futile, as an immense and towering force descended from the sky, pinning them down so they could not rise. They could only roar madly, expressing their dissatisfaction. It's a bit noisy. Hearing the beast-like roars, Dao Changsheng frowned slightly and moved in an instant. He raised his hand, and immediately, a massive beast fell directly onto one of the barbarians. Crack! Crack! Following that, the sounds of crack and crack echoed as Dao Changsheng tore off the limbs of this barbarian, exposing the white, bony remains, and then casually tossed them aside. Boom! Instantly, the 2 legs and 2 arms shot through the air, crashing into the heads of the 4 barbarians like 4 whistling cannonballs. Bang! 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 A series of 4 explosive sounds followed, and the roars of the 4 barbarians abruptly ceased, as if their throats had been grasped tightly, unable to make a sound. The reason they could not make a sound was that their heads and upper bodies had been reduced to a pile of minced flesh and mud, leaving only their lower bodies twitching helplessly. Thus, the 6 barbarians, cultivated over decades at great human, material, and financial cost by the Aurora Bureau, were nearly all dead or injured. Buzz! In the next moment, Qin Yao waved her delicate hand, and a silver galaxy spanned the void, directly descending from the heavens. Boom! A roar erupted as the galaxy fell from the sky, instantly washing over the 6 barbarians. In just a moment, the 6 barbarians were crushed to ashes, leaving not a trace of blood or flesh, and the surrounding blood was also completely washed away by the galaxy. Witnessing this scene, the members of Team Dragon were stunned, unable to speak in shock. Especially in the control room, it fell into a dead silence. Even D. White wore a grim expression. The high-ranking officials of the Bureau stood frozen, unable to utter a word upon seeing this scene. They were dead. Just like that, they died. Team Dragon's trump card, the Barbarians, were all killed in less than 3 minutes by this extraordinarily beautiful woman. At this moment, everyone in the control room looked at Chiniyao with different eyes, each filled with shock. They never expected that such a stunning woman would strike so ruthlessly, completely at odds with her ethereal demeanor. Meanwhile, on the screen, Chiniyao's expression remained calm, with no sign of fluctuation, as if all of this was as simple and habitual to her as drinking water or eating. At this point, Chiniyao had learned about 70 to 80% of Dao Changxing's composure, prompting him to smile slightly and say, "Girl, there's no need to force it. Follow your own heart, everyone has their own style." "I like your calm expression," Chiniyao replied with a smile. "I enjoy imitating your every move. How do you think I'm doing?" "Not bad," Dao Changxing said with a smile, seeing the happy expression on Chiniyao's face. He didn't mind her imitating him at all. He knew that Chiniyao was merely finding it interesting, and over time, she would stop being able to imitate him. His composure was forged through the passage of time, something that no one else could achieve to his level. Then, Chiniyao turned and continued to walk slowly, as Dao Changshang had told her to eliminate everyone present. Now, there were still some members of Team Dragon left to deal with. Around her, all the remaining members of the Dragon team, who had already retreated far away, couldn't help but step back in fear as they saw Chiniyao slowly approaching. Their eyes were filled with terror, their bodies trembling, as if they were looking at a devil. Chiniyao was simply too terrifying. The scene that had just unfolded was deeply etched in their minds. She was clearly a horrifying female killing god. If it weren't for the lack of orders, they would have turned and run without a second thought, but since they hadn't received any orders, they couldn't flee. If they did, they would definitely face a gruesome death upon returning. Because in the Ninth Bureau, there was no room for cowards. One person's movements silenced the entire arena. In the control room, it was as silent as death. All the high-ranking officials of the Aurora Ninth Bureau looked on in shock, their faces reflecting an uncontrollable horror. The barbarians of the Dragon team were among the top trump cards of many combat teams, yet now they had been easily annihilated by a young and beautiful woman, and in such a humiliating manner. What an impressive woman, able to wipe out our Ninth Bureau's barbarians. "I just wonder if you can also eliminate our other team," D. White said coldly in the control room. "Dragon team, retreat immediately. Holy Knight team, move out. Can you eliminate us? Then come out and let me see," Chiniyao scoffed, curling her lip. "What's the use of just talking? You think I won't slaughter all of you?" "Humph, just let you be proud for a moment," D. White replied sternly upon hearing Chiniyao's words. In the silver oval room, the remaining members of the Dragon team and the fierce bald black man felt a wave of relief, rushing away like prey being hunted by wolves, desperately trying to reach the door. They were truly terrified because Chiniyao was too horrifying, and her methods of killing were simply too shocking. They wanted to run, but Chiniyao wouldn't allow it. Seeing them attempt to flee, she smiled and said, "Since you've all come, why leave? Why not stay here?" Bang! As soon as her words fell, Chiniyao suddenly stepped forward, and a massive, terrifying aura surged from her, like a torrent of water spreading out. In the blink of an eye, this terrifying aura enveloped every corner of the silver oval room, causing the temperature to drop to below -10 degrees. Buzz! At that moment, the fleeing members of the Dragon team and the bald black man were once again frozen in place, unable to make a sound this time. In the next second, Chiniyao raised her delicate hand, and a pure white jade hand appeared. As she gently clenched it, all the Dragon team members' faces turned pale, their eyes rolling back, and their necks visibly constricting at an alarming rate. Extreme pain was evident on everyone's face, as if they were being choked and unable to breathe. Clap! In the next moment, Chiniyao smiled lightly, her pure white jade hand flipping over, and immediately the sounds of crack, crack echoed. All the Dragon team members' heads were twisted in a clockwise direction by an invisible, powerful force, simultaneously turning 360 degrees, the sound of their neck bones breaking resonating throughout the room like firecrackers. Not fun at all. Seeing the Dragon team members with no power to resist, Chiniyao looked displeased, and silver light burst from her hands, weaving into a silver crescent moon in the blink of an eye. Buzz! The silver crescent moon, at the moment of its appearance, erupted with dazzling brilliance. In the blink of an eye, the members of the Dragon team were instantly reduced to countless fragments, scattering with the wind, vanishing between heaven and earth. Thus, the Dragon team of the Aurora 9 Bureau was completely annihilated. Witnessing this scene, the control room fell into silence once again, and it was unclear how many times it had plunged into silence. All the high-ranking officials of the Aurora 9 Bureau were stunned by Chiniyao's ruthless methods. In just a few breaths, a brilliant move had wiped out 200 people, yet Chiniyao remained unfazed, calm as ever. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, They would never have believed that such an ethereal, fairy-like woman had once killed so many without batting an eye. From this, it was evident that Qini Yao not only possessed an extraordinarily strange strength but also had a resolute and cold disposition, absolutely unshaken by external factors that could sway her heart and initial goals. If before, many had underestimated Qini Yao, at this moment, everyone regarded her as a true formidable enemy to be taken seriously. They knew all too well that Qini Yao was the maid of Dao Changsheng, obeying his commands. If a mere maid was this powerful, how formidable must her master, Dao Changsheng, be? They were acutely aware that every powerful cultivator had a group of strong followers behind them, even they had one or two powerful followers themselves. Betty, mobilize the paladin squad, and have them take action. In the next moment, D. White's voice rang out once more in the control room. Received. Just as the words fell, a cold female voice suddenly echoed throughout the control room. Whoosh! At the same time, in the silver oval-shaped large room, a sound like a tide surged forth, and over 100 figures rushed out from the open door. Leading the charge was a woman with golden long hair, her expression cold and fierce, looking at Dao Changsheng with eyes as frigid as if gazing at a corpse, her not particularly beautiful face filled with a ruthless demeanor. Coming out again and again, it's so annoying. Qini Yao frowned at the sight of the hundreds rushing out and complained, can't you all just come out at once and let me deal with it? You two think you can annihilate our Aurora 9 Bureau? Hearing Qini Yao's words, Betty immediately scoffed, what a big mouth. Do you really think our Aurora 9 Bureau is some trash force from the Eastern Kingdom? Little sister, you're thinking too simply, hurry back and play with mud. The Paladin squad led by Betty had been waiting for orders in the back and was completely unaware of what had just happened. If they had seen the scene where Qini Yao crushed everyone, who knows if she would still dare to say such things. You insult me. Upon hearing Betty's words, Qini Yao was instantly enraged. This Western woman actually called her little sister and told her to go home and play with mud? That was asking for death. You deserve to die. In the next moment, Qini Yao's star-like eyes turned icy, and a chilling aura emanated from her body, causing the surrounding void to crackle as it froze. The void was actually frozen. Seeing the cold aura radiating from Qini Yao that froze the void, Betty's heart sank. She hadn't expected Qini Yao to be this powerful and immediately went on guard. Whoosh! In the next second, Qini Yao raised her jade hand, fingers spread wide, and with a powerful force, she sent ripples through the frozen void around her, pushing it like a tide. Whoosh! In an instant, the ripples in the space surged like rolling waves, sweeping outward with great momentum. Quick, activate the highest defense. Seeing the ripples in space sweeping in like a tidal wave, the Arctic was suddenly alarmed and shouted urgently, buzz, buzz, buzz. At that moment, the crosses carried by the paladins behind them erupted with a dazzling white light, instantly enveloping their bodies. Boom! 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 At this moment, the vast ripples in space surged forward, directly covering Betty and all the members of her paladin squad. The black light immediately collided violently with the brilliant white light. Boom! In just an instant, the white light from the paladins was completely extinguished, and in that moment, the ripples in space surged, making everyone feel as if they were being violently swept away by a torrential current. Each of them grimaced in pain, blood trickling from the corners of their mouths, as they were violently pushed backward, the result of being blasted away by the force. This was all thanks to the crosses behind them. Without the initial protection of the crosses, they would have been reduced to dust by the mere encounter with the ripples in space. Just as all the paladins were sent flying and trying to catch their breath, Qini Yao waved her hand once more. Rumble! This time, the surging ripples in space were even more massive. If the previous ones were like a torrential river, this was a vast lake, an endless expanse of ripples crushing the void, compressing it layer by layer, then tilting down like a deluge. Rumble! This earth-shattering wave of ripples, like crashing ocean waves, once again enveloped Betty and all the members of the paladin squad. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At the same moment, sensing that their master was in peril, the crosses behind the paladins erupted with an endless dazzling white light, illuminating the entire room blindingly. Yet even so, it was of no use. Under the relentless surging of the ripples in space, many of these powerful crosses shattered into dust. Because of the shattered crosses, many paladin members didn't even have time to scream before being swept away into dust by the ripples in space. Some of the stronger paladins, relying on the intact crosses, began to resist the overwhelming ripples. Although they were resisting, it was a difficult struggle. Their bodies trembled under the ripples, and if time dragged on even a little longer, they too would be crushed into dust. He. Seeing this group of paladins struggling to resist, Qini Yao smiled faintly, her jade hand gently raised, and instantly, a fierce wind swept through, stirring up layers of turbulent air currents. These air currents mixed with the ripples in space surged down, and shimmering blades of space materialized, instantly covering all the members of the Paladin squad. Bang, bang, bang. With a series of booming sounds, the remaining Paladins, clad in their special armor, had their protective holy light torn apart by the space blades. Without the protection of the holy light, every inch of their skin was suddenly covered with countless long, thin wounds, densely packed and horrifyingly grotesque. Streams of blood oozed from these wounds, and many of them instantly turned into bloody figures, their blood continuously spraying into the ripples in space, as if being absorbed by an unseen force, their lifeblood draining away. Soon, the faces of these people turned pale due to massive blood loss. Their bodies, which could still resist within the ripples of space, gradually lost all strength, swaying weakly in the spatial ripples, their vitality rapidly fading away. The only reason they had not died was that the cross behind them was exerting its full power. This kind of cross was equivalent to the life treasure of the Eastern Kingdom, extremely difficult to destroy. However, under the endless onslaught of spatial ripples, even the powerful cross was rendered useless. Bang, bang, bang. In the next moment, the cross is shattered, a rumbling sound erupted, and the spatial ripples swept through the void, annihilating any living thing in their path into dust. Everything turned to powder. A few seconds later, the spatial ripples disappeared, along with over 100 Holy Knight team members. Except for a few strong team leaders, the rest were reduced to dust under the spatial ripples. Although these team leaders survived, they were not far from death, lying on the ground, their bodies filled with blood, unable to move like corpses. This is impossible. Looking at the several Holy Knight team leaders lying on the ground, Betty's face turned pale, disbelief etched on her features, her eyes filled with horror. She had seen Xini Yao merely wave her hand, causing such terrifying destruction, even manipulating the spatial ripples. This method was truly horrifying. Because of Xini Yao's wave, the entire Holy Knight team she led didn't even have time to fight back, not even a chance to resist, nor a scream. Almost the entire Holy Knight team was turned to dust. If Xini Yao were to act, wouldn't a single strike be enough to annihilate the entire Holy Knight team? Die! Seeing that a few people were still alive, Xini Yao raised an eyebrow and spoke lightly, her voice carrying an irresistible terrifying power. As Xini Yao spoke, an enormous invisible force descended from the sky, crushing down on the few people on the ground. Boom! Under this force, they didn't even have time to scream before turning to dust, their fate far worse than that of Dao Changsheng's victims. Because when Dao Changsheng acted, it was always bloody and filled with gore, while Xini Yao directly crushed her opponents into dust. Although they died without a complete corpse, their death was not as tragic. Damn it! In the control room, D. White said with a grim expression, "The Holy Knight team we trained has been wiped out just like that, decades of effort wasted. This woman is terrifying. She effortlessly annihilated the entire Holy Knight team by herself, and she didn't even exert much effort. If she were to go all out, wouldn't she be able to sink our Ninth Bureau? This Eastern woman is too terrifying. The key is that the mysterious young man beside her hasn't even acted yet. Among us here, aside from the bureau chief, who can wave their hand to sweep away spatial ripples? I fear no one can do that." Seeing Xini Yao wave her hand to annihilate the entire Holy Knight team, the high-ranking officials of the Aurora Ninth Bureau were filled with dread, each one speaking in panic. They knew that although they were indeed powerful, they could not achieve what Xini Yao had done. Moreover, Xini Yao had not exerted much effort. Annihilating them was a piece of cake, and most importantly, Dao Changsheng had not even acted. If a mere maid is this terrifying, what would happen if the master personally intervened? Wouldn't it break the heavens? Why is everyone panicking? Seeing the high-ranking officials of the Aurora Ninth Bureau looking flustered, D. White immediately shouted angrily, "Is it just because the Holy Knight team and the Dragon team are gone? Your own explosive power could wipe out these two teams. How many years has our Aurora Ninth Bureau existed? Is there any need to fear a woman and a boy? After years of sealing, has the fighting spirit within you all been extinguished? Everyone, get your spirits up. Can't you have a bit of ambition like me?" D. White glared at everyone with a grim expression, his words punctuated with authority. "Now, if anyone dares to waver in their resolve, kill. If anyone dares to speak nonsense, kill. If anyone shows cowardice in battle, kill. We in the Ninth Bureau do not need useless people. You all know the rules of the Ninth Bureau, so show me your fighting spirit. Is that clear to everyone?" At this point, D. White scanned the surroundings, his gaze sweeping over everyone present, his eyes filled with a terrifying blood-red killing intent. If anyone dared to contradict him now, he would definitely kill. How strong the enemy may be is irrelevant, as long as the morale remains intact. Internal strife would render the Ninth Bureau unnecessary. "Yes, Bureau Chief." Hearing D. White's words, everyone shivered, flames of determination rising from within. They looked at Xini Yao on the screen, no longer fearful, but filled with a fervent warlike spirit. "Very good. Seeing everyone quickly adjust their state, D. White nodded in satisfaction. They in the Ninth Bureau were originally battle maniacs, it was just that years of silence had sealed their bloodlust. Now, with just a little provocation, everyone could adjust their state, which was quite normal. Moreover, as the bureau chief, his earlier reprimand also carried a hint of seduction, something no one noticed. This was one of his trump cards, known to no one. Bureau chief. Bureau chief. At this moment, two voices rang out as two men in green military uniforms walked in from the inner door. Upon seeing D. White, they immediately greeted him and then took their seats beside the round table. They were the two deputy bureau chiefs of the Ninth Bureau, Meiji and Baker, each a figure filled with a murderous spirit, their desire for slaughter even more intense than D. White's. With the two deputy bureau chiefs present, the entire upper echelon of the Ninth Bureau had arrived. D. White glanced at the screen showing Chinio and Dao Changsheng, his expression cold and grim as he said in a deep voice, "Now, I announce that the entire Ninth Bureau is entering a state of readiness. All experimental subjects and weapons in the first level area are to be mobilized for use. Meiji, get them in position to guard the first line of defense, ready to attack at any moment." "Yes, Bureau Chief." Hearing D. White's words, Meiji immediately stood up, saluted sharply, and without another word, turned to leave and prepare for action. Now, all combat teams are to be armed and on standby, and they are permitted to mobilize their trump card forces. This matter will be handled by Baker. We must ensure the capture of that boy and that girl. The next second, D. White issued another command in a deep voice. "Yes, Bureau Chief." Hearing D. White's words, Baker also stood up, saluted, and then turned to leave, ready for action. With both deputy bureau chiefs gone to prepare, a bespectacled high-ranking official of the Ninth Bureau hesitated and said, "Bureau Chief, should we contact headquarters? If they find out, they will definitely send someone, which would increase our chances of success." What did you say?" Upon hearing the words of the bespectacled high-ranking official, D. White's expression suddenly darkened, and he coldly fixed his gaze on this official, spitting out a few words icily. I'm sorry, Bureau Chief, I misspoke. Please forgive me." Seeing D. White's expression suddenly turn grim, the high-ranking official felt a chill run down his spine, breaking out in a cold sweat, and hurriedly began to explain. Having been a high-ranking official in the Ninth Bureau for so many years, he had come to understand some of D. White's temperaments. Now, seeing D. White's expression, it was clear he was displeased. To avoid being punished, he hurriedly explained, hoping that D. White would let him off the hook this time. Upon hearing the urgent apology from this high-ranking official, D. White let out a cold snort and said indifferently, "Considering you've been with me for many years, I won't punish you this time." Hearing D. White's words, the high-ranking official of the Ninth Bureau immediately breathed a sigh of relief. But before he could fully relax, D. White scanned the surroundings with his icy gaze and coldly stated, "You, and everyone else, remember this well. We in the Aurora Ninth Bureau have enough capability to handle this matter. As a rising star, we won't seek help from headquarters for this kind of invasion. If we do, we will lose face, and the other 8 bureaus will look down on us. Anyone who dares to show even a hint of cowardice, I will kill." "Yes, Bureau Chief." Seeing D. White's seriousness, all the high-ranking officials in the control room nodded in unison, responding loudly. "Very good." Satisfied with their reaction, D. White nodded and then turned, stepping outside while instructing without looking back, "Then everyone prepare yourselves. The real battle is about to begin. This time, we will establish the reputation of our Ninth Bureau." "Yes." In the control room, everyone stood up, accepting their orders with shouts. Each commander of the combat teams and heads of various departments followed D. White out, dispersing quickly to their respective combat positions, ready for battle at any moment. I didn't expect the city to have such a large town. As Dao Changsheng and Qi Niyo entered through the door, they saw a not-so-small town not far ahead. Qi Niyo's face lit up with interest. It was somewhat similar to the Qinling mausoleum built by her father, though not as grand. "Kill!" At that moment, a thunderous shout erupted. From the town's gates, a large number of figures surged out from both sides, all exuding a murderous aura, looking at Qi Niyo and Dao Changsheng with indifference, their weapons glinting with piercing cold light. The battle was about to erupt. Boom! In the next second, another series of booming sounds rang out. For streaks of light suddenly shot in from the distance, whipping up a fierce wind in the air. The speed of the streaks was astonishing, and in the blink of an eye, they landed before the group. These were 4 individuals clad in silver armor, each radiating a strong, chilling aura. Without a word, their 8 indifferent eyes stared at Qi Niyo and Dao Changsheng in the distance. For a moment, the air around seemed to freeze, and even the sound of heartbeats could be heard clearly. "Kill!" Without any unnecessary words, one of the silver-armored figures spoke coldly, his voice booming like thunder, resonating through the void. "Kill!" Hearing their leader's command, the team members roared without hesitation, transforming into shadows as they charged towards Dao Changsheng and Qin Yao, cold light flashing through the air. Bang! 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 At the same time, the sound of gunfire erupted. At the entrance of the town, many people had set up their weapons, machine guns, submachine guns, and assault rifles, each specially customized, with bullets designed specifically for targeting cultivators. The moment their leader spoke, this group immediately pulled the triggers, unleashing a torrential downpour of bullets towards Dao Changsheng and Qin Yao. Trivial skills. Seeing the bullets shooting towards her, Qin Yao curled her lips in disdain. With a casual flick of her delicate hand, the space trembled, and visible ripples appeared, instantly blocking the torrential rain of bullets. Buzz! In that moment of defense, the spatial ripples did not extinguish the bullets, instead, they rebounded the countless special bullets back, creating a chorus of whistling sounds. The special bullets shot back along their original path, directly attacking their respective owners. Bang bang bang! In the next second, a series of explosions erupted as these bullets blew apart the heads of those who had pulled the triggers. Blood splattered everywhere, bones shattered, and flesh flew, staining the ground red. Kill! At that same moment, a large group of people that had initially charged forward suddenly appeared before Qin Yao, and countless weapons glimmered in the air, each aimed at her vital points for a lethal strike. Want to hurt me? Dream on! Seeing the special steel blades rushing towards her, Qin Yao raised her beautiful eyes and lightly lifted her jade hand. Instantly, a thunderous sound erupted as the surrounding space violently shook, tearing apart countless air currents, spreading like numerous cracks, and the void around her shattered over 10 meters. Boom! In the next second, Qin Yao gently slapped out with her palm, and a deafening roar followed. A fierce wind howled, and the spatial ripples transformed into a gigantic hand, slamming down towards the attackers. Rumble! This palm advanced layer by layer, crushing one layer of void after another, like a rampaging dragon, roaring as it dragged its massive body forward. The swirling air currents, ripples, and fierce winds combined to form a colossal energy storm, sweeping in with a deafening roar. Bang! 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 Under this tremendous palm, the bodies of the attackers could not withstand such immense power, all exploding simultaneously into clouds of blood mist, the acrid smell of blood instantly filling the air, making one feel nauseous. So strong, retreat, retreat! Damn it, who is this woman? How can she be so powerful? Quick, release the demon birds! Quick, release the demon lizards! Release the demon lions! The terrifying destructive power that Qin Yao casually unleashed sent the guards at the entrance of the small town into a panic, each one hurriedly shouting in alarm. Kek! 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 As soon as the words fell, 3 piercing screeches rang out, and 3 monstrous birds flew out from the town. These 3 birds were pitch black all over, with wings spanning 3 meters, their faces extremely fierce, and their claws sharp like cold hooks. Rumble! The moment the monstrous birds appeared, they moved with explosive speed, rushing towards Qin Yao while their glimmering claws aimed directly at her head. At the same time, 3 giant lizards, covered in greenish bumps and with eyes like snakes, burst out from the town, moving with incredible speed. They trampled the ground as they charged, scattering the people around them, and a few who couldn't get out of the way were directly knocked away by the 3 lizards, flying far off and spitting blood. Finally, 3 massive lions, over 2 meters tall, covered in black fur with blood-red eyes, roared as they suddenly exerted their strength, transforming into 2 streaks of black light, opening their massive jaws to bite at Qin Yao's head. A bunch of filthy creatures. Seeing the 9 attacking bioanimals, Qin Yao's expression hardened, and without a second thought, she raised her hand and slapped down fiercely. In an instant, an endless stream of air gathered from all directions, and in the blink of an eye, it transformed into an enormous hand, carrying the power of billions of Mount Tai, and forcefully slammed down. Bang! 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 Immediately, 3 explosive sounds erupted, and the 3 monstrous birds were silenced, directly smashed into the ground by the gigantic hand, turning into a puddle of minced flesh and bones. Not just the 3 monstrous birds, but also the 3 gigantic lizards and the 3 enormous black lions were similarly reduced to a blurred mass of blood and flesh under this colossal hand. My God! Seeing Qin Yao effortlessly annihilate these 9 terrifying bioengineered creatures, everyone present was taken aback, their faces filled with horror as they looked at Qin Yao. In their eyes, she had already become the image of a female killing god. They had no real understanding of how terrifying Qin Yao was. They were merely small soldiers, always ready to follow orders, initially filled with murderous intent. But now, witnessing Qin Yao casually strike down hundreds of people with a single palm, and then using an illusory gigantic hand to brutally eliminate their team's 3 trump cards, the bioengineered creatures were all wiped out. How could they not be filled with dread? Therefore, no matter how loudly the commander of the combat team roared orders, not a single person dared to step forward. Each person's face bore the two characters, devil. What a joke, this was a being who had casually slaughtered hundreds. If they were to engage, what difference would it make from sending themselves to their deaths? Damn it, activate the photon disintegration cannon, fire. Seeing everyone too frightened to act, a combat team leader suddenly roared, and as soon as he finished speaking, a bizarre and enormous device was pushed out in the town. Boom! The next second, an immense deep blue beam of light roared out from the massive cannon. This cannon surprisingly did not cause destruction but instead enveloped both Chinio and Dao Changsheng. Ha ha ha, they're doomed. They're definitely doomed. The photon disintegration cannon can directly decompose anything into a state of light ions. No matter who it is, anyone hit by the photon disintegration cannon is certain to die, even an SS-level powerhouse would fall. But this woman is too terrifying. She single-handedly wiped out our Paladin team and Dragon team, as well as hundreds from the battle team, and she has also eliminated our 3 trump cards. That young man hasn't even made a move yet. Hee, it's better if he doesn't move. This way, they die directly, sparing us from further terrifying blows. As they saw Chinio and Dao Changsheng covered by the energy cannon, the members in the back excitedly spoke up, their faces filled with lingering fear. This terrifying female demon was finally subdued. But the next second, the situation suddenly changed. Before everyone could finish celebrating, the deep blue beam emitted by the photon disintegration cannon was directly overshadowed by a dazzling silver light. Before anyone could react, it shattered silently like broken glass, turning into countless fine particles that scattered with the wind. And Chinio and Dao Changsheng appeared unscathed in front of everyone, standing still with their hands behind their backs, completely unharmed and motionless. Seeing Chinio and Dao Changsheng standing there with calm expressions, their clothes not even slightly damaged, everyone was momentarily frozen in place, staring at Chinio, a bone-chilling fear suddenly rising in their hearts. This chill was so cold, it felt as if one were deep in the polar regions, causing their bodies to tremble violently and their consciousness to shake wildly. This was a manifestation of extreme terror. The photon disintegration cannon. The photon disintegration cannon developed by the 9th Bureau over 100 years was a weapon that stained half the sky with blood every time it was fired. Yet this time, someone stood beneath it without a scratch. It was simply unbelievable. As members of the 9th Bureau, they knew just how terrifying the photon disintegration cannon was. No, we must inform Commander D. White about the situation here. This woman and the boy are at least SSS-level existences. Looking at the unscathed Chinio and Dao Changsheng, Meiji took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his shock, and quickly turned to instruct someone behind him. Just moments ago, after the photon disintegration cannon was fired at full power, it had a strong electromagnetic interference side effect, which had directly destroyed all nearby surveillance cameras, broadcasting communications, and various electronic devices. There was no way to transmit information. The nano-wireless communicator in their ears had also lost its function, all due to the earlier photon disintegration cannon. The only option to notify the commander was to go on foot. SSSSS-level powerhouse. One of Meiji's trusted subordinates turned pale upon hearing his master's words, trembling in fear as he looked at Chinio and Dao Changsheng. His gaze completely changed. It was known that these two were SSS-level existences, standing at the pinnacle of the world, dominating the situation on Earth. Now they had actually teamed up to attack the Aurora 9th Bureau. This was simply terrifying. An SSS-level powerhouse was an incredibly rare and fearsome existence. One SSS-level powerhouse could slaughter countless cities. Such terrifying figures rarely took action and seldom showed themselves. Now, two had come together. How could he not panic? What are you still dawdling for? Time is of the essence. Go, you must deliver the message at the earliest opportunity. Seeing his subordinate in a daze, Meiji shouted urgently. Although he was also horrified, years of commanding experience told him that at this moment, he must not act recklessly. At the very least, he needed to stabilize the situation and inform Commander D. White so that preparations could be made as soon as possible. Yes, sir. Meiji's shout snapped the subordinate back to reality, and he quickly responded, his shocked expression vanishing as he vanished into the small town in the blink of an eye. Everyone, let's fight with all our might. Seeing his trusted subordinate had entered, Meiji, the deputy commander, spoke bitterly to the other squad leaders. Meiji said this because he knew that everyone present, even if they joined forces, were no match for the woman and the boy. These two were SSS-level powerhouses, and they had no strength to resist. SSS-level powerhouses were capable of nearly destroying a nation. The 9th Bureau had no way to withstand them. Even the headquarters had to weigh the consequences of two SSS-level powerhouses joining forces. But there was no choice. Even if it meant death, they could only move forward because, as the deputy commander of the 9th Bureau, he was there to protect the Aurora 9th Bureau. Especially now, as the Aurora Ninth Bureau faced the greatest existential crisis in history, they could not run away. Even if it meant death, they could only grit their teeth and try to block Dao Changsheng and Qi Niyao, hoping to buy the commander a chance to escape. Even if they took 1,000 steps back, they couldn't escape. The exit was right behind the two SSS-level powerhouses. How could they run? The position of deputy commander of the Ninth Bureau did not allow for escape. With no way to flee, it was either to die in battle or wait for death. He chose to die in battle. Go! Everyone, join forces and unleash the strongest strike, because after this strike, we definitely won't survive. Seeing the captains of several combat teams, Ma Ji spoke in a deep voice, his gaze towards Qi Niyao cold and unyielding. A powerful energy aura erupted from him, instantly sweeping across the entire venue. As the deputy chief of the Ninth Bureau, he possessed SS-level strength. Although he was at the beginner stage, he was still a formidable SS-level powerhouse. However, facing an SSS-level opponent, he had no chance of victory whatsoever. Not only that, their chief, D. White, was merely a high-level SS existence, and against Dao Changsheng and Qi Niyao, he still had no chance of winning. Kill! Seeing the expression of Ma Ji, who seemed ready to face death, the other four captains of the combat teams nodded slightly, fully aware of Ma Ji's intentions. They too erupted with the same fierce momentum. They were all S-level existences, and among S-levels, they were top tier, otherwise, they wouldn't have become captains of combat teams. Kill! In the next moment, a roar echoed as one of the combat team captains transformed into a streak of light, accompanied by a thunderous crash, fiercely striking towards Qi Niyao. Boom! At the same time, a torrential wave of flames suddenly descended from the sky, instantly morphing into a roaring fire dragon, opening its massive jaws to bite down on Qi Niyao. This combat team captain was a fire attribute superpower. Kill! Moreover, the other three captains were also enveloped in an incredibly intense red glow, a vast sea of flames cascading down from above, gathering around the three of them. They were also fire-type superpowers, and under this overwhelming sea of flames, the three transformed into a massive burning inferno, radiating terrifying heat as they charged fiercely towards Qi Niyao. Thunder Spear! A deafening roar rang out, followed by the crackling sound of lightning. Countless blue bolts of lightning descended from the void, transforming into a terrifying thunder spear in Ma Ji's hands. After grasping the thunder spear, Ma Ji wasted no time, unleashing all his power, pouring endless energy into the thunder spear. Then, carrying an astonishing sharpness, he aimed to stab Dao Changsheng with the intent to kill in one strike. The four combat team captains targeted Qi Niyao, while his target was Dao Changsheng. In his view, Dao Changsheng was even more mysterious than Qi Niyao, and being able to harm Dao Changsheng would be the best outcome. Too weak. Seeing the deadly strike coming at her, Qi Niyao shook her head slightly. Such an attack was powerful and invincible at the same level, but to her, it was simply not enough to be taken seriously. Be subdued. In the next moment, with a delicate shout, an invisible sound wave energy instantly spread out, enveloping the five attackers in the blink of an eye. In an instant, Ma Ji and the other four were frozen in mid-air, their faces filled with terror, unable to move. Even the flames and lightning they had gathered turned to nothingness under this powerful soundwave energy, leaving them no chance to resist. Too strong. At this moment, the five people frozen in mid-air were shocked and roared in their hearts. They knew they were no match for Qi Niyao and had planned to use their ultimate strike to inflict damage on her. But they were too naive. Before they could even approach Qi Niyao, they were firmly immobilized in mid-air, and the ultimate strike they had gathered turned to nothing. After immobilizing them, Qi Niyao gracefully walked forward. Just as the five were closing their eyes, preparing to await their fate, a celestial voice rang out. You five, are you willing to submit as servants? If you submit, I can spare your lives. As Qi Niyao spoke, she released the binding power on their mouths. Impossible. Hearing Qi Niyao's words, the five members of Meiji immediately refused without hesitation, saying in unison, we are people of the Aurora Ninth Bureau in life, and we are ghosts of the Aurora Ninth Bureau in death. If you want to kill us, go ahead, we will not betray the Aurora Ninth Bureau. Then there's nothing to discuss. Seeing the refusal of the five Meiji members, Qi Niyao shook her head slightly, waved her hand casually, and a silver light appeared in the void above. Then, it came crashing down, and in an instant, the five Meiji members were swept away, leaving no trace, as if they had never existed. Kill! Seeing Qi Niyao effortlessly eliminate the deputy bureau chief Meiji and the captain of the combat team, the team members' eyes turned red, each roaring and brandishing their weapons as they charged at Qi Niyao. Since they were to die, they would die alongside their captain and bureau chief. Surviving in shame was not their style. Annihilate! As the combat team members rushed in, Qi Niyao flicked her hand, and the dazzling silver light instantly changed direction, transforming into a silver dragon that swept around. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted, and all the combat team members present were crushed by the silver dragon, not even having time to scream before turning to dust, scattering with the wind, completely obliterated in the void. "Let's go meet this bureau chief of the Aurora Ninth Bureau," Dao Changshang said lightly upon seeing Qin Iyo eliminate everyone with ease, stepping into the small town, with Qin Iyo closely following behind. "What? What did you say?" In the control room, D. White exclaimed in shock upon hearing the report from Meiji's confidant, his face filled with disbelief. "You aren't fabricating military reports, are you? Do you know the consequences of false reporting?" Beside him, a senior member of the Aurora Ninth Bureau, equally shocked, stepped forward, grabbing Meiji's confidant and coldly saying, "That boy and that girl could survive the photon disintegration cannon? The photon disintegration cannon was destroyed?" "Reporting, sir, I wouldn't dare to speak falsely," Meiji's confidant replied with a bitter smile. "Not only that, but when the photon disintegration cannon hit them, they didn't even get a scratch on their clothes." At this point, Meiji's confidant's face turned pale, panic evident, because he had yet to mention that Meiji had told him that the boy and girl were both SSS-level powerhouses. "This is simply impossible," another senior member of the Aurora Ninth Bureau said, disbelief etched on his face as he shook his head in frustration. How could anyone survive under the photon disintegration cannon? Even SSS-level powerhouses would still be injured, or even perish. "That's right, I can't believe it either," another senior member of the Ninth Bureau said solemnly. "The photon disintegration cannon was personally invented by our bureau chief. We have modified it for over 100 years. It is equivalent to a super projectile-level strategic weapon. Although its destructive power is certainly not as great as a super projectile, in terms of concentrated lethality, it is not inferior by half, and may even be stronger. How could anyone not even have their clothes damaged? No one can survive under the photon disintegration cannon, absolutely no one." That's right, the bureau chiefs of the other two branches also said that even they could not survive under the photon disintegration cannon. "Where is Deputy Meiji? Why hasn't he returned to report in person and sent you instead? Is he trying to escape responsibility?" All the senior members of the Aurora branch wore skeptical and distrustful expressions, as they could not believe that anyone could emerge unscathed from the photon disintegration cannon. Even their own bureau chief would likely perish. It is indeed true. Seeing the disbelief on the faces of the high-ranking officials, Mikey's confidant's expression turned bitter as he said, "Lord Mikey and the others have sacrificed themselves to let me return with this news. Lord Mikey even told me to inform the bureau chief that the boy and the woman are both SSS-level powerhouses." "What? SSS-level powerhouses? How is that possible?" Upon hearing this from Mikey's confidant, everyone present was instantly shocked, their faces paling in disbelief, more astonished than when the photon disintegration cannon was mentioned. This was a display of shock to the extreme. SSS-level powerhouses, how could this be possible? "Are you serious?" D. White suddenly teleported in front of this confidant, grabbing him by the throat and exclaimed, "Are they really SSS-level powerhouses?" Lord Mikey said so, the confidant gasped, his face turning red from D. White's grip. "Damn it!" Hearing Mikey's confidant confirm it again, D. White's face turned pale with shock. He understood Mikey's character, and in an instant, the intent behind Mikey sending his confidant to inform him became clear. "Bureau Chief, what should we do now?" Behind him, all the high-ranking officials of the Aurora Ninth Bureau looked as pale as ghosts, stammering as they spoke, their legs trembling. Because this news was simply earth-shattering, SSS-level powerhouses stood at the pinnacle of the world, dominating the fate of the Earth, and they were incredibly rare, each one a force to be reckoned with. This time, they actually had two SSS-level powerhouses teaming up to enter their Aurora Ninth Bureau. How could they possibly withstand it? Any branch would be unable to resist. Even the headquarters would have to think twice if two SSS-level powerhouses launched a joint attack. "It's too late to notify the headquarters now," D. White said coldly, his face filled with anger as he heard the words of the Ninth Bureau's high-ranking officials. "Two SSS-level powerhouses, it's still uncertain. They could also be top-tier SSS-level powerhouses. We have already torn our faces with them. There's no room for de-escalation. Now, we can only fight to the death. I want to see just how powerful the SSS-level powerhouses Mikey mentioned really are." D. White paused for a moment, gritting his teeth as he continued, "Order Deputy Bureau Chief Buck to activate the hidden darkwave cannon." "Yes." Upon hearing D. White's words, an operator immediately began to type on the keyboard with trembling fingers, instantly connecting the call to Buck. After all, when Deputy Bureau Chief Mikey said two SSS-level powerhouses were coming, how could she not be afraid? If it weren't for D. White, the ruthless bureau chief, they would have turned and run without a second thought. But they knew they couldn't escape. Regardless of whether D. White was there or not, the exit was also the location of the two SSS-level powerhouses. If they tried to flee, they would definitely run into them, and at that point, they would still meet their demise. Received. On the other side, in the small town, seeing Dao Changsheng and Qin Yeo approaching slowly from a distance, Buck said with a serious expression, "Now, activate the Darkwave Cannon. The moment of life and death for the Ninth Bureau has arrived." Received. As soon as he finished speaking, a response echoed, and then a massive cannon, entirely black and gold, filled with an era-defining presence, was pushed out and placed in front of Deputy Bureau Chief Buck. "Let me do it." Seeing Dao Changsheng and Qin Yeo approaching and feeling that the distance was almost right, Deputy Bureau Chief Buck immediately pressed the switch for the Darkwave Cannon. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion rang out, and the cannon in front of him, filled with an era-defining power, unleashed a black beam of light that directly shattered the void, roaring towards the bodies of Qin Yeo and Dao Changsheng. The black beam was filled with a dark aura, as if it were a light from hell carrying the deepest and most desperate death, roaring to destroy everything in its path. Boring. Seeing the sudden onslaught of a dark energy cannon, Qin Yeo waved her hand, and immediately a galaxy of moderate size appeared, instantly fixing the energy cannon in the void above. In the next moment, under Buck's shocked gaze, the dark energy cannon shattered silently like glass, turning into powder in the blink of an eye. Witnessing this scene, Buck was completely stunned. Just moments ago, when he heard the report from Director D. White, he had a hint of disbelief. Although Deputy Ma Ji had died, he believed it was a murder. Now, having seen this with his own eyes, he fully believed what Director D. White had said. Qin Yeo and Dao Changsheng were definitely SSS-level powerhouses. Because this darkwave cannon was a super technological weapon even more powerful than the photon disintegration cannon, and a woman could effortlessly extinguish this attack, it was truly shocking. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed it. Dao Changsheng, he actually managed to force back the dark energy attack of the darkwave cannon. It was simply unbelievable, beyond comprehension. Damn it, mobilize the ultimate foundation, Mechanical Superman. Whether it can withstand these two depends on the Mechanical Superman. In the control room, D. White and the others clearly saw this scene and immediately clenched their fists in anger. Yes, upon hearing the director's words, Kelly nodded, forcibly suppressing her shock, her fingers quickly tapping away. With her tapping, a rumbling sound erupted from the room behind Buck. Die! After effortlessly extinguishing the darkwave cannon, Qin Yeo and Dao Changsheng completely arrived in this area, and without a word, they directly summoned a massive force to descend. Bang bang bang! Under this powerful force, everyone, including Buck, didn't even have time to scream before turning into powder scattered by the wind. Thus, Buck, the deputy director of the Aurora 9 Bureau, and the team he led were completely annihilated. Rumble! Just as Buck's team was wiped out, a thunderous roar erupted, followed by a black shadow rushing towards them with unparalleled speed, moving at an incredible pace. The figure, carrying a massive shockwave, charged directly at Dao Changsheng, and an overwhelming aura emanated from this figure, forcing D. White and the others to retreat. Seeing the sudden attacking figure, Qin Yeo's pupils contracted, and she raised her delicate hand, instantly producing a deafening collision sound. Endless dust swept across the area, and the powerful residual energy directly swept away everything around, obliterating the surrounding buildings. Rumble! Because of this powerful strike, the distant buildings were also not spared, turning into ruins, while a massive pit appeared beneath Qin Yeo's feet, with countless soil and stones cracking, as if sinking the earth. The rushing figure was forced back in an instant by Qin Yeo's resistance, while Qin Yeo looked at that figure with a somewhat unpleasant expression. She hadn't expected that there would be someone in the 9 Bureau who could contend with her. It should be noted that she was at the realm of the living soul. Although she was not perfected, there were not many who could contend with her, and the international SSS cultivation level was merely at the realm of the living soul. It really is an SSS-level powerhouse. In the control room, seeing that the mechanical Superman strike had not shaken the stunning woman in the slightest, D. White spoke with a grim expression. This ultimate essence, the mechanical Superman, was forged by the bureau chief of the headquarters, along with some powerful beings, equivalent to a primary war weapon of SSS level. Even among the 9 branches of Aurora, there were only 3 of them. Their branch, the 9th, was considered mid-tier among the other branches, and they had never anticipated needing to use this mechanical Superman. Because the mechanical Superman was in existence of SSS level, now, 2 individuals had broken into their Aurora 9th branch, and they turned out to be urban SSS level beings. If it had been a branch without a war Superman, they would probably have been annihilated by now. Chief, do you think the mechanical Superman can eliminate this woman? A senior member of the Aurora 9th branch inquired, his face extremely pale. He had just seen clearly that the war Superman strike had not shaken Qin Yeo in the slightest, it had caused no damage at all. Didn't this mean that Qin Yeo was even more powerful than the mechanical Superman? Not only was this senior member's face pale, but the other high-ranking officials also looked ashen. If the war supermen couldn't harm Chinio at all, did that mean their ninth branch was going to be wiped out here today? The thought of their branch perishing here made their faces turn white. Chief, why don't we just hand over that flower? Put. Before the senior could finish speaking, his head suddenly separated from his body, blood spraying like a fountain, staining a large area of the ground red. All the high-ranking officials were terrified by D. White's action, their legs trembling, not daring to utter a word. I'll say it again, D. White said calmly after killing the man, those who falter in battle, die. Yes. Upon hearing D. White's words, all the high-ranking officials immediately nodded vigorously, fearing that a slow response would lead to their own demise at D. White's hands. Seeing this group of ninth branch officials intimidated, D. White's expression showed no change. Instead, he continued to gaze at the screen. On the screen, in the small town, as the dust settled, Chinio squinted and looked ahead, wanting to see who it was that could engage her in a strike. As the dust cleared, a massive figure appeared about 2 meters tall, with a tall and upright build, dressed in a silver-scaled tightsuit that showcased every explosive muscle of its body. Anyone who looked at it would feel that every muscle, every inch of skin, and every cell contained terrifying explosive power. Its face was chiseled, with distinct brows and eyes filled with a cold demeanor, and long silver hair that reached its waist, making it look like a handsome man. Not human. Upon seeing the appearance of this mechanical Superman, Chinio raised an eyebrow. She could clearly sense the terrifying explosive power contained within this being, and there was no flesh or blood tissue in its body. Kneel and surrender, and I will spare your life. The next second, the mechanical Superman spoke with a cold expression, its voice filled with a mechanical stiffness, making it seem like a robot, especially with those indifferent eyes coldly staring at Chinio. A robot? What's there to be afraid of? Upon hearing the mechanical Superman's words, Chinio casually scoffed, I thought it was some powerful being, turns out it's just a created machine. Kill. Hearing Chinio's words, the mechanical Superman wasted no time, coldly uttering this single word, then summoning countless gusts of wind around it, swinging its fists and roaring towards Chinio. Although it was a mechanical Superman, it possessed a combat mindset, an intelligent one, not merely a controlled one. Are you afraid of me? Seeing the mechanical Superman charging at her, Chinio stepped forward without a word, striking out with her palm. Instantly, a deafening roar erupted, and an endless whirlwind howled into existence, enveloping the surroundings in the blink of an eye. Bang bang bang! In the next moment, a series of explosions rang out as the mechanical Superman engaged in combat with Chinio, exchanging blows several times. The two transformed into mere afterimages, battling fiercely in the air, producing intense booming sounds. Boom! In the next second, a thunderous noise erupted as a silver streak suddenly shot out from the endless wind, crashing down to the ground with the speed of a meteor. Boom! This impact created a cataclysmic roar, causing the specially alloyed ground to crack open with fissures, and a torrent of dust and deafening collapse sounds filled the air. Buildings within a radius of several miles were reduced to dust under the clash between Chinio and the mechanical Superman, with a third of the town turned into ruins. How is this possible? In the control room, witnessing the mechanical Superman crash to the ground, a high-ranking official from the Ninth Bureau exclaimed in shock, even the mechanical Superman can't match this woman? What chance do we have? No, it's still too early to say who is stronger or weaker, D. White replied, his eyes gleaming with intensity as he sneered softly. This mechanical Superman is an SSS-level entity, possessing immense power, speed, and defense. Subwa's strength is fully unleashed, easily annihilating small nations on Earth. The key point is, it grows stronger with each battle, its forged body has the ability to absorb any energy. At this, D. White continued with fervor, in other words, the mechanical Superman is an existence that cannot be killed, and it won't lose combat ability due to energy depletion, unlike those cultivators who become vulnerable once their true essence is exhausted. It doesn't tire, and it absorbs energy, growing stronger with each fight. This is why it is referred to as a war weapon. So powerful. Upon hearing D. White's words, all the high-ranking officials were instantly shocked, their mouths agape, unaware of the mechanical Superman's formidable nature. Meanwhile, in the town, a cold voice suddenly rang out, such great power. The moment the voice sounded, a shadow appeared, and the mechanical Superman suddenly flew out of the pit, standing in midair, its entire body shimmering with a silver hue. It was completely unharmed, its expression unchanged, and its voice was mechanical and stiff. Then, with a hint of disdain, it spoke, unfortunately, you can't inflict any harm on me, you don't understand my constitution. Is that so? Hearing the mechanical Superman's words, Chinio smiled faintly, the galaxy in her palm shimmering, ready to be unleashed at any moment. Since you've made your move, it's my turn now, the mechanical Superman said indifferently, raising its right hand as a crack sound echoed, revealing an opening in its palm. Boom! In the next moment, a thunderous sound erupted as a dazzling silver light shot out, transforming into a massive energy cannon that roared toward Chiniyao. This silver energy cannon pierced through the void, continuously emitting crackling explosion sounds as it charged fiercely toward Chiniyao. Shatter! Seeing the energy cannon rushing toward her, Chiniyao spoke softly, and a powerful force descended from the sky, instantly pinning the silver energy cannon firmly in place in the void, then silently shattering it into dust, disappearing without a trace. How is this possible? Boom! Seeing the energy cannon he unleashed shatter silently at the words of a woman, the mechanical superhero gasped in shock. But before he could finish speaking, a tremendous force struck him, sending him flying. Boom! The ground rumbled, dust swirled, and another massive pit appeared. Moments later, a shadow darted out, and the mechanical superhero transformed into a streak of light in the blink of an eye. Useless, the emerging mechanical superhero said indifferently, I am an immortal being, you will never kill me. Activate combat mode. With that, the mechanical superhero roared coldly, and a series of crackling sounds erupted. His silver bodysuit instantly morphed into a powerful silver armor, adorned with a mysterious array, from which brilliant silver light burst forth. Boom! In the next second, a thunderous sound rang out as the mechanical superhero moved instantly. This time, his speed was more than 10 times faster than before, directly breaking the sound barrier, carrying immense force as he charged fiercely at Chiniyao. He intended to crush Chiniyao with sheer force, without any flashy techniques, relying solely on the primal impact to annihilate her. Facing the charging mechanical superhero, Chiniyao merely curled her lip in indifference, casually flicking her hand. Instantly, with a bang, a residual shadow tore through the sky, crashing down hard onto the ground once more. The earth cracked again, this time the fissure was even larger, and the surrounding ground emitted a rumbling sound as he was once again sent flying by Chiniyao. I told you, you cannot kill me. In the next moment, a cold laugh echoed from the pit, and the mechanical superhero emerged unscathed once more, landing not far from Chiniyao, though he dared not attack directly again. Seeing the unharmed mechanical superhero, Chiniyao frowned. Without a word, she stepped forward and unleashed another palm strike that transcended time and space, resulting in another bang as the mechanical superhero was sent flying again. Ha 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 ha, useless, you cannot kill me, ha 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 ha. This time, the mechanical superhero emerged from the pit completely unscathed, looking at Chiniyao and laughing heartily, the harder you hit me, the more energy I absorb, and the stronger I become. You only make me more powerful, you cannot kill me. Boom! As he said this, the mechanical superhero's body trembled violently, and a more powerful howling sound erupted. Endless gales and surging energy burst forth from him, sweeping the surroundings and causing the space to tremble slightly. Clearly, compared to the first time, the mechanical superhero had grown immensely stronger, at least more than double his previous strength, all thanks to absorbing Chiniyao's energy. So annoying! Seeing the laughing mechanical superhero, Chiniyao's face showed a look of disgust as she coldly said, since you like absorbing energy so much, I'll let you absorb to your heart's content. Boom! As soon as she finished speaking, Chiniyao waved her hand, and a thunderous sound erupted. Suddenly, a silver river flowed down from the heavens, rushing down in circles with a deafening roar. You like absorbing energy, right? I'll let you absorb enough. Seeing the still laughing mechanical warrior, Chiniyao waved her jade hand once more, and a rumbling sound erupted as the river crushed through the void, instantly striking the mechanical superhero back into the pit. Under the bombardment, the entire Milky Way continued to strike down, constantly washing over the pit where the mechanical warrior lay. In an instant, the sound of rumbling echoed repeatedly, signifying the Milky Way's relentless cleansing. Buzz buzz buzz. As the silver Milky Way washed over, a series of humming sounds emerged. Within the pit, a dazzling silver light continuously poured forth, its brilliance even surpassing that of the Milky Way. Ha! I've absorbed top-tier energy now, you can't possibly be my match, the mechanical warrior, being incessantly washed by the silver Milky Way, laughed maniacally. From an endless black hole in its chest, streams of silver power flowed in, and it felt its own strength growing stronger. Yet, despite this, Chiniyao showed no signs of stopping. Stop! You must stop! A few seconds later, a terrified voice rang out. In the pit, the mechanical warrior screamed in horror, feeling that its body's energy had reached a critical point and could absorb no more. However, the silver Milky Way showed no intention of halting, continuing to wash over it tirelessly, the rumbling sound echoing again and again. Even the void was washed over repeatedly. No! After another 10 seconds, a scream of extreme terror erupted, only to be followed by an instant of silence. Humph! Hearing the sound vanish, Chiniyao snorted, letting you absorb energy, you deserve it. With that, she withdrew the power of the silver Milky Way, which disappeared, restoring calm to the surroundings once more, with ruins standing tall and massive pits revealed. Now looking at the pit, where was the shadow of the mechanical Superman? Under the relentless washing of the silver Milky Way, the mechanical Superman had been completely reduced to ashes. Commander, Commander! At this moment, in the control room, D. White and all the high-ranking officials of the Aurora Ninth Bureau behind him wore expressions of panic, with some unable to contain their fear. D. White's face was ashen, his body trembling uncontrollably, no longer bearing the ruthless demeanor he had at the beginning. Because the mechanical Superman was dead, easily obliterated by that woman. The mechanical Superman, as the most powerful ultimate asset of the Ninth Bureau, and an SSS-level existence, could not possibly be his match. Now, this SSS-level being had been effortlessly annihilated by a stunning woman, how could they not be terrified? I was wrong. In the next moment, D. White's expression turned desolate, his voice bitter as he murmured, I underestimated this woman and the boy. I should have sought help from the headquarters from the very beginning, to hold them off until the headquarters people arrived. But because of my selfishness, not only did I doom the entire Aurora Ninth Bureau, but I also buried myself here. How ridiculous. It was me who led to the downfall of the Ninth Bureau. I pushed the Ninth Bureau into the abyss with my own hands. Commander! Seeing D. White's bitter expression, even in despair, several high-ranking officials of the Ninth Bureau hurried over, wanting to support him. No need to come over, D. White waved his hand to signal them not to approach. Instead, his expression returned to the calm it had at the beginning as he took out a red mechanical button from his pocket. Upon seeing the red button in D. White's hand, all the high-ranking officials instantly turned pale with fear. Commander, no! One high-ranking official of the Aurora Ninth Bureau hurriedly said, We still have a chance, we can make a comeback. If you press that, then everything is over. Impossible, this is impossible. Hearing this, D. White continued to force a bitter smile, saying with a heavy heart, Now, in the Aurora Ninth Bureau, 2 deputy commanders have died in battle, all combat teams are dead, and the Foundation has been completely destroyed. What difference is there from annihilation? It was I who committed such a grave mistake, leading to the complete destruction of the Aurora Ninth Bureau in my hands, centuries of Foundation ruined in an instant. Even if I manage to survive and escape now, I will still face death in the future. The headquarters will not let me go. It would be better to die now. So, there's no chance for a comeback. But you still have a chance. At this, D. White suddenly turned around, pressed the red button in his hand, and shouted at the few high-ranking members of the Ninth Bureau who were about to rush over, Everything will be borne by me. You take this opportunity while I hold them off and rush out with that flower. Only by getting out can you repay the Ninth Bureau the most. This matter must be reported to the headquarters, and they must take action to eliminate this woman and the boy. I have already activated the base's self-destruction, you must seize this opportunity. Yes, Bureau Chief. Hearing the Bureau Chief's words, the high-ranking members of the Ninth Bureau sighed and nodded gloomily, quickly leaving the room. After a few seconds, they returned, holding a password box in their hands. Click. Just then, the door burst open, and Dao Changsheng and Qin Yao appeared at the entrance. Upon seeing these two figures, D. White's pupils contracted, and he charged forward like a drawn sword, roaring, Now! Hearing D. White's words, the high-ranking members of the Ninth Bureau immediately exerted all their strength, transforming into streaks of light shooting towards the door, intending to rush out, but what awaited them was only the sound of bang bang bang. In that instant of their action, their bodies exploded like burst watermelons, blood spraying into the air, and flesh flying everywhere. Seeing this scene, D. White's eyes turned red, but before he could speak, a large hand was at his throat, and he was instantly grabbed by Dao Changsheng. Then, with a crack, his eyes bulged, and he completely lost his life. Why bother? After casually killing D. White, Dao Changsheng waved his sleeve, and the password box on the ground immediately fell into his hand. Glancing at the password box, Dao Changsheng nodded slightly and said softly, This matter is settled, we should leave now. Where to next, young master? Back to the Eastern Kingdom. Then, Dao Changsheng and Qin Yao turned and left. They emerged from the tower unscathed, and after a while, the ground of the park shook violently, eventually cracking open, followed by a loud boom, and a massive mushroom cloud appeared in the sky. The explosion at York Park immediately caused a nationwide sensation, with reporters frantically covering the story. The high-ranking officials of the Western Kingdom were furious, each ordering a thorough investigation. Meanwhile, Dao Changsheng and Qin Yao had already taken a plane back to the Eastern Kingdom's imperial capital. On their return, screens across various regions of the Eastern Kingdom displayed the explosion incident that occurred today at York Park in the Western Kingdom. This is the York Times. It is now around 3 in the afternoon. A massive explosion suddenly occurred at York Park, creating a huge pit and resulting in the deaths of thousands of people nearby. The casualty count is still being tallied. The cause of the explosion has also been revealed. According to the Western Kingdom's Security Bureau, there exists an extremely secretive organization beneath York Park, and the base of this organization self-destructed, leading to this incident. Currently, the area surrounding York Park, 400s of miles, is strictly controlled by the military. Rescue operations for the injured are ongoing, and no one is allowed to approach casually. Further updates will be reported later. Damn, the base of a mysterious organization self-destructed? Impressive. The explosion at York Park occurred in a bustling area. How much damage did this explosion cause? I'm curious about what that mysterious organization is. Such a powerful explosion. Mysterious organization? Could it be the legendary superpower organization? Are you out of your mind? Are you still living in a dream? It's probably the Western country experimenting with some mysterious new thing. The explosion in York also tugged at the hearts of the Easterners, who began to discuss among themselves, their eyes glued to the screen. Yet, each of them harbored a hint of schadenfreude, even though they didn't quite understand why. This must be the work of the adults. The top families of the Eastern country, including Ji Hongjia and 5 others, immediately convened a secret meeting, ultimately confirming this conclusion, as Dao Changsheng had previously mentioned he was going to the Western country. As expected of the adults, wherever they go, there's unrest. According to our investigations, that place is the headquarters of the Aurora Bureau, and it was casually wiped out by the adults. Now those things must be feeling the pain. It wasn't just the Eastern country that was shaken, all foreign powers were also in turmoil. As foreign forces, they naturally knew what York Park was, having long heard that there was a branch of the Aurora Bureau there. Now that York Park had exploded, it was undoubtedly the end of the Aurora branch. In Europe, in a certain ancient castle, the Aurora branch has been destroyed. As expected of the adults, every move they make is earth-shattering, said a handsome man in a black tailcoat with a smile. He was Edgar, the prince of the Blood Clan, who had once arranged for Dao Changsheng to join the archaeological team. Your Highness, I wonder when the adults will descend upon our European castle, asked a similarly golden-haired Westerner beside him, his face full of admiration. He was another significant figure of the Blood Clan, Bazel, the Half-King. In Europe, the hierarchy of vampire cultivation, from low to high, is Baron, Viscount, Earl, Marquis, Duke, Grand Duke, Half-King, and Prince. It should be soon, Edgar replied softly upon hearing Bazel's words. The adults will definitely come to our Blood Clan. What we need to do now is wait and also investigate the locations of the powers in the other Western countries. Meanwhile, in a certain underground location in the Western country, a massive dark palace stood. Inside the dark palace, 10 shadows sat on thrones, each exuding a terrifying aura. This was the Aurora headquarters, which had 9 major branches, each with a branch head and 2 deputy heads. Above the branch heads, there was also a demon god, making for 9 branch heads, 9 demon gods, and 1 head of the headquarters. Each demon god was at least at the SSS level of mastery, or even perfection, especially the head of the headquarters, who had far surpassed the SSS level of perfection, reaching a brand new height. Everyone, please share your thoughts, said the person sitting at the center, surrounded by 4 thrones on each side, emanating the most terrifying aura. The Aurora 9 Bureau has been annihilated, and not a single signal was transmitted. It's truly hard to believe. Moreover, the time of the annihilation was too short, with absolutely no clues. According to the latest surveillance information, a boy and a girl entered the Aurora 9 Bureau, and after they came out, the Bureau exploded. That boy and girl are definitely the ones who destroyed the 9 Bureau, or rather, the destruction of the 9 Bureau is inextricably linked to them. The shadows, each exuding an unyielding aura, began to speak, their voices filled with different emotions, indifference, a hint of surprise, and so on. I have also looked into the information about that boy and the woman, said the most terrifying figure, whose aura radiated fear. According to the news I received, that boy has emerged out of nowhere, and that woman is his maid. No one knows the boy's origins, so I suspect that the boy and the woman used some special means to annihilate the 9th Bureau. Everything will only be revealed once we capture that boy. Idisa, conduct a thorough investigation into everyone that boy has come into contact with, and send people to capture him for interrogation. Yes, sir. Upon hearing the command from the headquarters, a cold female voice suddenly echoed through the palace, only to vanish in an instant, as if it had never appeared. Alright, let's wait for news. I didn't expect the Aurora branch to be wiped out. This is quite interesting. In Egypt, within a massive pyramid, in a resplendent hall, several mummies wrapped in white bandages sat upright on golden thrones. Particularly, the mummy in the center had a plain balance floating above its head, while another mummy had a dark, ominous book hovering above it. Interesting, Olympus Mountain, where the sea of clouds spread out below, a dull voice suddenly rang out, "May my Lord bless." In the Vatican, a huge cathedral also echoed a prayer. "For have already gathered, but I wonder where the 5th one is." In the imperial courtyard, as everyone outside was in shock, Dao Changsheng stepped out of the room. There were a total of 5 divine demon harmonization flowers, and now 4 had been collected, leaving only the 5th, but he had no idea where the last one was. To unlock the second life gate, he needed to gather all the divine demon harmonization flowers. The first 3 could be deduced, but the 5th was impossible to predict. He could only search for it himself, which was akin to finding a needle in a haystack. "Young master, may I ask what you plan to do next?" At that moment, a figure flickered, and Qini Yo appeared before Dao Changsheng. She knew that every time Dao Changsheng emerged from seclusion, he would go out for a trip. Recently, he had been to the western countries, but she didn't know where he was headed this time. "I'm going to Wui Mountain." Upon hearing Qini Yao's inquiry, Dao Changsheng smiled lightly and said, "It's just the right time to meet a descendant of an old friend. He once entrusted me with a matter, and I'm going to check it out." Wui Mountain? Upon hearing Dao Changsheng's words, Qini Yao's eyes lit up. She naturally knew what Wui Mountain was, and she had an idea, to travel around and leave joyful footprints in this world. "Let's go, I'll take you to have some fun," Dao Changsheng said with a smile, seeing the excitement on Qini Yao's face. Wui Mountain is located in the northwest of Chong'an County in the southeastern part of Fujian Province, with a total area of 99,975 hectares. The natural scenery of Wui Mountain is unique, especially renowned for its Danxia landform. The strange peaks and cliffs along the Juku stream reflect the clear river waters, creating a marvelous and beautiful landscape. Based on the different characteristics of resources in the area, the entire region is divided into 4 protected areas: the Western Biodiversity Zone, the Central Juku Stream Ecological Zone, the Eastern Natural and Cultural Landscape, and the ruins of the Mingyue King City. The core area covers 63,575 hectares, with a secondary core area of 36,400 hectares, and an outer protection zone, buffer zone, of 27,888 hectares. The western part of Wui Mountain is a key area for global biodiversity protection, home to the most complete, typical, and largest subtropical primary forest ecosystem at the same latitude in the world. The eastern mountains and waters blend perfectly, with culture and nature organically integrated, renowned for its beautiful scenery, including clear waters, strange peaks, secluded valleys, and perilous gorges, as well as its long history and numerous cultural relics. The central region is an important area that connects the east and west and nurtures the source of the Nine-Curved Stream, maintaining a good ecological environment. Dao Changsheng and Qini Yao took a direct flight to Wui Mountain, and before long, they arrived over Wui Mountain, above the 7-Star Cliff. The Wui 7-Star Cliff, also known as the 7-Star Fairyland, is surrounded by 7 peaks, with steep cliffs that rise into the sky like 7 sharp swords piercing the heavens, forming the shape of 7 stars embracing the moon, hence its name. The highest peak among the 7 is called Jietian Peak, towering 1,000 fathoms high, with lush trees at its summit, flowers blooming in all seasons, perpetually shrouded in mist, while the stone walls at the base are sheer, with no weeds growing within hundreds of meters, and monkeys do not cross, making it difficult for birds to reach. It is said that the 7-Star Fairyland was once inhabited by immortals, but there is no evidence of this. Dao Changsheng merely chuckled at the thought, showing no concern. At the base of the 7-Star Cliff is an open valley, spanning several dozen square kilometers, where spring prevails all year round, flowers bloom endlessly, the grass is lush, and ancient trees tower high, with hares and eagles often appearing among the peaks and streams, adding countless vitality to the tranquil fairyland. Oh! In the air above the 7-Star Cliff, looking down at the cliff, Qini Yao raised her eyebrows, gazing at the swirling white clouds and mist in the mountains, stroking her chin and saying, "How can this mountain have a 7-star maze formation, and it looks natural, not man-made?" "That's quite normal," Dao Changsheng replied with a faint smile, saying, "The formation here is just like the 7-star formation in your Qinling underground palace. Both are naturally formed without a trace of human intervention. Look at those 7 towering peaks, their arrangement is such a coincidence, each one positioned just right, not a bit off." After that, Dao Changsheng and Qini Yao bid farewell to the pilot, casually breaking the 7-star maze formation and safely landing on the highest peak of the 7-star cliff, Jietian Peak. Oh, this! As soon as they landed on the mountaintop, Qini Yao's gaze was drawn to a peculiar plant on the cliff, which had leaves like bamboo leaves, a stem resembling a bamboo pole, and underground rhizomes segmented like a bamboo whip. "Isn't this the jade spirit ginseng?" Looking at the plant, Qini Yao exclaimed, "I've seen this heavenly treasure in my father's medicinal garden. This one has 7 leaves, while my father's only has 2. Could it be that no one has ever come up to this mountaintop?" "Because of the 7-star maze formation," Dao Changsheng replied with a faint smile, saying, "This naturally formed 7-star maze formation directly prevents anyone from coming here, and the place is filled with spiritual energy, making it a good environment for cultivation. Then, young master, can I pick it?" Hearing Dao Changsheng's words, Qi Niyao's expression brightened, and she excitedly rubbed her hands together, saying, "If I bring this back, my father will definitely be overjoyed." "Go ahead," Dao Changsheng said with a faint smile, "but you need to be careful. The heavenly treasures here are not easy to grow, so take as little as possible. After all, this place will become a holy land to resist darkness in the future." "I will be careful." Hearing Dao Changsheng's words, Qi Niyao nodded, then cautiously conjured a true essence knife, digging up the 7,000-year-old jade spirit ginseng along with several meters of soil in one go, and stored it away. "Let's go, I still want to see something." Seeing Qi Niyao take the jade spirit ginseng, Dao Changsheng said as he walked in a certain direction, and Qi Niyao hurriedly followed. In no time, they arrived at the entrance of a dark cave. The cave was very narrow, descending as if extending underground. At first, it could only accommodate one person, but the further they went in, the wider it became. However, with this expansion came an increasingly frigid temperature, eventually giving a sense of being in a polar glacier. Even Qi Niyao, who was in the soul realm, felt the endless darkness. She believed that if a powerful being in the transformation realm entered here, they would surely turn into an ice sculpture. Although Qi Niyao was puzzled, she did not ask questions and continued to follow Dao Changsheng deeper into the cave. When they reached the end, Qi Niyao discovered that apart from the cold, smooth cave walls, there was nothing else to be seen. Qi Niyao was confused. Where was this heavy chill coming from? What was Dao Changsheng doing here? "This thing will be beneficial for you," Dao Changsheng said, looking at the cold, smooth cave wall with a faint smile, as he began to knock on it. Tap, tap, tap. In an instant, the sound of his fingers striking the wall echoed, and countless blue lights slowly emanated from the stone surface. Under Qi Niyao's astonished gaze, a drop of ice blue liquid floated out from the wall, quietly hovering in the air. "This is the ice spirit liquid born of heaven and earth, a substance that will greatly benefit you," Dao Changsheng said as he guided the drop of ice spirit liquid into Qi Niyao's brow. "With this drop of liquid, your foundation will be more solid than ever before." Dao Changsheng smiled as he saw the ice spirit liquid enter Qi Niyao's brow. "Young master." Seeing that Dao Changsheng had come here specifically for her, Qi Niyao felt a surge of emotion. She hadn't expected him to be so considerate, preparing various things for her. "Let's go, his descendant is probably here too," Dao Changsheng said with a faint smile as he walked outside. Qi Niyao immediately followed. Just as they exited the cave, they found an old man standing before them, seemingly having waited for a long time. The man before them was around 60 or 70 years old, dressed in simple cloth garments, with a dignified demeanor and bright, piercing eyes. At that moment, upon seeing Qi Niyao and Dao Changsheng, his gaze was fixed intently on Dao Changsheng. "Young master." Startled by the sudden appearance of the old man, Qi Niyao immediately stepped in front of Dao Changsheng, looking at the elder with a wary expression, her heart racing. She couldn't sense the old man's cultivation level. Instead, she felt a powerful presence that was faint yet undeniable, clearly indicating that this elder was even more formidable than she was. "This senior, you came out of this formation?" the old man asked excitedly upon seeing Dao Changsheng, his eyes sparkling with hope. "You must be a descendant of Zhang Daoling," Dao Changsheng said, sizing up the old man. "As senior, you know my ancestor?" the old man exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief as he looked at Dao Changsheng. At first, he couldn't see through Dao Changsheng, sensing a powerful aura that seemed even stronger than that of his ancestor. Plus, he had just emerged from this icy cave, which was why he had politely addressed him as Master Dao Changsheng. Just as he was about to speak, Dao Changsheng had already deduced that he was a descendant of Zhang Daoling, which left him astonished. That old man's prophecy skills are quite accurate, Dao Changsheng thought to himself, then smiled lightly and asked, "So, has your ancestor not returned all this time? Please, sir, lend your assistance." In the next moment, the old man directly knelt on both knees, looking at Dao Changsheng with a pleading expression. "I am a descendant of my ancestors, Zhang Lushuan, the head of the Zhang family at the foot of Wui Mountain. My ancestor once secluded himself here and, upon discovering this natural formation, excitedly rushed in. It has been over 1,000 years, and our Zhang family has still received no news. However, the soul jade tablet of my ancestor has not shattered, so he must be trapped in this formation. I cannot even enter the formation. Every time I get close, I am repelled by the natural formation and can only wait here. The boundary of the ice cave has only one entrance leading to the outside world, with a large open space, but the rest is inaccessible." Every time Zhang Lushuan finished his training, he gazed at the ice cave, hoping his ancestor could come out. This time, unexpectedly, a man and a woman emerged. After 1,000 years, he finally saw living people in this natural formation at Wui Mountain. Moreover, Dao Changsheng's aura was even stronger than what his ancestor had left behind, and upon hearing that Dao Changsheng knew his ancestor, Zhang Lushuan immediately referred to Dao Changsheng as Sir and knelt down. Anyone who knows his ancestor must be a terrifying existence. After all, he is not one of those short-sighted cultivators. He knows that in the Eastern Kingdom, there are old fellows who have been cultivating for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. Furthermore, the reason this natural 7 stars mysterious formation is so powerful is that once the formation is broken, it can be entered in just a fleeting moment and then automatically repairs itself. This is the strength of a natural formation. This is really interesting. Although this old man's divination is quite accurate, he still miscalculated himself, Dao Changsheng said with a faint smile upon hearing Zhang Lushuan's words. Back then, this old fellow bet with me over that nameless stone tablet, claiming he would go and break a natural formation, and then he vanished without a trace, leaving me to find time later to take care of his descendants at the foot of Wui Mountain. I never expected he would end up trapped in this formation. A natural formation in a sealed place is not so easily broken. Is there really such a thing? Qini Yao looked at Dao Changsheng with great interest, while Zhang Lushuan's heart surged with immense waves. Dao Changsheng was actually from the same era as his ancestor, having lived for at least 1,000 years. This old man even counted himself in. The 10,000 generation strategy was learned for nothing, Dao Changsheng continued with a faint smile. Although the 7 stars mysterious formation is merely a trapping formation and not a killing formation, it is a formation naturally formed in a sealed place. No one can guarantee that there won't be other changes. With his cultivation level, he really dares to barge in. I implore you, sir, to help my ancestor, Zhang Lushuan pleaded while preparing to bow to Dao Changsheng, for he knew this was an opportunity to break this natural 7 stars mysterious formation. Aside from the Dao Changsheng he saw, there likely wouldn't be anyone else. Moreover, Dao Changsheng was from the same era as his ancestor, and seeing his gentle demeanor now, he was definitely reliable and would not harbor any ill will towards him, so he had to seize this opportunity. Since this old man has encountered trouble, I will go in and see how he has fared over the 1,000 years, Dao Changsheng said with a faint smile upon hearing Zhang Lushuan's words, addressing Qini Yao. You stay here for now, I will go in and take a look. With that, he stepped forward and quickly disappeared from the sight of the two. Time quietly passed, and in the blink of an eye, 4 days had gone by. Zhang Lushuan, who was guarding the cave entrance, looked anxious and expectant, his eyes fixed on the cave entrance. Suddenly, his expression changed, and Qini Yao immediately looked over as well. Not far ahead, the thick white mist was gradually parting, and soon, 2 faint figures appeared before Zhang Lushuan and Qini Yao. Seeing the 2 figures, Zhang Lushuan was instantly filled with excitement, his body trembling with anticipation. He was about to meet his ancestor. Under his eager gaze, the 2 figures slowly emerged from the mist, gradually approaching them, and as they drew nearer, their appearances became clearer. Leading the way was naturally Dao Changsheng, and right behind him was an elderly man clad in a gray long robe, with white hair and beard, a kind expression on his face. This old man walked with a majestic stride, full of vitality, his face glowing as he followed Dao Changsheng. Ancestor! When Zhang Daoling arrived in front of Zhang Lushuan immediately knelt down in excitement without saying a word, his whole body trembling with joy. It truly is fate playing tricks. I never expected that I, Zhang Daoling, would be trapped in this natural 7 stars mysterious array. If it weren't for you, I would have been unable to escape this damned array even in death. Thank you, my lord, Zhang Daoling said, not paying attention to Zhang Lushuan, but instead expressing his feelings as he looked at the familiar sunlight outside. He then bowed deeply to Dao Changsheng again and said, Thank you, my lord, for your assistance once more. You insisted on betting with me back then, why bother? Dao Changsheng chuckled, shaking his head at Zhang Daoling's reaction. It's just a nameless stone tablet. What does it matter if you want to give it to me? When will your heart ever calm down? I certainly don't have the calm heart of my lord, Zhang Daoling replied with a hearty laugh upon hearing Dao Changsheng's words. My lord is the ruler above the 9 heavens. It is truly a stroke of luck for me, Zhang Daoling, to make your acquaintance. I always thought I could win against my lord in a bet, but I was just daydreaming. These 1,000 years have taught me quite a few lessons. At this point, Zhang Daoling turned his gaze towards the kneeling and trembling Zhang Lushuan and asked, What is your name? How many generations are you from me? Time flies so fast. Zhang Daoling sighed softly upon hearing Zhang Lushuan's words, then turned his gaze to Dao Changsheng, his expression carrying a hint of respect as he said, My lord, my humble abode has been moved to the foot of Wui Mountain. Since you have nothing pressing at the moment, why not come and sit at my place? Sure, Dao Changsheng nodded in response to Zhang Daoling's words. It's just right, you need to tell me about that matter. Hearing Dao Changsheng's words, Zhang Daoling nodded and looked at Zhang Lushuan, saying, Lushuan, lead the way. Without any hesitation, Zhang Lushuan immediately led his ancestor, Qini Yao, and Dao Changsheng to the location of the Zhang family. A few minutes later, at the foot of Wui Mountain, in a spacious valley, an ancient architectural complex came into view for Qini Yao. This was the Zhang family, who lived in seclusion here. The entrance had the words Zhang Family Village inscribed in powerful strokes, clearly not the work of an ordinary person. The Zhang family of Zhang Daoling had been passed down since the Han Dynasty, containing an unimaginable depth of heritage. No one in the eastern cultivation world knew that beneath Wuyi Mountain lay a Zhang family that swept across all directions. China is vast and rich, with talented individuals emerging in droves. It is very normal to have hidden powers. According to Qini Yao, there were many forces even more powerful than the Zhang Daoling lineage. Under Zhang Lushuan's guidance, the three of them reached the entrance of Zhang Family Village and stopped. Zhang Lushuan then pushed open the door and shouted excitedly, "Everyone, good news! The ancestor has returned. My ancestor is back." Zhang Lushuan's voice carried true essence, booming like thunder, resonating throughout Zhang Family Village, making sure everyone heard it clearly. Boom! Suddenly, a roar erupted, and countless plumes of smoke appeared in the sky, followed by voices of shock, joy, excitement, and disbelief. This is the voice of the family head. What? The ancestor? The ancestor has returned? Is it really our ancestor Zhang Daoling who has returned? In an instant, the entire Zhang family village became lively. Countless powerful figures stepped out of their cultivation rooms, transforming into streaks of light as they rushed over. Even the reclusive elders emerged excitedly, heading straight for the entrance of Zhang family village. Lu Xian, has our ancestor really returned? Where is he? Just as Zhang Luxian was the first to step through the door, preparing to announce the news once more, an imposing elder, radiating an aura of immortality, suddenly appeared before him, eagerly inquiring. He was Zhang Luxian's grandfather, the most powerful elder, Zhang Wensong, whose cultivation had long surpassed the spirit soul realm. Grandpa! Seeing his grandfather arrive first, Zhang Luxian excitedly pointed to the rosy-faced elder who had just entered, exclaiming, "Look, our ancestor has returned." You are our ancestor?" Upon hearing Zhang Luxian's words, Zhang Wensong immediately turned his gaze to the newly arrived Zhang Daoling, but instead of rushing forward, he hesitated, his expression filled with suspicion. After all, he had not witnessed Zhang Daoling emerge from the natural formation, and he noticed that this Zhang Daoling looked somewhat different from their portraits, so he dared not recklessly acknowledge him as their ancestor. If he was mistaken, it would surely be a laughingstock. "Indeed, I am your ancestor, Zhang Daoling." Noticing that Zhang Wensong did not rush forward but instead appeared somewhat doubtful, Zhang Daoling felt no anger. Instead, he looked around at the gathered descendants, smiling and nodding. As he spoke, a look of satisfaction crossed his face, for he realized that his descendants were quite strong, not bringing shame to their ancestor. At this moment, many others had also arrived, including several other elders, but like Zhang Wensong, they kept their distance, their eyes filled with vigilance. As the old antiques of the Zhang family, they naturally sensed Zhang Wensong's inner thoughts immediately, but the next moment, they understood that Zhang Daoling was indeed their ancestor. Because as soon as Zhang Daoling's words fell, those few Zhang family members who had broken through to the spirit soul realm felt an overwhelming pressure, as if Mount Tai was pressing down on them. They were instantly alarmed, fully aware of their own strength. Even if they emerged, they were unparalleled powerhouses in the world. Yet now, they were being firmly suppressed by an even more powerful elder, unable to muster even a hint of resistance. If this elder were an enemy, they would have already lost their lives. What shocked them even more was that the surrounding space seemed to have solidified, even the air had stopped flowing, and they sensed a familiar primordial aura. The only ones who could evoke this aura were those who practiced the same techniques as them. Apart from that, they could sense nothing else. Their family had only 1/3 of the eternal strategy, and with that alone, they had already cultivated to a powerful realm. Now, suddenly encountering someone who practiced the eternal strategy, resembling their ancestor, everything matched perfectly. Coupled with the fact that they felt Zhang Daoling's eternal strategy was even more profound than theirs, they all instinctively believed that Zhang Daoling was indeed their ancestor. "We pay our respects to our ancestor." This overwhelming aura came quickly and left just as fast. In the moment it vanished, Zhang Wensong and the others no longer had any doubts. Without a word, they all knelt down before Zhang Daoling in reverence. "We pay our respects to our ancestor." Seeing the elders kneel, the other Zhang family members immediately followed suit, each one kneeling down with fervent expressions as they looked at their ancestor Zhang Daoling. "You must know that this Zhang Daoling is an existence that has lived for over 1,000 years. This time he returns, the Zhang family will definitely gain great strength, and their cultivation can continue to break through. He, everyone get up." Seeing that everyone believed him, Zhang Daoling chuckled and gently waved his hand, causing everyone to feel as if they were being lifted by an irresistible gentle force. In the next moment, Zhang Wensong, with a respectful expression, bowed and said, "Please, ancestor, go to the inner courtyard. I have summoned the descendants to recognize their roots." Our Zhang family has several promising talents. I believe the ancestors will definitely like them. Good, good. Upon hearing Zhang Wensong's words, Zhang Daoling felt that the current Zhang family was very prosperous, showing no signs of decline. He excitedly turned around and said, "Sir, please follow me. I will explain everything to you." Dao Changxing nodded slightly. He indeed had some questions that needed Zhang Daoling's answers, so he led Qini Yao into the inner courtyard, quickly disappearing from sight. Zhang Wensong and the surrounding Zhang family members, upon witnessing this, were all astonished. Their ancestor actually referred to a young man as sir and was extremely respectful. How could this be possible? If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would never have believed it. They had just casually glanced over, and this Dao Changsheng was simply an ordinary person with no cultivation at all. "Han Yuan, who was that young man and that woman just now?" Zhang Wensong quickly pulled Zhang Lushuan aside and asked in a low voice, glancing towards the already vanished Dao Changsheng and the others. "Grandpa, I don't know who that sir is," Zhang Lushuan replied solemnly, "but he is at least someone who stands on equal footing with our ancestors. Back then, our ancestor even made a bet with him, which is why our ancestor entered that natural formation. Moreover, this time it was this sir who personally rescued our ancestor." "What?" Upon hearing Zhang Lushuan's words, Zhang Wensong's eyes widened in disbelief. That plain-looking young man was actually someone who stood on equal footing with their ancestor. My heavens, he is actually someone on equal footing with our ancestor. How terrifying. If Lushuan hadn't said it, I wouldn't have known that he was such a formidable existence. Just look at our ancestor's expression. It's clear that Lushuan is not lying. Hurry, quickly bring the children over. If that sir takes a liking to them, not only will we be happy, but our ancestor will be happy too. Yes, even our ancestor respectfully refers to him as sir. Doesn't that indicate that the young man's cultivation is even stronger than our ancestors? My heavens, truly, one cannot judge a person by their appearance. In an instant, the elders and senior members were shocked, and without saying a word, they turned and left. They needed to bring their descendants to pay respects to Dao Changsheng and the ancestor Zhang Daoling. If any descendant was chosen, it would definitely be a leap to the heavens, becoming a disciple of someone even more powerful than Zhang Daoling. How could the Zhang family not prosper? "Sir, please, have a seat here." In the spacious hall of the inner courtyard, Zhang Daoling respectfully invited Dao Changsheng to take the main seat, then gestured for Qini Yao to sit in the seat next to Dao Changsheng. Dao Changsheng smiled slightly, did not decline, and directly sat down, with Qini Yao doing the same. "Sir, may I ask where that unmarked stone tablet is now?" After Dao Changsheng sat down, Zhang Daoling cautiously inquired. "It was gifted to a mortal empress by Xiaohe," Dao Changsheng replied with a faint smile, "and now that unmarked stone tablet stands at the entrance of that mortal empress's tomb." Fate plays tricks on people. Zhang Daoling sighed upon hearing Dao Changsheng's words, then solemnly took out a mottled, aged brown paper from his bosom. Seeing the mottled brown paper in Dao Changsheng's hand, Zhang Daoling's gaze immediately flickered. "My lord, this paper was found at the core of the natural formation. It seems to be the key to that natural array. However, no matter how I try to comprehend it, I can't discern what is contained within. But I can sense a trace of source energy on it. I believe you will surely know what this is, so I am handing it over to you." As Zhang Daoling spoke, he handed the brown paper to Dao Changsheng. Dao Changsheng reached out to take it, his eyes reflecting an unusual color, and then he put it away, softly saying, "This thing is of some use to me. It's not something you can understand. That's why I am giving it to you, my lord," Zhang Daoling replied with a hearty laugh upon hearing Dao Changsheng's words. "I wonder what your plans are next. If it weren't for this old bone of mine, would you like me to expand your territory? You should know what I intend to do upon waking," Dao Changsheng said softly in response to Zhang Daoling's words. "In the future, darkness will descend upon the sealed land. I will strike from the heavens above, and the rest will need you to lead your people in defense. Protect every inch of territory you can, that place must not be lost." "I understand." Zhang Daoling's expression changed, and he said solemnly, "Rest assured, my lord. When darkness descends, even if it costs this old bone of mine, I will protect that place. You can go with peace of mind. If you encounter an insurmountable situation, go to Mount Tai and seek help," Dao Changsheng said as he handed Zhang Daoling a golden token. Zhang Daoling received the token with a serious expression and nodded. "You give me this page of the chapter of heaven and earth, and I am also prepared to grant you an opportunity. This opportunity will allow you to better protect that place in the future. It is the only chance of great use to you," Dao Changsheng said after Zhang Daoling had secured the golden token. Upon hearing this, Zhang Daoling's pupils constricted sharply, and his face lit up with joy. He had not expected Dao Changsheng to bestow upon him an opportunity, something he had not even dared to imagine. Later, Dao Changsheng stayed at Zhang Daoling's home for a day, meeting the talented younger generation of the Zhang family. Zhang Daoling happily guided them, and Dao Changsheng casually offered guidance to one or two as well, which excited the Zhang family members to the point of jumping up in joy. A few days later, at the coast of the Western Pacific, 3 figures arrived: Dao Changsheng, Zhang Daoling, and Qin Yao. "My lord, do we need to go down?" Zhang Daoling asked curiously, looking at the rolling waves of the Western Pacific. "That's right," Dao Changsheng replied with a faint smile, turning his gaze to Qin Yao. "Use that water-avoiding pearl. Beneath this deep sea lies not ordinary seawater. Without the water-avoiding pearl, you cannot open that barrier." "Yes, young master." Qin Yao nodded upon hearing Dao Changsheng's words. She then waved her delicate hand, and a pearl radiating blue light appeared out of thin air, spinning rapidly. Under Qin Yao's control, it plunged into the sea. Splash! Boom! Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted as the tumultuous Western Pacific underwent a dramatic transformation. The endless seawater was split in two, rolling to the left and right, revealing a passage with a blue barrier beneath Dao Changsheng and the others' feet. "Let's go!" Seeing the passage, Dao Changsheng nodded slightly and stepped in. Zhang Daoling and Qin Yao hurriedly followed. As the 3 stepped onto the path, the sea roiled and crashed together, restoring the surface to its original state. In the sea, a blue passage stretched endlessly, seemingly without end. Dao Changsheng and the others walked while admiring the ocean view. As they delved deeper, various sharks and strange creatures appeared, but they seemed not to notice Dao Changsheng and the others, swimming straight through the passage to the other side. As time passed, the group descended step by step, quickly breaking through 1,000 meters, continuing towards the complex entrance of the passage. It is known that the diving depth of nuclear submarines from various countries is generally around 300 meters, with very few exceeding 500 meters. If they reached 1,000 meters, it would seem that the nuclear submarine had truly met with an accident and sunk to the seabed. Time flowed slowly, and Dao Changsheng and the others soon surpassed 3,000 meters, then 6,000 meters, and finally 9,000 meters. "Ha!" When they reached the deep sea at 10,000 meters, Qin Yao suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Following her gaze, they saw a massive submarine quietly resting there, surrounded by many corpses, broken weapons, and so on. Eventually, Dao Changsheng and the others reached the end, where a huge wall of light appeared before them, blocking all the surrounding seawater at the entrance, not allowing a single drop to enter. Boom! Seeing this wall of light, Dao Changsheng smiled faintly. Qin Yao immediately activated the water avoidance pearl, blasting a hole in the wall. As the light curtain shattered, Dao Changsheng and the others stepped inside, and at the moment they entered, the light curtain healed once more. When Zhang Daoling entered, he was momentarily stunned, for he discovered they were in a cave. The cave's ceiling was very high, at least 20 to 30 zhang, with a mysterious pearl embedded in the center, shining brilliantly. This pearl was slightly larger than a newborn's head, radiating a light that was incredibly bright. Under the illumination of this pearl, the entire cave appeared immaculate, with a pure white floor devoid of any dust, let alone other kinds of filth. What a fine pearl! Seeing this pearl, Zhang Daoling couldn't help but exclaim. Although he had seen many things, this was the first time he had encountered a pearl capable of stabilizing space. In this cave, there were also several bottomless passages, and no one knew where they led. "Let's go, first to the first place," Dao Changsheng said as he lifted his leg and walked towards the first path on the left. Zhang Daoling and Qin Yao exchanged glances and immediately followed closely behind. This section of the passage was not a straight line but rather winding. Zhang Daoling followed Dao Changsheng, turning left and then right. After walking about 500 or 600 meters, a colorful world appeared before Zhang Daoling's eyes. The ground, the ceiling, and the surrounding stone walls sparkled with various colors of light, making the cave look fantastical. Moreover, these colorful lights shining on him surprisingly brought a cool sensation. "Alright, these stones here are your small opportunity for this trip," Dao Changsheng said with a faint smile, pointing to the various fragments of stones on the ground. "These stones are my opportunity?" Hearing Dao Changsheng's words, Zhang Daoling's mouth twitched slightly. If Dao Changsheng hadn't brought him here and told him that these stones on the ground, which looked like garbage, were his opportunity, he would never have believed it. Filled with confusion, Zhang Daoling picked up a stone from the ground and examined it carefully. After a moment, his pupils suddenly constricted, and he exclaimed in shock, This is the legendary Void Stone. The Void Stone is formed from the Yin energy within the spiritual veins of heaven and earth. It is a rare material for refining weapons that has been transformed since ancient times. With it, one can forge weapons immune to various magical attacks, and it can also assist practitioners of Yin attributes in their cultivation, greatly benefiting those who practice Yin techniques. The weapons forged from it are extremely powerful, capable of slaying opponents across 2 to 3 major realms. In ancient times, weapons made from Void Stone were highly sought after, leading to the stone's eventual extinction. For example, a practitioner at the Earth Blood Realm wielding a weapon forged from void stone could effortlessly slay a powerful being at the life-cleansing realm. Once locked onto by a weapon made from void stone, even if the opponent is far away, it can still draw upon the energy of the Earth's veins to deliver a lethal strike across space. If the wielder is strong enough, they could even slay a powerful being at the transformation realm. My heavens, the void stone is actually this large, isn't this top tier? Zhang Daoling exclaimed in surprise as he released his spiritual sense and carefully examined the surroundings, discovering even larger pieces of void stone. Immediately, his eyes turned red, and like a child, he began to run around, waving his sleeves to collect all the scattered void stones on the ground. Soon, all the void stones on the ground disappeared, leaving the entire cave empty. Young master, if you take all the void stone, won't it affect this place? Qin Yao asked with a puzzled expression as she watched Zhang Daoling collect all the void stone. The aura emitted by such high-grade materials can stabilize the Earth's veins. Don't worry, there are countless Earth veins below. They will appear again in the future, Dao Changsheng replied with a faint smile, speaking casually. Countless Earth veins? Upon hearing Dao Changsheng's words, Zhang Daoling's pupils constricted sharply, and a storm surged in his heart. The sea is indeed a magical place, and the existence of countless Earth veins truly astonished him. Perhaps even when darkness descends, it won't be able to invade the sea. Let's go to the second cave entrance, Dao Changsheng said, stepping forward toward the second path. Qin Yao and Zhang Daoling hurriedly followed, feeling that this place was incredibly strange. When Zhang Daoling followed Dao Changsheng into the second cave, he immediately felt the opposite of what he experienced upon entering the first cave. The first cave had an eerie atmosphere that made one feel goosebumps all over. In contrast, as they ventured deeper into the second cave, the temperature rose, and the stone walls around them glowed red, as if they had entered a giant furnace. If it weren't for Zhang Daoling and Qin Yao's profound cultivation, having reached a state impervious to cold and heat, they would have found it nearly impossible to move. It's so cold. Just as they turned a corner, a wave of icy cold air rushed toward them unexpectedly, catching the unprepared Zhang Daoling and Qin Yao off guard, making them shiver. This sudden change was too abrupt. The previously high temperature was suddenly replaced by an extreme chill, which anyone would find unbearable. What is going on? Zhang Daoling couldn't help but ask, why is it high temperature one moment and then a cold wave the next? It feels like a volcano and an icy world at the same time. Dao Changsheng did not respond to Zhang Daoling's inquiry but continued to walk forward calmly. Rumble. In the next moment, a booming sound erupted, and countless swirling air currents rushed out, carrying the chilling aura of frozen earth and sky, making Qin Yao and Zhang Daoling feel an unprecedented cold. Buzz. At the moment the cold wave appeared, a soft light radiated from Dao Changsheng's entire body, instantly enveloping Qin Yao and Zhang Daoling. Covered by the gentle light, the two immediately felt an unprecedented warmth and comfort. What a terrifying place! At this moment, Zhang Daoling, who was no longer affected by the cold wave, looked shocked. He was a powerful figure who had reached the level of Tianyao Sanming, yet he was still unable to endure the cold. If anyone other than Dao Changsheng had come here, wouldn't they have been frozen into an ice sculpture? Dao Changsheng was indeed not someone he could casually speculate about. Any random place he visited was beyond his endurance. As the cold wave arrived, thick fog continuously surged from within the cave, instantly filling the entire cavern and reducing visibility to nearly zero. Although the mist obscured their sight, even their spiritual senses were ineffective. Dao Changsheng still walked leisurely, as if he knew the way. After a short while, Zhang Daoling felt the temperature in the cave begin to rise sharply. At the same time, the surrounding thick fog quickly dissipated, vanishing in the blink of an eye. It was as if a shy young woman had suddenly had her mysterious veil lifted, revealing a beautiful, flawless face before him. With the fog gone, Zhang Daoling immediately surveyed the cave they were in, especially focusing on the ground, hoping to see a pile of empty Ming stones like in the first cave. However, he was disappointed to find that aside from the purple-brown rock walls surrounding them, there was nothing else. The entire cave appeared empty. There were no empty Ming stones, not even a single fragment of gravel. Yet, he was not completely disheartened. Instead, he turned his gaze to Dao Changsheng, knowing that he wouldn't bring him here for no reason. Sure enough, Dao Changsheng approached the purple-brown rock wall with an iron hand, and in an instant, a flash of light flickered. The purple-brown rock wall slowly opened like a door, revealing a small red path in the blink of an eye. After opening the purple-brown stone wall, Dao Changsheng stepped inside, and Zhang Daoling and Qin Yao hurriedly followed. As the three entered, the purple-brown stone wall silently closed behind them, as if it had never been opened. They didn't know how far they had walked when Zhang Daoling once again felt a wave of intense heat rushing towards him. Fortunately, with Dao Changsheng's protection, he believed he would have been burned to ashes otherwise. Chinio also sensed the temperature in the cave rising sharply again. She looked around at the rock walls, which were all a fiery red, making it feel as if they were about to ignite. Eventually, Dao Changsheng stopped, and Zhang Daoling and Chinio knew they had reached their destination, so they began to look around. The cave was enormous, several times larger than the outer one. Strictly speaking, it was a large cavern. This hot cave was divided into two parts, with two large pools occupying most of the space. Among these two large pools, only the one on the left, as they entered the cave, could be considered a true pool of water, as it was filled with water, albeit a silver-white color rather than the usual sky blue or emerald green. To the right of the entrance was a lava pool, and at that moment, the magma within was constantly churning, occasionally emitting a bubbling sound. Watching the rolling waves of fire, Zhang Daoling and Chinio were astonished. They could clearly feel that this lava pool posed a significant threat to them. However, there was not a trace of fear in Dao Changsheng's eyes. Instead, there was only appreciation, as if this were a rare treasure. Compared to the explosive fury of the fire, the pool beside it, which occasionally emitted wisps of silvery mist, was much more tranquil. Aside from the occasional drops of water dripping from the cave ceiling and the ding-dong sound made when they fell into the pool and splashed against the water, the surface of the water showed no other disturbances, only ripples that occasionally spread across the surface. The water was constantly evaporating due to the extremely high temperature nearby, and wisps of steam would rise from the surface, slowly transforming into a thick white mist under the scorching heat, continuously drifting upwards towards the cave ceiling. When the water vapor touched the rocky walls of the cave ceiling, it condensed into tiny droplets, which, due to gravity, fell downwards, some landing in the water on the left, others dropping into the fiery magma on the right, thus beginning a new cycle, repeating endlessly. In the next moment, under the astonished gazes of Zhang Daoling and Chinio, Dao Changsheng reached into the pool. As soon as his hand touched the water, a bone-chilling cold rapidly radiated from his right hand, freezing him into an ice sculpture in an instant. Master! Young master! Seeing the sudden turn of events, Zhang Daoling and Chinio were immediately taken aback, exclaiming in shock as they rushed to touch Dao Changsheng, their hearts racing with fear at what kind of water could freeze the seemingly invincible Dao Changsheng into an ice statue. Crack, crack, crack. Before they could reach him, the sound of ice shattering echoed, followed by a loud bang as the ice sculpture exploded, shards of ice shooting out in all directions. Retreat! As the ice fragments flew wildly, Zhang Daoling and Chinio felt a strong sense of death looming over them and hurriedly dodged. Whoosh! Another sound of rushing water was heard as a flame suddenly shot out from the nearby magma pool, instantly incinerating the exploding ice shards completely. Whoosh! Seeing the splintered ice vanish, Zhang Daoling and Chinio felt a wave of relief wash over them. They had just felt an immense threat from those countless ice shards and immediately turned to look at Dao Changsheng. Dao Changsheng stood there unscathed, smiling faintly as he gazed at the pool before him, saying, "After all these years, it's still so volatile, it could rival a small fire. Young master, what is this thing?" Seeing that Dao Changsheng was unharmed, Chinio finally breathed a sigh of relief, but her face was still filled with fear as she cautiously inquired, glancing warily at the pool in front of Dao Changsheng. "Essence of Kuei water, a water even more terrifying than the yellow springs of the underworld," Dao Changsheng replied calmly upon hearing Chinio's question. Upon hearing Dao Changsheng's words, Zhang Daoling and Chinio were left dumbfounded, as they had never heard of such a thing as the essence of Kuei water. They were also shocked, wondering if the yellow springs of the underworld, which only existed in legends, were truly real. "Young master, does the underworld really exist?" Chinio asked tentatively. "Why not?" Dao Changsheng smiled lightly in response, saying, "As the saying goes, there's no smoke without fire. The term underworld has spanned across ages, how could it be mere illusion? The underworld really exists." Hearing Dao Changsheng's words, Zhang Daoling's pupils constricted sharply, exclaiming in shock, for it was simply too shocking. If the underworld truly existed, did that mean some legends were real? Even Chinio was astonished, for if the underworld existed, then everyone's soul would return there after death, implying that the underworld was an unimaginable transcendent force. In the beginning of the primordial chaos, the underworld was said to exist across the myriad realms, yet no one knew how the underworld came into being. "Not even I," Dao Changsheng said with a faint smile upon seeing the shock on the faces of the two. "The reason the sealed land did not shatter along with the primordial chaos is precisely because of the existence of the underworld." At this point, Dao Changsheng paused and continued slowly, "Throughout the era of primordial chaos, how many powerful beings have fallen from the 9 heavens and the vast universe? After their deaths, these mighty existences enter the underworld. Aside from the random reincarnation that risks life and death, the rest all return to the underworld, becoming part of it. Therefore, the foundation of the underworld is far beyond what ordinary people can fathom." So, does that mean the underworld will never be defeated? Zhang Daoling and Qi Niyo exclaimed in disbelief upon hearing Dao Changxing's words. If that were the case, the underworld would indeed be invincible across one era after another. One could say that. Dao Changxing nodded slightly and continued, however, there will still be forces that can stand shoulder to shoulder with the underworld in this world. When darkness descends in the future, you will understand. The reason I strike against the darkness from the 9 heavens is that the underworld, existing in the sealed land, will definitely not stand by and watch. Zhang Daoling and Qi Niyo nodded, deeply engraving this statement in their hearts. Whoosh! In the next moment, the sound of rushing water suddenly erupted. Before them, 2 pools of water, one blue and one red, erupted with bright lights. As these 2 beams of light shot up from the pools, the surrounding temperature underwent a drastic change, alternating between chilling cold and scorching heat, creating a dissonant symphony throughout the cave, forcing Zhang Daoling and Qi Niyo to hide behind Dao Changxing. The 2 beams of light danced like lively little spirits, constantly chasing and entangling each other in the air, as if performing a magnificent dance, their movements incredibly swift. In the next instant, the 2 lively spirits suddenly collided in mid-air, as if reaching some tacit understanding, then with a whoosh, they separated and rushed towards the center of Qi Niyo's forehead. The speed at which the 2 spirits flew was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, they entered Qi Niyo's forehead, leaving her in shock. Qi Niyo immediately felt a burning pain, as the red light began to wreak havoc on her body, leaving her with no resistance. Her internal organs and muscles were instantly incinerated. However, the blue light that followed seemed intent on opposing it. Wherever the red fire spirit caused destruction, the blue light would emit a coolness to repair the damage. The speed of the repair was not at all inferior to that of the red fire spirit's destruction. As soon as a part was burned, it would immediately be restored, so Qi Niyo felt no pain at all, but her body seemed to be impacted by 2 forces, alternating between emitting red and blue light. Don't be afraid, this is the transformation being done by the water of Kuei and the fire of Li. If you endure it, you will be fine. Dao Changxing said softly, noticing Qi Niyo's discomfort, signaling her not to panic. As for Zhang Daoling, he was left in a daze, unable to speak. Everything was too bizarre for him. Even after living for over 1,000 years, he couldn't comprehend it at all. Boom! In the West Pacific, a thunderous roar suddenly erupted, and the sea surface exploded, slowly parting to reveal a crystal-clear path of blue. On this small island, 3 figures emerged from the deep sea. After reaching the shore, the sea closed behind them, and the blue path vanished. It was Dao Changxing, Qi Niyo, and Zhang Daoling. Alright, the opportunity has been secured, we can head back now, Dao Changxing said as he approached Zhang Daoling, speaking slowly. Remember, that place must not be lost. Please rest assured, my lord, Zhang Daoling replied, nodding earnestly upon hearing Dao Changxing's words. After that, Zhang Daoling left, while Dao Changxing and Qi Niyo walked towards the imperial capital. In the blink of an eye, several days passed. As Dao Changxing was admiring the 4 divine demon harmonization flowers before him, a sudden knock sounded at the door, followed by a voice from outside. Young master, I have something to report. Come in, Dao Changxing said, retracting his gaze from the flowers, his tone calm. As soon as he finished speaking, Ji Hongjia pushed the door open and entered, his face filled with excitement. Young master, the investigation you asked me to conduct on the divine demon harmonization flowers has yielded results. Oh? Dao Changxing raised an eyebrow at Ji Hongjia's words, surprised that the matter had progressed so smoothly, and that there was news of a 5th divine demon harmonization flower. It will be at the World Glory Tournament in 2 months, Ji Hongjia continued. I believe you have heard of the World Glory Tournament, and this time, they are offering even more generous prizes, one of which is the black and white divine demon harmonization flower. The person who wins first place will receive that flower, which is controlled by many factions. I'm not clear on the specifics, but only the first place winner will get to see that flower. Interesting, Dao Changxing said with a faint smile upon hearing Ji Hongjia's words. This glory tournament seems rather minor. Doesn't the heavenly ranking tournament take a few more years to hold? Yes, Ji Hongjia quickly nodded in response to Dao Changxing's words. This glory tournament is a competition for all cultivators to vie for honor. In the end, various factions will take the seedlings from this glory tournament. As for the heavenly ranking tournament that will determine the world's structure, it will indeed take a few more years to hold. This glory tournament will be held on St. Carlos Island in Europe. To participate in the heavenly ranking tournament, one must possess an invitation card. Each faction can apply to the organizing committee of the glory tournament. Your and Miss Qi Niyao's invitation card applications have already been submitted, and you will receive them in a few days. At that time, you can set off. If you were to go directly now, that flower probably wouldn't appear, as many factions control it, and no one knows for sure, plus there are many unforeseen circumstances. I have only heard of the World Glory Tournament before. I have never participated in the Heavenly Ranking Tournament, Dao Changsheng said with a faint smile upon hearing Ji Hongjia's words. Since I have some free time, I might as well go and take a look. 50 days later, a plane flew towards Rome, as it was the closest city to St. Carlos Island, Nicolo City. The plane could only land there, no other places were available for landing. My lord, isn't the tournament still several days away? Why are we rushing over so early? Qin Yiyao asked Dao Changsheng, looking puzzled on the plane. Since the glory tournament on St. Carlos Island was still several days away, they could have played for a few more days before heading over. Why go so early? If I can sense that flower, I can take it and leave early, and I wouldn't even bother participating in that tournament, Dao Changsheng replied with a faint smile upon hearing Qin Yiyao's words. Although it may seem boring, I don't have the time to wait around, and if it comes to that, I wouldn't want to compete publicly with those little brats on the last day. Oh, Qin Yiyao realized upon hearing Dao Changsheng's words, understanding his reasoning. Meanwhile, in the city of Nicoro, within a magnificent building, a woman's voice suddenly rang out. That young master is on the latest flight heading here. Eugela, go and respectfully arrange the accommodations for him, and be sure to receive him with the utmost respect. Yes, Lady Jenny. The flight was quick, taking less than 10 hours to reach its destination, Nicoro City. Shortly after Dao Changsheng and Qin Yiyao disembarked, they were intercepted by several women. The leader was a woman with brown eyes and brown hair, who respectfully bowed to Dao Changsheng and said, "Hello, young master. I am Eugela, sent by Lady Jenny. Your accommodations have been arranged, please follow us." "Thank you," Dao Changsheng replied with a faint smile, nodding in agreement. In Nicoro City, on Booker Port Street, at number 366, the Cartagena Club. "Young master, we have arrived." Eugela led Dao Changsheng and Qin Yiyao to the Cartagena Club, respectfully stating, "This is one of Lady Jenny's properties, and you can rest here for the next few days." As Eugela spoke, she guided Dao Changsheng and Qin Yiyao through the club. The guards, upon seeing Eugela, slightly bowed and then glanced at Dao Changsheng and Qin Yiyao, saying nothing as they personally opened the door for the three. This Cartagena Club is one of the properties managed by Lady Jenny, and I am one of the responsible persons here, Eugela introduced as she led Dao Changsheng. Since Nicoro City is the closest city to St. Carlos Island, many practitioners from around the world come here, and representatives of various forces gather in this city. Many young masters from the eastern countries arrived several days ago and are staying at this Cartagena Club. The club has 11 floors. Lady Jenny said that you are the most distinguished guest of our Julie family, so your room is on the 10th floor. On the 8th floor, there are many young masters from other forces, and currently, the Cartagena is hosting a gathering. As for the 11th floor, it is a gathering place for some high-ranking members of our Julie family. Lady Jenny is also on the 11th floor. She said she would come down to meet you personally after the meeting. As Eugela spoke, she led Dao Changsheng and Qin Yiyao to the 2nd floor, then the 3rd, finally guiding Dao Changsheng through the bustling crowd to the 9th floor, stepping onto the 10th floor. "Here we are, this is it." Eugela brought Dao Changsheng and Qin Yiyao to a room decorated in extreme luxury, personally handing the key to Dao Changsheng, her expression respectful as she said, "Young master, this is the room arranged for you. I have some matters to attend to, so I cannot accompany you. If you need anything, just press the button on the key, and I will come immediately." "Alright, you may go," Dao Changsheng nodded. Eugela nodded and was about to turn to leave to report to Lady Jenny when an unexpected voice suddenly rang out behind the three. "Wait." Hearing the voice, Eugela turned around to see an elderly man with silver hair, dressed in a suit, approaching. She immediately nodded and said, "Oh, Elder Woodrow, I didn't know you were calling me." "Eugela, do you not know the rules of the Cartagena Club?" Elder Woodrow frowned after glancing at Dao Changsheng and said, "This 10th floor is the residence of high-ranking members from various forces around the world. How could you bring an outsider up here?" "Elder Woodrow, this young man is the esteemed guest that the Lord personally instructed you about. You must know that." Upon hearing Elder Woodrow's words, Eugela frowned and said, "As a family elder, you can't possibly be unaware of the esteemed guest that Lord Jenny mentioned recently, can you?" "What?" Hearing Eugela's words, Woodrow's pupils contracted as he looked at the plain-looking Dao Changsheng in shock, exclaiming, "This young man is the esteemed guest that Lord Jenny spoke of?" Elder Woodrow was astonished because Dao Changsheng was simply too young and too ordinary. Even his second-generation grandson was older than Dao Changsheng. If it weren't for Eugela being Lord Jenny's personal guard, he wouldn't have believed it even if he were beaten to death. As he spoke, he began to scrutinize Dao Changsheng from head to toe, then bent slightly with an apologetic expression and whispered, "My apologies, young sir, for my earlier words. I hope you can forgive an old man for his indiscretion." Elder Woodrow's direct apology stemmed from the strict hierarchy of the Julie family, led by Commander Jenny. Among the 6 major noble families in the European Union, the Julie family was the most united, with no internal factional struggles. They almost unconditionally obeyed Jenny's words and orders. Even if they wanted to oppose, they had to present convincing reasons. It was no small feat for a woman to lead one of the 6 major noble families in the European Union to such a degree. Moreover, he had heard of Dao Changsheng's impressive achievements. Ignorance is no excuse. Seeing Woodrow's tact, Dao Changsheng nodded in response. Soon after, Elder Woodrow and Ugela left, while Dao Changsheng and Qi Niyo entered the room to rest. Inside, a variety of delicacies had already been prepared. In 2 days, the Glory Tournament will begin, and I haven't participated in this tournament yet, Qi Niyo said eagerly, fiddling with the invitation card in her hand. The World Glory Tournament had those 5 gilded characters on the cover, and the back listed the names of the participants and the location of the tournament. Along with the card was a set of rules for the World Glory Tournament. The tournament was not complicated at all. The first day was the elimination round, and the second day was the finals, with 1 match each day, totaling 2 matches over 2 days. Moreover, both matches would be in a free-for-all mode, where all participants entered the same venue to engage in a chaotic battle. The last one standing would advance, while those who escaped or died would be the losers. In the competition, aside from advanced technological weapons and firearms, and excluding poisons, everything else was permitted. Whether one lived or died depended on their skills. In this tournament, survival required not only strength but also luck. One could even hide away, as long as they weren't discovered, and if they persisted until the end, they could successfully advance. This mixed battle was inherently unfair because some major forces would come in groups, not just 2 or 3, but as a collective. Loose cultivators could also temporarily band together to eliminate those who were alone and outnumbered, ultimately succeeding in advancing and sharing the final spots of the Glory Tournament. Regarding this unfairness, the organizers had only one response: they silenced those complaints because the world was inherently unfair. There was no such thing as absolute fairness. The cultivation world had always been one of the survival of the fittest. To become a strong person, besides strength, luck was also indispensable. If one were to adopt a one-on-one competition format, it would be utterly meaningless. A low-level cultivator matched against a high-level one would be easily annihilated. How could that be considered fair? Moreover, which renowned strong person in the cultivation world wasn't known for their bloodshed? The free-for-all was the competition that best showcased strength. If one couldn't withstand a group attack, how could they dare to call themselves strong? 2 days later, Dao Changsheng and Qi Niyo went out and strolled along the main street of Nicolo City. Qi Niyo was like a little girl, looking here and there, every place captivating her. Boom! Boom! In the next moment, a loud rumble echoed, and not far ahead, dozens of police cars and motorcycles appeared, with local police riding their motorcycles and driving the cars to clear the way. The pedestrians on the street hurriedly retreated to the sides, stopping to watch. Who is coming? What a grand occasion! Seeing the sudden situation, Qi Niyo frowned, feeling a bit displeased with it. Make way, make way. The Saintess of the Holy Church is coming. Anyone who doesn't want to die, step aside. The police cars and motorcycles cleared the way, and the leading officers roared, instantly creating a wide path on the road. However, Dao Changsheng and Qi Niyo did not move aside at all. Instead, they stood quietly, watching the spectacle. After such a long time, Dao Changsheng and Qi Niyo had long understood the power structure of the world, which could generally be summarized into 3 blocks. The first block was the Aurora Bureau of the West, commanding North and South America. The second block consisted of the Divine Cult, which coexisted with the Aurora Bureau. The third block was the 5 great families and 9 major sects of the East, along with the Ninja sect of Neon, the Super Special Operations Bureau of the North, the Brahmin sect of India, and the Death God Alliance of Egypt. Among these, the strongest powers were undoubtedly the Immortal sect and the Xianyuan family of the East, which could easily suppress the Aurora Bureau and the Divine Cult, surpassing them. The Buddhist sect and the Kongtong 3 sects could contend with the Aurora Bureau and the Divine Cult, and there were also some hidden, unknown forces, which was why the East held such a formidable reputation globally. It was truly unfathomable. The third block was Europe, which could be said to be the most chaotic, with the most mixed powers, totaling at least 20 to 30 factions, and it would not be an exaggeration to say they were constantly attacking each other. Within the European bloc, there was one particularly terrifying force that could completely rival the Immortal sect and the Xianyuan family of the East, and that was Olympus. It was the most unfathomable power. Behind the Immortal sect and the Xianyuan family in the East, Olympus also had deep roots abroad. There was also the pantheon of Greek gods, which was divided into the Karman and Rakshasa branches, comparable to the 9 bureaus and the divine cult of the West. It was said to have connections with Olympus and was a powerful force. There were many other forces that could rival the Aurora Bureau and the divine cult of the West, such as the Dark Church of the Dark Castle, controlled by vampires, which could also contend with the Nine Bureaus and the divine cult. As for another one, it was the Holy Church, whose members were essentially a replica of the Ame sect of the East. It was a group of women who established the force, and women are often synonymous with being unreasonable. Their usual behavior is unpredictable. You can never know what a woman is truly thinking, what trivial matter might provoke them, and what kind of crazy actions they might take. The Holy Church was even more insane than the others. To achieve their goals, they would typically stop at nothing, disregarding everything, and their level of madness surpassed that of the Ame sect. But no one dared to say anything, because if you dared to speak out, the next day you could provoke these mad women into an unreasonable attack, and it would be the kind of relentless assault that wouldn't stop until death. The most famous incident was when, for reasons unknown, the divine cult of the West sent 12 cardinals into the Dark Church, and they managed to retreat unscathed, provoking the Dark Church to hunt those 12 cardinals for many years. This incident initially shocked the outside world, and over time, no one dared to provoke this group of unreasonable mad women. After all, they certainly did not want to encounter such a situation, considering there were only 22 cardinals in the Holy Church of the West. Behind the police car and police motorcycle, a luxurious Rolls-Royce Silver Ghost was slowly driving. Inside, a beautiful woman dressed in a white long gown was quietly closing her eyes, with a man beside her clenching his fist. "Get out of the way, you two, or don't blame us for being rude." Seeing Dao Changsheng and Qini Yao remain motionless, the leading police officer suddenly shouted, and as he spoke, the motorcycle did not accelerate at all but charged straight ahead, a cruel expression on his face. The police in Nikoro City are so arrogant. Of course, the Holy Maiden Church is a major force that can rival the Holy Church, so the police in Nikoro City naturally have the capital to be arrogant. Alas, it's really a pity for that beautiful woman and the young man, they still haven't moved. Another life is about to vanish. Seeing Dao Changsheng and Qini Yao still unable to evade, the onlookers around began to point and discuss, each face showing sympathy. Boom! The next moment, an explosion sounded, and the leading police officer on the motorcycle exploded, turning into a rain of blood, while the motorcycle fell to the ground. Protect the Holy Maiden! Protect the Holy Maiden! This scene shocked everyone. All the police cars and motorcycles came to a halt, and armed police officers approached, staring warily at Dao Changsheng and Qini Yao. The doors of the Rolls-Royce Silver Ghost opened, and a beautiful woman in white and a man in a long robe stepped out. The crowd on both sides panicked and retreated further away, looking at this scene from a distance. They never expected that someone would dare to kill members of the Holy Maiden Church. Who are you two? How dare you kill the police of Nikoro City and attack our Holy Maiden Church's convoy? You really have some guts. Are you looking to die? The next moment, a police officer glanced at the scattered flesh on the ground and immediately spoke out in anger, his face looking grim. How dare you block my convoy? Kneel and bow your heads, and I'll leave you with your whole corpse, the Holy Maiden said coldly, looking at Dao Changsheng. She was one of the Holy Maidens of the church, Mavis. It's him! The man in a suit beside her, upon seeing Dao Changsheng's face, immediately had his pupils shrink sharply, instinctively taking a step back, fear evident in his eyes. He was the fourth young master of the Eastern family, Dongfang Junxian, who had witnessed Dao Changsheng slaughtering the Buddhist sect at Nirvana Mountain last time. Recently, he had also learned in a family meeting that Dao Changsheng's maid had killed a little princess of their Eastern family, Dongfang Hong. Thus, Dao Changsheng and his maid had become the #1 enemies of the Eastern family. He had come to participate in the World Glory Tournament to win a rank among the 7 stars, and under the family's arrangement, he was to have a family marriage with Mavis of the Holy Maiden Church. The 7 stars represented the 7 most powerful and renowned prodigies in the world, second only to those at the pinnacle of the world. The previous generation of 7 stars each held dominion over their territories, and each was a prodigy capable of fighting beyond their level. Except for those supreme existences, no one was a match for the previous generation of 7 stars. Each of the 7 stars was a powerful existence that emerged from the World Glory Tournament, and their backing was immense, so much so that ordinary cultivators did not dare to provoke them. The key point was that to become a new 7 star, one must defeat any one of the existing 7 stars to take their place. Junxian, do you know him? Seeing Dongfang Junxian's reaction, Mavis glanced at Dao Changsheng and asked. It was the first time she had seen Dongfang Junxian lose his composure like this. He is the mysterious kid that your lord told you to be cautious of, Dongfang Junxian said in a low voice, looking at Dao Changsheng. He is the mysterious youth who has recently spread across the world. It is said that he and his maid personally wiped out the Aurora Bureau in the Western Kingdom. It's him! Upon hearing Dongfang Junxian's words, Mavis's pupils constricted sharply, a flash of surprise crossing her eyes. She never expected to encounter the person their lord had warned them about, and here of all places. However, her astonishment was fleeting, as Dao Changxing's minor disturbances in the Eastern Kingdom had not drawn their attention. What made him noteworthy was the mysterious connection to the destruction of the Aurora Bureau in the Western Kingdom. Seeing Dao Changxing's youthful appearance, her interest diminished significantly. How could such a young boy possibly be the one responsible for the destruction of the Aurora Bureau? In the next moment, Dao Changxing ignored Mei Wu's and Dongfang Junxian, turning to leave. He had no time to chat with this so-called saintess. Seeing Dao Changxing actually ignore her, Mei Wu's expression darkened, and she immediately signaled. Suddenly, the sound of rustling filled the air as the members of the saintess church surrounded Dao Changxing and Qini Yao, blocking their path. Hearing the sudden encirclement, Dao Changxing turned around, calmly looking at Mei Wu. Your Excellency, you casually killed an external member of our saintess church. Are you going to give us an explanation? Mei Wu said coldly as Dao Changxing turned. Hearing her words, Dao Changxing smiled faintly and asked, explanation? What kind of explanation do you want? Kneel and bow, and leave behind an arm, Mei Wu said coldly. Her intention was to humiliate Dao Changxing. His recent actions had echoed throughout the world, and she wanted to shame him. In doing so, her name and that of the saintess church would resonate globally. How ruthless! For an ant without cultivation, she actually demands the other party to leave behind an arm. She is Mei Wu of the saintess church, a ruthless woman. Those who offend her do not end well. The branch of the saintess church is right here. She has the audacity to be arrogant. It's a pity for that boy and girl. They could have endured a little, but now they will pay a painful price. The people around them began to murmur, each gazed towards Mei Wu filled with fear. This was too cruel. To kill an ant of the saintess church and demand that they kneel and bow, leaving behind an arm, truly terrifying. Get lost where you came from, Dao Changxing said ly. Today I'm in a good mood and don't want to kill anyone, so you can all just go away. Otherwise, don't blame me for slaughtering your pathetic church. Wow! Upon hearing Dao Changxing's words, the crowd erupted in disbelief, their eyes filled with shock. What did they just hear? This boy actually claimed he would slaughter a major force in Europe? What kind of joke was that? They shook their heads, their gazes towards Dao Changxing filled with disdain. At that moment, Dao Changxing appeared to them as a braggart, deserving of death, and they felt not a shred of sympathy. Upon hearing Dao Changxing's words, Mei Wu immediately sneered, her expression one of looking at a fool. She looked at Dao Changxing and coldly said, your boasting skills are truly impressive, claiming you want to slaughter our holy maiden church. So much nonsense. Hearing Mei Wu's words, Dao Changxing said, Yao, slap her. Yes. Upon hearing Dao Changxing's words, Qini Yao immediately nodded, then in an instant, she teleported in front of Mei Wu, and her jade hand fell, instantly producing a series of pa-pa-pa sounds. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. No one had time to react, not even Mei Wu herself. By the time she realized what had happened, Qini Yao had already teleported back to her original spot, and Mei Wu's face was swollen and red. Damn it! Without saying a word, Dongfang Junxian charged over like a cannonball, his hand shimmering with cold light, but what awaited him was a delicate jade hand. Bang! With a loud crash, Dongfang Junxian was sent flying, crashing hard into the ground, which immediately cracked with fissures, and a cloud of dust rose. Damn it! Others had easily slapped Mei Wu dozens of times, and her face was filled with rage, but she did not let her anger cloud her judgment. Instead, she hurriedly ordered a member of the Holy Maiden Church to seek help, urging the elders within the church to come quickly. Everyone, attack! Kill this arrogant brat! After giving her orders, Mei Wu shouted loudly, wanting to buy time for the elders to arrive. Yes, Your Highness. Hearing Mei Wu's words, more than a dozen members of the Holy Maiden Church who had appeared from behind a Rolls-Royce silver ghost all shouted in unison, transforming into streaks of light as they charged towards Dao Changxing, a chilling killing intent immediately enveloping the surroundings. Bang bang bang! At the same moment, a terrifying scene unfolded. As all the members of the Holy Maiden Church moved, they suddenly suffered explosions like lightning, their bodies detonating like barrels of gunpowder, flesh flying everywhere, blood splattering, and the ground was instantly stained red. What? Seeing the sudden turn of events, Mei Wu was taken aback, unable to comprehend how Dao Changxing had made his move. It was simply too bizarre. Meanwhile, Dongfang Junxian's eyes revealed panic and fear. He had seen it again, these people's bodies exploding without warning, just like what had happened with the Buddhist sect before. Whoosh! 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 At that moment, a series of piercing sounds echoed as dozens of figures suddenly rushed in from the distance, led by 3 elderly women with white hair, each followed by 10 or so cold-faced women. The 3 elderly women exuded powerful auras, and wherever they passed, weaker cultivators were blown away. while the stronger ones could only barely resist but were forced to retreat. They were the 3 elders of the Holy Maiden Church in Nikoro City. As soon as the auxiliary members of the Holy Maiden Church exploded and Mei Weixi's convoy was intercepted, someone had notified them, which was why they arrived so quickly. Elder Carrion, Elder Rungana, Elder Blanche. Seeing the 3 rushing towards her, Mei Weixi's face lit up with surprise. She hadn't expected the elders to arrive so quickly. Her gaze towards Dao Changxing turned into one of looking at a dead man. Hee, we were just about to find you, but it seems you delivered yourself right to our door. Carrion, the leader, sneered upon seeing Dao Changxing's face, her greed evident in her eyes. Because Dao Changxing and Qin Yo entered the Aurora 9 Bureau of the Western Kingdom, the entire base of the Aurora 9 Bureau eventually exploded, leading to Dao Changxing's name spreading throughout the world. The explosion of the Aurora 9 Bureau was undoubtedly related to Dao Changxing. Either he used his power to destroy it, or he employed some unknown means to do so. The ability to annihilate the Aurora 9 Bureau intrigued many, and one by one, they sought out Dao Changxing, preparing to capture him. If it truly was something capable of destroying the Aurora 9 Bureau, then knowing and possessing it would render the Aurora 9 Bureau of the Western Kingdom insignificant. Moreover, the key point was that Dao Changxing possessed at least 2 divine demon harmonization flowers. After the destruction of the Aurora 9 Bureau, the secrets of those flowers were directly revealed to the other factions, who had no doubt about the Western Kingdom's claims. It explained all the strange actions of the Western Kingdom in recent years. Thus, all factions were preparing to capture Dao Changxing, and even now, they did not know his name, only his appearance and that of his maid. How tedious, Dao Changxing said slowly upon hearing Corian's words. What? You beat the young one, and now you want to keep me? If you know what's good for you, get lost. Heh, you really are as arrogant as ever. Corian sneered at Dao Changxing's words. Holy Guard, kill this braggart. Yes. Upon hearing Corian's command, dozens of women shouted in unison, each wielding a shimmering silver long spear, slicing through the void like meteors aimed at Dao Changxing. Such ants, why trouble the young master? Before Dao Changxing could act, Qin Yao made her move. Facing the charging female scorpions, she transformed her true essence into a sword and struck horizontally, instantly cleaving the oncoming women in half. At the same moment, an inexplicable powerful force descended, forcibly pinning the remaining women in place. With a flash of cold light, their bodies were severed and fell to the ground in disarray. Thus, the holy guard brought by the 3 elders was completely annihilated. Anyone who dares to step forward will meet the same fate, Qin Yo said coldly after slaughtering these people. She refrained from obliterating them into nothingness to establish Dao Changxing's reputation. In this Nikoro city, there were many factions, and to deal with a few bothersome flies, she intended to use bloody consequences to warn everyone not to trouble Dao Changxing. Qin Yao stood expressionless in place, the ground before her stained red with blood, limbs and severed arms scattered about, resembling a scene from a hellish battlefield. Corian and the 3 elders of the Holy Maiden sect stood in disbelief, their eyes filled with incredulity. According to the intelligence they had received, Dao Changxing's maid was not this powerful. They initially thought she was merely a slightly stronger practitioner, but now it seemed otherwise. Though shocked, Corian and the other elders quickly regained their grim expressions. No matter how powerful Dao Changxing and his maid were, this was Europe, this was Rome, the stronghold of their Holy Maiden sect. Even a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. No matter how formidable Dao Changxing and his maid were, they still had to die. Daring to kill our Holy Maiden sect's holy guard, you were seeking death. Corian roared, and countless blue lights surged around her, instantly enveloping the area in a bone-chilling cold. The temperature around suddenly dropped, causing the onlookers in the distance to feel a chilling cold. Swish! In the next moment, Blanche moved, darting straight towards Qin Yo with an indifferent expression, a cold glinting dagger appearing in her hand, stabbing towards Qin Yao's neck in the blink of an eye. Seeing Blanche rushing at her, Qin Yao remained expressionless, her starry eyes slightly shifting, as a long sword formed from her true essence appeared in her hand, transforming into a streak of light, attacking the oncoming Blanche. Swish! Puff! A flash of cold light flickered, and Qin Yao's figure appeared behind Blanche, while Blanche's arms fell off simultaneously, 2 streams of blood gushing out like fountains, turning Blanche into a bloodied figure, staggering in place. Under everyone's gaze, Qin Yao moved again, this time gently raising her jade hand, a dazzling cold light reappearing, so bright that everyone had to close their eyes. When they opened their eyes again, they were all horrified to see Blanche's head rolling on the ground, her body lying motionless. Elder Blanche. Seeing this scene, Mavis let out a startled cry, her gaze towards Qin Yao filled with terror. It was too terrifying. In just 2 seconds, she had killed Blanche without a scratch. This woman's strength was truly frightening. Forget it, kill them all. Before Corian and Regina could speak, Dao Changqing's voice floated out, not loud, but clearly reaching everyone's ears. Yes. Hearing their young master's command, Qin Yao nodded, disappearing without a word, and when she reappeared, 2 heads were thrown into the sky, accompanied by 2 columns of blood. Thus, the 3 elders of the Holy Maiden sect and the entire Holy Guard were all killed by Qin Yao, without Dao Changqing even lifting a finger. After casually killing the 3 elders of the Holy Maiden sect, Qin Yao turned her gaze towards Mavis and Dongfang Junxian. At this moment, Mavis and Dongfang Junxian looked at Qin Yao with faces full of terror, their bodies trembling violently, their eyes filled with horror and dread. But what awaited them was a cold swordlight, and 2 more heads were thrown into the air, blood spraying, as 2 lifeless bodies fell to the ground. After seeing Qin Yao kill Mavis and Dongfang Junxian, Dao Changqing calmly led Qin Yao away, leaving the ordinary bystanders around trembling in fear, unable to move. Elder Erica, it's bad, it's bad. In the afternoon, outside Nikoro City, in a palace of the Holy Maiden sect, a startled voice suddenly came from outside the door, followed by a man in a police uniform, looking panicked and terrified, rolling in from outside. Seeing the man rushing in, a woman in white in the palace coldly said, "What a mess. If this isn't serious, your head will roll today. The leader has issued a holy order, notifying all elders to immediately go to the Holy Maiden Hall outside Nikoro City for an emergency meeting." What? Hearing this, Erica frowned. Without saying a word, she reached out and firmly grabbed the man, saying in a deep voice, "Are you sure the holy order was issued? For what reason? It should be known that the holy order is an urgent alarm of the Holy Maiden sect, usually issued only when the sect faces a catastrophic blow, a matter of life and death. Why is it suddenly issued now? What kind of joke is this?" It is the mysterious young man from the Eastern Kingdom, who just in Nikoro City, had his maid publicly kill the 3 elders, Corian, Regina, and Blanche, along with 36 holy guards, and the saintess Mavis, the man said in a panic as Elder Erica held him. "And the 3rd son of the Eastern family, Dongfang Junxian, who is to be married to us." Now the Eastern family is furious, claiming that their pride has died in our saintess church, and they want us to take responsibility, to give them an explanation. Otherwise, they will unite with some forces from the Eastern Kingdom and directly go to war with our saintess church. What? Upon hearing this, Erica was momentarily stunned. The barrage of information was too overwhelming for her to process. The branch of the saintess church in Nikoro City was managed by the 3 elders, Corian, Regina, and Blanche, who held significant positions and influence within the church. With their deaths, the branch in Nikoro City would effectively be finished, and it could even be secretly disbanded. It should be noted that Nikoro City is one of the noble strongholds of the 6 major families of the European Union. Now that the high-end combat power of the Saintess Church branch has been wiped out, the Julie family might very well take action behind the scenes, aside from the Saintess Church. As for Mavis, she was the most favored disciple of the current head of the Saintess Church. The head had always treated Mavis like a daughter, and this time, for her daughter's happiness and the marriage alliance with the Eastern family, she had even consulted Mavis before agreeing. If Mavis were to die, the head of the Saintess Church would undoubtedly be furious, and Dongfang Junxian was specifically sent by the Eastern family to marry Mavis, preparing for the upcoming changes in the world order. But now, Dongfang Junxian has died on the territory of the Saintess Church. Although it was not the church's doing, the church could not escape responsibility, and the Eastern family would not let the Saintess Church off easily, otherwise, their reputation would suffer. "Alright, I understand," Erica nodded after considering some matters, casually throwing the man to the ground and saying, "You can go now, I will hurry over, just let me prepare." "Lady Erica, you must reach the Saintess Hall in Rome by 4 o'clock this afternoon. Please pay attention to the time," the man on the ground urged anxiously. "Got it," Erica replied, her heart sinking, not daring to be careless. It should be known that the head of the Saintess Church, Lady Dolores, is someone who places great importance on time. The meetings she convenes absolutely do not allow for any tardiness. There was once a case where an elder was killed on the spot for being 10 seconds late, which shows how much Dolores values punctuality. Erica did not want to repeat the past mistakes and did not want to be killed by the head for being late. That would be too unjust and not worth it. So, without a word, she transformed into a streak of light and rushed out of the palace, leaving the branch. She was a host of the Saintess Church outside Nikoro City, a position far above that of ordinary elders, but being late would still not be forgiven. Rome, the Saintess Hall. The entire hall spans hundreds of meters, with numerous seats arranged within, each occupied by a woman dressed in uniform white attire. At the very top of the grand hall, on a throne, sat an enchanting and breathtakingly beautiful woman. She was not very old, appearing to be around 40, and every movement she made exuded an unparalleled grace. Sitting there, she resembled a queen, high above, ruling over the heavens, making any man who saw her kneel at her feet without hesitation, completely surrendering. She was the contemporary leader of the Holy Maiden Church, Dolores. Who can tell me how this brat arrived in Nikoro City? What are the branch leaders responsible for monitoring doing? In the next moment, Dolores snorted coldly, her face filled with endless anger as she cast a cold glance at everyone around her. Upon hearing Dolores's words, the hundreds of Holy Maiden elders below dared not utter a word, the silence so profound that even the sound of breathing was inaudible, the fall of a single needle could surely be heard, and the entire Holy Maiden hall was as quiet as death. Elder Yvonne, are you going to give me an explanation? Dolores spoke again, and at that moment, an elderly woman trembling all over walked to the center of the hall, panic-stricken, and said, "It's the Julie family of Commander Janey. They completely blocked the information about that boy. I received no news at all after they landed, and the hidden sentries I set up at the airport were silently dealt with by a woman." Yvonne was the person in charge of the Holy Maiden Church's branch in Nikoro City, essentially a leader of the branch, and she had never expected the Taoist would come to Nikoro City. The Julie family. Upon hearing Yvonne's words, Dolores coldly replied, "Death can be avoided, but living crimes cannot escape. Someone, take Elder Yvonne to the holy prison and await punishment." Yes. At Dolores's command, two knights in silver armor, wielding long spears, stepped forward, directly grabbing Yvonne and walking her out. "Leader, spare me." Faced with the knight's capture, Yvonne offered no resistance but kept pleading desperately. The reason she did not resist was that she knew being thrown into the holy prison did not equate to death. If she behaved well, she could still come out and continue to hold power. If she resisted, she would be killed on the spot by the holy knights. These holy knights were the elite force of the Holy Maiden Church, stronger than the elders, specifically tasked with protecting the church, all willingly serving at Dolores's feet, devoted to safeguarding the Holy Maiden Church. A few seconds later, after the two holy knights took Yvonne away, the hall returned to calm, and Dolores said in a deep voice, "Now, Erica, contact the Divine Church and inform them of this brat's information. The Holy Maiden Nevis cannot die in vain. As for the Eastern family, Elder Lena, have their leader meet with me face to face. We, the Holy Maiden Church, will give him an explanation." "Yes, leader." Upon hearing Dolores's words, everyone around immediately responded in unison. St. Carlos Island, located in the Atlantic Ocean, is a tourist island over 200 meters in size. The island is somewhat desolate, rarely visited by people, and there are many hidden reefs nearby, so ships seldom come here. However, whenever the World Glory competition begins, ships from various countries gather nearby, and strict military deployments are enforced within dozens of nautical miles, strictly prohibiting any unrelated individuals from approaching. "Is this the place we need to register?" Looking at the enormous luxury cruise ship before her, Qin Yao spoke while standing on the speedboat. "Young master, miss, I will leave you here," said Ujula, who was driving the speedboat. After delivering Dao Changsheng and Qin Yao, he spoke respectfully, "As long as you go up to register, there will be staff to explain everything to you. I must return to report to Lady Jenny." Hearing Ujula's words, Dao Changsheng nodded, leading Qin Yao up the massive staircase while casually saying without looking back, "Go back and tell your master that after this glory competition ends, I will help resolve the matter within her body. Just contact the number 1 seat of the Eastern Kingdom and wait for me." "Thank you, young master. I will definitely convey your message." Ujula immediately nodded upon hearing Dao Changsheng's words. After seeing Dao Changsheng and Qin Yao completely board the cruise ship, he drove the speedboat away. "Hello, please show your invitation cards." As Dao Changsheng and Qin Yao came aboard, a beautiful girl in uniform, responsible for reception, quickly approached them with a respectful expression. Those who could come aboard this cruise ship were all powerful cultivators or had strong backgrounds, so she had to treat them with respect. Seeing the girl speak, Dao Changsheng and Qin Yao took out their invitation cards and handed them over. "Please wait a moment." Seeing that Dao Changsheng and Qin Yao were very cooperative, the beautiful girl smiled at them after taking the cards, then took out a handheld computer from her pocket and inserted the 2 cards into the respective slots at the edges. Beep, beep. With 2 loud sounds, the brief information of Dao Changsheng and Qin Yao appeared on the beautiful girl's handheld computer, and the information entropy displayed a green Chinese text saying "confirmed correct." Seeing this information, the beautiful girl put away Dao Changsheng and Qin Yao's invitation cards and smiled at them, saying, "Respected Dao Changsheng and Qin Yao, I am Ruth. Welcome to participate in the glory competition. Please follow me." As she spoke, she led Dao Changsheng and Qin Yao while introducing various places, saying, "The World Glory competition officially starts at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. St. Carlos Island will open at that time, and once on the island, after the relevant ceremonies, the first day's elimination round will officially begin. You can board the island before 11 in the morning, and it will end at 5 in the afternoon. After 5 o'clock, those who can survive and come out of St. Carlos Island will be the qualifiers. They can rest in their rooms on this cruise ship and participate in the finals the next day. Moreover, there is a rule on this cruise ship: any fighting or killing is strictly prohibited. Once it occurs, regardless of who is right, regardless of backgrounds, regardless of strengths, whoever it is, once it happens, there will be no mercy. Please pay attention to this, my lords. Here is the restaurant, which offers various meals free of charge 24 hours a day. Over there is the VIP restaurant, but only cultivators at the cleansing fate realm and above can enter. While leading the way, Ruth explained various places to Dao Changsheng and Qini Yao, finally bringing them to 2 luxurious rooms. Handing the 2 cards to them, she smiled and said, "Here are the rooms for you, my lords. This is the room card. You can enter and rest at any time. There is a phone inside the room. If you need anything, you can directly call the front desk, and we will do our best to satisfy you. I will take my leave now." After finishing, Ruth left, as she had many more cultivators like Dao Changsheng to attend to today, and she couldn't focus all her energy on Dao Changsheng and Qini Yao. "Let's go, let's see other places." After Ruth left, Dao Changsheng and Qini Yao also headed towards the hull of the cruise ship. Meanwhile, hundreds of miles away from this luxurious cruise ship, a very lavish large cruise ship was slowly making its way towards them. The World Glory competition could be reached by flying over or by sailing one's own ship, as the organizers of this competition did not take responsibility for how practitioners from various countries arrived. Forces that directly drove luxurious cruise ships here only needed to file a record in advance. Generally, major forces would come by their own luxurious cruise ships. As for wealthy loose cultivators, they would arrive by helicopter, which could drop them off here before leaving. Those without money but with some strength could simply sail their own ships over, and once they arrived, they could stay on the passenger ship, leaving smaller boats to the station military. The Holy Maiden sect really has a good idea, wanting to use our Eastern family as a gun. At the front of the luxurious cruise ship, a middle-aged man sat in his seat, looking at the sea ahead, and said in a deep voice, "They want to use our Eastern family to exert effort, sending people to hunt down that boy, and then later divide the secrets and benefits from him. They don't even consider their own weight. How dare they make such demands of our Eastern family? They truly are living impatiently." This man was the current head of the Eastern family, Dongfang Xianzheng. "What you say is not wrong." Beside him, an elder of the Eastern family said with a grim face, "But the Holy Maiden sect's base is overseas, and they have an unbreakable connection with the cult. If our Eastern family were to attack the Holy Maiden sect, we would definitely suffer heavy losses. And if we don't agree to the Holy Maiden sect's conditions, then these crazy women will definitely betray us, and after we succeed, they will spread the news far and wide. At that time, our Eastern family will have put in the effort but gain little. It would be a complete loss." Another elder of the Eastern family spoke up. "Humph, how can a Holy Maiden sect be anything?" At this moment, Dongfang Xianzheng said solemnly, "To think they can use our Eastern family as a gun is absolutely impossible. Moreover, the Holy Maiden sect must give us an explanation. Junxian died on their territory, and they must provide sufficient compensation to our Eastern family, otherwise, this matter is not up for discussion. Furthermore, the matter of that boy and the existence of that flower has long been known throughout the world's powers. I don't believe the Holy Maiden sect can do anything to our Eastern family." Upon hearing Dongfang Xuanzheng's words, the surrounding members of the Eastern family nodded. Their words were merely opinions. The final decision lay in the hands of the family head. "Family head, I request to work with Dongfang Yuan to fully investigate this boy, and we both want to personally kill him, to avenge my son, Dongfang Junxian, and Dongfang Yuan's daughter. Please approve, family head." At this moment, 2 deep voices suddenly rang out, and 2 tall men stepped forward, speaking coldly. Good." Upon hearing their words, Dongfang Xianzheng nodded in understanding. "Then the matter of this boy will be entrusted to you. I allow you to mobilize the shadow team. After the glory competition ends, you 2 will be responsible for everything. If you dare to kill our Eastern family's little princess, be prepared to be killed in return." Moreover, the Buddhist sect has also been making big moves recently. They will definitely seek revenge on this boy. "Thank you, family head." Upon hearing Dongfang Xuanzheng's agreement, the 2 men were instantly overjoyed, their faces filled with happiness. Great! Just thinking about how they would soon take revenge for their son and daughter, how could they not be happy? "Alright, everyone get ready," said Dongfang Xian in a low voice the next moment. "This time at the glory competition, that flower, we must get our hands on it. My son will also be coming. You are responsible for dealing with the other forces. That flower won't be easy to obtain." "Yes." Upon hearing the family head's words, everyone nodded solemnly in response. On the cruise ship, in the grand hall on the top floor, dozens of spirited young men and women sat around, sipping fine wine while laughing and chatting with those nearby. Surrounding the hall stood hundreds of beautiful maids, the service staff for the event, gazing at the men and women inside with eager eyes, waiting for instructions. Today's gala was anything but ordinary. All the attendees were the young heirs of major forces from around the world, the chosen ones, each with a profound background. With so many people gathered, the power they possessed was enough to overturn the entire world. Just by getting close to anyone in this venue, they could rise to prominence, and even becoming a personal maid would ensure a life of luxury without worries. Soon, more people continued to arrive, gathering the young talents from various forces. Although their individual power was smaller compared to the initial dozens, it was still a force not to be underestimated. As more and more chosen ones, even powerful and renowned rogue cultivators, entered, the entire hall quickly became lively, with groups of chosen ones gathering together, chatting and laughing. Before long, nearly all the forces had arrived, except for the immortal sect of the Eastern Kingdom and the Shen Yuan family, as well as Olympus from Europe. Almost all other sects and families were present, including vampires from the Dark Church, young masters from the Divine Cult, heirs from the Aurora Bureau, and the super special forces from the north, among others. Finally, the arrival of the Greek pantheon pushed the atmosphere in the hall to a climax, with several constellations represented by Carmen and a few chosen ones represented by the Rakshasa. At this moment, the number of chosen ones gathered in the hall reached over 100, a tremendous force capable of overturning the entire world. Many more people continued to walk in, making connections and getting closer to one another. In the noisy hall, Dao Changsheng and Qini Yao silently entered. They did not disturb anyone but casually sat deep in a corner, observing the scene. The entire hall was filled with clamor. Almost everyone was caught up in their own playful banter, who would still pay attention to those walking in. Thus, Dao Changsheng and Qini Yao sat in the corner, and apart from the maids at the beginning, no one truly noticed them. Did you hear that the Aurora Bureau was destroyed recently because of a young man from the Eastern Kingdom and his maid? Suddenly, a handsome man, as beautiful as a woman, said with a light laugh to a young man with golden hair, "Your Highness the Ninth Prince, you are the only one who escaped the destruction of the Bureau." Upon hearing this voice, everyone around immediately stopped their private conversations, their gazes all turning towards the golden-haired young man who was sipping red wine, each pair of eyes flickering with intrigue. "Indeed, that's true," the Ninth Prince replied calmly after finishing his wine. "I wonder what the Holy Son of Light wishes to say?" The Ninth Prince was the son of D. White, the head of the Aurora Bureau. That day, he had been at a gathering with the sons of the heads of other branches, discussing various matters, but he had not expected to receive news that night about his father's demise and the destruction of the Bureau, which had left him shocked and faint. "I just want to ask, is it true that your Ninth Bureau was destroyed by that Eastern country boy and his maid?" The bright son of the Divine Church chuckled lightly. "Did they do it themselves, or was it done with something? It seems they came specifically for the flower of your Ninth Bureau. He, bright son, no matter how much you ask, you won't find out the reason." When the Ninth Bureau fell, our Ninth Prince was not even present and had no idea about the details of that day. Asking is pointless, a beautiful woman with a graceful figure and a high bun interjected with a smile before the Ninth Prince could speak. "Humph." Hearing her words, the Ninth Prince merely snorted coldly and did not respond. He understood this woman's character. Provoking her would only lead to trouble for himself, even if he was in the right. The best approach was to ignore her words. "By the way, Saint Regina, a few days ago, I heard that Eastern country boy personally killed your sister, Mavis, in Nikoro City, and also took down the 3 elders of your Nikoro City branch and 36 holy guards." Suddenly, the bright sun shifted his tone, looking at the beautiful woman with the graceful figure and high bun, smiling as he spoke. So what?" Upon hearing the bright sun's words, Regina snorted coldly and said, "As long as he dares to appear before me, you'll see that I will personally kill him. Besides, he must have come to Nikoro City for the World Glory Tournament." "Young master, they are discussing you." In the corner, Qin Yao smiled and said to Dao Changsheng, who remained calm, continuing to sip his tea as if he hadn't heard anything. Bang! At that moment, a loud sound of a door opening echoed, piercing through the silence of the hall. Everyone turned to see who had pushed the door open so forcefully. As the door swung open, a young man dressed in white, with an extremely pale complexion, stepped in. This young man had a tall and handsome figure, a proud smile on his lips, and his eyes surveyed everything. As he entered, a powerful aura suddenly emanated from him. Second Prince. Upon seeing the newcomer, everyone's expression changed. Some looked grave, while a few powerful loose cultivators shouted, and the golden-haired young man exclaimed in surprise, "Second brother." Hearing the Ninth Prince's words, the young man in white nodded slightly and then slowly walked over to sit beside the Ninth Prince, seemingly there to support him. "Second brother, why did you come in person? Didn't eldest brother come?" After the young man in white sat down, the ninth prince asked with a puzzled expression. This glory tournament is of great importance, I had to come, the second prince replied with a faint smile. Eldest brother has matters to attend to. Even if he could come, it would be the day after tomorrow. This glory tournament is left to me to handle. Upon hearing the second prince's words, everyone present suddenly looked solemn. If he wasn't coming for the elimination round tomorrow but would arrive for the finals the day after, didn't that mean the first prince of the Aurora Bureau was planning to seize that flower for himself? To profit from the chaos? Seeing the crowd's reaction, the second prince maintained a smile. He had already received some news. The flower offered by the organizers of the glory tournament was specially provided by Olympus. Moreover, many factions were aware of the flower's effects. Those factions were merely supplementary. This time, Olympus was in charge of the glory tournament. Even if someone ultimately obtained that flower, they would still face ambushes from all sides. Olympus would not intervene in such matters, they were only responsible for awarding the prizes. Next, others of the same status as the second prince arrived, and from then on, no one else came. The anger in the entire hall once again reached a climax. Ladies and gentlemen, today we have so many people gathered here, some of whom are enemies, and we will face each other again in tomorrow's elimination match. It is indeed a rare opportunity to sit here so peacefully. Why don't we hold a collective meeting, following the saying from the Eastern Kingdom, discussing heroes over wine and evaluate how the young generation of prodigies is doing? Suddenly, the son of the scales from the Temple of the Gods, Carmen, spoke loudly. Upon hearing this, the noisy hall fell silent. The words of Carmen's son carried weight, especially with several other constellation sons present. Sure, it's rare for so many of us to gather peacefully, this opportunity is indeed precious, said the bright son of the Divine Church, the first to nod and speak up. Discussing the world and heroes over wine is truly one of life's great matters. I also agree with the son of the scales, nodded the prodigy from the Rakshasa, as they belonged to the same faction and naturally supported the idea. I have no objections. The young masters from various prominent families of the Eastern Kingdom also nodded in agreement. Agreed, the second prince of the Aurora nodded. Agreed. The leading vampire of the Dark Holy See expressed his approval. Agreed. Agreed. Many other young talents chimed in to express their agreement. Then let's get started. Seeing that everyone agreed, the son of the scales immediately smiled brightly and said, let's start from the top. I will take the lead. I wonder who among the current young generation is the best. Upon hearing this, no one responded immediately, and the entire hall fell into silence. Clearly, this was a question worth pondering, or perhaps it was a question without an answer. That's really hard to say, said Jian Shang from the Huashan sword sect of the Eastern Kingdom, shaking his head slightly. In today's world, there are the Buddha sect's Emperor Sakya, the son of the Shenyuan family, the sons of the three Kunlun sects, the celestial sect's exiled immortal, the great prince of the Aurora Bureau, Carmen's Gemini, the princes of the six noble families, the bright son of the Divine Church, Prince Clarence of the Dark Holy See, and so on, too many to count. That's right, they are all figures not weaker than the older generation, such as the eldest son of the Eastern family, who personally killed the Red Cardinal of the Divine Church, charging from the east to the west and ultimately retreating unscathed. Gongsun Tongshan from the Gongsun family also spoke up. If we are to count the strong, I think our Carmen's Gemini is the strongest, the son of the scales from Carmen said next, glancing around at the others and softly stating, it's impossible, in the last World Glory competition, your Carmen's Gemini was personally defeated by the Great Prince of the Aurora Bureau, and the Great Prince of the Aurora Bureau was defeated by the Buddha sect's Emperor Sakya from the Eastern Kingdom. Someone immediately retorted, sneering, Emperor Sakya of the Buddha sect was the champion of the last World Glory competition and will not participate this time. Is your Carmen's Gemini really stronger than Emperor Sakya? So what if he is? Upon hearing this rebuttal, the son of the scales calmly replied, our Carmen's Gemini personally hunted down that SS-level mental power expert. Just the mental power alone has already reached the SS-level perfection, just one step away from completion, much stronger than the previous SS-level mental power expert. What? Personally hunted down that SS-level mental power expert? How is that possible? That SS-level mental power expert once caused a sensation throughout the Western world, and many powerful figures from various factions pursued him but could not capture him. SS-level completion, just a step away from perfection, this is terrifying. This mental realm is even more powerful than that mental system expert who once caused a stir in the Western world. How could your Gemini from Carmen be so powerful, single-handedly hunting down that SS-level mental system expert? An S-level mental system can already fight above its rank, and SS level is a qualitative breakthrough. Apart from that mental system expert who once stirred the winds and clouds of the Western world, no other SS level mental system expert has appeared. This is too terrifying. So, does that mean Carmen's Gemini is really going to be invincible in the world? Hearing Libra's words, many people around looked astonished and began to discuss, while some wore serious expressions, not expecting Carmen's Gemini to have broken through to SS level completion, just a step away from perfection, even more powerful than that expert who once stirred the world. Although it's said that the Gemini's mental system has reached SS level completion, just a step away from perfection, let's not forget that the celestial sect's exiled immortal is a force from the Eastern Kingdom, truly the number one. He defeated the Buddhist sect's Emperor Sakya without even using a single move. Gongsun Tongshan from the Gongsun family suddenly spoke in a deep voice. Exiled immortal. Upon hearing Gongsun Tongshan's words, the people around immediately looked serious. Indeed, they almost forgot about the exiled immortal of the celestial sect. The exiled immortal of the celestial sect is indeed the most dazzling figure in the world. Although many people do not want to admit it, the exiled immortal's achievements leave them speechless. He once ventured alone into Europe and killed an SSS level being on the Pantheon, and under the siege of many SSS beings, he returned unscathed, almost without injury, back to the Eastern Kingdom. This is an existence so terrifying that everyone present, when the exiled immortal killed the SSS expert and returned unscathed, had almost no one who had broken through to S level. Even those who had broken through to S level were merely newly entered, far from SS level. This shows just how powerful the exiled immortal is, powerful enough that you wouldn't even want to face this terrifying young man. Although the Buddhist sect's Emperor Sakya, the holy son of the Xianyuan family, the holy son of the Kunlun three sects, the exiled immortal of the celestial sect, the crown prince of the Aurora Bureau, Carmen's Gemini, the princes of the six noble families, the holy son of the divine church, and Prince Clarence of the dark holy see are all prodigies, I believe that the mysterious young man from the Eastern Kingdom who has recently emerged is definitely not weak and can be considered a top expert of our younger generation. Suddenly, another person spoke up, bringing up a new topic. The mysterious young man from the Eastern Kingdom. Upon hearing this person's words, many people in the room frowned, some looked serious, while others sneered, dismissing it. Indeed, if Dao Changsheng personally destroyed the Aurora Bureau, he would indeed be one of the strongest young experts in the world today. The key is that after such a long time, they still didn't know Dao Changsheng's name. They only knew that Dao Changsheng came from the Eastern Kingdom, was mysterious and unpredictable, and was accompanied by a fairy-like maid, as if he had appeared out of nowhere. Everything was a mystery. Hee, young master, they are discussing you. Qin Yao's playful voice reached Dao Changsheng's ears from the corner. Hee, hearing Qin Yao's words, Dao Changsheng merely smiled faintly, said nothing, and continued to savor his tea, not taking these people's words to heart at all. That young man can be compared to my brother Neil? This brother, are you not exaggerating on purpose? The next moment, someone was unconvinced, and it was the ninth prince of the Aurora Bureau who spoke. If we are to speak of the most authoritative strongman, it must be Prince Harris of the Aurora Bureau, the banished immortal of the Immortal sect, the Emperor Chakra of the Buddhist sect, the twin princes of Carmen, the holy son of the Divine Church, and Prince Clarence of the Dark Court. As for that mysterious young man, I really don't see how he could be considered one of the strongest. Someone spoke up, clearly unconvinced. Don't even mention that mysterious young man from the Eastern Kingdom in the same breath as the banished immortal. The second prince present, Saint Regina, and even many others could probably surpass him. Comparing that young man to the banished immortal is simply laughable, a powerful foreign cultivator scoffed. The destruction of the Aurora 9 Bureau has not been fully confirmed by anyone. The only thing that is certain is that at your Eastern Kingdom's cultivation convention, some members of the Buddhist sect were slaughtered. Most of us here could achieve that. That's right. The only thing that has made him known worldwide is the incident with the Aurora 9 Bureau. After the Aurora 9 Bureau was destroyed, it exploded. He must have used some underhanded means to bring about the Bureau's downfall. Don't forget, the destruction of the Aurora 9 Bureau was the result of a self-destruct mechanism. Indeed, no one besides the Aurora 9 Bureau could cause the base to self-destruct. And since he had the ability, he could have simply killed people and left. Why did he need to let the Bureau explode and shake the world? If it were any of us, we would have turned and left. However, just a couple of days ago, it was confirmed that his maid personally killed the sister of Saint Regina in the city of Nicaro and Rome, Mavis, one of the 3 elders of the Saints branch and 36 holy guards. With such a record, he should be compared to us. Many of us here could do that. But I fear he cannot be compared to the banished immortal. Exactly. Many of the talented individuals present were whispering to each other, discussing in low voices. Some faces showed skepticism, while others appeared very serious, clearly thinking differently from the others. What is there to repeatedly discuss about a person of hollow fame? Suddenly, a cold laugh rang out. A man in a blood-red cloak raised a goblet of red wine, swirling the fine liquid, and disdainfully said, "What is that young man worth? If I encountered him, I could kill him with a mere wave of my hand and drain his blood." Upon hearing the vampire's words, the crowd fell silent, clearly in agreement, for this vampire was Duke Bladerick of the Dark Court. The Eastern Kingdom's second-tier cultivation levels: Earth Origin 5 stages, Blood of the Earth, Cleansing Breath, Purifying Life, Transformation, Soul of Life. The international cultivation levels are categorized by letters: SSS, SSS, A, B, C, D, E, F, G. SSS and SSS correspond to the three realms following the Earth Origin 5 stages: Purifying Life, Transformation, and Soul of Life. The vampire ranks are Baron, Viscount, Count, Marquis, Duke, Grand Duke, Half-King, and Prince. Among them, Grand Duke, Half-King, and Prince correspond to Purifying Life, Transformation, and Soul of Life, respectively. Prince Clarence of the Dark Court is actually only at the Half-King level, but he claims to be at the Prince level, recognized as a young strong man in the world, while at least all are at the Transformation level. Duke Bladerick, on the other hand, is a strong man at the Purifying Life level, and with the inherent advantages of his bloodline, his strength should not be underestimated. He certainly has means to contend with those at the Transformation level. In fact, after Edgar bid farewell to Dao Changsheng and returned to the Dark Castle, he informed the members of the Demon Party and the Secret Party not to provoke Dao Changsheng and even provided everyone with a portrait of Dao Changsheng's likeness. However, within the Magic faction, there were still some individuals who were unwilling to give up, unwilling to submit to Edgar, and sought to seize the position of the leader of the Dark Church. Many of Edgar's words were met with insincerity, and Edgar turned a blind eye to it. He was quite displeased with some members of the Magic faction, but for the sake of a promise made long ago, he could only allow some of them to live. The reason Edgar looked forward to Dao Changsheng's arrival was that he needed Dao Changsheng to help him eliminate those old members of the Magic faction. As for Dao Changsheng, he had already stated that if the Magic faction continued to seek death, they could not blame him. Duke Bradrick was a member of the Magic faction, and he was the kind of proud individual who paid no heed to Edgar's past words. Why should they listen to Edgar when he had no way to deal with them? Come, let's set this issue aside for now. Everyone present here has a strong background or great strength. Now that we are sitting here calmly discussing, how can we not drink? Come, let's raise a glass. Suddenly, the ninth prince broke the silence, smiling as he raised his cup and addressed those around him. His voice was not loud, but it echoed throughout the venue. Upon hearing the ninth prince's words, many people frowned slightly, reluctant to agree. However, seeing the second prince beside him and the others raising their cups, they felt that not raising their own would make them stand out awkwardly, so they followed suit and raised their cups in politeness. Everyone present raised their cups, and soon someone noticed Dao Changsheng and Qin Yao sitting in the corner. Dao Changsheng had his back to the crowd, while Qin Yao sat facing him, the only one able to see the crowd directly. What a beautiful woman! How lovely! Why have I never heard of her before? Who is she? Her beauty is astonishing. As the crowd beheld Qin Yao's enchanting presence, they began to praise her, their gazes filled with awe, and many even showed signs of fervor. Especially Duke Bradrick, whose gaze towards Qin Yao was filled with insatiable greed, even licking his lips as if he were a tiger eyeing its prey. Only some forces from the Eastern Kingdom, upon seeing Dao Changsheng's back and Qin Yao's beauty, turned pale as if they had seen a ghost, beads of cold sweat quickly dripping from their foreheads. Additionally, the three great nobles from the European Union, Austin, Druck, and Daimler, turned anxious upon seeing Qin Yao's appearance. This woman was the terrifying one they had encountered in the polar region, the one who had annihilated the Eastern Red Team. Noticing the gazes directed at her, especially Duke Bradrick's, Qin Yao frowned. She felt uncomfortable under their scrutiny, particularly from Duke Bradrick, and she wished she could gouge out the eyes of this vampire. Seeing that Qin Yao had drawn everyone's attention, the Saint Regina of the Holy Maiden Church flashed a look of jealousy, coldly snorting and bringing everyone back to their senses. Once everyone regained their composure, Saint Regina coldly looked at Qin Yao and said, "Why aren't you raising your cups? Do you look down on us? Are you too disdainful to toast with us?" Saint Regina took the initiative to attack, as she was extremely jealous of a woman even more beautiful than herself, so her words were anything but polite. Upon hearing Saint Regina's words, the people around frowned, their eyes filled with disdain. However, in response to Saint Regina's inquiry, Qin Yao did not even lift her head, calmly sipping her tea without any intention of acknowledging her, while Dao Changsheng also sipped his tea, showing no sign of turning around. At this moment, everyone frowned slightly, not expecting Qin Yao to directly ignore them, and the boy's back, being disregarded in front of others, made their expressions somewhat unpleasant. "Who are you? I know all the famous young masters of powerful factions, yet I've never seen you before?" Seeing Chinio ignore her, Ruijana coldly said, "You won't even raise a cup, do you look down on us here?" In response to Ruijana's words, Chinio remained silent, continuing to ignore her as if she hadn't heard, not even taking the time to glance at Ruijana. "Forget it, let's go." The next second, under everyone's gaze, Dao Changsheng stood up, turned his back to the crowd, and strolled towards the door, while Chinio immediately followed without a word. Seeing Dao Changsheng and Chinio directly ignore him, the second prince frowned and waved his hand, a force suddenly howling out, directly slamming against the door. Boom! With a loud sound, the open door slammed shut. Seeing the second prince take action, the people around looked at Dao Changsheng with a hint of glee, as he had actually provoked the second prince. On this cruise ship, fighting was indeed not allowed, but using force to slam the door shut was completely permissible. After closing the door with his strength, the second prince said in a deep voice, "Who are you two? Why are you being so disrespectful? Are you going to give me an explanation? Respect? What are you to demand respect from me?" Seeing the door close, Dao Changsheng smiled faintly, not turning around but standing still, slowly saying, "In this world, there are always some clowns who jump out to show their nobility, not knowing that such people usually meet the most tragic ends." Wow! Hearing Dao Changsheng speak so bluntly, almost naming the second prince, the crowd erupted in an uproar, looking at Dao Changsheng with expressions of disbelief. How could he say such things about the second prince of the Aurora Bureau? Was his head squeezed by the door or was he just crazy? Did this kid even know what he was saying? Hearing Dao Changsheng's words, the second prince of the Aurora Bureau was instantly furious, flames of anger bursting in his eyes. As the second prince, a favored child of heaven, no one had ever dared to speak to him like this. Unfortunately, on this cruise ship, he couldn't act out, otherwise, he would have immediately dealt with this brash kid. Your words are a bit arrogant, aren't they? At this moment, the Libra of Carmen suddenly frowned and said, "Do you know who you are talking to? If you know what's good for you, apologize quickly, or you'll know the consequences tomorrow." "And what are you?" Seeing Carmen's Libra step forward, Dao Changsheng's light voice echoed throughout the hall. "Am I arrogant or not? Does it matter what you say? Just trying to enjoy a cup of tea," yet some self-righteous people jump out, not knowing why they do so, seeking a sense of existence? Showing off their nobility? "What did you say?" Hearing Dao Changsheng's words, the Libra was instantly enraged, a powerful aura erupting from his body, like a wave that pushed some weaker favored children back a few steps, causing everyone to change color. "Ha, I like your character." The next second, the Holy Son of the Divine Church laughed heartily and said, "May I ask how to address you?" "I'd like to make a friend." Holy Son of Light. In the end, it was Daimler. After observing Dao Changsheng and Qini Yao, gritting his teeth, he approached the Holy Son of Light and said with a trembling voice, He is the boy from the Eastern Kingdom." "What?" Daimler's voice was not loud, though it was only directed at the Holy Son of Light, but who among those present was weak? Daimler's voice was clear and distinct, not only shocking the Holy Son of Light but also leaving the others visibly stunned. At that moment, many people suddenly stood up, staring intently at Dao Changsheng and Qini Yao, not expecting that this young man was the one recently making waves in the world, the boy from the Eastern Kingdom. The air in the entire hall froze instantly, and a deathly silence enveloped the surroundings. They had just been discussing Dao Changsheng, not realizing that he was right there. "You are the young man from the Eastern Kingdom who has been in the spotlight recently?" Upon hearing Daimler's words, the smile on the Holy Son of Light's face vanished, as if he was momentarily taken aback. Then, a sharp glint flashed in his eyes as he fixed his gaze on Dao Changsheng, scrutinizing him from head to toe, and said in a deep voice. No one knew what the Holy Son of Light was truly thinking. Logically, as the Holy Son of the Western Divine Church, he should have a hostile attitude towards Dao Changsheng. As soon as the Holy Son finished speaking, Dao Changsheng slowly turned around, his gaze sweeping over the crowd, remaining silent. Upon seeing Dao Changsheng's face, many people's expressions darkened. Daimler was right. Dao Changsheng was indeed the mysterious young man who had been in the limelight recently, and many of them had seen his portrait. "You brat, you killed my sister the day before yesterday, and our elders and the Holy Guard of the Holy Maiden Church. If I encounter you today, I will definitely not let you go easily." The Holy Maiden of the Holy Maiden Church, Regina, suddenly stood up, her eyes fixed on Dao Changsheng, her cold murderous intent unmistakable, powerful energy waves roaring from her body. At the moment Regina, the Holy Maiden, moved, more people stood up, slowly walking around, intentionally or unintentionally sealing off all the escape routes. "Whoever captures him for me, I, Regina, will reward them with a light crystal on the spot," she said coldly as she faced Dao Changsheng, a softly glowing white crystal appearing in her hand. "It's a light crystal." Seeing the white crystal in Regina's hand, many young talents immediately showed greedy expressions. They knew that the light crystal was a unique mineral of the Holy Maiden Church, allowing its possessor to draw energy from it, enhancing their own power and strength. The power of the Holy Maiden Church was largely due to the light crystal, which was why it had intricate ties with the Western Divine Church. Although they were all greedy for the light crystal, no one dared to act, for anyone who dared to make a move on this passenger ship would face death. Boring. Seeing this, Dao Changxing shook his head and turned to leave, but his path was blocked by two young talents, clearly unwilling to let him go. Get out of the way. Seeing the two blocking his path, Qin Yao coldly said before Dao Changxing could speak. He, want to leave? Kneel down and beg us, the two young talents said, sizing up Qin Yao with lewd grins. Of course, if you accompany us tonight, we will let you go immediately. Impudent. Hearing the words of the two young talents, Qin Yao's expression turned cold. Slap. Slap. Suddenly, two crisp sounds rang out. The two young talents seemed to have been hit head-on by a charging elephant, blood spurting from their mouths as they were sent flying, crashing hard against the distant wall of the hall, leaving cracks in the wall. Ah! The surrounding waitstaff gasped in shock upon witnessing this, hurriedly dodging to the side, their eyes filled with terror as they looked at Qin Yao. They never expected that such a beautiful woman could be so ruthless, and even dared to act against the rules. What? Seeing this scene, everyone else was instantly shocked, their eyes filled with disbelief. Qin Yao actually dared to make a move on this passenger ship. It should be known that fighting is strictly prohibited on the ship, and this rule is definitely not just a verbal warning. In previous World Glory Tournament galas, there were some rebellious young people who disregarded this rule and acted recklessly, but the consequences they faced were utterly tragic. Those with slightly weaker backgrounds, or rogue cultivators, would be coldly killed on the spot by the guards on the ship, and their bodies would be unceremoniously thrown into the sea to feed the fish. If someone had a stronger background, even if they didn't die, they would have all their cultivation crippled, their limbs broken, and be sent back home as a useless person, leaving their fate to the heavens, which was worse than death. Even those with deep backgrounds and powerful abilities, like the Celestial Exiles, would face relentless pursuit from the tournament organizers unless they could completely escape the ship and evade 10 attempts to hunt them down. In a past World Glory tournament, the second prince of the Western country's Aurora Bureau, originally renowned alongside the likes of the Buddha sect's Emperor Sakya, was known as one of the 7 stars. However, because he disregarded this rule and brazenly killed a long-escaped enemy on the passenger ship, many powerful seniors present took action against him. In the end, although he managed to kill several of these seniors and escaped with his life, even returning to the Western country with numerous injuries, he was still mercilessly hunted down by the tournament organizers. Just minutes before the Aurora Bureau sent someone to rescue him, he was killed by a figure shrouded in black mist, who crossed space and cleanly severed his head before leaving. Afterward, the Aurora Bureau was furious, but faced with the tournament organizers, Olympus had no recourse and could only suppress the matter entirely, forbidding anyone from mentioning it again. Additionally, there was another example of someone who escaped the tournament organizers' 10 attempts to hunt him down, and that was the Celestial Exile from the Eastern country. The reason he is recognized as the first generation of young masters in the world is because of that world-shocking incident. Once, he ventured alone into Europe, killing an SSS-level existence from the Pantheon, and under the siege of many SSS-level beings, he managed to retreat unscathed back to the Eastern country. The occurrence of this incident had its reasons. During a previous World Glory tournament, at a gala on a cruise ship, he encountered a remnant of a sect he had been hunting for a long time. That sect could be traced back to ancient times and was a hostile force against the entire Eastern country, being the only remnant to escape when the immortal sect annihilated them. The specifics of the situation were unclear. They only knew that the Celestial Exile ruthlessly killed that sect's remnant on the spot, provoking the powerful beings on the cruise ship to take action. Those powerful beings paid no heed to the Celestial Exile's strong background and directly attacked despite his warnings, but they were all killed by him on the spot, staining the surrounding seawater red. Because of this, the tournament organizers, Olympus, sent wave after wave of powerful beings to hunt him down. Just when everyone thought the Celestial Exile would escape back to the Eastern country, he did not. Instead, he stayed in Europe, using his overwhelming strength to kill wave after wave of enemies, shocking the world. In the end, when everyone thought that the Celestial Exile would be killed by an old man who had surpassed the SSS level, the Celestial Exile unexpectedly returned to the Eastern Kingdom, injured but composed, relying solely on his immense strength. At that time, the Celestial Exile had just entered the SSS level, and upon returning to the Eastern Kingdom, the higher-ups of the Celestial sect were furious and prepared to attack Olympus, as they had not anticipated that the Celestial Exile's killing of the last remnant of the ancestral teachings would provoke the old man on Olympus to take action. The news of the Celestial sect's impending attack on Olympus spread throughout the world, leaving everyone shocked and speechless. the Eastern Kingdom's celestial sect was too protective of its own. However, to everyone's surprise, the celestial exile persuaded the ancestors of the celestial sect not to attack. Everyone thought the matter would end there, but unexpectedly, just 2 years later, the celestial exile emerged, forcefully invading Europe and storming Olympus. Surrounded by numerous SSS-level experts, he ultimately found the old man who had once hunted him down, an SSS-level perfectionist who was half a step into the Heavenly Dawn realm. At that time, the celestial exile's own strength was only at the SSS level, having not yet broken through to SSSS. Yet, surrounded by many SSS-level small successes, great successes, and even perfectionists, he personally killed the old man who had once pursued him and then retreated calmly. This incident once again shook the entire world. Olympus said nothing and treated it as if it had never happened, merely prohibiting any disciples of the Eastern Kingdom's celestial sect from participating in the World Glory Tournament. From this event, one could see how powerful the celestial exile's background in the celestial sect was, and how fiercely protective it was. Only the celestial exile from the Eastern Kingdom could achieve such a feat, no one else could, as evidenced by the bloody example of the former second prince of the Aurora Bureau. Because of the celestial exile, a rule was added to the tournament's regulations regarding escaping from the organizers' 10 attempts to hunt down participants. Due to this rule, many who considered themselves strong challenged it, but after escaping only twice, they were slaughtered before reaching 3 attempts. Thus, it served as a bloody example to everyone that not everyone could be as powerful as the celestial exile. Because of these past lessons, the Second Prince, the Libra Prince, and even the Saint Regina of the Holy Maiden sect, despite their murderous intent towards Dao Changsheng, did not dare to act against him. However, unexpectedly, Dao Changsheng's maid violated the rules and struck first, sending 2 of them flying and spitting blood, changing everyone's expressions. Heh, what a pity. I originally thought I could kill you myself, but it seems I no longer need to intervene. The second prince of the Aurora Bureau sneered, standing there with his arms crossed, looking at Dao Changsheng as if he were a dead man. In their eyes, Qiniyo was Dao Changsheng's maid, and she would surely die soon. When the maid died, Dao Changsheng would undoubtedly act, but once he did, he would be suppressed, so they looked at Dao Changsheng as if he were already dead. Heh, I was prepared to leave the cruise ship and personally avenge the 3 elders of my Holy Maiden subsect, including Saint Mavis and the Holy Guard, but now it seems truly regrettable. Saint Regina also shook her head, her voice cold and mocking as she looked at Qiniyo with sympathy, even a hint of satisfaction. This woman, who was even more beautiful and alluring than her, was about to die, so her inner jealousy vanished. Unknowingly courting death. The Libra of the 12 zodiac of Carmen looked at Dao Changsheng and Qiniyo with disdain, shaking his head mockingly. It's such a pity for the delicious food. Duke Bradrick originally looked at Qiniyo with a gaze full of greed, but now it turned into regret. This terrifying woman can finally die. Daimler, Austin, and Druck, after seeing Qiniyo make her move, had the terror on their faces vanish, replaced by relief. Alas, what a pity. Gongsun Tongshan from the Gongsun family and Jianchang from the Huashan sword sect both sighed slightly upon witnessing this. After all, Qiniyo and Dao Changsheng belonged to their Eastern Kingdom's lineup, and with no grievances between them, they were willing to befriend her. However, they never expected Qiniyo would actually take action. Although Dao Changsheng had slaughtered the golden-robed Buddha and thousands of disciples from the Buddhist sect, and was likely the culprit behind the annihilation of the Aurora 9 Bureau, it was all useless now. Once they made a move on the cruise ship, there was only one outcome, death. They certainly did not believe that Dao Changsheng and Qiniyo could compare to the celestial exiles of the Eastern Kingdom. Even with the most impressive feats, they still could not escape the fate of death. The rules of the glory competition on the cruise ship were written in countless years of bloody history. Damn it! Those damned guys! At this moment, the 2 proud sons of heaven who were slapped away by Qiniyo finally got up from the ground, the handprint on their faces particularly conspicuous, swollen to an alarming degree. They never expected this woman would strike, and they hadn't even seen clearly how Qiniyo had acted. As proud sons of heaven, how could they have ever been hit like this? Especially on a cruise ship that was supposed to be utterly safe, they were humiliated in front of the other proud sons. Now, filled with rage, they roared loudly and charged madly towards Qiniyo. Since Qiniyo had struck them, especially in front of the proud sons of various major powers, anyone would find it intolerable. As for the rules on the cruise ship, to hell with them. Rules are meant to be broken, Dao Changsheng said slowly upon seeing the 2 proud sons charging at them. Hit them until you're satisfied. With me here, no one can touch you. Yes, young master. Hearing Dao Changsheng's words, Qiniyo felt no more hesitation in her heart. Looking at the 2 proud sons rushing towards her, she boldly took action, swiftly appearing before them. Slap! Slap! With two crisp, resounding slaps echoing throughout the venue, the two proud sons were sent flying, their bodies cracking open with visible gaps. Facing these two who had insulted her, Qin Yiyao showed no mercy. The sound of slaps continued as Qin Yiyao unleashed a flurry of blows, finally returning to Dao Changxing's side, satisfied. The two proud sons, their faces grotesquely swollen, lay on the ground, blood gushing from their mouths, completely motionless, brutally beaten to death by Qin Yiyao. Who else wants to come? Feel free to join in, or get out of my way and don't block my path, Dao Changxing said with a smile, looking at everyone as he saw the two proud sons killed by Qin Yiyao. At this moment, the hall was silent as a grave, even the sound of a needle dropping could be heard. Upon hearing Dao Changxing's words, no one dared to speak, let alone step forward. Everyone stood there, shock written on their faces as they looked at Qin Yiyao, their eyes even showing a hint of fear. They never expected that Qin Yiyao would not only strike on the cruise ship but would go so far as to kill someone. Logically, after breaking the rule of not making a move on the passenger ship, Qin Yiyao should have been panicking, preparing to flee. Because in just 2 or 3 minutes, the many powerful beings stationed on this passenger ship would receive the news and come rushing over. At that time, no matter how powerful you are, you still cannot escape death. However, Dao Changxing said to the maid, with him around, they could fight as they pleased, rules are meant to be broken. How could Dao Changxing be so confident, with an expression of indifference, completely disregarding the rules on the cruise ship? What was his trump card that made both Dao Changxing and Qin Yiyao so unconcerned? What exactly is his trump card? Aren't they afraid of the harsh punishment that will come later? Aren't they afraid of death? What kind of trump card allows them to ignore the rules on the passenger ship, to be so arrogant? At this moment, everyone's mind was filled with one question after another. Suddenly, with an indifferent expression, Qin Yiyao, who was scanning everyone present, suddenly voiced her surprise, for she saw familiar faces, Daimler, Austin, and Druck, whom she had encountered in the polar region last time. They had been scared off by her then, and now they met again here. Moreover, she was well aware that it was Daimler who had informed that so-called Holy Son of Light about their identities. Thinking of this, Qin Yiyao's gaze turned cold. If it weren't for that guy Daimler, they wouldn't be in this situation today. Seeing Qin Yiyao's gaze directed at him, Daimler's face instantly turned as pale as a sheet of paper, and his body couldn't help but tremble slightly. Naturally, what Qin Yiyao was thinking also crossed his mind. He thought of how Qin Yiyao had acted recklessly on the passenger ship, and the enforcement team on the cruise was about to arrive. If he were to be killed by Qin Yiyao again, it would be a death without reason. You, come here. Seeing Daimler looking over, Qin Yiyao coldly snorted, determined to deal with this guy herself. Please, spare me, my lord. Hearing Qin Yiyao point at him, Daimler's face turned even paler, and without saying a word, he directly knelt on the ground, pleading desperately, while feeling immense regret in his heart. If he had known better, he wouldn't have spoken out. If he hadn't spoken, this wouldn't have happened. Isn't this one of the heirs of the EU noble Daimler? Seeing Daimler's reaction, everyone present was taken aback. Daimler's status was far more prestigious than most of them, and his strength was formidable, otherwise, he wouldn't be one of the noble heirs. So why was he now kneeling and begging? Wasn't it just revealing his identity? What was the big deal? Austin and Druck, upon witnessing Daimler's plight, also showed sympathetic expressions, keeping their mouths shut, while feeling relieved that they hadn't made the same move as Daimler, otherwise, they would also be kneeling on the ground. Daimler felt bitter seeing the reactions of those around him, for he had personally witnessed Qin Yiyao's power in the polar region. His background was utterly useless. Even the little princess of the Eastern family had been wiped out with a mere wave of her hand. He certainly didn't think he was stronger than Dongfang Hong of the Eastern family. Forget it, for Jenny's sake, let him go this time. Let's go, Dao Changxing said slowly the next moment. Yes, young master. Hearing Dao Changxing's words, Qin Yiyao immediately nodded and then stopped looking at Daimler, preparing to leave. This made Daimler breathe a deep sigh of relief. He had saved his life. I thought there was something impressive about this place, but it seems it's nothing much. Just as Daimler was catching his breath, suddenly, Duke Bradrick broke the silence in the air. He looked at the relieved Daimler with a disdainful sneer and said to Dao Changxing, "Kid, it seems you're still afraid of this rule. If you have the guts, go ahead and kill me. Damn, this bastard." Hearing the words of Duke Bradrick, the people around him showed strange expressions, while Daimler wore a face full of anger, his eyes blazing as he stared at Duke Bradrick. If conditions allowed, he would definitely rush up and beat this bastard hard. Damn it, who would be so cruel as to push him back into the tiger's mouth after he had just escaped from it? Where did this disgusting bat come from, daring to speak to my young master? Before Dao Changxing could respond, Qin Yiyao immediately shot a hostile look at Duke Bradrick. If you have the guts, go ahead and kill him. You coward who doesn't even dare to do it yourself. What face do you have to talk about others? What did you say? Upon hearing Chini Yao's impolite words, Duke Bradrick's face instantly darkened, his blood-red eyes fixed on Chini Yao, filled with deep venom, like a poisonous snake staring intently at her. He spoke coldly. Slap! The next moment, a crisp and loud sound of a slap suddenly rang out. Duke Bradrick seemed to be struck by an invisible lightning bolt, letting out a painful wail as blood sprayed from his mouth. Simultaneously, his body flew out like an arrow shot from a bow, crashing into a table and shattering it into pieces. Dao Changsheng wiped his hands with his sleeve and said to Chini Yao slowly, "Let me tell you a principle today. For people like this, if you can take action, don't waste words, because talking won't solve anything. You can only resolve it by hitting hard." "I understand, young master," Chini Yao nodded, seemingly understanding as she looked at the flying Duke Bradrick. At the same time, all the eyes in the room suddenly focused on Dao Changsheng, each person's expression turning serious. Because they had just witnessed Dao Changsheng's move, and they hadn't caught a single trace of it. Their attention had been on Dao Changsheng and Chini Yao, but they hadn't seen Dao Changsheng make a move. They only saw Duke Bradrick suddenly flying out, without any reaction at all. No one present could see how Dao Changsheng had acted. They hadn't caught even a hint of it. After Duke Bradrick flew out, they saw Dao Changsheng gently wiping his hands, teaching Chini Yao. This mysterious young man from the east was definitely not to be underestimated. His strength was absolutely formidable. Instantly, everyone's hearts rose with this thought. Damn it, that little brat. At this moment, Duke Bradrick, filled with resentment, crawled up from the ground, his face still smeared with blood, indicating that he had just suffered a heavy blow. He glared at Dao Changsheng in the distance, his eyes filled with venom as he gritted his teeth and said, "You're dead. Later, I will make you suffer the most severe torture in the world." Dao Changsheng smiled faintly upon hearing Duke Bradrick's words and said, "If those old fossils from your blood clan knew that I slapped you today, they would definitely thank me. I didn't take your life. Slapping you is already showing great mercy." Hearing Dao Changsheng's words, Duke Bradrick was instantly furious. This mysterious young man from the east actually dared to speak like this, slapping him, and they were supposed to be grateful? What kind of joke was this? The people around also looked at Dao Changsheng speechlessly, thinking he was too arrogant. Go die. In the next moment, an angry roar erupted, the sound like thunder, ringing directly in everyone's ears, a brutal aura emanating from it, causing many around to change color in fear. This vampire actually dared to violate the rules and recklessly attack. Was he seeking death? Bang! 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 Immediately after, a series of explosive sounds rang out, as countless cups and bottles shattered under the roar of Duke Bradrick, the noise relentless. Suddenly, screams filled the air, as the beautiful waitresses around covered their ears, collapsing to the ground in pain, some with blood flowing from their ears. They were all ordinary people, unable to withstand such powerful soundwave energy. Being directly struck down by the sound waves was already considered quite lucky. The other proud sons of heaven around also frowned, retreating slightly, covering their ears, steadying themselves against the impact of the sound wave. At the same time, their gazes towards Duke Bradrick were filled with expressions of disbelief, for he actually dared to act on the cruise ship and recklessly harm the waitresses. This crime was even more serious than Chini Yao's. Wow! A soft white light suddenly radiated from the Holy Sun of Light, directly enveloping the fallen maidens. Under this white light, all the injuries on these maidens vanished, and one by one, they fell into a deep sleep. Seeing this scene, Dao Changsheng couldn't help but glance at the Holy Sun of Light, who smiled back at him without a trace of hatred. "Hit him for me," Dao Changsheng said, turning his gaze to the furious Duke Bradrick, speaking, "Hit him hard, until I'm satisfied." "Yes." Upon hearing Dao Changsheng's words, Chini Yao immediately nodded, her figure vanishing in an instant, reappearing right in front of Duke Bradrick, her delicate hand darting out like a spirit snake, gripping Duke Bradrick's neck. Without further ado, Chini Yao raised her jade hand and struck fiercely at Duke Bradrick's mouth. With just the first slap, she knocked out all of Duke Bradrick's teeth, forcing them down his throat, making him swallow them whole. Woo-woo! A wail of pain erupted from Duke Bradrick, who struggled but could not move an inch, and all his strength vanished in an instant, as if sealed. So terrifying! Everyone present looked at Chini Yao in shock, not expecting Dao Changsheng to be mysterious, and this woman to be equally enigmatic, managing to strike Duke Bradrick in an instant. If it were them, even if they could do it, they certainly wouldn't be able to do it so easily. Duke Bradrick's strength was not to be underestimated. After Chini Yao smashed Duke Bradrick's mouth, she showed no signs of stopping, instead gripping his chin tightly and pulling down with force. Suddenly, a crisp cracking sound echoed, and under the terrified gazes of the crowd, Duke Bradrick's jaw was dislocated, his howls abruptly ceasing. The key was that all of this happened in the blink of an eye, not giving anyone a chance to react. By the time they did, Duke Bradrick was already beaten like a dead dog by Chini Yao, unable to speak. Keep screaming, keep provoking my young master. Qin Yao struck ruthlessly, and after dislocating Duke Bradrick's jaw, she stopped her movements, then seized Duke Bradrick's neck as if she were squeezing a dead fish, smiling as she spoke. At this moment, Duke Bradley could no longer utter a word, but his bloodshot eyes were filled with hatred as he glared at Qin Yao, his gaze brimming with brutality, and his fists moved in an instant. With a surge of red energy, he aimed a fierce punch at Qin Yao's chest. Though his neck was gripped, his arms could still move, so he put all his strength into that punch. Seeing Duke Bradrick make a move, Qin Yao's expression showed no change, as if she had anticipated it. Her other jade-like hand moved in an instant. The next second, a crisp crack resonated in the ears of everyone present. Duke Bradrick's fist was caught by Qin Yao in the blink of an eye, and with a forceful grip, his fist was crushed to powder in her hand. As his fist was brutally crushed, Duke Bradrick's face contorted in extreme pain, large beads of sweat dripping from his body. A mere ant in the life-dispersing realm dares to strike at my young master. If my young master were to strike, you would already be dead beyond recognition, Qin Yao said, sneering after crushing Duke Bradrick's hand. Dao Changsheng had already said to beat him until he was satisfied, so she did not immediately kill Duke Bradrick but instead began to torment him. Since Dao Changsheng had not yet spoken, she would continue the torture. It should be known that she was the daughter of the Qin Emperor, whose iron-fisted methods were well known, otherwise, he wouldn't be called a tyrant. For the sake of his daughter, the Qin Emperor had imparted all the torturous methods he had ever known to Qin Yao. One could say that from a young age, Qin Yao had witnessed blood and violence, mastering countless methods of torture, which is why she could torment others without flinching. As the daughter of the Qin Emperor, even as a woman, she had to master those countless iron-fisted imperial methods. Roar! Having his fist crushed by Qin Yao, Duke Bradrick raised his other arm, and in an instant, 5 sharp beams of light burst forth from his 5 fingers. With a muffled roar from his throat, the 5 extremely sharp beams of light fiercely slashed toward Qin Yao. Trash! Seeing the 5 blood-red beams of light whistling toward her, Qin Yao spread her jade hand, and a silver light burst forth from her palm, instantly extinguishing the 5 attacks while simultaneously reducing Duke Bradrick's other arm to powder. With his other arm forcefully obliterated, Duke Bradrick's face immediately showed extreme pain. If it weren't for the energy binding him, he would have already fainted. Roar! Clearly sensing the endless pain in his mind, unable to faint, as if filled with spirit, Duke Bradrick let out a roar akin to a beast's struggle from his throat. He raised his head, glaring at Qin Yao with a face full of resentment, as if he wanted to swallow her alive. Still not convinced? Looking at Duke Bradrick's expression, Qin Yao smiled again, then turned to glance at Dao Changsheng, seeing his calm demeanor with no intention of speaking. Qin Yao directly lifted her foot and kicked Duke Bradrick's knee, instantly shattering it completely. After shattering his knee, Qin Yao loosened her grip, collapsing like a dead dog, and knelt directly in front of Qin Yao. Young master, do you still want to hit him? Then, Qin Yao turned her gaze to Dao Changsheng, her face filled with curiosity as she asked aloud. Hearing Qin Yao's words, Dao Changsheng remained silent, instead smiling as he looked at the kneeling figure not far away, whose eyes were filled with resentment and malice as they faced Dao Changsheng. It was all Dao Changsheng's fault that he had ended up in this state. If time could be rewound, he would definitely kill Dao Changsheng in an instant. Around them, there was a deathly silence, and everyone present looked on in shock at the scene before them, astonished that someone so powerful had been beaten to such a state by a woman. Moreover, judging by Qin Yao's demeanor, it seemed she hadn't even exerted herself. At the most critical moment, she was Dao Changsheng's maid, and Dao Changsheng hadn't even made a move. If a maid was this formidable, then Dao Changsheng, as the young master, must be even more powerful. Just the thought of it made everyone's expressions darken, their gazes toward Dao Changsheng heavy. They had never seen Dao Changsheng make a move. How dare he? In the next moment, everyone turned their eyes to the pitiful, dismembered figure of Duke Bladrick, who had been brutally beaten by Qin Yao, their faces filled with disbelief. Not to mention the strict rules against fighting on this massive cruise ship. As far as they knew, one of Duke Bladrick's uncles was a prince of the Blood Clan, a true royal presence, a terrifying existence in the world. After all, he was an SSS-level powerhouse. Moreover, they all knew how doting Duke Bladrick's uncle was on him. He had once warned that anyone who dared to harm Duke Bladrick would face the slaughter of their entire family, and this had happened more than once. This warning was a clear threat. Unless you were a prodigy with an exceptionally strong background, if you harmed Bladrick, you could only wait for death. It was known that among the many young geniuses present, there were many who could defeat Duke Bladrick, but no one dared to beat him to such a miserable state. For loose cultivators, Duke Bladrick was undoubtedly a terrifying, demonic presence. Even for prodigies with powerful backgrounds, many could not contend with Bladrick. Because Duke Bladrick himself had a formidable force, coupled with the unique advantages of being from the Blood Clan, in battles of the same rank, he could almost be said to sweep through. However, this warning was shattered by Chiniyao, and she did so right in front of everyone, without a hint of hesitation. Moreover, according to the information they had received, it seemed that Duke Bladrick had come accompanied by someone, apparently a subordinate of his uncle, so one could imagine the storm that would ensue on this ship. At this moment, due to the Blood Clan's inherent advantages, although Duke Bladrick had suffered such severe injuries, he still had not died. His life was like that of an indestructible cockroach. If it were anyone else present, they would absolutely not be able to endure such a situation. Duke Bladrick knelt on the ground, his gaze filled with extreme resentment as he stared at Chiniyao and Dao Changsheng. Kill him. Seeing the look in Duke Bladrick's eyes, Dao Changsheng calmly ordered, and upon hearing his words, Chiniyao wasted no time or hesitation, directly unleashing a palm strike. Boom! Instantly, an explosion rang out, and under Chiniyao's palm, Duke Bladrick's body exploded, his head turning to dust, countless pieces of flesh flying, blood splattering everywhere. The people closest to him were all splattered with the blood of Duke Bladrick. Dead, dead. Seeing Duke Bladrick's lifeless body, everyone present turned pale. Even the second prince of the Aurora Bureau was as white as a sheet, for Duke Bladrick was dead. They knew that if Duke Bladrick's uncle found out, he would surely go mad, and it would inevitably lead to a shocking bloodbath that would astonish everyone. An SSS level, Prince-class vampire was not something to be dealt with lightly. It's your turn. Didn't you just say you wanted to kill me with your own hands? In the next moment, Dao Changxing turned his gaze to Saint Regina, smiling faintly. Come on, I'll give you a chance to strike. Don't say I'm bullying the weak. Damn it! Hearing Dao Changxing's words, Saint Regina's eyes narrowed, her expression darkened, and she stood there in silence. Before this, she had only heard of Dao Changxing's various deeds and had not seen his strength firsthand, so she didn't quite believe how powerful he was. But now, under everyone's gaze, Duke Bladrick had been effortlessly killed by Dao Changxing's maid without any resistance. Dao Changxing hadn't even made a move. Therefore, Dao Changxing's strength was definitely above that of the maid. In other words, he was many times stronger than Regina. If she were to confront Dao Changxing, it would surely be a death sentence. She didn't think she was as formidable as Duke Bladrick. In a one-on-one fight, she wouldn't stand a chance against him. Now that Duke Bladrick had been easily killed by Dao Changxing's maid, if she went up, it would be tantamount to seeking death. Moreover, the most crucial point was that Dao Changxing had commanded his maid to kill Duke Bladrick on this cruise ship. Both he and the maid were undoubtedly doomed, and the powerful figures stationed on the ship would arrive soon. If she were killed by Dao Changxing now, then shortly after, Dao Changxing would be killed by the powerful figures on the ship. Even if she avenged herself, it wouldn't change the fact that she was dead. Even if Dao Changxing were already dead, what use would that be? Would killing Dao Changxing bring her and the others back to life? Death is like a light extinguished. Once dead, there is nothing left. No matter how powerful you are or how high your status, in the end, it all amounts to nothing. Therefore, no one present, including Saint Regina, dared to make a move. However, even if Saint Regina didn't dare to act, it didn't mean that Dao Changxing would let them off so easily. They had come to his door, would he let them go? What's wrong? Still not making a move? Looking at Saint Regina, who showed no signs of action, Dao Changxing smiled slightly and said, "Weren't you the one shouting so loudly at the beginning? What's wrong? Are you scared now? Don't dare to act? Damn you!" Hearing Dao Changxing's merciless sarcasm, Saint Regina's face turned pale, her body trembling slightly with anger. If conditions allowed, she would definitely strike, but now, making a move meant death. Since you don't dare to act, then get out of the way and stay put. Don't think anyone is your father and has to indulge you, Dao Changxing said lightly, seeing that Saint Regina was truly too scared to act. You, don't go too far. Upon hearing Dao Changxing's words, Saint Regina was instantly enraged beyond endurance, gathering her strength and glaring at Dao Changxing, ready to strike at any moment. She was a child of destiny, the direct disciple of the Holy Maiden's sect leader, and with her beauty and the power behind her, she could almost manipulate the entire world. Not to say that everyone treats her with great respect, but almost everyone is polite to her. How could she have ever suffered such humiliation? My young master said, "I'll give you a chance to strike. If you don't take it, I'll personally take action and deal with you." Suddenly, Xin Yao spoke coldly from the side. As she spoke, her jade hand flicked lightly, and with a crisp smack, the Saintess Ruajana was sent flying, crashing hard to the ground. "Ah, I will kill you." The Saintess Ruajana screamed in anger, her body radiating waves of surging light energy. "Saintess, wait." Just as the Saintess Ruajana got up, her face filled with rage and ready to attack, the Libra from the 12 constellations hurriedly intervened, stopping her actions. Looking at Dao Changxing and Qin Yao, he said in a deep voice, "Saintess, the law enforcement experts stationed on this cruise ship must have already received the news and are on their way. They should arrive shortly." You must not act recklessly, otherwise, when the law enforcement experts arrive, they will not show mercy to the Saintess. Right. Hearing the words of Libra, the Saintess Ruojana's mind suddenly cleared. Looking at Qin Yiyou and Dao Changshang, her gaze turned into a cold smile and indifference, no longer holding any anger. Really, why was she getting angry with two people on the verge of death? It would only bring her misfortune. Kid, don't be too arrogant. Seeing the Saintess Ruojana calm down, Libra breathed a sigh of relief, then turned to Dao Changsheng and Qin Yiyou, saying solemnly, you publicly commanded your maid to kill two prodigies, and you. It seems your ears are really deaf, Dao Changsheng interrupted, turning his gaze to Libra and slowly saying, I already let you off the hook when I told you to get lost earlier. Why are you popping up again? Do you want to die? You. Hearing Dao Changsheng's words, Libra's face immediately turned angry, but before he could speak, he was struck as if hit by a bolt from the blue, spitting blood and flying out, crashing hard to the ground, following the same fate as the Saintess Ruojana. So verbose. Qin Yiyou, who had sent Libra flying, said calmly, my young master hasn't even let you speak. Do you want to die? Ah, you deserve to die. Hearing Qin Yiyou's words, Libra roared in anger, struggling to rise, his aura surging wildly, a terrifying killing intent spreading, causing the temperature in the entire hall to drop below freezing. Attack! The next moment, Dao Changsheng's calm voice rang out. Upon hearing his words, Qin Yiyou instantly appeared in front of Libra, then reached out and slapped him directly on the head. Bang! A loud sound erupted as Libra was forcefully dragged by Qin Yiyou and slammed into the marble floor, creating a large pit. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Libra, bloodied, struggled to get up, growling, damn it, this king. Bang! But before he could finish his sentence, Qin Yiyou slapped him again on the back of his head, causing his forehead to hit the ground, blood immediately flowing out. Damn it! Libra roared, enduring the pain, and struggled to rise again. Qin Yiyou kicked at his legs, and with two crisp cracking sounds, Libra's legs gave way, and he fell to his knees. With such little ability, you dare to shout at my young master? Qin Yiyou said coldly, interrupting Libra's legs. Boom! After speaking, Qin Yiyou showed no intention of stopping. She grabbed the head of Taurus and lifted him up like an eagle picking up a chick, then flung him away. Boom! Taurus instantly transformed into a streak of light, crashing into the ceiling, then fell down without any resistance, hitting the ground hard with a thunderous sound. Crack, crack, crack. At the same moment, the ground split open with cracks, clearly indicating that the force Qin Yiyou had just used was immense. Damn it, how dare you humiliate my 10th brother like this? As Taurus fell and smashed into the ground, a roar suddenly erupted. The Taurus of the 12 Zodiac finally reacted, roaring as he charged directly at Qin Yiyou. Rumble! With Taurus's charge, a booming sound erupted, and a massive yellow bull phantom appeared behind him, roaring like thunder, sending golden ripples radiating outwards. Humph! Just a stupid bull. Seeing Taurus charging with his fists swinging, Qin Yiyou scoffed disdainfully. The moment her cold snort sounded, the huge yellow bull phantom instantly shattered like foam, turning into dust. What? This sudden scene shocked everyone, especially Taurus himself, who looked astonished. As the one who summoned the bull phantom, he knew how terrifying it was. Yet now it was extinguished by a woman's cold snort. This. Boom! At the moment the yellow bull phantom vanished, a booming sound erupted, and Qin Yiyou moved instantly, swiftly sealing the power within Taurus's body, then grabbed him with one hand. Bang! 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 Under everyone's gaze, Qin Yiyou held Taurus as if he were a whip, striking the hard ground left and right with force. With her movements, the crisp sound of bones cracking echoed, and the ground split open with more and more cracks, each stained with bright red blood. I'm tired. After an unknown number of strikes, Qin Yiyou, slightly impatient, raised her hand and flung Taurus away like a sword shot out. Boom! The flung Taurus crashed violently into the granite wall of the top hall, causing a loud rumble. The wall trembled violently from the impact, creating a semicircular pit embedded into it. At this moment, Taurus's eyes were hazy, embedded in the wall, his body twitching uncontrollably, blood flowing from the corners of his mouth, quickly staining the pit red. Now, Taurus was in agony, embedded in the wall, with only the continuous flow of blood and the intense pain flooding his mind preventing him from fainting. His injuries were too severe, all his bones were completely shattered, and he was barely alive, relying solely on the last breath in him to avoid dying completely. Thus, he could not move at all, only weakly closing his eyes, as if he were dead, completely still. It's your turn. With Taurus nearly dealt with, Qin Yiyou turned her gaze to Regina, having noticed from the beginning Regina's dissatisfaction with her, even offering a reward for her head and cursing her young master, leaving her with no good feelings at all. No! Looking at the gaze of Qin Yiyou, at this moment, the Saintess Ruojana no longer had a trace of anger on her face, all that remained was an endless look of terror. Seeing Qin Yao's eyes turn towards her, Ruojana shook her head in panic and retreated repeatedly. Come here. Seeing the Saintess Ruojana trying to escape in a panic, Qin Yao frowned and stretched out her hand, instantly pulling the Saintess Ruojana towards her, her jade-like hand firmly gripping the Saintess's neck, as white as snow. Young master, how should we deal with this woman? After restraining Ruojana, Qin Yao turned her gaze towards Dao Changsheng. Hearing Qin Yao's words, Ruojana's face turned even more fearful, her eyes filled with terror and a pleading expression, wanting to speak but unable to breathe properly due to Qin Yao's tight grip on her neck, let alone say anything. Break her limbs, spare her life as a dog, Dao Changsheng said in response to Qin Yao's inquiry. Yes, young master. Upon hearing Dao Changsheng's words, Qin Yao nodded and then slapped Ruojana hard across the face. Ruojana's face instantly caved in, blood and flesh flying, revealing her ghastly white bones, a sight that was chilling. In the next moment, with a thought, Qin Yao summoned a powerful invisible force. Under the influence of this force, the faces of all the proud sons of heaven present changed, and they all spat out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, they looked at Dao Changsheng and Qin Yao in horror, wondering what had just happened, how such an overwhelming force could oppress them to the point of spitting blood. Crash! Under this force, Ruojana's 2 arms and 2 legs instantly turned to powder. Ah! A scream of extreme pain erupted from the mouth of the Saintess Ruojana. Although her face was caved in, her mouth was not completely destroyed, and the intense pain made her scream, tears streaming down her face. Get lost! After shattering the Saintess Ruojana's limbs, Qin Yao tossed her aside like garbage, sending her crashing heavily to the ground. Ah! At this moment, cries of agony echoed throughout the hall. Within seconds, the screams had completely vanished, the Saintess Ruojana no longer had the strength to shout. A faint white light began to spread from her body, and as this white light expanded, the blood from her severed limbs completely stopped flowing, and the flesh on her caved-in face began to slowly heal. Oh! Seeing the faint light on Ruojana, Qin Yao couldn't help but look over, noticing a diamond-shaped white jade pendant hanging around Ruojana's neck. She then curled her lip and shifted her gaze to the others. Finally, her gaze landed on the 9th prince of the Aurora Bureau. Upon meeting Qin Yao's gaze, the 9th prince's face turned pale, and he retreated repeatedly, lacking the courage to face her. You, come here. Looking at the pale-faced 9th prince, Qin Yao coldly commanded, her beautiful eyes filled with killing intent. She had clearly heard him belittling her young master. Fairy, I have no enmity with you, the 9th prince stammered, his heart racing and blood surging, trembling uncontrollably, a clear sign of extreme fear. Are you trying to save yourself in this cowardly manner, or are you the 9th prince of the Aurora Bureau? Seeing the 9th prince so frightened, Qin Yao raised an eyebrow, waved her jade hand, and directly pulled the 9th prince into the air. She then slapped him across the face and coldly said, Did you think I was deaf when you just said my young master is not as good as your second brother? Your Excellency. The second prince, seeing the 9th prince being grabbed, felt a chill run down his spine. He had no choice but to step forward, forcing himself to suppress the terror in his heart, and looked at Qin Yao, saying, I apologize for my younger brother's words. Could you please let him down? Slap. Seeing the second prince step forward and hearing his words, Qin Yao slapped him again, sending the second prince flying, and then pulled him into the air as well. Miss, I have no enmity with you, the second prince said, appearing much calmer than the others who were afraid. Even when caught by Qin Yao, he still spoke in a deep voice, Why are you targeting me? Slap. Before the second prince could finish his sentence, Qin Yao slapped him again, interrupting him, and sternly shouted, Do you think I didn't notice your murderous intent towards my young master? You thought your secret actions went unnoticed? You even sent a genius to climb through the window to inform those on the ship, trying to harm my young master? After being slapped by Qin Yao without any courtesy, the second prince's calm demeanor vanished without a trace, replaced by a fierce expression as he coldly said to Qin Yao, I am not like others. My father is the head of the Aurora 2nd Bureau, and my master is one of the 9 great demons of the Aurora 9th Bureau. You better. The head of the Aurora 2nd Bureau? One of the 9 great demons? Is that impressive? Hearing the second prince's threat, Qin Yao's expression turned cold. With her other jade hand, she began to slap his cheeks repeatedly. In no time, the second prince's face was swollen like a pig's head, red and puffy. You deserve to die. Being humiliated in public like this, the second prince roared in anger, a surge of power spreading from his body, directly striking outwards, causing the surrounding geniuses to retreat. However, no matter how powerful this force was, it could not harm Qin Yao in the slightest, as if it didn't exist at all. Slap. In the next moment, Qin Yao slapped him again, this time hitting him squarely on the mouth, silencing his curses. Keep shouting. Qin Yao tightly gripped the second prince's neck, slowly lifting him into the air, and began to slap his face fiercely. The second prince was nearly driven to madness. He wanted to resist, but his body simply wouldn't obey. Not only had the power within him vanished, but even his limbs were unresponsive. Slap, slap, slap. A series of slapping sounds echoed continuously in the silent hall, piercingly loud. The second prince was completely unable to speak, having been thoroughly beaten into silence by Qin Yao. At this moment, the second prince no longer dared to look at Qin Yao, deeply bowing his head, desperately keeping his mouth shut, his eyes filled with endless resentment and hatred. Today, my young master is in a good mood and is only giving you a lesson, sparing your worthless life. Qin Yao seemed to tire from slapping him, then relaxed her grip and kicked the second prince of the Aurora Ninth Bureau hard, sending him flying. At this moment, the entire hall was dead silent, not even the sound of breathing could be heard. Everyone was in complete shock, staring at Qin Yao, unable to utter a word. It was simply terrifying. This woman was like a god of death. Qin Yao was truly too powerful. In the 12 zodiac signs of Carmen, Libra and Taurus, along with His Highness the Ninth Prince and His Highness the Second Prince of the Aurora Bureau, Lingfeng, Saint Regina of the Holy Maiden Church, and Duke Bradrick of the Dark Holy See. Each of these individuals is a standout among the young geniuses present, undoubtedly among the most powerful in the gathering of many young talents. Especially the Second Prince of the Aurora Bureau, who is an SS-level powerhouse, capable of contending with SSS-level beings, yet now in the hands of Qin Yao, he resembles a fragile infant just starting out, like an ant that could be crushed with ease, utterly beaten with no power to resist. Moreover, the most critical point is that each of those brutally beaten by Qin Yao possesses a significant background. Even if they lack strength, they are not ordinary people that can be easily provoked, and they have all been rendered nearly incapacitated. However, Dao Changsheng and Qin Yao have nearly turned the Aurora Bureau, the Divine Carmen, Duke Bradrick of the Dark Holy See, and Saint Regina of the Holy Maiden Church into invalids. Next, the organizers of the Glory Competition, the Aurora Bureau, the Holy Maiden Church, Carmen, and the Vampire of the Dark Holy See will surely seek out Dao Changsheng and Qin Yao, and at that time, a world-shaking storm is likely to ensue. Crack! Crack! In the next moment, the sound of a door being pushed open suddenly echoed, and the Grand Hall's door was violently flung open, followed by a group of elderly men exuding a powerful aura rushing in, shouting, "What audacity! Who dares to violate the rules on the cruise ship and act recklessly?" However, in the face of the elders' roar, the hall remained silent, with no response whatsoever. All the proud sons of heaven stood trembling in place, not daring to move, their faces filled with terror as they looked at Dao Changsheng and Qin Yao in the distance. What? In the next moment, a scene entered the eyes of the leading elder. He saw two proud sons of heaven lifelessly lying in a pool of blood. In another area, countless pieces of flesh were scattered on the ground, and a blood-red core, containing powerful fluctuations, lay quietly. In the distance, Taurus was gasping for breath, embedded in the wall, his body covered in blood. As for Libra, he lay on the ruins far away, blood continuously pouring from his mouth, his entire body's bones shattered, weak and gasping, clearly not far from death. Saint Regina was in an even worse state, with only her head and upper body remaining, motionless under the faint white light. If it weren't for a barely perceptible trace of life, everyone would have thought she was already dead. As for the Second Prince and Ninth Prince of the Aurora Bureau, they were the best among these individuals. Seeing a group of elders rush in, joy appeared on their faces as they struggled to cough up blood and shakily got up. Although they were the best among these people, they were still severely injured, as they had no strength to resist while being beaten. At this moment, the entire floor of the hall was flowing with deep crimson blood, making the hall resemble a living hell, filled with bloody terror. Hiss! Who is it? What audacity to injure so many prodigies! Several prodigies are already considered ruined. Witnessing the brutal scene in the hall, all the elders took a deep breath, their faces filled with disbelief and shock. They all knew the prodigies lying in pools of blood. The key point was that there was actually a blood core of the Dark Holy See among the piles of flesh and bones, which meant that the Blood Clan individual had been brutally smashed to pieces. Elder, it's him, that damned little brat from the East Country. Saint Regina, Duke Bladrick, Libra and Taurus, all of them have been involved by this person. We ask the seniors to take action and punish him, to make a decision for us. Hearing the shocked voices of the elders, the Second Prince and the Ninth Prince pointed their fingers at Dao Changsheng and Qin Yao with resentment. What? Upon hearing the words of the Second Prince and the Ninth Prince, the group of elders immediately turned their gaze towards Dao Changsheng, who appeared calm and showed no signs of cultivation, and a woman whose abilities were inscrutable. Holy Son of Light, who do you say the murderer is? The elders did not immediately act against Dao Changsheng and Qin Yao, but instead looked to the Holy Son of Light, the highest-ranking person present. They could not simply trust the one-sided words of the Second Prince and the Ninth Prince. I don't know. Faced with the elder's inquiry, the shock on the Holy Son of Light's face had long disappeared, replaced by a smile. He picked up a glass of fine wine and said softly, "Why don't the seniors ask others? Why only ask the younger generation? I just want to be an outsider and don't wish to get involved in anything." Upon hearing the Holy Son's words, the elders' faces immediately showed displeasure, but it was fleeting as they turned their gaze to others present. The Holy Son of Light did not want to speak, and they had no way to force him. They couldn't just act themselves, could they? Seeing the elders looking over, many people present, including another constellation of Carmen, Leo, jumped out, pointing fingers at Dao Changsheng and Qini Yao to accuse them. "Seniors, it's him. Seniors, this is the murderer. He killed Duke Bladerick and severely injured Carmen's Libra and Taurus. Said Regina of the Holy Maiden sect was also beaten into a human stick by him, and the two prodigies of the Indian Brahmin sect were also harmed by this person. Seniors, every word we say is true. This child is guilty of heinous crimes. We ask the seniors to take action." Instantly, a chorus of accusations echoed throughout the hall. While everyone was denouncing them, the Holy Son of Light discreetly distanced himself from the crowd, then smiled at Dao Changsheng and Qini Yao, clearly showing an intention to befriend them. Seeing that almost everyone present was pointing at Dao Changsheng and Qini Yao as the murderers, all the elders immediately focused their attention on them. "What great audacity! You dare to openly violate the rules on this cruise and harm so many young talents. What punishment do you deserve?" At that moment, a sinister-looking elder stepped forward and coldly said to Dao Changsheng, "I give you two choices. 1. Self-destruct your cultivation and sever your limbs, waiting for the final judgment of various forces. 2. We will personally take action and kill you on the spot." "Kill me?" Seeing the words of these elders, Dao Changsheng smiled faintly and said, "While I'm in a good mood, you better hurry and get lost. This matter is not something you can manage. If I end up in a bad mood, don't blame me for dismantling your cruise ship." Hearing Dao Changsheng's arrogant words, not only did the initially sinister-looking elders' expression darken, but the faces of the other elders also turned terrifyingly grim. Crash! At that moment, a strong killing intent surged from all the elders, and the temperature in the entire hall suddenly dropped below zero. The elders looked at Dao Changsheng and Qini Yao with unfriendly gazes. This young man from the Eastern Kingdom was truly arrogant, so much so that he dared to speak to them, the enforcers, in such a manner. He really had the guts of a bear and the courage of a leopard. Great! With the seniors taking action, this kid will definitely die without a complete corpse. We no longer have to live in fear. Seeing the unabashed killing intent of the old man, the young talents present suddenly felt as if they had found their backbone, whispering among themselves, each one showing signs of excitement in their hearts. "Who is it? How dare they kill our young master? Damn it, how dare you kill our young master? Your whole family must die." In the next moment, two furious roars erupted, followed by two overwhelming auras howling in from outside the door. Most people present were taken aback, sensing that this was an SS-level aura, and at least at the peak stage. Immediately after, two strong and sturdy figures rushed in, charging straight to the front of the group of old men. Upon seeing a blood-red core among the pile of mangled flesh not far away, the familiar aura caused a surge of ruthless killing intent to erupt from the two men. "Who is it? Come out and die!" A thunderous roar echoed, like a bolt from the blue, ringing clearly in the ears of the young talents, causing most of them to break out in cold sweat. This aura was simply too strong. These two men were the Uncle Brad Cyril's two bodyguards, who usually protected him, the Fierce Tiger and the Blood Wolf. At this moment, the eyes of the Blood Wolf and the Fierce Tiger were blood-red, filled with countless shades of brutality, and the killing intent emanating from them was almost tangible. The two looked like frenzied demons, scanning everyone present, making most feel a chill run down their spines, as if they were being targeted by two terrifying beasts. Lord Blood Wolf, Lord Fierce Tiger, it was them who killed Duke Braderick's man. Hearing the furious roars of Blood Wolf and Fierce Tiger, the Leo of the 12th Zodiac of Carmen quickly stepped forward, pointing at Dao Changsheng and Qini Yao with a face full of hatred, reporting to Blood Wolf and Fierce Tiger. "It was you who killed our young master?" Upon hearing the words of Leo, the brutality in Blood Wolf and Fierce Tiger's eyes intensified. They turned around in anger, their gazes fixed on Dao Changsheng and Qini Yao, their expressions fierce as they spoke. "That's right." Before Dao Changsheng could speak, Qini Yao coldly glanced at Leo and said, "It was I who killed him. How dare you disrespect my young master? You can do nothing to me. Damn it, die." Seeing Qini Yao's unrepentant and disdainful demeanor, the anger of Fierce Tiger and Blood Wolf grew even more intense. Without saying a word, they charged at Qini Yao with a bloody aura. The terrifying and brutal aura, along with the smell of blood emanating from the two, indicated that Fierce Tiger and Blood Wolf were no strangers to killing. This time, they were fully committed, aiming to tear this woman apart to avenge Duke Braderick's young master. Just when everyone thought Qin Yao would be torn to shreds by Blood Wolf and Fierce Tiger, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Bang! Bang! Two loud sounds erupted, and before anyone could react, Blood Wolf and Fierce Tiger were struck as if by lightning, their bodies suddenly flying backward and crashing into the distant hall wall. Instantly, the sound of cracking echoed as the wall developed one crack after another, shocking everyone, especially the old men, who showed a hint of seriousness in their eyes. Their actions came to a halt, no longer preparing to attack. Seeking death. Blood Wolf and Fierce Tiger, inexplicably sent flying, roared in anger, shattering the wall as they landed safely on the ground. They wiped the blood from the corners of their mouths, their eyes still filled with brutality as they stared at Qin Yao, showing no signs of fear. Oomph! Just two mere cultivators, dare to trouble my young master? Qin Yao let out a cold snort, and in an instant, she vanished from sight. When she reappeared, she was already on the back of the tiger and Blood Wolf. At that moment, the tiger and Blood Wolf were once again sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Crack, crack, crack. The next second, Qin Yao's feet landed on the backs of the Blood Wolf and tiger, and a series of bone-cracking sounds erupted from their bodies, clearly the sound of bones being crushed under her weight. Ah, I'm going to kill you. Damn it, you're dead. The tiger and Blood Wolf felt the intense pain coursing through their bodies, forcing themselves to stifle their cries. The powerful muscles on their bodies began to swell, veins bulging, their eyes filled with a bloodthirsty rage, and they let out a ferocious roar like wild beasts. However, no matter how hard they struggled, it was utterly useless. They were completely pinned to the ground by an overwhelming force, unable to rise. Still shouting? Seeing the Blood Wolf and tiger's relentless angry roars, Qin Yao frowned and stepped down again, immediately producing two loud bangs. Crack, 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 crack. With those two steps, a series of bone-cracking sounds echoed, sending chills down the spines of everyone present. Qin Yao's feet had nearly crushed all the bones in the Blood Wolf and tiger. Puff, puff, puff. The sheer force caused her to sink into the ground, creating two medium-sized semicircular craters in the hall. Cough, 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 cough. At this moment, both the Blood Wolf and tiger, under the immense pressure, had their internal organs shattered, blood continuously flowing from their mouths. Their eyes, once filled with madness and cruelty, were now replaced by endless pain, terror, and shock. They never expected that a woman could be so powerful, effortlessly incapacitating them to the point where death was not far off. Speak, you have a chance to leave a last word. Seeing that the two were close to death, Qin Yao spoke coldly. She showed no mercy to those who had initially tried to kill her. If they were prepared to ambush, they should be ready to be killed. No! Upon hearing Qin Yao's words, the tiger and Blood Wolf roared in madness within. At this point, they lacked even the strength to speak, their gazes towards Qin Yao filled with desperate pleas for mercy. But Qin Yao remained unmoved, her expression calm as she stepped down again. Bang! Bang! Instantly, two explosive sounds erupted, and their bodies exploded like they were filled with ignited explosives, blood splattering everywhere. Although flesh flew, not a drop landed on Qin Yao. Thus, the Blood Wolf and tiger were dead. Qin Yao, who had killed them, appeared utterly calm, as if she had just completed a trivial task, like stepping on two ants. Whoosh! The next second, Qin Yao raised her jade hand and directly seized the one who had initially reported her, the Leo from the 12 zodiac signs, pulling him into her grasp, coldly staring at him. You, let me go. The Leo, initially caught off guard, realized what was happening only to find himself firmly held by Qin Yao. Looking at her cold expression, he panicked and exclaimed, You, let me go, or my Gemini from Cayman will not spare you. Slap! Before the Leo could finish his sentence, a slap landed on him, cutting off his words. Qin Yao coldly said, I'm hitting you now, what can you do about it? You will regret this, said the Leo, fiercely slapping Qin Yao. His expression turned menacing as he continued, Just wait for our Carmen to hunt you down. When the time comes, there will be nowhere for you to run. Then I will wait, Qin Yao replied coldly. As she spoke, she exerted a slight force with her jade-like hand, gripping the Leo's wrist tightly, and a crisp crack echoed in the air. The Leo's neck was snapped by Qin Yao, his throat crushed, and he fell to the side, dead. In contrast to the Leo, the Libra and Taurus were in a much better position, at least they were still alive, while the Leo was already dead. Alright, it's your turn. After killing the Leo, Qin Yao discarded him like trash and turned her cold gaze toward the group of elders, saying icily, You let my young master choose, so now I give you two options. 1, roll back to where you came from, and I will spare your lives. 2, I will kill you. Choose one. You truly deserve to die. The elder at the forefront darkened his expression upon witnessing Qin Yao kill the Blood Wolf, the tiger, and another star of Carmen. Although his face was grim, he showed no intention of attacking, as they were all shocked by Qin Yao's strength. The blood wolf and the tiger, who were stronger than them, had been easily slaughtered by her, and they did not believe they were any more formidable than the tiger or the blood wolf. Whether I should die or not is not for you to decide, Yao coldly replied, fixing her gaze on the elder. Now, tell me your choice, you bunch of old fools who don't know when to die. How dare she be so arrogant? Kill! I can't hold back any longer. Let's all attack together and kill her, that damned woman. Kill! These law enforcers, usually respected by others, had never been insulted like this before. Now, being scolded so rudely by Yao, they were all furious and charged at her without a second thought, each radiating an unparalleled terrifying aura. Although Yao had easily killed the blood wolf, the tiger, and the Libra, she was ultimately just one person, while they had 30 or 40 people. With so many attacking her at once, no matter how powerful she was, how strong could she be? Moreover, anyone who violated the rules on the cruise ship had to die. Delusional! Seeing the group of elders rushing at her, Yao revealed a cold smile. Without a word, she flicked her hand, and a silver galaxy appeared from her palm, instantly covering the entire hall above. Whoosh! As the galaxy emerged, it surged forward violently. Under the onslaught of the galaxy, the elders didn't even have time to scream before they were reduced to dust, dissipating into the void. At this point, all the law enforcers who had come to the cruise ship were dead. Whoosh! Not long after the first group of enforcers was wiped out without a chance to fight back, another group of elders rushed in. This time, the incoming elders were even more powerful, each radiating an SS-level perfect aura, with several reaching SSS level strength. Kill! Upon seeing the bloody scene in the hall, the newly arrived elders' eyes widened with rage as they charged at Yao. They had witnessed her annihilate the first group of enforcers with the galaxy and felt no fear as they lunged at her, unaware of their impending doom. Seeing the second wave of enforcers charging fearlessly, Yao coldly spoke, and in an instant, she lunged towards the group of old men. Bang! 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 Immediately, the sound of flesh and blood shattering echoed, and in the blink of an eye, wherever Yao passed, blood sprayed forth like a fountain, and heads were continuously thrown into the air. These SS-level perfected powerhouses could not withstand even a single encounter with Yao. Today, she would carve out a reputation for her master, making everyone aware that her young master was not someone everyone could handle. Kill for me! An SSS-level elder, witnessing Yao cutting through her opponents like chopping vegetables, felt a chill in his eyes and shouted in disbelief at how terrifying this woman was. Kill! Hearing the SSS-level elder's command, another SSS-level elder also roared, and then the sound of piercing air rang out continuously. Countless silver needles shot from this elder's hand, densely packed and raining down towards Yao, targeting her eyes, heart, mouth, nose, ears, and other vital areas with ruthless precision. Trivial skills. Seeing the countless silver needles shooting towards her like a storm, Yao showed no fear, her eyes glinted coldly, and with a cold snort, the densely packed silver needles were instantly redirected by an invisible force, shooting back towards the SSS-level elder at more than double the speed. Faced with this sudden turn of events, everyone was taken aback, but there was no time to react. Put, put, put. Instantly, the sound of needles piercing flesh rang out as the silver needles embedded themselves into the elder's body, his nose, eyes, mouth, ears, and so on. Ah! My eyes! A scream of agony erupted as the SSS-level elder covered his face with his hands, wailing in pain, rolling on the ground in distress. Damn it, this woman is terrifyingly strong, quickly summon a few captains. Seeing his companion so easily injured, the initial SSS-level elder shouted at the other two SSS-level elders, his gaze towards Yao filled with deep seriousness and shock. Yes! Upon hearing the SSS-level elder's words, one of the other SSS-level elders immediately left the battlefield, shooting towards the door like an arrow released from a bow, moving with terrifying speed. No need, we have already arrived. Just as this elder reached the door, a cold voice suddenly rang out, shaking the hearts of all the prodigies present. The Holy Son of Light sat in the main seat, looking towards the door with a wary expression. 3 imposing figures, exuding terrifying pressure, appeared at the entrance. Each one was a powerhouse among the SSS level, one fully perfected, one at the peak, and another whose aura was even more terrifying than SSS level, clearly on the verge of breaking through to that level. Captain, Lord Xianyu, Lord Imoing. Seeing the 2 men and 1 woman at the door, the SSS level elder immediately bowed respectfully, his eyes filled with fervor, astonished that the captain had personally come. The captain, Xianyu, and Imoing were the 3 heavyweight figures stationed on this passenger ship. They were all renowned powerhouses in the world, once commanding the stage and stirring up bloodshed and chaos. Many would show a solemn expression at the mention of their names, and numerous younger generations regarded them as lifelong goals to strive for. This time, for the Glory Tournament, Olympus had specially arranged for these still famous powerhouses to preside over the event, creating a sense of familiarity. Captain, Lord Xianyu, Lord Shadow Demon. Upon seeing the three figures exuding a terrifying aura, the elder who was battling Qini Yao immediately showed a delighted and excited expression. Poof! Seizing the opportunity of a momentary lapse, an elder was directly blasted apart by Qini Yao with a single palm, turning into countless splatters of flesh and blood. The other two elders, with grim expressions, instantly teleported to the side of the three lords. This is getting interesting. Seeing the arrival of the three powerhouses, Dao Changsheng smiled and turned his gaze to the one in the middle, who radiated the most terrifying aura. How dare you still kill? Upon witnessing Qini Yao kill an SSS-level elder even after they had arrived, Shadow Demon's eyes glinted coldly, and he, along with the captain and Xianyu, personally approached Qini Yao. After killing the elder, Qini Yao teleported in front of Dao Changsheng, her face showing disdain. It was a bit challenging to take on these three alone, but if she brought out the trump card given to her by the Qin Emperor, she could definitely annihilate the three before her. Moreover, her young master had yet to make a move, so she felt no fear at all. Dao Changsheng, having emerged from the Shenangjia, residing in Sidious for a few days, then annihilating the He and Shao families of the 8 great families of the East, slaying disciples of the Buddhist sect at the East's Cultivation Grand Assembly, threatening the Amei sect, invading the Aurora 9 Bureau of the West, and exterminating the super special forces of the North. Truly an interesting young man. The one in the middle, exuding the most terrifying aura, coldly spoke to Dao Changsheng. Upon hearing the captain's words, everyone looked at Dao Changsheng in disbelief. They had not expected the captain to know the name of this young man from the East, they only realized it now. In response to the captain's words, Dao Changsheng showed no intention of speaking, instead calmly gazing at the captain, waiting for him to continue. I am the captain of this cruise ship. Seeing Dao Changsheng remain silent, the captain, radiating the most terrifying aura, coldly addressed Dao Changsheng and Qini Yao. Today, you have severely violated the regulations of the cruise ship, even killing an enforcer and causing great casualties. Therefore, you must die today, regardless of your background. You are undoubtedly doomed. I'll give you a chance, take your own life, and I will leave your corpse intact. If we make a move, you will die without a complete corpse. As soon as the captain finished speaking, Shadow Demon and Manhwa coldly chimed in, their gazes fixed on Qini Yao. The strength this woman had just displayed was not beneath theirs. If a mere maid could be so formidable, then as the young master's companion, she must be incredibly powerful. Thus, they aimed to force Dao Changsheng to take his own life, making things much easier for them. A mere ant barely stepping into the Tianyao realm dares to make me take my own life, Dao Changsheng said with a faint smile upon hearing the captain, Manhwa, and Shadow Demon. It seems you still have some color left. If you leave now, I can let this slide. Otherwise, don't blame me for spilling blood again. Stubborn and unrepentant, you shall be punished. Unaware of your own mortality, you must be exterminated. Hearing Dao Changsheng dismissively call the captain an ant, they were even less than ants. Xianyu and Shadow Demon immediately turned their cold gazes toward Dao Changsheng, a terrifying aura of slaughter emanating from them. If you want to deal with my young master, you must first pass through me. In the next moment, a delicate shout rang out, and Qini Yao vanished in an instant. When she reappeared, it was still in front of Manhwa and the Shadow Demon. Her hands, radiating a terrifying silver light, struck out fiercely. Kill! Kill! Seeing Qini Yao take the lead, the Shadow Demon and Xianyu dared not hesitate for a moment. Without a word, their bodies erupted with an even more surging energy, causing the entire cruise ship to begin shaking. In the next second, an incredibly dazzling light flickered around Xianyu, resembling a cluster of stars, brilliant and eye-catching. She was like a moon, radiating boundless brilliance, akin to a moon goddess, sacred and majestic, making one unable to help but bow in reverence. At the same time, a pure white longsword appeared in Xianyu's hand, its silver light swirling, absorbing the moonlight from her body, slicing through the air directly towards Qini Yao's waist with a fierce strike. As for the Shadow Demon, countless black mists surrounded his body, instantly obscuring his movements from everyone. The black mist seemed alive, constantly surging, forming various twisted silhouettes, with faint sounds of fear and wailing emanating from within. Similarly, a large black knife, entwined in black mist, appeared in the Shadow Demon's hand, silently slicing through the air, and together with Xianyu's long sword, they charged towards Qini Yao. Kill! At that moment, another roar erupted, and the captain's entire being exploded with an overwhelmingly powerful aura. In the next second, the captain's large hand slowly reached out, appearing slow but moving incredibly fast, directly tearing through the air, his palm glowing dark red, carrying a terrifying momentum that aimed to grab fiercely at Dao Changsheng's head. Xianyu and the Shadow Demon faced off against Qini Yao, while the most formidable captain chose to confront the enigmatic Dao Changsheng. The three of them unleashed their respective ultimate techniques, showing no mercy and leaving no room for retreat. Each strike aimed to kill. Bang! 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 Xian Yu and the Shadow Demon engaged with Qin Yao first, and in an instant, Qin Yao faced two opponents, exchanging dozens of blows, each strike not falling behind, directly shattering the longswords of Xian Yu and the Shadow Demon. What? Seeing their weapons shattered by sheer physical strength, Xian Yu and the Shadow Demon were instantly shocked, their faces displaying disbelief, but facing them was Qin Yao's jade-like hands. In an instant, the sounds of clashing echoed continuously, as Qin Yao pressed down on Xian Yu and the Shadow Demon, beating them mercilessly. Get lost! At the same time, facing the lethal strike from the captain, Dao Changsheng made no move at all, instead calmly uttering a single word. Boom! This sound shattered the surrounding void, revealing an incomparably dark space. All the proud sons of heaven present felt their hearts suddenly pounding violently, like a relentless drumbeat. Humph! 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 Upon hearing Dao Changsheng's cold voice, the captain, Xian Yu, and the Shadow Demon were the first to be affected, a trace of pain appearing on their faces, their attacks crumbling, and they all groaned, abruptly halting their movements. Bang! 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 In the next second, the captain, Xian Yu, and the Shadow Demon were as if struck by an invisible giant hammer, unable to gather their strength again, their bodies directly flying backward like kites with severed strings, crashing violently into the distance. Not only the Shadow Demon, Xian Yu, and the captain, but even the remaining two law enforcers fell to the ground due to this sound, their vision darkening as they completely fainted. How is it possible to be so strong? The fallen Xian Yu struggled to get up, shock written all over her pale face, disbelief etched in her features. A young man, how could he be this powerful, using just a single word to send the three of them, all SSS-level beings, flying? This was terrifying. Dao Changsheng hadn't even made a move, he simply uttered the word roll, and they were unable to resist. This was a phenomenon of terror she had never witnessed in her life as a strong person. Even those stronger than her had to take action to defeat her, but now, Dao Changsheng hadn't even lifted a finger, yet he had sent the three of them flying with just a word. They were all top-tier SSS-level beings, especially the captain, who was on the verge of breaking through to SSS level. Even so, they were still no match for Dao Changsheng's single word. Impossible, he absolutely cannot be this strong, it must be the Divine Demon Fusion Flower. Definitely those two Divine Demon Fusion Flowers. At that moment, the captain also struggled to rise from the ground. Although his face was somewhat pale and the power of that single word had left him feeling unwell, the greed in his eyes was growing more and more intense. The Divine Demon Fusion Flower was something that even the Aurora 9 Bureau regarded as a treasure. In the past, an obscure small nation, after obtaining the Divine Demon Fusion Flower, actually ranked among the world's powerful forces. This shows just how terrifying the Divine Demon Fusion Flower truly is. It must be true, the Divine Demon Fusion Flower from the Aurora 9 Bureau is definitely in his hands. Additionally, at the Eastern Nations Cultivation Auction, he also seized a Divine Demon Fusion Flower presented by the Immortal Sect. I can't understand why the higher-ups of the Immortal Sect would dare to auction such a thing. Don't they know its importance? Moing also struggled to get up, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and then stared solemnly at Dao Changsheng not far away, saying in a deep voice, at such a young age, being this powerful, he must have borrowed the strength of those two Divine Demon Fusion Flowers, only those flowers could grant him such immense power. No wonder it's the supreme treasure that has captivated all forces in the world. The cultivators of the Eastern Nation truly do not recognize its value. As soon as he finished speaking, the captain also whispered, his gaze towards Dao Changsheng filled with intense greed. You still want the Divine Demon Fusion Flower? Hearing the conversation among the three, Dao Changsheng smiled lightly, then waved his hand, and instantly, a golden python flew out from his sleeve, landing on the ground in the blink of an eye. Roar! A roar erupted as the golden python instantly grew several times larger, occupying most of the spacious top-level room. The cruise ship's room was enormous, so much so that the ancient golden python could stretch for dozens of meters without touching the walls. This is your food for today, Dao Changsheng said softly after releasing the ancient golden python. Upon hearing Dao Changsheng's words, the ancient golden python immediately showed a look of wild joy, then fixed its two enormous golden eyes fiercely on the captain, Moing, and Xian Yu, drooling profusely. It had sensed a faint power within the three of them that could make it tremble with excitement. The captain, Moing, and Xian Yu were stunned by the sudden scene. They could hardly imagine that such a large golden python could shrink and hide on Dao Changsheng's body. Moreover, they felt an unprecedented sense of oppression emanating from the ancient golden python. Roar! The next moment, a roar sounded as the ancient golden python opened its massive mouth and lunged fiercely at the captain, Xian Yu, and Moing. Seeing the ancient golden python suddenly open its blood-red maw to bite, an overwhelming sense of danger surged in the hearts of the captain, Xianyu, and Moing. They dared not hesitate for a moment, and without a word, unleashed their powerful ultimate techniques, intending to kill the golden python before them. But all of this was in vain. The attacks from the captain, Xianyu, and Moing could not harm the golden python in the slightest, nor could they even slow its speed by a fraction. The three powerful attacks vanished without a trace before they even made contact with the ancient golden python, as if their strikes had never been launched at all. Not good. With their attacks inexplicably disappearing, the captain, Xianyu, and Moing saw the blood-red maw continuing to lunge at them, and their hearts sank. They couldn't help but cry out in alarm, wanting to retreat and escape, but it was too late. In the blink of an eye, the three SSS-level powerhouses were swallowed whole by the ancient golden python. Crack, crack, crack. After devouring the three, the ancient golden python immediately began to chew, the sound of bones cracking echoing as the three renowned powerhouses were consumed alive. The taste is a bit off. Suddenly, the ancient golden python spoke, then opened its mouth wide, causing three corpses wrapped in clothing to drop down. In the blink of an eye, the ancient golden python quickly shrank and darted into Dao Changsheng's sleeve. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. "Let's go," Dao Changsheng said casually after dealing with the three, and he walked out the door with Qin Yao. After stepping out, Dao Changsheng's voice echoed in the hall. "Today's matter is considered settled." Phew! Hearing Dao Changsheng's words, the Holy Son of Light looked around at the unconscious prodigies with relief. Just as Dao Changsheng's words carried weight, the Holy Son of Light directly used his great power to put the remaining prodigies present into a deep sleep. He didn't want the prodigies to know about the golden python incident. He was deliberately trying to befriend Dao Changsheng, showing that he would never be an enemy of Dao Changsheng. There are still two alive. Seeing the two remaining enforcers lying unconscious on the ground, the Holy Son of Light's eyes turned cold. He flicked his fingers, shooting out two beams of golden light that instantly struck the bodies of the two unconscious enforcers. Bang! Bang! Immediately, two explosions rang out, and the two remaining enforcers exploded into a shower of blood. After killing the two enforcers, the Holy Son of Light closed his eyes and collapsed to the ground. It was unclear how much time had passed, but the second prince and the ninth prince of the Aurora Bureau were the first to open their eyes, followed closely by the Holy Son of Light, who got up in a daze. The ninth and second princes of the Aurora Bureau looked around in confusion while painfully stretching their limbs, gasping for breath, cold sweat streaming down their foreheads and cheeks. They now felt an overwhelming pain throughout their bodies, so intense that they could hardly move. Just moments ago, Qin Yao had beaten them mercilessly. Although they hadn't lost any limbs, their bones felt as if they were about to break from the beating, and the thought of it now brought them endless agony. What? This? When the two opened their dazed eyes and saw the scene in the hall, they froze as if struck by lightning, their mouths agape as if they could fit an egg inside. Their eyes and faces were filled with horror. Before them lay a scene straight out of hell. Blood flowed freely, almost completely staining the entire hall's floor red, with severed limbs scattered everywhere, hands, legs, heads, torsos, bones carelessly discarded. It was impossible to accurately count how many people had died here. The two men who witnessed the scene couldn't help but shudder several times. Two proud sons of heaven lay lifeless in the pool of blood, their bodies intact. In another area, countless pieces of flesh were strewn about, and a blood-red core, pulsating with powerful waves, lay quietly. In the distance, the Taurus was lifelessly embedded in the wall, its body covered in blood. As for Libra, it lay on the ruins far away, blood continuously pouring from its mouth, its entire body shattered, showing no signs of life, clearly having been dead for quite some time. There was also a Leo, its eyes wide open, its throat crushed, lying in a pool of blood. The Holy Maiden Regina fared even worse, with only a head and the upper half of her body remaining. The faint white light that once emanated from her had completely vanished, clearly dead, as the originally weak healing had become useless with the passage of time due to the lack of timely treatment. And those many elders stationed on the cruise ship, their torsos lay carelessly on the ground, with more pieces of flesh and bloody heads, only identifiable by the remnants of clothing around them. Moreover, what shocked the second prince and the ninth prince the most was right in front of them, three incomplete corpses, reduced to mere fragments of bones, carelessly discarded like trash. The key point was that the remnants of clothing on these three broken bodies indicated that they were the captain, Xianyu, and Moing. How is this possible? Even the captain, Xianyu, and Moing are dead? The second prince muttered in a daze as he looked at the remains of the captain, Xianyu, and Moing. As the second prince of the Aurora Bureau, he was very clear about the status of the captain, Xianyu, and Moing on this cruise ship. He had originally thought that with the three of them taking action, they would surely be able to capture Dao Changsheng and that maid, but he never expected that even these three great figures were no match for Dao Changsheng and the woman, and like everyone else, they had been killed. They're dead, all of them dead. Looking at the severed limbs, the second prince spoke bitterly, all the powerful seniors stationed on the cruise ship, not a single one left, all dead. It's too terrifying. The ninth prince couldn't help but shiver, his face filled with intense fear, exclaiming, "You have to know, so many powerful people united could easily overpower an Aurora sub-bureau, and now, they were all killed by that boy and the woman?" Yes. Hearing the ninth prince's words, the second prince's expression was bitter as he said, "Now I believe that Dao Changsheng and that woman are definitely the ones who destroyed the Aurora Ninth Bureau. We have been chasing such people all along. We underestimated the world too much. We never thought there would be existences that could rival the likes of Emperor Chakra." The ninth prince said with a bitter smile, no longer daring to underestimate Dao Changsheng, even though Dao Changsheng had destroyed the Aurora Ninth Bureau and killed his father. Rival? At this moment, the Holy Son of Light calmly said, "Don't even say rival, they have absolutely surpassed Emperor Chakra and are even as terrifying as the former celestial exile." Upon hearing the Holy Son's words, both the ninth prince and the second prince fell into silence. The Holy Son was right, the strength Dao Changsheng displayed today was indeed comparable to that of the former celestial exile. The following words would undoubtedly repeat the mistakes of the banished immortal, as wave after wave of people pursued Dao Changsheng and his maid. It all depended on whether they could withstand it. However, the three of them were certain that Dao Changsheng and Qiniya would definitely hold their ground, because this time the captain in charge, Xianyu, and Lord Moing, were even more formidable and terrifying than those who had killed the banished immortal. A few minutes later, the other surviving prodigies also gradually awakened from their stupor, and when they saw the scene in the hall, they immediately repeated the fate of the second prince and the ninth prince, even more shocked than them. Each one stood frozen in place as if petrified, their eyes and faces revealing an expression of disbelief and terror. Dead, all dead. Prince Libra, Prince Leo, Prince Taurus, Saint Regina, Duke Bladerick are all dead. Lord Blood Wolf, Lord Fierce Tiger, and many of the law enforcers stationed on the ship are all dead. Captain, Xianyu, and the three great lords of Moing are also dead. In an instant, all the awakened prodigies screamed in shock as if they had witnessed a cataclysmic event, their eyes and faces filled with astonishment. Like the other prodigies, the second prince and the ninth prince were equally shocked, their expressions showing no sign of diminishing. It took a long time before the second prince managed to compose himself, standing up and saying, "Let's go." "Where to?" Upon hearing the second prince's words, the ninth prince immediately looked up, not reacting right away. "Of course, we need to leave here," the second prince sighed in response to the ninth prince's words. "Leave, here?" "Yes, leave here." The ninth prince was momentarily taken aback, then quickly nodded, understanding. His elder brother was right, they needed to leave immediately. This cruise ship had already been slaughtered to the bone, and if they stayed, it would definitely lead to trouble, possibly even being captured by the organizers for memory searches. That Dao Changsheng came here specifically for that divine demon harmonizing flower, so he will definitely appear in the World Glory battle tomorrow and the day after. It will surely be another bloody storm, the second prince said solemnly. "We must go, if we don't want to die, we absolutely cannot participate in this World Glory tournament. But what if the elders reprimand us?" Upon hearing his brother's words, the ninth prince's face turned a bit panicked. "We have been assigned tasks, and failing to complete them will lead to trouble." "It's fine," the second prince replied in a deep voice. "Ninth brother, we will report this matter truthfully to the elders. They will definitely not blame us, and it will also confirm that Dao Changsheng possesses the ability to unleash the Destruction Aurora 9 Bureau. All right." Hearing his brother's words, the ninth prince no longer panicked but nodded solemnly. The two then quietly moved towards the outside, quickly disappearing into the darkness, leaving behind those prodigies who were still in a state of terror. Soon after, the Holy Son of Light also vanished quietly, leaving only those prodigies still in shock. He believed that the senior experts on the other ships would surely hear about this, and before long, they would definitely come here. At that time, all the prodigies present would be thoroughly investigated. If he were still here, he would inevitably be scrutinized as well. Leaving now not only allowed him to befriend Dao Changsheng but also meant that with his own background and influence, no one would dare to search him. Meanwhile, aboard the cruise ship of the Dongfang family, the light radiating in the dark sea was so dazzling. Compared to some small boats in the distance, this cruise ship was undoubtedly a giant. Dongfang Shenzheng sat alone in the top-level room of the cruise ship, while the three elders of the Dongfang family stood behind him with indifferent expressions. These three were powerful elders who could be dispatched at any time. Dongfang Shenzheng had brought them to this room for a matter of importance. "This mission, I believe you all know about it. In the next moment, Dongfang Xianzheng broke the silence in the room, looking at the three elders of the Dongfang family, and said in a deep voice, "In this world glory competition, the most important thing is that flower of the divine and demonic unity. Among the Eastern powers that have come this time, only the Gongsun family and the Huashan sword sect can be compared with us. Our Dongfang family must join forces with them. Only in this way can we suppress the other forces in the world and seize the flower of divine and demonic unity from their hands." "Then, Master, how do we divide it once we obtain it?" one of the core elders of the Dongfang family said solemnly. "After all, there is only one flower, and we are three forces. I have already thought of a strategy for this. After we seize the flower, each of our three forces will control it for 1 year as a term. Once the term is over, we must hand it over to the second force, and so on, with the third force passing it back to the first force. The key is that it's a pity about the flower auctioned at the cultivation conference," another core elder said with a look of regret upon hearing Dongfang Xuanjing's words. "If we had known the value of that flower back then, our Dongfang family should have exhausted all our resources to bid for it." "Yes, that opportunity was truly regrettable," another core elder echoed, a hint of remorse on his face. "Master, master, elder, elder." Just as this core elder finished speaking, a series of exclamations suddenly erupted. The door was rudely pushed open, and a member of the Dongfang family rushed in with a panicked expression, addressing the three core elders and Dongfang Xianzheng in a flustered manner. "Master Elder, something big has happened. Why are you in such a fluster? What major event requires you to burst in here? If you don't explain yourself, you can go to the snake pit." Dongfang Xianzheng frowned and said coldly, looking at the member of the Dongfang family. He had instructed that unless it was a major event, no one should enter this room. It hadn't been long, and someone had already come in. Was this a rebellion? It's really a big deal," the member of the Dongfang family said, his face showing terror at the mention of being thrown into the snake pit, and then he stammered, "On the no. One cruise ship, almost all the people are dead." "What do you mean?" Upon hearing this, Dongfang Xianzheng was immediately shocked, and he coldly said, "What do you mean by almost all dead? Explain clearly." The other three core elders exchanged glances, a bad premonition suddenly arising in their hearts. It's the late banquet." Seeing Dongfang Xuanjing's change in demeanor, the member of the Dongfang family quickly said in fear, "The two outstanding disciples of the Indian Brahmin sect, Libra, Leo, and Taurus from Carmen. It's the late banquet." Seeing the sudden change in momentum from Dongfang Xianzheng, the member of the Dongfang family, with a face full of terror, hurriedly said, "The two prodigy disciples of the Indian Brahmin sect, the Libra, Leo, and Taurus of Carmen, the Saint Regina of the Holy Maiden sect, and the Duke Bladerick of the Dark Holy See, along with the two guards of Brad Cyril, Blood Wolf and Fierce Tiger, they are all dead." "What? How is that possible?" Hearing what this member of the Dongfang family said, Dongfang Xianzheng and the three core elders of the Dongfang family suddenly stood up, their faces filled with disbelief and shock. They knew that their family member had no reason to deceive them, which meant it was true. They were all too familiar with the identities and backgrounds of these prodigies, and now, they were actually dead. Carmen, the Brahmin sect, the Dark Holy See, the Holy Maiden sect, four powerful factions with important figures, and now they were all dead. If this news were to spread, it would cause a tremendous earthquake throughout the world. This commotion would definitely be more terrifying than the one caused by the banishment of the Huadong Fengxian sect. What exactly happened? How could they die? Speak quickly. In the next moment, Dongfang Xianzheng grabbed the member of the Dongfang family, his face fierce as he spoke. If this person didn't clarify things today, he would definitely beat him to death. It's that Huadong Fengxian youth who has been shaking the world recently. That Huadong Fengxian youth is called Dao Changsheng, the member of the Dongfang family said in a panic as he was suddenly lifted by the family head. That Dao Changsheng, along with his maid, went on a killing spree at the gala on the No. 1 cruise ship, and all the Libra, Leo, and Taurus were killed. Even the experts who came to punish them on the No. 1 cruise ship are all dead at his hands, including the captain, Xianyu, and the 3 lords of Moing. What? Even the captain, Xianyu, and the 3 lords of Moing are dead? Upon hearing the words of the Dongfang family disciple, Dongfang Xianzheng, and the 3 core elders were struck by lightning, standing frozen in place, their eyes filled with shock and disbelief, unable to utter a word. For a moment, the room was dead silent. Dongfang Xianzheng and the 3 core elders of the Dongfang family stood there in a daze, speechless for a long time, the disciple they were holding dropping to the ground without any reaction. This news was simply earth-shattering. The Libra, Taurus, and Leo of Carmen, the 2 prodigies of the Brahmin sect, the Saint Regina of the Holy Maiden sect, Duke Bladerick of the Dark Holy See, the 2 notorious figures, Blood Wolf and Fierce Tiger, as well as the experts stationed on the cruise ship, and the captain, Xianyu, and the 3 lords of Moing, who were powerful figures in the world, were all killed. This was simply a tale from a fantasy. They could hardly believe that all of this was real. Are you sure? After a long time, Dongfang Xinjiang was the first to regain his senses, grabbing the Dongfang family disciple once more, his face filled with shock as he shouted, "Really, really?" Hearing Dongfang Xuanjing's words, the Dongfang family disciple immediately looked terrified, stammering, "Patriarch, this news is absolutely true. I wouldn't dare deceive you, because other factions have also received this news, and they are all rushing to the No. 1 cruise ship. In fact, many cultivators have already arrived at the No. 1 cruise ship, and they have seen the scene. They can confirm this news is true." Upon hearing the words of the Dongfang family disciple, Dongfang Xinjiang fell silent, the shock in his eyes so intense. This news was actually true. Now, heaven was about to be torn apart. So many proud sons of heaven, and each one of them has a significant background and identity. Normally, the death of even one would be a huge deal, shaking the world. Now, so many have died at once, a massive energy earthquake is about to sweep in. Wait, how do you know it was that mysterious young man from the eastern side and his maid who killed the shadow demon, captain, and the 3 lords of Xianyu? Just based on the 3 corpses of the captain, we can't be so sure. Suddenly, Dongfang Xin thought of something and asked with a serious expression. Hearing the head of the family's inquiry, the Dongfang disciple suppressed his panic and gritted his teeth, saying, "It was indeed done by that mysterious young man and his maid, as it has been confirmed unanimously by those proud sons of heaven who were lucky enough to survive." Moreover, when the captain and the others arrived, they mentioned the name of that mysterious young man, calling him Chang Shang. Everyone heard it, but we still don't know the name of that woman. The key point is, the 3 princes of the Libra constellation, the 2 proud sons of the Brahma sect, the Saint Regina of the Holy Maiden sect, Duke Bladrick of the Dark Holy Sea, the Fierce Tiger, and the Blood Wolf were all killed by that woman. Even the 2nd prince and the 9th prince of the Aurora Bureau were beaten up, but they were lucky enough to survive, and they have already been scared away. When the captain, Xianyu, and the shadow demon arrived and fought against that mysterious young man, they all fainted due to the spread of power. When they woke up, they found that the captain, Xianyu, the shadow demon, and the other seniors stationed on the first cruise ship were all dead. At this moment, on the first cruise ship, a crowd of people surrounded the top-level hall. A powerful being used their immense ability to arrange all the corpses in the hall neatly in rows. Even the mangled flesh and bones were pieced together. Not only that, but some of the incomplete limbs were also mostly reassembled, but there were some limbs that had turned into shattered bones and rotten flesh, which could not be put back together, and could only be placed their missing arms and legs. Looking around, there were over 100 figures standing here, each with a grim expression on their faces, gazing at the corpses with shock in their eyes, clearly stunned by the number of dead. Shocked as they were, no one spoke. The entire hall was filled with people, yet it was deathly silent. Even the sound of a needle dropping could be clearly heard. "Damn that Chang Shang." After a long while, someone finally spoke, a cold remark filled with endless killing intent escaping from their lips, clearly referring to the deceased proud sons. "This child has harmed so many people. He is truly an unforgivable demon, deserving of death." As soon as this person finished speaking, another cold voice chimed in, clearly filled with extreme anger. "We, the people present, should unite to issue a worldwide bounty, gathering powerful individuals from around the world to hunt down this fiend and avenge those who have died." The next moment, another person spoke with a grim expression. Boom! Just then, a rumbling sound suddenly came from outside the first cruise ship, followed by a dozen figures silently entering through the door and into the hall. These figures emitted no terrifying aura. They felt like ordinary people, yet they exuded an invisible aura of superiority. This aura of superiority was like an invisible hand pressing down on everyone, causing all present to involuntarily bend at the waist, their hearts trembling, instinctively adopting a respectful posture. At this moment, everyone present lowered their heads in respectful silence, not daring to utter a word, not even to breathe loudly. They stood still, making way for the dozen or so figures, creating a wide path for them. Ignoring the respectful crowd, these figures strolled forward, eventually arriving at the center of the hall. They looked at the countless corpses lying on the ground, the mangled flesh and bones, and the still wet bloodstains, their expressions indifferent and silent. At this time, everyone held their breath, quietly waiting for the words of these esteemed figures, knowing that after the incident on the number 1 cruise ship, these dignitaries would surely issue orders. Since it has come to this, let's issue the highest wanted notice. After an unknown amount of time, one of the dignitaries finally spoke coldly, saying, "Wanted, Daoist Changsheng and his maid. Whoever finds their whereabouts and reports them will receive a generous reward." "I agree. I agree." As soon as the words left the first dignitary's mouth, 6 or 7 others coldly voiced their agreement. A few other dignitaries had yet to speak but showed no signs of opposition, clearly indicating their tacit consent. At the same time, several hundred nautical miles away, another massive cruise ship floated on the sea, the number 3 cruise ship, equal in scale to the number 1 cruise ship. With so many participants in the World Glory competition, a single cruise ship was certainly not enough. Each time the competition took place, there were dozens of cruise ships, and to distinguish them, they could only be referred to by their numbers. Everyone, something big has happened, something big has happened. In the hull of the number 3 cruise ship, the scattered cultivators were excitedly chatting, some even engaged in gambling games. However, in the next moment, a loud voice suddenly rang out, overpowering all the noise in the hall. Upon hearing this voice, everyone immediately stopped their actions and turned to look at the entrance, where a tall and robust man was shouting loudly. In the corner, 3 individuals turned pale upon hearing the man shout, as if they already knew the earth-shattering news he was about to announce. If anyone from the number 1 cruise ship were present, they would find it interesting to see these 3 individuals, as they were none other than Daimler, Austin, and Dulek, who had been on the number 1 cruise ship. Everyone, something really big has happened. People have died on the number 1 cruise ship, many people. Seeing the gazes directed at him, before anyone could ask, the robust man exclaimed, 2 outstanding disciples of the Indian Brahmin sect, the Libra, Leo, and Taurus of Carmen, the Saint Regina of the Holy Maiden sect, and Duke Bladrick of the Dark Court, along with his 2 guards, Blood Wolf and Fierce Tiger, all dead. What? Upon hearing this, disbelief spread across the faces of everyone in the hall, clearly unable to accept that this was true. Immediately, they began to voice their doubts. How is that possible? These heavenly prodigies, aren't they all high-ranking figures? If they joined forces, they could overturn the world. How could they possibly be killed? Exactly. You're talking nonsense. Not to mention who could kill them, who would dare to kill them. Each of them has a significant identity and background. Who has the audacity to kill them? And to kill them all? Are you joking? I don't believe it. No one in this world would dare to kill them all. Just look at the power behind them. If they united, they could definitely overturn the entire world. Isn't it just looking for death to offend so many powerful forces at once? The 2 prodigies of the Brahmin sect, the Libra, Leo, and Taurus from Carmen, the Saint Regina of the Holy Maiden sect, and Duke Bladrick of the Dark Holy See, along with Brad Cyril's 2 guards, Blood Wolf and Fierce Tiger, these names are exceptionally loud in today's world, known by all. Even if someone had the ability to act, no one would dare to touch a hair on them. Their backgrounds are simply not something anyone can contend with. Damn, this is real. Seeing that almost everyone was skeptical, the burly man became anxious and pointed outside, shouting, "Why would I lie to you? If you don't believe me, go out and see for yourselves." Almost all the cruise ships are starting to surround the No. 1 cruise ship, and many big shots have gone over there. Really? Let's go out and take a look. Hearing the man's certainty, everyone immediately became interested and rushed outside, quickly reaching the deck. At that moment, many people had already gathered on the deck, discussing the events happening on the No. 1 cruise ship. They were all from the other rooms, and the No. 3 cruise ship beneath them was also continuously moving towards the No. 1 cruise ship. Hey, you must have heard that something big happened on the No. 1 cruise ship, right? Many prodigies have died. Yes, this is absolutely true. It has been confirmed. Those who died up there are not just the 2 prodigies of the Brahmin sect, but also the Libra, Leo, and Taurus from Carmen, Saint Regina of the Holy Maiden sect, Duke Bladrick of the Dark Holy See, Brad Cyril's 2 guards, Blood Wolf and Fierce Tiger, and even the enforcers stationed on the No. 1 cruise ship have also died. What? Even the enforcers have died? How is that possible? It's true, and I've heard that even the captain, Xianyu, and the 3 great masters of Moing have also died. No way, are you sure you're not joking? How could the captain, Xianyu, and Moing die? How could anyone kill the 3 of them working together? That shouldn't be possible. Exactly, logically speaking, even if someone could kill the 3 elders of Xianyu, the enforcers on the No. 1 cruise ship and the training sect should have made a huge commotion. How could there be no energy fluctuations coming from the sea? It's true, they say it was a young man named Dao Changsheng and his maid who did it. Dao Changsheng? Why have I never heard of this name? How could a young man and his maid possibly wipe out the powerful prodigies on the No. 1 cruise ship? I haven't heard of him either. He's practically an unknown person. And who would have a strange name like Dao Changsheng? Could he possibly achieve immortality? You may not have heard of this name, but you should know about the mysterious young man from the Eastern Kingdom who has been shaking the world recently. Now that you mention it, I do know. Recently, a mysterious young man has appeared in our Eastern Kingdom. He brought a maid and killed the Buddhist sect on Nirvana Mountain, threatened the Amei sect, and wiped out the head of the Ouyang family, among other things. The destruction of the Aurora 9 Bureau that shook the world is also related to him. That's right, the Aurora 9 Bureau was definitely destroyed by him personally. This can be seen from the terrifying power he displayed in the events on the No. 1 cruise ship. Let me tell you another big piece of news. It is said that Dao Changsheng himself hardly made a move, it was all his maid who acted. Just think about it, if his maid is that powerful, how terrifying must he be? Wow, that's terrifying. If a maid can be that powerful, then so many prodigies and enforcers were actually killed by a woman. This is just too terrifying. And before that, his maid had wiped out the sect of the Holy Maiden in the city of Nikoro, killing all 3 of the sect's elders, the sister of the Holy Maiden Regina, and all the holy guards without a trace. My god, is that Dao Changsheng insane? The Holy Maiden sect is a group of completely reckless mad women. Anyone who provokes them is essentially seeking death. How dare Dao Changsheng provoke them? So what? Since Dao Changsheng has the strength to destroy the Aurora Bureau, and the maid's power is terrifyingly boundless, facing the Holy Maiden sect, he is definitely not insane but completely capable of countering them. Moreover, I have received some insider information to tell you that while we may not know much about Dao Changsheng, almost all the forces in the world are currently searching for this mysterious Dao Changsheng. Ha? Why is that? I'm not exactly sure about the specifics, but it is certain that all major forces in today's world are indeed searching for this young man. However, in the Eastern Kingdom, there are not many forces looking for him, they must be trying to protect Dao Changsheng. This is truly terrifying. The Dark Holy See, the Holy Maiden sect, the Indian Brahmin sect, the Aurora Bureau, and Carmen, these are some of the most powerful foreign forces, and they are all gathered here. Dao Changsheng is simply too terrifying. Could he be the second exiled immortal? Hiss. Upon hearing someone suddenly mention the name of the exiled immortal, everyone inhaled deeply, their eyes filled with disbelief. Boom! At that moment, a deep, cold voice, like rolling thunder, erupted, shaking the ears of all the cultivators on the cruise ships in this sea area. Now issuing the world's highest wanted notice, the targets are Dao Changsheng from the Eastern Kingdom and his maid. These 2 are heinous criminals, having killed 2 outstanding disciples of the Indian Brahmin sect, the 3 princes of Carmen, Libra, Leo, and Taurus, the Holy Maiden Regina of the Holy Maiden sect, and Duke Bladrick of the Dark Holy See, along with 2 guards of Blad Cyril, Blood Wolf and Fierce Tiger, and the captain of the first cruise ship, Manhwa, and the 3 lords of the Magic Shadow. These 2 have committed atrocious crimes that are shocking to the world. Therefore, the organizers of our World Glory Battle Conference are now issuing the highest wanted notice for these 2. Whoever discovers the whereabouts of these 2 must report to the organizers of our World Glory Battle Conference. Once confirmed, they will receive £1 billion, a supreme cultivation technique that can be cultivated to SS level, and the opportunity to selectively join the Aurora Bureau, the Holy Maiden sect, the Brahmin sect, or Carmen of the Pantheon. Of course, if someone can kill them, then the organizers of our World Glory Battle Conference will appoint you as the honorary president, enjoying numerous rights, along with a peak SSS level powerhouse for personal protection, for a period of 50 years. This world wanted notice is valid indefinitely until these 2 are killed. Holy crap! Upon hearing this announcement that echoed throughout the sea, not only did everyone on the 6th cruise ship erupt, but all the people on the surrounding cruise ships also went wild. You must understand, this is not just a pursuit, this is a wanted notice. As long as someone reports detailed information, they can obtain a supreme cultivation technique that can be cultivated to SS level, and the opportunity to selectively join the Aurora Bureau, the Holy Maiden sect, the Brahmin sect, or Carmen of the Pantheon. This is basically free money. Oh my god, that Dao Changsheng actually did all of this. This is too crazy. Quick, let's go find Dao Changsheng and Qini Yao's whereabouts. Once we find them, we'll be rich. 100 million euros is secondary, the key is that supreme cultivation technique and the opportunity to enter the Aurora Bureau, the Holy Maiden sect, and the Temple of the Gods, those are far more important. Indeed, nowadays, cultivation techniques are basically in the hands of major powers. For us scattered cultivators to reach this level is entirely through our own exploration. If we could obtain a complete cultivation technique, it would undoubtedly bring numerous benefits. If we can really enter the Aurora Bureau, Carmen, and the Holy Maiden sect, that would be fantastic. These top-tier forces in the world are truly hard to access, and their doors are rarely open. We must seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Let's go! We must find Dao Changsheng and Qini Yao, even if we have to dig 3 feet into the ground. This place is far from the mainland, Dao Changsheng and Qini Yao cannot possibly return, so they are either on these cruise ships or have already set foot on St. Carlos Island. Let's go! We must find these 2 people, as long as we know their location, that's enough. Across the entire sea area, on the cruise ship participating in the World Glory competition, almost everyone was excitedly discussing and then scattering to conduct a thorough search. The rewards offered by the organizers of the World Glory competition are indeed tempting, but you need to have your life to claim them. Seeing the people around him eagerly starting to take action, Austin, Daimler, and Druck did not move at all. Instead, they sneered, looking at the scattered crowd with disdain, and said, what a bunch of brainless fools. Not to mention that mysterious Dao Changsheng, even his maid can stir up the world's winds. One person can rival the celestial sect of the Eastern Kingdom, let alone that enigmatic Dao Changsheng. Exactly. You've all seen the terror of that woman. We must not get involved, immediately notify the family. Otherwise, some people in the family might end up dying without knowing why. What a bunch of brainless idiots. After another cold sneer, Daimler, Austin, and Druck glanced at the gradually receding crowd, shook their heads, and muttered to themselves in contempt. After that, they no longer thought about anything else and hurriedly left, making it seem as if they were also going to search for Dao Changsheng and Qi Niyao. Young master, they actually dare to hunt you down. At this moment, in a luxurious room on the number 1 cruise ship, Qi Niyao spoke with a smile. Standing beside her was none other than Dao Changsheng, who had recently instructed her to unleash a massacre in the top hall of the number 1 ship. Who would have thought that Dao Changsheng would still be on the number 1 cruise ship, and in a luxurious room at that? Everyone believed that Dao Changsheng and Qi Niyao had escaped to other places or other ships. Due to the high death toll in the number 1 hall, all of whom were powerful prodigies, no one dared to linger on the number 1 cruise ship except for official personnel. But no one would have expected that Dao Changsheng and Qi Niyao were still on the number 1 cruise ship. Just moments ago, someone had come to check the room, but although Dao Changsheng and Qi Niyao were in this room, they had already crossed layer upon layer of space, making it impossible for anyone checking to see their figures. So what? Hearing Qi Niyao's words, Dao Changsheng replied calmly, I will still participate in tomorrow's St. Carlos Island event. If they come looking for death, they can't blame me. How could they possibly not come looking for trouble with you? Hearing Dao Changsheng's words, Qi Niyao chuckled and said, the people I slaughtered today all have significant backgrounds. So what? Hearing Qi Niyao's words, Dao Changsheng's expression remained calm as he said, I am just following my own rules. If in the end, you cannot present me with the divine demon harmonization flower, then do not blame me for slaughtering them. Everyone, I wonder what you all want to say now. At night, in the top-level hall of the No. 2 cruise ship, powerful figures sat in a circle, including the Dark Holy Sea, the Aurora Bureau, the Holy Maiden Sect, the Brahma Sect, Carmen, and the Olympus Mountains, among others. They had gathered together because of the events that transpired tonight, especially since tomorrow was the grand competition. I wonder what answer the Divine Lord will give us. A Divine Lord from Olympus spoke, and a demon god from the Aurora Bureau replied in a deep voice. Upon hearing the words of the demon god from the Aurora Bureau, the powerful figures around turned their gazes toward the man in the center. This man was the Divine Lord from Olympus, the organizer of this honor competition. Since tomorrow was the elimination round, regarding the elimination of the world's prodigies, they had to capture Dao Changsheng due to this incident, but Dao Changsheng had already registered for the World Honor Competition. Once the registration for the World Honor Competition began, registrants could not be killed by any forces, otherwise, they would face pursuit from Olympus, which was a guarantee for all participants in the honor competition. This meant that if they wanted to act against Dao Changsheng, they needed the consent of this Divine Lord from Olympus to initiate any pursuit. If he disagreed, then they could not. This matter, we from Olympus will not participate in, the Divine Lord said lightly upon hearing the words of the demon god from the Aurora Bureau. Tomorrow is the day of the World Honor Competition, you cannot violate the rules. You cannot act against that young man from the East and his maid. Why can't we act? Hearing the Divine Lord's words, the powerful figures present frowned, and the demon god from the Aurora Bureau immediately roared in anger. That little beast caused such terrifying slaughter today, harming the prodigies of various forces. Can we just let this go? Exactly, that little beast has caused us tremendous losses in benefits and strength. We absolutely cannot let him go. Isn't it possible to just remove their registration? As soon as the words of the demon god from the Aurora Bureau fell, the other powerful figures from major forces all roared in anger, clearly dissatisfied with Olympus's decision. The rules cannot be broken, the Divine Lord said coldly upon seeing the dissatisfaction of the powerful figures present. Tomorrow is the day of the honor competition, no one can be pursued. If you want revenge, you can organize your disciples to kill during the elimination rounds and finals. We from Olympus will not interfere in this matter. If you want revenge, you must wait until after the finals, after we from Olympus present the prizes. Only then can you act. Furthermore, we from Olympus will not participate in such matters. We have just issued a world pursuit order for you, which is already a huge favor. You can take your revenge after the honor competition ends. At that time, we will not interfere. After saying this, the Divine Lord turned into a shadow and disappeared without a sound, as if he had never appeared at all. Damn it, let that kid be proud for 2 days. Consider this little beast's life spared. Seeing the Divine Lord leave, the powerful figures from various major forces gritted their teeth in anger, clearly forced to agree to the Divine Lord's explanation. Could they really join forces to pressure Olympus? Even if they had the guts, they wouldn't dare. The next day, as the sun rose, the sea was filled with a cacophony of sounds. St. Carlos Island. Nearly 100 massive passenger ships and cruise liners gathered near St. Carlos Island, their decks packed with a dense crowd, all eagerly awaiting the official start of this world glory battle. Although last night had been marked by a significant event, after a night passed, everyone was left with nothing, so their attention returned to the world glory battle. The World Glory Tournament ranks the top 100 individuals every 50 years. These 100 individuals are known as Glory Masters, recognized by the entire world, enjoying the highest honor. Of course, honor is secondary, what matters more is profit. Each person who ascends the world heavenly rankings will ultimately receive generous rewards in the form of money, techniques, elixirs, and more, offered by the powerful forces behind the tournament: Mount Olympus, Carmen, the Aurora Bureau, the Holy Maiden Church, the Dark Holy See, and others. Boom! In the next moment, a rumbling thunder sounded suddenly, followed by a deafening roar that echoed in everyone's ears. At the same time, the top 10 Glory Masters in the World Glory Tournament will also receive a King's Order issued by the tournament organizers. This King's Order allows the holder to request a free service from the major forces behind the World Glory Tournament, such as the Aurora Bureau, Carmen, etc. As long as the request is not something impossible like ascending the sun, it will be fulfilled. The most crucial part is that the top 3 Glory Masters are qualified to request guidance from the true leaders of the major forces, namely the 9 demon gods of the Aurora Bureau, the 7 apostles of Carmen, the 12 leaders of the Holy Maiden Church, and the deities of the Brahmin sect, such as Brahma and Shiva, those who stand at the pinnacle of the world, personally guiding them in their future cultivation direction. In other words, it's about taking on disciples. Therefore, every time the World Glory Battle begins, countless participants strive to obtain an invitation card to compete. Boom! In the next moment, a rumbling thunder sounded suddenly, followed by a deafening roar that echoed in everyone's ears. Ladies and gentlemen, the World Glory Tournament is now officially starting. Please invite the participants to the island. Received. Upon hearing this announcement, countless people on the cruise ships erupted in cheers, each one extremely excited. After the announcement, thousands of figures leaped off the cruise ships, each using their own methods and showcasing their abilities, rushing towards the nearby St. Carlos Island. Some soared through the air with grace, some skimmed across the sea with ease, and others moved through the water like sharks, creating massive waves, fierce and unstoppable. In an instant, the once quiet sea surrounding St. Carlos Island became extraordinarily lively. While many had already prepared to land on the island, even more remained motionless on the cruise ships, watching the disembarking individuals, observing the situation. Arriving on the island early has its advantages, such as the ability to conceal oneself and ambush later arrivals, increasing the odds of victory. However, arriving early also means entering the fray sooner, which could lead to early elimination. It's better to wait a little longer to land, especially for those with powerful forces behind them, as there is a full half-hour to board the island, and arriving a bit later wouldn't matter much. The first group to reach St. Carlos Island immediately began a fierce battle upon landing, their shouts clearly audible even from a distance. Go! Hearing the sounds of battle, others couldn't hold back any longer, feeling the blood boiling within them. They shouted loudly and jumped off the deck, quickly charging towards the island. One after another, more people jumped off the cruise ship, preparing to head to the island, their numbers like carp crossing the river, countless and densely packed. Boom! At that moment, a young man with long black hair, his bronze upper body exposed and strong like a coiled dragon, suddenly leaped from the deck into the sea, stirring up towering waves, charging towards St. Carlos Island with a wildly sweeping posture. It's him, the Black Demon from the Indian Brahmin sect, said to be the second youngest supermaster in Brahmin, second only to the Asura. No doubt about it, it really is him. I also heard that his technique, the Dragon Elephant Prajna technique, has already reached the 10th level after the Asura, possessing the strength of a dragon and an elephant, immensely powerful, essentially a humanoid beast. This is a terrifying young man in the Brahmin sect. He can definitely rank among the top 100 glory masters in the world, but I wonder if he can break into the top 10, or even the top 3. He should have that strength. After all, the Dragon Elephant Prajna technique is a legendary skill. 2 proud sons of heaven from the Indian Brahmin sect died last night. Originally, those two, along with this black demon, would have had a chance to monopolize 3 spots in the world glory, but now there's only one left, and the strongest one at that. No matter how strong he is, he can only fight for one spot. Damn, are you trying to get killed? Keep your voice down, do you want to provoke him? Lower your voice, at this distance, the black demon might hear you. Seeing the black demon set off, many people on the cruise ship began to whisper among themselves. Well, whether I go to the island in the morning or at night, I still have to go. It's my turn to take the stage. Suddenly, a cheerful voice rang out from one of the cruise ships. The voice was not loud, but it resonated in everyone's ears. Following that, a white figure suddenly leaped from the cruise ship, and in the blink of an eye, it soared into the sky, flying towards St. Carlos Island like a celestial being descending to the world, unhurriedly. This figure in white had a handsome face, a tall stature, and a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. His sapphire blue eyes were as beautiful and deep as sapphires. As soon as he appeared, it immediately caused a huge commotion and screams. It's His Highness Clark, known as the white-clad deity among the 6 great nobles of the European Union. Wow, so handsome. His Highness Clark, I love you. So cool, His Highness Clark, go for it. You will definitely take first place in this world glory battle. Seeing the white-clad deity Clark, many female cultivators on the cruise ship immediately screamed and cheered for him, provoking disdainful snorts from many male cultivators around, with more showing envy and jealousy. Ha, since everyone is ready to go to the island, we can't fall behind. Everyone, see you on the island. The next moment, another person laughed loudly, and as his voice fell, 3 figures leaped into the air from a cruise ship, quickly rushing towards the distant St. Carlos Island. Who are they? I've never seen them before. They are Capricorn, Sagittarius, and Aquarius from the 12 constellations of Carmen. Wow, Carmen has sent out 6 from the 12 constellations this time. Haha, 6? Don't forget, 3 of them died last night. True, I almost forgot about that ruthless troublemaker. Haha, but 3 constellations have died. There are still many hidden talents in Carmen. I believe the 3 constellation princes will soon be re-elected. Exactly, major forces definitely hide their strength. How could those big powers reveal all their trump cards? On the cruise ship, a low murmur of discussion arose, with everyone chattering away. Boom, boom, boom. As the 5 individuals, Jaimo, Clark, Carmen, and the others representing Capricorn, Sagittarius, and Aquarius, landed on the island, 7 or 8 figures with equally formidable auras jumped off the deck, quickly rushing towards St. Carlos Island. The Dark Twins of the Dark Holy See, the young pharaoh of the Egyptian Pharaoh Society Yellen, the first saintess of the Holy Maiden Church, the youngest deputy director of the Northern Super Special Operations Bureau, Liu Yuanzhong, the young master of the Neon Ninja sect, the new generation of Buddhist sons from the Eastern Buddhist sect Buddha-Yi, and the first saint son of Kunlun formed by the merger of East Kunlun and West Kunlun. Upon seeing these 7 or 8 figures, someone once again murmured softly, revealing their identities. How terrifying, there are so many formidable geniuses, and they are all strong contenders for the top 10 in this world glory ranking. I just wonder who will ultimately claim the top 10, especially the first place. There are simply too many experts appearing in this world glory battle. If the experts from previous years had a third of this number, it would be considered a great blessing, truly worth the trip. A third? More like a quarter, right? Have you forgotten what happened last night? If it weren't for that incident, there would probably be even more young experts here. Yes, the 2 princes of the Aurora Bureau and the Holy Son of the Divine Church have all left. Time passed minute by minute, with more people jumping off the cruise ship, preparing to go ashore, but a considerable number still lingered on the deck, watching. There are only 5 minutes left. All participants wishing to compete should hurry to the island. Once the time is up, the island will be completely sealed off, entry will be impossible, so please make the most of your time. Suddenly, a booming voice echoed across the waters surrounding St. Carlos Island, reverberating in everyone's ears. Go! 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 Hearing this sudden reminder, those remaining on the deck immediately stopped hesitating, jumping off the deck one by one, each using their own means to rush towards St. Carlos Island. Among these people, several young geniuses appeared, not weaker than the earlier Jaimo, Clark, and Carmen. The 3rd prince and 4th prince of the Aurora Bureau, the young master of the West God of Death Alliance, Spindu, and Velasquez from the Brazilian Dark Group. There were also those who did not plan to participate in the World Glory Tournament. These onlookers on the deck watched as people jumped into the sea, each one gasping in recognition. So many experts, this World Glory battle is really lively, and it's super lively. A fierce competition. I'm increasingly looking forward to the upcoming battles. I wonder what kind of intense fights will occur when so many geniuses meet. I don't plan to participate, it's too terrifying, going in is almost like seeking death. Me too, let's just watch from the sidelines. This level of competition is not something we can participate in. Meanwhile, at the edge of St. Carlos Island, Dao Changshan and Qin Yao stepped onto the surface of the sea, watching the countless people heading to the island. Qin Yao chuckled. There seem to be quite a few experts. Indeed, there are many, Dao Changsheng said softly as he looked at the multitude of figures ascending to St. Carlos Island. Although many young geniuses have revealed their auras, a considerable number are concealing their presence, hiding among the crowd, and they have already set foot on the island. The island is now fraught with danger. Then, young master, what are we waiting for? Let's hurry to the island, Qin Yao said eagerly. I want to see how the disciples of these great powers fare. What else can we do? Hearing Qin Yao's words, Dao Changsheng smiled faintly and said, no matter how powerful, it can't be that much stronger, even worse than those proud sons of heaven from last night. Then let's go to the island. At this moment, the island of San Carlos was already filled with the sounds of killing, blood splattering everywhere. Kill. He, die. I surrender, I surrender. At this time, the entire island was engulfed in brutal slaughter and battle. It could be said that every minute, every second, someone was seriously injured or even killed. Blood was everywhere. From above, this small part of the island had turned blood red, and the surrounding sea had begun to take on a light red hue. This was the cruelty of the World Glory War. To ascend to glory, to gain supreme honor and immense benefits, one must tread upon the bones of the dead, and with one misstep, you could become the bones beneath someone else's feet, a stepping stone for others to reach the peak. Quick, treat this genius. Immediately go. He's not going to make it, hurry, faster. Around San Carlos Island, there were also many small yachts acting as lifeboats, constantly picking up the seriously injured cultivators who managed to escape and taking them back to the cruise ship for rescue. Although one could surrender in the World Glory War, the premise was that you had to leave the island, only then would the surrender be valid. If you didn't leave the island, even if you knelt down to surrender, it would be useless. Most cultivators knew this rule, so they generally pursued their enemies relentlessly, determined not to let them leave the island. Only a very small number of people could escape the enemy's pursuit and return to the safe world based on the rules set by the World Glory War. He, die for me. On the other side, the black demon grabbed the necks of one or two people in front of him, a cruel smile on his face, and directly twisted the head of one of them in a 360-degree turn. Suddenly, a crisp sound echoed, and the person in his hand immediately stopped breathing, dying on the spot. After killing this person, the black demon carelessly tossed the body aside like garbage, then his eyes, fierce like a beast, scanned the surroundings, grinning widely, clearly a cruel character. Not good, it's the black demon, run. Damn, how did we encounter such a killing god? Go. Quick, run, don't let him set his sights on you, or it's over. Seeing the black demon kill someone with ease, many people exclaimed in shock, and then figures scattered like birds and beasts, hurriedly fleeing into the distance. Everyone's running pretty fast. He looked at all the fleeing people without chasing after them, coldly saying, the dragon-elephant prajna skill is one of the strongest cultivation techniques of the present age. Once mastered, it grants immense strength and unparalleled defense, capable of shaking the heavens and the earth. But unfortunately, the dragon-elephant prajna skill has a significant drawback: its speed is too slow. It can't really be said to be slow, it's just that compared to those cultivators and capable individuals who excel in speed, the practitioners of the dragon-elephant prajna skill are clearly inferior. If one were to forcibly increase their speed, it would require a significant consumption of energy, which would be counterproductive. Thus, the black demon was too lazy to chase these people. After all, today was just the preliminary round. As long as he could survive until 6 in the afternoon, it would count as a victory, unlike the next day, where the first 100 people to leave the island after 6 would be the winners. But just at that moment, a handsome figure in white suddenly appeared behind the black demon. The black demon immediately became alert and turned around sharply. When he saw the newcomer, his pupils shrank, and he said solemnly, "It's the white-clad celestial Prince Clark." Among the many prodigies of heaven remaining in the world, the name of the white-clad celestial, Clark, is undoubtedly the most resounding. The dark mage had previously met the white-clad celestial, Clark, once and had even crossed blades with him. Although the outcome was inconclusive, the dark mage could sense that if he had exerted 6 parts of his strength in that battle, Clark had at most used 5, his power should be above his own. Of course, that was many years ago. Now that he had finally entered the 10th layer of the dragon-elephant prajna skill, his strength had improved by more than double. Therefore, upon meeting again, the dark mage felt confident that he would not lose to the white-clad celestial, Clark, and he had a 70% chance of victory. Long time no see, dark mage. The white-clad celestial, Clark, looked at the dark mage with a humble smile, then chuckled, his smile filled with the elegance and nobility unique to aristocrats. What? Did Prince Clark come to find me, perhaps wanting to practice a bit in advance? The dark mage raised an eyebrow and said directly to the white-clad celestial, Clark, I actually had that thought. The white-clad celestial, Clark, did not deny it but smiled and said, however, today is still too early, tomorrow will do. Then what do you want from me? The dark mage sneered. Very simple, let's join forces. The white-clad celestial, Clark, said nonchalantly, smiling. Join forces? The dark mage raised his eyebrows in surprise. Exactly. The white-clad celestial, Clark, nodded with a smile. Our relationship can't be considered good, right? I haven't directly fought you, which is enough, and now you want to join forces. Are you out of your mind? The dark mage scoffed repeatedly, mocking him without reservation. My mind is perfectly fine. The white-clad celestial, Clark, replied with a faint smile, but can you listen to me finish before deciding whether to ally with me? Sure, go ahead. The dark mage crossed his arms, a playful smile on his face. Actually, from the perspective of outsiders, our relationship seems very poor, but many of them do not realize that while our relationship is not good, it has not reached the point of life and death. The white-clad celestial, Clark, said with a faint smile. True. The dark mage nodded in agreement. So, we can use this blind spot in thinking to form an alliance. At this point, a glimmer of brilliance appeared in the white-clad celestial, Clark's eyes, and he continued with a smile. Others think we could never ally, that we would inevitably fight upon meeting, but we can do the opposite, form an alliance, and when we encounter others, we can remain indifferent, even continue to maintain a hostile stance. But when the opportunity arises, we can strike unexpectedly, ensuring a one-hit kill, eliminating several opponents of our level. That is somewhat interesting. A glimmer of brilliance also flickered in the dark mage's eyes as he nodded in agreement. We can definitely achieve world glory, but what we are competing for is merely the top 10. Seeing the dark mage's interest, the white-clad celestial, Clark, smiled even more broadly and continued, however, this top 10 is not so easy to attain. There are too many powerful experts arriving this time, such as Capricorn, Sagittarius, and Aquarius from the 12 constellations of Carmen, the third and fourth princes of the Aurora Bureau, the dark twins of the dark Holy See, and so on. In the chaos of battle, unless you are a transcendent like the immortal emperor, anyone could be eliminated early. And if we, two unlikely allies, join forces, our chances of victory will surely increase significantly. At that time, you and I could both be among the top 10 in the glory tournament, enjoying supreme honor and immense benefits. Wouldn't that be a delightful thing in life? The white-clad celestial, Clark, said with a beaming smile. I'll think about it. Upon hearing the words of the white-clad celestial, the dark mage did not respond immediately but fell into deep thought, clearly contemplating what the white-clad celestial, Clark, had said. Seeing the reaction of the dark mage, the white-clad angel Clark said nothing, but looked at the dark mage with a confident smile, knowing that the dark mage would definitely agree. Sure enough, just a moment later, the dark mage slowly raised his head and nodded, saying, I agree to the alliance. Ha, I knew my brother the dark mage wouldn't let me down, Clark said with a hearty laugh upon seeing the dark mage nod in agreement. Since that's the case, it's settled. Good, it's settled. The dark mage also nodded with a smile, now considering himself to be on the same boat as the white-clad angel. Afterward, Clark and the dark mage once again made plans, then turned simultaneously to leave in opposite directions. But just then, 3 piercing sounds cut through the air, and 3 figures rushed in from the distant horizon, accompanied by a faint voice. I wondered where such powerful energy was coming from. It turns out to be His Highness Clark and His Highness the Dark Mage. Upon hearing this voice, Clark and the dark mage immediately stopped in their tracks, frowning as they looked toward the horizon, where the 3 figures quickly arrived before them. 2 men and 1 woman. The men were handsome, and the woman was beautiful. They were none other than the Capricorn, Sagittarius, and Aquarius from the 12 constellations of Carmen. Looking at the 3 constellation nobles, Clark chuckled lightly and said to Capricorn, Sagittarius, and Aquarius, St. Carlos Island is so small, what a coincidence that the 5 of us meet in the same place. It is quite a coincidence. Capricorn was the first to respond, smiling as he looked at Clark and the dark mage, though the killing intent in his eyes was unmistakable. Clearly, the 3 constellation nobles from Carmen were here to eliminate the dark mage and the white-clad angel Clark. Oh, you want to kill us? Seeing the hint of killing intent in Capricorn's eyes, Clark and the dark mage frowned, their expressions tightening as they exchanged glances, preparing to join forces against the threat. There was no choice. With the 3 constellation nobles from Carmen joining forces, they were outnumbered, and the pressure was mounting. Enough with the small talk. Although today is just an elimination match, it wouldn't be bad to eliminate some people early. Unable to hold back any longer, Aquarius stepped forward with a cold smile and said, seize this great opportunity, kill. As soon as Aquarius finished speaking, Sagittarius and Capricorn nodded and stepped forward, their eyes flashing with coldness. A surge of overwhelming momentum erupted from the three of them, and brilliant energy radiated from their hands, ready to unleash a lethal strike to take down the Dark Mage and Clark. Feeling a bit of pressure here. Sensing the three terrifying energies, Clark and the Dark Mage simultaneously unleashed a surge of energy, gathering black and white energy in their hands. So many have gathered already. Just as the five were about to make their move, a chilling laugh suddenly rang out, followed by two black streaks shooting in from the distance, landing above the heads of the Dark Mage and the others in the blink of an eye. These were two young men who looked identical in appearance, attire, and height. The one speaking was the one on the left, clearly a pair of twins. The Dark Twin. Seeing the two young men who looked exactly alike, the eyes of Capricorn, Aquarius, and Sagittarius all suddenly narrowed. The Dark Twins are the ace of the younger generation of the Dark Church, two twin brothers, both possessing dark attributes and extraordinary powers that have reached an exceptionally profound level, making each of them a world-class prodigy. The Dark Church is controlled by the vampire Prince Edgar. Although the Dark Church is dominated by vampires, its members are not exclusively vampires. Some of the dark attribute prodigies also come from within. The Dark Church is divided into several parts, one of which is the Dark Council, where there are no vampires, only dark attribute prodigies. Besides possessing dark energy or certain dark physiques, the remaining members are dark attribute superpowered individuals. Undoubtedly, the Dark Twins are the most outstanding dark attribute superpowered individuals in the Dark Council, so it is not wrong to refer to them as prodigies of the Dark Church. Moreover, due to their twin nature, the Dark Twins can merge their dark superpowers. When they join forces, they can create an unprecedented dark evolution, completely breaking the traditional norms of superpowered individuals. With their dark abilities, they can evolve into two major series of powers, Black Water and Black Fire, and their combined strength is exponentially greater than that of a single individual. There have even been rumors that they once teamed up to challenge the gifted prince of the Aurora Bureau. Although the outcome remains unknown to the world, both the six noble families of the European Union and the Carmen forces in the Pantheon avoid discussing it, leaving a suspenseful mystery for everyone. It is evident that the final result was astonishing and would certainly exceed everyone's expectations, showcasing just how powerful the Dark Twins are. Your Excellency, the Dark Twins. Upon seeing the arrival of the Dark Twins, the white-clad angel Clark immediately smiled, sweeping away his previous frown, and greeted them warmly. The relationship between the six noble families of the European Union and the Dark Council of the Dark Church is quite good. When conflicts arise between these two forces, they generally try to reconcile, rarely engaging in battles, and they often intermarry. It is worth noting that Clark's cousin married the eldest of the Dark Twins, Vuner. Clark often sits down with the Dark Twins for tea, chatting, building relationships, and sparring, resulting in a deep bond among the three. Seeing Clark greet them, Vuner, the eldest of the Dark Twins, also smiled and nodded, then turned his gaze to the three representatives of the Zodiac on the other side, wearing a playful smile as he said, "What? Have the three princes of Carmen's Zodiac lost their patience so soon? Do you want to take the initiative to eliminate someone?" Hearing Vuner's words, the three Capricorns were momentarily speechless. Just a moment ago, they had planned to encircle Clark and the Dark Mage, but now the positions had completely reversed, and they had become the targets. "Humph," the Aquarius coldly snorted, looking at the Dark Twins, Clark, and the Dark Mage, and said icily, "So what? I've long heard that the Aquarius among the 12 zodiac signs is not only a rare beauty but also has a fiery temper. Now that I've seen you, it truly lives up to its reputation." Vuner responded with a smile, unbothered by Aquarius's words. "How about this? I still need an underground lover. Would you like to be my lover, Aquarius? Get lost." Upon hearing Vuner's words, Aquarius's expression darkened, and she coldly reprimanded him, her gaze towards Vuner filled with anger. It had been a long time since anyone dared to speak to her like that. I dislike women with such personality." Seeing the angry Aquarius, the leader of the Dark Twins, Fernal, laughed out loud and said, "Once I catch you later, I will definitely let you know my strength." Brother, you have to give me some benefits. Now it's our turn to be the hunters." At that moment, Fernal's brother, Furnacy, along with the white-clad god Clark and the Dark Mage, all burst into laughter, looking at the three Capricorns with a playful expression. The three Capricorns, however, had ashen faces, unable to speak for a moment, but their eyes burned with fierce anger. If hatred could kill, they would surely want to completely eliminate the four bastards in front of them. Hunters? Are you thinking too much? Sister Aquarius need not worry, little sister is here to help you. Just then, a cheerful and delicate voice suddenly rang out, followed by a fiery red figure rushing from afar, arriving right in front of Aquarius. This was a woman as passionate as fire, wearing a bright red trench coat, with a head full of large wavy red hair. Her tall figure exuded a wild strength, standing there, making any man who looked at her feel dry in the mouth, heat radiating from their bodies. The first saintess of the Holy Maiden Church, Wandini. Upon seeing this wild red figure, the Dark Twins, white-clad God Clark, and Dark Mage all frowned and suddenly took 2 steps back. Damn it, trouble has come. The name of the Holy Maiden Church needs no further explanation. In the entire world, there are not many willing to provoke this group of female lunatics, and the name of the first saintess, Wandini, makes many people change color at the mere mention of it. Not because she is strong, but rather because she is a super big trouble that no one wants to have too much interaction with. This woman has a temperament that is unpredictable, making her hard to grasp. When she smiles, she might already be preparing to kill you. When she cries, she might just be too happy. When she is about to kill you, it might just be a joke. When she says she won't kill you, she might have already done something to you, and you are already half a foot in the underworld, with your life on a countdown. In short, this woman is truly impossible to understand, impossible to grasp her thoughts. One moment you are laughing and chatting over coffee with her, and the next moment you might find yourself in pieces. She is simply a psychological freak. Moreover, once this woman goes crazy, the things she dares to do will definitely exceed your expectations. She once fell in love with a young genius from a cult, but that young genius did not like her, and then she killed the entire family of that young genius, violated his sister, and even stormed into the cult's headquarters, preparing to self-destruct and blow it up. There are too many crazy things about her to mention, but in short, she is a madwoman who would destroy herself and drag the entire world down with her. So at this moment, seeing Wandini, not only the Dark Twins, white-clad God Clark, and Dark Mage wanted to avoid her, but even the Capricorns and Sagittarians wanted to retreat far away, not wanting to have too much interaction with this madwoman. What? Do you want to bully my sister Aquarius? Ignoring everyone's reactions, Wandini looked at the 4 in front of her with a smile, her expression carrying a hint of barely concealed killing intent. How could that be? Definitely not, absolutely not. Hearing her steady words, Fernal quickly denied it, awkwardly smiling while stepping back 2 more steps. Then why are you retreating so far? I won't do anything to you. Seeing Funa retreat, Wandini smiled seductively and said, if you're really looking for a lover, my Aquarius sister definitely isn't suitable for you. I could take a bit of a loss and be your concubine. How about that? You know, we would be just right for each other, a perfect match. No, Sister Wandini, you're too kind, too kind. Funa hurriedly shook his head, shaking it like a rattledrum. What a joke! Not to mention whether he agreed or not, even if he did, he was sure he would end up dead under mysterious circumstances one day. He was basically a disaster. How could he dare to want that? That's really boring. Wandini sighed regretfully upon seeing Funa continuously retreat and shake his head, seemingly disappointed with his response. Funa just smiled awkwardly, having no intention of speaking, because he really didn't want to engage with Wandini. Otherwise, even if he was right, he wouldn't be able to explain himself later. Don't reason with women, especially with a crazy woman like the first saintess of the Holy Maiden Church. Alright, since you're unwilling, I won't force you. Now it's 4 against 4, the numbers are even. The next second, Wandini's eyes sparkled as she looked at the Dark Twins and the white-clad Angel Clark, saying to the 4 black mages, let's get straight to it. How about we have a battle right now? This is an opportunity not to be missed. No, let's not. Upon hearing Wandini's words, the white-clad Angel Clark forced a smile and spoke, what a joke. Wandini alone could take on both of them without breaking a sweat. If they made a move now, they would be asking for trouble. Suddenly, the previously silent archer's expression changed dramatically as he turned to the back and coldly shouted, Prince of the Aurora Bureau, the 3rd Prince, and the 4th Prince, since you 2 have arrived, why hide? Upon hearing the archer's words, the remaining 7 people present immediately became alert, looking in the direction the archer had pointed. Sure enough, the next second, a cold laugh echoed. It's said that the archer of the 12 zodiac signs has keen intuition. As long as anyone approaches a certain range, no matter how skilled they are at hiding, they will be detected. I didn't quite believe it before, but today I finally witnessed it. Truly remarkable, impressive. After this was said, 2 young men stepped out of the void, arriving in front of everyone in a single stride, one of whom, the handsome young man on the right, was indeed the 3rd Prince of the Aurora Bureau. Seeing these 2 handsome young men appear not far in front of them, the 8 people present said nothing, their eyes filled with a serious expression. The Aurora Bureau is recognized as one of the powerful forces in the world today. In addition to the 9 great demon gods and several mysterious artifacts like the legendary Mirror of Nitocris, the younger generation boasts 10 exceptionally talented young geniuses, known as the 10 Princes. Aside from the Aurora Bureau's son of Aurora, the other 9 princes are all extraordinary individuals, the elite of the world, and their names are not ranked by strength but by their branch order. Like the previous second prince, among the remaining 9 princes, his strength ranked only in the middle, he couldn't even make it into the top 3. As for the son of Aurora and the first prince of the first bureau, the son of Aurora is considerably weaker than the first prince, who is one of the top 9 prodigies in the world. As for the son of the bureau, don't even mention the 7 stars of the world, he can't even make it into the rankings of the 9 great prodigies, but he is still regarded as the top among them, called one of the new generation's candidates for the 7 stars. The 3rd and 4th princes before us are precisely the 3rd and 4th ranked among the 9 princes, 2 geniuses whose strength absolutely belongs to the top tier among many talents. Moreover, these 2 princes are also blood brothers, sharing the same father but different mothers. When they fight, their coordination, though not as perfect as that of the dark twin, is still far greater than the simple sum of 1 plus 1. Although the strength of His Highness the 3rd and 4th princes is astonishing, there are only 2 of you right now. We have 8 here. Are you not afraid that we will join forces and deal with you 2 first if you dare to approach quietly? As soon as the 3rd prince finished speaking, Wendini, unafraid, tilted her head and giggled at the 3rd prince of the Aurora Bureau. Hearing Wendini's words, the 4th prince smiled strangely and said, who told you we are only 2? Ha! Upon hearing the 4th prince's words, everyone's expressions darkened, and a sense of foreboding rose. Whoosh! Whoosh! In an instant, 2 figures suddenly shot in from a distance, and in the blink of an eye, they stood beside the 3rd and 4th princes. It was none other than the youngest deputy director of the Northern Super Special Operations Bureau, Lu Yuanzhong, and the young master of the Neon Ninja sect, Zhou Jiang. Seeing the 2 suddenly arrive, Wendini burst into laughter and said, this is getting interesting, it's now a 3-way standoff. At this moment, on St. Carlos Island, while other places were filled with the sounds of battle and splattered blood, here with Wendini and the others, it was eerily silent, starkly contrasting with the chaos elsewhere. Wow, look over there! Carmen's Capricorn, Aquarius, Sagittarius, the white-clad angel of the EU nobility, Clark, the black sorcerer of the Indian Brahmin sect, the first saintess of the Holy Maiden Church, Wendini, the dark twins of the Dark Council, the 3rd prince and 4th prince of the Aurora Bureau, and Lu Yuanzhong from the Northern Super Special Operations Bureau, and Zhou Jiang from the Neon Ninja sect. This is a gathering of prodigies? A gathering? Are you kidding me? They are now divided into 3 factions, one led by the Dark Twins, one by Wendini, and the other by His Highness the 3rd Prince of the Aurora Bureau. All 3 forces are eyeing each other warily, and no one dares to act rashly. Let's go, hurry up. If we accidentally get caught up in this battle, we will definitely be crushed to the point of not even leaving a scrap behind. Exactly. Once the great battle starts, the area within 100 miles will definitely be their battlefield. Anyone who intrudes will absolutely be killed by their combined forces. In the distance, more people were witnessing this scene, and upon seeing it, everyone stopped, then shrank their heads back, whispering a few words, not daring to linger for a moment, and directly turned to leave. Boom! Just then, a powerful and unmatched sword light suddenly howled in from the horizon, sweeping up endless cold-killing intent and fierce winds. The air trembled continuously from the sword energy's roar, as if it would shatter at any moment. In the next second, 4 figures stepped out from the sword light, almost instantaneously joining this silent battlefield. Seeing the sudden appearance of these 4, the previously composed Wendini, the Dark Twins, and the 3rd Prince of the Aurora Bureau, along with the 12 others, all slightly changed their expressions, revealing a hint of seriousness in their eyes. The sword sect's Jian Chang, the first Buddha of the Buddhist sect Foe, the first holy son of the merged East and West Kunlun, Hao Tian, and Gongsun Tongshan of the Gongsun family. The sword sect of the Eastern Kingdom is one of the powerful sects in the East, and compared to the Buddhist sect, it is only stronger, not weaker. Jian Chang is the pride of the sword sect, a direct disciple of the sword immortal. The sword immortal of the sword sect did not participate in the glory tournament of the world. The glory tournament, and even the ranking of the 7 stars of the world, is undeniably terrifying in terms of strength, as the exiled immortal once stated that among the proud sons of heaven in the Eastern Kingdom who deserved attention, the sword immortal of the sword sect was one of them. No one knows just how strong the sword immortal of the sword sect truly is, but the exiled immortal's words indicate that the strength of the sword sect is certainly not to be underestimated. Therefore, many people may not know the sword immortal of the sword sect, but many proud sons of heaven are still aware of the sword immortal. As for the first son of the Buddha sect, Buddha-e, he is the true disciple of the current leader of the Buddha sect and has long been famous. Moreover, the previous generation's Emperor Sakya was also a former son of the Buddha sect, a direct disciple of the Buddha sect, and almost everyone knows of Emperor Sakya's reputation. Although no one has ever seen Buddha-e make a move, and he has not fought since his debut, even so, no one doubts his strength. How could someone who becomes the true disciple of the leader of the Buddha sect be weak? The first holy son of the eastern and western Kunlun is Haotian. Kunlun is divided into three sects, Kongton, Wuwei, and Kunlun. One of the Kunlun sects was once on par with the Sword sect and could even suppress the Holy Maiden sect, which shows the terror of the Kunlun sect. However, decades ago, the Kunlun sect experienced internal strife, splitting into Eastern and Western Kunlun, and the fierce battles between the two sides over the years have consumed a lot of their strength. Now that Eastern and Western Kunlun have merged again to form a new Kunlun, although it cannot compare to its former glory, it is still strong enough to rank among the powerful forces in the world. After all, just one Kunlun sect can be compared to the Aurora Bureau. Moreover, Kunlun is divided into three sects. If the three sects were to unite, they could completely become the third unfathomable force in the Eastern Kingdom, alongside the Immortal sect and the Buddhist sect, forming a complete Kunlun sect. As for why Kunlun was divided into three sects, that is not for outsiders to know. As for Haotian of the Kunlun sect, it is rumored that he is a legendary genius comparable to the exiled immortal. Of course, such rumors are likely exaggerated, but they also reflect Haotian's formidable nature, otherwise, others might not even qualify to be rumored about. It is said that Haotian has even drunk with the exiled immortal, and the rumors suggest they have a good relationship, but whether that relationship is indeed good, they do not know. This is all information that has come from the Eastern Kingdom. A single Kunlun is divided into three sects, and one of the separated Kunlun sects can be compared to the Aurora Bureau. This is just the surface, and who knows how many powerful forces are hidden beneath. This shows just how much the Eastern Kingdom is a land of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Hee, it really is lively here. It's rare for everyone to gather and meet. How have you all been lately? Said Gongsun Tongshan, the weakest among the four, with a slight smile as he looked at the others. The Gongsun family is one of the 5 great families of the Eastern Kingdom, and aside from the reclusive Shenyuan family, it can be compared to the 3 major families of Dongfang, Ouyang, and Huangbu. As a descendant of these 5 great families, even if he is not exceptional, he is still quite impressive. Upon hearing Gongsun Tongshan's words, no one responded, everyone remained silent. Seeing the crowd's silence and the sudden cold atmosphere, Gongsun Tongshan was not bothered, chuckling lightly as he stepped down from the platform. Humph. Suddenly, He Mo's gaze turned to Buddha E, a cold smile appearing as he exuded an unabashed killing intent. The Buddhist sect originally originated in India and can even be said to have separated from the Brahmin religion, with both having many commonalities in various aspects. However, it is precisely because of the so-called betrayal by the Buddhist sect that the Brahmin sect has never been fond of Buddhism. Since ancient times, they have suppressed Buddhism, and naturally, Buddhism would not sit idly by. They have always retaliated fiercely against the Brahmin sect's oppression. As time passed, the grudges between the two sides deepened, reaching a point of irreconcilability. Currently, the Brahmin sect is not as powerful as Buddhism in terms of momentum, and in terms of true strength and foundation, it falls short of Buddhism. However, the Brahmin sect refuses to acknowledge this, and whenever members of both sides meet, conflicts are bound to arise as they vie for superiority. Amit Ba. Seeing the unmasked killing intent of the black demon, Buddha also recited a Buddhist chant, his eyes filled with coldness as he stepped forward and said coldly, Amitba, I have heard that the Brahmin sect's dragon elephant prajna skill reaches the 10th level, granting the power of a dragon and an elephant. Coincidentally, our Buddhist sect practices the indestructible Vajra skill, which is equally a supreme and powerful technique. I wonder if you, Black Demon, would be willing to have a contest with me? Why not? Facing the assertive Buddha E, the Black Demon did not back down and stepped forward, directly confronting Buddha E. Seeing the two directly face off, Wendini and the others discreetly retreated, their faces showing expressions of anticipation for the spectacle. However, only the white-clad celestial Clark, the dark twin, Jin Chang, Gongsun Tongshan, and Haotian frowned slightly. The situation here was indeed complex, neither side dared to strike first. The Black Demon and Buddha E were ultimately their allies. If they truly fought, should they intervene or just watch? Intervening would clearly be inappropriate, as the forces of the 12th Zodiac of Karman and the Aurora Bureau were lurking nearby, ready to take advantage. If the two sides clashed, they would undoubtedly benefit from it, leading to a loss for both. But if they did not intervene and allowed the Black Demon and Buddha E to fight to the death, that would be even worse. If the two of them were seriously injured, their overall strength would inevitably decline. Not to mention whether they could survive today on St. Carlos Island, they would certainly be out of the top 10 in tomorrow's finals. Therefore, they had to prevent the two from truly fighting, otherwise, the consequences would be extremely troublesome, especially for Jin Chang, as their eastern nation was already somewhat weak against the two western powers. Brother Black Demon, it is not the time to strike. The white-clad celestial Clark hurriedly stepped in front of the Black Demon and whispered to him. Haotian also stepped forward and whispered to Buddha-e, think twice before acting. In response to the words of the white-clad celestial Clark and Haotian, both the black demon and Buddha-e remained silent, not answering them, still coldly staring at each other, their killing intent undiminished. Around them, only the sound of the wind howled, a powder keg-like tension permeating the air, as if it could explode at any moment. Wandini, which do you think is stronger, the Brahmin sect or Buddhism? Suddenly, Capricorn broke the surrounding silence, asking Wandini with a mocking expression. Hearing Capricorn's words, Wandini pouted and said, of course, Buddhism is stronger. The Brahmin sect is decent, but among the Western powers, it is still one of the weaker sides, not even qualifying to be compared with Karman. But Buddhism is different. That's true, the Brahmin sect is ultimately a step behind Buddhism. Capricorn nodded with a smile at Wandini's words. I think so too. Suddenly, Lu Yuanzhong from the Northern Super Special Operations Bureau also spoke up, smiling as he said, in my opinion, the Brahmin sect is actually stronger. You must know that Buddhism's foundation is hidden in the East, while the Brahmin sect can only hold its ground in India. In terms of numbers, Buddhism is more than 10 times that of the Brahmin sect. That's right, the young master of the Neon Ninja sect, Zhou Jian, also laughed and said, compared to the Buddhist sect of the East, the Brahmanism of India is really quite inferior. I estimate that the Buddha of that sect could single-handedly sweep through the Brahmanism of India. Giggled, upon hearing the words of Lu Yuanzhong and the young master of the Neon Ninja sect, Wandini couldn't help but laugh, saying, alright, discussing here is pointless. Everything depends on how those two settle their scores. It's better to let the facts speak for themselves. True. Hearing Wandini's words, the Capricorn, Lu Yuanzhong, Zhou Jiang, and others all burst into laughter. However, in front of them, the expressions of the white-clad angel Clark, the dark twins, Jian Chang, Gongsun Tongshan, and Haotian grew increasingly grim. The intentions of Capricorn, Wandini, Lu Yuanzhong, Zhou Jiang, and the others were all too clear. They aimed to provoke a conflict between the dark demon and the Buddhist doctrine with their words, hoping to reap the benefits themselves. Their thoughts were exceedingly malicious. Buddhist doctrine, we're not in a hurry. Let's wait until tomorrow's finals. We have plenty of time. By then, our respective elders will be watching from above the island. Defeating the dark demon in front of everyone would surely have a greater impact and cause a bigger sensation than defeating him now, Haotian said with a somber expression. Across from him, the white-clad angel Clark also whispered a few words to the dark demon, which were quite similar in content to what Gongsun Tongshan had said, conveying the same meaning. Upon hearing this advice, both the dark demon and the Buddhist doctrine seemed to be swayed. Although they still looked coldly at each other, the killing intent around them was clearly dissipating. Finally, they've stopped. Seeing the two suddenly cease hostilities, Clark, the dark twins, Jian Chang, Gongsun Tongshan, and Haotian all let out a slight sigh of relief. Meanwhile, the faces of Capricorn, Aquarius, Sagittarius, Wandini, the third prince, the fourth prince, Lu Yuanzhong, Zhou Jiang, and the other 8 showed a hint of disappointment, secretly sighing in regret that the two were so close to fighting but ultimately did not. Hee, everyone seems to be here. It seems I arrived a bit late and missed a good show. Suddenly, a magnetic male voice rang out, and then 4 figures appeared before everyone in an instant. It's him! Upon seeing these 4, especially the strikingly handsome man among them with a head full of brilliant golden hair, resembling a dazzling sun, the hearts of Capricorn, Aquarius, Sagittarius, Wandini, the dark twins, the dark demon, the white-clad angel, the Buddhist doctrine, Jian Chang, Gongsun Tongshan, and Haotian all suddenly tightened. The second prince and third prince of the Aurora Bureau looked delighted, and Lu Yuanzhong and Zhou Jiang also showed joy on their faces. For the newcomer was none other than the Aurora son of the Aurora Bureau, the one said to be the first among the sons of heaven, second only to the 9 great prodigies. Looking at the other 3 accompanying the Aurora son, they were the young master of the Mexican Death Alliance, Spindu, Velasquez from the Brazilian Dark Group, and the youngest pharaoh of the Egyptian Pharaoh Society, Yalan. Each of them was a renowned prodigy in the world. Instantly, the 3 constellation princes, the first saintess of the Holy Maiden sect, the dark twins, the dark demon, the black-clad angel, the Buddhist doctrine, Jian Chang, Gongsun Tongshan, and Haotian exchanged glances instinctively, quietly forming a united front for a counterattack. They never expected that the Aurora son of the Aurora Bureau would also set foot on St. Carlos Island. They had received no prior news at all. The Aurora Saint, without a doubt, is the strongest among so many people. This is indisputable. However, the remaining members of the Mexican Death God Alliance, the young master of the Spindas, the Brazilian Dark Group's Velasquez, and the youngest pharaoh of the Egyptian Pharaoh Society, Yalan, should not be underestimated either. Each of them possesses extraordinary skills. The Aurora Saint seemed oblivious to the situation quietly forming among these 12 individuals. His smile was radiant, his brows raised, as if the sun were shining upon the earth. Big Brother. The third and fourth princes of the Aurora Bureau were the first to break the silence, greeting the Aurora Saint with smiles. Among the 8 other princes of the Aurora Bureau, they all referred to the eldest prince and the saint of the headquarters as Big Brother. The Aurora Saint nodded, signaling the third and fourth princes to come behind him. Seeing his reaction, the third and fourth princes immediately pulled the young master of the ninja sect and Zhou Jian from the Northern Super Special Forces to stand behind him. At this moment, 12 people faced off against 8, and a chilling aura filled the air, a cold murderous intent. Ha ha ha, a stray dog, stop and I'll leave you whole. Just then, a triumphant laugh suddenly rang out. In the distance, a figure was seen fleeing in panic, pursued by 6 or 7 others who were closing in. However, when these two groups saw the 20 figures quietly standing in the void above them, like stone sculptures, they immediately halted, stunned in place, fear evident on each of their faces. Why you gentlemen? The first fleeing figure, looking at the 20 figures so close, felt cold sweat pouring from his forehead like a stream, dripping down his cheeks. His face turned pale, and he stammered, "Get lost." Casting a casual glance at this insignificant creature, Sagittarius snorted coldly, showing no interest in dealing with such a lowly being. Why yes, yes. Hearing Sagittarius's words, the man felt as if he had been granted amnesty, the panic on his face turned into relief, and he immediately turned to flee back. At this moment, even with those pursuing him behind, he dared to rush back. Since you're here, don't leave. Just as the man turned, a cold, mocking voice suddenly rang out. Lu Yuanzhong's figure flickered and instantly appeared in front of him, blocking his path. Spare me. Looking at Lu Yuanzhong's cold smile, the man's face turned pale again, and he fell to his knees in terror, pleading for mercy. Unfortunately, it was futile. Lu Yuanzhong suddenly reached out, his fingers claw-like, and struck fiercely at the man's chest. Crack! The man's chest instantly shattered, and he was sent flying through the air, crashing hard into a large tree, which shook violently, leaves falling in a flurry. Thud! The next second, the man crashed heavily to the ground, lying there with wide-open eyes, still showing traces of fear. He had lost all breath, lifeless. After casually killing this man, Lu Yuanzhong flicked his fingers, a cruel smile appearing on his face. At this moment, the 6 or 7 figures who had been chasing the man looked on in terror at the scene before them, instinctively stepping back, wanting to leave. Seeing them retreat, Lu Yuanzhong snorted coldly, his figure flickering once more, and he instantly appeared in front of these 6 or 7 figures, speaking ominously, "Who allowed you to move?" Hearing Lu Yuanzhong's words, the 6 or 7 people instantly froze in place, no longer daring to move an inch, their faces filled with a desperate plea for mercy, hoping that Zhou Jiang would show them some leniency and spare them. Die! Lu Yuanzhong's face showed no sign of emotion, he merely smiled cruelly, and suddenly a samurai sword appeared in his hand. With a flash of the blade, the 6 or 7 people were instantly paralyzed, and at that same moment, their heads flew off, leaving only headless bodies gushing blood as they collapsed to the ground. The other 18 watched the scene with unchanged expressions, showing no sign of concern. At their level, who among them had not been stained with countless blood? Killing a few insignificant people was nothing. Retreat! In the distance, it seemed someone was approaching again, but this time the person was very alert, sensing something was off from far away, and immediately called out in a trembling voice. Consequently, all those who had approached unexpectedly retreated, and this place became a complete no-go zone, with only 20 people allowed to stand here. Although today is the preliminary round, there's no rule against having a big showdown in advance. I believe all 20 of us aim for the top 10 in glory, but unfortunately, we have twice as many people here, so why not eliminate some today? The Aurora Saint smiled as he looked around, showing no fear or concern about the 12 others opposing him, instead actively inviting them to battle. Upon hearing the Aurora Saint's words, no one spoke, the wariness in everyone's eyes grew heavier. On the surface, with 16 of them against the 8 of the Aurora Saint, even if the Aurora Saint could take on 3 at once, defeat was inevitable. However, it was well known that the Aurora Saint was not only powerful but also exceptionally cunning. It was possible that someone among the 12 had secretly allied with him. If they rashly attacked now, they might find themselves stabbed in the back during the chaos, leading to a most humiliating death. This was by no means an exaggeration. Over a decade ago, the battle that established the Aurora Saint as the number 1 among the 9 great prodigies was a stunning showdown where many young talents besieged him. Yet, the Aurora Saint had secretly turned a few of the most unlikely young geniuses to his side, and with their inside and outside cooperation, they ambushed and killed nearly 30 remaining young talents, shocking everyone. After that, everyone acknowledged the Aurora Saint as the number 1 among the 9 great prodigies, both for his strength and his cunning, earning him respect and fear, truly deserving of the title. And now, The Aurora Saint was once again fearless, not only unafraid of battle but actively seeking it, so it was highly likely that among the remaining 12, there were secret allies of his. Therefore, until they figured out whether those around them were friend or foe, no one dared to act recklessly, let alone strike first. Watching the others remain silent and motionless, the Aurora Saint stopped speaking, merely smiling at everyone, his demeanor like a lion quietly lurking, ready to pounce at any moment, patiently waiting for the most opportune moment to strike. Meanwhile, hundreds of miles away, Dao Changsheng and Qi Niyao stood on a rock, constantly surveying their surroundings. He was astonished to discover that on this St. Carlos Island, there was actually the aura of the divine demon Harmonious Flower, which had appeared abruptly, only to vanish in an instant, as if it were meant for someone's arrival. Young master, are you saying that the last breath of the divine demon Harmonizing Flower exists on this St. Carlos Island? Qi Niyao, who was beside him, spoke with great interest. It should be known that the divine demon Harmonizing Flower is the reward for the champion of this glory tournament. How could it suddenly appear on St. Carlos Island? If I'm not mistaken, this flower should have awakened, Dao Changsheng said with a faint smile upon hearing Qi Niyao's words. After a long time, it has gained sentience, but it has been imprisoned by a group of old geezers. The seal is definitely within this island. Then can't we just search for it on this island? Upon hearing Dao Changsheng's words, Qi Niyao immediately laughed and said, once we find it, why do we need to participate in this glory tournament? We can just leave. It's not that easy to find. Dao Changsheng smiled slightly and said casually, the seal of the divine demon Harmonizing Flower is probably about to be unable to hold it down in these 2 days. No wonder they brought out such a flower. At that time, it will definitely be a bloody storm. The divine demon Harmonizing Flower is not just a simple champion reward. If obtained, it will definitely attract countless forces to attack. So what? Once the young master gets it, if they come 1, I'll kill 1, if they come 2, I'll kill 2. It definitely won't trouble the young master to take action. Let's go. The place of the seal should be over there. The aura is spreading from that direction. We just need to wait there. Once the seal is released, we can take it and leave, Dao Changsheng said while walking towards the direction of the Aurora Saint's son and the others, with Qi Niyao closely following him. Meanwhile, on the side of the Aurora Saint's son, the atmosphere remained extremely silent, with everyone watching the opposite side with vigilance, ready to strike at any moment. It was unclear how long had passed when the first saintess of the Holy Maiden sect, Wendini, suddenly let out a delicate laugh, breaking the silence. She said, alright, it seems that no one here intends to make the first move, so this fight won't happen. Let's each go our own way, and how about we have a life and death battle in the finals tomorrow? Alright, sure, I agree. Upon hearing Wendini's words, the leader of the Dark Twins, Fernal, Aquarius, and Gongsun Tongshan all nodded and spoke, while only the Aurora Saint's son remained silent. Then I take my leave. Aquarius casually glanced at the Aurora Saint's son, said nothing more, and took the lead to turn and leave, with the others also turning to leave. Suddenly, the young master of the ninja sect, Zhou Jiang, exclaimed in surprise. He saw 2 figures leisurely walking towards them from a distance, seemingly using a technique to cover great distances in a single step, quickly arriving not far from the Aurora Saint's son and the others. It's him, Dao Changsheng, and his maid. Seeing Dao Changsheng and Qi Niyao approaching, the 20 people who were about to leave suddenly stopped in their tracks, their eyes shining with intensity as they fixed their gaze on the increasingly close Dao Changsheng. Nowadays, Dao Changsheng's name is known to all. Everyone present had naturally seen his information and knew about his affairs and appearance. Last night, everyone had been searching for him but couldn't find him after a whole night, and they had almost given up. Yet unexpectedly, he now dared to suddenly appear on St. Carlos Island, and even openly in front of so many people, which truly surprised them. Damn Dao Changsheng, you instructed your maid to kill my sister. Today, I will definitely make you pay with your life. Seeing Dao Changsheng getting closer, Wendini's eyes filled with a fierce look, and she was the first to speak, her voice sharp and filled with anger. Last night, among those killed by Dao Changsheng was Saint Regina, and Wendini and Saint Regina are half-sisters, each having mothers who are twin sisters. From a young age, Wendini grew up alongside Regina, and their bond can be described as incredibly deep. Yesterday, she did not attend the party due to other matters, and when she later learned that Regina had been killed by Dao Changsheng's maid, she went into a rage on the spot, not only destroying everything in the room but also killing 6 of her own maids in a fit of anger. Now, with enemies before her, she could no longer hold back and shouted out loud. In the face of Wendini's roar, Dao Changsheng and Qi Niyao did not even glance at her, continuing to walk forward. They were currently searching for the sealing location. Who had time to listen to the ramblings of an ant? Wendini, wait. Seeing Wendini's impulse to charge forward, Aquarius quickly grabbed her, a serious expression on his face as he said, this Dao Changsheng and his maid are definitely not to be underestimated. you must not act recklessly. Rest assured, I am not angry to the point of losing my reason. After being held back by Aquarius, Wendini quickly calmed down, then coldly glared at Dao Changxing's maid, gritting her teeth and saying, "Today, I will definitely kill her. Are you the mysterious Dao Changxing from the Eastern Kingdom?" Suddenly, the Aurora Saint looked at Dao Changxing, a hint of interest on his face as he inquired. His high and mighty demeanor made Qini Yao want to immediately beat him up. Hearing the words of the Aurora Saint, Dao Changxing still did not respond at all, as if he had not heard Wendini and the Aurora Saint at all, not even bothering to look up, still sensing the ceiling location of the fifth flower based on the aura of the 4 divine and demonic flowers in his brow. "Damn, my young master is asking you a question, are you deaf?" Seeing Dao Changxing not respond and continue to stroll, the young master of the Mexican Death God Alliance, Spindu, suddenly turned cold, asking in a deep voice. As he spoke, his expression turned icy, and a silvery dagger, glinting with cold light, appeared in his hand. With a flick of his wrist, the dagger transformed into a streak of silver light, shooting towards Dao Changxing's eyes at meteoric speed. However, an unexpected event occurred. The cold light dagger, just a few meters away from Dao Changxing, seemed to hit an invisible wall, instantly being blocked and unable to advance any further, as if it were firmly fixed in the void by some force. The others, seeing this, immediately furrowed their brows. Although they already knew that Dao Changxing's strength was strange and unpredictable, they had never witnessed it firsthand, only hearing about it from those below this morning. While they did not outright disbelieve, there was still a hint of doubt in their hearts. Moreover, what happened last night was too sudden, they only knew a little detail, and regarding more specifics, they had not seen. They did not believe that 2 people could kill the pride of the #1 cruise ship, the elder in charge, and 3 great figures who traversed the world. After all, Dao Changxing was just a teenager, how could he possess such powerful strength? Which one of them had not started rigorous training from a young age, day after day, year after year, achieving such accomplishments only after nearly 30 years or more? But now, the facts were laid out before them. Although Dao Changxing had not made a move, everyone present was not an ordinary person and could naturally see that Dao Changxing had not exerted any effort. One could even say he did not care at all, easily blocking Spinda's attack merely with his automatic defensive means. Thus, it was evident how strong and terrifying his power was. Suddenly, everyone felt a chill in their hearts, their vigilance heightened. At the same moment, seeing that his dagger showed no intention of attacking, a cold glint flashed once again in Shibindu's eyes. He raised his arm, and 3 silver daggers flew out, transforming into 3 streaks of light aimed at Dao Changxing's head. However, they had no effect. Just like before, these 3 daggers abruptly stopped a meter in front of Dao Changxing's body, falling to the ground with a thud. "Attack!" Facing repeated unwarranted assaults, Dao Changxing spoke. "Yes, young master." Upon hearing Dao Changxing's words, Qini Yao immediately nodded. Without a second thought, her figure flickered and appeared in front of Shibindu. Then, with a graceful flick of her hand, she slapped Shibindu on the back of his head. Instantly, there was a loud bang. Shibindu, caught off guard, was sent sprawling forward, his head hitting the ground. "My young master has not taken your life, that is already a sign of your ancestors' grave smoking." Without waiting for Shibindu to get up or for anyone else around to react, Qini Yao, while pouting, reached out and grabbed Shibindu's leg, lifting him from the ground as if he were a large stick, and slammed him down hard. Boom! With a tremendous crash, Shibindu's body hit the ground heavily, blood oozing from his mouth, nose, and ears, while his ribs cracked with a crisp sound. "Ah! I will kill you!" At this moment, Shibindu's face was covered in blood, his expression twisted like a hellish demon, roaring madly, but when he tried to attack, he found that the power in his body was completely restrained. This young lady is waiting for you to kill me," Qini Yao laughed, preparing to continue teaching Shibindu a lesson. "Let him go." At this moment, the expression of the Aurora Saint's son darkened. After all, Shibindu was brought by him, and now being beaten up was a blow to his face. He immediately shouted in a deep voice and suddenly struck out, a dazzling golden beam bursting forth from his hand, aimed at Qini Yao's head. As the pride of the Aurora Bureau, the Aurora Saint's son was both a cultivator and a supernatural being. He had practiced the Aurora Sacred Canon taught by his father since childhood. Now he had already cultivated to the 6th level of the Aurora Sacred Canon and was also a light-type ability user, with his light abilities being extraordinary and rarely met with rivals. Facing the beam of light shot by the Aurora Saint's son, Qini Yao did not even raise her head, casually slapping it, causing the beam to suddenly curve in mid-air and shoot back towards the Aurora Saint's son himself. Seeing this scene, the Aurora Saint's son's expression darkened, and his figure flickered, instantly dodging his own beam. Boom! A loud noise erupted, and the entire ground rumbled, a deep pit appearing before everyone. Anyone would be astonished, a small light-type supernatural ability could cause such massive destruction. Ah, this is wonderful. Finally, I have met a worthy opponent, this is truly great. After dodging the attack, the Aurora Saint's son laughed instead of getting angry, looking at Chinio with excitement, his eyes filled with high-spirited battle intent. It had been a long time since he encountered an opponent of equal strength. You're even weaker than that so-called light saint of the divine cult, Chinio scoffed at the Aurora Saint's son's laughter. The light saint she had encountered last night was far stronger than this Aurora Saint's son. With a maid so powerful, as the young master, you must be even stronger. Dao Changsheng, do you dare to fight me? The next moment, the Aurora Saint's son fixed his gaze on Dao Changsheng, who was behind Chinio, and shouted sternly, if you want to make a move against my young master, you must first get past me. Before Dao Changsheng could respond, Chinio stepped forward, directly blocking the Aurora Saint's son's path, looking at him with disdain. Heck, fine, the Aurora Saint's son replied, his brows furrowing for a moment before relaxing, bursting into a hearty laugh. An astonishing aura erupted from him, accompanied by a powerful presence like the vast ocean, stirring up dust all around. Seeing the Aurora Saint's son unleash his aura, Chinio shook her head slightly and said, you alone are not enough. To save my young master's time, why don't you all come at once? As she spoke, her face remained expressionless, showing no hint of joy, anger, sorrow, or happiness. It was so casual, so relaxed, as if she were merely drinking water or eating. All together? Upon hearing Chinio's words, everyone present was taken aback, and many faces quickly revealed a hint of cold laughter. Although Dao Changsheng's maid had made a significant impact last night, showcasing her extraordinary strength, among the many people Chinio had killed, strictly speaking, only the captain of the number 1 cruise ship, Xianyu, and Moing were noteworthy, the others were hardly worth mentioning. The seniors stationed on the number 1 cruise ship were more of a deterrent than a real threat. If it came to a fight, anyone present had absolute confidence in being able to take on several seniors. In a one-on-one situation, perhaps no one would be a match for this maid, but who were the people present? They were all world-class geniuses, each strong enough to compare with the older generation. With so many people joining forces, let alone the captain of the number 1 cruise ship, Manhwa, and Moing, even the crown prince of the Aurora Bureau or the Buddha sect's Emperor Sakya might not be able to contend with them. Now, Chinio actually dared to challenge them all at once? To take on all 20 of them alone was too arrogant. If one were to describe it in a word, it would be ignorant of danger. Not to mention the earlier Spindu, who, although his name was on par with theirs, ultimately relied on external forces to boost his strength, severely lacking in combat experience. He was like a child swinging a big stick. He looked impressive but was actually quite weak in battle, not on the same level as them. If it weren't for the fear of his father, Amohan, Spindu would have died countless times already. Among all those present, including the Aurora Saint's son, no one took this fool seriously. Meanwhile, Jian Cheng of the Sword Sect, Gongsun Tongshan of the Gongsun family, and the young master of the Ninja Sect all took a step back without leaving a trace. It was clear they did not want to get involved in this fight. In Jian Cheng's and Haodian's eyes, Dao Changsheng was someone to be befriended, not antagonized. They had witnessed Dao Changsheng's terror firsthand. As for the young master of the Ninja Sect, he was sweating profusely, fully aware that Lord Susanoo had once warned him about Dao Changsheng's deeds. If it weren't for the presence of others, he would have already knelt at Dao Changsheng's feet, and he felt he needed to endure, lurking among these geniuses, waiting for the right moment to rebel, which would surely please Dao Changsheng. Had, truly arrogant, a mere woman daring to speak to us like this. Before the Aurora Saint's son could speak, the third prince of the Aurora Bureau also scrutinized Chinio from head to toe, sneering. Truly unaware of the heights of heaven and depths of earth, Lu Yuanzhong of the Northern Super Special Forces shook his head repeatedly, his face showing disdain, while his gaze towards Chinio and Dao Changsheng was filled with endless anger. As the deputy director of the Supernatural Special Operations Bureau of the Northern Country, he was well aware that the director had once sent people to attack Dao Zhangsheng and Chinio in the Western Country, but those individuals had yet to return. It was evident that they had undoubtedly met their end at the hands of Dao Zhangsheng and Chinio without anyone knowing. The thought that a significant portion of the elite members of the Supernatural Special Operations team had been wiped out made his heart bleed. After all, their Northern Country's Supernatural Special Operations team had thrived thanks to that divine flower of the demon and god, and now that flower was gone, meaning they could no longer mass-produce experts. Each elite member lost was a powerful figure. Since you seek death, we shall grant it. Wendy and I stepped forward with a disdainful expression towards Chinio, her face revealing endless killing intent. She knew that the branch in Niccolo City and the death of her younger sister last night were both orchestrated by Chinio. For a beautiful and powerful woman like her, she would not let anything slide. It could be said that her hatred for Chinio surpassed even her hatred for Dao Zhangsheng, the latter being loathed only because Chinio was Dao Zhangsheng's maid and acted on his orders. Today, Dao Zhangsheng and Qini Yao must die. Amitba, everyone, this woman and this man have committed numerous atrocities and deserve to be punished. Today, we shall join forces to eliminate them, avenging the dead and restoring peace to the world. At this moment, Foyi's face was icy, glaring angrily at Dao Zhangsheng and Qini Yao. It was known that the Buddhist sect of Nirvana Mountain had been destroyed by Dao Zhangsheng's hand. As the new generation of Buddhist disciples, he had to eliminate Dao Zhangsheng, otherwise, he could not return to the sect to explain. Count me in from the Brahma sect. Yesterday, he killed 2 of our 5 heroes, the Jin Naluo and the Jialiluo. Our Lord Shiva has issued a kill order. Now that I have encountered them, I will not let them go. The Black Demon also blared fiercely at Qini Yao and Dao Zhangsheng, speaking coldly. This man has killed our 3 zodiac princes, Libra, Taurus, and Leo. Our Cayman Zodiac Lord has issued a kill order. If we encounter them, we must bring back their heads. This man has killed our 3 zodiac princes, Libra, Taurus, and Leo. Our Cayman Zodiac Lord has issued a kill order. If we encounter them, we must bring back their heads. The Capricorn also spoke with a murderous intent, his gaze fixed on Qini Yao and Dao Zhangsheng, wishing to strike immediately. Enough with the nonsense. You all have grievances with my young master, so stop your prattling. If you're going to make a move, do it quickly instead of dawdling, Qini Yao said impatiently, digging in her ears at the sound of the reprimands. Upon hearing Qini Yao's nonchalant words, aside from Jian Shang, Gongsun Tongshan, Haotian, and the young master of the ninja sect, the other 16 individuals fell silent, their eyes brimming with endless cold killing intent, each exuding a terrifying aura. Kill! The Aurora Bureau's holy son shouted, without a hint of hesitation, being the first to strike. Then, he was enveloped in a white light, appearing incredibly sacred, like a deity. He ruthlessly raised his palm, condensing it into a massive illusory hand in the air, and struck down fiercely at Qini Yao. As for the others, aside from the 3 zodiac princes of Cayman, the 2 princes of the Aurora Bureau, the Black Demon from the Brahma sect, Wendy and I from the Holy Maiden sect, Foyi from the Buddhist sect, Velasquez from the Brazilian Dark Group, and the young Pharaoh Yalan from the Egyptian Pharaoh Society, the remaining individuals deliberately slowed their movements, intentionally falling behind. They were allowing the Holy Son of Aurora to take the lead, testing Qini Yao's strength first before formulating their own strategies. After all, Qini Yao was merely Dao Zhangsheng's maid, and Dao Zhangsheng had yet to make a move. Although they were many working together, Qini Yao should have been destined to lose. However, after a fierce battle, it was likely that someone would get hurt, and if that happened at such a critical moment, it would be greatly disadvantageous for the finals tomorrow. Therefore, it was better to be cautious, since the Aurora Saint wanted to make a name for himself. Let him take the lead. A mere light-type superpower user dares to challenge my young master. Watching the Aurora Saint charge in first to attack, Qini Yao raised an eyebrow, her dark eyes like unmelting glaciers, yet also like rising flames. She then lifted her right hand and lightly slapped out. Smack! This slap seemed slow, but it was incredibly fast, crossing space in the blink of an eye and landing on the Aurora Saint's face. This slap appeared ordinary, but it contained immense power, directly dispersing the Aurora Saint's holy light attack, and without losing momentum, it solidly struck his cheek, producing a crisp sound. Boom! With a loud crash, the Aurora Saint was instantly knocked back as if struck by lightning, flying far away while a painful groan escaped his lips. So terrifying! Seeing Qini Yao send the Aurora Saint flying with a single slap, everyone present was astonished, for they knew they could never achieve such a feat. Kill! Kill! At that moment, 2 furious shouts rang out, and the Brazilian Dark Group's Velasquez and the young Pharaoh Yalan from the Egyptian Pharaoh Society instantly appeared before Qini Yao. One on the left and one on the right, they exuded a terrifyingly powerful aura, their hands glowing with dark brown light, fiercely aiming to strike Qini Yao's head, attempting a one-hit kill. Humph! Facing the sudden attack from the 2, Qini Yao remained unfazed, coldly snorting as her right hand, which had just slapped, twisted in the air, leaving a strange arc, then suddenly grasped Velasquez's wrist and forcefully twisted it, causing his arm to rotate 360 degrees. This move was not over. After twisting Velasquez's arm, Qini Yao grabbed him and swung him up, smashing him heavily onto Yalan's head. Instantly, Yalan didn't even make a sound as his body thudded into the ground, becoming a human-shaped tombstone standing there, while the surrounding ground cracked with countless fissures. Not good, retreat! Witnessing the brutal scene, Wendy and others from the Holy Maiden Church were immediately horrified, each retreating continuously, their voices tinged with uncontrollable fear. A single slap sent the Aurora Saint flying, and a single strike incapacitated both Velasquez and Yalan, and it seemed effortless. It was simply unimaginable. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would never believe that a maid could be this strong. The Aurora Saint was undoubtedly the first among the 9 great talents recognized by everyone, considered one of the new generation's 7 sons. Velasquez and Yalin were also well-known figures, certainly not weaklings. Yet now, they were killed in an instant by a maid, and it happened in the blink of an eye. Thus, everyone's gaze towards Chineo changed, as if they were looking at a ferocious beast from ancient times, their hearts racing, muscles tensed, blood surging, cold sweat pouring out, no longer daring to act recklessly. What's wrong? Have you all backed down so quickly? Seeing that no one dared to make a move, Chineo showed no signs of letting this matter go, nor did she intend to spare the Aurora Saint and the others before her. She disdainfully said, "What, are you scared now? Just a moment ago, you were boasting about causing trouble for my young master, and now you're afraid? Are you still men?" Listening to Chineo's merciless mockery, the three princes of the Aurora Bureau, the fourth prince, the Capricorn from Carmen, and all the others from the black sect of the Brahmin were all turning red and pale. Especially those who had just threatened Dao Changsheng with murderous intent and shouted about killing him felt as if they had been slapped several times, their faces flushed, heads bowed, unable to utter a single word. Meanwhile, Jin Chang, Gongsun Tongshan, Haotian, and the young master of the ninja sect all wore expressions of relief, thankful that they had wisely chosen not to act, otherwise, it would be them with the ugly expressions now. Watching everyone still too afraid to act or speak, Chineo's face was filled with scorn, her dark eyes sweeping over them with disdain, causing everyone to avoid her gaze, instinctively looking elsewhere. Truly spineless. Since you're so cowardly, don't be so arrogant next time, Chineo said with a cold smile. Today, my young master is merciful and spares your worthless lives. You! Hearing Chineo's words, everyone present was instantly furious, trembling with rage, their faces flushed with anger, and their eyes burning with fury. If conditions allowed, they would definitely rush at this woman, but since they couldn't, they could only endure the humiliation. Young master, how should we deal with them? Chineo turned her gaze to Dao Changsheng, waiting for his instructions. If Dao Changsheng said to kill them, she would undoubtedly do so without hesitation. Except for the four of you, everyone else can slap themselves and then get lost, Dao Changsheng said calmly, glancing at Gongsun Tongshan, Jin Chang, Haotian, and the young master of the ninja sect, speaking lightly. What? Upon hearing Dao Changsheng's words, the Aurora Saint's son, the three princes, the Capricorn, the Black Mage, and others turned even angrier, their eyes filled with murderous intent as they looked at Dao Changsheng. This Dao Changshan was humiliating them. Dao Changsheng asked them to slap themselves and then said they could leave. This was utterly unacceptable to the Aurora Saint's son, the Saintess Wendini, the Capricorn, and the Black Mage. They were all top-tier prodigies of the world, treated with respect and honor wherever they went. They couldn't even imagine slapping themselves, let alone someone daring to speak harshly to them. And today, Dao Changsheng actually told them to slap themselves to end the matter and let them go? If they did that, it would be more humiliating than killing them outright. Meanwhile, Gongsun Tongshan, Jin Chang, Haotian, and the young master of the ninja sect looked relieved, their faces showing the color of having survived a disaster. They hadn't expected Dao Changsheng to impose such a punishment and still let them off. What? Unwilling? Seeing that no one spoke for a long time and no one moved, before Dao Changsheng could say anything, Xinyi narrowed her eyes, a hint of coldness flashing in her dark gaze. Dao Changsheng, don't go too far. In the next moment, the Aurora Saint's son gritted his teeth, his handsome face darkened, his starry eyes as cold as a blade, staring fiercely at Dao Changsheng. Amatba, benefactor, you have truly gone too far, the Buddhist monk said, palms together, brows furrowed, his anger completely concealed, leaving only a calm demeanor, his hypocrisy on full display. My young master has gone too far? Hearing the words of Buddha E, Xini Yao instantly vanished from her spot, and when she reappeared, she was already in front of Buddha E. Looking at Xini Yao, who had suddenly appeared before him, Buddha E was immediately struck with shock, and an ominous thought surged from the depths of his heart. Without hesitation, he opened his mouth. Bang! Instantly, a roar like a war drum erupted, shaking the hearts of those who heard it. At the same moment, every inch of his skin transformed into gold, even his eyes turned golden, making him appear as if he were cast from gold. He exuded an overwhelming aura of majesty and formidable power. The indestructible Vajra technique. The indestructible Vajra technique is renowned as one of the supreme divine skills of the Buddhist sect, on par with the Brahman sect's dragon elephant prajna technique, and is also one of the world's most famous martial arts. The indestructible Vajra technique has 9 levels of mastery, and upon reaching full mastery, one would possess immense strength and unparalleled defense. As one cultivates the indestructible Vajra technique, their body rapidly becomes as hard as steel, and they gain boundless strength, resembling a human tank, impervious to harm, and no one can withstand a single punch from them. They can charge through anything, unmatched. Buddha E, as the new generation of Buddhist disciples, had already reached the 6th level of the indestructible Vajra technique. Although his long-range combat ability was relatively weak, in close combat, even the Aurora Saint's son was no match for him. This is the power of the indestructible Vajra technique. Evil doers shall perish. In that instant, Buddha-e let out a long howl, his eyes filled with coldness, and he resembled a golden-armored war god descending from the heavens, his golden fists carrying an overwhelming and terrifying momentum, striking towards Qin head. Watching the golden fists coming towards her, Qin eyes burst forth with a dark glow, her palms shimmering with brilliant silver light. With a lift of her hand, she caught Buddha-e's fist in her palm. Ah, demon, die! With his fist caught, Buddha-e roared in anger, his originally golden skin becoming even more radiant, and streams of solid golden light erupted, slashing towards Qin like divine swords. At the same time, the powerful aura around him intensified, whipping the surrounding air into a frenzy, startling those nearby. But it was of no use. No matter how hard Buddha-e tried, his fist remained firmly grasped in Dao Changxing's palm, unable to advance even a fraction, nor could he pull it back. His entire fist and arm felt as if they were locked in place by an iron bolt, unable to move at all. The solid golden light and the raging wind vanished without a trace the moment they approached Qin, as if they had never existed. Slap! The next second, Qin raised her other jade-like hand and instantly slapped Buddha-e across the face, turning half of his face bright red and swollen. Let me go! Buddha-e was furious from the slap, his eyes filled with endless rage, roaring in anger, and he attempted to struggle violently, launching a frenzied counterattack against Qin. However, he found that he could not muster any strength, his entire body felt unresponsive, unable to move. He clearly sensed the power within him draining away. A wave of fear surged within him, consuming his heart and slowly dragging him into an unfathomable abyss of darkness. He knew that today he was doomed. This Qin was an incredibly terrifying figure, and he felt that the aura she emitted was even more formidable than that of his master. Young master, how should we handle this? After slapping Buddha-e, Qin turned her gaze to Dao Changxing, who calmly replied, hit him until I'm satisfied. Yes. Hearing Dao Changxing's words, Qin immediately nodded. Without saying a word, she directly slapped Buddha-e's face, and the crisp sound of Papa echoed continuously. She knew that Buddha-e had already been sentenced to death in Dao Changxing's heart. She had done this several times before, each time hitting until Dao Changxing was satisfied, and in the end, they all died. Being slapped in front of everyone by Qin without any courtesy, Buddha-e was so furious that steam seemed to rise from his head. He wanted to resist but found he could do nothing at all. Not to mention whether he could fight back. He felt like he had turned into a mortal without any power, and he was also pinned in place by a force, unable to move even a bit, only able to watch as Qin ruthlessly slapped him. Bang! The next second, a dull sound of a slap rang out, and Qin suddenly exerted force, directly shattering a large number of Buddha-e's teeth, causing him to crash to the ground, unable to move. With this little ability, you dare to trouble my young master? After delivering that slap, Qin spoke disdainfully, then lightly raised her foot and kicked Buddha-e in the stomach. Boom! Instantly, a huge rumbling sound erupted, and Buddha-e's body was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing hard into a large tree that could be embraced by 5 people not far ahead. He smashed the entire tree apart, exposing the fresh roots of the tree covered in bloody soil, which then broke completely, crashing into 3 or 4 other slightly thinner trees nearby, bringing them down with a dull thud. Poof! After suffering such a heavy blow, Buddha-e finally fell to the ground, powerless, lying there with an extremely pale face, continuously spitting out blood, looking utterly weak. He clearly felt that many of the bones in his body had shattered, and if he didn't get treatment quickly, he would definitely die. Come back! The next second, Qin showed no intention of sparing Buddha-e, directly raising her jade hand and pulling Buddha-e back from a distance, her hand firmly gripping his neck. No, don't kill me! Feeling his neck tightly gripped and unable to break free, an overwhelming sense of death surged in Buddha-e's heart. He went completely mad, desperately struggling violently around Qin, trying to escape her grasp, his eyes filled with boundless fear, continuously pleading, no, don't kill me. It's too late. Hearing Buddha-e's words, Qin coldly replied, just now, my young master was too lazy to bother with you. Even though you provoked him at the beginning, he had no intention of being angry. But you insisted on causing trouble again and again, now begging for mercy, it's too late. As she said this, Qin exerted a bit of force, and a crisp crack sound rang out. Buddha-e's pupils widened in shock, completely losing his vitality. A generation of Buddha's son thus met his end. Casually crushing Buddha-e, Qin tossed his corpse aside like garbage, then turned her gaze to the others. The third prince of the Aurora Bureau, calling me a mere woman? Arrogant? The next second, Qin fixed her dark gaze on the third prince of the Aurora Bureau, her eyes shimmering with a cold light like starlight. No, no! Seeing Qin gaze turn towards him, the third prince of the Aurora Bureau immediately held his breath, his face turning deathly pale without a trace of blood. He never expected Qin Yao to be this terrifying, filled with regret in his heart. If he had known, he wouldn't have spoken up. Rumble. In the next moment, he clearly felt an invisible and powerful pressure suddenly descend from the sky, instantly enveloping him, as if an invisible giant hand was crazily squeezing him. At this time, everyone present felt their scalps tingle and their faces showed terror. They had not expected Qin Yao to be terrifying to this extent, casually crushing the new generation of the Buddhist sect's disciple to death. If even a maid of Dao Changsheng was this terrifying, how terrifying must Dao Changsheng himself be? At this moment, they were all filled with regret, regretting not taking last night's events to heart. The third prince of the Aurora Bureau looked at Qin Yao in horror, unable to utter a word, not daring to respond to her, his legs trembling in fear. Seeing the third prince of the Aurora Bureau so frightened, Qin Yao did not say anything further but directly swung her hand, sending the third prince flying through the air. With a crisp sound of a slap, the third prince shot away like a cannonball, accompanied by a muffled groan filled with humiliation and pain. Damn it, you wretched maid! Just as Qin Yao was about to pull the third prince back to slap him to death, a roar filled with anger suddenly erupted. Damn it, you wretched maid! Just as Qin Yao was about to pull the third prince back to slap him to death, a roar filled with anger suddenly erupted. The Aurora Saint's son roared in fury, his brow splitting apart in an instant, black and white energies rapidly spreading, transforming his entire being into a black and white figure. At this moment, the Aurora Saint's son's left side was light, and his right side was dark, resembling a bizarre figure of the black and white impermanence from hell, as if he were an angel descending from the heavens or a being emerging from hell, exuding a chilling aura and cold-killing intent. It's a dark-type superpower. The Aurora Saint's son is not only a single-type superpower user and martial artist but also a dual-type superpower user. Seeing this sudden scene, everyone was shocked. The Dark Twin was the first to scream, and the eyes of everyone else also showed a strong sense of astonishment. It is well known that the Aurora Saint's son has reached the 6th realm of the Aurora Bureau's sacred texts and is a light-type superpower user. With these two trump cards, the Aurora Saint's son has already been invincible, solidifying his title as the number one among the 9 great prodigies under the Emperor. However, today, everyone also learned about another trump card of the Aurora Saint's son. He is also a dark-type superpower user, and judging by the superpowers he is currently displaying, his dark-type abilities are definitely not weaker than his light-type abilities. Dual-type superpower users are extremely rare, at least among those present. Only the Dark Twin and the Aurora Saint's son are known, and the confrontation between light and dark superpowers is even more terrifying than the two abilities of the Dark Twin. Everyone was shocked by the Aurora Saint's son's cunning. For so many years, he had kept it tightly hidden, and no one knew he was a dual-type superpower user. If it weren't for today, they would still be in the dark. Damn it, you wretched maid, I originally didn't want to reveal all my strength. The Aurora Saint's son stood not far from Qin Yao, his body surrounded by swirling black and white light, a sacred and eerie aura permeating the air. He roared with a grim expression, "It's you, everything is forcing me to do this. Today, you must die at my hands." Boom! As his words fell, the Aurora Saint's son let out a low roar, which sounded like a thunderous explosion, deafening. In an instant, his palms erupted with dazzling black and white light spheres. Boom! In the next moment, he pushed forward with both hands, and with a loud bang, the black and white orbs of light instantly transformed into a sky full of black and white specks, resembling countless stars, shooting towards Qin Yao. Seeing the black and white light points rushing towards her, Qin Yao stood calmly in place, neither sad nor happy, neither joyful nor angry, very indifferent, like plain water, tasteless and motionless, allowing these black and white light points to envelop her. Ah, die for me, go die. Seeing that Qin Yao showed no intention of dodging, the Aurora Saint's son laughed sinisterly, roaring as he clapped his palms together, causing the black and white light points to gather into a distinct black and white light sheet, resembling two shells, wrapping Qin Yao entirely within, its surface swirling with black and white light, making it impossible to see the scene inside. Is she dead? Looking at the shell enveloping Qin Yao, radiating black and white light, Lu Yuanzhong from the Northern Super Special Operations Bureau slowly calmed his shocked introspection and whispered with anticipation. She should be dead. Beside him, the first saintess of the Holy Maiden sect, Wendini, with a fierce look in her eyes, coldly sneered, the Aurora Saint's son's move perfectly fuses light and dark superpowers. Although it seems not very powerful, its might is absolutely astonishing. Even if someone like the Buddhist sect's Emperor Sakya came, they might not be able to withstand this move from the Aurora Saint's son. This woman has been hit solidly by this move. She is undoubtedly doomed. What a terrifying move, to perfectly fuse two inherently incompatible superpowers of light and darkness, said Vernal, the leader of the Dark Twins, with a serious expression. If it were me, I definitely couldn't take this move. The Dark Twins' trump card is that the twin brothers can merge their dark water and dark fire superpowers, unleashing a power far greater than the sum of its parts. When it comes to the fusion of superpowers, they are the most authoritative. Although water and fire cannot coexist, their water and fire superpowers are infused with darkness, allowing for a perfect fusion and the release of immense power. The Dark Twins have the most say regarding the Aurora Saint Sun's move. Is that all you've got? In the next second, a disdainful giggle suddenly emanated from the shell, radiating endless brilliant white and black light. What? Hearing Qini Yao's unconcerned giggle, the eyes of everyone around once again filled with shock. Just how strong is this maid, Dao Changsheng? She can't even be harmed by such an attack. Is she really just a maid? Ah! I don't believe it. I don't believe I can't kill you. Hearing Qini Yao's unconcerned giggle, the Aurora Saint Sun immediately roared angrily to the sky, and the black and white light around him surged violently, rising to an extreme in an instant. Boom! In the next moment, a rumbling sound erupted, and in his hands, a black and a white shadowy long sword formed, both exuding a terrifying aura. The moment these two black and white shadow swords appeared, they tore through the surrounding space. Then, they instantly vanished, only to reappear right in front of the black and white light shell enveloping Qini Yao, and without any obstruction, they plunged in. Boom! Boom! Instantly, the void collapsed, countless fragments of space scattered, and the Aurora Saint Sun's strike effortlessly shattered even the void. This time, he's definitely dead, Lu Yuanzhong sneered as he watched the Aurora Saint Sun unleash his power, glancing at the light and dark shell with excitement. It was truly wonderful, this woman was finally going to die. Boom! In the next moment, a deafening explosion suddenly erupted. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, the black and white light shell enveloping Qini Yao instantly exploded, countless black and white light spots scattering in the air, vanishing without a trace. The Aurora Saint Sun himself was immediately struck as if by lightning, spitting out a mouthful of bright red blood, his face pale and devoid of color, looking utterly ghastly as he collapsed to the ground. In the arena, Qini Yao stood calmly, completely unharmed, as if the previous attacks had no power against her at all. Her long hair danced, and her purple robe fluttered wildly in the residual energy, her dark eyes filled with a chilling killing intent, and a hint of anger gathered between her brows. I thought you were impressive, but it seems you're just this capable, Qini Yao said disdainfully, walking indifferently towards the weakened Aurora Saint Sun, who lay there due to the backlash. You. The Aurora Saint Sun, lying there pale, looked at Qini Yao as she approached, his eyes filled with horror and disbelief. He stammered out, blood continuously oozing from the corners of his mouth, even bits of flesh spilling out. Clearly, the moment Qini Yao broke free from her confinement, she had severely injured him. He could hardly believe the reality before him. The Dark-type superpower was his hidden trump card, and the fusion of light and dark superpowers was his greatest ace. With this ace, he had absolute confidence in competing for a top 3 position in this world honor, or even the first place. After achieving one of the top 3 honors or the first, he could challenge any of the 7-star luminaries in the world, and upon victory, he would gain the 7-star position, becoming one of the world-recognized 7 stars. His mentor, one of the strongest in the world, had once said that with this trump card, he could be compared to the likes of the Emperor Shurshur among the 9 great prodigies of the world. But now, his strongest strike had not even harmed this woman's clothing, and this woman was merely the maid of Dao Changsheng, who had yet to make a move. This fact was simply unbelievable and unacceptable. It was nothing short of a fantastical tale. Speak your last words. Qini Yao stood before the Aurora Saint Sun, coldly stating. In truth, just now, when trapped by the light and dark, Qini Yao had sensed a hint of danger. If it weren't for her own immense strength, she wouldn't have been severely injured, but she would have definitely sustained some minor wounds. Now that she had shattered this attack, there was no reason to spare the Aurora Saint Sun before her. Hearing Qini Yao's words, the Aurora Saint Sun's lips trembled, his eyes filled with fear of death. He struggled to open his mouth, seemingly wanting to plead for mercy, but due to the severe backlash, all his internal organs had ruptured, rendering him unable to speak, lacking even the strength to utter a word. Goodbye. Qini Yao coldly looked at the Aurora Saint Sun, who could say nothing, shook her head lightly, then raised her foot and stomped down hard, crushing the Aurora Saint Sun completely. In an instant, flesh and blood flew, blood splattered everywhere, and a generation's prodigy, the Aurora Saint Sun, was dead. After doing all this, Qini Yao slowly turned around, once again looking indifferently at the third prince and others from the Aurora Bureau. At this moment, the entire venue was as silent as death, with only the sound of each person's heart beating violently, rising and falling like a tide. Everyone looked at Qini Yao with terror in their eyes, their faces pale as if they were staring at a devil, trembling in fear. Among them, there were those who wanted to escape, but the immense pressure emanating from Qini Yao consumed their entire bodies and minds, rendering their legs completely unresponsive, unable to flee. Even the Aurora Saint was easily slaughtered by Qini Yao. If they dared to run now, they would undoubtedly meet the same fate as the Aurora Saint. Thus, no one dared to escape. They could only stand in place, anxiously watching Dao Changsheng, for they knew that Qiniyou was merely Dao Changsheng's maid, and whether they could keep their lives depended entirely on Dao Changsheng. If Qiniyou agreed but Dao Changsheng did not allow it, they would still die. Dao Changsheng was the true master of the situation, which is why everyone looked at him with eyes full of intense pleading. Slap! Slap! At that moment, to everyone's surprise, the Sagittarius from the 12 constellations slapped his own face hard twice, once on each side, leaving his cheeks red and swollen, with clear handprints visible, evidently having struck himself with great force. After slapping himself, he bowed deeply to Dao Changsheng, his face pale, his voice trembling as he stammered, Please, my lord, forgive me for not recognizing the mountain, unintentionally offending you. I am sorry, please, my lord, have mercy and forgive me. Seeing Sagittarius's actions and his fearful trembling, the remaining members of Sagittarius looked at him with complex expressions, knowing that they were all the proud sons of top powers, accustomed to a high and mighty demeanor. While they were not completely dismissive of others, they had long been used to looking down from above, and could never bring themselves to bow or submit to anyone. This habit had long been ingrained in their blood and bones, becoming an inseparable part of their being, so asking them to consciously slap themselves was undoubtedly the greatest humiliation they had ever faced since birth. They could never do what Sagittarius did, instinctively begging for mercy. Quite clever, with a bit of sense, Dao Changsheng said calmly, slightly nodding as he observed Sagittarius slapping himself. Alright, I'll spare your life today, you may leave. Thank you, my lord, thank you. Upon hearing Dao Changsheng's words, Sagittarius's face flushed with excitement, a look of having survived a disaster. He then lowered his head deeply, glancing at the Capricorn and Aquarius behind him, wanting to retreat, but hesitation appeared on his face. They can't leave for now, don't even think about it, Dao Changsheng said casually, glancing at Sagittarius. You'd better leave immediately, otherwise, even if you slap yourself 100 times later, you might not be able to go. Yes. Hearing Dao Changsheng's warning, Sagittarius trembled all over, no longer daring to think of anything else or linger for even a moment. He immediately fled into the distance, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Seeing Sagittarius leave, everyone showed envious expressions, while Dao Changsheng glanced at Jian Chang, Haotian, and Gongsun Tongshan, smiling faintly as he said, What? Still not leaving? Do you want to stay? We're leaving, we're leaving. Upon hearing Dao Changsheng's words, Jian Chang and the others were startled, then respectfully thanked him, saying, Thank you, my lord. As they spoke, the four of them transformed into 4 streaks of light and left, disappearing into the horizon in the blink of an eye. They knew that Dao Changsheng had spared them out of consideration for the power behind them. As fellow cultivators from the Eastern Kingdom, the situation regarding the heir of the ninja sect was different. Their own teacher and lord had already submitted to the Eastern Kingdom and Dao Changsheng, and they held him in the utmost respect. If it weren't for the need to act as a traitor and infiltrate the team of the Aurora Saint's son, and if it weren't for the presence of so many people just now, he would have long since knelt at Dao Changsheng's feet. Slap! 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 In the next moment, the white-clad deity Clark, without saying a word, slapped his own face hard 4 times, the crisp sounds echoing continuously, his face swelling up significantly. After delivering the 4 slaps, Clark, with a face full of panic, bowed deeply to Dao Changsheng and trembled as he said, Master, I realize my mistake, please spare me. Interesting, Dao Changsheng said with a faint smile upon seeing Clark's actions. You do have some brains. Just now, Capricorn slapped himself twice, and you slapped yourself 4 times, which is a direct increase of 2. So the next person should slap themselves 6 times. You didn't forget to set up the next person before leaving, you can go now. Thank you, Master, Clark exclaimed, feeling a great sense of relief upon hearing Dao Changsheng's words. His face lit up with joy, and disregarding the angry glares from those around him, he turned decisively and quickly fled into the distance, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Slap! 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 In the next moment, another series of slaps echoed, as 12 crisp slaps rang out. It was the older brother of the Dark Twins, Fernal, and the younger brother, Leon, both of whom were slapping their own faces in rapid succession. The older brother, Fernal, was slightly slower, so after delivering 6 slaps, he hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth, a fierce expression appearing on his face, and he slapped himself 2 more times. You can also leave now, Dao Changsheng said calmly upon seeing the Dark Twins' reaction. Thank you, Master, the 2 Dark Twins said in unison, their faces filled with relief as they exhaled deeply. They then turned and transformed into streaks of light, fleeing into the distance. Now it's up to 10 slaps. Who's next? Better hurry, because the later it gets, the worse it will be, Qin Yiyao chimed in with a giggle, finding this situation extremely amusing. This group of people was too entertaining, even remembering to set up the next one before leaving. Slap, 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 slap. As soon as Chini Yao finished speaking, a continuous series of crisp slaps rang out again, coming from the third prince of the Aurora Bureau, the fourth prince, the Aquarius from the 12th zodiac of Carmen, and the super soldier Lu Yuanzhong from the Northern Kingdom, as the four of them frantically slapped themselves 10 times each. The four of them almost moved in unison, and after delivering their 10 slaps, they all stopped at the same time. Seeing this amusing scene, Chini Yao laughed, and Dao Changsheng also smiled faintly, watching the four in front of him without saying a word, curious to see how they would react. The third prince, fourth prince, Aquarius, and Lu Yuanzhong all wore embarrassed expressions, not expecting such a situation to arise. They had not anticipated that all four would act simultaneously, and each slap not only struck their faces but also hit their hearts, pushing them to the brink of collapse. Now that it was finally over, no one wanted to experience that nightmare feeling again, yet they were stuck in this situation. Slap, slap. Suddenly, the Aquarius made a decisive move, his expression fierce as he slapped his own face twice, then let out a long breath, lowered his arms, and looked eagerly at Dao Changsheng. Seeing Aquarius's actions, the remaining three were filled with regret. If they had known, they shouldn't have hesitated. If they had acted first, it would have just been a couple of slaps, but now it was too late, and this was no longer just about slapping themselves twice. Slap, 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 slap. The third prince of the Aurora Bureau suddenly gritted his teeth and slapped his own face 4 times. After finishing, he also sighed in relief, but unlike Aquarius, he didn't look eagerly at Dao Changsheng. Instead, he bowed his head deeply, although his expression was unclear. From his slightly trembling body, one could imagine how stifled he felt inside. Now only the fourth prince of the Aurora Bureau and LV Yuanzhong remained, both exchanging glances, and then the fourth prince of the Aurora Bureau cried out in despair, raising his hand to slap his own face 6 times. While LV Yuanzhong angrily gritted his teeth and slapped himself 8 times. He shouldn't have looked at the fourth prince of the Aurora Bureau, he should have just finished with 6 slaps, but now he had to slap himself 8 times. Alright, Dao Changsheng said lightly upon seeing the four of them obediently finish slapping themselves, you're all fine now, you can leave. The four remained silent, immediately turning around, heads down, and quickly rushing away into the distance. At this moment, only the Black Demon, Wendini, and Capricorn were left in the arena. As for Yalan and Velasquez, they lay on the ground, barely alive and motionless. Meanwhile, Buddha-E, the son of Aurora, and Shabindu had already perished. Now, the faces of Wendini, the Black Demon, and Capricorn were all pale, as they had already reached 20 slaps, meaning that whoever ended up last would have to slap themselves a full 26 times. At this point, they were quite envious of the Sagittarius who had acted first. Just 2 slaps had earned them a life, unlike themselves, who needed over 20 slaps. In fact, Dao Changsheng had shown mercy. He initially only mentioned an increment of 2, not doubling it. If it had been doubled, they would have had to slap themselves at least 100 times. Slap, 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 slap. In the next moment, the Black Demon, Wendini, and Capricorn all rushed to slap their own faces, fearing they would be too slow. Each of them, like dogs fighting over bones, frantically slapped themselves, filling the arena with the sound of loud slaps. It was maddening. If they were slow, it meant they would have to slap themselves 2 more times, and no one wanted that, so to avoid extra slaps, the 3 of them frantically slapped their own faces. But just then, not far away, a large group of people unexpectedly stumbled upon this scene. When they saw the Black Demon, Wendini, and Capricorn standing there, their eyes red, excitedly slapping their own faces, they couldn't believe their eyes, completely stunned, mouths agape in disbelief. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? What the F*** am I seeing? Oh my god, what is going on? Am I seeing things? What the hell? The proud children of various factions are excitedly slapping themselves. Is this for real? Look at them, they're really high on something. The Black Magician, the Saintess Wendini, and the Capricorn Prince from the 12 constellations of Carmen, my god, they're all top geniuses in the world, and now they're slapping themselves in the face? Who has such power to make them do this? Quick, look. It's that young man in the robe with his back to us. The Black Magician and the other 2 seem to be facing him, slapping themselves and admitting their mistakes. Damn, who is this young man? How does he have such power to make so many world-class young geniuses lower themselves to this extent? I feel like I've seen this young man's back before. It seems familiar. I think so too. Not just the 3 of them. Look at the ground. Oh my god. The young master of the Mexican Death God Alliance, Spindu, the first Buddha of the Eastern Buddhist sect, Buddha-E, and the Aurora Bureau's holy son of Aurora, those three, they're actually dead. Look, there's also the young Pharaoh Yalan from the Egyptian Pharaoh Society and Velasquez from the Brazilian Dark Group. They're lying there, and although they're not dead, they're barely hanging on. This is insane, absolutely insane. Who is this young man? He not only made the Black Magician, Wendini, and Capricorn slap themselves and admit their mistakes, but he also injured Elder Yellen and Velasquez, and killed Spindu, Buddha-E, and the Holy Son of Aurora? Who else could achieve this besides the 9 great prodigies of the world? This young man can't be one of them, right? Absolutely not. Tefageta and those people wouldn't participate in this world glory competition. Then who is this young man? I don't know. This is just too crazy. I'm afraid even Prince Clarence of the Dark Holy See wouldn't dare to do this, right? This young man actually has such courage? Doesn't he know what these people represent? Who stands behind them? He's practically declaring war on the whole world. It's over, the sky is falling. This time, the glory competition will definitely be filled with blood and carnage. This group of people was discussing not far away. Although they deliberately lowered their voices, their words still clearly reached the ears of the Black Magician and the other two. Hearing these discussions, the three of them suddenly didn't know whether to feel ashamed or humiliated, their faces turning bright red. They deeply lowered their heads, although their expressions couldn't be seen, their bodies were trembling violently. Second Prince, Ninth Prince, at this moment, dozens of miles away from Dao Changsheng, Daimler looked at the two figures approaching with a smile and said, "What's going on? Didn't you say you weren't participating in the World Glory competition? Why are you back?" So it's His Highness Daimler, the second prince and ninth prince of the Aurora Bureau, smiled upon seeing Daimler and helplessly said, "Our third prince and fourth prince are still on this island. We came to the island this time to inform them. The demon from last night must have also landed on the island." Daimler, an heir from one of the 6 noble families of the European Union, had a decent relationship with the second and ninth princes of the Aurora Bureau. They could only be considered acquaintances before. However, after experiencing the terrifying events of last night, perhaps due to shared suffering, their relationship suddenly became closer. Although they couldn't be called close friends, they were at least on good terms and could be considered simple friends. Not only Daimler, but also Austin and Dulick were the same. Both of them were so frightened that they didn't even dare to land on the island. As for Daimler, he had a death order to bring back the elite families that landed today, so he had no choice but to go ashore. In fact, he didn't want to land at all. So the two princes are the same. Daimler sighed upon hearing the words of the second and ninth princes, realizing that their experiences were similar. "Let's go. I remember my third and fourth brothers are in that direction. We need to hurry over." "What about you?" The second prince glanced at the distant direction and spoke. "I'll go with you," Daimler replied with a faint smile. "I see a lot of people gathered over there. It should be a chaotic battle. My clansmen might be there, so it's just right to take a look." "Then let's go." The second prince nodded at Daimler's words and quickly pulled the third prince toward that direction. For them, the dozens of miles were just a moment's journey. When they arrived, Haimo, Wendini, and Capricorn were there, frantically slapping their own faces, while others had also arrived one after another, all staring from a distance, dumbfounded and frozen in place. It is him. Just as the others were speculating about who Dao Changsheng was, daring to do such an astonishing thing, the second prince, the ninth prince, and Daimler immediately recognized Dao Changsheng and Qini Yao. Upon seeing those familiar figures, they all stopped in their tracks, their bodies trembling violently as if they had fallen into an ice cellar, their eyes filled with fear, and they cried out in shock. It is the second prince of the Aurora Bureau, the ninth prince, and Daimler of the EU Daimler family. As the three stood there, the people around them heard their voices and immediately looked over. Upon seeing the three, they gasped in surprise, for they were considered top-tier prodigies. Hearing the words of the people around them, Daimler and the other two did not turn to respond but instead looked in terror at Dao Changsheng and Qini Yao, who had their backs to them, their bodies stiff and their hands and feet cold. They had experienced what happened last night, that scene had been deeply buried in their hearts, and they didn't want to see Qini Yao and Dao Changsheng a second time, lacking even the courage to look. "Do the three princes know who this young man in black is?" Seeing the three silent, someone nearby curiously asked them. The second prince, the ninth prince, and Daimler remained silent, like clay statues, their expressions frozen, standing there motionless. Could they be in trouble? Noticing the lack of response from the second prince and the others, some people around felt a chill in their eyes and began to gather power in their hands, preparing for a sneak attack. After all, this was St. Carlos Island, and today was the elimination battle. If they could team up to eliminate the three prodigies, it would be both fame and great honor for them. Sensing a sudden surge of killing intent and coldness, the second prince and the others immediately snapped back to reality. Then all three turned around without a word and fled quickly into the distance without looking back. Their speed was truly unprecedented, as if someone were chasing them madly, their hurried forms revealing an unmistakable panic and embarrassment. In the blink of an eye, the three completely vanished without a trace, and no one could see their figures. What is going on? What is happening? What's going on? What happened? Seeing the three fleeing like lost dogs, the people around were all in shock, as if they had seen a ghost, frantically running away. It was the first time they had seen the second prince and the others in such a disheveled state, each one unable to comprehend what had just happened. Whoosh! 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 In the sky above, the sound of 3 streaks of light cutting through the air echoed continuously, and it was unclear how far they had traveled before they finally stopped and landed on the ground. The second prince, the 9th prince, and Daimler emerged from the light, their faces ashen. They stood in place, panting heavily, their foreheads drenched in cold sweat, their faces pale as if they had just escaped from the jaws of a tiger. For a moment, the three of them remained silent, gazing at each other, and in each other's eyes, they saw sheer terror. They had not expected to encounter Dao Changsheng again on this St. Carlos Island. Moreover, it seemed that this incident was even more serious than the chaos of the previous night. If they had not just seen wrong, the Aurora Saint Sun from their headquarters, Spindu, and the Buddha sect's Buddha Sun Buddha were already dead, while Velasquez and Yalan lay there, their fates unknown. The remaining dark mages, Wendini, and Lu Yuanzhong were slapping themselves in remorse. They knew that this time, a tremendous storm of bloodshed was about to erupt. Because the people they had seen carried far more weight than the nearly 100 young geniuses who had attended the gala on the number 1 cruise ship last night. The top talents on St. Carlos Island today were truly the elite, almost the strongest group of prodigies beneath the 9 great prodigies of the world. They were also the successors that each faction valued the most, having invested vast resources to cultivate them meticulously. In other words, they were the face of their respective powers, and their every word and action could represent the movements of those great forces. Many people had already witnessed this scene today. They knew that this matter could not be kept under wraps and would soon spread, unlike last night when many could still be kept in the dark. Today was different. Those who had landed on St. Carlos Island came from all over the world, representing various factions, many of whom were still unaware of what had transpired last night. Now, it was even worse. Their headquarters Aurora Saint Sun had actually died, and so had Buddha E from the Buddha sect. Tonight, or even tomorrow, when the forces they represented learned of all this, they would undoubtedly be furious and completely enraged. Although what had happened on the number 1 cruise ship last night was serious, the people who had died were not particularly important figures. At least within their respective factions, they had sufficient replacements to find someone to take their place. Moreover, they were well aware that the World Hunting Order issued against Dao Changsheng last night was not meant to be publicized. However, the top bosses of the major factions wanted to join forces to demand an explanation, so Olympus Mountain directly issued a World Hunting Order, stating that Olympus Mountain would not participate in the hunt. In short, the various factions were merely concerned about their own reputation and venting their frustrations, while Olympus Mountain was just trying to give them face. Furthermore, the major factions of the world did not care too much about this matter. What they cared about more was the divine demon harmonization flower that Olympus Mountain had presented. They had joined forces last night to forcefully obtain more opportunities to acquire the divine demon harmonization flower, but Olympus Mountain had outright refused. If they wanted the flower, they could send their powerful successors to compete for first place in the glory competition to obtain it. But the situation that unfolded today on St. Carlos Island was completely different. The deaths of the Aurora Saint Sun, Spindu, and Buddha E, and the unknown fates of Velasquez and Yalan, the Black Demon, Wendini, and Capricorn were ruthlessly humiliated, and once their respective factions learned of it, they would undoubtedly fall into an unimaginable frenzy. At that time, these various forces, including the Aurora Bureau, would not simply issue a worldwide manhunt against Dao Changsheng, they would mobilize far greater power. The leaders among them, such as the Bureau Chief and the Demon God, would take matters into their own hands, sparing no effort to find Dao Changsheng, even if it meant turning heaven and earth upside down. They would then deploy the true big shots from all sides to personally eliminate Dao Changsheng. Thus, they knew that an unprecedented storm was about to arrive. The Aurora Bureau's holy son was far more important than the 9 princes, and although he once lacked the strength to rival the world's top talents, that was no longer the case. If Dao Changsheng were to kill him, the Bureau Chief would undoubtedly descend in person. At that time, the 9 great demon gods of the Aurora Bureau would surely make an appearance, and for the world, it would be a storm of epic proportions. This storm would be even more terrifying and larger than the one caused by the exiled immortal from the Eastern Kingdom. Thinking of this, the 3 of them turned pale, breathing rapidly in a frenzy. They didn't know how long it took, but they finally managed to calm down, their pale faces gaining a hint of color, yet the lingering fear and terror remained. It's too terrifying, this is simply madness, the second prince said with a bitter shake of his head after barely regaining his composure. This Dao Changsheng is utterly lawless, even more terrifying than the exiled immortal back then. Indeed, I never expected such a lawless and unfathomable person to suddenly appear in the Eastern Kingdom, which is known for hiding dragons and tigers, Daimler also said with a bitter smile and a shake of his head. No matter who Dao Changsheng is or what profound background and status he possesses, as long as you provoke him, it's like stepping into the gates of hell. The reason he dares to do all this is that he fears nothing. He doesn't care about any person or force in this world opposing him. He doesn't even care about being enemies with all the forces in the world. How many people have died at his hands already? Because he is unafraid, he naturally does these things without pressure or restraint. I estimate that the force behind him in the Eastern Kingdom must be terrifying, at least more so than the background of the exiled immortal back then. Unclear, Daimler replied with a bitter smile upon hearing the ninth prince's words. His strength is bizarrely strong, making it impossible to accurately determine his limits. Up to now, he has hardly made a move himself, all the attacks have been from his maid. If one maid is this terrifying, comparable to the exiled immortal, I can't imagine how terrifying he must be as the master. The Eastern Kingdom is truly terrifying, such a person seems to have appeared out of thin air. This matter has already occurred, we should leave and report it as soon as possible. That's right, the impact of this matter is too great, we must quickly inform our backers. Farewell then. With that, the three of them rushed towards the seaside of St. Carlos Island. They had to convey this news to their respective big shots, and perhaps they would gain a lot of credit. Slap, slap, slap. At that moment, on Dao Changsheng's side, a series of crisp and loud slaps echoed, continuing for quite a while before stopping. The faces of the Black Demon, Wendini, and Capricorn were all swollen, and after the beating, they deeply bowed their heads, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Meanwhile, more and more people were watching from a distance, each one fixated on the scene, unable to utter a word. Such a shocking event was something they absolutely could not miss. If they did, they would regret it for a lifetime. Of course, among the crowd, there were other geniuses belonging to the forces behind black magic and the other two. Some of them were gloating, their eyes gleaming with cold laughter, while others were taken aback, quickly turning to leave, wanting to notify their elders outside the island. During the World Glory War, St. Carlos Island would be heavily sealed off, and no one could enter, not even satellites could monitor the scenes on the island. Therefore, what happened on the island had to be communicated verbally to be known by the outside world. The reason for the cold laughter and mockery was that there was competition among the other forces. If this guy fell, they would definitely need to select a new generation of heirs, which meant they had a chance. Looking at Black Magic and the other two who had stopped, Dao Changsheng smiled faintly and asked, "Are we done?" Hearing Dao Changsheng's words, Black Magic slightly raised his head, trying to ease the grim expression on his face, and then, with suppressed anger in his voice, said, We should be able to leave now, right?" "No," Dao Changsheng replied with a faint smile, casually saying, "What? Why?" Upon hearing Dao Changsheng's words, Black Magic and the others suddenly looked up, revealing their swollen faces, their brows furrowed with uncontrollable anger, unable to hold back their low cries. They couldn't understand why they couldn't leave. They had followed the same actions as the others, even slapping themselves more, yet they couldn't go? Their mood was as if they had been utterly humiliated. "Did I ever say I would let you go?" Dao Changsheng said calmly upon hearing the angry words from Black Magic, Wendini, and Capricorn. But you said before that as long as we slap ourselves, we would be allowed to leave?" Capricorn stammered, looking at Dao Changsheng. He didn't dare to question Dao Changsheng with the same angry tone as Black Magic and Wendini. He could only meekly plead for Dao Changsheng to spare him, knowing that there would be plenty of opportunities for revenge later. "That was for others, it has nothing to do with you three," Dao Changsheng said slowly upon hearing Capricorn's words. "Even if you slap yourselves 100 times, it would be of no use." "What?" Upon hearing Dao Changsheng's words, the expressions of Black Magic, Wendini, and Capricorn changed instantly, turning extremely ugly, their faces filled with rage. They had truly been played. They had been deceived, all those slaps had been in vain, and all the humiliation they endured had been for nothing. Why? The next moment, Capricorn clenched his fists in anger, staring fiercely at Dao Changsheng, speaking each word slowly. "Why do you have to target the three of us? Why? What do you think?" Dao Changsheng countered with a question, looking at Capricorn calmly. Hearing Dao Changsheng's words, Capricorn was momentarily speechless. He was like a bulldog, snorting hot air from his nose, his chest heaving violently, his expression filled with immense anger. If looks could kill, Dao Changsheng would have died several times already. If conditions allowed, he would definitely want to kill Dao Changsheng. Seeing the three of them furious, Dao Changsheng remained calm and said lightly, it seems none of you know why I won't let you go." Upon hearing Dao Changxing's words, Black Magic and the others fell silent. Clearly, they couldn't understand why Dao Changxing let others go but not them. They had pleaded for mercy, slapped themselves, and even did so many more times than the first person who left. It made no sense. They couldn't just say that because they were the last to slap themselves, they wouldn't be allowed to leave. "Since you don't know, let me tell you," Dao Changxing said slowly, seeing the three still looking bewildered. The few people who just left had relatively clean mouths and didn't spout nonsense there, but you guys, if I remember correctly, were the ones who shouted the loudest before, the ones with the strongest killing intent towards me, wishing to kill me immediately. You were determined to kill me for the assassination order. At this point, Dao Changxing said lightly, "Now, you should understand why I didn't let you go. Dao Changxing, do you really think we dare not make a move against you?" Hearing Dao Changxing's words, knowing he wouldn't let them leave, the suppressed fear and anger of Capricorn and the others erupted completely, turning into boundless madness. Capricorn stepped forward first, his expression extremely ferocious, like a demon, roaring, "Do you really think we're afraid of you? Kill him. Let's join forces and take down this damned guy to avenge our companion." Wandini also screamed hysterically, a surge of sacred energy continuously gathering around her, bursting forth in dazzling white light. "If you're not afraid, then why are you backing down?" Hearing their roars, Dao Changxing's expression remained calm as he said slowly, "If you're not afraid, why are you slapping yourselves and asking me to let you go? Since we're going to die anyway, let's join forces. Only by killing him do we have a chance to survive." The black demon roared viciously from the side, a thick dark aura erupting from his body, sweeping up a whirlwind, causing the ground to tremble slightly. "Kill! Kill! Kill!" As the black demon finished speaking, Wandini and Capricorn could no longer contain themselves, each letting out a roar filled with rage, and then unleashing their strongest powers to attack Dao Changxing madly. "Want to kill my young master? Have you forgotten about me?" Seeing the three suddenly make a move, Qin Yao instantly sprang into action, her strike causing the surrounding air to explode, making a crackling sound. With a casual grab, Qin Yao seized Capricorn by the neck, then casually flung him away, sending him flying. Boom! At the same moment, as Qin Yao released her aura, a vast light burst forth from her body, sweeping out in all directions. Boom! With this overwhelming momentum like a raging river, a deafening sound of thunder echoed through the air. The surrounding trees instantly fell over, and the rocks on the ground shattered, sending flying sand and stones, enveloping the area and obscuring the view for those far away, filling their hearts with terror. Ah! 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 As this powerful aura descended, sweeping in all directions, those watching from afar were also affected, many of them struck by the flying sand and stones, bleeding and crying out in unbearable pain. As Capricorn was sent flying, Qin Yao struck again from a distance, causing the surrounding air to explode completely, layers of air transforming into a raging current, creating a fierce wind, dust flying, howling through the heavens and earth. Bang! A muffled sound suddenly rang out, and Capricorn let out a painful grunt, his body shooting backward like a kite with its string cut, rapidly flying away. My God! Seeing this scene, some people in the distance were dumbfounded, exclaiming in shock. They knew how powerful the Capricorn Prince of the 12 Zodiac in the Carmen was, and now he was being swatted away like a fly by a woman with such ease, it was simply unbelievable. Seeing Capricorn being knocked away, Wandini and Haimo immediately stopped their attacks, both retreating explosively while their faces were filled with terror, their hearts trembling. They had originally thought they could resist a bit and then escape, but they never expected such a thing to happen, being easily sent flying by a maid. Capricorn's strength was on par with theirs. If Capricorn could be effortlessly knocked away, there was no way they could stand a chance. They were once again frightened. Capricorn, who had been sent flying, crashed heavily to the ground, landing like a dog and directly biting into a large pile of dirt, several of his teeth shattering. Struggling to get up, he looked at Qin Yao in the distance with a face full of fear. It was terrifying. Truly terrifying, the thoughts in his mind were utterly absurd. The aura that Qin Yao had just emitted was as horrifying as something from hell, and at the moment he was knocked away, it felt as if he had already stepped into the gates of hell, just a hair's breadth away from death. Unbeatable, absolutely unbeatable, he simply couldn't fight back, he couldn't even be compared to Qin Yao. Compared to her, he felt as weak as an ant. Run! With this thought, Capricorn disregarded the immense pain in his body, gritting his teeth tightly, not daring to look back even for a moment. He struggled to get up and fled in a different direction, his figure filled with panic. At this moment, he had no thoughts of counterattacking, only one word remained in his mind, escape. Moreover, he felt a sense of glee inside. This time, Qin Yao had given him a chance, he could leave St. Carlos Island alive. Want to escape? Seeing Capricorn fleeing in the distance, Qin Yao raised an eyebrow, and without saying a word, she instantly vanished from her spot. When she reappeared, she was already behind Capricorn, and with just one step, she could block his path. What a good opportunity! Seeing this scene, Wendini and Haimo's expressions brightened. Without hesitation, they immediately activated their last trump card, transforming into two streaks of light and fleeing in the opposite direction of Capricorn. Their speed was much faster than Capricorn's, and they almost disappeared in the blink of an eye. An ordinary physique, how could it have a special bloodline? Seeing the two fleeing figures, Dao Changsheng did not pay them any mind but squinted to observe the remnants of the aura left behind by their rapid departure. He clearly sensed that there was a dark aura from the heavens above within their presence. Could it be that someone has already fallen? After carefully examining this aura, Dao Changsheng's brows slightly furrowed. Faster, faster, even faster. Capricorn moved like lightning, continuously rushing into the distance while roaring in his heart, his eyes filled with both fear and urgency. At this moment, he truly wished he had 4 legs so he could escape even faster and farther, increasing his chances of survival. It's over. In the next moment, a calm voice suddenly rang out. Hearing this voice, Capricorn had no time to react before he was instantly turned to dust, scattering with the wind. 2 actually got away. After effortlessly dispatching Capricorn, Shi Niao took 2 steps back to Dao Changxing's side. Seeing that Wendini and Haimo had already vanished, Shi Niao said somewhat apologetically, "Young master, should we continue forward to search for the sealing place, or should I go after those 2 who just escaped? The seal of the place where the god and demon flower is located is not far from here. When the time comes, it will naturally appear. Compared to the dark aura that is emerging, we must extinguish this darkness," Shi Niao said. Dao Changsheng replied, "The dark aura has already appeared. There are people in this world studying that thing. Such things must be eradicated." At this point, a glint of coldness appeared in Dao Changsheng's eyes. He would not allow such things to exist under his watch. The fleeing Wendini and the forces behind the black demon were definitely studying that thing. "Let's go, I want to see who dares to get involved with such things," Dao Changsheng said lightly, leading Shi Niao slowly in the direction where the Saint Wendini and the black demon had escaped. "Hurry, while they haven't caught up. Let's go." Thanks to that fool from Capricorn for attracting attention. Otherwise, even if we activated this thing, we still wouldn't be able to escape. In the sky, Wendini and the black demon gritted their teeth, their faces pale with terror, clearly still panicking even after their escape. They were now heading straight for the seaside of St. Carlos Island, knowing that once they reached the coast, they would be outside the island. As long as they escaped to the outside, with so many people watching and so many law enforcers stationed there, that woman and Dao Changsheng would definitely not pursue them, and they would be safe. At this moment, it was already past 3 in the afternoon outside St. Carlos Island, with 2 or 3 hours left until the end. As usual, a massive cruise ship was docked around St. Carlos Island. On this enormous cruise ship, countless figures stood, representing various major forces, along with many spectators who did not participate in the World Glory Tournament. They stood on the deck, watching the sounds of battle gradually fade from St. Carlos Island, chatting and laughing with those beside them, discussing the fierce battles that had taken place on the island. According to past data, by this time, the number of people on St. Carlos Island has already been reduced to less than 30%, the most intense phase of the battle has passed. Yes, the remaining 30% can basically survive today's preliminary round. The key is tomorrow's finals. That situation will be truly brutal. Fortunately, the clever me did not participate in such a glory tournament. Clever? I think it's cowardly. Indeed, there are significantly fewer participants this time, mainly because there are too many prodigies competing this time, everywhere you look. That's right, the Black Demon from the Fan Sect, the white-clad Celestial Clark from the 6 noble families, Capricorn from Carmen, Sagittarius, Aquarius, the Aurora Saint from the Aurora Bureau, the 3rd Prince, the 4th Prince, and the Super Special Forces from the North, Liu Yuanzhong, the Young Master of the Neon Ninja Sect, Saint Mundini, and so on. There are just too many. I feel that the first place in tomorrow's finals will definitely be the Aurora Saint. He is the top among the 9 prodigies. That's true, but from the perspective of individual strength comparison, the Aurora Saint is undoubtedly the strongest, that much is certain. However, the key is that others will join forces against him, and facing so many people, even if he is extraordinarily powerful, the outcome is still a bit uncertain. Don't forget, the Aurora Saint is best at scheming against others. Among so many geniuses, there might already be someone secretly allied with him, helping him to reach the top of this world ranking, and others are aware of this situation. So I estimate that even if many people join forces against him, that alliance will be very weak and won't truly exert effort. That's indeed the case, so the chance of the Aurora Saint claiming the first place in this world ranking battle should be 9 out of 10. As everyone continued to discuss, not far away on the No. 1 passenger ship, the gods of Olympus, including Dongfang Xian from the Eastern family and Indra from the Brahmin sect, sat calmly on their thrones, sipping tea, and quietly waiting for the conclusion of today's preliminary round. Surrounding them were various elegant and beautiful maidens, each too afraid to breathe loudly, their heads slightly bowed, waiting for any commands that these powerful figures might issue at any moment. The waves howled, and the sea breeze rustled the clothes of the people on the cruise ship. "We're sitting here doing nothing. Why not start a betting game?" Suddenly, one of the prominent figures spoke with a smile. "Sure, just waiting like this isn't a solution." "I agree." Upon hearing this figure's words, the other prominent figures around began to express their agreement one by one. "So what shall we bet on?" Suddenly, one figure asked in confusion, "What should be the scope of our bet?" "Let's bet on this world glory competition. We can wager on which faction has more participants, or rather, the number of people who can advance to the finals," the powerful figure from the Brahmin sect suddenly said with a smile. "What's there to be afraid of?" Hearing the Brahmin figure's words, a powerful figure from Carmen said solemnly, "Then next comes the matter of the stakes. I bet that our Carmen will have more participants, with a stake of $500 billion and 200 million in minerals and herbs. Our Holy Maiden sect will also join this betting game, with $500 billion and 200 billion in light crystals." A powerful figure from the Holy Maiden sect suddenly spoke up. "How can we from the Aurora Bureau be left out of such an interesting matter?" On the other side, a robust man, resembling a black bear, with fierce and domineering eyes, also spoke. He slightly twisted his dark and sturdy neck, producing a series of crisp bone-cracking sounds, then chuckled. "I also represent our Aurora Bureau, with the same stakes of 500 billion and 200 billion in minerals and herbs. I'll join too, with the same stakes." "I join as well, with the same stakes." "I also join, with the same stakes." After the representative from the Aurora Bureau spoke, 5 or 6 other prominent figures from major factions expressed their interest in joining the betting game. "Alright, anyone can join, but there can only be one winner," the powerful figure from the Brahmin sect, who initially proposed the betting game, said with a playful smile, "and the winner will take all the stakes." "Isn't there a downside to this? What if several factions have the same number of participants? How do we resolve that?" Another prominent figure raised an objection. "That's even simpler," the Brahmin figure replied with a smile. "If several factions have the same number of participants, we will see whose participants come out first to determine the final winner of the bet. What do you think?" "That works. That works." Hearing this, the surrounding prominent figures fought for a moment and immediately expressed their agreement, with all those participating in the betting game voicing their approval. "Indra, are you so confident in winning this betting game?" The god of Olympus suddenly raised an eyebrow and glanced at Indra, speaking lightly. Indra, the representative of the Brahmin sect this time and the one who first proposed the betting game, was indeed a significant figure. The Indian Brahmin sect could also be considered a major force, but they rarely moved in the world, leading many to not compare them with other factions. As for the god of Olympus, he did not participate in this gamble but instead gazed calmly towards St. Carlos Island, where a hint of barely perceptible fear lay deep within his eyes. The reason he had come in person this time was to accomplish an extremely important task assigned from above. Of course, upon hearing the god's words, Indra from the Brahmin sect smiled confidently and then spoke. "Oh." Seeing Indra so certain, the fire god of Carmen suddenly turned his head to look at Indra, unable to understand why he was so confident. "I won't say the reason, let's just wait for the final result," Indra replied lightly, a confident expression radiating from his face. At the same time, he snapped his fingers, and a graceful maid immediately approached, bowing respectfully to present him with a glass of red wine. Indra took a light sip and then looked at the distant St. Carlos Island, chuckling as he said, "Hee, I believe our Holy Maiden sect will win as well." Beside him, a powerful figure from the Holy Maiden sect also spoke with a confident expression, mirroring Indra's demeanor, leaving the other powerful figures around them somewhat puzzled. "However, it's still too early to talk about victory. We can just wait quietly," the god of Olympus said, clearly showing some disdain for Indra from the Brahmin sect. Upon hearing the god's words, the powerful figures from the Holy Maiden sect and Indra from the Brahmin sect remained silent, merely curling their lips into a confident sneer. Whoosh! 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 At that moment, a series of howling sounds cut through the fierce wind, and suddenly there was a commotion at the edge of St. Carlos Island, where several figures rushed out together. They were Sagittarius, Aquarius, the white-clad god Clark, the Dark Twins, Lu Yu and Zhong, the third prince of the Aurora Bureau, the fourth prince, and a total of 8 people. As for Jian Chang, Haotian, Gongsun Tongshan, and the young master of the ninja sect, these 4 were leisurely walking towards the side, completely different from the disheveled Sagittarius and the others. What's going on? Why are they coming out early? Seeing the 8 people rushing at full speed, the various big shots on the number 1 cruise ship were instantly stunned. What was going on? Why did these proud children of heaven suddenly come out? Humph, there are still more than 2 hours until the elimination round ends. What are the Dark Twins doing coming out early? An old man with black hair from the Dark Council of the Dark Church immediately stood up, his face dark as he looked at the Dark Twins rushing from afar, speaking coldly, with a hint of anger on his face. Just moments ago, the Dark Council had also participated in the gamble set by Indra, betting that the Dark Twins would definitely enter tomorrow's finals, yet now they had inexplicably come out early. This indirectly indicated that the Dark Twins had already been eliminated and could not participate in tomorrow's glorious finals. If the Dark Twins could not participate in the finals, then correspondingly, the chance of winning that he had just secured in this gamble would vanish. If the Dark Twins completely stepped out of St. Carlos Island, he would undoubtedly lose the 500 billion in funds and the 200 billion in minerals and herbs. Out of nowhere, losing such a significant amount of property in an instant was bound to infuriate him. He even felt the urge to crush the Dark Twins. Damn it, not only the old man from the Dark Council but also the big shots from the 6 major European noble families looked at the white-clad god Clark with darkened expressions. Sagittarius, level up. Looking at the rushing Sagittarius and Aquarius, the fire god of Carmen's gaze was icy. These 8 shouldn't be coming out, right? Why are they out early? As they saw Sagittarius, Aquarius, the white-clad angel Clark, the Dark Twins, Lu Yu and Zhong, the 3rd prince of the Aurora Bureau, the 4th prince, and the other 8 rushing towards them, the people on the other cruise ships were equally astonished, whispering among themselves. What's going on? Has something happened on St. Carlos Island? Why did those 8 leave the island so suddenly and rush out? Could it be that they were forced out? Are you kidding? Not to mention their individual powers, who would dare to force all 8 of them out at once? That would be suicide. True, whether they can be beaten or not is one thing, but they could sweep across the entire St. Carlos Island if they teamed up. They are all top-tier fighters. That's correct, but why are they all coming out together? Was it pre-arranged? Why are they running so fast? I don't know. They don't look like they were forced out. It seems more like they left the island voluntarily, or perhaps it was agreed upon. Voluntarily leaving the island? Why would they do that? Is there anyone on this island they fear? There's absolutely no one. How would I know? Just watch. As Sagittarius, Aquarius, the white-clad angel Clark, the Dark Twins, Lu Yu and Zhong, the 4th prince, the 3rd prince, and the other 8 drew closer, the spectators on each cruise ship wore expressions of curiosity and confusion, whispering among themselves. Meanwhile, on St. Carlos Island, the 8, Sagittarius, Aquarius, the white-clad angel Clark, the Dark Twins, Lu Yu and Zhong, the 4th prince, and the 3rd prince, were not feeling well either as they ran. Although they had used their powers to erase the slap marks from their faces during their escape, those marks felt like brands on their souls, impossible to erase no matter how hard they tried. This was a humiliation, a lifelong disgrace. Because of this incident, they had no face to participate in the upcoming World Glory Finals and could only leave early. The main reason they wanted to escape St. Carlos Island was because of that Taoist Chang and that maid. Those two were simply terrifying. Each of them was filled with endless frustration and anger. It wasn't that they didn't want to vent their feelings or seek revenge, but the moment they thought of Taoist Chang's maid, and Qin Yao's dark eyes, they suddenly felt a chill run through their bodies, as if they had fallen into an ice cellar, and the flames of revenge that had been burning in their hearts were reduced to a flickering spark, ready to extinguish at any moment. Spindu was killed in an instant, Foe was slaughtered, and even the Aurora Sane couldn't withstand a single move from Qin Yao. If they went up, the outcome would surely be no better. Those two must die. Although Sagittarius, Aquarius, the white-clad angel Clark, the Dark Twins, Lu Yu and Zhong, the 3rd prince, and the 4th prince were all running with their heads down, they exchanged glances, and in each other's eyes, they saw a deep, fierce expression. This was something they could never forget. It was a lifelong memory. Since they couldn't take revenge themselves, they could only rely on the forces behind them to do so. Taoist Chang and that Qin Yao must die. Only then could the wounds in their hearts heal. Only with the deaths of Taoist Chang and Qin Yao could their disgrace be washed away. Otherwise, their martial hearts would remain tarnished, their cultivation would not advance a single step, and they would constantly face the threat of inner demons. We cannot tell our elders about this matter, not even in death. If it gets out, none of us will survive, and I believe you all understand this very well. The white-clad angel Clark suddenly spoke coldly. We can only seek revenge if we stay alive. If we die, everything is just empty talk. Rest assured, I know the seriousness of the situation. Don't worry, I won't say a word even if I die. I absolutely won't say anything, even in death. Hearing Clark's words, the other 7 gritted their teeth in agreement, and without another word, they swiftly dashed towards the #1 cruise ship. A few minutes later, amidst the grim expressions of the powerful Sagittarius, Aquarius, the white-clad angel Clark, the dark twins, Lu Yu and Joan, the third prince, and the fourth prince all rushed out of St. Carlos Island. Instantly, an uproar erupted. Everyone on the cruise ship was astonished. Sagittarius and the others actually dared to rush out of St. Carlos Island under the stern gazes of their elders, which meant they had completely given up their qualification to advance in the grand finals of this World Glory competition. In contrast to the disheveled 8, Jian Chang, Haotian, Gongsun Tongshan, and the young master of the ninja sect leisurely walked to the seaside of St. Carlos Island, quietly sitting in place, clearly having no intention of leaving the island. For now, they were just waiting for the competition to end on St. Carlos Island, which would allow them to advance to the Glory Finals the next day. Moreover, they were not the least bit afraid that anyone would dare to target them. The four of them had banded together, and without opponents of equal strength like Sagittarius, they could almost sweep the entire St. Carlos Island. Therefore, they were not worried at all about failing in the qualifying match the next day. Why did you leave the island early and willingly give up your qualification to advance? Looking at the fleeing Sagittarius, Aquarius, the white-clad angel Clark, the dark twins, Lu Yu and Joan, the third prince, and the fourth prince, an elder from the dark church stepped forward first, glancing at everyone else before finally fixing his gaze on the dark twins, speaking coldly. Sagittarius, Aquarius, you two need to give me an explanation. Beside him, the fire god of Carmen also stared at Sagittarius and Aquarius with a grim expression, asking, where's Capricorn? Why isn't Capricorn with you? What about you? The prominent figure from the Aurora Bureau also looked sternly at the third and fourth princes of the Aurora Bureau, asking with anger. The other prominent figures remained silent, except for a few from the 6 noble families, the Dark Council, and the Buddhist sect, who wore gloomy expressions. The remaining prominent figures had expressions of glee and intense curiosity. Why had these 8 suddenly decided to leave St. Carlos Island, willingly giving up their qualification for tomorrow's finals? This round, our Brahma sect is sure to win. Indra from the Brahma sect sneered with pride as he looked at the reprimanded Sagittarius and the others, clearly having great confidence in the dark magic. But it's not just you Brahma sect, our Holy Maiden sect's Holy Maiden hasn't come out yet. Aren't you jumping to conclusions too early? Just as Indra finished speaking, a powerful figure from the Holy Maiden sect also sneered. Hearing the words of the Holy Maiden sect's powerful figure, Indra merely curled his lip and said nothing, while the other powerful figures involved in the betting looked angrily at the younger generation before them, eager to hear what was going on. Hearing the inquiries from the fire god of Carmen and the other powerful figures, Sagittarius and the other 8 deeply lowered their heads, pursed their lips, and remained silent, clearly unwilling to say anything. Speak! The powerful figure from the Aurora Bureau saw the third prince and fourth prince bow their heads deeply, showing no intention of speaking, yet he shouted loudly. At that moment, a chilling aura rapidly spread, instantly lowering the temperature of the surrounding air to freezing point. The reprimanding voice thundered like a storm, resonating in the ears of everyone present, leaving them with ringing eardrums and dizzy heads. Hearing the words of this powerful figure, the third prince and fourth prince struggled to lift their heads, looking at the powerful figure from the Aurora Bureau, their faces pale and bodies slightly trembling, still showing no intention of speaking. To be honest, although he was a prince of the Aurora Bureau, with a noble status and extraordinary identity, how could outsiders know that every prince selected by the Aurora Bureau had bloody lessons behind them? The leaders of their respective branches were undoubtedly the most severe and ruthless. If they dared to make even a small mistake, they would usually face tenfold harsh punishment. Even though they were princes of various branches, they could not escape this punishment, a fact unknown to outsiders, who only understood how glorious it was to be a prince of the Aurora Bureau. Judging by the expression of this powerful figure from the Aurora Bureau, he was definitely very angry, because if he escaped from St. Carlos Island without explaining himself, he would face even more severe and terrifying punishment. But even so, he still could not speak. If this powerful figure from the Aurora Bureau learned that he had done something so humiliating on St. Carlos Island, he would undoubtedly fly into a rage, and the entire Aurora Bureau would pursue him and Qin Yiyao relentlessly. But he and the fourth prince would be completely finished, because the Aurora Bureau would never allow a prince representing their branch to survive, especially after escaping from St. Carlos Island under the watchful eyes of so many powerful figures from various factions. Once they spoke, they would definitely be buried by their own powerful faction and dealt with secretly. Therefore, they truly could not say a word. If they remained silent, there was still a glimmer of hope for survival, but if they spoke, there would be no chance of survival at all. They were different from the others behind them. As long as the 8 of them kept quiet and resolutely refused to reveal the reason, plus no one had seen what happened at that time, that figure should not spread the news widely. Even if he did, not many would believe it. As for the 4 from the Eastern Kingdom's sword, they could only pray that those 4 would not speak. At worst, they could secretly curry favor with Jian Chang and the others, which was better than dying. Therefore, as they expected, even if their elders had many doubts and kept pressing them, in the end, they would have no choice but to give up in the face of the 8's silence. As long as they gave up, their status would be preserved, and they could take revenge step by step afterward. Only by staying alive could they do more. At this moment, the cruise ship was silent, not a sound to be heard. Sagittarius, Aquarius, the white-clad god Clark, the dark twins, Lu Yu and Joan, the third prince, the fourth prince, and the other 8 faced the reprimands and inquiries from the fire god and other powerful figures. Although their faces were filled with fear, they remained tight-lipped, not uttering a word, showing no intention of speaking. Seeing the reaction of these 8, the other powerful figures who had been gloating also reined in their smiles, replaced by expressions of deep confusion. They had begun to sense that something was amiss. The fact that Sagittarius, Aquarius, the white-clad god Clark, the dark twins, Lu Yu and Joan, the third prince, and the fourth prince had refused to speak until now must have some reason behind it, otherwise, it wouldn't be like this. Very good. Seeing that Sagittarius, Aquarius, and the other 6 remained silent, the eyes of the fire god Carmen grew increasingly cold. He fixed his icy gaze on Sagittarius and Aquarius, speaking each word with a chilling clarity, a manifestation of his extreme anger. Upon hearing the fire god's deliberate words, Sagittarius and Aquarius turned pale, their bodies trembling even more violently. As Carmen's celestial princes, they naturally understood what this meant. It signified that the fire god had reached the brink of his fury, and what awaited them would be an unimaginably severe punishment. Boom! In the next moment, the fire god suddenly stepped forward, an overwhelming aura surging from him like raging waves, sweeping across the scene, pressing down on their consciousness like a mountain, making them tremble and feel fear deep in their souls. Sagittarius and Aquarius looked at the fire god in terror, instinctively taking 2 steps back, trembling as they closed their eyes, bracing for the impending punishment. What on earth could make you dare to defy my words? Seeing that Aquarius and Sagittarius refused to admit their fault, the fire god spoke coldly, his face etched with endless indifference. As he spoke, he slowly raised his hand, and a searing flame suddenly enveloped it, seemingly ready to strike at Sagittarius and Aquarius. Crash! Just then, an unexpected turn of events occurred. From the direction of St. Carlos Island, a great commotion erupted, even greater than that caused by Sagittarius and the others. Under the astonished gazes of everyone, a man and a woman, 2 figures, frantically rushed out from the island, desperately pushing forward while shouting in panic, "Help! Help!" These 2 figures were the Black Mage of the Vedic sect and the Saintess Wendy. What? Witnessing this sudden scene, everyone on the cruise ship to St. Carlos Island was momentarily stunned, each person frozen in place, wide-eyed and speechless. What on earth had happened on St. Carlos Island? First, Sagittarius, Aquarius, the white-clad god Clark, the dark twins, Lu Yu and Joan, the third prince, the fourth prince, and the other 8 had inexplicably left the island early, voluntarily withdrawing from the World Glory battle. Then, they saw the Black Mage and Wendy fleeing as if being chased, in a state of utter disarray, escaping from St. Carlos Island even more chaotically than Sagittarius and the others. What was going on? What had happened on St. Carlos Island? For a moment, everyone was bewildered, exchanging glances filled with countless expressions of shock and suspicion. What's going on? What happened? Seeing this sudden turn of events, the prominent figures on the number 1 cruise ship also stood up in confusion, while Indra of the Vedic sect and the powerful figures of the Saintess sect stood up in anger. They had just been discussing how they would win this gamble, but unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, their disciples had run out like frightened dogs, leaving them feeling a bit stunned by embarrassment. As everyone turned their attention to the fleeing Black Mage and Wendy, no one noticed that Sagittarius, Aquarius, Clark, the dark twins, Lu Yu and Joan, the third prince, and the fourth prince all changed color, involuntarily stepping back a step, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Why were the Black Mage and Wendy in such a state? Sagittarius and the others understood all too well, and as for why Capricorn had not appeared, they had already thought of Capricorn's tragic fate. Moreover, seeing the Black Mage and Wendy fleeing in such disarray suggested that someone was indeed pursuing them. Could it be that Taoist and that woman had not let the Black Mage and Wendy go, and were chasing after them? Dao Changsheng and Xinia were chasing after the Black Demon and Wendini, which meant that Dao Changsheng and that woman would also have to come out soon, right? The thought of those 2 terrifying devils emerging from the island sent an uncontrollable chill surging from the depths of his body, quickly spreading outwards, and in the blink of an eye, it consumed him entirely. Help! Help! Master, save me! The terrified voices of Wendini and the Black Demon echoed throughout the outer part of St. Carlos Island, leaving all the onlookers in shock. Especially Indra from the Brahmin sect and the powerful figures from the Holy Maiden sect. Their expressions were the most unsightly among these prominent individuals. This was undoubtedly the most embarrassing thing, especially under the gaze of so many people. They truly wished they could slap these two to death. He. In the next moment, many spectators on the cruise ships wore expressions of glee, their eyes even flashing with a hint of satisfaction. The Black Demon and Wendini, who were usually high and mighty, requiring others to look up to them with awe and admiration, were now reduced to fleeing like stray dogs, their usual proud and extraordinary demeanor completely gone. Deserved it. Not only were there those reveling in their misfortune, but some also let out mocking laughter, for in the current cultivation world, it was a survival of the fittest, where the rule was that big fish eat small fish. Those weaker loose cultivators, with limited overall strength, were usually squeezed into a tiny bit of survival space by these powerful forces. Moreover, the prodigies of these great powers were all positioned extremely high. They would kill at the slightest disagreement, and with their status, even if you had the ability to take revenge, you couldn't do it. You could only wait for a chance in secret, but such opportunities were rare and practically useless. Therefore, many people were filled with resentment towards world-renowned powers like Carmen, the Holy Maiden sect, the Aurora Bureau, and the Brahmin sect. But even if they were unhappy, they had to endure due to their might. Usually, no one dared to say anything, all of them were angry but silent. But now, seeing the important prodigies of their respective powers, even the future heirs, making such a fool of themselves and looking so disheveled in front of everyone, instantly brought great joy to most people's hearts. So you also have today, you deserve it. The onlookers sneered at the Black Demon and the others. At this moment, on the number 1 cruise ship, the faces of the prominent figures were grim, especially Indra from the Brahmin sect and the white-haired old woman from the Holy Maiden sect. Their expressions darkened. At first, they were mocking those forces for suddenly abandoning their prodigies, but then, their own 2 prodigies were fleeing like dogs. This slap in the face was incredibly heavy. They now wanted to slap these 2 heirs of their own forces to death right there, to avoid embarrassing themselves. Black Demon, what on earth happened? Why are you fleeing the island? Who is trying to kill you? Indra from the Brahmin sect could no longer hold back, directly shouting at the Black Demon not far away, his voice booming like thunder in the sky. Wendini, what exactly happened on the island? Who is chasing you? The vice leader of the Holy Maiden sect, the white-haired old woman, looked coldly at Capricorn and said in a chilling voice. Faced with Indra's and the old woman's questioning, the Black Demon and Wendini did not answer. Instead, their expressions grew increasingly panicked as they shot towards the number 1 cruise ship even faster. Seeing this scene, Indra and the vice leader of the Holy Maiden sect immediately frowned, exchanging glances before taking to the air, flying directly towards the Black Demon and Wendini. They were personally going to intercept them, eager to see who dared to pursue their heir. Buzz! Just as Indra and the white-haired old woman took off, the figures of the Black Demon and Wendini, who were rushing from a distance, suddenly froze in mid-air, unable to move, as if they had been fixed in place. Help! Help me! The deep despair in the eyes of the Black Demon and Wendini was palpable as they realized their predicament. They never expected that even after fleeing, they would still be unable to escape the pursuit of Dao Changsheng and the maid, despite having resorted to forbidden methods. At the same moment, as the Black Demon and Wendini were immobilized in the void, a ripple in space silently appeared behind them. A woman dressed in a purple ancient outfit, possessing a beauty that could rival the finest flowers, stepped out. In an instant, she reached out her hands and grasped the necks of the Black Demon and Wendini. Following that, a black hole silently emerged, and a robed youth stepped out from it, standing quietly with his hands behind his back, behind the woman in purple. His eyes were deep and calm, his expression as placid as water, as he looked at everyone around St. Carlos Island. At that moment, the entire sea area suddenly fell into a dead silence, as if even time had stopped. When Qini Yao first appeared, many people were momentarily stunned, but in the next second after Dao Changsheng appeared, they recognized his identity at a glance. It was him, the mysterious youth from the Eastern Kingdom, Dao Changsheng. Once they recognized Dao Changsheng, the identity of the woman became clear. She was Dao Changsheng's maid, and she was the one pursuing the Black Demon and Wendini. Instantly, everyone exchanged glances, their faces filled with shock. After all, since last night, Dao Changsheng and that woman had completely entered the sight of the world, becoming world-renowned figures. Whether from major powers or minor factions, famous strong individuals or nameless loose cultivators, everyone knew that Dao Changsheng was not only mysterious but also utterly unrestrained and lawless. This was evident from his maid's public execution of the young elites from various factions, including Libra, Taurus, and the Saint Regina, on the number 1 cruise ship last night. She even brazenly killed many of the senior figures and the captain on the number 1 cruise ship, including Xian Yu and Mo Wing. showing utter disregard for the organizers of the World Glory competition, which clearly illustrated how arrogant Dao Changsheng was. Using the term lawless to describe him was not an exaggeration. But now, everyone realized they had somewhat underestimated the terror of Dao Changsheng. The status of Bradrick, Libra, Saint Regina, and other young talents was still inferior to that of the Black Demon and Wandini. Perhaps someone might dare to act against the likes of Saint Regina from last night, but absolutely no one would dare to act against the true heirs of the Vedic sect and the Holy Maiden sect, Wandini and the Black Demon, because both the Black Demon and Wandini were the designated successors of the Vedic sect and the Holy Maiden sect. Although they were just two among many, it was a certainty that, barring any accidents, in a few years or a decade, they would become the power holders of their respective factions. They represented the face of their sects. Anyone who harmed them would be equivalent to declaring a complete enmity with the Vedic sect and the Holy Maiden sect, and it would be a relentless enmity. Now, Dao Changsheng's maid had done this, acting without restraint in front of everyone on St. Carlos Island. Although it was said to be done by a maid, the most crucial part was still the master. This shocking act was beyond their ability to describe in words. All they felt was shock, a shock that reached an unimaginable level. "It's you!" Upon seeing Qin Yao suddenly appear, gripping the necks of the Black Demon and Wandini, the prominent figures immediately narrowed their eyes. When they saw Dao Changsheng's appearance, a chilling coldness appeared on their faces. Especially the fire god and the Carmen, whose eyes flickered with cold light, stared icily at Dao Changsheng, showing no intention of looking at Qin Yao at all. "Dao Changsheng, you dared to appear in public?" The fire god stepped forward, and strange blue flames began to swirl around him, filling the void. His narrow eyes, sharp as blades, cut towards Dao Changsheng as he spoke coldly. "What is there to be afraid of?" Hearing the fire god's words, Dao Changsheng smiled faintly and replied casually. There was no change in his expression, and his tone revealed no joy, anger, sorrow, or happiness. It was utterly mundane. Just as we gathered in our information, so arrogant, Indra spoke up, his dark face grimly staring at Dao Changsheng, speaking coldly. "Dao Changsheng, I am giving you a chance now, release the two of them immediately." Suddenly, the fire god stepped into the sky, coldly staring at Dao Changsheng, speaking each word with icy indifference. "Otherwise, bear the consequences yourself. Master, save me, save me." At that moment, the Black Demon roared, "Master, save me, kill him, kill him. Teacher, save me." Wandini also screamed with a twisted face, her whole body writhing, but no matter how she struggled, she could not break free from Qin Yao's grip. So annoying! Hearing the roars of the Black Demon and Wandini, Qin Yao frowned, and without saying a word, she directly slapped the Black Demon and Wandini twice. While slapping the Black Demon and Wandini, Qin Yao did not forget to fix the void, making it impossible for the two to move, allowing her to free her hands to hit them. Smack! Smack! Instantly, two crisp slaps echoed, and the faces of the Black Demon and Wandini once again bore bright red handprints. The two slaps from Qin Yao made them shiver, their faces filled with intense fear, and they hurriedly closed their mouths, not daring to utter another word. With these two slaps from Qin Yao, the handprints that the Black Demon and Wandini had desperately tried to conceal earlier reappeared, displayed before everyone. Although not as obvious as at first, due to the recent forceful slaps, even though they had recovered a lot, there were still remnants visible, clearly showing the handprints on the faces of the Black Demon and Wandini. Seeing this scene, everyone around St. Carlos Island, including the fire god, Indra, and the white-haired old woman from the Holy Maiden sect, were all stunned, standing frozen in place. Dao Changsheng's maid actually dared to slap their heirs in front of the public. Wow! The next moment, the onlookers around St. Carlos Island erupted in exclamations, while Indra from the Brahmin sect and the white-haired old woman from the Holy Maiden sect had expressions of extreme rage. Their eyes were icy, exuding endless murderous intent, and this killing intent soared into the sky, scattering the clouds above. Unlike these two, the other prominent figures, such as the fire god, wore expressions of glee, although they had not expected Dao Changsheng's maid to slap the Black Demon of the Brahmin sect and Wandini of the Holy Maiden sect in front of everyone. This slap not only struck the faces of the Black Demon and Wandini, but also the faces of the Brahma sect and the Holy Maiden sect. As competing forces, they felt that Dao Changsheng's actions were truly remarkable. They then looked at Sagittarius and the others, their expressions no longer filled with anger, for their disciples had not been slapped in public. Their dignity was preserved far more than that of the Holy Maiden sect and the Brahma sect. Dao Changsheng. At that moment, Indra of the Brahma sect roared in fury, his voice carrying a terrifying killing intent, like the roar of a dragon and the howl of a tiger, shaking the sea below violently. Dao Changsheng, today, my Brahma sect will definitely kill you. The overwhelming aura emanating from Indra surged like a launched rocket, shooting up into the sky, reaching an extreme in the blink of an eye, followed by another furious roar that sounded like rolling thunder, echoing in the heavens. Kid, are you looking for death? The white-haired old woman from the Holy Maiden sect was equally enraged, stepping forward to stand shoulder to shoulder with Indra, her killing intent filling the air, a powerful aura radiating from her, her eyes fixed on Dao Changsheng, shouting loudly. As Indra and the vice-leader of the Holy Maiden sect moved, the other powerful figures from various factions did not step forward but remained silent, watching quietly, appearing indifferent as if the matter did not concern them. As for all the other cultivators around, they focused their gaze on Dao Changsheng and Qini Yao, instinctively holding their breath, eager to see where the situation would lead. However, an unusual feeling rose in everyone's hearts. They were certain that something significant would happen today. Looking at the furious Indra and the white-haired old woman, Dao Changsheng stood calmly in the void, his face devoid of any joy or anger, only his dark, watery eyes, as deep and silent as the black night. On the cruise ship, the representative of Olympus's god lord sat calmly in his chair, watching Dao Changsheng in the sky, his expression serene, yet a flicker of respect could be seen deep in his eyes. I want to know what is going on with the auras of these two, Dao Changsheng said lightly the next moment. What do you mean? What does that mean? What the hell? Upon hearing Dao Changsheng's words, everyone present looked bewildered, unable to comprehend what he meant. He must be referring to the black demon in Wendini, right? I will only give you one choice. Ignoring Dao Changsheng's words, Indra said coldly, immediately release them, or you will know the consequences. What can you do? Hearing Indra's words, Dao Changsheng remained calm, extending his right hand and delivering two more slaps to the faces of the black demon and Wendini, slowly saying, I am asking you a question. Smack! Smack! In an instant, two crisp and loud slaps echoed, particularly jarring in the ears of Indra and the white-haired old woman. You! Seeing Dao Changsheng actually slap the black demon and the holy maiden in front of them, the expressions of Indra and the white-haired old woman changed drastically once again. Boom! Their anger surged once more, their gazes fixed on Dao Changsheng, spewing forth a burning rage, as if they wanted to devour him alive, ready to tear him apart. Dao Changsheng was openly slapping their faces in front of everyone. Around St. Carlos Island, everyone looked at Dao Changsheng in shock, each one involuntarily widening their mouths, as if their hearts had stopped beating at that moment. It's too crazy, absolutely too crazy. Dao Changsheng actually dared to openly slap Wendy and the black demon in front of the entire world without any restraint. If the previous pursuit of Wendy and the black demon had made their respective forces furious with Dao Changsheng, now the anger was sky-high, and the killing intent was overwhelming. The Holy Maiden sect would never rest until Dao Changsheng was dead, or at the very least, everyone associated with him. You must understand, in the entire world, no one had the guts to do such a thing, but Dao Changsheng did it. And he did it in front of everyone, with a calm expression, as if he didn't care at all. If you threaten me again, your two disciples will receive 10 more slaps, Dao Changsheng said slowly, ignoring the astonished crowd below. If you don't believe me, you can try. Upon hearing Dao Changsheng's words, although Indra and the white-haired old woman were filled with murderous intent and nearly wanted to act, they had to hold back because Wendy and the black demon were in Qini Yao's hands. Even though their faces were swollen from Dao Changsheng's slaps, they could only endure it for now, not daring to act rashly. Because of this matter, even if the black demon and Wendy were ruined, it wouldn't matter. The urgent task now was to rescue Wendy and the black demon back into their hands. Because even if these two died, they could only die at their hands, and absolutely could not die at Dao Changsheng's hands. Being killed by themselves could be seen as a cleansing of the sect and a rectification of the rules, but if they were killed by Dao Changsheng and couldn't be rescued, it would only reflect the incompetence of their sects, the Brahmin sect and the Holy Maiden sect, which would have a significant impact on their reputation and power. If it were a place with fewer people, it might be acceptable, but now, almost all the cultivators and superhumans in the world were watching this with countless forces and scattered practitioners. Therefore, even if they wanted to tear Dao Changsheng to pieces, they had to find a way to rescue Wendy and the black demon first. Indra forcibly suppressed the anger in his heart, his eyes cold as ice. He struggled to contain his fury and spoke in a cold, emotionless voice, Dao Changsheng, I think we can have a good talk. A talk? About what? Dao Changsheng replied with a faint smile upon hearing Indra's words. Of course, about releasing those two, Indra said, feeling a sense of relief, and then coldly added, now, name your price. What do you want in exchange for letting them go? I'm still saying the same thing, Dao Changsheng replied slowly. Tell me, where does the aura on these two come from, and who participated in this aura? I don't understand what you're saying. Indra and the white-haired old woman were momentarily stunned, then looked at the barely conscious black demon and Wendy, saying in a deep voice, they are cultivating the foundational techniques of our respective forces. What's wrong with their aura? Every practitioner has a different aura based on their techniques. You know I'm not referring to that, Dao Changsheng said with a faint smile, casually adding, since you are unwilling to speak, let me change the conditions. What conditions? Indra's heart suddenly tightened, and he said in a deep voice, "As long as you don't ask for something impossible like the moon, our Brahmin sect will unconditionally agree to you. It's very simple, one life for another," Dao Changsheng said slowly in response to Indra's words. "Those two are 2 lives. If you want them to return safely, you too should commit suicide. After you do, I will naturally let them go. How about that? To put it bluntly, you're the one who benefits. You." Hearing Dao Changsheng's completely unreasonable condition, the fire god and the white-haired old woman were instantly furious, ready to explode again, but their rationality forced them to calm down. Indra took several deep breaths and then coldly said, "This condition is simply impossible. You should come up with 2 that are more realistic. Whether it's money, minerals, medicinal herbs, techniques, or even power, status, or beautiful women, as long as you ask, we can meet your conditions." "That's right. If you really want to negotiate, then let's have a proper discussion. Don't bring up things that are utterly impossible. You know that conditions like asking us to commit suicide are simply out of the question." As soon as Indra finished speaking, the white-haired old woman coldly added, "I'll give you a piece of advice. You better think carefully before you speak. Don't spout nonsense about fantastical things, because that won't be good for either of us." "It seems you still haven't realized the current situation," Dao Changsheng said, shaking his head slightly. "Right now, you are the ones begging me. In other words, only if I am satisfied can these people be released. If I am not satisfied, I can easily crush them. For me, it wouldn't be a loss at all. You should recognize your position." Damn it, Indra and the white-haired old woman felt an extreme anger rising within them at Dao Changsheng's words, a surge of fury that they couldn't vent. They knew he was right. If Dao Changsheng became dissatisfied, they would only face greater humiliation. What they needed to do now was to make Dao Changsheng happy, but the condition he proposed for suicide was simply unreasonable. "Alright, I'll give you a favor in change to a simpler condition," Dao Changsheng said with a faint smile upon seeing Indra and the white-haired old woman fall silent. Hearing Dao Changsheng's words, Indra and the white-haired old woman breathed a sigh of relief and said in a slightly relaxed tone, "What condition?" "It's a very simple condition." Dao Changsheng looked at the black demon and Wendini, then turned his gaze back to Indra and the white-haired old woman, and said slowly, "It's simple. You two will each slap yourselves 20 times as an apology for your earlier disrespect towards me, and then I will let them go. How about that, Dao Changsheng?" Upon hearing this, Indra and the white-haired old woman could no longer hold back, and they shouted in anger. Their gazes were as cold as frost, and the endless killing intent they had forcibly suppressed erupted like a volcano at that moment. The people around them were in an uproar, staring blankly at Dao Changsheng. They never expected him to propose such a condition, which was even more difficult than the previous 2. Forcing Indra and the white-haired old woman to slap themselves in public was simply impossible. If they did that, saving the black demon and Wendini would be meaningless. Indra, filled with rage, fixed his icy gaze on Dao Changsheng and coldly said, word by word, "Kid, I see you don't want to negotiate with us at all. You are determined to seek death, aren't you? Kid, let me warn you one last time. As long as you are willing to speak, we can make it happen. Any condition will do," the old woman from the Holy Maiden sect said, her face cold as she looked at Dao Changsheng, her voice icy and chilling as she pronounced each word with a menacing tone. "But if you are just toying with us, then don't blame us for being ruthless. By that time, you will definitely regret what you said now. Is the condition set by my young master really that difficult?" Hearing the words of Indra and the white-haired old woman, Qiniao, who was holding the black demon by the neck, suddenly looked at the two in front of her with a cold smile and said, "Do you know that just a moment ago, on St. Carlos Island, those two slapped themselves in front of my young master to beg for mercy? Each of them slapped themselves at least 20 times and bowed and apologized profusely. Why is it that you old folks can't do the same?" "What?" Upon hearing Qiniao's words, not only did Indra and the white-haired old woman freeze, but the other powerful figures on the cruise ship and countless boats surrounding St. Carlos Island were also stunned. After a brief moment of shock, the entire venue erupted into an uproar. Qiniao's words caused a huge stir, and the entire St. Carlos Sea was filled with noise as everyone began to whisper in astonishment. The fact that Wendy and the Black Demon had voluntarily slapped themselves in front of Dao Changsheng on St. Carlos Island was far more serious than the earlier incident where Dao Changsheng slapped Wendy and the Black Demon in front of everyone, and it was much more severe. There were two sides to this, one was active, the other passive, and the weight of the situation was different. To put it another way, it could even be said that because the Black Demon and Wendy voluntarily slapped themselves in front of Dao Changsheng, it meant that the Holy Maiden sect and the Brahmin sect had already submitted to him. They threw away their dignity, like a lowly dog, wearing a fawning smile, wagging their tails in front of Dao Changsheng, respectfully crawling at his feet. Whether the Holy Maiden sect or the Brahmin sect acknowledged it or not, this incident would leave an indelible stain on their reputation, one that could never be washed away, unless they killed all the witnesses. Otherwise, they would forever be the subject of discussion and ridicule. But could they really kill all the witnesses? Not to mention these people, even the powerful figures from the surrounding factions were not something the Brahmin sect and the Holy Maiden sect could provoke. In this situation, even if Indra and the white-haired old woman killed Dao Changsheng, their reputation would be hard to recover, because everyone knew they had a past that could be mocked and ridiculed by all. No matter how they tried to make amends in the future, it would be futile. This fact would not be erased by the passage of time. What the hell? Is this for real? Oh my god, is this for real? I feel like it must be true. Did you not see the handprints on Wendy and the Black Demon's faces? This definitely couldn't have come from just the 2 slaps from Dao Changsheng and that woman. Damn it, kid, I'm going to kill you. Seeing this scene, Indra from the Brahmin sect could no longer hold back. With a loud roar, his dark body suddenly swelled, muscles coiling, veins bulging, and he instantly became incredibly robust, looking from afar like a mighty black bear. Boom! Suddenly, an endless stream of black mist erupted from his entire body, and he leaped up from the ground, breaking through the air with a crackling sound, transforming into countless afterimages, fiercely pouncing directly towards Qini Yao. The urgent matter was to rescue the black demon in Qini Yao's hands. Die! The white-haired old woman from the Holy Maiden sect also shouted, and a dense white energy howled out from her body, instantly transforming into a dazzling sword of light, carrying an aura that could annihilate everything, slashing towards Qini Yao. The attack was a feint. The real her had already merged into this sword of light in an instant. She needed to rescue Wendini from the Holy Maiden sect. Only by saving her could she then kill that damned Dao Changsheng and that woman. Now, they were thinking of using their powerful attack as a distraction. Under their assault, Qini Yao would definitely throw the 2 out as scapegoats, allowing them to rescue the Black Demon and Wendini in the blink of an eye. Young master, should we throw these 2 out? Seeing the 2 coming with an aura of annihilation, Qini Yao turned to Dao Changsheng for guidance. I originally wanted to play with them, but the seal of the Divine Demon Harmonizing Flower is already flickering. This dark aura cannot be resolved in a day or 2, let's deal with the Divine Demon Harmonizing Flower first. Let's go, and let them take the blame. As soon as he finished speaking, Dao Changsheng pulled Qini Yao and instantly crossed through layers of space, disappearing silently from the spot. At the same moment, a strange ripple in space suddenly enveloped the Black Demon and Wendini, who had just regained their mobility. Boom! 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 Just as Dao Changsheng and Qini Yao crossed through space, 2 terrifying attacks descended. The endless waves below them surged violently, creating towering waves due to the energy impact. The air above the sea was in turmoil, with fierce winds howling, and the surroundings were filled with dazzling light, as if the sun had descended, blinding everyone below. Even the prominent figures of their respective factions had to squint their eyes slightly. For a moment, a destructive aura filled the scene, causing everyone around to tremble in fear. Watching this horrifying scene, everyone turned pale, unable to help but shrink their heads, not daring to make a sound. The figures from the great powers were indeed terrifying. Just one of them was almost a non-human existence. One could imagine how terrifying their overall strength was, so it was no wonder they could long occupy the top of the pyramid, looking down on all beings. Meanwhile, these people could only helplessly eat dust below, and no matter how much resentment they felt in their hearts, they could only grumble verbally, having no effect on the situation in the world. They had no choice but to accept it, and while they were horrified, they also had a question, whether Dao Changsheng and that woman had survived such a powerful attack. However, many believed that Dao Changsheng and that woman were definitely dead, as this time the attackers were the vice leader of the Holy Maiden sect and Indra from the Brahmin sect. These 2 were true powerhouses within their respective factions, possessing terrifying strength, and now they were working together to attack. Dao Changsheng and that woman were surely dead. After a long while, the towering waves subsided, the surrounding sea calmed down, the fierce winds ceased, and the dazzling light that shone like the sun slowly faded away. As the brilliant light dissipated, everyone eagerly opened their eyes, looking towards the spot where Indra and the old woman had just launched their joint attack. How is this possible? At the first glance, all the onlookers gasped in astonishment. What did they see? There were no longer any traces of Dao Changsheng and Qini Yao. Instead, 2 bloody heads lay in their place, unmistakably belonging to Haimo and Wendini, their faces displaying an extreme terror. Witnessing this horrifying scene, everyone instinctively turned to Indra of the Brahmin sect and the vice leader of the Holy Maiden sect, the 2 prominent figures. They had not anticipated that while Indra and the white-haired old woman killed Dao Changsheng and Qini Yao, they also slaughtered the heirs of their respective factions. No, we didn't kill them. Indra of the Brahmin sect and the vice leader of the Holy Maiden sect were taken aback by this revelation. Noticing the horror in the eyes of everyone around them, they were startled and immediately retorted. Similarly, their expressions turned extremely grim, for they both knew that Dao Changsheng and that woman had vanished in an instant, having not died under their attacks at all. Upon hearing Indra's rebuttal, no one spoke. Instead, they looked at Indra and the white-haired old woman with expressions of disbelief. They hadn't killed Haimo and Wundini? What a joke! The evidence was right before them, clear as day. Haimo and Wundini had been reduced to dust under Indra and the old woman's assault, leaving only bloodied heads behind, and now they claimed they hadn't killed them? It was as if they thought everyone else was a fool. As they looked at Indra and the white-haired old woman with incredulity, everyone couldn't help but lament the ruthlessness of these two, who had publicly executed their own successors for the sake of face. Truly outrageous.